Family, the time travel is too crazy. After being hit by a car and dying, a corporate slave was pulled into the world of One Piece by the world consciousness and was given the Mera Mera no Mi Flame fruit. He trained hard on the island for 2 years and became a muscular man. As a result, he encountered a sea tornado and Luffy was swept in. To get Luffy's shoes, he pretended to be injured. What will happen next? Let me tell you, I was furious at that moment. I picked up a stick and pointed it at that kid's nose, shouting at him, "Straw Hat, this is my territory. Hurry up and hand over everything valuable on you." Guess what? That kid was quite bold. He pressed down his hat and lowered the brim, looking like he was ready to fight, saying, "Since you're ready to fight, be prepared to be knocked away by me." I wanted to laugh at that moment. Knock me away? Who understands? If it weren't for me, you'd still be feeding fish in the sea. Wait a minute. Speaking of this is ridiculous. How did I end up on this godforsaken island to fight with the future Pirate King? This story has to start from the day I was hit by a car. I was still dazed when I heard a deep voice explode in my ear. "Wake up, kid!" Before I could react, my right leg suddenly hurt like it had exploded. I yelled and hugged it, thinking, who the hell is this? Didn't they see I had an accident? When I opened my eyes, I was dumbfounded. This was not a road at all. It was all white, like stepping into a smog zone. Then, an old man walked out of the fog, short as can be, probably only a meter tall, holding a huge pencil that was half a head taller than him. The scene was simply surreal. When he spoke, his rough voice didn't match his small frame at all. "I'm the world consciousness of One Piece. You kid are lucky I randomly pulled you from Earth. Get ready to start a new life in the world of One Piece." I was blown away at that moment. What the FK? Lucky? I just won millions in the lottery yesterday. After tax, I still had several million. I just graduated from college, and I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. And you're telling me this is luck? In the world of One Piece? A regular person like me, who can't even kill a chicken, would just be cannon fodder there, right? Screw that. Give me back. Right now. Immediately. I roared at him. Are you kidding me? Isn't it better to stay in China? Why go to that place where gods fight? I don't even know how to make salt. I don't understand history. And I don't have any skills needed for time travel. Wouldn't I just die as soon as I land? The old man was surprisingly calm, floating over and saying, "Send you back?" "Sure. But are you sure? I remember you being hit twice. First by a sedan, then TSK, by a cement truck that ran you over directly. That scene was quite spectacular. If I send you back now, you'd probably be a puddle of mosaic swept into the trash can. I twice. Damn, I remember that piercing honk. So, I really can't go back? Fine, I'm the type who adjusts my mindset quickly. I thought it over. This old man must have brought me here for a reason. He needed something from me. Otherwise, why would he waste so much time talking to me? I immediately cleared my throat, puffed out my chest, and tried to look like a domineering CEO, looking down at him. What can I gain by going to the world of One Piece? The old man didn't take my act seriously at all and waved his hand. "Spare me, kid. I know your little tricks. No more nonsense. I'm giving you a Mera Mera no Mi. Exactly the same as aces, which means there are 2 in the world. Don't ask about anything else, it's no use." As he spoke, he got excited, muttering to himself, "Damn it, Oda knows nothing about the Mera Mera no Mi. He's just a comic artist." Hearing this, I felt reassured. This old man is a hardcore Ace fan, clearly upset. Fine, as long as I have a golden finger. I decisively nodded. "Send me over." In the next second, my vision went dark and then bright again, and I found myself in a large forest. I also had a bunch of new memories. My new identity was Ducati Sack, 16 years old, from a pirate family, but recently my entire family was wiped out by the EC Overlord Krieg. Wow, they directly arranged a revenge storyline for me. I checked the time, it was 15:19, and Luffy wouldn't set sail for another 2 years. Was I supposed to join the crew as support and take down my enemies? I thought for a moment going solo was definitely not an option. It would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet looking for death. Joining the Navy? Too many rules, and a bunch of celestial dragons as teammates. Joining the Revolutionary Army? Too tiring. I don't want to sacrifice myself for the revolution when I can't even find a wife. After thinking it through, sticking with the protagonist seemed the most reliable. Just as I was pondering, I suddenly remembered my starting gift pack. I quickly searched around and indeed found a small wooden box in a corner, identical to the one Shanks used to store Luffy's main character fruit. I rubbed my hands together and opened it, revealing an orange-eared fruit with fiery spirals lying quietly inside. Is this the Mera Mera no Mi? Let me tell you, I was really curious in my previous life about what this thing tastes like. Today, the opportunity has come. I spent quite some time building up my mental fortitude. The Mera Mera no Mi is so powerful. Elementalization. Fire control. This is the dream of so many middle school boys. Ace used it too clumsily. How could flames be used for punching? Turn up the temperature, and even magma would turn to ash. This fruit has a high ceiling. Oda doesn't know a damn thing about the Mera Mera no Mi. Yes, it's precisely because it's so strong that I'm eating it. Absolutely not, because I'm curious about what poop tastes like. I was brainwashing myself while opening my mouth wide and taking a big bite. The texture was crunchy and quite juicy, but it was nothing like what people online said about it being sticky and hard to chew. Bad review. As for the taste, a fishy smell shot straight up to my head, bitter and astringent, like someone stuffed all the food I hated most into my mouth. Ugh, it's really disgusting, I said expressionlessly after evaluating it, then stuffed the remaining large chunk along with the stem into my mouth in one go. In the next second, with a boom, flames erupted all over my body. That feeling was amazing, like I had a new organ in my body that I could control at will. I imitated Ace, making a fist, and a ball of flames instantly wrapped around it. I got carried away, my waist and legs aligned, and punched out. Fire fist! A huge pillar of fire flattened a large area of the forest ahead. The power was indeed impressive. The key point is it looked cool. Family, looking cool, is a lifelong pursuit. After enjoying myself, I realized a problem. After that punch, my stamina couldn't keep up. It seemed I needed to train my physical fitness. So, I lived as a wild man on this broken island for 2 years. My main focus was on companionship, training with wild beasts and the sea for resistance, and spraying fire every day to enhance my temperature and endurance. After 2 years, I transformed from a frail college student into a nearly 2-meter tall, muscular man. One day, I had just killed a black bear and was preparing for a barbecue when I saw a sea tornado forming on the ocean, heading straight for my island. At that moment, seeing that scene, my DNA stirred, and a ridiculous guess popped into my head. Sure enough, the next second, a familiar beer barrel flew out of the tornado, heading straight for me. Damn, old man, if this isn't your doing, I will definitely chop that big pencil of yours and feed it to the dogs. I complained, then crossed my fingers and pointed upwards. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky, accurately shattering the beer barrel. Another larger pillar of fire directly tilted the tornado. Then, with a wave of my hand, I threw out a fire net, catching the shattered wood pieces steadily and tossing them aside. A kid wearing a straw hat wobbled up from a pile of wood shavings, still mumbling, "So dizzy, so dizzy." That's right, it's him, the future Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy. I looked him up and down, finally focusing on his straw sandals. Goodness, those are the supreme comfort sandals. I want them too. An excellent idea formed in my mind. I immediately picked up a stick, and that led to the scene at the beginning. Seeing Luffy scared and about to get serious, I smirked and changed my tone. Yo, 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 is this how you treat your savior? As I spoke, I secretly elementalized my right hand, covered it with a piece of bee skin, and smeared some bear blood on it. A second later, my right hand was gone, and blood was dripping down. When Luffy saw this, he was instantly dumbfounded, covering his head and running around. What the heck? Your hand! Your hand! I seized the moment, squinted my eyes, and squeezed out 2 tears. You barged into my territory. I saved you, and you want to hit me? I even lost my hand to save you. Now Luffy was even more panicked, kneeling on the ground with his eyes wide open like copper bells, looking like he was about to cry, apologizing repeatedly. Seeing that it was almost time, I suddenly put away my sorrow and smashed a love-heart iron fist on his head. You're almost bleeding out, and you're still making a fuss here. Who would have thought that as soon as this guy pulled his head out of the ground, he secretly stretched out his hand to steal the bear meat I was roasting? Damn, I haven't even settled the score with you, and you dare to steal my meat? I was furious at that moment and delivered a heavy punch that sent him and his head flying, crashing into a large area of trees. When he came back, covered in dirt, I glared at him and asked, "So, how are you going to compensate?" "I have no money," he said, hands on his hips, confidently. "No money?" I smiled playfully. "Then give me your hat and sandals." "The hat is a no-go." He clutched his straw hat tightly. "This is my most important treasure." "All right, that makes sense." I didn't bother talking to him anymore and directly pulled off the supreme comfort sandals from his feet. Descending, I blissfully adorned my feet with the shoes. This was my ultimate goal. Luffy, upon noticing me wearing his footwear, was momentarily taken aback. Then a light bulb seemed to flicker above his head as he clapped his hands. "I've made up my mind. I want you to be my companion." At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. Such was Luffy's thought process. "So, you bring me aboard your ship and forego any compensation, right? You truly are a generous soul." I chose to ignore him and turned to indulge in my roasted meat. Seeing my lack of opposition, Luffy took it as acquiescence and cheerfully joined me. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, gazing at the freshly roasted bear paw. While I contemplated the path ahead, this boy was likely consumed by thoughts of, "Is it cooked yet? Why isn't it ready? Can I sneak a bite?" Observing his anxious yet greedy demeanor made me chuckle. Eventually, I tossed him the freshly grilled bear paw, seasoned with my secret spices. Watching his ecstatic reaction, I mused that following such a simple-minded creature as Captain would surely render our future days anything but dull. As I watched the two of them devour their food, I thought, these two gluttons. "Oh, you finished already?" I remarked, puffing on a cigar and gesturing at Luffy. Luffy, with his mouth full, mumbled, "Of course, do you even know who I am?" Goodness, this fool has begun to show off again. I almost burst into laughter. At that moment, a timid little girl spoke up. "Thank you, big brother." I waved my hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, thinking to myself that this little girl was quite perceptive. "By the way, what are your plans moving forward?" I inquired. Luffy swallowed his last bite and exclaimed, "Naturally, we shall venture to the Grand Line and become the Pirate King." KB, equally excited, clenched his fists. "I want to join the Navy and become an outstanding naval officer." Observing these two youthful dreamers, I shook my head in resignation, thinking this duo was indeed a perfect match. "Very well, then I wish you both the best of luck." I raised my cup and downed its contents. After satisfying our hunger, we exited the tavern. While walking along the path, I suddenly recalled something and said to Luffy, "By the way, aren't you looking for companions? Shouldn't you consider that green-haired fellow?" "Green-haired fellow? Who is that?" Luffy asked, perplexed. "The swordsman tied up at the naval base, Roronoa Zoro," I reminded him. "Oh, you mean him?" Luffy exclaimed, realization dawning on him. "He seems quite formidable. But would he be willing to join us? Why not give it a try? After all, we have nothing but time." I shrugged, pondering that this was the future Pirate King. Does he lack even this modicum of confidence? Thus, we set our course towards the naval base. Before we reached the entrance, we heard a cacophony emanating from within. It appeared the action had already commenced. A smirk crept onto my lips as I thought to myself that the show was about to begin. Upon entering the naval base, we beheld Zoro engaged in a fierce struggle with a group of Marines. This guy was indeed impressive, dispatching foes with a single blade, resembling a human meat grinder. However, he was in poor shape, covered in wounds and nearing exhaustion. Just as it seemed Zoro could hold on no longer, Luffy could no longer restrain himself. "Gum Gum!" Luffy shouted, charging toward the Marines. I stood aside, watching the chaos unfold with great interest. I must admit, despite his usual foolishness, Luffy displayed surprising prowess in battle. Utilizing the abilities of the Gum Gum fruit, he sent foes flying one moment and ensnared them the next, akin to a human spring. With Luffy's assistance, Zoro quickly extricated himself from his predicament. "Hey, green-haired fellow, would you like to join us?" Luffy approached Zoro, flashing a broad grin. Zoro wiped the blood from his mouth and coldly regarded Luffy. "Join you? What's in it for me? The benefit is that we can embark on adventures together, grow stronger, and ultimately become the Pirate King," Luffy proclaimed loudly. Zoro paused, seemingly taken aback by Luffy's grand proclamation. "The Pirate King, you say? That sounds rather appealing." A faint smile tugged at Zoro's lips as he replied, "Very well, I shall join you." Upon hearing Zoro's agreement, Luffy leaped for joy. "Fantastic. We have gained another companion." I stepped forward, clapping Zoro on the shoulder. "Welcome aboard. From now on, we are family." "Family?" Zoro raised an eyebrow, seemingly unaccustomed to the term. "Indeed, from now on, we shall share both hardships and joys as a family," I replied with a smile. Zoro remained silent, merely nodding slightly. I knew he still harbored some reservations, having been a lone wolf in the past. However, that was of little concern. I believed time would heal all wounds. "All right, now that we are all gathered, we ought to set sail," I declared. "Where to?" Luffy inquired. "Naturally, we shall journey to the Grand Line, advancing towards the goal of becoming the Pirate King," I replied with a smile. "Oh, oh, oh," Luffy cheered excitedly. KB also enthusiastically pumped his fists. "Let us go." Thus, the four of us embarked on our expedition to the Grand Line. As for the Marines we had bested in the naval base, who cares? It is 2025. Who still pays attention to these small fry? Their fates are destined to serve as mere stepping stones on our path to becoming the Pirate King. Gazing out at the boundless sea, my heart brimmed with anticipation. Grand Line, here I come. I must say, Luffy has finally shown some reliability. This time, we landed quietly without causing any damage, much to my relief as a father figure. However, after barely eating a few bites, I sensed something amiss. That boy KB, upon seeing Luffy about to confront the aristocrat Bellamy, actually attempted to intervene, muttering, "Luffy-san, do you wish to oppose the Navy?" Goodness, I was infuriated. Does no one understand the family ties? That one phrase had irked me for ages in my past life. I firmly grasped KB and confronted him. What of it if we oppose the Navy? I couldn't be bothered to argue further. I turned and shouted at Luffy. As pirates, should we fear confronting the Navy? Did you not say that the Pirate King is the freest person on the seas? Then pursue your freedom with your own desires. Upon hearing this, Luffy grinned, giving me a thumbs up before proceeding to pummel Bellamy into a pulp. I, in turn, pulled out a handful of gold coins and slammed them on the table, addressing the stunned tavern owner. Repair costs, and the remainder, buy your daughter some lovely clothes. Fear not, before we depart, that old scoundrel Monka will undoubtedly meet his end. No one will dare retaliate against you. I must say, that little girl was truly adorable. Holding her melted my heart. Ahem, I digress. I quickly set her down, pulling out a cigar and lighting it. Do not ask me why I dare to confront the Navy now. It is no joke. Do you think my intelligence was gathered for naught? Did you see that medium-sized sailing ship at the dock? I, the first mate, acquired it. If it comes to blows, I shall unleash my fire fists and send them surfing on the waves. Do your family members know about your electrical antics? After our fill, the three of us strolled to the place where Zoro was bound. Just then, the fearsome Monka made his appearance, all muscles and intimidation. Yet, to be honest, this level of combat seemed trivial to the three of us. Soon, the iconic scene unfolded. Zoro's vow. If you hinder my ambitions, you shall commit seppuku in atonement. Listening to this, I felt a surge of bitterness. Why should that be the case? How could he articulate so eloquently? Was this insufferable talent truly exchanged for a lifetime of being directionally challenged? No, I cannot allow him to steal all the limelight. In a flash, I transformed into flames and appeared beside Luffy, pointing at the incessantly rambling Monka with impatience. I say, can you two hurry up? A worthless scoundrel, dragging this out, is making my hands itch. As soon as the words left my lips, a surge of flames erupted from my body. The intensity so great that even the naval uniforms nearby ignited spontaneously. Both Luffy and Zoro were taken aback, retreating in surprise. Luffy, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Damn it, Shinyu! This is my battle. You cannot interfere." Having achieved my goal, I prudently retracted the flames and stepped back to allow them to continue. What was the outcome, you ask? They joined forces, and Monka was knocked out before he could utter a final word. With that concluded, a celebration was in order. Upon returning to the tavern owned by the proprietress, we indulged in a hearty feast. KB was the first to surrender, and half an hour later, Zoro, too, reached his limit. I turned to Zoro, mocking him. I heard that appetite is correlated with strength. You can't handle it, can you, skinny dog? Zoro exploded with rage, drawing his sword in an instant. Had KB not firmly restrained him, I would have surely witnessed a clash between the two. Ultimately, the three of us managed to consume all the stock in the tavern. While Luffy and Zoro were left pale and bloated, I remained unchanged. I leisurely informed them that this phenomenon was called life restoration, a skill I had long since mastered. Zoro pondered over my words, while Luffy, indifferent, simply relished the food. When we arrived at the port, Zoro laughed uncontrollably at our shabby little boat. "Ah ha ha ha, is this your vessel? Just the three of us as crew?" I shot him a sidelong glance and pointed at a nearby medium-sized sailboat. "Laugh all you want. That is merely temporary. This is our current ship. In the future, we will surely construct a vessel that belongs solely to us, our dream ship." After bidding farewell to KB, we officially set sail. However, after just a couple of days, I was truly astounded by Luffy's antics. I was taking an afternoon nap when Zoro shook me awake, his face a mask of shock as he pointed skyward. "That fool Luffy has been swallowed by a bird. You must go save him." At that moment, all traces of sleep vanished. Initially intending to fly directly over, I feared that if I left, Zoro, with his poor sense of direction, would drift us into the new world. With no other option, I instructed him to quickly lower the sails while I moved to the stern, elementalizing my lower body. With my hands braced against the ship, I propelled it skyward with a mighty roar. Zoro was utterly unprepared, crashing against the wall, a visible bump forming on his forehead as he grimaced in pain. "Chun-Yu, I will kill you one day." I paid him no mind, pushing the power to its limits, achieving speeds rivaling the explosive winds of the Thousand Sunny. Soon, I caught up with the giant bird, but I did not stop, for I spotted a small island ahead. "Buggy, here I come." Upon reaching the island, I executed a reverse thrust, abruptly halting the ship. Poor Zoro was flung once more, colliding with several trees before finally coming to a stop, muttering an array of curse words he must have picked up from me. Gazing at the giant bird overhead, I smirked and raised my hand to unleash a colossal fire fist. Boom! The inferno engulfed both it and Luffy in an instant, fearing the bird might survive. I followed up with a fiery eel, a massive flame coiling and crashing into the giant bird. With a thunderous explosion, the clouds above dissipated. Luffy, dragging the roasted giant bird, stood up and charged at me, but he couldn't even touch my elemental form. Nearby, Zoro had also risen, brandishing 3 swords and launching a frenzied assault on me. Alas, they were still too inexperienced, exhausting themselves without even scratching me. Finally, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, "Armament hockey, right?" Then, sulking, they made their way to feast on the roasted bird meat. I burst into laughter, joining them to partake. I must say, the culinary skills were remarkable. After satisfying our hunger, we entered the small town only to witness a fiery-haired beauty being pursued by 3 pirates. In a moment of impulsiveness, I unleashed several fire bullets, swiftly turning the pirates into a sieve. Then, succumbing to my theatrical inclinations, I flashed to Nami's side, maintaining just the right distance. Feigning concern. "Are you all right?" Luffy and Zoro stood nearby, dumbfounded, their heads tilted in confusion. Nami, a seasoned veteran, saw through my act, casting me a complex glance before turning to flee. I did not pursue. I understood that to gain her trust, it was Luffy's sincerity that would breach her defenses. I turned to the bewildered duo and casually remarked, "That girl was quite the formidable navigator." Luffy's eyes lit up at my words, and he darted after her. Zoro, indifferent, sought out a drink. As for me, I transformed into a ball of fire, slipping into Buggy's tent. After rummaging for a while, I discovered a safe. Just as I managed to extract it, I caught a glimpse of Zoro's green-haired figure meandering through the woods. I thought to myself, isn't he supposed to be searching for liquor? Why is he here? "Zoro," I called out in exasperation. He pushed through the underbrush, taking the initiative. "Hey, Chinyu, are you also looking for alcohol?" I forced a smile, my expression betraying my amusement. Oh, does the great swordsman truly believe one would find liquor in this desolate wilderness? His face flushed instantly, as if about to combust. Enraged, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly said, "There's a swordsman in town. I'll leave him to you." Upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He thanked me and dashed in the opposite direction toward the town. I was beside myself with frustration. I dashed after him, landing 2 swift punches to the back of his head, then grabbed his collar with all my might, hurling him toward the town. In the air, his furious roar echoed, "Bastard! Chinyu, you wait for me." I scratched my nose, pretending not to hear. With Zoro out of the way, I began to examine the safe, only to find a tattered book titled Buggy's Diary. Initially disappointed, I opened it to discover it contained methods for mastering observation hockey. Marvelous! As we were at sea, both Zoro and I were in dire need of training materials. And now, a training regimen could finally commence. I transformed into a blaze and rushed back to the town. Upon arrival, I found Zoro convulsing amidst the ruins, his legs still kicking. I quickly pulled him up. "I've left the swordsman to you. Let me handle the others." With that, I soared toward Buggy's location, only to find Luffy trapped in a cage, a cannon aimed directly at his head. I was utterly speechless. As the captain, how could he be so easily captured? This was a situation that required remedy. Just as I was about to intervene, I suddenly noticed 3 ruffians brandishing knives toward Nami. I was instantly enraged. She was the woman I had my eyes on. Normally, Zoro would have saved her, but it was my fault for disorienting him. I transformed into a flame and dashed forward, shielding Nami behind me. My staff raised to block all incoming attacks. From within the cage, Luffy joyfully shouted, "Chinyu!" Nami turned back, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she regarded my silhouette. I retaliated against the 3 ruffians, sending them flying, then turned to Luffy, baring my teeth as I yelled, "Luffy, here's your chance. If you can't handle it, don't blame me. Today, I won't leave a single prey for you." As soon as my words fell, I was already in motion. I assure you, my mind was racing with plans. Today, aside from that juggler and the swordsman, the only one who needed to survive was their leader, Buggy. With a resounding boom, I unleashed all my firepower, the inferno instantly engulfing the entire area. It was time to test my new technique on this band of ruffians. Buggy's crew was thrown into a panic, sweating profusely, unable to discern whether their fear or the heat was overwhelming them. Especially Buggy, as he glimpsed the flames, he was instantly reminded of the recent explosion in the sky, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His chop-chop fruit only protected against slashing attacks, not fire. just as he attempted to plead for mercy. I had already transformed into a flash of fire, darting behind one of his sword-wielding subordinates, sending him flying toward Zoro. I reasoned that this was Zoro's prey. I would not steal it. With the battlefield divided, I stood tall, a grin stretching from ear to ear, a perfect depiction of a Dragon King's crooked smile. The pirates, expecting to brace themselves, turned only to discover their leader, Buggy, tiptoeing quietly toward the exit. How amusing. Did he think he could escape? I had no intention of allowing that. With my hands positioned in front of my chest, my left arm raised and my right arm extended horizontally, I formed a cross. To my family, who could comprehend the radiance of childhood illuminated reality. Gathering all my strength, I bellowed at the sky. Cytlaconxion, a blinding cross-shaped beam of flame erupted forth with a thunderous roar. Maintaining this gesture, I pivoted on my right foot, executing a flawless 360-degree Thomas spin. The beam followed my movement in a sweeping arc, reducing everything in its path, be it human or wall, to mere rubble, erasing them so swiftly that not even a scream had the chance to escape. Upon completing my arc, aside from the trio of Baki whom I deliberately spared, the entire area was remarkably pristine. The ruins were engulfed in flames, with weapons melted down to molten iron. I smacked my lips, yet another overwhelming victory. Devoid of any gaming experience, I muttered quietly, was that merely a test move? My voice was soft, but Baki heard it clearly, prompting him to leap in fright as he began to dance uncontrollably, his entire body trembling with vigor. A mere glance from me caused him to shatter into several pieces, even the fragments of his feet quivering in panic. Striding confidently towards him, I grasped the air, conjuring a blazing long sword that materialized above Baki's head. At this point, he was no longer a mere nuisance. He resembled an electric toy. Without uttering a word, I intensified the flames, scorching his scalp until it sizzled, the aroma of roasted meat filling the air. How dare he scorch my Nami? This was merely retribution. After tormenting him for a spell, I felt it inadequate. My left hand conjured another fire sword, hovering ominously above his trousers, coldly commanding, "I ask you, answer." Baki instantly ceased his shaking, freezing like a stone, fearing that any tremor could obliterate his chance for happiness. With a mournful expression, he pleaded, "I'll tell you." "No, wait, you ask." "The method to awaken armament haki. Now, immediately write it down for me." My voice was as frigid as ice. To my dismay, he began to weep, claiming he genuinely did not know. During his time on Roger's ship, he had been too busy lounging and searching for treasures, never contemplating the mastery of haki. Observing his cowardly demeanor, I discerned that he spoke the truth. Honestly, I was at a loss for words regarding Baki. Despite having a fortuitous start, he had squandered it entirely. And had he merely learned a move or two from Rayleigh, he would not be a small-time crook in the East Blue. With a fierce gaze, I unleashed a wave of heat from the fire sword, singeing the hair of his prized possession. Baki yelped and jumped up, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Stop. I truly don't know. If I could wield armament haki, would I still be hiding in the East Blue?" It became apparent that I could extract no further information. I contemplated briefly and coldly declared, "If you cannot present something of value today, I shall send you to meet Roger. Your 2 underlings shall accompany you." Baki, utterly terrified, felt his soul leave his body, his mind racing like a windmill. After a prolonged moment, he finally shouted, "I don't know the specifics, but in the New World, the strong possess their own methods of haki operation. However, even without a method, it can be awakened. I heard that carp awakened after obliterating half a mountain. Is this it?" Upon hearing this, the muscles in my forehead tensed, feeling as though I had been played by this jester. My flames erupted violently, causing the ground beneath me to sink. Seeing this, Baki's clothes ignited spontaneously, and he spoke in an accelerated pace, shouting out everything he knew. Having acquired the information I sought, I smiled in satisfaction. Zoro had long since concluded his own affairs and was looking at me with admiration. But just then, an enraged roar pierced the air. "Chunyu, you bastard!" I turned around to find Luffy, his face flushed with anger, muscles taut, snapping the thick ropes, binding him, and bursting from his cage. I had never seen him so animated, even when Zoro was stabbed in the anime. Upon emerging, he charged at me like a bull in a frenzy, brandishing the stone cage. Zoro and Nami swiftly dove aside, while I stood my ground, exuding disdain. Bang! Luffy collided squarely with my abdomen. A searing pain surged through me, and my expression shifted dramatically as I was propelled backward, barely managing to shout, "What the hell?" Armament hockey. The entire arena fell silent in astonishment. Rising from the ground, I gazed at Luffy in disbelief. Who among my family understands how absurd this protagonist aura has become? Luffy, equally stunned, scratched his head and then erupted into laughter, exclaiming that he had merely wanted to hit me and had succeeded. I felt a surge of happiness for him, but more importantly, I realized it. Emotion. It all comes down to emotion. This was akin to the Conqueror's haki. I rushed to share this revelation with Zoro and Luffy, sternly warning them. Mastering haki is merely the beginning. The body is the foundation of revolution. The stronger the body, the longer the blue bar. Upon hearing this, they surprisingly gestured with a Navajo "I see" sign, prompting me to roll my eyes skyward in exasperation. Having dealt with these two dimwits, I turned to see Nami standing quietly nearby. It was time for business. I approached her with gentle strides, fixing her with the most heartfelt gaze I could muster. Nami felt shy under my scrutiny, her eyes darting away. Clearing my throat, I gently coaxed, "Nami, dear sister, join us. I shall protect you." Luffy chimed in enthusiastically, "Yes. Yes. Let us go on adventures together." Nami remained hesitant. Recognizing this was my chance to seal the deal, I shot a glance at Zoro, signaling him, "If she doesn't agree, it's on you." Zoro, looking utterly defeated, indicated he would not take the blame. Just then, I noticed the sword at his waist was not a blade, but money. I understood. In a flash, I vanished, returning shortly with several large bags of Baki's golden treasure. Tossing them before Nami, then retrieving my own pure gold staff, feigning reluctance as I sighed dramatically, then resolutely offered, "Nami, you need money, don't you? Take all of this. This weapon is pure gold. Take it too. If it's not enough, we'll just rob more." Luffy joined in, urging exactly, "Let us rob him." Nami could no longer hold back. She burst into tears, sobbing, "This is more than enough." I embraced her tightly, feeling the warmth in my arms. Thinking to myself, "I've got this." Gently patting her back, I whispered in a voice only we could hear, "Nami, from this day forward, your enemies are my enemies." She cried even harder in my arms. I knew, at that moment, every defense she had built had crumbled completely. Once her tears had subsided and her emotions stabilized, I released her, tousling her hair and encouraging her to rest nearby. I turned to call for Luffy and Zoro to load the gold onto the ship. And without regard for Nami's consent, I swept her up in a princess carry and strode purposefully towards our vessel. Nami's face flushed crimson, and she pounded my chest, demanding to be let down. I understood the need for patience, so I gently placed her aboard the ship. Luffy stood at the bow, exuberantly shouting, "Set sail." With our legitimate navigator on board, Nami quickly fell into her role, directing us with precision. She chose the largest cabin, which fortuitously happened to be mine. I was filled with excitement and approached her with a cheeky grin, saying, "Nami, I'm willing to share a room with you." In response, I faced her furious iron fists. 2 swift strikes sent me, along with my belongings, sprawling outside. Luffy and Zoro snickered, their expressions brimming with delight. I elegantly rose to my feet, dusting off my suit, my gaze shifting dangerously. In the next moment, I lunged at them, utilizing my elemental transformation to pummel the 2 of them, leaving them with bruised heads. After the bout, I retrieved a handkerchief from my pocket to wipe my hands, then turned to seize Luffy's room. However, just as I closed the door, it seemed that the 3 of us shared a silent understanding, simultaneously peeking out from our respective rooms, our eyes wide with surprise. I paused, astonished. What was this strange dark aura emanating from my fists? No wonder Luffy was so well behaved. It turned out I had genuinely hurt him with my haki. Back in my room, I reflected on the sensations I had just experienced, finally grasping a semblance of understanding regarding my awakening of armament haki. As for those 2, relying on them for insights? The ship sailed smoothly across the sea. The next morning, I stepped outside, clad in a beach ensemble, sporting a fresh haircut. On the deck, Nami, dressed in a white short-sleeve top and ultra-short denim shorts, waved at me, beckoning me to join her for breakfast. Those long legs certainly brightened my mood. At the dining table, I shared my insights on haki with them. Zoro listened thoughtfully, while Luffy, I suspected he understood not a single word. No matter, a few more beatings and he would catch on. As for Nami, her unique constitution required a different approach. After breakfast, Nami began plotting our course, declaring that our current crew was insufficient to enter the Grand Line. We lacked a cook and a musician. Luffy perked up at this, while Zoro, seemingly lost in thought, wore a goofy grin. Consequently, Nami swiftly delivered 2 sharp punches, and 2 twitching figures promptly collapsed to the ground. Unable to handle the captain, she turned to me, the dependable first mate, for counsel. We were engaged in a lively discussion when, unable to resist, I held her small hand. Nami's eyes squinted into slits of mirth as she blandly said, "Chun-Yu, let go." Upon hearing her tone, I thought, she clearly does not object. I promptly resolved to embrace the challenge, opening my arms to give her a loving hug. After a few loud thuds, another twitching figure joined the fray. The ship soon arrived at Usopp's hometown. As we disembarked, dozens of pirate flags rose from the grass, and a long-nosed lad emerged, boasting of having 80 million subordinates. Luffy instantly recognized him as the son of Usopp. Usopp drew his slingshot in our direction, and Luffy's expression darkened. "Since you've drawn your weapon, are you prepared to wager your life?" I exchanged a knowing glance with Zoro, and we understood. The show was about to begin. Zoro unsheathed his sword slightly, while I, more audacious, swung my blade toward Usopp, coldly declaring, "You had better leave us all 4 unharmed. Otherwise, we shall decimate this entire island." Usopp immediately fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Unable to contain ourselves, we all burst into laughter, exclaiming how thrilling it was. Afterward, we encountered Kaya. While conversing, the butler Kuro approached, not only demanding we leave, but also belittling Usopp. I felt my expression darken. Though he spoke the truth, Usopp was a designated crew member of Luffy's, thus one of us. As the first mate, I was particularly protective. I observed Kuro continuing to pester Kaya, a smirk slowly forming on my lips. With a meaningful glance, I nonchalantly produced a crumpled, yellowed piece of paper from my pocket and handed it to Kaya. Upon seeing the paper in my hand, Kuro's face darkened instantly. His eyes glared at me like daggers, and without a word, he leaped out of the window, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Everyone present was bewildered, while Kaya anxiously called out, "Butler Clabater, where are you going?" After a prolonged silence with no response, she could only awkwardly apologize to us, claiming he usually did not behave this way. I thought to myself, he indeed acts this way, pretending to be so respectable. Nami's and Usopp's gazes flickered between me, Kaya, and the paper. Kaya then snapped to attention and quickly unfolded the paper. Just one glance left her dumbfounded, her face draining of color. Usopp, in a fit of urgency, stood up, exclaiming, "Kaya, what is written on it?" I spoke leisurely, a bounty notice, of course. Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries. I fabricated a story about having stumbled upon it in Buggy's lair, noting that he seemed familiar, not expecting to encounter the real deal here. "Want to buy a ship?" "Absolutely not. I want both the man and the ship." Kaya, let me tell you, is no ordinary sweet and naive girl. Initially, she was genuinely startled, but her mind raced quickly. Within seconds, she realized, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million, whose identity was exposed, chose to flee rather than silence witnesses. This indicated he feared us. She immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at Usopp, saying, "Usopp-san, if Kuro returns to harm us, who will protect our village and families?" Such acting, such quick reflexes, I felt compelled to commend her. Her tears stirred not only Usopp, but ignited Luffy's sense of justice. Usopp promptly begged Luffy for assistance, and without hesitation, Luffy agreed. My meticulously crafted plan of negotiating terms before taking action, followed by a display of feigned poverty to acquire a ship, was instantly dashed. What could I do? The captain had spoken. Luffy and Zoro specifically warned me not to take any trophies this time. Fine, you're impressive. I silently lit a cigar, inhaling deeply and releasing a smoke ring. If I missed this opportunity, I wouldn't be to blame. TCH, it's just acting. Who can't do that? We charged toward the coast, only to find no one in sight. Usopp then smacked his thigh, recalling that the island had another coast. Observing his frantic demeanor, I decided to abandon pretense, lightly stomping my right foot, causing a sea of flames to lift us all into the air. The speed was astonishing. Luffy proudly boasted to Kaya, "Impressive, right? Our ship's first mate." I felt indifferent, merely glancing at Nami, noticing the absence of sparkles in her eyes, which left me feeling a tad disappointed. In mere moments, we arrived at our destination, only to behold a dark mass of pirates, along with a grand pirate ship. Luffy's and Zoro's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Usopp's legs began to tremble, likely contemplating what excuse he could muster to escape. Kuro was not afraid of us. He merely wanted to slip away and fetch reinforcements, intending to return and eliminate us. Unfortunately for him, he was destined to see no more sunrises. Fearful that I might claim his trophy, Luffy disregarded the hypnotist's praises and launched a rubber rocket right at Kuro. What could I do? I needed to clear out the minions. I turned to Nami to ask if she wanted to join the fray, only to receive a sharp smack on my forehead, accompanied by a stern, "Hurry up." I felt wronged. I was merely trying to give her a sense of involvement. As a child over 200 months old, my psychological scars were immeasurable. Very well, I would unleash my frustration on these little Karami. Soaring into the air, I spread my hands wide, softly murmuring, "A spark." Instantly, a multitude of colorful orbs burst forth from my palms, cascading like a celestial shower, their erratic trajectories rendering them nearly impossible to dodge. My voice turned cold, the blaze of a prairie. In the next moment, the ground below transformed into a hellish inferno. Once ignited, the flames could not be extinguished, not even by jumping into the sea. They clung like a persistent curse, refusing to relent until everything was reduced to ash. Truly, what an impressive effect. Was this generated by AI? I questioned the scientific validity of such a feat. After the chaos subsided, I floated back to Nami's side, seizing her hand when she was unawares. Initially, she struggled, but upon turning to see my pitiful yet hopeful gaze, she immediately ceased her resistance, her cheeks slightly flushed. The scheme had succeeded. My heart raced with glee, already envisioning the envious expression Sanji would wear upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, I noticed that only Luffy and Kuro remained engaged in battle. Zoro had finished his part. Why was the captain still trading blows with a novice? I focused intently and realized Luffy was simply unable to keep up with Kuro's speed, unable to land a hit on him. I lacked the patience to watch him practice gua sha, so I shouted into the arena, "Luffy, are you ready or not? If you can't finish this in 5 minutes, I will step in." I must say, my words were like a lit firecracker. Luffy immediately flared up, bellowing, "Stop the nonsense. This is my battle." As he yelled, smoke began to emanate from him, turning his entire being a shade of crimson. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This kid was so riled up that he'd activated his second gear. It seemed I had stumbled upon a formidable switch. Let me give you a taste of my gecko punch. With Luffy in second gear, his speed utterly overwhelmed Kuro. With a rubber jet Gatling, Kuro couldn't even withstand the first punch, coughing up blood, rolling his eyes back, and fainting on the spot. Luffy, himself, was exhausted, and when he released his second gear, he swayed as though he were intoxicated. Zoro stepped forward to support him, proudly declaring, "You are the last one standing." Just as I was contemplating how to mock Luffy, Nami, infuriated and embarrassed, yelled, "You idiot! How long do you plan to drag this out?" Her shout startled me, causing me to lose my grip, and, in an instant, I transformed into an ethereal form and zipped over to Luffy. I was merely protecting my girlfriend. It was certainly not a submissive act. What followed was quite natural. Butler Mary and Kaya, in gratitude, gifted us a new ship, the Golden Mary. Luffy and Nami were ecstatic, rushing to inspect the vessel, while Usopp headed home to gather his belongings in preparation for boarding. Zoro and I remained seated, continuing our drinking. Upon boarding the new ship, Usopp jumped up 3 feet in the air, shouting, "Captain, I will take the helm." Luffy promptly knocked him down with a punch. Undeterred, Usopp got back up and declared, "Then I'll be the first mate." No sooner had he spoken than everyone present instinctively recoiled. Before Usopp could comprehend the situation, a blazing long sword shot out from the training room, 60 meters long, its blade pressed against his neck. My languid voice echoed, "What did you just say?" I didn't quite catch that. "Who did you say would be the first mate?" At that moment, the air itself seemed to freeze. Tears, snot, and cold sweat streamed down Usopp's face as he trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. "Why you? You are the vice captain. What did you just say you wanted to be?" I thought, and the sword widened to double its size. Usopp's tongue straightened out in an instant, and he shouted, "I want to be a brave warrior of the sea." Only then was I satisfied enough to sheath the sword. Behold, a miracle worker indeed. I had cured his stutter and hyperactivity in one fell swoop. This boy was remarkably carefree, and before long, he returned to playing with Luffy. I couldn't help but smirk. Let them enjoy themselves while they could, for once my training regimen was unleashed, none would escape. I met with Zoro in the training room and immediately drew 2 wooden swords. Zoro, interested in a spar? At the mere mention of a fight, his eyes lit up. I must admit, in terms of swordsmanship, I could not rival him. However, I possessed speed and strength, relying on agility. I circled around him a few steps, focused my gaze, and lunged directly at his chest. This strike, he could not evade. He could only brace himself. Zoro understood this well, crossing his two swords to block with all his might. With a resounding clang, he managed to intercept my blow, but the force pushed him back several steps. His expression shifted instantly, resembling that of a wild beast, as he lunged at me with a ferocious attack. The intensity was grand and sweeping, but I had already anticipated his move. I sidestepped smoothly, using the edge of my sword to deflect his force, spinning around to position my wooden sword against his neck. The battle concluded. I sheathed my sword, and, before he could speak, I initiated the conversation. You didn't lose. I know you wouldn't use lethal moves against your comrades. However, you possess a critical weakness. Your techniques are too aggressive. Once the initial onslaught is blocked, you have no follow-up. If your opponent is faster and more agile than you, defeat is inevitable. I was merely giving him a precautionary warning to prevent his spirit from shattering should he ever encounter my hawk and face defeat. Having dealt with Zoro, I summoned everyone for the first meeting of the Straw Hat Pirates. To establish authority, I placed a 4-meter-long blade on the table, its tip directed toward Luffy. Luffy was the first to raise his hand, exclaiming, "Musician, cook!" My head buzzed, and I promptly silenced him. Usopp, however, made a valid point, requesting tools and materials to craft ammunition and repair the ship, to which I immediately allocated 200,000 berries. Luffy, seeing this, grew envious and clamored for 200,000 to buy meat. My blood pressure skyrocketed, and I pulled him over for a few love taps, leaving him with a swollen head before tossing him 50,000. Finally, Nami meekly suggested the need for a cook, as she was exhausted from cooking. Hearing this, I felt a twinge of guilt and decisively proclaimed, "Then we shall hire a cook." Usopp and Luffy gasped nearby, and my face flushed with embarrassment, prompting me to announce the second agenda item. Now, I present the first training plan. The objectives were threefold. All members must attain physical freedom, awaken their Busashoka haki, and master Kinbunchika haki. In the future, those who had not awakened Busashoka haki would only be permitted to face the remaining opponents. If one lacked both, they wouldn't even be able to catch a warm meal. Who can't keep up with a warm meal? Nami exploded, lunging at me with her claws out. This time, I did not evade. Instead, I embraced her, waiting for her to calm down. Once she did, she noticed everyone was watching, and her face turned bright red as she struggled against me. My family, who understands, knows I am well aware of this tactic. Before she transitioned from embarrassment to genuine anger, I had to let go. If I didn't I felt I might soon be heading for the crematorium. I can assure you, just before I released her, I certainly had to hold her a little tighter to savor the essence of youth. One must seize the opportunity while it lasts. Yet I maintained a perfect balance, releasing her just before her temper flared, instantly switching to a serious demeanor. Clear my throat, I entered battle preparation mode. Listen well. Usopp, Nami, you both must train with all your might. Stamina, Kinbunchika haki. Not a single one can be neglected. My words were delivered with utmost gravity, leaving them stunned. I pressed on. Consider this. If one day we engage in a battle, and our main forces are entangled with formidable foes, leaving only you two, and an enemy approaches, what will you do? Wait to die. No one will come to save you. Learn Kinbunchika haki. Maximize your perception. Even if you can't win, you can at least escape, right? At the very least, you can foresee and buy yourself some time to survive. Turning my focus to Usopp, I continued. And you, Usopp, your father, Yasopp, is a master of dual haki. I've heard he can shoot down a fly from 1,000 meters away. And what about you? Don't you wish to be that cool? Don't you wish to strike with precision? Leaning closer, my voice lowered to a whisper akin to a demon's, I asked, do you want your slingshot to hit harder than a pistol? Put in the effort, and your slingshot's power will rival a cannon. Imagine, in the future, when sailors speak of you, they respectfully call you the Sniper King. At that moment, Usopp was utterly captivated. His eyes widened like saucers, and he stammered, Cannon Sniper King, warrior of the sea. Seeing his reaction, I knew I had him hooked. Next up was Nami. Convincing her was a piece of cake. I turned to her and winked, saying, Nami-chan, I've heard that masters who reach the pinnacle of Kinbunchika haki can easily sense where treasures are hidden. Nami's expression transformed instantly. Her eyes sparkled with berries as she leaned closer to me. This girl is so easy to persuade. With that, the mobilization meeting concluded successfully. I waved my hand grandly, declaring, the first Straw Hat Pirates mobilization meeting is hereby adjourned. Dismissed. Afterward, I recounted the events to Zoro. Initially indifferent, upon hearing that we were all training for hockey, he could no longer remain still. He and Luffy dashed off in an instant, eager to train harder. I understood them well. These two were fiercely competitive, fearing I might master the dual hockey before them, leaving them to watch as I claimed the glory in battle. Who could bear that? Before long, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the training room. It hurts so much. Ever since that meeting commenced, the training room aboard our ship has resembled a bustling marketplace, filled to capacity day after day. Even Nami, who typically avoided the place, has been fervently immersed in it, akin to a determined warrior. This girl is genuinely committed to awakening her Kinbunchaku, pushing herself to the limits. Originally, as a navigator, she was supposed to oversee our course from the outside, but her desire for training compelled her to enlist Usopp to substitute for her. However, Usopp staunchly refused to comply, dedicating himself to lifting weights in the training room, and no amount of persuasion could deter him. With no alternatives left, Nami set her sights on Luffy and Zoro. I shuddered at the thought of those two directionally challenged individuals charting our course. Did Nami aspire to catapult herself straight into the new world? I certainly did not wish to unwittingly end up sharing tea with one of the four emperors. Without hesitation, I volunteered to take the helm, assuring her I would manage the ship while she focused on her training. Initially, Nami felt a tinge of disappointment. Her intention was for me to accompany her in practice, fearing the wooden training post might strike her. Now, with her plans thwarted, she had no choice but to brave it alone. That earlier scream was a result of her being struck on the head by the wooden post. As I helmed the ship, listening to her cries of distress, I felt a pang of guilt. Without a second thought, I rushed in to pull her out, gently massaging her reddened forehead. "You silly girl. Who said you could only train inside the training room?" I embraced her and whispered in her ear, "Let's practice outside. I will assist you." At this point, Nami had nearly become immune to my frequent opportunistic behavior, primarily because retaliating against me proved futile. With my thick skin, she would only exhaust herself. She had come to the realization that if she could not defeat me, perhaps joining forces would be the better option. To aid her, I fashioned two unique training sticks. One for Nami, polished to a smooth sheen and wrapped in several layers of cloth to prevent any injuries. The other, crafted for Luffy, was remarkably rough, adorned with numerous wooden spikes, resembling a fearsome spiked club. I surmised that a mere wooden stick would feel like a tickle to Luffy, rendering it ineffective for his training. Thus, I focused on a more physical approach. Upon seeing the stark contrast between the two sticks, Nami immediately expressed her delight with a sweet brother, "You are wonderful." Observing everyone's zeal, the weight that had burdened me from the future lightened considerably. After a rigorous session, I suddenly spotted an island ahead, shrouded in ominous clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning and resonating with thunder, clearly not a welcoming place. Just as I was about to call out to the others, I glanced down to find Nami with her eyes closed, brows furrowed, deeply concentrating on sensing my attacks. She looked both pitiful and adorable. An audacious thought struck me. An attack could be considered a form of offense, right? Once this notion took hold, it spread like wildfire, unstoppable. I swallowed hard, wiped my hands on my trousers, and even took a moment to purify myself with fire. Then, trembling slightly, I cupped Nami's delicate face in my hands, steeled my resolve, and pressed my lips to hers. Nami, likely puzzled by my sudden inactivity, was just about to open her eyes when she felt my hands on her face. The next moment, an unexpected sensation graced her lips. In that instant, her eyes flew open, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at my visage, mere inches away. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. Retreating hastily, Nami remained frozen for several seconds before realization dawned upon her, her face flushing crimson. Yet, witnessing my sudden flight, her anger flared. "Shinyu, you stop right there. I must say, destiny can be rather peculiar at times. Had I not fled, she would have merely felt bashful. My escape, however, altered the nature of the encounter. The others in the training room, hearing the commotion, believed something was amiss and rushed outside. I shouted from a distance, 'I see an island. I shall venture forth.' Luffy's adventurous spirit ignited, and in an instant, he propelled himself forward. Usopp, showcasing his newly developed muscles, proclaimed his intention to explore the jungle as a brave warrior, following suit. Zoro, likely seeking a leisurely stroll, disembarked as well. Nami, relieved that no one noticed her embarrassment, discreetly sighed and maneuvered the ship closer to the shore. However, her heart raced uncontrollably, failing to calm. Once the ship docked, She dashed to a wall, hugging her knees and murmuring names like Belmare and Nokigo. Suddenly, she seemed to recognize the island's true nature. Leaping to her feet, rushing inside to retrieve a map, comparing it to the island. In the next moment, it appeared she had pieced it all together, leaping off the ship and charging toward me. Meanwhile, I, along with Luffy and the others, found ourselves encircled by a bizarre amalgamation of creatures. Among them was a wild boar with a lioness mane, a serpent with a rabbit's head, and a self-proclaimed deity babbling from the sky. Upon seeing this peculiar scene, I was immediately aware of the situation and prepared to take action, only to be halted by Luffy. I explained that the so-called god was merely a charlatan. Enraged by my revelation, Luffy insisted on confronting the imposter himself. Fine, if he wished to engage, then so be it. I sensed Nami's imminent arrival and was eager to greet my darling, even if it meant enduring a beating. I transformed into a blazing inferno, swiftly racing to the forest's entrance. Nami was running towards me, and upon seeing my sudden appearance, she haughtily snorted, yet her pace quickened. She leaped before me, intending to vault over me. However, with a mischievous grin, I spread my arms wide and stepped forward, positioning myself to catch her. This person is utterly incorrigible. I could envision her thoughts, yet her body betrayed her. She willingly leaped into my embrace. I securely caught her, burying my face in her neck and inhaling her delightful fragrance. My deep and forceful breath caused her body to shiver, eliciting a soft, gentle sound from her. That sound sent me into a frenzy, prompting me to hold her even tighter. It seemed she too was affected by my actions, her breath becoming slightly erratic as her hands instinctively wrapped around my waist. Sensing the moment was ripe, I exhaled a warm breath, my lips gently kissing her fair neck, followed by a playful lick. Nami froze, her eyes glazing over. Another soft sound escaped her lips. I lost all restraint, my hands wandering unceremoniously, and my lips fervently pressed against her neck. With a sudden burst, she pushed me away. Both of us were breathless, our gazes intertwining in the air. After a few moments, Nami shyly lowered her head. I watched her, unable to suppress the smile tugging at my lips. "What are you laughing at? You silly." She playfully glared at me, though her tone held no ire. I refrained from further mischief and instead assertively took her hand, leading her deeper into the forest. As we walked, she excitedly shared her intentions, revealing that this place was the legendary Treasure Island. While I was aware of the truth regarding the treasure, I kept silent, feigning enthusiasm to accompany her in the adventure. The experience of treasure hunting with her was far more precious to me than any treasure itself. Along the way, any object that instilled fear in Nami, regardless of what it was reduced to ashes by my flames. However, my bravado encountered its first setback when faced with a giant stone resembling a human face. I exerted all my strength to incinerate the boulder into lava. Yet no matter how high I raised the temperature, I could not reduce the lava to ash. At that moment, I faced a setback, while Nami beside me laughed uncontrollably. Yet, a sense of seriousness enveloped me. My flames were ineffective against lava. Should I encounter a Kainu in the future? Nami, witnessing my struggle against the molten rock, couldn't contain her amusement, approaching me to wrap her arms around my own, pulling me away. "Forget it. My girlfriend is more important. If high temperatures want to do, I'll explore low-temperature flames later." I promptly dismissed the matter from my mind and happily accompanied Nami as we wandered through the primordial forest. We deliberately avoided Luffy and the others, ultimately discovering an empty treasure chest atop the mountain. Nami displayed no disappointment. Rather, she was immensely joyful. Unbeknownst to her, she had laughed more that day than in the entire past month. On the way back, she even requested to be carried back to the ship. Upon returning, we effortlessly resumed our usual dynamic. She retreated to her room to write in her diary, while I headed to the kitchen, determined to showcase my culinary skills and grant her a well-deserved break that evening. The next day, Usopp and Luffy managed to blast Zoro's former accomplices, Joseph and Johnny, onto the ship. As I walked from the stern to the deck, I witnessed Zoro greeting them. My mood soured, burdened by the lingering thoughts of the magma incident. I merely remarked to Zoro that the ship required repairs before retreating to my cabin. I wished to conceal my troubled expression from the crew, so when a knock echoed on my door, I promptly reverted to my usual demeanor. After assessing the situation and issuing commands, I directed the ship towards the floating restaurant. Bartai. Everything appeared unchanged, yet Nami perceptively sensed my unease, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Soon, a massive fish-shaped sailboat materialized before us. What a magnificent fish! Luffy and the others erupted with excitement, for it was indeed the floating restaurant, Bartai. As we prepared to approach, a naval warship sailed alongside us. A grotesque man with purple hair, dark skin, and a scarred face emerged, extending a fist reinforced with iron. "Hey, you nameless pirates over there? I am Lieutenant Hoppity of the Navy headquarters. Who is your captain? State your name." Just as Luffy was about to step forward, Usopp interjected. "I am Usopp." Luffy, dissatisfied, advanced another step. "The pirate flag is freshly made." Usopp cut him off once more. "I painted the pirate flag." Luffy's face turned a shade of green with frustration. The man scoffed. "Indeed, a bunch of nameless rascals." I had just exited my room and was taken aback by his words. Before I could react, Joseph and Johnny exploded, hurling a barrage of wanted posters at him. But he merely embraced a beautiful woman and ignored them, heading straight to the restaurant to dine. I seized Luffy by the face and scolded him fiercely. "Is this how you conduct yourself as captain? You've tarnished the reputation of our Straw Hat crew. If you cannot uphold this name, step aside, and I shall take over." Luffy, increasingly subdued by my reprimands, retorted, "Stop nagging. I know what to do." Just then, the naval warship opened fire. I pushed Luffy aside, declaring, "Allow me to demonstrate how to defend our crew's honor." As the words left my lips, I soared into the air and swatted the cannonball back with a single strike. With a resounding boom, the naval vessel was rendered incapacitated by half. But that was not the end. I addressed everyone on board. "Are you ready to ascend to the world stage?" Every crew member clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with combat spirit, none showing any signs of cowardice. "Excellent." I nodded in satisfaction, refocusing on the naval warship, and bellowed, "Flame Emperor." A torrent of flames erupted from my being, coalescing in midair into a colossal fiery emperor. In the next instant, I unleashed a punch from afar. Fire Fist. Two fire fists, one large and one small, obliterated that warship, leaving not even a trace of ash. Oh, Luffy and Usopp, in their foolishness, had stars in their eyes, repeatedly murmuring Flame Emperor. This move was primarily for show. It was merely an enlarged fire fist. Finally, I was on the verge of notoriety. As I descended gracefully, a shadow of anxiety flickered within me. The transformation of the Gomu Gomu fruit into the Nika fruit loomed over me like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Nami, perceptively attuned to my emotional fluctuations, quickly sensed my distress. She was displeased, angered by my concealment of the truth. Just as I regained my smile and prepared to invite everyone to dine, I noticed Nami clutching Arlong's wanted poster. My pupils dilated, the worry in my gaze impossible to mask. Upon seeing my expression, Nami's fury dissipated, but she shot me a fierce glare before turning away and heading toward Bartai. Confusion enveloped me, as I had no inkling of her reasons for being upset. The intricacies of a woman's heart are unfathomable. I hurriedly trailed behind her, scratching my head in vexation. Upon entering the restaurant, a fellow resembling a large-mouthed monkey approached us eagerly. I promptly said, 7 servings of the signature dish. Money is no object. I retrieved a stack of berries and a gold leaf, hoping to inquire about Hoppity's background. However, before I could extend my hand, a blonde-haired young man in a suit kicked the large-mouthed monkey away. It was none other than Sanji. In our establishment, every patron is treated like royalty. "Once you exit this door, you fend for yourselves," he declared. "Is that so? Thank you for the clarification." I was not irritated. I tossed him a cigar and pointed at Nami. "Say my girlfriend, isn't she lovely?" Sanji finally noticed Nami, instantly captivated, his cigarette falling from his mouth. I extended a finger, igniting a flame at its tip, and lit his cigar from afar. This display captivated the entire room. Sanji regained his composure, refraining from disturbing Nami, and merely bowed slightly before attending to Hoppity. Glancing down, I realized Nami had taken my hand at some point, her cheeks flushed, clearly delighted by my public declaration of affection. I was utterly bewildered. Had she not been angry moments ago? Yet, I thought it best that she was no longer upset. I quickly entwined my fingers with hers, gently swaying her small hand. As we dined, we watched Sanji deal with Hoppity. I occasionally cut pieces of meat and fed them to Nami, reveling in the joy of the moment. The others had long descended into ravenous feasting. But Luffy had sustained multiple bumps on his head from an earlier encounter with a large red rat attempting to steal our food, which I had swiftly dealt with. While wiping Nami's mouth, I inquired of Luffy, "Luffy, how does it taste?" With his mouth full, Luffy mumbled incoherently. I chuckled, suggesting, "Shall we invite that blonde fellow onto our ship?" Luffy nodded vigorously. "All right, you'll be responsible for inviting him, while I chat with his boss." Luffy readily agreed. Accustomed to my directives, he would avoid using his brain whenever possible. Do you recall the last time I mentioned Luffy? I instructed him to head east, and he would not dare venture west. He was remarkably obedient. I merely briefed Zoro to keep an eye on that naval officer, Hoppity, before ascending to find Zeph. In just a few words, I had persuaded Zeph, assuring him that if Kuro was foolish enough to arrive, we would handle it. Zeph, a shrewd man, recognized that we were not to be trifled with, chuckling insistently and insisting that I take Sanji with me to pursue his dreams. When I descended, I stood at the entrance, relishing the refreshing sea breeze as I awaited my hawk. Yet, Hoppity, lacking any sense of awareness, shouted, "You nameless rookies! Do you know who I am? I am Lieutenant Hoppity of the Navy headquarters." Before he could finish, Zoro swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke. I was at a loss for words. This was simply too mundane. I awaited my hawk, not to duel him, but to learn of his hockey techniques. I had prepared for this day for so long. By the way, Luffy and Kuro were embroiled in a fierce battle, and I shouted to Luffy, "Hurry up and finish him, don't demolish the place." Luffy's fight against Kuro was akin to an adult battling child. That golden armor shattered with a single punch. Kuro, a fierce adversary, managed to produce an explosive gun after taking a hit from Luffy, spinning in the air while delivering threats, only to be knocked down by Luffy once again. Having heeded my advice, Luffy denied him the opportunity to unleash his toxic gas, launching a rocket cannon that sent him flying. Noticing the trajectory was amiss, I hurriedly soared over to retrieve him. The demon, Ajin, soon met his demise. I observed Sanji engaged in combat, his prowess truly commendable. Even without mastering hockey, he could contend with steel using his legs. Once he acquires that skill, he shall undoubtedly soar to greater heights. This lad, Sanji, possesses quite the intriguing character. As I settled beside him, he offered me a cigarette, inquiring if I had come to extend an invitation. Naturally, I was not taken aback and replied, "Is that not permissible?" He took a puff and responded, "I am pleased by your invitation, yet I have compelling reasons to remain. Truth be told, observing you and that green-haired fellow, your strength is impressive." I was almost swayed. At that moment, Zoro was sharpening his sword, suddenly shivering. "However, I must apologize. Moreover, your girlfriend is truly beautiful." With that, he rose and departed. I uttered a thank you. After a brief pause, I added, "All of us share an impractical dream, and it is these dreams which the world derides, that have united us." I then took my leave. Unexpectedly, he called out to me, "Are you familiar with All Blue?" I turned back, but he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, confusion washed over me, and I found myself uncertain of my intentions. Initially, I merely wished to integrate into their circle, but now that I had succeeded, what lay ahead? I had no desire to become the world's greatest swordsman, nor to chart the seas, and certainly not to become the pirate king. As my gaze began to drift into emptiness, I suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura. My hawk had arrived. I quickly composed myself, executing a swift leap to seek out Zoro. I had previously instructed Luffy to deal with Kuro, so my hawk's arrival was to be expected. The narrative had not altered due to my presence. I approached Zoro with utmost seriousness and declared, "Zoro, can you feel that razor-sharp aura?" Zoro, with a grave expression, replied, Perhaps I continued, "Go forth. Test the fruits of your training since setting sail. Just do not perish." Zoro responded solemnly, "Do not worry. I shall not abandon ship here." He then stood valiantly on the battleground, prepared to confront my hawk. He witnessed my hawk cleave Kuro's massive ship in two, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet he did not falter, shouting, "My hawk, I set sail for you." My hawk merely cast a fleeting glance his way, asking, "For what purpose?" Zoro tore off his bandana, binding it to his forehead, and drew 3 swords, proclaiming, "The strongest." My hawk smirked disdainfully. What a foolish fellow. Zoro, undeterred, grinned and issued another challenge, his swords enveloped in haki, his gaze resolutely fixed upon my hawk. Oh, how intriguing. I did not anticipate encountering haki in this weakest of seas. My hawk, evidently taken aback, recalled Shanks, yet his sole desire now was to appraise this young swordsman's worth as he unsheathed his black blade. The act of drawing his sword transformed my hawk entirely. Un intangible aura érupté de forte. Zoro became even more solemn. After enduring my previous defeat, He had identified numerous flaws within himself and had been diligently improving. Today was the moment to validate his progress. He maximized his observation haki, crossed his arms around his swords, and bellowed, "Oni Giri." Then, he charged at Mihawk, 3 swords simultaneously aimed at his vulnerable points. He was brimming with confidence in this technique. Even if Mihawk evaded, he could swiftly recalibrate his stance. However, Mihawk effortlessly positioned Yoro before him, blocking Zoro's 3 swords. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound. Zoro's onigiri was instantly shattered. A shockwave erupted, sending ripples across the sea. Immediately after, Mihawk struck Zoro away as if he were hitting a baseball. What formidable strength! Zoro, Luffy, and I gasped in unison. Sanji and Zeph stood in stunned silence. Sanji, bewildered, pondered, what is haki? So that green-haired fellow is a pirate hunter? After being repelled, Zoro swiftly rolled to regain his balance, his feet firmly planted on the wooden deck, leaving a trail several meters long. His hands trembled, breath quickened, and he suddenly spat blood. Yet his eyes burned with a fierce resolve, his face filled with indignation. He could not accept that the gap between him and Mihawk was so vast. He had undoubtedly mastered the 2-color haki. He had diligently worked on his flaws, training day and night. So why was there still such a disparity? It seemed to him that Mihawk had not even utilized haki. He refused to accept it. Thoughts of Kuna flooded his mind, along with their vow. As Zoro appeared on the verge of losing his fighting spirit, Luffy and I called out urgently, "Zoro!" I truly did not anticipate that enhancing Zoro's strength beforehand would instead deliver a greater blow to his morale. "Zoro!" Luffy's voice echoed in Zoro's ears, and he suddenly snapped back to reality, kneeling on the ground and gasping for air. In that moment, he not only heard Kuna's voice, but also our calls. How could he fall here? Gritting his teeth, he roared and stood upright. Mihawk scrutinized Zoro intently, seeking to discern his thoughts. Why not surrender? Zoro clenched Wado Ikemonji. Struggling to respond, I don't know. I cannot say why. It just feels as if retreating even a single step here would obliterate the vows and promises I hold dear. Mihawk replied sternly, indeed. That is called defeat. Then I cannot retreat. Mihawk queried, are you willing to risk death? That suits me just fine. Mihawk's heart trembled. What unwavering resolve. Willing to die rather than accept defeat? How long has it been? A long-lost strong warrior. Boy, state your name. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro unleashed all his strength. It was also his final strength. He resolved to settle the score with Mihawk in a single blow, even if it cost him his life. Luffy and I recognized Zoro's determination, gritting our teeth, eager to witness this final confrontation in its entirety. At this juncture, I could no longer influence the outcome. Their exchange resembled that of my previous life. I hoped the conclusion would be the same. We clenched our teeth, eyes wide open, unblinking. What a splendid name. I shall extend the highest courtesy of a swordsman and use all my might to consign you to the depths of the sea. I am truly grateful. Zoro twirled his 2 swords and charged forth. 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Mihawk merely executed a simple attack. After a brief exchange, Zoro's 2 swords shattered, and a bloom of blood erupted from his chest. Ah, I have lost, utterly lost. He relinquished his broken sword, sheathed Wado Ikemonji, and turned to spread his arms wide, awaiting Mihawk to fulfill his promise. What do you mean by this? Mihawk inquired. The scars on my back signify a swordsman's disgrace. Zoro replied with a smile. Remarkable. Mihawk no longer hesitated, swinging Yoru, delivering a strike across Zoro's chest. Luffy and I could no longer contain ourselves, each rushing to Zoro's side. Fortunately, the battleground remained intact, and Zoro did not plunge into the sea. I quickly realized Zoro was still alive and hurriedly carried him back to Baratai for Zeph and Nami to attend urgently. Then, without looking back, I soared towards Mihawk. Shinyu, what are you doing? Nami exclaimed. No one knew that today I too would challenge Mihawk. At that moment, Zoro suddenly regained consciousness, drawing Wado Ikemonji, pointing it towards the heavens. Hey, Luffy. Chunyu, can you hear me? I remained silent, while Luffy excitedly sat on the ground. Zoro, I'm here. Have I worried you? If I do not become the world's greatest swordsman, you should be troubled, correct? Zoro spat out blood and continued, I will not lose again. Do you have any objections? Pirate King, do you have any objections? Hee, no objections. Zoro. Luffy raised his arms, shouting. Mihawk turned to us, commending, I appreciate your efforts in maintaining this battle. You are quite an impressive team. You possess a remarkable swordsman. Luffy leaped with joy. Nami had just finished bandaging Zoro, but upon seeing the bandages soaked in blood again, her face twisted in anger. She slapped Zoro across the face, and he immediately fainted, plunging the scene into silence. The bounty duo observed Nami's actions with trepidation, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, I called out to the departing Mihawk. As one of the warlords of the sea, I gazed steadfastly at him and declared my intention to challenge him. Mihawk responded nonchalantly, stating that he had had enough fun for the day and was heading back to sleep. I was not surprised by his response and pressed on, provoking him. You are the fearsome Mihawk, one of the warlords of the sea. Are you afraid of being defeated by an insignificant nobody like me? My words astonished everyone present. It was already a mercy from Mihawk to spare Zoro. Inciting him further could lead to my demise. Even Luffy was taken aback. Nami, terrified, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "What are you doing, Chunyu? I beg you come back. You could really die." Her sobs were heart-wrenching, her delicate frame trembling. Having witnessed Mihawk's incredible strength, even Nami, who held great faith in me, doubted my ability to prevail against him. Sanji dropped his cigarette in shock, unable to comprehend the actions of our Straw Hat crew. Did retreat mean certain death? Is life not the most precious thing? Surely, only by living can one have hope? Everyone, including Mihawk, failed to understand my motivations. The crew did not believe I was acting to defend Zoro's honor. Even if it were to uphold the dignity of our group, it made no sense. Surviving Zoro would undoubtedly astound the world, and we would bask in his glory. In truth, Zoro had already earned enough honor for our crew. In the eyes of Nami and the others, I seemed utterly strange today, completely unlike my usual calm self. Luffy, his smile fading, lowered his hat and gazed seriously at me, asking if I needed help. "No, Captain, you should go to Nami." Luffy nodded, remaining silent as he extended his hand and flew back. How intriguing. Mihawk's interest was piqued, but this did not mean the matter could simply be brushed aside. Provoking the dignity of a pirate crew was no trivial matter, even if that crew consisted of just one person. This was a choice I made after deep contemplation. I was uncertain of the power gap between Mihawk and myself. I knew that my actions could very well lead to my death at his hands. I also understood that even if I did not obtain the hockey mastery from Mihawk, I could acquire it from Carp on Water 7, or later from Rayleigh on Sabaody Archipelago. I could easily avoid this risk. However, since my arrival in this world, I have truly been happy. The time spent with Nami has been the most joyous of my life. As the pressure from the future intensified, my mind began to wander. In my previous life, I lived a mundane existence. Average achievements, average abilities, and an average upbringing. Despite this ordinariness, I found no happiness or fulfillment. It was not merely societal pressure. There was familial pressure as well. From a young age, I was compelled to engage in activities I had no passion for. Reluctantly attending elementary school, then middle school, finishing high school against my will, and ultimately selecting a major I did not like. Even so, I believed there was hope in life. I was convinced that education was important, and my parents had my best interests at heart. Yet, after graduation, my family insisted I pursue the job I least desired, simply because they deemed it stable. I considered ignoring my family's wishes and choosing a profession I loved. However, doing so would invite scorn from relatives and subtle insinuations from my parents. Since then, I lost all expectations for life and ceased to care about the work I once cherished. What I liked became irrelevant, but by a twist of fate, I found myself here. Initially reluctant, I soon discovered that everything I engaged in was what I loved, and I met someone I cherished. During this period, I felt content and truly happy. Even if I had miraculously won a substantial lottery before my car accident in my past life, I would not wish to return. I need not ponder how that money would be allocated. It would be used to purchase 2 apartments in the city where my family resides, one for me and one for my brother. The remaining funds would hardly suffice, just enough to save for a future bride's dowry. It is not that I am unwilling to assist my brother. On the contrary, we share a strong bond, and I would not mind buying him a house. Yet, even after purchasing a home for him, the leftover money would not be at my discretion. I would still be unable to choose a job I desired, unable to spend the money on what I love, and incapable of settling in a city I adore. Therefore, since I truly accepted the Straw Hat crew, my heart has been filled with joy. It feels as though this is the first time I have made a decision entirely for myself. Furthermore, I am surrounded by those I cherish aboard the ship. I long to protect all of this. Thus, mastering hockey is essential. The reason I acted today is that what if I cannot find Carp on the ship? In that case, I must go to Sabaody Archipelago. What if Luffy provokes a celestial dragon again, and the one who arrives is a kainu. What if Kuma cannot intervene in time? I would then lose this crew I hold dear and the one I love most. The more I ponder, the more afraid I become. If I succeed today, it will be a joyous occasion for all. But if I fail, I will be the only one to perish. After my death, Nami will be safe. Without my interference, Luffy would undoubtedly inherit the will of Joy Boy. As long as Luffy inherits this will, Nami will be secure. If by some stroke of luck I survive, I will certainly intervene. I do not care for Joy Boy. Just give me a little time, and I can burn through the heavens. I only wish for Luffy to pursue his original dream safely. I desire for everyone aboard to fulfill their aspirations. Besides, I currently have nothing else I wish to do. For now, I simply want to protect Nami and this crew. This aligns with my earlier thoughts, and I shall consider it my moment of indulgence. Have I not always sought freedom? Have I not longed to act on impulse? Today, I do this not only for the Straw Hat crew, but also for myself and for the future. My gaze grew more resolute as I faced Mihawk with fierce determination. Come on, Mihawk. Ha ha ha. How delightful. So very delightful. It is no wonder that Shanks often meanders through the East Blue. Mihawk laughed heartily. What an interesting crew. Boy, tell me, what is your true motive? Mihawk drew his long sword, performing a flourish, its sharp edge fixed upon me. I replied calmly, the mastery of haki. Mihawk's face showed astonishment. The weakest sea of the East Blue had someone capable of awakening haki on their own, which had caught his attention. That I even knew of haki mastery? The East Blue had not seen a noteworthy pirate in many years due to Carp's purging. Could it be the red-haired fellow? Mihawk glanced at Luffy. No, this did not align with that fellow's character. Mihawk abandoned his musings, intending to enjoy himself today. If I could bring him pleasure, then how would that not satisfy me? I could also repay Shanks with a favor and later request some fine wine. Let us see how he can refuse. Otherwise, I shall pay the price for my ignorance and recklessness. Mihawk's gaze towards me shifted again, causing those watching to feel as though their skin was being sliced. Luffy wore a grave expression, tightly holding on to Nami to prevent her from entering the fray. I acted decisively. My right hand formed a loose grip, and I unleashed my full power. Engaging Mihawk in a duel would be unlike any other. In terms of strength and speed, he surpassed me. Naturally, I could not foolishly reveal my abilities step by step. I launched my attack with all my might. With both hands clasped around Ouya, I bent my legs and leaned forward. Boom! My feet erupted with explosive force, propelling me forward. I must say, the infamous Ingen was rendered utterly speechless. Chunyu's East Wind Express, a move that guarantees success, had left the little mushroom utterly bewildered. Can you believe it, dear friends? That was a mushroom cloud. In the world of One Piece, can you fathom it? After the explosion, the entire Bartai nearly toppled over. Had it not been for Chunyu's last-minute effort to fend off the tsunami, not a single soul would have escaped. They would all have become fish food. And there stood that old rascal Ingen, his clothes reduced to rags, still pretending to be a master, insisting on going head-to-head with Chunyu. What was the outcome? Chunyu had him so flustered that not only did he fail to exact revenge, but he also inadvertently shared his insights on haki, making him the quintessential fool of 2025. Even more absurd, Chunyu, having gained the upper hand, feigned a near-death experience, leaving the Straw Hat crew in tears, especially Nami, who broke down sobbing. She showered Chunyu with playful punches, her adorable demeanor utterly heart-wrenching. However, Chunyu was quite the charmer. Once the battle concluded, he swiftly switched to flirtation mode. Right in front of everyone, he planted a passionate kiss on Nami, leaving her flustered and scurrying back to her room to hide. I can only say, Chunyu, you truly understand the essence of One Piece. In the end, Sanji was also thoroughly misled by Chunyu, who turned a simple dish of donpa pork into a revelation of life's meaning. Now he was completely conquered by Chunyu, almost ready to shout 666. I tell you, when Chunyu stepped through the door, the scene was nothing short of a festive celebration. A throng of chefs gathered around the table, the aroma of delectable dishes mingling with the scent of wine, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere. He relished this feeling, immediately squeezing in next to Nami and exclaiming, "Brothers, stop dawdling, let us dig in." Instantly, the room ignited with excitement as everyone eagerly began to feast. "Gentlemen, come taste my fish. It's unbelievably fresh. Get lost. My dish reigns supreme. Eat what I've prepared." The chefs, vying for attention, nearly broke into a brawl. In mere moments, Luffy devoured everything on his plate, only to rush over to Usopp for more. However, he was met with a face full of spicy pepper from Usopp, causing him to dash around like a headless chicken. In the chaos, he collided with Nami, who choked and teared up, coughing uncontrollably. At that moment, Chun Yu's expression darkened. He patted Nami's back to soothe her, and upon seeing she was recovering, he suddenly sprang up, snatched the butcher's knife from Sanji that had just been aimed at Luffy's neck, and pursued Luffy with fervor. The scene was utterly chaotic. Even more comical, Sanji, holding a plate of freshly cooked dompa pork, chased after Chunyu, insisting he must have a taste. Thus, a perfect loop was formed. Chunyu chasing Luffy, while Sanji pursued Chunyu. Unable to keep up, Sanji's frustration led him to pull out an axe, joining the chase while shouting, "You think you can order without eating?" Amidst the mayhem, Nami sat alone, and several chefs, seizing the opportunity, approached her with rosy cheeks, inviting her to a drinking contest. Initially hesitant, she decided to join in, seeing that Chunyu was preoccupied with his family education. However, the chef who had invited Nami barely had 2 drinks before his colleagues dragged him aside, warning him. They pointed at Chunyu, who was brandishing a knife, exclaiming in unison, "Do you dare provoke the brother's woman? You must be out of your mind." The chef instantly sobered up, drenched in cold sweat. Nearby, another chimed in, "Did you see? The straw hat who got chased was only because he bumped into the sister." Friends, you must understand, that chef turned pale, nearly ready to write a farewell letter to his parents. Meanwhile, our Nami had transformed into a goddess of wine, downing cup after cup, completely oblivious to the brother next to her contemplating what his last meal should be. Once Chunyu had dealt with Luffy, he remembered to appease the irate Sanji. After all, it was rude not to enjoy the dishes prepared with such care. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. The dompa pork was tender, flavorful, and rich without being greasy. He devoured plate after plate. Observing this reaction, Sanji beamed with pride, quickly presenting his newly developed braised salmon, ushering in a new era of braising, leaving Chun Yu's belly round and satisfied. Suddenly, Chun Yu's gaze sharpened, a murderous aura emanating as he fixed his stare on Nami. I tell you, with that intensity, Luffy could have stolen his pork belly, and he wouldn't have even noticed. Sanji followed his gaze, astonished to see the chefs and Nami getting tipsy, nearly ready to pledge brotherhood. Chunyu could not tolerate such disrespect. He shot forward, colliding with Usopp, who was singing, causing him to spin like a top. What followed were several swift punches, leaving the chefs dazed on the floor, each sporting a bump on their heads, muttering, "Chef, is this alcohol too potent? Did we buy counterfeit wine?" Sanji noticed that one of the fallen chefs was someone he typically clashed with, and seizing the moment, he delivered a few kicks, letting out a series of sinister laughs, seeking retribution. Before long, the table was cleared of dishes. Most of the guests had succumbed to intoxication, and Chunyu gently lifted the inebriated Nami, exchanging nods with Sanji as he returned to the Mary. I tell you, he closed the door with a thud behind him, and they did not emerge the entire night. Of course, the author insists that he was merely being virtuous, simply holding her while sleeping, maintaining a platonic conversation under the quilt. He staunchly adhered to that final line, remaining innocent. Yet in the end, he found himself ensnared by the weight of his responsibilities. The following morning, a piercing scream erupted from Nami's room, followed by a cacophony of slaps. When Nami finally exhausted herself, Chunyu, nursing a swollen head, hurried to explain, "I truly did nothing yesterday," to which Nami retorted, "Then why is your hand in my clothes?" Chunyu responded, "I am a man of principles." Nami shot back, "And explain how your hand ended up in my clothes?" Chunyu, defeated, lamented, "Do not blame brother for being wicked. Blame sister for being too adorable." And that was the end of that, for his head was too swollen, stuck in the door frame. In the dining hall, Sanji emerged pushing a cart laden with breakfast, eagerly awaiting praise for his new soup. Instead, he was met with unrelenting ridicule. Even the venerable Zeph, whom he respected greatly, finished and smashed his bowl, berating him for the abomination he had created. In a fit of rage, Sanji stormed out, only for Luffy and the others to sample a bowl and proclaim, "This is delicious." At that moment, the chefs finally revealed the truth. "Of course, we know it's delicious, but that guy doesn't belong here. He should pursue his all blue." "Alongside you," Zeph added, "young people should strive wholeheartedly to chase their dreams." I assure you, Sanji heard it all from outside. He sat there, feeling utterly defeated, lit a cigarette, and murmured, "Who will care for you if I leave, you old man?" Just then, Chunyu approached, offering him a cigarette, grandiosely stating, "Your eyes shine with the same light as Luffy's. You just haven't realized it yet." Sanji was taken aback, silent for a moment, before finally conceding, "Fine then. I'll entertain this motley crew. I shall assume the role of chef aboard your ship. If those who eat my cooking cannot achieve their dreams, then I have truly misjudged them." With that, Sanji leaned against the railing, gazing out at the sea, his entire demeanor transformed. The Straw Hat crew, chef position confirmed. At that moment, Zeph's gravelly voice echoed, "Sanji, don't catch a cold." In that singular moment, Sanji's composure shattered. He abruptly turned around, his head colliding with the ground with a resounding thud, as he cried out, "Jafu, old man, your immense kindness will forever be etched in my memory." Bang! Bang! 2 more thuds followed, his tears thoroughly soaking the deck. Even Jafu, the stoic figure, could no longer maintain his facade, shedding tears as he cursed. "Damn it, I shall be lonely." The entire kitchen staff of the restaurant was engulfed in tears. Farewells are invariably heart-wrenching. Sanji wiped away his tears and boarded the merry-go, waving until the ship sailed far away, until the sight of Bartai vanished. On board, Nami's emotions settled, and she playfully tugged at Chinyu's hand, saying, "I'm a bit tired and wish to rest. You are not allowed to disturb me." With that, she planted a kiss on Chinyu's cheek, skipping back to her room and locking the door behind her. Just as Sanji regained his composure, he noticed Chinyu's face darkening ominously. He hurriedly inquired about the matter. Chinyu forced a smile, instructing Sanji to gather Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp at the bow of the ship. Once everyone was assembled, Chinyu got straight to the point. "Do you all remember Arlong? That scoundrel with a bounty of 20 million, who brought our navigator to tears." He continued, "Since the day Nami saw the bounty poster, she has been in a daze. Last night, she dreamed of gathering 100 million to buy back the village." Usopp and Sanji, quick-witted, understood immediately. Zoro and Luffy fell silent after the explanation, Luffy's expression darkening. Nami was concealing something from them today. Chinyu's voice turned icy. "I suspect she wishes to handle this alone. Therefore, let us support her and allow her to try. However, if it comes to a desperate situation, even if I must storm Fishman Island, I will slice that fish into pieces." The murderous intent in his gaze was palpable. Then, Chinyu made a significant decision. He looked at Joseph and Johnny. "Would you two like to join us in the New World? Do you wish to grow stronger?" The 2 brothers exchanged glances, pledging their loyalty on the spot. "Big brother, we are willing, even if it means doing menial tasks." "Excellent." Chinyu, in his capacity as first mate, formally welcomed them aboard. He then turned to Sanji, his gaze conveying unspoken words. Sanji inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. "You bastard. Who do you look down upon?" "Understood." The mode of collective ambition was now activated. Chinyu declared, "Zoro comprehended haki in just 2 days. Sanji, what about you?" This provocation ignited Sanji's fighting spirit in an instant. This was precisely the reaction Chinyu desired. Without their daily banter, where would the competitive atmosphere arise? Afterward, Chinyu began to study the haki manual provided by Mihawk. I must say, Mihawk truly held nothing back. The guidance from mobilizing to refining and finally applying haki was laid out with crystal clarity. Chinyu, already capable of utilizing haki, grasped it effortlessly. He extended his right hand, which instantly transformed into a deep black, shimmering with silver light. He was no longer the 3-second man, he exclaimed in excitement. Now, when facing Mihawk again, although he still could not defeat him, he would certainly leave his opponent in a more disheveled state. Chinyu sighed in relief, and upon looking up, he spotted a small island emerging on the horizon. He rose and knocked on Nami's door. When the door opened, Nami's haggard appearance shattered his heart. After merely half a day apart, she seemed utterly transformed. Without uttering a word, Chinyu gently cradled her face and kissed her fervently, conveying the message, "Do not fear. We are here for you. If you ever feel wronged, make sure to return to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and everyone else stood up in unison, resembling a line of bodyguards. Nami could no longer hold back her tears. With a smile, she murmured an acknowledgement, shouldering a large bag as she left the ship without looking back. At the bow, Chunyu and Luffy stood side by side, enveloped in silence for a long while. Chunyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware of the future that awaited them. Ace would die. The Marineford War would erupt. These thoughts weighed heavily upon him. He often felt like a time traveler burdened with the responsibility to avert all dangers. He asked Luffy, "What will we do if we encounter an enemy we cannot defeat in the future?" Without hesitation, Luffy adjusted his straw hat, asserting, "Then we will become stronger. Even stronger than them." In that simple response, Chinyu suddenly found clarity. He recognized the difference between himself and Luffy. He had always tried to shoulder everything alone, meticulously planning a flawless route for everyone, which ultimately left him feeling like a caretaker, filled with anxiety. In contrast, Luffy never overcomplicated matters. He simply believed in his comrades. When faced with challenges, they would tackle them together. That was the best contingency plan. If he could not fully trust his friends, why should he expect Nami to rely on them for everything? Having realized this, Chunyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief and smiled radiantly. Living in the present was far more important than anything else. He cheerfully said to Luffy, "Once Nami's situation is resolved, we will head to the Grand Line. We will have both a ship doctor and a musician." Meanwhile, Nami returned home. Gazing at the treasure she had hidden in the orange grove, an entire 100 million, and finally sighed in relief. "Belmare, no Jiko, we can finally rid ourselves of Arlong," she murmured beneath the shade of a tree. After 8 long years, she had finally achieved her goal. Armed with the money and her 3-section staff, she marched directly towards Arlong Park. As she made her way, the villagers saw her and hurriedly shut their doors and windows, avoiding her like a plague. Nami had long since grown accustomed to this. She said nothing and continued forward. After she left, the villagers seized their hoes, filled with righteous indignation, clearly ready to fight. Nami pushed open the gates of Arlong Park, coldly regarding Arlong on his throne. "Did you not claim to be a man of your word? I have gathered the money. Now sell the village to me." Arlong initially appeared shocked, then erupted into wild laughter. Casting his gaze towards the distant sea, he said to Nami, "I, Arlong, keep my promises. You go prepare, and tomorrow I will bring the money." Nami, believing him, turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, the entire Arlong Park erupted in a deafening, conspiratorial laughter. That night, Nami was awakened by strange noises. She dashed out of her room, only to find several Marines rummaging through her orange grove. Leading them was a mouse-like captain, who, stroking his beard, mockingly proclaimed, "We have received reports that the little thief Nami has stolen 100 million. If you surrender the stolen goods, we, the Marines, will not trouble you." Fuming with anger, Nami trembled. 100 million? How do you know about it? Why would you ignore the pirate Arlong and come after a petty thief like me? Do you not feel ashamed? The mouse captain paid her no mind, merely sneering, "Little girl, do you intend to obstruct the Marines in their duties?" In that moment, Nami comprehended everything. The so-called righteous Marines had long since colluded with Arlong, a nest of snakes and rats. Just then, Nami suddenly sensed someone intruding into her precious orange grove. Her eyes widened in shock, and she swung her staff, sending one Marine flying. However, the odds were against her. At the captain's command, all the Marines charged into the orange grove, overwhelming Nami. With a loud thud, the sound of shovel striking a wooden box echoed, a sound more grating than nails on a chalkboard. The mouse captain, filled with excitement, seized the shovel and began digging. As she watched her hard-earned savings of 8 years about to be taken by these rascals, Nami completely broke down, collapsing to the ground, her expression vacant. Yet mere seconds later, her vacant gaze ignited with hatred. She despised Arlong's betrayal, loathed the Marines for their collusion, and even detested the tattoo of the Arlong pirates emblazoned on her shoulder. Who could understand the despair of such utter betrayal from her family? In a frenzy, she drew a dagger, stabbing at the tattoo on her shoulder with reckless abandon. But after a few strikes, she suddenly halted, dropping the dagger and clutching her shoulder as she walked towards the sea. She remembered that she was not alone. She still had her comrades. At that moment, we were all sitting by the shore. Chunyu, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp, when in unison, all 4 of us opened our eyes wide. A chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from Chunyu, leaving Sanji beside him utterly flabbergasted. In a moment of desperation, he lit a cigarette, yet the lighter refused to spark, his demeanor striving for calm. He was acutely aware that these 4 formidable beings, adept in Kenbunchika haki, had surely sensed something amiss. Nami approached step by step, and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Chunyu intensified with each stride. When Nami finally stood before him, he rose and enveloped her in a fierce embrace, his voice taut. "Release your hand, let me see." As soon as Nami returned to our side, she relaxed, stifling her pain as she opened her palm. In the next instant, Chunyu's killing intent escalated to a terrifying degree, a regal aura bursting forth from him, causing the 2 sword-wielding subordinates, Johnny and Joseph, to roll their eyes and faint. Strangely, Nami remained unscathed, aware only that Chunyu was genuinely furious, his eyes bloodshot, fists trembling. She hurriedly cradled his clenched hand, fearing he might explode with rage. Chunyu took a deep breath, forcing a grimace that was more painful than tears, and inquired, "Who is it? What has happened?" Nami could no longer hold back, recounting everything that transpired from beginning to end. Upon hearing her tale, our faces darkened, veins prominent on our necks, fists creaking with tension. In truth, Chunyu had longed to charge in, but he knew he must restrain himself. He understood that at this moment, he had to embody the role of the vice captain first, and then that of a boyfriend. More perspective. He intended to make it clear to everyone that our assistance to Nami was not solely because she was Chunyu's girlfriend, but rather because she was our navigator from the Straw Hat crew. His aspirations were remarkably simple: to care for Nami until everyone's dreams were realized, at which point he would whisk her away to a life of seclusion. Whoever dared to obstruct him, be it a mere minion or a captain, he would deal with them mercilessly. As we teetered on the brink of unleashing our fury, Chunyu no longer hesitated. He waved his hand, summoning a cloud of flames that lifted us all towards the village in an instant. The villagers had just learned the truth from Nuo Chigao and were arming themselves with hoes and sickles, preparing to confront Arlong when they were startled by our sudden descent. Nami quickly introduced us, and without further ado, Chunyu instructed the village doctor to tend to Nami's wounds. Then he turned to Sanji with a smile and asked, "Sanji, can we eat the fishmen?" While he posed the question, he deftly lit Sanji's cigarette. If it weren't for the throbbing veins on his forehead, we might have truly believed he was no longer angry. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette and calmly replied, "This type of muscular fish can be sliced thin and served chilled with soy sauce and wasabi or braised. Stir-frying is out of the question. It's too tough and sinewy." I wondered how he possessed such knowledge. Oh, it turned out that he had studied them after being provoked by a few foolish fishmen while waiting for Nami. As we conversed, we collided head-on with Captain Mouse, accompanied by a troop of Navy soldiers, laden with bags as they prepared to flee. Upon spotting us, especially Nami, Mouse immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Yet he remained unfazed, boasting, "Little thief. The Navy has spared you once, and you dare to return? Do you wish to oppose the world government?" The villagers, unable to contain their fury after 8 long years, brandished their weapons, ready to charge. Mouse trembled in fear, calculating his retreat with plans to crush this place upon his return. Uncle A. Jian from the village bellowed, "It is time for revenge." Chunyu raised his hand to stop him. "Uncle will handle this." He stepped forward, standing face to face with Mouse, not even glancing at him, and addressed us. "This person is mine. You can divide those from Arlong Park. Is that acceptable?" Luffy and the others had no objections. Mouse trembled with rage, nearly poking Chunyu's face with his finger. "You lowly pirate. Do you know who I am?" Chunyu cast a disinterested glance at him. "Who?" Mouse continued to rant. "If you hand over Nami and these rabble, I will ensure your safety." Nami's sister, Nuo Chigao, swiftly stepped in front of Nami, only to be pulled back by Nami, who playfully retorted, "They wouldn't dare." Chunyu eyed Mouse's finger with a smile. "I believe I mentioned that I dislike being pointed at, did I not?" He then muttered to himself, "Alas, who knew I was so inclined to help others?" As soon as the words left his lips, several fiery ropes appeared out of thin air, binding Mouse in his accusatory pose. Then, Chunyu extended a finger, a small flame flickering to life at its tip, and began roasting Mouse's finger. He even kindly covered Mouse's mouth with his other hand. I must tell you, the scene was quite something. Mouse writhed in pain, tears streaming as he could only emit muffled moos, reminiscent of a distressed cow. Chunyu watched as Mouse's finger transformed from swollen to charred, finding it insufficiently satisfying. So he moved on to another finger. After scorching 4 fingers, Mouse promptly fainted. Chunyu, with a look of disdain, found the encounter disappointingly easy. With a swift motion, he incinerated both Mouse and his lackeys to ashes. The villagers erupted in thunderous cheers upon witnessing this decisive victory. After vanquishing this band of scoundrels, Chunyu led us straight to Arlong Park. This time, we did not bring the villagers with us. Upon arrival, Luffy smashed the door with a single punch, and we all rushed inside. Chunyu was even more ruthless. With a flick of his finger, a rain of fire swords descended, instantly eliminating all but a few officers. As for him, he had no interest in fighting. Instead, he made a beeline for Nami's room on the top floor. Below, Arlong, upon spotting us, was enraged, shouting at Nami, "How dare you betray us for these inferior beings?" Luffy, hearing this, was jolted into action, recalling Chunyu's warning. If you allow Arlong to utter a single word that displeases Nami, You won't have meat for 3 days. In that instant, Luffy unleashed a hockey-imbued rocket punch, sending Arlong reeling with blood spewing from his mouth. Zoro was even fiercer, executing a three-sword-style whirlwind that swiftly dispatched the octopus, though he himself collapsed against the wall, succumbing to his injuries. Meanwhile, Chinyu had reached the door to Nami's room, the doorknob stained with dried blood. He suppressed his rage as he pushed the door open, the metal handle he gripped melting into molten iron in an instant. Upon entering, he was met with a room cluttered with heaps of nautical charts, the pen on the table spattered with blood. Creating nautical charts was supposed to be Nami's greatest passion. Yet here it was a source of torment. I must tell you, Chinyu exploded with fury. A wave of heat surged from the room, azure flames consuming everything in their path, turning charts and furniture to ash. Unsatisfied, he soared into the air, unleashing a cataclysmic azure fire punch that melted the entire Arlong Park castle into molten rock. To hell with the treasure. Nami, witnessing it all from outside, was already in tears, calling Chunyu's name repeatedly, clutching her mouth. Hearing her cries, Chinyu instantly appeared by her side, and Nami threw herself into his arms, holding on tightly. Elsewhere, Usopp was engaged in a battle with the protruding-jawed fishman. Chinyu urged him to confront him head-on, while Usopp skillfully maneuvered around the pool, employing lead bullets, spicy stars, and alcohol stars to torment the fishman, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow that knocked him out. However, Usopp refrained from delivering a fatal strike, prompting Chinyu to draw a 40-meter blade and hold it to his neck, compelling him to deliver the final blow to the fishman, stating, "This is the bravery you must endure as a warrior of the sea." Sanji, having dealt with his opponent, was relegated to a corner, smoking a cigarette due to the delay. Once we had thoroughly eradicated the Arlong pirates, the tardy villagers, witnessing the devastation, were overcome with joy and tears. The following day, we celebrated with a feast in the village, and the world erupted with excitement over our triumph. Meanwhile, the elderly officials at the Navy headquarters convened an urgent meeting, prepared with presentations, to analyze the threat posed by the Straw Hat crew, particularly singling out Luffy, Zoro, and especially Chunyu, who had matched swords with Mihawk, as grave concerns. In a final attempt to sow discord, they devised a particularly audacious scheme. Chinyu placed a bounty of 90 million, Captain Luffy 60 million, Zoro 45 million, Sanji 30 million, and both Nami and Usopp 20 million each. The most outrageous part? Johnny and Joseph, simply because Chunyu referred to them as the Sword God duo, each received a bounty of 17 million. It truly exemplified a leader who heeds advice. Of course, we were oblivious to all this, as the banquet lasted 3 full days. Luffy yearned for meat, Sanji for beauty, and Zoro for sake, all wishing to linger a little longer. Ultimately, it was Nami who expressed her desire to bid farewell to everyone, prompting Chunyu to acquiesce. Chunyu remarked, "Then what is there to deliberate?" 3 days later, we were finally set to depart. On the shore, the villagers gazed at the Mary, their eyes fixed on the pile of wallets at Nami's feet, their frustration palpable. Yet their lips couldn't help but curl into smiles. Amid a chorus of farewells urging us to return home often, Nami raised her arm high, joyfully waving goodbye to her family on the shore. Just as Nami was reluctantly parting from everyone, brother Ajien on the shore suddenly shouted towards me, exclaiming, "Hey kid, remember our agreement?" I solemnly waved back, assuring him, "Absolutely. You can rest easy." Upon hearing this, Nami's little head tilted immediately, her mischievous eyes twinkling, and I recognized that trouble was imminent. Sure enough, without a word, she yanked me back to the cabin and slammed the door shut. Once inside, she remained silent, pouting with her cheeks puffed out, her large eyes fixed on me. No one understands, but this tactic of hers is my ultimate nemesis. She had figured it out, knowing that I could never withstand her charms. The moment she adopted this demeanor, I found myself compelled to acquiesce to any request. I thought to myself, this cannot stand. I must not allow her to speak first. I immediately interjected, "Uncle Ajien and I have already discussed this. We've done what we needed to do, and all that's left is to put the wedding on the agenda." After saying this, I shrugged nonchalantly, with an air of indifference. Women, do they think their ability to be coy is impressive? I simply refused to give her the opportunity to retaliate. Nami was momentarily speechless, stuttering while pointing at me, her face flushing a deep crimson as she stammered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who has done what they needed to do with you?" Seeing her flustered and distressed state, I couldn't help but be entertained. I promptly tucked my hand behind my back, tilted my head, and took a step closer to her. As my handsome face loomed nearer, Nami grew increasingly anxious, unsure where to place her hands. Now fidgeting with her clothing and nervously intertwining her fingers, her lively eyes filled with confusion. I cornered her against the wall, but I refrained from employing any cliched moves. Instead, I extended my right hand, delicately tracing my fingers from her chin to her earlobe, giving it a gentle pinch like a pair of scissors. In an instant, her already rosy earlobe turned a brilliant shade of red, resembling ripe fruit, as her eyes fluttered shut in nervousness, her long eyelashes quivering incessantly. Seeing this, I thought it wise to stoke the flames further. I leaned down and softly blew a breath of cool air against her neck. She let out a tiny gasp, her entire body melting in response. I quickly leaned in closer, whispering in that bubbly tone, "So, what do you think we have yet to do?" At this point, Nami turned into a fully ripened peach, her face glowing with embarrassment. Just as I was enjoying her reaction and prepared to tease her further, she, overwhelmed with shame and indignation, raised her small fists and landed 2 swift punches on my head, before flinging open the door and kicking me out. Outside, Sanji, who had been moping over Nami, witnessed my predicament and instantly perked up, reveling in my misfortune. I was already regretting my earlier antics, and now he was mocking me? How could I endure this? I immediately covered my mouth, feigning innocence as I lamented, "Ouch, Nami just kissed me and bit my tongue. Do you think I've angered her?" Sanji was left utterly speechless, his expression akin to that of a CPU overheating. He didn't utter a word, wandering off in a daze, retreating to a corner of the deck to slap himself awake. Observing his miserable state, I too knelt down and began to chastise myself. What had I done in that room? What had I missed? The more I pondered, the more I regretted it, and I could only draw circles on the ground in despair. However, what were these minor setbacks? I would dare again next time. Reviving myself, I stealthily approached Sanji, hands in pockets, bending down to observe him, and began to stoke the fire. "Hey Sanji, that guy Zoro mastered haki in 2 days. Today, I'm preparing to teach him the techniques of haki operation." I intentionally elongated my tone. "For days have passed. What about your haki progress?" I recall someone claiming it could be completed in just 2 days. Who could that be? No sooner had I spoken than Sanji's despondency was replaced with fury and competitiveness, as if he had been rebooted. I marveled inwardly, realizing that indeed, Zoro was his true love, while the rest of us were merely side dishes. I had successfully struck a nerve. Having dealt with Sanji, I summoned Usopp, Nami, Luffy, and Zoro, announcing, "Today, I shall impart the knowledge of haki operation." Usopp and Nami had already grasped observation haki, so I explained the theory to them, encouraging them to explore the application of armament haki. Especially Nami, I sensed she had recently become extraordinarily formidable. When she aimed to strike me, she could effortlessly leave me bruised. As for Luffy and Zoro, conversing with them about theory was akin to speaking to a brick wall. For those two, the approach was simple, a good thrashing. I taught them the foundational applications of haki, followed by a thorough beating, after which I instructed them on how to channel their haki, what it should feel like, and how to exert force, finally reinforcing the lesson with another round of blows. Remarkably, this method proved effective. They either learned it on the spot or suddenly utilized it days later. It was immensely gratifying to have a license to strike. After instructing them, I made my way back to Sanji for some added mischief. "Hey Sanji, Zoro has mastered the haki operation technique." With that, I slipped away, fully aware that he would now be invigorated. With everything arranged, I reclined alone on the deck, basking in the sun, observing Luffy idly fishing, and I fell into contemplation. Could it be that I am truly an extraordinary teaching prodigy? Luffy even had the leisure to fish. It seems I am indeed a master educator. Content. I close my eyes. You ask why Nami was accompanying me? Ah, yes. Is it merely that she has longer legs, fairer skin, a more appealing figure, and a prettier face? The day is still young. I, Chunyu, am made of iron. Thus, we sailed for several hours, arriving at Rogtown. Meanwhile, the sea had already erupted with commotion due to our presence. Switching scenes, aboard the red-haired pirate crew as ship. Vice Captain Ben Beckman flicked a coin into the air and retrieved a newspaper from the messenger seagull. However, the seagull refused to leave, continuing to squawk, prompting Beckman to understand that the payment was insufficient and that the newspaper contained significant news. He added more money and opened the newspaper, revealing a stack of wanted posters. As a seasoned veteran, he immediately recognized the order of the wanted posters. The Navy had placed my wanted poster at the top, even surpassing Captain Luffy's bounty. The intentions of the Navy were evident, seeking to sow discord. However, employing such tactics against Luffy was a futile endeavor. When Beckman spotted the words East Blue Straw Hat Kid, even his calm demeanor was shattered, and he became visibly excited. The others on the ship couldn't help but be intrigued by his reaction. The hefty Frankie approached, gnawing on a large meat leg, inquiring Beckman, "What's got you so worked up?" "It's here. It's finally here." Beckman disregarded him, rushing into Shank's cabin with the newspaper in hand. Meanwhile, the sharpshooter Jesus Burgess, with keen eyes, noticed the wanted posters on the ground and casually flipped through them. Upon reaching the second poster, he spotted a cheerful young man wearing a straw hat, exclaiming in excitement, "Hey, it's here, it's really here." Locky Lou was on the verge of madness. "You bunch of scoundrels. All you do is shout, 'Here it comes, here it comes.'" He snatched the wanted poster and, upon seeing Luffy's face, his pupils trembled in shock, emitting a shrill scream that was utterly incongruous with his physique. "Holy moly. It's here, it's really here." No sooner had he spoken than Beckman and Shanks burst out of the room. Red-haired Shanks seized the wanted poster and, gazing at Luffy's image, broke into a joyous laugh. "This kid looks quite pleased. A first bounty of 60 million. He truly is someone I have my eye on. Ahaha." Beckman, far more reliable than his captain, picked up the remaining wanted posters one by one. "Fire Fist Chinyu? 90 million Barry? Vice Captain?" He furrowed his brow, instantly seeing through the Navy's deceptive ploy to incite conflict between them and Whitebeard. Yet he still muttered, "His first bounty surpasses Luffy's. This lad possesses considerable strength, worthy of attention." When he turned to Usopp's poster, the previously calm Beckman lost his composure again, yelling at Jesus Burgess. "Jesus Burgess! Usopp! It's your son, Usopp!" Jesus Burgess jumped up with a cry, snatching the wanted poster and gazing at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to his wife, his eyes instantly reddening. He fought back tears, exclaiming with excitement, "Well done, lad. You set sail. That's right. A man should do as he wishes. Go pursue your dreams." Upon witnessing this, Shanks waved his hand grandly. "You lot, prepare a feast. In celebration of Luffy setting sail, let us revel for 3 days straight. We shan't leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Across the world, in Windmill Village, glasses were raised in toast. At Zoro's dojo, his younger disciples clamored about becoming pirates, while Master Kung Shiro gazed into the distance with a look of contentment. In the village of Kokoyashi, a Jien hung Nami's wanted poster prominently on the wall, cursing the Navy for their excess while grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, our group, the very center of this storm, remained blissfully unaware. As soon as we disembarked, I began distributing funds. Luffy received 500,000 for meat, Usopp 210,000 for gear, and the others received 100,000 each. Finally, my gaze locked on Zoro. "Zoro, do you wish to acquire a new sword?" I coaxed. "The 2 rusty blades you possess can hardly keep up with you. I hear there's a fine sword on this island, called Sandai Kitetsu. Shall we procure it?" Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes narrowed with understanding. She knew all too well that I had ulterior motives. Zoro hesitated, "But I only have 100,000. I merely asked if you wanted it." "Money? I can lend you some." My expression remained unflinching. "Quickly lend it to me. I'll pay you back." Zoro was clearly hooked. "Very well. I'll lend you 1 million. However, regardless of how much you spend, you must agree to 3 conditions. Rest assured, I shall not violate your bottom line. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return." Nami, observing from the side, wore an expression of I knew it. For this was the side of me she had come to recognize: no rabbit, no hawk. Zoro pondered for a long while before ultimately agreeing. As he walked away with the money, he grew increasingly uneasy. Yet Zoro had a good habit. When puzzled, he simply ceased to ponder. After all, he couldn't even discern the path, so he would just follow his instincts. I watched his retreating figure, my heart brimming with delight. 3 conditions. How should I play this out? Then Nami approached with a sly glimmer in her eyes. "I also want 1 million. Otherwise, I'll tell Zoro to borrow from me." I want to accept any conditions from him. I was momentarily speechless. This woman was insatiably greedy. But what could I do? I indulged her. I handed her 3 million, cupping her face and planting a firm kiss on her forehead. "Here's 3 million. Spend it freely. And when it's gone, come back for more." Having received such windfall, Nami naturally understood the importance of sustainability. She rose on her tiptoes and kissed me lightly on the lips before bouncing off to do her shopping. None of us had seen the wanted posters, so we remained oblivious to our newfound fame, strolling confidently through the streets. As for me, I trailed behind Nami discreetly, taking the opportunity to procure some attire for myself. Zoro, on the other hand, was exceptionally fortunate. After aiding a bespectacled girl, Dazuki, in a predicament, they bantered all the way to a weapon shop, where he managed to acquire the legendary sword Sandai Kitetsu for a mere 50,000, with the owner even gifting him a snow walk. Usopp also stumbled upon his fortune in pursuit of a pair of goggles. He faced off against a bounty hunter named Dottie. The current Usopp was no longer the timid character of old. After learning the hockey technique from me, he had mastered the armament hockey. He engaged in a long-range shooting contest against his opponent, easily winning with a slingshot infused with armament hockey, thereby earning respect. As for me, I donned a deep blue pinstriped suit, adorned with sunglasses, and had cropped my hair, presenting a polished and competent appearance. I confidently seated myself outside a clothing store, casually crossing my legs as I read a freshly purchased newspaper. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Navy is truly cunning, I mused, glancing at my wanted poster. FruitUser? It appears they have miscalculated. I entered the clothing store to find Nami, but after searching thoroughly, I finally used my observation hockey and was taken aback to discover her in the men's section. Goodness, it seemed fortune had finally smiled upon me. My heart swelled with joy as I strode over with a swagger. I saw Nami holding two suits, her eyes fixated on a black one, her expression one of inner conflict. I quickly realized she wished to purchase it for me, but lacked sufficient funds to afford an extra outfit for me. She was even willing to return the clothes she had selected for herself. My heart felt as though it had been struck hard. How could I allow her to suffer such indignity? Without hesitation, I strode outside, tossing a bag of gold coins onto the counter, and placed my hand on her shoulder. Dear lady, I shall cover all your expenses, including the clothes you just returned. Wrap them all up for me. Then, I deliberately altered my voice, adopting a tone she had never heard before. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner, fair lady? Nami first froze, instinctively reaching for her 3-section staff at her waist. However, upon sensing my presence with her hockey, she stood there dumbfounded, her heart swelling with sweetness. Yet, she decided to teach this stalker a lesson. She turned to me, adopting a particularly alluring pose. Thank you for your kindness, but my boyfriend may be nearby. If he weren't, I wouldn't mind dining with you. Upon hearing those words, I was instantly incensed. What? Say that again, you girl. I spun her around to face me, only to find her eyes sparkling with mischief. Suddenly, I understood. She had recognized me long ago. Was I angry? No. As I observed her teasing demeanor, I raised my hand and delivered a solid slap to her pert rear. Smack! The sound echoed crisply. Everyone in the clothing store turned to look. I could feel the envious glances of the men around me, and in that moment, I felt as though I were a victorious rooster, my chin held high with pride. Nami was momentarily stunned by my slap, her face flushing crimson. She had intended to explode with anger, but upon seeing my childishly triumphant expression and the surrounding gazes, her fury dissipated. With a resigned shake of her head and a sigh, she accepted the reality that her man would have to be spoiled by her. Then, she led the way out of that place of gossip, dragging along my large bags. We entered a high-end restaurant, and I still hadn't lowered my proud chin. Nami, observing my childish demeanor, could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter that rang like silver bells, instantly drawing the attention of the entire restaurant and compelling me to lower my noble head. At that moment, a blond young man at the adjacent table beckoned to the waiter, whispering a few instructions. The waiter nodded eagerly, stealing glances at Nami, before hastily departing. Soon after, a woman with cherry-red hair stepped into the restaurant, and her mere presence silenced the entire establishment. Goodness, Nami and I exchanged curious glances. Who was this divine being making her entrance? My dear friend, I, along with Nami, gazed over in curiosity, pondering which divine figure had made their entrance. I must confess, an ominous feeling washed over me at that moment. To get straight to the point, Nami, who is indeed my own self, sensed that this pink-haired maiden possessed a rank even higher than that of Chunyu. Yet, I feigned calmness, refraining from any rash actions. After all, that fellow Chunyu had already fallen under her spell. I contemplated the 36 stratagems, deciding that retreat was the best course of action. I needed to find Zoro, that green-haired savior, urgently. However, therein lay the dilemma of how to escape. Suddenly, inspiration struck me. I decided to adopt a pitiful demeanor, casting a discreet glance at the pink-haired beauty. Lo and behold, her gaze mirrored that of a mirror. In that instant, I realized This was undoubtedly a peculiar ability that allowed others to perceive her as me. As expected, Chun Yu's expression transformed, nearly inscribing "I love you" upon his face. Just as I was pondering my escape, a golden-haired aristocrat emerged, accompanied by a band and adorned with flowers, ostentatiously flaunting his elegance. How refined and dashing he appeared. The surrounding admirers were nearly drooling. How absurd. In the year 2025, we still have such pretentious nobles? That golden-haired fellow was indeed a curious character. His gaze flitting between me and the pink-haired maiden, likely contemplating his choice for the evening. Ultimately, he seemed to settle on the pink-haired beauty, undoubtedly a rare gem yet to be discovered. I couldn't help but chuckle, for this golden-haired chap was blissfully unaware of the impending disaster about to befall him. As anticipated, Chun Yu exploded with rage. You see, in Chun Yu's eyes, that pink-haired maiden was none other than me. How dare a mere noble covet my woman? Chun Yu, with his icy glare, approached the golden-haired aristocrat, his eyes threatening to freeze him solid. Then, with a swift motion, Chun Yu seized the golden-haired fellow by the neck. Lifting him effortlessly, the golden-haired man was left bewildered, thrashing about, his face turning as red as a liver. Even more amusing was the fact that the golden-haired man's lackey dared to threaten Chun Yu. You're in trouble now. Good heavens, do these pretentious fools possess no awareness? Without uttering a word, Chun Yu delivered a punch to the golden-haired man's abdomen, sending him flying. Then, Chun Yu turned his attention to the golden-haired lackey. I assure you, that scene was nothing short of epic. It was utterly outrageous. The opening act was a royal flush. Chun Yu soared above the Navy headquarters, bellowing downwards. Smoker, you have some nerve. I was present at that moment, utterly bewildered by his audacity. What was he planning? Without hesitation, Chun Yu pointed an accusatory finger at Smoker, declaring, as a Marine colonel, how dare you abduct a civilian woman? Return my woman. Smoker was left dumbfounded, a colossal question mark materializing above his head. Who could fathom that pirates had begun to play the victim? Allow me to clarify this situation. Prior to the confrontation between Chun Yu and Smoker, the pink-haired woman, the so-called vice captain, was furiously stomping her feet, her chest heaving, leaving the nearby muscular subordinate utterly entranced, nearly drooling. Just as this infatuated fellow attempted to approach her with concern, Chun Yu's unyielding voice cut through the air. Shut your mouth. He further instructed, do not utter my name. The woman's icy gaze made the muscular man immediately cower, obediently bowing his head and acknowledging her as vice captain. Clearly, she was a formidable character, warning the muscular man that Chun Yu was the one designated by the captain, and she dared not lay a finger on him. With that, she delivered a swift kick, deforming the iron platform beneath her, and vanished in an instant, leaving the muscular man with a face as dark as a pot's bottom, muttering, Chun Yu, is it? I'll remember that. Meanwhile, Nami was in a frenzy, scouring the world for Zoro, only to eventually locate him in a restaurant. To her dismay, she found Luffy there, indulging in food, while Zoro wore a grim expression. Just as Nami was about to inform them of Chun Yu's predicament, a sudden realization struck her. She quickly stepped back, brandishing her 3-section staff, her gaze sharpening as she inquired of Zoro, who was the third person aboard our ship. Zoro's expression darkened further, but he answered honestly, the first was Luffy, the second was Chun Yu, and the third is me. Only then did Nami breathe a sigh of relief. She cast a glance at Luffy, observing his seemingly wise demeanor, concluding that probing him would be a futile endeavor. Zoro then countered her with a question. Did you encounter a woman capable of changing her face? Nami's pupils widened in shock. You encountered her too? Meanwhile, Chun Yu was on the brink of a cardiac episode. With his observation haki sweeping across half the town like a radar, he found no trace of Nami. This was illogical. How could she vanish so swiftly after they had just parted? His mind raced through various scenarios, eliminating possibilities such as nobles and bounty hunters. In a moment of clarity, or perhaps folly, he deduced that Smoker must be responsible. Only a Logia user could silently whisk Nami away. Time was of the essence. Chun Yu resolved to pay a visit to the Marine headquarters. His mindset was clear. Whether or not Smoker was involved, he would shoulder the blame. He would stand firm as a man whose wife had been stolen. And thus, the scene unfolded. Chun Yu soared above the Marine headquarters, confronting the soldiers below, his patience evaporating. He raised his hands, coalescing a miniature sun within them. From afar, Smoker witnessed this spectacle, nearly terrified out of his wits, roaring, Chun Yu, you have some nerve. Smoker arrived just in time. using his smoke to shield himself from Chunyu's fireball. The resulting heat wave swept through the street, sending people sprawling. As Smoker prepared to retaliate, Chunyu preempted him, shouting, "Smoker, you have some audacity." Smoker was left speechless. Chunyu continued, "Return my woman Nami." Smoker, nearly on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage, retorted, "Nonsense. What does your woman have to do with me?" The most amusing part was that Smoker's subordinates surprisingly believed him. They exchanged whispers. Indeed, Smoker is invincible. That Nami is undeniably stunning, a true gem. Our captain is indeed secretive, hiding her away without letting us have a glimpse. One particularly clever Marine even exclaimed, causing Smoker to tremble with rage. That clever Marine himself rolled his eyes and fainted. The enemy's slander and his men's betrayal shattered Smoker's composure. A singular thought consumed him: to fight, to capture this brat and dispel all rumors. Observing Smoker's reaction, Chunyu suspected that this affair was likely not his doing. Yet who was he? A man who believed in the principle of, if you're going to make a mistake, go all out, determined to escalate the situation. "Oh, Smoker, you dare claim she is not with you? If you do not return my woman today, I shall ensure you remain here in Rogue Town forever." Chunyu's fury ignited, his azure flames erupting, the searing heat igniting the surrounding trees. Smoker's face darkened to an unprecedented degree. He was done with words and prepared to strike. White wave, fire fist. Smoke and fire collided violently in the air, the roar echoing thunderously, causing the townsfolk, who had just regained their footing, to be blown away once more, exclaiming, "Thank you. You've warmed the seasons." Meanwhile, Nami and the others noticed the commotion in the skies. Upon hearing Chunyu's distant declaration demanding the return of his woman, the expression on Nami's face was one of both anger and amusement. She huffed, muttering, "I will settle this with you later." The longing in her eyes nearly transformed into tenderness. She immediately pulled Luffy and Zoro, urging them to hurry back to the ship and prepare, leaving him to stew a while longer. Meanwhile, Chunyu was locked in a standoff with Smoker, when suddenly he utilized his Kinbunchika haki and was momentarily stunned. Nami was waving at him from the Mary, perfectly fine. Everyone was present, except for him. What a blunder to misjudge a good person. But who was Chunyu? He thought to himself, "I did nothing wrong. I am a law-abiding youth. Seeking help from the Marines after losing my wife is quite reasonable. I assent it." Seeing that Smoker was still furious, Chunyu decided to fully embrace the act, shouting vehemently, "Stubborn fool." With a swift motion, he conjured a flurry of blazing swords, their tips glimmering with haki. "Smoker, I cannot hold back this attack. I will ask you one last time. Will you hand over the person?" Smoker exploded with rage. "You bastard. I, Smoker, have lived an honest life. I have never touched your woman. If you want to fight, then come." "Very well." Chunyu pointed his sword downwards, and a storm of fiery swords descended upon Smoker. He roared in defiance, but this time Chunyu was serious. The fiery blades effortlessly pierced through Smoker's smoke fist, and before he could react, one struck him directly in the abdomen. With a successful strike, Chunyu wasted no time, transforming into a streak of fire, swiftly escaping. Upon returning near the Mary, he spotted Zoro, the ultimate directionally challenged, running frantically towards the execution platform, even though the ship was right behind him. Chunyu appeared, exasperated, grabbed Zoro by the collar, and also scooped up the unconscious Bones, bringing them back aboard the ship. As soon as they landed, Nami's scrutinizing gaze fell upon them, filled with jealousy as she asked, "Why did you return alone? What about that pink-haired vixen?" Hearing this, Chunyu chuckled, immediately wrapping his arms around Nami's waist, grinning mischievously. "Hee. Jealous, are we? Let your man, Chunyu, clarify the situation for you." While they flirted on the ship, Smoker's furious voice thundered from outside the Mary. "Chunyu, what have you done to Bones?" Chunyu, unfazed, ignored Smoker entirely and turned to Nami, declaring, when negotiating, "You must speak properly. I am a pirate, not your father. One more word, and I swear I will burn down Road Town and sell your precious subordinate into slavery." What a bold proclamation. Yet the next moment, he turned to Nami with tender eyes, radiating affection. Smoker, nearly boiling over with rage, exhaled white smoke, veins bulging, and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Chunyu ignored him entirely, gently ruffling Nami's hair, saying, "Be good, I'm going to negotiate a deal." This only ignited Nami's jealousy further as she huffed. "I find that Bones quite appealing, with a good figure and natural charm. Are you truly willing to let her go?" Chunyu, the embodiment of action, said nothing. In front of everyone, he simply cupped Nami's face and kissed her. The sound, though not loud, resonated in the stillness of the port like thunder. Nami's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger, and she pushed Chunyu away, retreating to the cabin. This sparked Smoker's fury to a new level. Chunyu. His roar felt as though it could shatter every window in Road Town. Clouds of white smoke erupted. Smoker floated in the air, resembling a boiling kettle ready to burst. And what did Chunyu do? He remained remarkably calm. He strolled over to the hostage, Dazbones, placing a blade against his neck, feigning concern. Hey, don't act recklessly. Smoking is harmful to your health. If you release too much smoke, and I accidentally slip, this lovely young lady could be lost. As he spoke, he lit a cigar and puffed a smoke ring toward Smoker. Smoker's face turned as dark as ash, likely thinking, you tell me not to smoke while you light one up yourself? On the ship, chaos erupted. Sanji's forehead throbbed with veins, and Zoro inexplicably wanted to punch Chunyu, for no reason other than an impulse. Smoker was truly at a loss, suppressing his anger. He ground out, what do you want? 50 boxes of cigars. Chunyu extended 5 fingers, his tone as self-assured as if Smoker owed him money. It's a friendly price. 50 boxes for one capable subordinate, what a bargain. At that moment, I thought this guy truly dares to ask. Smoker was so enraged that he felt his veins might burst. Roaring, I'll be damned. Where shall I get you 50 boxes? 20 boxes. Take it or leave it. He looked ready to explode if Chunyu uttered another word. Deal. You want to believe it. Chunyu immediately agreed. His grin was like he had just found 5 million. He had not expected Smoker to have that many. 20 boxes were already an unexpected delight. Smoker, scowling, demanded, release him first. Chunyu clicked his tongue and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a scene unfolded. A storm of flaming swords filled the sky above the port. The pressure akin to a skin effect unleashed. Chunyu merely smiled at Smoker, saying nothing. What could Smoker do? He shot Chunyu a fierce glare, spat out a warning, just wait, and then, panting, flew back to the Marine headquarters. Shifting the scene to the Marine headquarters, Smoker made a phone call, only to be met with a torrent of scolding. On the other end, Admiral Sengoku was furious, bellowing, what's sea prism stone fruit? Are you out of your mind? That is hockey. Hockey. You sleep through class every day. Carp, the old coot, laughed heartily nearby, casually snatching Sengoku's snacks, further infuriating Sengoku, who yelled, Carp, stop laughing. It's all your grandson's doing. With the transaction completed, the Mary set sail once more. However, the atmosphere on board was far from cheerful. An urgent meeting was convened to discuss the pink-haired woman. Chinyu's expression was grave as he stated that the woman's ability might involve creating illusions, even altering perceptions. Nami interjected. At first, Chinyu looked at her normally. Later, she began mimicking my small gestures and expressions, and his gaze grew increasingly passionate, nearly molten. The more Nami spoke, the angrier she became, her expression demanding a perfect explanation. Who could fathom how to answer such a life-threatening question? Chinyu, in a panic, exclaimed, Hey, you promised not to get angry. But Nami turned her head, ignoring him. After the meeting, Nami cornered Chinyu in her room, insisting to know, how did you discover she was fake? Speak. Chinyu's expression froze. How would he explain? Say that the woman had a better figure than her? Or that she was gentler? That would be suicidal. He could only fabricate a reason. Because I attacked someone, and knowing your character, you would surely feel guilty. But she showed no reaction. Nami, half convinced, shot him a glance filled with suspicion, her gaze dropping slightly. Swear it. If you're lying, you 1T stand again. I swear. Chinyu maintained his composure. Yet Nami's mind was quick. No rephrase. If what you just said isn't the entire reason, that counts as lying too. And you 1T stand again. Now Chunyu was utterly flabbergasted, stumbling over his words without daring to swear. Nami, seeing his cowardice, understood everything. Her expression turning icy as she grabbed him by the collar and kicked him out of her room. Get out. Now. Chinyu had no place to sleep, leaning against the ship's railing in a daze, and soon fell asleep. Then came the most explosive scene aboard. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the 3 troublemakers, huddled together, clearly up to no good. They called Usopp over, but upon hearing just a few words, he was terrified, scrambling to hide at the stern of the ship. Luffy stealthily approached Chunyu, poking his face and discovering that he was in a deep slumber, which instantly filled him with excitement. Zoro and Sanji wore sinister grins on their faces. Hey, guess what? They actually managed to get their hands on 3 pairs of sea prison stone handcuffs. Taking advantage of Chunyu's slumber, They swiftly locked him up. What followed was a brutal beating that lasted a full 10 minutes, leaving all three of them gasping for breath. And what was the outcome? Chunyu staggered to his feet as if nothing had happened, flashing a sweet smile at Usopp, who was peeking from the stern of his ship. Usopp, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Chunyu effortlessly shook off the handcuffs and retaliated, leaving the three of them in a state resembling that of beaten pigs. Afterward, he sauntered to the stern, where he found Usopp trembling like a leaf. Usopp had already prepared his last words, but then Chunyu smiled and said, "You enjoy the spectacle, don't you? Here's a task for you to redeem yourself. Help me craft a weapon for Nami, a 3-section staff. One section can emit cold air, another can release hot air, and the last can summon a strong wind. If you do well, we'll consider it settled." Upon hearing this, Usopp sprang back to life. Before leaving, Chunyu added, "If I'm satisfied, I'll give you 200,000 berries." Usopp felt as if he had just soared into the heavens, believing he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The ship swayed gently, approaching the red line. As dusk fell, suddenly, with a whoosh, a cannonball came hurtling towards us. Chunyu, already infuriated for being kicked out of his room, exploded with rage, his eyes blazing. Sanji, ever the cool one, casually flicked his cigarette, pointed his toe, and leaped up with a beautiful spinning kick, accurately sending the cannonball back. With a resounding boom, the opposing ship's bow shattered into pieces. As for the crew on the other ship, let me tell you, they were utterly clueless. They presumed it was Chunyu's doing, thinking that we needed our vice captain to handle a single cannonball. How pathetic. This was a classic case of a profound information gap. During their internal meeting, they concluded that the Straw Hat crew's bounty was inflated and that the Navy was up to no good. They even claimed their captain, an ancient Zoan-type user of the bird fruit, could easily defeat Mihawk. Their captain was a giant ancient eagle, the vice captain an owl, and there was even a dog fruit user in teddy bear form. Good heavens, were they here to amuse us? Meanwhile, Usopp unleashed cannon fire, his newly developed Usopp shell, with a power far exceeding Sanji's kick, obliterated the main sail of the enemy ship. Luffy watched with eyes wide with excitement. The owl vice captain was immediately enraged, his eyes bulging with fury as he shouted, "You've ruined my ship." He transformed into a massive 3-meter-tall eagle and dove towards us, claws aimed directly at the main mast of the Mary. With a clang, Zoro swiftly blocked the eagle's talons with his twin swords, realizing he was outmatched. The owl flapped his wings and retreated into the sky, shooting feathered arrows down at us. Chunyu was not idle. He directed Usopp to continue firing while instructing Luffy and Zoro to jump aboard and engage in battle. He kept Sanji back to intensify his training, teaching him the moonwalk technique from the Marine 6 styles. Sanji's eyes sparkled with excitement as Chunyu conjured several fiery steps, sending him over to the enemy's ship. Just as he dispatched Sanji, Nami emerged donned in her battle attire, wielding her 3-section staff, earnestly declaring, "I want to fight too." Chunyu approached her, intending to embrace her, only to be nimbly evaded. "Humph, don't touch me, if you don't tell me the truth. You can forget about entering my room." At that moment, Chunyu wore an expression of utter frustration. This woman truly knew how to toy with him. In an instant, he disregarded all reason, appearing right before Nami, pulling her into a tight embrace, and forcibly sitting back on the fiery sofa. "Let go of me, you jerk. How can you force me?" Nami struggled fiercely in his arms. Let me tell you, this girl fought like a wildcat, limbs flailing and her mouth cursing incessantly. Did she think I would allow her to summon a Jien for help? Not a chance. I simply leaned down and silenced her with a kiss. Goodness. Even with my mouth covering hers, she shot me a fierce look, as if to say, "You're dead. I will definitely tell a Jien." I couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Oh, so you think you're clever?" I decided to tackle the problem at its root. And just like that, tranquility was restored. Ah, dear friends, who understands? One moment she was clawing like a little wildcat, and the next she was soft in my embrace. Her breath was warm and heavy, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, and her soft whimper sent sweetness straight to my heart. After a while, I slowly released her. As our lips parted, a silken thread connected us, brimming with intimacy. My heart raced like a drum, and I dared not look down at her, feigning interest in the battlefield where Luffy was fighting. She, too, nestled in my arms, kept her head lowered, her large watery eyes fixated on the battlefield, both of us playing a game of concealment. However, the moment Nami emerged, she was not the only one being eyed. Not far from our ship, aboard the flying ship, A lecherous fellow named Paji gawked, his eyes almost popping out, drooling as if he had seen a piece of meat. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji were too engrossed in their fight to notice this creep. Back to the battlefield. Sanji leaped onto the flying ship using the fiery steps I had created for him. Upon arrival, he saw Zoro struggling to land a blow on the giant bird and immediately began to berate him. "Hey, Mosshead, are you even capable? After all this time, the bird isn't even flinching. What a waste of your proficiency in hockey." Zoro, upon hearing this, exploded with fury. He abandoned the bird, leaping back to confront Sanji. "Curly-browed idiot, who are you calling incapable? Your weak kicks are nothing to brag about. Dim-witted pathfinder, who are you calling weak?" Sanji retorted, raising his foot as if to kick Zoro. "You want to fight, huh? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you, green-haired fool." I watched from the Mary with my head in my hands, utterly speechless. What was happening? Just days ago, they had united against me, and now, when unity was required, they were turning against each other? The Birdman, Coney, watched in disbelief, thinking, is this the caliber of these inferior pirates? Faced with a formidable enemy, they're fighting amongst themselves? This was a perfect opportunity for him to capitalize, and he was determined to seize the bounty. With that thought, he flapped his wings and soared high, then dove down towards Zoro and Sanji, claws outstretched, aiming for their heads. What happened next? Zoro and Sanji, fully engrossed in their brawl, noticed the claws descending upon them just in time. With a shared glance of understanding, they both stepped back simultaneously, easily evading the attack, and resumed their quarrel without sparing a glance for the bird. Coney, having missed his mark, was left stunned and had no choice but to retreat into the sky. Muttering to himself, "Just lucky, that's all." Not one to give up, he attempted another dive. Zoro and Sanji were truly exasperated now, unable to fight in peace. Together, they yelled at the sky, "Are you annoying or what?" Their shout startled Coney for a moment. In that split second, a sword radiating dark energy and a flaming leg suddenly loomed large before him. Bang! Zoro cleaved Coney's beak in half with one stroke, while Sanji delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing into the ship's cabin, utterly bewildered. "I did that. I kicked him." They maintained their fighting stances, both claiming credit for the victory. Then, they glared at each other, a surge of rivalry igniting between them. Without a second thought, they resumed their brawl as for them. Their greatest enemy was the one standing right before them. I must share with you that the rather unsavory individual named Paji aboard the vessel has been keenly observing everything unfold. In an instant, he grasped that our group is far from incompetent, while those two foolish captains of his are genuinely inept, relying solely on their ability to soar. Particularly Kenny, who often boasts of his prowess, was swiftly silenced with a single strike that severed his beak. This fellow, suddenly enlightened, conceived a bold plan. It was time to abandon the flying pirate crew and make a hasty escape. However, he was loath to part with Nami, the stunning beauty. Thus, he resolved to deceive his two dim-witted captains into confronting us, allowing him to seize the opportunity to abduct Nami amidst the chaos and sail away in a small boat. Without hesitation, he scampered over to his captain Pamela and the recently assisted Kenny. Kenny was lamenting to Pamela, exclaiming, "Brother, they are mocking me. The green-haired and yellow-haired ones are playing me." Upon hearing this, Paji's heart sank, and he quickly interjected, "First mate, please do not blame me for speaking out. I observed your battle thoroughly and must pose 3 questions. Did you not exert your full strength? Why do you only employ that single dive technique? Why do you always charge from the same direction?" This barrage of inquiries left Kenny utterly bewildered. Pamela, recognizing that her comrade had misstepped, feigned confidence, asserting, "The captain of the Straw Hat crew has been thoroughly outmaneuvered by me. Even if they conceal their true strength, how formidable can they truly be?" Paji, elated by this revelation, felt no need to guide them further. He eagerly added, "Indeed, the captain speaks wisely. How could we, the flying pirate crew, possibly lose? Have you forgotten the 10 irrefutable proofs you previously listed about the Straw Hat crew's lack of merit?" With this flattery and provocation, Kenny's confidence surged once more. He rationalized his earlier misfortune as mere carelessness on his part. He attributed the severing of his beak to his own reckless speed and the force of his collision with an opponent's foot. Ultimately, he concluded that the fault lay solely with himself, not with any overwhelming enemy. Observing the two puffed-up fools, Paji felt fortunate to have distanced himself. Otherwise, he would inevitably have met his demise at their hands. He then feigned concern and suggested, "Captain, Our immediate priority should be to eliminate that yet-to-strike first mate Shenyu. How about this? I shall first abduct that woman, and they will surely hesitate to act. Pamela dismissed him with disdain. If you are lusting after her, then take matters into your own hands. Do not involve me. I would not resort to such underhanded tactics for a mere child. With his objective achieved, Paji reveled in his triumph as he watched Pamela and Kenny take flight once more. He muttered a curse under his breath, calling them fools, and then pushed a small boat into the sea. He proceeded to conceal himself in a corner, awaiting the opportune moment for conflict between us and Pamela. Meanwhile, what that fool Luffy? He was thoroughly engrossed in a playful exchange with 6 identical swordsmen, oblivious to his own opponent. I was there holding Nami, my hands growing somewhat restless, when suddenly I felt a powerful aura approaching. I looked up to see the enormous eagle that Luffy should have dealt with charging towards me. What on earth is that imbecile doing? Is he not aware he is disrupting my important work? Fury surged through me as I felt the veins in my head throb. I utilized my observation haki and saw Luffy engaging in a mock battle, prompting me to consider increasing his training regimen 5-fold. No, I would push him to the brink. The giant eagle, Pamela, dove downwards, its talons resembling scythes aimed directly at me. To avoid damaging the Mary, I reluctantly released Nami, gently patting her head before igniting my feet with flames and ascending to meet the beast. Today, I shall demonstrate the true essence of physical prowess. Clenching my right fist, I enveloped it in armament haki, transforming my fist into a glistening black weapon, and met its steel claws head-on. Foolish creature, daring to confront my iron grasp. Pamela's expression was one of confidence. I smirked, filled with disdain. Death-dealing eagle claw, iron fist of slaughter. With a resounding crash, my fist collided with its talons, resulting in a stalemate. Pamela was left in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. How could you withstand my attack? I found amusement in her astonishment. Is this too much for you? I call this technique the iron fist of slaughter. If I fail to slay even a chicken, I shall lose face. This is merely the beginning. I unleashed a second blow, my right arm swelling with muscle as my strength erupted, and I crushed its talons, delivering a devastating strike to its chest. With a thunderous impact, the colossal eagle was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The minions of the flying pirate crew gasped in shock, some already shouting to flee. Even Paji, who had intended to ambush, trembled in fear. Yet, the creature's resilience was remarkable. As it plummeted towards the sea, it managed to flap its wings and ascend once more, blood spilling from its beak. I regarded it with a cold gaze. It would be kinder for you to perish now. Do you not realize? It was beyond hearing, consumed by rage, its wings flapping wildly as a barrage of feathered arrows rained down upon me. I retaliated with a fiery punch, engulfing the arrows in a torrent of flames, the acrid scent of charred remnants filling the air. Yet, amidst the blaze, several singed feathers still managed to breach my defenses, leaving marks upon my chest. I grasped one of the charred quills, contemplating its existence. How could this object pierce through my fiery fist? Thus, it appears that science must be taken into account. Perhaps the burning temperature was insufficient, or the duration of the flames was too brief. On the other side, the first mate Kenny had succumbed to madness. He unleashed wave after wave of feathered arrows, yet Zoro and Sanji evaded them effortlessly, as if foreseeing the future. Impossible. This cannot be. How could anyone possess such foresight? His confidence crumbled, transforming into shock and ultimately despair as he roared in fury. I refused to believe it. This cannot be real. He was unable to accept that his once prized abilities were rendered utterly ineffective before 2 pirates he deemed inferior. With a desperate cry, Kenny let loose a frantic eagle scream, a technique once feared by the Marines. Yet now, it bore no weight. Our crew displayed not a flicker of concern, as if they were listening to a mundane tune. This shattered Kenny's resolve, plunging him into utter dysfunction, muttering impossible and while like a broken record, wildly shooting arrows at Zoro and Sanji. But lo and behold, not a single one found its mark. Why can't I hit anything? He screamed in frustration as Zoro and Sanji's tempers flared. Does anyone understand what is happening? We simply wish to enjoy a quiet duel. They lamented, exasperated by the incessant interruptions. The two exchanged glances, and it was decided. They must clear the area. Sanji, unable to endure any longer, launched himself forward with a fierce kick, his leg igniting like a searing brand, propelling him towards Kenny with a battle-axe kick aimed at the Birdman's head. Zoro, equally irritated, followed suit, unleashing a precise sword wave directed at Kenny's midsection. In an instant, Sanji landed gracefully, while Kenny collapsed with a thud, devoid of breath. Yet, Sanji paid no heed to the fallen Birdman, turning to Zoro with indignation. "You green-haired, directionally challenged fool. Were you attempting to slice me along with him?" Zoro crossed his sword, rolling his eyes. "You curly-headed idiot. I assumed a weakling like you would surely evade my strike. Surviving is a testament to your luck. What did you say?" And so, yet again, they found themselves embroiled in another brawl. They were utterly oblivious to the fact that they had just teamed up to vanquish a boss, their minds consumed with thoughts of how to bring each other down. Meanwhile, up above, the avian figure, Pamela, was similarly ensnared, manipulated by Chunyu as if he were toying with a mere puppet. The feathers from his arrows scattered like petals in the wind, yet Chunyu merely tilted his head and swayed his body, effortlessly evading them. Pamela's pride was utterly shattered, leading him to question his very existence. Was the disparity truly so vast? How could he, Pamela, who had reigned supreme over the East Sea, fall to a mere child? The heavens were blind. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. What was he attempting to portray? A tragic literary protagonist. With an icy gaze, Chunyu locked onto him and uttered a single sentence. "If you wish to speak, now is the time to share your final words." At that moment, I must tell you, while Chunyu was preoccupied with the bird above, trouble was brewing aboard the Mary. A lecherous man named Paji had stealthily climbed up the anchor while no one was watching. His mind was torn between the battle of life and love. What was more important, his life or a woman? But that woman was Nami. Suddenly, his life seemed of less consequence. Who could understand the twisted logic of such a devoted fool? He had a singular aim, to abduct Nami. This scoundrel was surprisingly adept at stealth, tiptoeing silently until he was merely 2 meters behind Nami, pulling out a small cloth laced with a sedative, preparing to pounce. Unfortunately for him, Nami was no ordinary opponent. She possessed the ability of Kenbunchika Haki, which instinctively alerted her to danger. The moment she sensed the threat, without a second thought, she crouched and executed a forward roll, swiftly creating distance between them. Simultaneously, she drew out her 3-section staff, snapping it together with a decisive motion, enveloping it in haki, and struck at the incoming Paji. Paji, with a lecherous grin, believed he had succeeded, only to witness a shadow flicker before him, and a dark, menacing staff loom larger in his vision. With a resounding thud, he was sent soaring into the air, spinning like a top before crashing against the wall like a sack of meat. Nami, having delivered the blow, remained vigilant, for Kenbunchika warned her that Paji still retained considerable strength. Indeed, Paji staggered to his feet, spitting blood and touching his swollen face, but instead of defeat, he was exhilarated. "Little thief Nami, you truly are my destined goddess. Come with me willingly." At that moment, I was utterly aghast. What was this creature? The greed and lust in his eyes were palpable, trembling with excitement, as if he had been struck by an overwhelming ecstasy. With his true intentions laid bare, he fully transformed, revealing a towering, nearly 3-meter-tall, monstrous teddy bear before Nami. Yes, you heard that correctly. A teddy bear. The lust in his gaze was almost tangible. Post-transformation, Paji's speed and strength surged as he charged at Nami. Though she could anticipate his movements with Kenbunchiku, she could only barely evade him. Realizing that she could not continue this way, she made a swift decision, rolling to create distance, then adopting a low stance. Channeling all her strength into her arms, she swung her haki-infused staff with all her might towards Paji. The strike landed squarely on Paji's chest, propelling him like a cannonball against the wall. However, the force of the blow also sent Nami stumbling back several steps, her arm weakened. Regrettably, her combat experience was still lacking. Had she aimed for the sea, the fight would have concluded. Meanwhile, the cunning Pamela had long been aware of the unfolding situation aboard the ship, deliberately ensnaring Chunyu with his eagle cry and a skill known as wind howl, leading him away to provide cover for Paji. On the ship, Nami was already panting heavily, primarily from fear. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the ruins as Paji shakily rose once more, his consciousness hazy, driven only by instinct, muttering about women and thieves. Upon seeing Nami's terrified and exhausted face, his blood surged, and his laughter grew increasingly sinister. Perfect. What a perfect expression. I will make you feel exquisite pleasure. Nami, confronted by his bloodshot eyes and vile words, truly felt fear. Her grip on the staff trembled. Paji advanced step by step, and Nami's legs buckled, causing her to collapse to the ground. The giant teddy bear loomed over her, its forepaws pinning her shoulders down. Realizing that time was running out, Nami summoned her remaining strength and screamed, "Chunyu, save me!" That piercing cry echoed across the entire sea. Upon hearing her plea, Chunyu's heart constricted, his breath halted. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and pressure erupted from him. The Conqueror's haki swept across the battlefield, rendering the crew of the flying pirate crew unconscious in an instant. Even Johnny and Joseph could not withstand it, swaying before collapsing. This terrifying aura directed all gazes towards the Mary. The Straw Hat crew understood that the only thing capable of driving Chunyu into such a frenzy was Nami. On the ship, the 3-meter-tall, curly-haired beast was poised to lick Nami's face with its human-like tongue. The Straw Hat crew watched in horror, just as Luffy reached out. Chunyu, filled with rage, shot towards the Mary like a meteor, his murderous intent palpable. Before that repulsive tongue could touch Nami, a torrent of flames surged towards Paji, materializing into a leg that kicked the wretched creature into the sky. Paji, still in a euphoric haze, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Chunyu instantly appeared on the deck, tightly embracing the startled Nami, repeatedly patting her back. "It's all right, it's all right." Feeling the familiar warmth of his embrace, Nami's frantic heart finally calmed. But at that moment, Chunyu suddenly looked up, realizing that the avian creature had fled. A surge of rage coursed through him, and his eyes darkened with intensity as he activated his Kinbunchika haki to lock onto the fleeing target. Holding Nami, Chunyu swiftly darted away, enveloping her in a protective cocoon of flames, braving the fierce winds as he pursued at full speed. The velocity was such that the sea erupted into towering waves. At last he caught up. Watching Pamela draw nearer, a wicked smile crept across Chunyu's face, sending shivers down my spine. He extended his right hand, gripping tightly at the approaching Pamela. Inferno! A 10-meter-wide azure fireball instantly engulfed Pamela, who was still muttering about revenge. Chunyu clenched and released his hand, causing the fireball to expand and contract, the heat within reaching over 3,000 degrees, reminiscent of a steamy sauna. The sounds of feathers igniting and Pamela's screams echoed from within. Finally, as a thud indicated something had fallen, Chunyu dispelled the inferno. Pamela emerged, transformed into a charred wretch, his feathers singed away, revealing countless pores as the sea breeze turned the remnants of his burnt plumage to ash, causing him to scream in agony. Observing this more defiant, disheveled bird, Chunyu felt a surge of satisfaction. As Pamela opened his eyes to see Chunyu's bloodshot gaze and the smile curling at his lips, terror gripped him, and he screamed in despair, "What power do you possess? Why can you pursue me relentlessly?" With a smile, Chunyu's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. "Because you insisted on teaching me what it means to be heedless of death. I haven't learned that yet, so I thought I would come over and have you teach me properly." He enunciated heedless of death slowly, pushing Pamela to the brink of madness as he cried out, "Kill me, kill me." With his objective achieved, Chunyu conjured a fiery rope, ensnaring Pamela's neck. Dragging him back. Upon returning to the Mary, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Chunyu tossed Pamela onto the deck, where Paji lay, having been retrieved. He coldly addressed the crew. "Keep a close watch on these two. Do not let them take their own lives. I won't allow them to die too comfortably." His menacing expression and chilling voice sent shivers down the spines of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, too, felt an overwhelming sense of dread, not from fear of being discovered for throwing a match, but from the concern that Chunyu's anger might turn against him. After ensuring everything was in order, Chunyu, cradling the peacefully sleeping Nami in his arms, prepared to enter the room. However, the door creaked open, and with a dark expression, he stepped back outside, unleashing a pair of harsh slaps on the nearly lifeless Pamela lying on the ground. "It's all your fault. Because of you, the door to Nami's room has become unbearable," he vented, shifting his ire onto Pamela. Stunned, Pamela's sock-filled mouth dropped open, and she protested. "But I haven't even boarded your ship." Chunyu responded with another slap, retorting, "Do I need you to remind me that you haven't been on our ship?" The blow rendered Pamela unconscious. Chunyu kicked her aside, muttering a curse before retreating into Nami's room. Once the door closed, the others on deck dared to breathe freely. Sanji, terrified, opted to prepare a dinner of sashimi, not daring to ignite the stove. Zoro strategically feigned sleep, suppressing even the faintest snore. Usopp sipped hot water from a thermos, swallowing it down despite the heat. Only Luffy, the brave warrior, remained undeterred, cheerfully heading off to fish. Inside the room, Chunyu gently placed Nami on the bed, attempting to pry her hands away, but she woke, clinging to him tightly, murmuring, "I want to sleep like this." Chunyu, unable to refuse, smiled and acquiesced, settling beside her with his hand supporting her. Nami's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, her face instantly flushed, banishing her drowsiness. After several moments, she regained her composure and gently pushed Chunyu away, exclaiming, "Let go. You're taking advantage of me. I'll charge you next time." Amused by her indignant expression, Chunyu could not resist leaning down to kiss her. This time, Nami reacted fiercely, biting his tongue as it probed her lips. "What are you doing?" Chunyu yelped, retracting his tongue in pain, looking utterly wronged. Nami burst into laughter. "You're such a poor victim. Chunyu, why not switch roles? You could be Nami, and I'll be Chunyu." On the deck, Sanji, holding a plate of sashimi, heard Nami's melodious laughter and felt his heart shatter. Kneeling to bite his nails in frustration, lamenting, "What on earth is that scoundrel Chunyu doing in there? Why couldn't I meet Miss Nami first?" Inside the room, Chunyu, upon hearing this, brightened with excitement and exclaimed, "Sure, I enjoy touching Nami. I used to do it every day." As he spoke, his long-restrained hands began to wander. "Wait, no, stop." Nami gasped, her breathing becoming heavier as she softened. Just as Chunyu began to unbutton her clothing, Nami suddenly jolted awake, pushing him away and diving under the covers. "Chunyu, get out. I'm not ready yet." Hearing her trembling voice, the fire that had ignited within Chunyu extinguished in an instant. What would he do? Dejectedly, he turned and exited, feeling like a mere shell of himself. Stepping outside, he was met with the piercing gazes of his crewmates on the deck, and he silently retreated to a corner, questioning his existence. Seizing the opportunity, Sanji danced excitedly nearby, mimicking Nami's tone with exaggerated glee. "Chunyu, get out." He laughed. What a showy bag for 2025. Luffy and Usopp stifled their laughter, while Zoro peered with one eye open before returning to sleep. Johnny and Joseph exchanged worried glances, with Joseph nudging Johnny. "Buddy, do you think the girls of the Grand Line are pretty?" "Absolutely. They must be stunning." Just as I finished speaking, a commotion erupted, and I turned to see Chunyu and Sanji engaged in a full-blown brawl. Chunyu's forehead veins bulged as he delivered a powerful punch, sending Sanji sprawling, declaring it was the first time he found Sanji so insufferable. The scene was chaotic. Sanji, unable to tolerate it, sprang up, shedding his jacket and kicking Chunyu in the face. They wrestled fiercely, and Luffy, blissfully unaware, stood by with his hands on his hips, acting as a cheerleader. When Usopp asked whom he was cheering for, Luffy cheerfully replied, "Whoever wins, I'll support them." As the brawl escalated, Zoro stirred awake, his sleepy eyes widening at the sight of Chunyu pummeling Sanji. Instantly alert, he dashed over, mercilessly stomping on Sanji, his expression one of pure delight, as though he had just received a grand massage. At that moment, Nami emerged from the room, initially feeling guilty and wishing to comfort Chunyu. She was taken aback by the chaotic scene, with Chunyu displaying an intensity akin to a god of war, causing her guilt to dissipate entirely. Johnny and Joseph, sharp-eyed as ever, rushed over, addressing Nami with utmost respect. Johnny, with no filter, pointed out that one on the ground, Paji, is the one to blame for Chunyu not being able to save her in time. Joseph quickly covered his mouth. Thankfully, Nami seemed unfazed, warmed instead by the camaraderie of the group. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious Paji, her pupils momentarily narrowing as she recalled unsettling memories. Just as she was about to retreat, Chunyu abruptly halted, pulling her into an embrace. With Chunyu present, Nami's sense of security surged. Chunyu, however, had no time to ponder other matters. He was focused on dealing with the two captives. He instructed Joseph to wake the other, named Pamela. Joseph, being ruthless, delivered a swift kick to Pamela's abdomen, jolting him awake with a pained scream, "Just kill me." Chunyu's smile was unnerving, reminiscent of a villain, as he replied, "I will certainly kill you, but first, you must enjoy yourself." Pamela instantly broke down, pleading for death. Chunyu's methods of torment were nothing short of artistic. He produced a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and secured them on Pamela, rendering him utterly powerless, devoid of even the strength to take his own life. Then, Chunyu commenced his performance, utilizing a dagger to slice yam and slowly roasting bamboo shoots. I couldn't comprehend it, yet I was profoundly shocked. All I could hear were Pamela's anguished screams, interspersed with the sounds of cattle. Eventually, the cattle ceased their cries, likely because Pamela could no longer make a sound. In the end, Chunyu, still unsatisfied, tossed the head of the other captive, Coney, before Pamela, compelling them to gaze into each other's eyes. After this elaborate display, the seemingly lifeless Paji could no longer maintain his facade. He awoke, frantically bowing and begging to be made a slave. Chunyu ignored him, directly handing over the decision to Nami, encouraging her with a glance. I understood. Chunyu intended to empower Nami, allowing her to confront her inner demons. Yet Paji was no fool. While bowing, he cast resentful glances at Nami, his toes subtly morphing in preparation for a sneak attack. Realizing this, Zoro and the others were poised to intervene, but were halted by Chunyu's gaze. He had seen through Paji's intentions and was merely waiting for his move. In a flash, Paji propelled himself off the deck, hurtling toward the unsuspecting Nami. With just a few meters separating them, he believed victory was assured. But Chunyu was swifter. With a sudden movement, he shielded Nami in his arms, absorbing Paji's claw with his own back. The most audacious part? He even dispelled his elemental transformation, foregoing Haki. I watched in disbelief as he, fearing Paji might not break through his defenses, secretly used his fiery blade to carve 3 slashes into his back, ultimately spitting blood. I stood there, dumbfounded. This maneuver left me utterly speechless. To evoke sympathy from his beloved, he harmed himself. Paji found himself utterly bewildered. When he struck with his claw, it felt akin to merely scratching an itch. However, the sight of blood gushing from his opponent's back illuminated the truth. He had been outwitted. Sanji, standing nearby, was so astonished that he dropped his cigarette. His eyes filled with admiration and shock, likely murmuring to himself, "I've learned something new. It could be played this way." Nami, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, felt her mind go blank. Her kin Bunchika Haki gave no warning, as this situation hardly seemed perilous. Yet, upon seeing the blood at the corner of Chunyu's mouth and the wounds on his back, panic enveloped her. Luffy, ever the blunt one, was ready to exclaim, "Chunyu, why are you hurting yourself?" But before he could utter a word, Chunyu's ghostly figure darted past, firmly gripping his chin. The threat in his voice was enough to make one's knees tremble. "If you dare to speak of this, I will ensure you go a year without meat. Increase your training regimen 50-fold, and drag you to the Grand Line by the ship's tail." Luffy, nearly in tears, clamped his hands over his mouth, too frightened to make sound. Chunyu then flashed back to Nami's side, wearing a concerned expression. Nami, her voice trembling with urgency, exclaimed, "Why didn't TU dodge? Aren't TU a Logia user?" Chunyu gritted his teeth, his gaze intense. "What would happen to you if I did?" My goodness, those lines were extraordinary. Nami felt a mix of pain and guilt, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. Yet Chunyu, in a moment of bravado, turned to show her his wound, saying, "Look, it's healing rapidly." The injury indeed appeared to be mending at an astonishing pace, leaving Nami dumbfounded. Was this level of recovery even humanly possible? Though astonished, Nami let out a sigh of relief, embracing him tightly and softly asking, "Does it still hurt?" Chunyu immediately put on an act. "It hurts. It hurts terribly." Unless, before he could finish, Nami stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the lips, burying her head in his embrace. "Does it still hurt?" Chunyu let out a goofy laugh, licking his lips. "Not anymore, not anymore." However, in the next instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Nami, nestled in Chunyu's arms, suddenly became fierce. She broke free from his embrace, drew the dagger from his waist, and strode towards the incapacitated Paji, her gaze as icy as death. "You have sealed your fate," Nami declared, and with swift precision, she plunged the knife twice into Paji, effectively eliminating him, and delivered a final decisive blow to his throat. The men around could only gasp in shock, feeling a chill in their bones. Yet, the events were far from over. After dispatching Paji, Nami regained her composure. A sudden realization struck her. Chunyu's reaction was utterly peculiar. Why had he silenced Luffy? With a smile, Nami turned and took small steps towards Chunyu. "Hey, Chunyu, why didn't you use Haki for defense just now?" She had no expectation of an admission from him, abruptly pivoting to Sanji. "Sanji-kun, a true man should never deceive a woman." Chunyu's face turned pale as he frantically gestured to Sanji. Sanji began to sweat, caught in a moral dilemma. But Nami's true target was her beloved captain. She leaped in front of Luffy, beaming like a neighborly older sister. "A liar cannot become the pirate king." Luffy. My heart sank. In no time, Luffy was ensnared by her words, shaking his head fervently one moment, then nodding vigorously the next, before finally breaking down in exasperation. Ah, I didn't say that. It wasn't me. At that moment, he had essentially confessed everything. Chunyu could only helplessly cover his forehead. Meanwhile, Nami, unfazed, picked up the dagger, smiling as she approached Chunyu, brandishing the blade in the air meaningfully. Chunyu realized he had miscalculated. If he didn't flee now, he would truly be in dire straits. With a flash, he transformed into a burst of flames, soaring into the sky, leaving behind a trail of fire that read, "I'm off to investigate the pink-haired girl and to eliminate the roots of the issue. Don't wait for dinner." I couldn't help but laugh. The notion of a first mate acting out of duty was amusing, but it seemed that if he didn't run, trouble was imminent. This fellow had guts indeed. He swiftly flew to Logtown, sensing Smoker's absence, brazenly donning a Navy uniform and swaggering into the Navy mess hall. To my astonishment, it was a buffet. His eyes sparkled like a starving ghost, and he proceeded to take an enormous platter filled with sea king meat and lobster, boasting to a passing Marine, "Brother, you're new here, aren't you? You're too straightforward. Learn to navigate better and avoid the detours." The Marine, starry-eyed, replied, "I learned a lot. Thank you, Senior." Then, without hesitation, he queried, "Hey, Senior, why are your eyes so red? They look terrifying. I tell you, who understands the humor of this situation?" The gossip at the Navy base was richer than the Sea King meat. I could practically visualize an old man on the subway, engrossed in his phone. Here's how it unfolded. Chunyu, the protagonist of this tale, grinned at the Marine's inquiry and began to boast. "This is complicated. To cut a long story short, the beautiful women in the military all want to marry me, making all the male comrades exceedingly envious." Lo and behold, the straightforward Marine replied, "Huh? Isn't that jealousy from others? Why are you jealous too? Did you get beaten up?" Chunyu, invigorated by the question, retorted, "Absolutely not. Just look at my muscular physique and handsome features. I couldn't possibly lose. Those who envied me were beaten so badly they didn't dare to retaliate." The straightforward Marine, still perplexed, scratched his head and continued to inquire, "But Senior, I still don't understand why you're jealous." Seeing that the Marine was not catching on, Chunyu beckoned him conspiratorially. "Hey, come here, I'll tell you secretly. Just between us." Then came a crux. My eyes were injured by the base commander. I never anticipated he would be envious of my beauty. Fearing he couldn't defeat me in a fair fight, he resorted to a sneak attack. That old man has no honor. Unfortunately for him, he met me. Although I took a couple of punches to the eyes, I crushed one of his bells with my bare hands. At that moment, I nearly spewed the water I had just sipped. The plot was more thrilling than the most dramatic soap opera of 2025. Chunyu, brimming with pride, continued, "Just think, if I wanted to, I could have crushed the other one as well. However, I felt it necessary to leave him with one. After all, we are the righteous Navy. Plus, my eyes will heal in a few days, while the base commander will be left with only one bell forever." He concluded with a triumphant aura, and added, "Remember to keep this a secret. As for the rest, explore it on your own. If you have questions, come find me. I'm off to eat. I'm starving from all this training." He then eagerly made his way to indulge in the Sea King meat. Pondering, I must visit headquarters someday to see if there are any culinary recipes. That straightforward Marine, ever earnest, called after Chunyu's departing figure. All right. Senior, you're a good guy. I promise to keep it a secret. Take care." Chunyu found a corner and devoured his food ravenously, especially the Sea King meat. As he piled up plate after plate, outpacing the supply of food, he thought to himself, "I must come back again. Next time, I'll bring Luffy and Sanji along." Onlookers whispered about the duo. Indeed, one dares to boast while the other dares to believe. One dares to teach while the other dares to learn. Hadn't they seen the sign on the wall? It strictly prohibited taking large platters. Violations would result in disciplinary action. Good heavens, during that meal, Chunyu devoured half a ton of Sea King meat and half a ton of shrimp, his muscles bulging with fullness, robust and toned. He then activated his life restoration, compressing his muscles back to their original proportions and erasing the bloodshot from his eyes before departing, fully satisfied. Chunyu's voracious appetite caused quite a stir throughout the entire base. After all, in the Navy's logic, the larger the appetite, the greater the potential. Regrettably, after that evening, Chunyu became a legendary figure, never to be seen again. Some said he had perished, while others claimed he had been reassigned to headquarters. Simultaneously, Rumors began to circulate within the branch about the chief's jealousy, leading to the shattering of a bell. There was also a new Marine who received punishment for carrying a large bowl of food, adding yet another sorrowful soul to the world. After satisfying his hunger, Chinyu donned a gray suit, topped with a bowler hat and armed with a cane sword, which indeed gave him an air of distinction. He inquired and finally located the office of the newly appointed base chief. However, he unexpectedly discovered a mask from the neighboring room, which inspired a bold idea. With a mischievous grin, Chinyu donned the mask and knocked on the chief's office door. "Come in," a robust voice called from within, suggesting the occupant was not to be trifled with. Chinyu entered at a measured pace and was greeted by a middle-aged man with dark skin and brick-red hair. "Isporting a promini mustache." Before the mustache man could utter a word, Chinyu swiftly interjected with an icy tone, "I am from CP9, and I require your immediate cooperation for an urgent mission." Upon hearing CP9, the mustache man appeared momentarily bewildered. Having reached his position, he certainly understood the implications of CP9. He mused, had it not been said that this group was notoriously rude? Why then had they knocked? Squinting his eyes, suspicion began to brew within him. Esteemed CP9 agent, might I request your identification?" The mustached man maintained a cordial facade, yet his hand began to tense beneath the desk, ready to act should this impostor fail to provide proof. It is well known that CP agents typically disdain showing identification to the Navy, viewing themselves as a superior entity under the world government. Chinyu, of course, possessed no identification, and thus found himself in a rather awkward predicament. After a brief silence, he suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind the mustached man, gripping his neck with his left hand. "How audacious of you, a mere naval officer, to question my identity. Have I granted you so much face that you cannot discern the hierarchy?" The mustached man's throat went cold, fear washing over him as he realized he had not even comprehended how Chinyu had maneuvered behind him. In terms of speed, only Kazuru in the entire Navy could instill such trepidation. Chinyu regarded all others with disdain. "Forgive my rudeness, esteemed CP9 agent. Please command me, and I shall comply." The mustached man, though pale, felt a sense of relief. This was the proper atmosphere. Chinyu regarded him with a peculiar gaze, pondering whether this individual was somewhat deranged or if this was indeed the correct approach for CP9. This shall not be a repeated lesson, lest the branch chief finds himself replaced. Chinyu declared coldly, "Yes, how may I assist you, esteemed one?" The mustached man inquired respectfully. "Recently, a noble was murdered in Rogtown, his limbs severed, yet he remains alive. I require his information immediately." The mustached man, slightly perplexed, glanced at Chinyu. Wasn't this the sort of affair CP9 was adept at handling? Why seek the Navy's assistance? Nevertheless, he resolved to feign ignorance and cooperate fully, regardless of the authenticity of this CP. "Please hold on. I shall have the information brought forth at once." He approached a telephone snail and dialed. "Moments later." A Marine arrived, knocking on the door with the requested documents. Chinyu opened the file bag and scanned its contents, nodding in satisfaction. Unfortunately, the Navy branch in Rogtown had no information regarding the pink-haired woman. After achieving his objective, Chinyu turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before the mustached man's astonished gaze. This speed made the mustached man's pupils constrict once more. He resolved to keep this incident to himself. It was not out of fear for his life, but rather a desire to maintain the cordial relationship between the Navy and CP. Once in a shadowy corner, Chinyu removed the mask, incinerating it before hastily departing in pursuit of his target. The objective was not far, located in a neighboring nation. Within a short span, Chinyu successfully located it. He, using his senses, pinpointed the location of the effeminate individual. Prince indeed. Chinyu observed the room where a crowned king was watching over the wailing blonde youth with palpable concern. Beside the king, a beautiful lady leaned against him, weeping profusely. "My son, how could you be so unfortunate? You are my only child," the fair lady lamented. The king's expression darkened upon receiving the news. Although not his most beloved son, he held him in high regard. Now his most valued son had been incapacitated by suspected pirates, inciting his wrath. He had already contacted Navy headquarters, accusing them of negligence. Should they fail to provide him with answers, he would escalate the matter to the world government. "Fear not, my child. I have demanded that the Navy thoroughly investigate. I shall seek justice on your behalf," the king declared, glaring at his son. How lively it is here. Who are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist." Chinyu interjected, suddenly appearing beside the king with an affable demeanor. "How dare you?" the king bellowed. You lowly commoner, how dare you intrude upon the royal palace? Having reigned for so long, the king feared no one except those of greater power, including other kings and the world government. Why the hostility? Is it that time of the month? Chinyu taunted, then directed his attention to the lovely lady beside the king. Upon hearing his words, the lady prepared to retaliate but hesitated upon seeing Chinyu's handsome visage. Such a striking young man. It was unfortunate that he had chosen to approach her when the king was present. Now, she could not save him. Scoundrel, you lowly commoner, you seek death. The king, enraged by Chinyu's audacity, commanded, seize this commoner. With a single command, more than 10 armed guards rushed in, surrounding Chinyu. Father, it was him. It was him. The blond youth, now bereft of limbs, recognized Chinyu and shouted, albeit in impotent rage. Silence. I do not acknowledge such a wretched spawn. Jen E Zito, Nai. It is a prodigal daughter. I shall kill you. The blond youth seethed, tears of rage streaming down his face. Truly, you are oblivious to your fate. Chinyu scoffed at the youth's predicament. What are you doing? Capture him at once. Beware, or I shall have you all executed. The king could barely contain his fury. Seize him at once. I shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Find his family, relatives, and friends, and sell them into slavery. Is he not a pirate? Determine which pirate crew he belongs to, and instruct the navy to apprehend him. Bring the men to the palace. I shall personally torture them. The women shall be sent to my son to deal with as he pleases. I shall ensure this scoundrel experiences a life of misery in his next incarnation. After unleashing a torrent of threats, the king sank into a chair, panting. The lady shook her head in despair. Her son was ruined. Yet now she lamented the loss of such a handsome young man. The blond youth nodded vigorously in agreement with the king's words. Chinyu, initially unfazed, found amusement in the king's bluster. In this world, he has no relatives, so good luck finding them. However, upon hearing that old fool's idea about the crew, particularly with only Nami being the sole woman among them, it became evident that he was courting disaster. Even knowing that this old man was merely blowing hot air, the murderous aura emanating from Chinyu was uncontrollable. The king, sensing the menacing intent, trembled instantly. Yet, upon noticing that the guards remained inactive, the king bellowed furiously. What are you waiting for? Capture them. The king had resolved that after tonight, none of these disobedient guards would survive. It was not that the guards hesitated to act. Rather, they were terrified. They were not fools like the king. The man with a bounty of 90 million, the strongest newcomer from the East Sea, Fire Fist Chinyu, was immediately recognized by them, sending shivers down their spines. Observing the guard's reaction, Chinyu realized that his reputation was indeed having an impact. However, he had no intention of sparing this group of guards. Having made enemies, he resolved that this castle would not harbor any living souls by night's end. With a snap of his fingers, all the guards spontaneously combusted, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Although it was possible to achieve this without the snap, it added an air of mystery and flair. The king and the beautiful woman collapsed in shock at Chinyu's display of power. What have you done? The king stuttered, tears streaming down his face. Chinyu, opting not to dwell on the king's earlier rudeness, remarked, I accidentally incapacitated your son. How shall we resolve this matter? The king stammered, unable to form a coherent response. It was the queen whose eyes lit up, realizing that this handsome man was interested in dining with her. This was her opportunity. As for her son, a mere joke. He was the king's son, not hers. Young man, you desire my company for dinner? I am willing, the queen said, blushing and shyly addressing Chinyu. Despite her beauty and impeccable maintenance, she was old enough to be his mother. Although tales suggested that such older women had their allure, he had no intention of indulging, especially since Nami had yet to be won over. The king looked on in disbelief, while the blonde-haired youth was equally stunned, gazing at his mother in shock. Mother, he is our enemy. Be quiet. I have no son like you. Who is your mother? The queen cast a disdainful glance at both the king and her son. She had not willingly married the king. Her son was merely a pawn in her quest for power. The years of her hard work had suddenly been shattered, filling her with hatred. Yet, if Chinyu were to eliminate her husband and son, she could seize control of the entire nation. At that point, she and this handsome man would reign supreme, possessing both power and love. Young man, if you kill them, the entire country will be ours. You can be the king, and I will be the queen. Together, we shall govern the realm. The queen flirtatiously winked at Chinyu, reiterating her proposition. The king's expression darkened further, feeling the green-eyed monster gnawing at him. Yet he dared not speak, paralyzed by fear of death. Yu shot a glance at the queen, pondering whether she truly believed he held any interest in her, or if she was merely seeking self-preservation. Unable to discern her motives and unwilling to take the bait, he resolved to ensure that the entire family would be reunited in death. With a subtle grip, Wuya materialized in Yu's hand, and he pressed the blade against the king's neck. Lead me to the treasury. If I am satisfied, I may consider sparing your life. I assure you on my identity. The once despondent king's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Very well. I will take you there immediately. The king, who once held the highest position, now exuded an air of trepidation as he timidly led the way. The queen attempted to interject, but a glare from Yu silenced her. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the king first, then have the queen guide him. However, he reconsidered, pondering whether there might be treasures unknown to the queen. As the king opened the treasury in a peculiar manner, Yu's anticipation grew. This treasury belongs to my lineage, the king lamented. These treasures have been accumulated over generations. Your treasury? Yu released a chilling aura that enveloped the king, his tone icy. No, no, no. It is your treasury. The king, feeling the bone-chilling cold, trembled uncontrollably, quickly correcting himself and employing honorifics. Umph. Yu scoffed, shooting the king a glare, signaling him to proceed. Together, they perused the treasury. Even Yu, with his composure, felt a surge of excitement. The sheer volume of gold and berries was impressive, not to mention 2 devil fruits. Yu was delighted, already contemplating how to distribute them upon his return. Suddenly, Yu pressed the blade against the king's neck once more, causing the king to collapse in fear. Did you not promise to let me go after bringing me to the treasury? You are a man of your word. Do not accuse me. This gives me all the more reason to eliminate you. I said I would consider it on my own terms. Moreover, you had not been forthcoming. What about the other treasuries? The knife pressed firmly against the king's neck burned, prompting him to cry out in distress. There are none. There is only this one treasury. The king, trembling and in agony, begged for mercy. You dare conceal the truth, even as death approaches? Yu raised Wuya, preparing to strike the king's neck. No, no, I swear it is true. There is nothing else. The king's voice suddenly ceased. Ah, so it is indeed true that there is nothing left. Had you proven this sooner, I might have spared you. Yu lamented, slapping his thigh as if regretful for killing the king. Originally, he had intended to bluff the king, but it seemed there truly was nothing left. What a pity. What? To accuse him of being untrustworthy? Ridiculous. He merely stated he would consider it. Furthermore, he had guaranteed it based on his identity as a pirate, and he was not acting maliciously. He had expected the king to mention there were additional options. For instance, if you ever dare to call me my lord again, I will demonstrate a 200-meter-long knife training course right before your eyes. Yu rolled his eyes, thinking about Usopp's incessant boasting. It was time to deliver some lessons to these people. From a pile of gold, Yu extracted a bound sea bird and untied it. The moment the sea bird was liberated, it began to squawk joyfully. Yu frowned, and with a swift motion, he swatted at the bird, causing it to spin in confusion, looking pitifully at him. Another one who cannot distinguish between kings. Yu glared at the seabird. I heard you were throwing matches. The seabird squawked in response. No. Oh, I must have been mistaken. I also heard that you single-handedly faced 6 identical swordsmen, creating chaos, yet you could not determine a winner until I knocked you out. Was that the case? Hearing this, Zoro broke into a cold sweat. How did Yu know that? I was clearly trying my hardest. The seabird squawked again. How about I increase your training regimen tenfold? Otherwise, you won't even defeat those 6 losers. That would be embarrassing. Yu's gaze remained fixed on the seabird. The seabird squawked in protest. What? Not willing? Yu slapped the bird again. The seabird, now teary-eyed, protested. Ga? Still want to argue? Yu delivered another swat. The seabird, overwhelmed with tears, cried out, Ga, ga, ga. Yet you still refuse to admit it? The seabird lay lifeless, its eyes vacant, tears streaming ceaselessly, yet it remained silent. Yu held the seabird aloft, parading it around, deliberately displaying it before Luffy, clearing his throat. Friends, if you do not take this competition seriously, you shall not taste the flesh of crabs. From now on, if any of you slack off, I will take your place. I shall liberate your hands completely. As Yu grew more vocal, Luffy's cold sweat flowed profusely, his eyes wide with fear, teeth nearly grinding to dust, hands primly placed on his knees, kneeling perfectly straight. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Yu snapped his fingers, and the seabird ignited in flames, its ashes remaining after the fire extinguished. Of course, the seabird had already succumbed to the flames before being burned. The fire consumed only its remains. Chunyu grasped one of the bird's legs, examining it closely. Excellent. It has been incinerated cleanly, without damaging the meat. This is the consequence of throwing a fixed match. Let this be etched in your memories. Upon finishing, Chunyu lifted the bird to showcase it to the crowd. The others showed little reaction, except for Luffy, whose head was nearly buried in the ground. Chunyu skillfully controlled the temperature with his observation haki, ensuring that every feather was burned spotless. Clearly, his mastery of the fruit was commendable. Sanji, find an opportunity to stew it. We must not let it go to waste, right? Chunyu smiled at Sanji, who immediately agreed, placing the seabird behind him. Luffy, do you not agree with what I just said? Chunyu suddenly turned to Luffy, his gaze earnest. Luffy remained silent, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes blinking rapidly. Satisfied with the effect he had achieved, Chunyu did not press further. As for Zoro and Sanji, he thought, let them be. One does not truly know a person without conflict. The next act was of paramount importance. Chunyu retrieved 2 wooden boxes from the side and placed them before him, his demeanor instantly turning serious as he scanned everyone present. He respected each individual's wishes. Noticing Chunyu's sudden gravity, even Nami sat up straight, attentively watching him. These are 2 devil fruits. I wish to hear your thoughts. Chunyu's tone remained solemn. Zoro was the first to voice his opinion. I will not consume a devil fruit. You know my aspirations. Chunyu nodded, having anticipated this response. Sanji, breathing rapidly, leaned slightly forward, his nostrils flaring, eagerly inquiring, is there a transparent fruit? Sanji was exuding excitement from head to toe. Regrettably, no. Chenju responded, rendered speechless. Upon learning it was not a transparent fruit, Sanji quickly reverted to his aloof demeanor, pulling a cigarette from his pack. I have no interest in devil fruits. The others echoed similar sentiments, expressing their disinterest. This had also been within Chunyu's expectations, for he had originally intended to give these fruits to Johnny and Joseph, as they needed them the most. Chunyu's gaze was intense as he looked at Johnny and Joseph, or rather, all eyes were on them. The 2 appeared increasingly anxious, their breaths growing more rapid. They understood what Chunyu was about to say. I believe you all are aware that everyone wishes to give you this opportunity. What are your thoughts? Chunyu was unconcerned about the others' reluctance. To him, the only reason was courtesy, offering it to the sword god duo. Johnny clenched his fists, his sunglasses slightly askew, his voice trembling as he said, Brother Chunyu, you understand the value of the devil fruits, right? The rest is not for you to ponder. Simply tell us if you want them. Johnny and Joseph exchanged a glance, their eyes suddenly filled with unwavering determination. Both rose simultaneously, kneeling without hesitation, and bowed deeply. Thud! X2 Brother Chunyu, we wish to eat. Zoro genuinely felt happy for Johnny and Joseph. With these 2 fruits, their strength would soar. He believed that Chunyu had certainly considered this more thoroughly than he. Chunyu smiled and unhesitatingly pushed the 2 boxes toward them. However, he had shuffled the fruits beforehand, and now he could not distinguish one from the other. Regardless of which, both were suitable for them. Both of these fruits are highly compatible with you. As for which one you select, it is a matter of luck. Gazing at the devil fruits within arm's reach, Joseph and Johnny bowed their heads 3 more times. Brother Chunyu, and to all the brothers, from this day forth, we vow to protect the Straw Hat Pirates with our lives, swearing upon the Jolly Roger. Should we betray this oath, let the heavens strike us down. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of everyone present. Even the usually stoic Zoro and Sanji cracked a grin. This was exactly what Chunyu wished to see. After all, compared to others, their joining felt somewhat hasty. Remember the words spoken today. Also recall what I said when you boarded this ship. From this day forward, we are family. Inseparable. We are a unified front. What is shared in glory shall be shared in misfortune. After speaking, Chunyu gazed toward the red line. Once we traverse this great mountain before us, we shall embark on our journey through the Grand Line. You are all our support. Likewise, you are our backbone. Do you understand? Chunyu's voice grew louder. We understand. Johnny and Joseph cried out, tears streaming down their faces, fists clenched tightly. Luffy and Usopp were already in a tearful embrace, while Nami hid behind Chunyu, secretly wiping her tears. Only Chunyu, Sanji, and Zoro maintained their resolute gazes upon the towering Red Mountain, smiling with determination in their eyes. They were family. All right, choose. Big boys should not shed tears so easily. acting like babies. Shinyu chuckled at them. Luffy and Usopp felt offended. As they watched the two clutching their respective treasure chests, curiosity filled the air. Crunch, crunch, a sound of fruit being bitten echoed through the night. How does it taste? Shinyu inquired with curiosity. Everyone responded. Johnny, delicious. The flavor is truly unique. Crunchy. And I want more. Joseph, this flavor seems vaguely familiar, but I cannot recall where I've tasted it before. I too find it incredibly delightful. Wanting more. Shinyu's eyelid twitched. Luffy, on the other hand, wore a thoughtful expression, as he had somewhat forgotten the taste of a devil fruit. Observing Luffy's serious contemplation, Shinyu's eyelid twitched once more. Alarmed, Shinyu quickly added, "It is said that consuming a second devil fruit will lead to death." Luffy, the sword god duo, what? Shinyu, these three fools. All eyes were fixated on Johnny and Joseph, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Let us witness the unveiling of the new powers of the Straw Hat crew. Shinyu suddenly stood, his expression encouraging. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing sliced through the night sky. Johnny's muscles bulged, countless feathers bursting forth, enveloping his entire body. A magnificent eagle, sleek and golden, appeared on the deck of the Mary. This eagle, with claws as sharp as blades and a beak like a hook, exuded a chilling aura, its wingspan reaching 6 meters. Its body nearly 3 meters in length, regal and imposing, rivaling the recently deceased Haast giant eagle. Johnny had consumed the Nagi Nagi no Mi, the golden eagle form. Feeling the surging power within, Johnny soared into the sky, letting out a triumphant cry as the resounding eagle call echoed across the red line, lingering in the air. Not to be outdone, Johnny transformed his hands into 2 massive scythes, radiating a chilling light, his eyes bulging, his mouth gaping like an abyss, transforming into a formidable mantis. The mantis swung its dual blades, performing a dazzling display of swordplay before leaping into the air, taking flight. It was apparent that flight speed was not Johnny's forte. He had consumed the Nushi Nushi no Mi, the Chinese mantis form. Witnessing Johnny and Joseph's awe-inspiring transformations, Usopp and Luffy were envious, drooling with sparkling eyes, repeatedly exclaiming, "So cool. I want to ride. I want to ride." The two individuals did not allow themselves to become overly exuberant. After briefly adapting to their newfound abilities in the air, they returned to the ship to report their experiences. Brother Chinyu, the fruit I consumed is astonishing. Not only has my strength surged tremendously, but I can also perceive scenes from dozens of kilometers away, and my Kinbunchika haki has improved significantly. Upon returning to the Mary, Joseph transformed back into his human form and excitedly shared his revelation with Chinyu. Johnny followed suit, returning to the Mary after Joseph. His sunglasses askew from excitement. While my vision may not reach as far as Joseph's, with the aid of neck movement, I essentially have no blind spots. My Kinbunchika haki has also increased remarkably, and my physique is as robust as that of an ox, especially my hands, which have transformed into dual blades. Cutting through stone is akin to slicing vegetables. Upon hearing their descriptions, the Straw Hat crew exchanged knowing smiles, as this outcome far exceeded everyone's expectations, particularly in terms of practicality. Shinyu beamed with joy. Excellent. Tonight, you will undergo a transformation. It won't be long before you master Busashoka haki. As you are now, you have already become formidable warriors, just as he predicted. The true source of his delight lay in the mantis' ability to morph into 2 distinct forms, a scythe and a cleaver. Johnny, you must quickly master partial zone transformation, especially in your palms and wings. You must now train in the dual sword style. Joseph, I recommend utilizing your wings as blades, and do not neglect your claw techniques. Your claws can also wield swords. How to execute this is for you to ponder. You both must swiftly grasp Busashoka haki. Haki is fundamental. After offering his advice, Shinyu turned to the others. This message is also for all of you. We are about to enter the Grand Line, where true adventure is just beginning. The crew's reactions varied. Some were fidgeting, others drew their swords, and some adjusted their hats. Yet, the common thread was an overwhelming excitement. Even Usopp and Nami displayed no hint of trepidation. With a resounding bang, Shinyu seized a stack of wanted posters from his room and slammed them onto the deck. I've yet to share this with you all. Even though we are about to enter the Grand Line, our reputation has already spread across the globe. Shinyu's eyes sparkled with fervor as his voice rose in intensity. All hands are wanted. Although this may not be a favorable circumstance, these wanted posters represent our face. We have yet to step foot in the Grand Line, Yet countless eyes are already fixated upon us, awaiting us with endless peril. But isn't this precisely what we desire? Right, Captain? Chun Yu's gaze was piercing as he locked eyes with Luffy, whose expression mirrored the anticipation of the entire crew. Exactly what I wanted, Luffy declared, clenching his fists and shouting towards the sky, the waves crashing at the red land's edge, his roar echoing. Chun Yu was satisfied with Luffy's reaction. The crew glanced at Luffy and then at Chun Yu, their gazes resolute as they tightened their fists. They had taken another significant step towards their dreams. As Chun Yu distributed the wanted posters, the crew gazed at their bounties in shock, particularly Johnny and Joseph, who, upon seeing their bounty of 5 million berries, embraced each other in excitement, dancing and chanting, "Sword God! Sword God!" Meanwhile, Usopp and Nami stood frozen in disbelief at their exorbitant bounties. Sanji and Zoro had already begun to quarrel. "Curly Brow, your bounty is 15 million less than mine," Zoro mocked, pointing at Sanji. "Green Algae Head, what are you so proud of? In terms of strength, I could easily kick you to death," Sanji retorted angrily, pointing back at Zoro. Hearing this, Zoro's eyes narrowed as he gripped the hilt of his sword and stepped forward. "With your weak kicking technique, I doubt you could even kill someone in the Grand Line." Sanji immediately unleashed his diable jam, face to face with Zoro, indignantly stating, "It seems the Navy's judgment is poor, thinking a third-rate swordsman like you is worth 45 million. Today, I'll show you whether I can kick someone to death." At this, Zoro swiftly drew 3 swords, ready to confront Sanji. "Be careful, or I'll slice you up." Curly Brow Shrimp. Since Chun Yu's return, the two had already fought 3 times. However, this time, Nami, seemingly unconcerned, expressed her worries. "I barely did anything. So why's my bounty so high? 20 million berries." Upon hearing Nami's words, Usopp nodded fervently, clutching his chest in agony. "Ah, I have contracted a disease that will surely lead to my demise in the Grand Line." Chun Yu could only twitch at the corners of his eyes. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from the two. Could it be that mastering haki, an extraordinary power, did not inflate their egos? Had his extensive groundwork meant nothing? Chun Yu glanced at the ecstatic duo, the sword gods, and then at the timid pair before him, sighing as he pressed his forehead, contemplating how to temper their spirits. These two truly could not withstand the slightest pressure. He had prepared to cool their enthusiasm, but Nami and Usopp were surprisingly cautious, relieving him of any burden. With a bitter smile, Chun Yu approached them, began to lavish praise, and cited Arlong and Kuro's examples, urging them to recognize their strength and believe in the potential of haki. Nami, slightly elated by Chun Yu's compliments, covered her cheek and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, no. No, I'm just moderately capable." Usopp, however, became even more animated, standing on the railing of the Mary and gesturing dramatically, observing the confident crew. Chun Yu sighed in relief and sat beside Luffy, who was staring blankly at the straw hats. The real adventure begins. Luffy flashed a broad smile at Chun Yu. "Chun Yu, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Absolutely. I know, I believe in you. We will undoubtedly become the freest individuals." Chun Yu silently added, "I believe in you more than anyone else." "Hey, Luffy, I hope you remember this. You aspire to be the Pirate King, the freest person." Chun Yu's expression turned serious again as he turned to Luffy. Initially puzzled, Luffy pondered why he would need to remember something he had always worked towards. But Chun Yu only spoke in such earnest tones for matters of utmost importance. Hence, Luffy refrained from questioning further, committing Chun Yu's words to memory. He donned his straw hat, lowered the brim, and met Chun Yu's gaze. Okay. This simple response was the answer Chun Yu had longed for in his heart. As night swiftly passed, the bow of the Mary aligned with the direction indicated by Joseph towards the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Ever since Joseph consumed the Golden Eagle fruit, the Straw Hat crew had been relieved of much worry, as Joseph considered himself the team scout, often flying about and occasionally visiting the lookout tower during idle moments. With Joseph's guidance, navigating Reverse Mountain was effortless, and the Mary's steering mechanism remained intact. After a smooth passage, the Mary reached the summit of Reverse Mountain and began its parabolic descent. Yo, this exhilarating sensation, this weightlessness. Now, this is a true pirate ship, Chun Yu exclaimed, reveling in the high-end pirate ship experience that the Mary provided. Naturally, he was not alone. As the Mary plummeted, the Straw Hat crew shrieked in delight, their exhilaration palpable. After enjoying the thrill, Chun Yu once again widened his eyes, fixing his gaze ahead. The target, within Laboon. This thought remained unspoken. Yet every time a woman near Chunyu lifted his hand, he would inadvertently blink awake, startling these beauties into blushing and returning his hand to its original position. Though Chunyu faced defeat in this battle, he still emerged with honor. Merely using his limbs to restrain 7 formidable foes was a testament to his ferocity. Sanji found himself directly opposite Chunyu. Every time he covertly observed Chunyu, he was astounded by his remarkable abilities, each blink revealing a new posture that he could immediately emulate. Chunyu, unable to resist, instinctively gave a thumbs up before returning his hand to a more composed position. Sanji lamented that he had once been woefully inadequate. He should be capable of facing 7 adversaries without faltering. Yet here he was, struggling against 4. Determined to improve, he vowed never to become a mere combatant lacking in skill. Nearby, Nami witnessed the entire scene unfold. To avoid revealing her intentions, she feigned stillness, tightly clenching her toes, her heart brimming with murderous intent as she awaited the perfect moment to strike. Chunyu was doomed. Sanji was equally culpable, having led Chunyu astray. As Usopp's boastfulness grew tiresome, the entire Straw Hat crew fell prey to his antics. Chunyu perceptively scanned the area, realizing that only Luffy and Usopp had truly succumbed to the effects, earning themselves a supplementary training regimen. However, upon sensing Nami, he was struck by her tightly clenched feet, plunging him into deep contemplation. A mere illusion. It had to be an illusion. He promptly dismissed his observation and continued to play his part with utmost sincerity. After a considerable time, Chunyu detected Zoro's movements and decided to vacate the area to avoid disrupting the group's cohesion. Swiftly, he incapacitated the 7 individuals he had been restraining. A few emitted faint sounds, leading him to wonder if his technique had diminished. Without hesitation, he transformed into a burst of flames, vanishing from the scene. Hiding atop the tallest building in the town, Chunyu observed the chaotic dance of blades below, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. There are always those who bear the weight of the journey for you. It was because of Zoro that he could confront adversity with composure, and the trials he endured only served to fortify him. Just as Zoro was relishing the moment, Nami dragged Sanji into Chunyu's line of sight, her fists still steaming with fury. Upon emerging without detecting Chunyu, Nami immediately activated her observation haki. Just as Chunyu sensed impending danger, Nami turned sharply, her eyes radiating a lethal glare directed at him. The moment of reckoning had arrived. This was dire. In a previous life, his father had been restrained by the forces of Shudao Mountain for half his life. It seemed he was destined to follow suit. No, absolutely not. I must save myself. I must escape this predicament. As Chunyu clasped his forehead and shook his head in distress, he sensed Nami approaching at an astonishing speed. Sanji, already half embedded in the wall, was unaware of his fate. Heavens, this is it. He fervently hoped that the tactics of those short video creators from his past would prove effective. If they helped him survive this ordeal, he would surely reward them handsomely in the future. With that, Chunyu pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully toward the sky. This was a pivotal moment, one that could determine his fate. With renewed determination in his eyes, he declared, "I shall be more domineering than Nami." After completing his self-affirmation, Chunyu vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Nami. "Chunyu, what were you just doing?" Nami's forehead was creased with tension, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement as a smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Oh, it's Nami. What was I doing?" Chunyu replied with genuine sincerity, his expression one of confusion. Upon hearing Chunyu's response, Nami's smile faltered. She hadn't anticipated such a reply. "Nami, what is wrong? Why aren't you speaking? What did I just do? I have no recollection of my actions. Please tell me. Perhaps your words will jog my memory." Chunyu's innocence was palpable, as if he were truly misunderstood. Your hand just now," Nami stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Chunyu looked at her encouragingly. "It's all right. It's just us two. Take your time. There's no rush. What happened with my hand?" His tone shifted to playful and innocent as he spoke. "Where did your hand go just now?" Unlike her earlier anger, Nami's cheeks flushed as she struggled to contain her embarrassment. "What? Just say it outright. What's there to hide? Where did my hand go?" Chunyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached her slowly. "Your hand was. As Chunyu reached Nami, he placed his hands on her waist. Nami jolted, her ears turning crimson, and she made no attempt to respond, instead trying to push him away. "You didn't answer my question. What do you want from me?" Chunyu, anticipating her resistance, held her firmly, refusing to let her escape, while his actions remained unyielding. Let me go. You. Nami was now so flustered she could barely complete a sentence. Sensing that he had not yet crossed the threshold of her anger, Chinyu shifted his approach, withdrawing his hands. He placed his left hand on her lower back while his right supported her neck, their gazes locking with intensity. As Nami began to avert her gaze, Chinyu's left fingers grazed her back, redirecting her attention. Feeling his touch, Nami let out a soft sound. Simultaneously, Chinyu directed his breath toward her neck, subtly observing the glimmer of her silver teeth. Realizing he needed to escalate the moment, Chinyu's hand transitioned from mere teasing to gently caressing her back until Nami's tightly clenched teeth began to part. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned in and kissed her. The instant their lips met, Chinyu's tongue surged forth, slipping through the narrowest gap with unwavering confidence. As Nami's hands pressed against his chest in an attempt to resist, Chinyu tightened his hold on her waist, allowing no room for escape. His right hand slid down from her head to her neck, gently squeezing the nape, while his pinky and ring fingers explored further. Their lips finally parted when Nami's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed. Ensuring she could see, Chinyu licked his lips and met her gaze unwaveringly. "Did I just do that?" he inquired softly. Nami, breathless and unable to respond, could only shake her head, avoiding his eyes. Once her breathing steadied, she finally spoke. "I saw everything that happened in the room." Chinyu, unfazed, disregarded her words and drew her closer again, attempting to initiate another kiss. However, this time, Nami was prepared, lowering her head to thwart his advances. "I saw it all. In the room, your hands were not behaving," Nami reiterated, still keeping her head bowed. Chinyu then switched tactics, using his left hand to support her neck and his right to lift her chin, once again initiating his pursuit. Thus, every time Nami attempted to voice her thoughts, Chinyu kissed her, continuing until her eyes glistened with tears, her cheeks flushed. Her waist weakened, and her head tilted back, gasping for breath. When Chinyu finally returned to the ground, Nami was entirely draped over him, her head nestled against his chest, too shy to speak, clinging to him with all her might. Disregarding the presence of Nami in his arms, Chinyu extended his hand to support her tail, devoid of any ulterior motive, solely to prevent her from slipping away. However, as soon as Chinyu lifted her, Nami jolted violently, clinging even tighter to him. At that moment, Chinyu couldn't help but reflect that as long as Nami remained silent, she seemed incapable of threatening him. He had discovered a prosperous path to wealth with the law on his side. Based on his experience, Nami would not release her grip until the flush in her cheeks faded, affording him ample time to address other matters, such as the ongoing scuffle between Zoro and Luffy. Due to Chunyu's meddling, neither Luffy nor Zoro uttered anything particularly grave. The quarrel arose merely from Luffy demanding an apology from Zoro, who refused, insisting that they were both bounty hunters and Luffy did not expect a bounty hunter to treat him to a meal. Adding fuel to the fire was Sanji, who incessantly provoked the situation. Without hesitation, Chinyu positioned himself between the three, delivering a punch that sent all three crashing to the ground. Had Nami been the one to strike, everyone would have been deferential, not daring to utter a word. However, seeing Chinyu as the aggressor, Luffy immediately confronted him, while Zoro brandished his sword against Chinyu's neck. Sanji, irritated by the sight of Nami clinging to Chinyu, unleashed his diable jam. The three exchanged glances and formed a tacit, triangular formation around Chinyu, circling him. How could Chinyu tolerate such an affront? 3 days without a fight had left him restless. Did these three fools truly forget who was the strongest among them? Eager to retaliate, Chinyu's hands itched for action. He lightly slapped Nami's posterior, prompting her to voluntarily release her hold and step out of the encirclement, taking a seat nearby to spectate. Observing the trio's gathering momentum, Chinyu immediately rose onto his toes, his body slightly bouncing as he swung his fist to relieve the fatigue in his arms. The four of them, no longer hesitating, enveloped themselves in haki. A glint flashed in Chunyu's eyes as he crouched down, crossing his arms defensively over his chest, his back also shrouded in haki. Subsequently, Zoro's sword sliced through the air above Chinyu, Sanji's diable jam struck against Chinyu's arms, and Luffy's iron fist slammed into Chinyu's back. A shockwave radiated from their bodies, the clang of metal reverberating through the town. They had agreed not to utilize their devil fruit abilities, aiming solely to gauge the results of their haki training. As for Zoro's use of a weapon, Chinyu found it inconsequential and remarked to Sanji that he was welcome to use one as well. Sanji retorted sharply, calling Chinyu a mere fire starter, asserting that as a renowned chef, he would indulge him. Zoro merely cast a disdainful glance at Sanji, saying nothing. Thus, the unspoken understanding among the four endured. After enduring their onslaught, Chinyu executed a sweeping kick, knocking Sanji off balance. As expected, Sanji leaped into the air. With the trio's formation shattered, Chinyu planned to dismantle them one by one, starting with the toughest opponent. With his feet slightly bent, Chinyu focused on Zoro and unleashed a powerful thrust. The ground collapsing beneath him like a spider's web as he propelled himself directly toward Zoro. Why me again? Zoro, with a blade clenched in his teeth, recognized Chinyu's intent to confront him first and swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Chinyu's charge. Indeed, Chinyu often targeted Zoro first, as while the other two could inflict pain, Zoro's strikes could leave him severely injured if he failed to defend adequately. This time, however, fate had different plans. Just as Sanji had intended to ambush during the standoff between Zoro and Chinyu, he found himself too close to react as the situation shifted rapidly. He managed to cover his chest with a layer of haki, but was still struck by Chinyu's punch, launching him like a cannonball and crashing through a row of houses. Chinyu maximized his momentum with that punch, causing Sanji to spew blood upon impact. As Sanji arose from the rubble, clutching his chest and coughing up blood, Chinyu showed no mercy. He repeatedly stomped the ground, propelling himself forward at an almost imperceptible speed. With his right hand charged, he enveloped his knuckles in another layer of haki and aimed for the same spot on Sanji's chest that he had just struck. Having just launched Sanji, Chinyu anticipated a kick from Luffy aimed at him, but he resolved to absorb the blow. With no chance to evade Luffy's attack, he encased his head, particularly his chin, in a significant amount of haki. The battle among the four had escalated into a contest of reflexes, speed of anticipation, and endurance. Unsurprisingly, still reeling from his previous injuries, Sanji was once again hammered in the chest by Chinyu, only to crash to the ground like a stone skipping across water, leaving a trail of craters and destruction in his wake. Chinyu barely had time to brace himself before Luffy's knee struck him, sending him skyward. Though slightly dazed from the impact, he brushed it off as a minor concussion, having adequately protected his head with haki. After countless exchanges, they all realized that targeting Chinyu's head was the most effective strategy. Chinyu's physique was undeniably monstrous, not invincible, but with formidable defense, recovery, and stamina. He possessed exceptional overall attributes with room for further improvement. His recovery rate was astonishingly unreasonable. Luffy's resilience paled in comparison to Chinyu's. While Zoro was known for his unyielding tenacity, no matter how hard he was struck, he remained conscious. Chinyu could often knock Luffy and Sanji out, but rarely managed to do the same to Zoro. The wills of Luffy and Zoro were formidable. Luffy's tenacity was unmatched, and every time he was knocked down, he would rise again. Zoro's resolve was equally steadfast. He could fall but never succumb to unconsciousness, his health bar firmly locked, leaving Chinyu perplexed. As for Sanji, while his leg bones were tougher, he consistently lagged behind Chinyu in other aspects. Nevertheless, as he trained and endured punishment, the dormant bloodline factor deemed a fail modification was slowly activating within him. Though there was a slight disparity among the four, they were all progressing at a similar pace. Thus, as Chinyu was propelled into the sky, he could almost ascertain that Sanji was on the verge of losing his combat effectiveness. Originally, he would not have exited the fray so prematurely, but hiding behind Zoro left him with little time to defend against Chinyu's full-force strike, disrupting his rhythm and leading to a swift defeat. Lost in his thoughts, Chinyu's demeanor suddenly hardened. He covered his fists and right knee with haki to the utmost, slightly drawing back his right knee while keeping his gaze fixed on the fearsome beast below, its eyes glowing red. Just as Chinyu became alert, Zoro locked onto him, his three swords positioned in a triangular formation. With a powerful push against the ground, Zoro launched himself toward Chinyu, accelerating rapidly. 9 mountains and 8 seas. For a single world, gather the myriad realms to form a small 1,000 worlds. This realm multiplied by 3. The unyielding force of the self. 3-sword style ultimate technique. The great 1,000 worlds. Seeing Zoro's eyes ablaze with determination, Chinyu remained vigilant. He had been struck by this technique before, nearly breaking his sternum. At that time, his lack of familiarity with life-threatening situations had caused him significant pain. I'll tell you this. My head may be severed and blood may flow, but do not even think of striking me with your ultimate move. Chinyu immediately assumed a defensive stance as Zoro leaped toward him, and the two collided head-on. Chinyu found himself in a fierce confrontation, his fists firmly braced against Zoro's twin blades. Yet, one of the swords managed to slice into Chun Yu's shoulder. Although his skin, imbued with haki, withstood the blow for a time, it ultimately succumbed, allowing Zoro's sword, Wado Ikamanji, to come to a halt just above Chun Yu's scapula. Meanwhile, Chun Yu's knee delivered a solid strike to Zoro's abdomen, propelling him backward with such force that blood erupted from his mouth like a torrential downpour. Glistening vividly under the moonlight, Zoro crashed heavily onto the ground, embedding himself deep into the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Now, only Luffy remained. Chun Yu pressed his hand against his wound, utilizing the ability of life return to expedite his recovery. This was precisely why the trio refrained from targeting Chun Yu elsewhere. Life return significantly enhanced his healing capabilities, and combined with his already exceptional recuperative powers, it was undeniably formidable. Luffy was eager for a one-on-one duel with Chun Yu, despite enduring severe beatings each time. However, he always emerged stronger after every encounter, as did Sanji and Zoro. Chun Yu, this time, I will be the victor, Luffy declared without hesitation, extending his arm in preparation for a powerful attack. Once it became a duel between the two, Chun Yu allowed Luffy to utilize his abilities, but forbade the use of Gear Second, a customary agreement. Gomu Gomu no Rocket. Luffy's arms, resembling elongated serpents, surged toward Chun Yu, enveloped in a thick layer of armament haki. With a thunderous crack, his arms, propelled by immense force, stirred up dust as they lunged toward Chun Yu's chest. Observing Luffy's fingers, which glimmered with a profound metallic sheen and resembled fangs, Chun Yu's previously dismissive expression shifted to one of slight concern. He had lost count of how many times he had faced Luffy's rocket, usually requiring only to extend his palm to block it, but this time felt different. Chun Yu wrapped even more haki around his fists, which glimmered with a chilling radiance, rivaling the intensity of Luffy's fingertips. Intent on testing the attack, he opted to block Luffy's palm strike with his fists. Who knows what new technique this kid has developed? Chun Yu muttered softly while preparing his defense. As their fists and palms collided, a gust of air swept across the battlefield, sending debris flying and causing several nearby, dilapidated structures to collapse. The expressions of Chun Yu and Luffy diverged dramatically upon impact. Chun Yu, believing he had successfully blocked Luffy's attack, was suddenly taken aback as he noticed 10 small injuries erupting across his chest in his observation of haki. Though he was typically indifferent to his own injuries, he was astounded by Luffy's cunning. Before Chun Yu could regain his composure, Luffy's fingers elongated abruptly, piercing into Chun Yu's chest like bullets. He. Chun Yu, ISNT my new technique impressive? Luffy exclaimed, retracting his arm and joyfully striking a muscular pose. Chun Yu was uncertain if this move could be classified as a flying finger gun, yet it undeniably caught opponents off guard. Impressive indeed. Your abilities are quite flashy, Chun Yu acknowledged, though he added, however, if your finger strength were a tad stronger, it might have penetrated my chest directly. But I won't let you stab me without consequence. Without waiting for Luffy to prepare, Chun Yu transformed his fingers into sword-like points, swiftly slicing through the air and unleashing a flurry of attacks resembling petals of chrysanthemums. A multitude of blue slashes surged toward Luffy, caught off guard by his earlier triumph. Luffy desperately leaped to the sides, clutching his straw hat as he hurriedly tried to evade. As Chun Yu accelerated his strikes, Luffy found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Hastily enveloping his face and chest in armament haki and crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Though I'm unsure why you want T, just move further away. If you choose to play this way, you can't blame me, Chun Yu remarked with a mischievous grin, observing Luffy's rather foolish defense. The reason Chun Yu deemed Luffy unwise was due to his vulnerability below. With that, Chun Yu shifted his hands from sword points to palms, unleashing an even more powerful onslaught directed at Luffy. Chrysanthemum Chaos, he cried, as countless slashes hurtled toward Luffy's unguarded lower body. Feeling an intense warning surge through him, Luffy's face paled as he rolled to the left, narrowly evading the barrage, and quickly retreated. Chun Yu, are you trying to kill me? That's my golden egg. If you cut it off, I'll die, Luffy yelled as he swiftly encased his lower half in a substantial amount of armament haki, transforming his expression into one of defiance. After a brief silence, Chun Yu scratched his head sheepishly, acknowledging true, it is a golden egg, but you won't die. Don't panic. Luffy seemed to believe that severing his golden egg would lead to his demise. As a representative of the new generation, Chun Yu felt compelled to enlighten Luffy. Look at that guy, Paji. His golden egg was sliced by Nami, and he merely cried out. Luffy, however, was unconvinced and retorted. But he is dead. Well, that is true. but his death wasn't due to the golden egg being severed. Trust me, or should I demonstrate by trying to cut it off? You want to die, believe me? Chun Yu's earnest eyes met Luffy's, his tone growing increasingly sincere. You're a devil, Luffy exclaimed in frustration, charging at Chun Yu and smacking him on the head before quickly distancing himself. How absurd. Chun Yu could only smile awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. After Chun Yu had sent Zoro crashing down, the latter found himself buried in a pit, his body embedded deeply. As Zoro attempted to stir, realizing he would need considerable effort to rise, he ceased struggling and, after spitting out blood, succumbed to slumber, deciding to take a restorative nap. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Ahaha! Ahaha! Useless! So you're a princess, Miss Wednesday. Voices echoed. Boom! Another explosion reverberated through the air. Zoro, blissfully enjoying his slumber, remained undisturbed. Not far from Zoro's resting place, Princess Vivi was being cornered. Having reached a preliminary agreement with Ikelim, Nami was racing toward Chun Yu, intent on cashing in on a handsome sum of 10 billion berries. Initially, Ikelim had sought Zoro's assistance, but upon witnessing Nami's prowess, he opted for her aid instead. Boom! Another explosion resonated. This noise disrupted Zoro's peaceful slumber, but soon enough, another bubble formed at his nose. Before his newly formed bubble could expand, a small round object resembling a booger fell into Zoro's pit and exploded. This blast jolted Zoro awake, transforming his green hair into an explosive mess. Yet he remained oblivious to his appearance, driven only by the urge to wield his sword. Thanks to the explosion, Zoro easily rose, his gaze sharpening as he stepped out of the crater. Upon emerging, he spotted Vivi and a pair of figures. And just as he opened his mouth to inquire about the source of the explosion, the blonde girl in the sky interjected. Ah, Mr. Five, it seems someone can withstand your explosions. Are they here to seek their demise? She laughed tauntingly. At that moment, Zoro, filled with fury, felt his forehead throb with anger as he coldly inquired, Did you cause this explosion, you bastard? Mr. Five, donning sunglasses, casually tucked his hands into the pockets of his trench coat, disregarding Zoro entirely. Instead, he issued a warning. Our objective is solely that blue-haired girl beside you. Since you've been granted a second chance at life, do not seek death. A hearty laugh followed. Indeed, 3 have already come to meet their demise. Do you wish to become the 4th? Miss Valentine's Day scoffed dismissively. At that moment, Zoro had lost interest in their banter. He unsheathed his sword, Wado Ikemanji, and strode towards them, his gaze as lifeless as that of a corpse. Understood, lowly pirate. Since you failed to cherish the life I have spared you, prepare to regret your foolishness in hell. Mr. Five spoke nonchalantly, clearly underestimating Zoro, as he dug for boogers, preparing to launch them. Zoro was momentarily taken aback. Vivi believed Zoro was stepping in to protect her, and her kind heart couldn't bear the thought of another dying because of her. However, as a princess, she bore the weight of her nation's hope. Thus, she could not bring herself to tell Zoro to leave her be. Instead, she could only warn Samurai, be cautious. They are both capable fighters. At that moment, Vivi fervently hoped Zoro would triumph over the 2 adversaries. Zoro merely glanced at Vivi, unaffected. All he desired was to eliminate the 2 and then rest. Plapava to die, Mr. Five declared, launching a booger projectile towards Zoro, who instinctively cleaved it in 2. Moments later, Zoro realized he had just severed a booger with his sword, and fury coursed through him. He hastily placed Wado Ikemanji on the ground, clenched his fist, and enveloped it in a vast array of haki. Veins bulged on his forearms, showcasing his wrath. With a fierce stomp, Zoro propelled himself forward, roaring, You shall repent in hell. Mr. Five was caught off guard and was sent flying by a single punch, skidding across the ground for several meters, leaving a long trench. His head utterly shattered. Without hesitation, Zoro leaped again, arriving beside the terrified Miss Valentine's Day. He kicked her towards Vivi and, with Wado Ikemanji in hand, turned to leave, intent on properly cleansing his beloved sword. Nami observed the scene alongside Chun Yu, and, as the battle concluded, she rushed forward to engage in fervent negotiations with Vivi. Chun Yu, however, was indifferent to the outcome, having only come for a brief appearance. Sanji leaned against the wall, recuperating from his injuries, smoking one cigarette after another, endlessly reflecting on the aftermath of the battle. In an unexpected moment, Sanji turned to see a walking cactus, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was hallucinating. Upon reopening his eyes, he still beheld the cactus, bursting into laughter Aha! Green algae head. Your new hairstyle suits you splendidly. Zoro had just completed the maintenance of his sword and, already in a foul mood, grew even more irritated upon hearing Sanji's mockery. After a moment of contemplation, he retorted, "You, the weakest among us, dare to mock me? Curly-haired weakling. What? I can't just ignore that. I have already let you wield 3 swords. Did you win?" Sanji replied darkly, rising to his feet, disregarding his injuries. "Let you wield 3 swords? That's hilarious. I could let you wield 300, and you wouldn't stand a chance. You can't even hold a sword properly, can you? Just some childish kicking techniques?" Zoro paid no mind to this weakling who had first lost his fighting spirit. "When I was wielding my sword, you were still playing house somewhere." Zoro shot back. Sanji rolled his eyes, pinching the cigarette between his fingers, exhaling smoke towards Zoro. "You want to measure your skills, do you? Who is afraid of whom? Watch me slice you into pieces, curly shrimp. Careful, or I might kick you into a cripple." "What did you say?" They both exclaimed simultaneously. Just like that, their verbal sparring escalated into a physical confrontation, each claiming the other was in greater pain. Nami, holding hands with her dear friend Vivi, had just begun to express her confidence in their crew when she witnessed Zoro and Sanji demolishing a street in mere moments. The smile on Nami's face gradually froze. Observing Nami's expression, Chinyu instantly sensed trouble and retreated. He understood the principle that when the city gates burn, the fish in the moat suffer. Indeed, moments later, Zoro and Sanji returned, dragged back by Nami, each sporting 3 lumps on their heads, looking utterly defeated. "Chinyu, go wake Usopp. We must set sail immediately," Nami said, tilting her head and smiling at Chinyu. Right away, Chinyu vanished in an instant, while Vivi, who had been watching carefully, began to harbor another thought. Although Nami had promised to return her to Alabasta, Vivi, having witnessed the terrifying power of these individuals, especially the unfathomable strength of Chinyu, felt a glimmer of hope for her nation. Before long, Chinyu reappeared, gripping Usopp by the nose. And soon the group prepared to embark, their sights set on Alabasta. Vivi cast a subtle glance at Chinyu, keeping her thoughts to herself, not confiding in anyone, including Ikelim. On the shore, Ikelim voiced his intentions to lure away the assassins of Baroque works, willing to take risks. Chinyu remained silent, still undecided on whether to assist Vivi. Currently, he had no reason to help her. Yet, should the occasion arise for him to lend a hand, he would not obstruct it. After all, that fool was simply too overly enthusiastic. Moreover, Crocodile was nothing in his eyes. Vivi clenched her fists, tears brimming in her eyes, as she watched Ikelim depart. For the sake of her country, she had no choice. The Straw Hat crew had only promised to return her to Alabasta, not to confront Crocodile. Vivi yearned for the Straw Hat crew to intervene, regardless of the cost. Before that, she could not provoke their dissatisfaction, so she agreed to let Ikelim draw the enemy away, thereby alleviating some pressure from Nami and the others. The Straw Hat crew was her last hope. "Ikelim, I'm sorry," Vivi whispered to herself as she watched him leave, her heart filled with remorse, reflecting on her earlier conversation with Nami. When Vivi inadvertently revealed information about Crocodile to Nami, she panicked, repeatedly apologizing. However, she realized that Nami was not afraid of Crocodile, even after understanding his identity as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. "Nami, are you not afraid of Crocodile?" "He is a warlord," Vivi questioned, bewildered. To help Vivi solidify her resolve to sign a contract with her, Nami decisively explained, "Because my comrades are incredibly strong, outrageously so, especially Chunyu. No one knows just how strong he truly is. As for why I'm not afraid of Crocodile, it's because Chunyu once said that the 7 warlords only need to be wary of Mihawk and Kuma. The others are not a threat." Afterward, Nami shrugged and looked at Vivi, asking whether she wished to sign the agreement, emphasizing that this opportunity would not last. This time, Vivi signed a contract with determination, causing Nami to leap with joy. Previously, Chunyu had informed Nami that the maximum price was 100 million berries, as Alabasta was too impoverished to afford more. Nami learned the true circumstances of Alabasta from Vivi. Hence, during the contract signing, Nami stated her price firmly at 100 million, non-negotiable. Vivi readily agreed, believing that reducing 10 billion to 100 million berries was a tremendous bargain. "I must persuade this crew to take action. My country is counting on me." Vivi continually admonished herself within her heart, her gaze growing ever more resolute. Just as she was lost in thought, an explosion erupted from the ship Ikelim ahead, and as the smoke dissipated, the sea lay desolate. "Ikelim!" Vivi could not restrain herself from calling out, her lips already bleeding from her anxious biting, the blood trickling down her chin as she trembled violently. Nami, witnessing this, felt a profound ache in her heart. She saw her former self in Vivi and without hesitation enveloped her in a comforting embrace, continually offering solace while casting a questioning glance at Chinyu. With a sigh, Chinyu let out a heavy breath. It was evident that Nami had resolved to assist Vivi, and he fully understood her compassionate heart. One fought for 8 years to save a village, while the other ventured into the lion's den to save a nation. In truth, Chinyu held a deep admiration for Vivi. He sensed that ever since Vivi had conversed with Nami, she had been exceedingly cautious around their group. He had eavesdropped on their exchange, and at first, he suspected that Vivi had intentionally revealed Crocodile's identity to Nami. However, he could not ascertain whether it was deliberate. What Chinyu could determine was that Vivi wished to enlist their aid to save her country. This deduction was not based on his foresight of the plot, but rather inferred from the information gleaned that evening. Chinyu noted that once Vivi realized their group was unafraid of Crocodile, her breath quickened, and her blood seemed to race through her veins. Coupled with her later cautious demeanor and her struggle to contain her sorrow, she refrained from voicing any objections to Ikelim's impending sacrifice. At this juncture, Chinyu had already discerned Vivi's intentions. Regarding the matter of Ikelim, Vivi had made the right choice. If she had suggested that Ikelim accompany them back to Alabasta, Chinyu would have been the first to express discontent. Was it not enough to escort one back? Moreover, if Ikelim did not draw the assassins away, would their group be responsible for resolving that as well? They were pirates, not philanthropists. Although it was a trivial matter for the Straw Hat crew, a mere trifle that could be resolved with minimal effort, Chinyu felt no obligation. Neither did their group bear such a responsibility. In Chinyu's perception, Ikelim was still alive and well. Upon discovering that Robin intended to detonate the ship, Ikelim had swiftly leapt into the water, narrowly escaping disaster, or perhaps Robin had intentionally allowed him to escape. With this realization, even Chinyu had no further objections. He had already sent Usopp to locate Ikelim. All he saw was a show of attitude. When Vivi learned that Ikelim was alive and that they did not mind taking on an additional person, the tension that had been taut within her began to ease. It was apparent to all that this ship was under Chinyu's command. After taking a breath of relief, Vivi cast a grateful glance at Chinyu. However, Chinyu remained unmoved, or rather, it was of no concern to him. There was no need for her gratitude. Accepting such a favor would only render him uncomfortable. Chinyu directly addressed Vivi, stating, "There is no need to thank me. This is merely a necessity. Moreover, had you not consented to let Ikelim divert the assassins, I would have even considered nullifying the agreement made between Nami and yourself." Hearing this, Vivi's face turned as pale as a ghost, followed by immense relief. Grateful for Chinyu's acknowledgement, thankful that Ikelim had survived, and relieved that everything was progressing in a positive direction. "Hey, Chinyu." Nami shot him a glare, feeling that his words were excessively harsh. Sanji approached to chastise Chinyu, exclaiming, "How can you be so cruel to Miss Vivi?" Luffy and Usopp echoed similar sentiments, especially after learning of Vivi's plight and the misfortunes of Alabasta. Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph remained silent, but they did not believe Chinyu's actions were misguided. Chinyu met Nami's gaze with utmost seriousness. He was now the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon hearing Luffy and Sanji's remarks, Chinyu suddenly felt a surge of anger. As he observed the accusations directed at him, a wave of intensity emanated from him, exerting pressure on everyone present, including Nami. After their duel, when Luffy had kicked him on the head, Chinyu discovered he could evoke Conqueror's Haki, albeit with difficulty and precise control. Nami, feeling the piercing chill and the tumultuous impact on her body, mind, and spirit from Chinyu's Conqueror's Haki, struggled to withstand it. She had not anticipated Chinyu's seriousness and swallowed the words she had intended to speak. Observing that Vivi could no longer bear the weight and had knelt, Chinyu immediately ceased his intimidation. This time, he had only exerted a minimal amount of pressure, affecting the others only slightly, with the main members largely unaffected. Seeing everyone gazing at him, Chinyu broke his silence and declared, "I am not here to play pirate games with you." Nami, feeling somewhat aggrieved, interjected, "Chinyu, must it be elevated to such a level?" Sanji chimed in, "Yes, Chinyu, did you not say that we only need to concern ourselves with those 2 warlords?" Before Sanji could finish, Chinyu shot him a stern look. "Indeed, the warlords, aside from those 2 I mentioned, I hardly regard the rest. But what about you? I am the vice-captain of this ship. Since you boarded, I must take responsibility for your lives." His tone was grave. "We are pirates, not children playing house. Chunyu then turned to Luffy. You may not fear crocodile, but have you considered the others? If, by any mischance, someone on board were to perish because of this, would you still find it amusing? Would you still regard it as a trivial matter? The mention of potential sacrifice among their companions caused Luffy to instantly calm down. This was a matter he held in the highest regard. Sanji, feeling disgruntled, retorted to Chunyu, you said it yourself. You do not regard crocodile highly. We have Luffy, Zoro, and myself. We are not afraid of that warlord, and our safety can surely be ensured, right? Chunyu did not deny Sanji's assertion. He had often thought the same way, but the situation was different now. Yes, I too once held that perspective. Upon hearing this, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji all exhaled in relief. Yet, to their surprise, Chunyu continued, just because we can handle it does not mean we should forget what I just said. I'm not here to play pirate games with you. You may not fully comprehend the gravity of the warlords, so allow me to elucidate. The purpose behind the establishment of the warlords by the world government was to create a stable tripartite balance at sea, consisting of the Navy, the warlords, and the 4 emperors of the sea, known as the Yonko, with only 7 warlords to counter the Navy. Think carefully about the risk we would undertake if we were to confront Crocodile. Furthermore, my disregard for the warlords does not imply you can do the same. Reflect on this. How many moves could you even withstand against Mihawk? At this, the group fell silent. Chunyu had previously informed them that Mihawk had not even fought seriously. Even if we were to defeat Crocodile, do you comprehend the storm of repercussions that would ensue? After defeating Crocodile, do you realize how much your bounties would increase? The reason we can train in peace now is simply because the world government and the Navy do not regard us as threats. If we were to vanquish Crocodile, we would officially enter the sight of the world government and the Navy. Should the Navy decide to eliminate us as a potential threat and send an admiral to intercept us, what would you do? The current 3 Marine admirals are all wielders of the Logia-type devil fruits. You should be well aware of the implications of such power. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone turned gravely serious. They may not fully grasp other matters, but the might of Logia-type devil fruits is abundantly clear to the Straw Hat crew. If 1 admiral were to confront us, I could manage to withstand it, but if 2 were to appear, annihilation would be inevitable. I articulate this not to dishearten you, nor to suggest that we refrain from taking action or act too ostentatiously. Rather, there exists no justification for us to incur such risks. Let me reiterate, I am the first mate of this ship. You all know how unreliable our captain can be. Thus, I am responsible for each of your lives. As long as you remain our comrades, we shall never abandon you. Even if an admiral or the world government comes for you, they must first contend with me. Do you comprehend? We are not merely playing at being pirates. With that, Chunyu shot a piercing glance at Usopp, then subtly nodded towards a corner. Usopp, bewildered by Chunyu's glare, dared not inquire further. The importance of my words cannot be overstated. I must be accountable for each of your lives. With his sword, Wado Ikamanji, drawn, Zoro bore a smile. While the captain might be defiant, this first mate commands his respect. Joseph and Johnny felt similarly, despite their current low status. Chunyu instilled a profound sense of security in them. The crew, having been admonished by Chunyu, fell into deep contemplation. His words struck at their very souls. Vivi clenched her fists tightly, fully understanding Chunyu's sentiments. She envied the Straw Hat crew for having such a first mate. If only someone like Chunyu were there to protect Alabasta. This further solidified Vivi's resolve to implore the Straw Hat crew to intervene, regardless of the cost. With unwavering determination, Vivi gazed in the direction of Alabasta. Meanwhile, Ikelim appeared pale, but realized Vivi's intentions. Now, he must find a reason to depart. Ikelim paused momentarily, then stepped forward with conviction, addressing Vivi. Princess Vivi, I encountered a mysterious figure on the ship who, for reasons unknown, spared my life. Please exercise utmost caution. He expressed profound gratitude for their assistance, bowing deeply to Chunyu. Subsequently, Ikelim turned back to Vivi, his gaze lingering with reluctance. Princess Vivi, I cannot accompany you. I must head directly to Alabasta, not only to alleviate your burden, but more importantly, with the nation in peril, I cannot afford to delay. As the captain of the guard, I am deeply concerned for His Majesty. I must return to Alabasta at once to render aid, while you and your benefactors take a detour back. My decision is resolute, and I ask that you do not dissuade me. With that, Ikelim intended to bow once more to Chunyu, only to find that he had already vanished from sight. Chunyu had already made his way toward Robin's location. An old fox and a young fox, Chunyu muttered, a smirk forming on his lips. Remaining here any longer, I fear I might be perceived as a cold-hearted villain in Nami's eyes. That curly-haired rascal, Ikelam, is free to leave. Yet he felt the need to inform me as if I had driven him away. TCH, escorting Vivi back is an obligation I must fulfill. However, I suspect that Vivi will seek assistance from Nami, Luffy, and the others at an opportune moment. As for Crocodile, one can only lament his ill fortune, hoping my bluster and intimidation will cause them to tread carefully. With that thought, Chunyu glanced towards the ruins where Robin sat poised. "Are you not afraid of death?" Chunyu jestingly inquired of Robin. Robin chose to ignore his words, resting her chin on her palm with a serene smile directed at Chunyu. "If Lord Fire Fist wishes to kill me, it matters not where I am. Moreover, am I afraid of death? I once was." Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a school bell, resonating within the heart. "I have a query I hope the esteemed first mate can elucidate," Robin inquired leisurely. Observing Chun Yu's lack of discontent, she continued, "After the sailboat exploded, I felt an unsettling chill, as if a fierce beast were fixated upon me, rendering me quite powerless. Initially, I intended to greet you, but now I find myself waiting here," she added with a shrug. "From my investigations, I understand that formidable individuals in the New World possess a power known as Haki. Might the esteemed first mate have utilized this so-called Haki to sense my presence?" As she spoke, Robin playfully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed intently on Chunyu. Faced with Robin's somewhat smoldering stare, Chunyu could not help but admire her strength. While it is natural for a man to be drawn to beauty, at the banquet, Chunyu acted on impulse, seizing the opportunity, yet did not signify an obsession. Little did he know, in the eyes of the Baroque Works agents, he was not as he perceived himself. The allure of a beautiful woman may not prove as effective as expected, Robin mused, her disdain for Baroque Works growing. Chunyu, with a dismissive wave of his hand, interjected, Enough. I do not recall our ship housing such a beauty. However, your deduction is correct. It is indeed Haki. I did not anticipate your level of alertness. I merely cast a glance your way, and you were able to detect it?" Chunyu felt a twinge of admiration for Robin. After all, being aware of one's observation Haki is not easily achieved. This is merely the result of years of vigilance. If I could not manage even this, I fear I would never meet the esteemed first mate. Robin's expression shifted to one of profound melancholy, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Chunyu felt a pang at the corner of his eye. A woman's ability to change her demeanor is unmatched. If such trivialities are all you have to offer, "I shall take my leave," Chunyu declared, his gaze piercing into Robin, enveloping her in an aura of authority. "Oh dear, the esteemed first mate is quite lacking in chivalry. I have come to extend my assistance," Robin replied, her expression feigning distress as she locked eyes with Chunyu. Sensing that she might truly be testing his patience, Robin refrained from further banter. She retrieved a permanent pointer from her bosom, then approached Chunyu, resting her left hand upon his palm while placing the warm pointer within his grasp. She enveloped his hand with both of hers for 2 or 3 seconds before releasing it, lifting her gaze to smile at Chunyu. "This is a permanent pointer leading directly to Alabasta. Do you trust it, esteemed first mate?" Chunyu found this woman utterly terrifying. How could she be so adept? He instinctively took a silent step back. At this moment, he and Robin remained adversaries. Judging by her words, I suspect she has ulterior motives. Now is not the time for excessive interaction with Robin. Under normal circumstances, I would shatter this pointer outright. But today, I can afford to be slightly lenient. I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. Should your explanation fail to satisfy me, both this pointer and you shall be shattered here. With that, flames erupted from Chunyu, instantly distorting the surrounding air. Robin instinctively took a step back, witnessing the flames encircle her, cold sweat trickling down her brow as her mind raced. This Chunyu's strength is undoubtedly more terrifying than Crocodile's. Crocodile could never leave me so utterly unprepared. Furthermore, Crocodile has grown increasingly discontent with me. Should he manage to seize Alabasta, he would certainly turn against me. Thinking of this, Luau Bean resolved to place a wager, with his very life as the stake. The first mate is truly lacking in tenderness. I cannot fathom what Miss Nami sees in you, as girls are often so delicate. Initially, my intention was merely to have you confront Kalua Kada. For the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it would be for me. Although I currently hold a position just below the highest in the Baroque works, it is only a matter of time before Kalua Kada turns his gaze upon me. Once his ambitions are fulfilled, Baroque works shall become nothing but a memory. After witnessing the prowess of the first mate today, I believe Kalaw, Kada, pales in comparison to you. If you defeat him, I shall be free, shall I not? Despite the playful tone of Luau Bean's words, there was an unwavering seriousness beneath. A compelling argument. Yet why do you assume that I would spare you upon defeating him? You are, after all, my adversary. I rarely show mercy to my enemies. Chenyu remarked with a hint of amusement as he looked at Luau Bean. However, Luau Bean merely smiled, his eyes narrowing into an aesthetically pleasing arc as he quietly regarded Chenyu. Observing Luau Bean's reaction, Chenyu initially felt perplexed, followed by a moment of realization. What a ridiculous question have I posed? Chenyu internally lamented, quickly regaining his composure, although his toes began to fidget uncontrollably. Seeing that Chenyu seemed to have grasped the answer, Luau Bean stifled a giggle, then proceeded to clarify. If the first mate truly wished to eliminate me, he could do so right now. Feel free. With that, Luau Bean tilted his head back slightly, closing his eyes, presenting an air of resignation. Originally, Luau Bean had intended to ease Chenyu's discomfort, but his explanation only served to intensify it. What an astoundingly foolish question have I asked, Chenyu thought to himself, feeling a pressing urge to escape lest he find himself in an even more awkward situation. After a prolonged silence, Luau Bean opened his eyes, only to discover that the surroundings had become desolate. Even the flames that encircled her were gradually dissipating. Though it appeared she would need at least another 10 minutes to depart. It seems the first mate does not wish to see me again, at least not today. This first mate is rather endearing. Luau Bean chuckled softly to herself, feeling a significant sense of relief. In her eyes, Chenyu is far more trustworthy than Kalua Kadar. After securing the eternal pointer within the confines of her quarters, Chenyu stepped out of the merry-go and approached the others. He intended to speak less during this period. This group had already been adequately informed. As long as they kept his words in their hearts, even if only a few did, his objectives would be met. He did not harbor any disdain for their kindness. In fact, it was a reason he had chosen a board. Chenyu permitted the Straw Hat crew to ponder their benevolence, yet he muttered to himself that kindness, whether earnest or well-meaning, must be tempered with discretion. Furthermore, kindness is inherently a virtue, aligning with his own beliefs and educational background. As long as it does not go too far, he is more than willing to accept it. Are we prepared to set sail? We have delayed for far too long. Chenyu's resonant voice captured everyone's attention. You're the last one. Nami shot an irritated glare at Chenyu. This guy, regardless of the circumstances, mustn't forget that Vivi is a girl, and yet he speaks so harshly. Chenyu deliberately avoided making eye contact with Nami, knowing that doing so would surely result in a piercing glare that he would rather avoid. I allow you to empathize with Vivi's plight, but some truths must be spoken. With that thought, Chenyu turned his gaze toward Vivi. Vivi quickly noticed Chenyu's stare, yet she displayed no signs of discomfort, as if nothing had transpired, offering him a gentle, questioning look. She truly is a princess, Chenyu mused softly. Subsequently, he broke the connection of their gazes and addressed Luffy, saying, "Let us set sail." "Yes," Luffy exclaimed. "Brothers, set sail." With that, Luffy outstretched his arm and leaped toward the merry-go. Even though Luffy may appear carefree, he understood that Chenyu was indeed correct and bore no ill will toward him. In fact, Luffy felt quite elated, believing that with Chenyu by his side, he would surely become the Pirate King. Soon, everyone was aboard the ship, and jubilant cheers echoed aboard the merry-go as it set sail once more. Under Nami's encouragement, even Vivi couldn't help but chuckle. If one were to observe keenly, they would notice Vivi subtly inquiring about Chenyu's preferences and discreetly watching him. Of course, Chenyu had long since realized Vivi's attention, yet he was left bewildered. From her perspective, he was undoubtedly a villain, yet she often found herself observing him, which perplexed him greatly. Not long after the merry-go had departed, a striking figure appeared on the shore, gazing in the direction of the ship as she murmured to herself, "The Straw Hat crew, Monkey D, Luffy, and Chenyu shall soon meet again, I presume? I knew I was right. I am indeed a brilliant first mate." However, she never anticipated that her own worth of 90 million berries would lead her to be cast aside. Damn it, Chenyu muttered to himself as he eavesdropped on the conversation between Vivi and Nami. "Chenyu, you scoundrel, how could you do such a thing?" Sanji, who had come to summon everyone for a meal, immediately transformed into a knight, chastising Chenyu. Of course, Sanji's princess is Vivi. Realizing he had been discovered, Chenyu had no intention of lingering in the vicinity to be caught red-handed. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from within, he swiftly retreated to the bow of the merry-go, leaning against the railing and puffing on a cigar, completely unfazed by Sanji's accusations. "Do not slander me. I have been here enjoying the breeze." Chinyu maintained an unflinching demeanor as he looked at Sanji and Nami, who had emerged from inside. Nami, who had ordered Chinyu out of the room, felt a pang of guilt. Hence, she refrained from exposing him. As soon as Sanji gasped, Nami immediately activated her observation haki and naturally sensed Chinyu's presence. However, during this time, she could only endure on Chinyu's behalf, as she felt immense sympathy for Vivi. In the time spent with Vivi, Nami had seen reflections of herself, deeply understanding the pain of having her home occupied by pirates. Nevertheless, even in her sympathy, she had never promised Vivi anything. Nami did not disagree with Chinyu's words. On the contrary, she found them to be profoundly impactful. Thus, she merely chastised Chinyu from a girl's perspective. Yet, Nami's words subtly urged Vivi to seek out Luffy or Chinyu, which was the extent of her support. "Vivi, although I know you feel helpless right now, and I understand the anguish of having your home taken over by pirates, I am ultimately a navigator of the Straw Hat crew. I cannot selfishly decide for others. Thus, whether you can gain their assistance rests solely upon you, and all I can do now is refrain from opposing you." Nami cast Vivi a complex glance before turning her attention away, pulling her into a seat to dine. "Chinyu, you scoundrel. You already have Nami. Were you just trying to make a move on Vivi? I tell you, Miss Vivi is under my protection," Sanji declared, his right fist clenched, thumb pointed at his chest, standing tall and defiant before Chinyu. "You curly-haired, soft-footed, colorblind fool. Can you not think healthily? You're the only pervert on this ship." Chinyu scoffed, tilting his head back and glaring at Sanji through his nostrils. "What did you say? You cook. Try saying that again." Upon hearing the nickname Chinyu had given him, Sanji's hair stood on end, eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Chinyu. Every word ignited his anger. "Ha ha ha. Curly-haired, soft-footed, colorblind fool. What a splendid title. Sanji, this suits you perfectly." Zoro had just awakened, and he was pleasantly surprised by such kind words upon opening his eyes. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sanji immediately unleashed his diable jam and confronted Zoro, exclaiming, "You lost soul with your cactus-like green hair. Are you seeking death?" Before long, the two were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, while the instigator, Chinyu, merely shrugged and walked into the dining room to prepare for a meal. However, Zoro and Sanji soon ceased their brawl, as their crew typically waited for everyone to gather before dining, with the exception of a certain rubbery thief who had another large bump on his head. The meal was still filled with joy, with even Vivi laughing heartily at Luffy's antics. After dining, with the exception of Zoro, who had been napping during the day and was now on watch, the rest of the crew returned to their rooms, including the oblivious Luffy, who left the dining room for Vivi. As the others departed, Vivi revealed a contemplative expression, her hands covering her forehead, appearing somewhat troubled. In the middle of the night, Vivi emerged from the dining room and paused in front of Chinyu's door, standing there for quite some time, seemingly in conflict. Ultimately, she turned and left, opening Nami's door. After Vivi departed, Chinyu opened his eyes, only to close them again moments later, seemingly falling into a genuine slumber. The following day, Chinyu arose early to engage in his daily exercises, followed by an intense training session to exhaust himself completely. Not only Chinyu, but the entire Straw Hat crew adhered to this routine, barring unforeseen circumstances. Their daily training had become a habitual practice. "What should I do?" Noticing Nami getting up to leave, Vivi opened her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed, setting aside other matters. Without Chinyu's consent, no one would pass on the haki to Vivi, and she had actively avoided the others' training. Although she yearned to learn, she felt that acquiring skills now would not save her country, but rather worsen the situation for everyone. "Sanji, I crave fish," Chinyu shouted at Sanji, having just tied a rope around his waist. "Then catch a fish and bring it back. It must be alive." Sanji, realizing Chinyu's intent, quickly added. Chinyu approached the stern of the ship, acknowledged Sanji, and leaped into the water, exclaiming, "Ora!" Before long, a massive octopus and a tuna, both rendered unconscious, were tossed onto the deck, accompanied by flaming letters in the air, "Takoyaki." Subsequently, the sea began to boil violently, and fish within several kilometers succumbed, surfacing lifelessly. In the waters behind the Mary, a yellow-green glow shimmered, and the once clear sea became shrouded in mist, with vast amounts of scalding steam rising into the air, causing dark clouds to gather ominously overhead, as if a heavy rain were imminent. The Straw Hat crew had grown accustomed to such spectacles, but it left Vivi, witnessing it for the first time, utterly astounded, her jaw nearly hitting the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. Seizing the opportunity before the rain began, Sanji scooped up a few salt blocks that had just surfaced, while those that remained submerged sank back down, an endless cycle. Chun Yu's fiery temperature had surpassed 300 degrees, and he was exerting this flame with all his might. The immense heat had not yet dissipated, instantly evaporating the moisture surrounding him. It burned whatever came near, causing the surface of the sea to churn violently, and large quantities of salt began to crystallize. The salt that formed around Chun Yu was ignited by azure flames, transforming into yellow flames. The untouched salt blocks surged upward with the heat, only to sink back down once they surfaced, a continuous cycle. After fully releasing his power, Chun Yu felt disoriented, his body fatigued, his back weak. A dull ache in his lower back, a slight tremor in his right hand, and his legs experiencing mild cramps. Aside from that, he was otherwise fine. With Chun Yu's training complete, the Merry set sail towards the little garden. Sanji, the takoyaki is delicious, Luffy exclaimed, his mouth full of the savory dish, expressing his gratitude to Sanji. Seeing his creation so well received filled Sanji with satisfaction, resembling a proud mother as he beamed at his friends enjoying the meal. Sanji, have you been smoking that all morning? Chun Yu asked curiously, his focus slightly diverted. Instantly, the entire table regarded Chun Yu with peculiar expressions. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? I was just wondering why Sanji hadn't changed his cigarette. Chun Yu, puzzled by their stares, scratched his head in explanation. Hearing Chun Yu's words, Luffy gazed at him as if he were foolish. Holding a piece of takoyaki in his right hand and a chunk of tuna in his left, disdainfully remarking, "Even I know cigarettes are consumables. Chun Yu, you're really dim. Don't suddenly act so self-aware. It makes me feel like a fool." Chun Yu, incensed, stood up and punched Luffy. "Isn't that the truth?" Chun Yu retorted, delivering another punch that left Luffy looking wronged as he gazed at Chun Yu with a pitiful expression. "I can't eat this anymore." With that, Chun Yu snatched food from Luffy's bowl and made his way to the deck. Sitting atop the Mary's figurehead, Chun Yu munched on fish flesh, observing the sudden appearance of a small island in the distance, furrowing his brow and pondering. The giant's kingdom warrants further exploration. That island also has the third brother. Should I eliminate him? The bomb man and his partner from the original story have already been dealt with. What else is there? The third brother seems to have crocodile snail. Should I send him a message? I'll take it one step at a time. With this thought, Chun Yu relaxed his furrowed brow and called out loudly towards the ship's interior. "We've arrived at Little Garden." The dining crew rushed out, each excitedly gazing at the island before them. "What? This enormous island is called Little Garden?" Nami exclaimed in disbelief. Initially, she had imagined a small island, perhaps even a real garden, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Chun Yu disregarded the crew's complaints and walked straight to Nami's room, retrieving 2 protective suits he had purchased in Road Town and tossing them to Nami and Vivi. "I noticed there are dinosaurs and some unfamiliar plants on the island. There might be unknown poisonous insects as well. Make sure to wear these suits for protection." Though labeled as protective suits, they resembled more like windbreakers. Observing the suits Chun Yu handed over, Nami felt her lips quiver, her eyes growing warm. Chun Yu always took such good care of himself. How wonderful it was to have him. Nami glanced up at Chun Yu, filled with immense gratitude, but refraining from voicing it. Yet, Chun Yu always seemed to think ahead, almost as if possessing foresight. This thought made Nami pout, feeling somewhat foolish, while Chun Yu resembled a maternal figure. Feeling the intense gaze from Nami, Chun Yu found it somewhat overwhelming, and he returned her a fervent glance, internally muttering, "I must win Nami over quickly. This situation is unacceptable. Among these traversers, my progress is the slowest. Isn't it?" Receiving Chun Yu's gaze, Nami flusteredly tugged at Vivi to change clothes, feeling anxious under his ardent scrutiny, fearing that Chun Yu might act mischievously in front of Vivi. Inside the room, Vivi stared dreamily at the men's protective suit in her hands, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. It was originally worn by Chun Yu, yet he had given it to her. Hearing the rustling sounds of changing clothes nearby, Vivi regained her composure. Observing that Nami was nearly dressed, she hurriedly loosened her clothing and donned the protective suit. Nami's suit was, of course, tailored for women and fit her perfectly, while Vivi wore Chun Yu's size. Chun Yu found no personal use for the item he purchased, primarily acquiring it for Wei Wei. However, he refrained from selecting a women's version, as he was uncertain of her measurements. Additionally, Buying two women's items would raise suspicions, so he opted for a men's version instead. The sight of two young ladies clad in protective gear was indeed striking. One fitted perfectly while the other was oversized, both pleasing to the eye. Wow, Miss Wei Wei looks as stunning as ever today. The loose attire seemed tailor-made for her. Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, approached Wei Wei, kneeling on one knee to take her hand, puckering his lips in preparation for a kiss. Before Sanji could succeed, Nami, with a furrowed brow, could not contain herself and delivered a punch, subsequently pulling a somewhat distracted Wei Wei to disembark and take a stroll. As Wei Wei departed, she cast a discreet glance at Chunyu, but his gaze remained fixed on Nami, oblivious to her presence. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed through the forest, as a gigantic creature, towering as high as the ship, approached the Mary. Ah, what a colossal tiger! I think I might succumb to illness upon reaching the island. Usopp exclaimed in panic, clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. Chunyu's veins bulged with anger as he exploded with expletives. Are you even aware of your own capabilities? Johnny and Joseph, who boarded after you, are unafraid, so what are you so terrified of? With that, Chunyu grabbed Usopp and hurled him toward the giant tiger. Ah, Chunyu, you brute, you savage! Usopp yelled as he flew through the air, cursing Chunyu wildly. Such a temper. Chunyu clenched his fists, flames of fury rising within him, causing Usopp to hastily retrieve his slingshot and aim at the giant tiger. Too frightened to utter a sound, a single lead bullet struck the massive feline, revitalizing Usopp, who triumphantly stood on the tiger's body, pointing to the sky and boasting, "Ha! It turns out Lord Usopp is quite formidable." Suddenly, the Mary rocked violently as Chunyu could no longer restrain himself, launching himself toward Usopp and delivering a series of punches. Did you think my battles with Hawkeye were for nothing? You make me feel like teaching you hockey was a waste of my time. If you show such cowardice again, I will crush your nose bone inch by inch. After ceasing his assault, Chunyu exhaled heavily, disregarding the battered Usopp. He then commanded, "As captain, I cannot oversee everything. The rest of you may move freely and gather supplies." He turned his attention to Nami, noting her well-protected form, and nodded in satisfaction before striding into the dense woods. Nami, clad in protective gear and wielding Kinbunchika haki, should be safe from bites. As for the others, he thought they would be fine. Rather than concern himself with those clumsy brutes, he would explore the ancient forest. With this thought, Chunyu's expression shifted from disdain to exhilaration. On the Mary, Sanji shouted to Zoro, who was preparing to take a walk. "Zoro, we are out of meat on the ship. Remember to bring back some game." "Oh, got it. Don't worry, I'll catch some prey that you could never hunt in your lifetime." Zoro waved his hand, smiling as he casually responded, "Wait a minute. I cannot let that go unheard. You claim you can hunt what I cannot?" Sanji, cigarette in mouth, stood on the Mary, looking down at Zoro with annoyance. "Isn't that just common sense?" Zoro replied with a light chuckle, gripping his sword. "Then let us see who can bring back the most impressive game. You third-rate swordsman. Watch me return with trophies that will terrify you." "Huh? Who's afraid of whom? You spineless shrimp. Oomph. Just you wait." With that, both Sanji and Zoro, visibly displeased, strode off in opposite directions, continuing their bickering. Meanwhile, Chunyu was savoring a large piece of meat by the campfire, reflecting on how the flavor of dinosaur meat was truly delightful, possessing a perfect chewiness without being overly tough. There shouldn't be anything on this island that could threaten us. I need to find something to do, he mused, patting his backside as he contemplated his next course of action. How about training? Yes, with the favorable conditions. I will strive to master hockey before reaching Alabasta. Without further ado, he stood up, closed his eyes, and focused on the key points of hockey application. As his thoughts flowed, the Busashoka haki began to manifest, concentrating at the tips of his fists. Abruptly, Chunyu opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he focused on a nearby ancient tree. With a swift stance, he executed a powerful punch aimed at the tree. Bang! The massive tree, too large for 3 people to encircle, was abruptly severed in half, the jagged break appearing as though it had been forcibly snapped, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. What is this? Chunyu surveyed his handiwork, feeling somewhat speechless. Even without hockey, I could achieve this. Isn't this merely brute force? Chunyu was thoroughly baffled, his lips twitching as he seriously contemplated the underlying issue. The problem was evident. The real question was how to resolve it. Frowning, he examined his fists, scratching his head in frustration. The technique of Hawkeye essentially involves setting hockey in motion, but unlike flowing like liquid, it requires shaping the edges. elongating and flattening to form a blade-like layer of hockey. Theoretically, the thinner and more solid the edge of hockey, the sharper it becomes. It's quite simple. The flatter and harder it is, the sharper it will be. The more Chinyu pondered, the more he scratched his head, realizing he could only control the quantity of hockey wrapping around his fists but not the finer details. As he struggled to devise a solution, he slapped himself across the face, exclaiming, "How could I forget the basics? Practice makes perfect." That old fool carp also smashed through several mountains to perfect his iron fist. With this thought, Chinyu placed his palms together, recalling the calming mantra. Once he had rid himself of restlessness, he opened his eyes again, his expression fierce, ready to attempt to make hockey move. Soon, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the small garden, capturing everyone's attention. Chinyu moved through the area, shattering trees as if hockey were free-flowing, wrapping around his hands. Each punch and strike was delivered with full force, the terrifying power shattering ancient trees, leaving a trail of debris in his wake. He transformed into an unrelenting force, seemingly unstoppable. Meanwhile, at the center of the small garden, where a volcano erupted, Dory and Broggy initiated a new round of combat, the terrifying shockwaves obliterating swathes of forest, leaving Luffy, Usopp, and others in awe. In terms of sheer strength, the giants were fearsome. However, Usopp noticed that the giants did not seem to be utilizing hockey, or perhaps were incapable of it. Is hockey truly that formidable? Even giants cannot wield it? Usopp, sporting a battered visage, was taken aback. He suddenly felt immense admiration for Chinyu, who had imparted the knowledge of hockey before they even set foot in the Grand Line. What foresight! Recalling Chunyu's words during their earlier confrontation, Usopp's brow furrowed. Chinyu was indeed correct. Throughout their adventures thus far, aside from Hawkeye, they had not encountered anyone capable of hockey. With this realization, Usopp resolved to no longer remain weak. He aspired to become a brave warrior of the sea. He lifted his head, clenched his fist, and fixed his determined gaze on the giants' battle. After learning the story of the two giants, Usopp held their convictions in high regard. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and massive splinters filled the air as colossal ancient trees were shattered before Usopp's eyes. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he hastily lowered his binoculars for a clear view. What is Chinyu doing? Usopp gasped, his anxiety mounting as he witnessed Chunyu's reckless actions. At this moment, Usopp finally grasped the weight of Chunyu's words. While he could manage to break a tree, annihilating one of such immense size was beyond his capabilities. How powerful had Chinyu become? Usopp pondered, assessing his own strength while grappling with the brutality displayed by Chinyu. That monster hadn't even employed his devil fruit abilities yet. Despite Usopp's diligent training, he felt dwarfed by the prowess of Chinyu and his three formidable companions. Frustration welled within him. What was he even doing? Each time adversity struck, it was those four who stood in the front lines, while he, Usopp, grew increasingly despondent, pounding his clenched fists against his thighs. His expression darkened, and after a moment of silent turmoil, he cried out to the heavens, "What kind of brave sea warrior am I? This is no different from the old me. How infuriating!" Nearby, Nami and Vivi exchanged worried glances, anxious about Usopp's sudden outburst. Vivi was oblivious to the circumstances, but Nami, having sensed Chunyu's unusual behavior through her observation hockey, was at a loss for words of comfort. Usopp, having just vented his frustration, was now overwhelmed with self-reproach. With such lofty expectations from Chinyu, the strongest observation hockey user and sniper, would he disappoint him? Usopp scratched his nose, tightening his lower lip and furrowing his brow. Realizing this, he retrieved his slingshot and a lead pellet from his bag, lost in contemplation. Usopp, the use of observation hockey does not have to be uniformly distributed. 4 snipers like you, focusing your hockey in a singular direction for long-range reconnaissance could be far more impressive, wouldn't it? Usopp, armament hockey can enhance your bullets, but it can also empower your slingshot. Did you know that mastering observation hockey could eventually allow you to foresee the future? If you can achieve that, wouldn't you be able to hit every target with absolute precision? Why the long face? You haven't even tried yet. Usopp, perhaps your physique and strength may not match ours, but you can certainly refine your skills. I heard that some in the Navy can precisely wield armament hockey to manipulate and alter the shape of objects. That sounds impressive, doesn't it? So stop belittling yourself. Insecurity is a malady, and cowardice is even worse. If you continue like this, I'll have to knock some sense into you. After a prolonged silence, Usopp realized that Chinyu had offered him numerous suggestions, but he had never taken them to heart. Chinyu, I understand now. I will not let you down. Overcome with emotion, Usopp's eyes brimmed with tears as he firmly grasped his slingshot and lead pellet, his voice trembling with determination. Honestly, Nami, deeply concerned, sighed with relief, startled by Usopp's erratic behavior. Chunyu was intentionally advancing towards the battlefield of the giants, planning to confront two of them before claiming dominion. Wait, wait. Luffy suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed toward Chunyu. You idiot, Chunyu. Are you trying to interfere with the giants' battle? Luffy stood defiantly before Chunyu, his expression fierce. Noticing Luffy's obstinacy, Chunyu felt a hint of exasperation and retorted, Step aside. I intend to challenge them. No, the giants fight for their beliefs. I won't let you interfere. Luffy insisted, arms outstretched to block Chunyu's path. Seeing Luffy's stubbornness, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chunyu's eyes. He could wait for the giants' battle to conclude, but he was reluctant to delay, as it would require additional time for them to recover. Since someone is willing to train with me, I shan't be polite. Chunyu laughed heartily, proposing to Luffy, If you won't let me join their fight, then you'll have to train with me instead. Otherwise, I'll have to seek out the giants. Training? That's a splendid idea. Let's do it. My hands are itching for a challenge. This time, I will definitely win, Luffy declared, removing his hat and extending his arm to Nami for safekeeping. Ready? Here we go. Luffy vigorously shook his head, wiping his nose with his thumb, exuding an aura of confidence. Oh really? So sure of yourself? Just be prepared for a bit of pain today, and don't cry. Chunyu teased with a smirk. You punk. Who do you think you're looking down on? Luffy retorted, not waiting for Chunyu's response before launching an explosive punch. Gomu Gomu no Rocket. As Luffy's arm extended, Chunyu opted not to take the hit directly. Today, he would focus on delivering damage. With arms crossed before his chest, Chunyu formed claw shapes with his palms, patiently awaiting Luffy's approach. Here it comes. As Luffy's attack neared, Chunyu crouched slightly, grabbing Luffy's arms with a firm grip. With a powerful stance, he lifted Luffy's arms and twisted his waist, spinning him like a jump rope. Initially bewildered, Luffy was soon yanked forward by an undeniable force. Chunyu effortlessly swung Luffy around before suddenly revealing a mischievous grin and slamming him into the ground. Achieving his objective, Chunyu burst forth, standing on Luffy's shoulders, and with a single foot, pushed Luffy back into the pit, ignoring his protests. As Chunyu appeared, his observation haki alerted him to Luffy's panic-stricken expression. Luffy desperately kicked at Chunyu, but to little effect. Looks like you've sensed the danger. Congratulations, your observation haki is impressive. Be sure to protect yourself. Chunyu smiled, his fists enveloped in a layer of dark energy, exuding a demeanor of assured caution. Luffy ceased his struggles, resolutely wrapping his arms and head in armament haki, bracing himself. Here it comes. Chunyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression electric. Yura Yura. His fists rained down upon Luffy like a torrential storm, and Chunyu unleashed his full strength with armament haki. However, Chunyu was considerate, targeting only Luffy's defensive areas, lest he truly inflict harm. The speed of Chunyu's punches was such that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, each blow landing on Luffy with increasing fervor. Waves of force radiated from their bodies, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web, ultimately erupting into deeper fissures. The residual shockwaves leveled the surrounding forest, toppling ancient trees and causing others to bend outward, their leaves rustling in a cacophony of sound as waves of foliage surged outward. This is exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. The trees shatter with just a bit of force. All thanks to you, Luffy. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. A slightly deranged voice echoed amidst the chaos. The two giants, having just finished their battle, were captivated by the unfolding clash, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the spectacle of Chunyu and Luffy. What kind of mischief are these two up to now? Nami wondered, covering her eyes in disbelief. A captain and a first mate, can they not behave seriously? Every day they engage in foolish antics. Are they even human? Their brawls create a ruckus that dwarfs even giants. Usopp's eyes bulge. His fingers tremble as he points at Chunyu and Luffy. Miss Huang Jinzhou, we must leave. Mr. 3, observing from a distance, abandons his red tea and turns to flee. Meanwhile, Miss Huang Jinzhou struggles to keep up. While I advocate for high IQ crimes, it does not mean I am reckless. What task has that scoundrel Mr. Zero assigned me? If he wants me dead, he should just say so, with the Misty One as my witness. I shall find a place to hide. Mr. Zero likely has no time for me. Wait. Suddenly, Mr. 3 halts. If I convey the news of the Straw Hat Crew's defeat to Mr. Zero and eliminate the ominous duo sent to investigate, Not only will I be free from concern regarding the straw hats, but I will also not fear Mr. Zero sending assassins after me. If the straw hats manage to defeat Mr. Zero and his cohort, I could seize control of the Baroque works. I truly am a criminal of high intelligence. Everything can be resolved with cunning. Mr. 3 stands with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily at the sky. Miss Huang Jinzhou, is this person a fool? Ignoring her peculiar gaze, Mr. 3 excitedly calls out to her. No need to run. I have a brilliant plan. Let us return, and tomorrow we shall revel. Yura. Chinyu becomes increasingly spirited in his fight. Usopp, now no longer shocked, turns stiffly to Nami and asks, do you think Luffy might be killed by Chinyu? He shouldn't, right? Nami responds, her expression equally rigid and numb. Ba. Is this truly Usopp's companion? As he said, they're indeed terrifyingly strong. Yee. How many years has it been to see such a formidable little person again? Ba. Yee. If we were in Elbaf, we would surely treat them well. Indeed, at that moment, Chinyu pauses, slowly rising, exhaling a heavy breath. His face revitalized. Truly remarkable. Has the land quality deteriorated? After such a brief skirmish, it has turned into a small basin? Chinyu grumbles to himself. He then drags the unconscious Luffy towards Usopp's location. Luffy's face is swollen to more than double its size, both of their domineering auras still substantial. Luffy was knocked unconscious through sheer force, with Chinyu delivering relentless blows, offering no respite or chance to breathe, until Luffy was utterly dazed. After settling Luffy down, Chinyu disregards the gazes of others and strides toward Dongli and Brogy. The blue giant Dongli and the red giant Brogy, notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million a century ago, indeed do not disappoint in person. Chinyu muses as he gazes upon their exaggerated heights. Ball. Yeah. Little one, do you seek our heads? We cannot simply surrender. With that, Dongli and Brogy rise, their fighting spirit ignited. Gazing intently at Chinyu. Hey. Chinyu, stop. They are our friends, and we are not lacking in funds. Are we? Usopp, feeling somewhat intimidated, yet resolutely standing before Chinyu, interjects. Usopp, your courage has improved. Well done, it was worth my effort to teach you a lesson. However, who told you I intended to strike them? Step aside. I would not harm friends. Chinyu gently pushes Usopp aside, gazing sincerely at Dongli and Brogy. As soon as Chinyu finishes speaking, the atmosphere instantly falls silent, everyone present exchanging strange looks. One moment they gaze at Chinyu, the next at the unconscious Luffy. No one daring to speak. This is training. Do you understand? Moreover, you can ask the giant uncle. Every battle must be fought with full effort, for that is the respect due to combat. Chinyu then turns to the two giants. Right, uncles? Ball. Yeah. Hearing Chinyu's words, Dongli and Brogy express their wholehearted agreement, responding with smiles. I concur. Combat is sacred. Every battle must be fought with full force, so that the god of Elbaf may bless us. Indeed. Ball. Yeah. Suddenly, an idea strikes Chinyu. Keek. The two giants laugh heartily, while Chinyu struggles to catch his breath from laughter. Once he recovers, he gets straight to the point. Uncle Dongli and Uncle Brogy, I see you are both remarkably generous men, so I will not be coy. As our journey progresses, we will undoubtedly encounter a variety of adversaries. I have heard that the giant race possesses a technique known as the Overlord's Might. I wonder how one might learn that technique. After speaking, Chinyu looks earnestly at Dongli and Brogy. Good GGG, kid, you are quite to my taste. To be honest, we worship the god of Elbaf. Thus, if you defeat me, I will teach you. However, you humans may not be able to learn it, as you are too small. Ba. Indet, even we giants must exert ourselves fully when performing it. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's eyes gleam. He does not question why it cannot be learned, but rather states, uncles, whether I can learn it will depend on whether I become qualified to do so, right? Please, grant me your guidance. After speaking, Chinyu places one hand behind his back, the other palm facing upward, adopting a pose of respectful request. Dongli, I shall be his opponent. You cannot steal my chance. What did you say? It must be me. Brogy, I'm stronger, so I should take the lead. I cannot pretend not to have heard that. You think you are stronger than me? Isn't that obvious? Clearly I am a stronger one. If you are not convinced, come and fight. Perfect. Observing this familiar spectacle, Chinyu cannot help but chuckle, quickly interjecting, uncles, do not quarrel. I shall find another opponent, and everyone can have one. There is no need to dispute. Before they could respond, Chunyu swiftly vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, Chunyu returned with Zoro, first addressing him, a swordsman of the giant race. "Let's have a spar." He then turned to Dongli, calling out, "Uncle Dongli, our ship swordsman, the future mightiest swordsman, would you care to exchange a few blows?" Upon hearing about the giant swordsman, Zoro's eyes light up, eager to engage. As for Dongli, he has no objections. The god of Elbaf does not permit him to refuse any challenge. Chunyu then strides towards Brogy, saying nothing, immediately entering a battle stance. The clash soon ensues. Zoro promptly ties his bandana around his head, drawing 3 swords as he charges at Dongli, who responds with a powerful downward slash. Zoro shows no intention of dodging Dongli's attack. Not only does he wish to test himself, but Chunyu has also instructed him to face it head-on, without evading a single strike. Meanwhile, Chunyu rushes toward Brogy, his arm enveloped in armament haki, preparing to meet the incoming giant axe head-on. The 2 battlefields present a similar scene, as the 2 little ones stand defiantly against the 2 giants. After exchanging several blows, Chunyu realized that he had gained a more adept mastery over his Busashoka haki. He began to manipulate it according to his newfound techniques, initially altering the shape of the haki. Although not yet razor-sharp, it was undoubtedly sharper than Broky's large, blunt axe. With a punch, he struck the axe, creating several notches resembling blades. Indeed, he was formidable. It was satisfying to see that his efforts against Luffy had not been in vain, and a smile spread across Chunyu's face. This punch retained its power, but his fist now exhibited a preliminary sharpness, directly creating a notch in the axe. Subsequently, with a few more punches, he rendered the giant axe useless and then delivered a blow to Broky's abdomen, sending him flying over 10 meters. The outcome was clear. Meanwhile, Zoro also secured a swift victory. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yee. Both Dongli and Broky rose simultaneously. Though they had lost, they did not feel humiliated, for they revered the strong. "Young man, you are quite powerful," they exclaimed in unison. "Come, before the volcano erupts. We shall entrust the kingdoms of Baku and Wei to you." Upon hearing this, Chunyu's expression brightened. Not only would he learn the techniques of the Baku kingdom, but also those of Wei. However, Chunyu did not neglect the 2 giants. He activated his own understanding of haki and imparted the methods of manipulation and refinement to them, though he himself had yet to master the application technique. Of course, the activation method was his own, the manipulation was inspired by Mihawk, and the refinement was taught by Roger. Combining them felt entirely reasonable. After mastering the techniques of Wei and Baku, the Straw Hat crew bid farewell to the giants, leaving behind all the liquor from their ship, which made Zoro wince but ultimately remain silent. Before departing, Chunyu reforged their weapons, incorporating some rare metals sponsored by Usopp, which endowed the newly forged weapons with greater resilience and sharpness. Watching as one strike of the Baku technique obliterated a fish the size of an island, the Straw Hat crew could hardly contain their excitement. They understood why Chunyu coveted their skills and eagerly urged him to learn quickly so he could teach them. Truly remarkable weapons, aren't they, Dongli? Good GG. They're our friends. May the god of Elbaf also bless our friends. They recognized the depth of the giant's strength, certain they would earn the god of Elbaf's approval. The 2 exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yee. Did you remember the key points of the application method I just taught you? Chunyu sat on the deck, surrounded by the others, as they listened intently to his instruction. Naturally, he was addressing Usopp, Nami, and the duo of swordsmen. It was preferable if the others could comprehend as well, but understandable if they could not, given the complexity of the subject. "We understand," they replied, each unable to contain their eagerness to try it out. Chunyu nodded in satisfaction, raising an eyebrow, secretly thinking, "Indeed, I am a true master. Perhaps I should start a tutoring class for profit." He then glanced at Zoro and Luffy. The 2 immediately grasped Chunyu's intention and made their way to the training room without hesitation. "Today, you must keenly perceive how I control haki in motion. It may be challenging, so concentrate all your focus," Chunyu instructed, standing firmly in the training room while surveying everyone except Nami. In the past, only Luffy and Zoro would approach him, but today everyone seemed unusually motivated. "What is this? Have my battles with Luffy inspired you? Or was it Zoro's one-on-one duel with a giant that spurred you on?" Chunyu teased, observing the serious expressions on their faces. "Let us begin." Without waiting for a response, Chunyu activated his haki. Each time he taught, he exerted his full effort to ensure they could clearly see. He then proceeded to deliver a few straightforward blows to each of them, demonstrating before repeating the process the following morning to solidify their understanding. They did not resist. The experience was far from enjoyable, and he found hitting Luffy far more satisfying. Nostalgically recalling that initial day, Chunyu lazily exited, hands behind his head, indifferent to the groans and accusations of the others. I only use half my strength when I strike. Those who cannot endure should reflect on whether they have been slacking off or not practicing earnestly. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Nami rushed in, her face etched with concern. This is serious. Chunyu, Vivi has suddenly developed a high fever, reaching 40 degrees. If this continues, she may be in grave danger. With her words barely out, Nami threw herself into Chunyu's embrace, worry written all over her face. Let us go see her first. We must consider her wishes in any solution, Chunyu said, a glint of determination in his eyes. Good grief. I was planning to act like a villain and forcibly seek Chopper, and now you've fallen ill? I had even prepared a protective suit for you. This time, I have done nothing. It seemed inevitable that Chopper would come aboard. As Chunyu pondered, the two had already reached Nami's room. Seeing Chunyu look at her, Nami hesitated no longer and pushed the door open. Inside, Vivi was flushed with fever, trembling despite multiple blankets covering her. As expected, Chunyu sighed softly upon observing Vivi. Ignoring the concerned gazes of the two women, he turned to leave, instructing, make sure to check if Vivi has any wounds or mosquito bites. Initially, Nami felt a twinge of disappointment at Chunyu's abrupt departure, and Vivi's eyes dimmed slightly, but his subsequent words turned their sorrow into joy. Nami, feeling anxious, quickly threw off the blankets without confirming whether Chunyu had left, beginning to remove Vivi's clothing. Nami, Vivi exclaimed, her expression flustered and her face reddening. She had not anticipated Nami's sudden action, but upon glancing at the door, she realized Chunyu had turned away, leaving her with a strange sensation. Chunyu, Gumin. Hearing Nami's call, Chunyu did not think twice and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was immediately struck with astonishment by the sight before him. Vivi lay on the bed, completely unclothed, her long legs and fair back exposed to the air, her brilliant blue hair cascading down like a water lily, an exquisite vision. Her small face was flushed, her fair skin tinged with a delicate pink hue, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, eyes averted, unable to meet Chunyu's gaze. After observing for a brief moment, Chunyu felt it inappropriate. After all, Nami was right beside him, so he turned his head away, attempting to maintain composure. No, are you testing me? I'm a normal adult male, not a eunuch. You wanted me to check for mosquito bites, and you present this scene? Upon hearing his words, Nami stomped her foot in frustration, pulling Chunyu closer with a hint of annoyance. What are you thinking at a time like this? Look, is it this kind of wound? As she spoke, Nami pointed to a spot approximately 3 inches below Vivi's hip. Feeling Chunyu draw near, Vivi instinctively shrank back, her face reddening further in embarrassment as she turned her head away, pretending not to see him. This is quite stimulating, Chunyu silently exclaimed. Realizing he was forcefully pulled closer by Nami to examine Vivi's inner thigh, he felt an uncontrollable surge of anticipation. This was his first glimpse of such beauty. How indulgent. It was all for Vivi. After a moment of self-reassurance, Chunyu momentarily forgot any sense of embarrassment, using 2 fingers to pinch his chin as he observed intently. Chunyu's gaze wandered incessantly, and before he knew it, his right hand instinctively lifted, the index finger poking at the bruise, lost in a moment of amusement. A soft whimper reached Chunyu's ears, causing him to freeze, his hand halting just before its intended movement. As he sensed an unusual sensation on his thigh, Wei Wei could not suppress a delicate moan from her nostrils. Stay calm. It is imperative to maintain composure. As long as I remain steadfast, no one shall uncover my hidden thoughts. Chunyu repeatedly reminded himself, slowly retracting his arm, feigning nonchalance as he addressed the two. Indeed, is the ancient venomous insect I mentioned precisely as documented in the texts. Did I not provide you with protective gear? How then did you still fall prey? Chunyu promptly turned the tables, questioning them. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Nami clenched her fists tightly, ready to unleash her ire, but quickly realized Wei Wei's predicament and hurriedly covered her with a blanket. She then turned to Chunyu, her eyes blazing with concern. Brother, everyone has their pressing matters, especially girls. Is it the focus now? What shall we do? What will happen to Wei Wei? The more Nami spoke, the greater her worry became. Her gaze filled with hope as she looked at Chunyu. What else can be done? If we do not treat her, Wei Wei may. But we have no ship's doctor and must seek one, which takes time. You understand Wei Wei's feelings. It would be best if you communicate with her. I will step outside and wait. With that, Chinyu left the room without hesitation, closing the door behind him. That was close. Fortunately, I am of the natural type and managed to elementalize just in time. Chinyu looked down at the yurt, taking a deep breath to regulate his blood circulation. After enjoying the sea breeze for a while, he re-entered the room. Wei Wei intended to return directly to Alabasta, where a doctor awaited and treatment would be assured. However, there was still hope. Before Nami could finish her thought, Chinyu interrupted. Hope I accelerate? I can do so without much exertion. Upon hearing this, the two women felt a wave of relief wash over them. Do not rejoice too soon. I have certainly considered what you said. It seems I was too subtle. What I meant is that even if I accelerate, I cannot guarantee that Wei Wei will endure until we reach Alabasta. Hearing this, both women turned pale, particularly Wei Wei, whose tears flowed uncontrollably. But finding a doctor will take too long, right? Our country cannot afford to wait much longer. I must return quickly to save lives. Witnessing her distress, Nami was torn, glancing between Wei Wei and Chinyu, her face etched with anxiety. Let me make the decision for you. You two continue towards Alabasta while I search for any signs of civilization along the way. If I find someone, we will change course. After casting a glance at Wei Wei, Chinyu added, You no longer have a choice. I will do my utmost to find help. If I succeed, we will rejoice. If not, we will regretfully return you. He then produced the permanent pointer to Alabasta from his pocket and placed it casually on the table. This was the item Chinyu had obtained from the ominous duo when he sent Sanji to handle the aftermath. Without waiting for their response, Chinyu vanished, only to reappear moments later with the permanent pointer given by Robin, embarking on his quest to find Chopper. This was always Chinyu's plan. Even in the absence of illness, he would have pursued this course. Originally a private matter for the Straw Hat crew, it had now transformed into a personal favor, yielding a small profit. It was not until Chinyu disappeared that Wei Wei emerged from under the blanket. Although her complexion remained flushed and her fever unabated, her eyes sparkled with light. Nami, witnessing this, felt that Chinyu had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. After exchanging a knowing glance with Wei Wei, a smile blossomed on her face once more. Magnetic Drum Island was not far, and following the course of the Mary, Chinyu diligently scoured the area, and within half a day he found it. Beginning at Magnetic Drum Island, he retraced his steps to locate the Mary, and, as he flew back, a long tail of flame trailed behind him, never dissipating, ensuring the Mary could reach Magnetic Drum Island with ease. Upon returning to the Mary, he was spotted by Sanji, who was on lookout duty. Chinyu's back, Sanji shouted excitedly as he ran. Shortly after, Nami emerged, supporting Wei Wei, as everyone prepared to set sail. Luffy, stow the sails. Sanji, steer the ship towards the flames. Johnny, Joseph, Zoro, secure everything on board. We're setting off at full speed. Oh, echoed the crew. Nami carefully tended to Wei Wei, who felt deeply moved, silently whispering. Mr. Chinyu must have done his utmost to search. As the crew readied themselves, Chinyu wasted no time. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground and instantly appeared at the stern of the ship, supporting the Mary, everything in place. Hold on tight. No sooner had he spoken than the Mary shot forward, the inertia causing even the sails to bend. Wei Wei felt a sudden push against her back, igniting an urge to scream, while the Straw Hat crew buzzed with excitement. Such opportunities were rare. Following the marks they had left, the Mary soon reached Magnetic Drum Island. As they sailed from the ocean into the inland river, Chinyu ceased his advance and stood at the bow with Luffy, admiring the scenery. Due to Chinyu's exceptional speed, the villagers arrived late. It was only after the crew disembarked that they found themselves surrounded by the townsfolk. Pirates, listen up. Leave this place immediately. Get out of here at once. A leader stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the crew, his demeanor stern. Before the Straw Hats could respond, rifles were aimed at them. Luffy stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. We just need a doctor. We have a sick person on board. Shut up, pirate. The leader retorted. Your excuse is utterly ridiculous. Whether or not there is a doctor, you shall not take another step. Exactly. Villagers echoed in unwavering agreement. Chinyu remained unfazed. As long as no one attacked, he was indifferent. Sanji sighed, feeling the sting of disdain for the first time, lamenting, oh dear, they really hate us, and this is our first meeting. Bang! Before Sanji could continue, someone in the crowd fired a shot at him, but he deftly sidestepped, the bullet embedding itself in the deck. Chinyu's expression turned icy. After arriving in this world, he realized that his indifference to life had changed dramatically. The habits and beliefs once etched in his memory were fading, gradually replaced by the rules of this world. Not only Chinyu, but the faces of the Straw Hat crew also darkened. Since violence had been initiated, a resolution was now imperative. Initially intending only to treat an illness and leave with a single person, they had chosen to escalate matters. With that thought, a wave of conquerors' haki surged forth, overwhelming the villagers. After considerable study, releasing haki in a specific direction was no longer a challenge. Chunyu directed his haki towards the villagers, and they fell like dominoes. Those who still attempted to resist displayed fear, some even raising their guns towards Chunyu. Such attacks he could not be bothered to evade. The bullets passed effortlessly through his form. Simultaneously, he intensified his haki output, leaving only the leader standing. Witnessing that even bullets could not harm Chunyu, the villagers who had fired exclaimed "Monster!" before their eyes rolled back, and they fainted one after another. The leader turned pale, cold sweat trickling down as beads of perspiration accumulated on his chin. He fell to his knees in terror. Sanji, handle the situation with those who fired at you. With that, Chinyu lightly leaped over the leading man and approached the individuals who had just shot at him, delivering a swift kick to one of their chests. The leader, intending to intervene, was taken aback as he witnessed the villager beneath Chunyu's foot shatter into a plume of black ash, carried away by the wind. He was left speechless, his jaw trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a sound. One by one, Chinyu dealt with those who had attacked him, a mocking expression settling on his face as he turned to the leader, his voice icy. "We plan to seek out Dr. Kureha. Initially, we merely intended to seek medical assistance. Yet here you are, boldly striking first. Is this a display of courage or a testament to your ignorance? Our ship awaits just here. Feel free to retaliate. I hope your numbers are sufficient for me to eliminate." The frostiness in Chunyu's tone intensified, and by the time he concluded, Dalton felt a chill run through him, his palms cold and clammy, unaware of his own fear. Sanji had already finished his task, having swiftly dispatched the man with a kick that broke his neck. Sanji was undeniably gentle, yet he was no fool, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew was similarly resolute. They understood from a young age that once a shot was fired, there could be no easy resolution. Under Chunyu's subtle influence, the Straw Hat crew had transformed. Now, none questioned the necessity of taking lives in such circumstances. "We're leaving." To the summit of the mountain, Luffy carried Vivi on his back while Sanji and Zoro forged the path ahead, and Nami. At this point, Chinyu paused, struck by a sudden brilliant idea. He. Usopp, you have 10 minutes to construct a basket that can accommodate everyone. Zoro, assist him. With that, Chinyu turned his gaze towards Johnny and Joseph, excitement flashing in his eyes as he encouraged, "Today is the day to test your training results. You two will lift us into the air. Any objections?" "A piece of cake." Johnny flexed his bicep, brimming with confidence. Joseph was equally determined. "Absolutely. Finally, it's our turn to shine." The two exchanged glances and, linking arms, began to dance joyfully. Watching their antics, Chinyu felt genuinely gratified about having brought them aboard. Such talent was essential for an organization. Once the basket was completed, Chinyu instructed Sanji to fetch a gold brick from the ship as payment for their medical needs, and the group ascended into the basket. Joseph and Johnny, fully transformed, clung to the reserved branches, flapping their wings as they lifted everyone into the air. As it was the first time for many to ride such a contraption, excitement surged through the group, prompting Chinyu to tease, "Humans, do you really have to act like that? Next time, just don't involve me." Upon hearing this, Nami promptly smacked Chinyu on the shoulder. The lively chatter continued until they reached the mountaintop, where the group, still buzzing with energy, disembarked from the basket. Although they remained noisy, everyone took on their respective roles. Luffy and Zoro went to knock on the door, Nami looked after Vivi, and Chinyu provided warmth to the two women while the others assessed the situation. "Chinyu, no one is answering the door. Are they asleep?" Luffy, growing impatient, tugged at the door handle in a fit of self-amusement. "They must not have returned yet. We just need to wait." Thus the group settled in, sending Joseph to hunt for a large snow hare, and commenced a feast at the castle's entrance. Suddenly, Chinyu sensed a formidable presence approaching. Following suit, Luffy and the others turned to investigate, with Usopp trailing last. "Here they come," Chinyu called out, striding forward with the rest closely behind. Shortly after, a reindeer pulled Kureha into view. The two groups exchanged astonished glances. Luffy and Usopp were instantly enamored with the reindeer, while the others focused their attention on Kureha herself. Sanji, noticing her long legs, smooth abdomen, and slender waist, initially mistook her for a beautiful woman, only to be startled by her aged face. Kureha observed their expressions but paid them no mind. Instead, she subtly glanced at Chunyu, then shifted her gaze to Luffy and the others, finally settling on Vivi. Chunyu kicked Luffy, who remained oblivious to the message, prompting Chunyu to gesture towards Vivi. It was then that Luffy remembered the purpose of their visit and sought Kureha's assistance for treatment. However, Kureha ignored Luffy's plea and remained silent. Observing this, Chunyu looked at Sanji, who calmly lit a cigarette before taking a deep drag and tossing the bag into Kureha's cart. The sound of the gold piece striking the wooden cart elicited a nod of satisfaction from Kureha as she recognized its substantial weight. She lifted her sunglasses, revealing her seemingly aged yet incredibly sharp eyes. "Chopper, open the door for our guests." At this, Chopper simply nodded, leading Kureha to the front door. Transforming into a muscular figure, he pushed open the castle's grand entrance. With those words, Kureha lowered her sunglasses again, allowing Chopper to lead her without further acknowledging the Straw Hat crew. Finally, Chopper was on the verge of being acquired. As long as he indicated his medical skills during the process, the rest would be of no concern to him as the vice captain. Chunyu pondered briefly before following Kureha along with the others. "Young lady, it seems you've been bitten by a bug," Kureha remarked confidently, glancing at Vivi on the sickbed. "You can tell that?" Nami was immediately astonished by Kureha's medical prowess, as were the others. Nobody had mentioned Vivi's condition since their arrival. "Of course, I am a radiant beauty who has lived for 130 years, Kureha declared, propping her sunglasses up and crossing her legs, her expression softening as she smiled. Thus, the group engaged in casual conversation, and upon learning that Vivi was going to be fine, a collective sense of relief washed over them. However, when they discovered that if Vivi was delayed by even 3 days, she would undoubtedly perish, they were left in stunned silence. Vivi turned to Chunyu, her eyes filled with gratitude, her fists clenched tightly. This was all anticipated by Chunyu. However, he merely placed his hands behind his head, tilting his head back to avoid Vivi's gaze. It was not an act. Chunyu noticed that recently, Vivi's glances had grown increasingly unsettling, both in frequency and intensity, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "I think I'll take a walk," Chunyu said, unable to remain still, and turned to leave the infirmary. Knowing that Vivi was no longer a concern, Luffy's restless spirit was ignited, prompting him to drag Usopp off for an adventure. "Mr. Reindeer, may I ask if you're also a doctor?" Chunyu leaned against the doorframe, his expression exceptionally gentle as he addressed Chopper. Startled by the sudden approach, Chopper immediately adopted his signature evasive maneuver. "A doctor? Doctor, you fool. Even if you call me a doctor, I won't be pleased." With that, Chopper turned away in exasperation. "Is that so? I believe you are a remarkably skilled doctor." "Bakiyaru, who told you to say that?" Chopper protested, clearly agitated, as he pushed a chair towards Chunyu, indicating for him to sit and continue showering him with praise. "Not pleased, you say? But you are undeniably extraordinary. Aside from Dr. Kureha, your medical skills are second to none." Chunyu persisted, his expression growing increasingly mischievous. "You're annoying. I'm not happy at all," Chopper exclaimed, though his expression betrayed a sense of satisfaction, as he poured a cup of tea for Chunyu before speaking again. "But I am a pirate. The skeleton is the most marvelous. I could never lie in front of the pirate flag. You are undoubtedly the best." After finishing his conversation with Chunyu, he chose not to approach Xiaoba, fully aware that the latter had become lost in thought. "Xiaoba, would you care to join us on an adventure? It promises to be exhilarating. There are countless novel experiences and many unseen medical techniques. Absolutely thrilling. Moreover, our ship is in dire need of the world's most exceptional doctor, and I believe you are the one for the task. What do you say?" After a brief pause, Chunyu pressed on with his persuasion, following a barrage of sweet compliments. Xiaoba found himself ensnared, drifting in euphoric haze. However, he ultimately declined Chunyu's invitation. "Chunyu, while I would love to travel with you, and your stories are indeed captivating, I'm afraid I cannot accompany you." "Is that so?" "No worries," Chunyu replied, gently patting Xiaoba's head and smoothing his fur. He added, "You're always welcome to join us whenever you wish. We will be here for a while, so please take care of us." The charming, gentle, and highly skilled Dr. Xiaoba remained oblivious to Chunyu's departure, turning away with a sense of completion. "My task is done. Now I must keep an eye on Luffy," Chunyu muttered to himself. Inside the room, Xiaoba was nearly driven to madness by Chunyu's incessant flattery. A few moments of such praise were akin to a lethal dose. He was utterly overwhelmed. Old lady, would you care to join us? Let us embark on an adventure together. Luffy, accompanied by Usopp, returned to the ward and, upon seeing the slumbering Wei Wei, inquired cleverly. Doctor. Kureha did not respond to Luffy, but instead beckoned him closer with a finger, prompting Usopp's curiosity to follow suit. Who are you calling an old lady? I am a vibrant beauty of 130 years. With that, she propped herself on her chair, swinging one foot into Luffy's face while kicking Usopp squarely on the chin. With a couple of thuds, Usopp found himself lodged in the ceiling, struggling fruitlessly, while Luffy burst through 2 rooms, finally embedding himself in the wall. His face flushed and blood streaming from his nose. TSK, 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 menopause has arrived, Sanji remarked, only to be sent flying by Kureha before he could finish his sentence. Landing beside Luffy. Impressive, isn't it? Sanji said, sitting up and lighting a cigarette as he gazed at the human-shaped holes in the wall, deep in thought. He wondered if he would have been able to evade such an attack had it been Chinyu instead. As if summoned, a voice of curiosity echoed. Wow. Quite the ruckus here. Upon entering, Chinyu immediately spotted Usopp stuck to the ceiling and the 2 human-shaped holes in the wall, relishing the misfortune. Dr. Kureha, you certainly possess a penchant for mischief, bullying us young ones. Chinyu shrugged, feigning innocence. Upon hearing Chinyu's address towards Kureha, Sanji's face fell with disappointment. TCH. Hee. I am a 130-year-old beauty. Is it too much to tease you youthful ones? Dr. Kureha lifted her sunglasses, grinning at Chinyu. Not all. Quite reasonable. They lack proper training and vigilance. I must thank Doriel for that, Chinyu asserted, believing there was no fault in his words, as he too was not just a 130-year-old elder. However, his brow furrowed slightly. You want to seek out Xiaoba, didn't you? Chinyu did not respond immediately, but instead approached Sanji and Luffy, whispering a few words before admitting candidly, yes, I had a delightful conversation with him. He expressed a desire to explore and inherit the spirit of the skeleton. He also recounted a tale of a stubborn old man. I invited him to join us as our ship's doctor. Although he did not immediately agree, he did not refuse either. Rest assured, we will take good care of your son, the chubby little one. Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Kureha's expression softened, but upon realizing Chinyu's intentions towards Xiaoba, her demeanor darkened. You dare to have designs on my assistant? You have quite the nerve. I heard on my way back about a band of ruthless pirates who have even killed a few villagers. You must be the ones they spoke of. Without hesitation, Chinyu admitted, that is indeed the case. How refreshingly honest. Kureha's expression softened slightly as she continued. Do you believe I would trust you with Xiaoba? To hand him over to a group of merciless individuals? Chinyu did not take her words at face value, but instead countered. You are quite the experienced elder yourself. Feeling the intent to kill, Chinyu quickly rephrased, you are an elder with ample experience. One who could discern the winds and rain should not appear any younger. From my perspective, we are not nearly as brutal. Otherwise, how could they tarnish our reputation? They struck first. They fired the first shot. Yet they say nothing of that. I merely dealt with those who shot first. Is that unreasonable? At his words, Kureha's expression shifted from dark to contemplative. We have never indulged in senseless killings. But those who have dared to harm our comrades are seldom left standing. If you do not believe me, inquire in the EC. Moreover, Xiaoba has grown. You know well that he cannot remain here forever. It would be unjust. Since consuming the devil fruit, he has become a genuine person. I refuse to believe you have not considered this. Furthermore, everything we do is in service of our comrades, and I refuse to allow my crew to be bullied. Surely, you do not wish for Xiaoba to be bullied in the future either? We will protect him. Chinyu's tone was earnest, growing increasingly resolute. Indeed, we will undoubtedly safeguard our comrades. The members of the Straw Hat crew flexed their biceps and voiced their agreement in succession. Kureha remained silent, utterly contemplative. After a moment, she placed her sunglasses atop her head, her gaze softening, her face reflecting nostalgia. This period of silence did not last long. Kureha slightly parted her lips and began to recount a story. Observing the reminiscent look on Kureha's face, Chinyu felt an irresistible anticipation rising within him. This is it. Chinyu turned to signal Luffy and Sanji, who exchanged knowing glances. Upon learning of Xiaoba's tale, the duo was invigorated. Without hesitation, they rushed to gather a net and a sack from the storage room, bursting out the door with fervor. Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances before dashing into the storage room, seizing their own gear to chase after Luffy and his companions. Usopp struggled for a considerable time before finally freeing his head, just as he was about to pursue them. Chinyu stopped him. Usopp, have you completed what I asked you to do? Hee. With me in charge, you need not worry. Usopp replied, though added, however, I think we should incorporate some rare metals. It would make it sturdier. After boasting for a moment, he wore a contemplative expression, adding, you go to the castle's armory. Leave the available weapons alone, especially the cannons and cannonballs. Gather all other metals and have Joseph transport them back to the Mary. Is that acceptable? This is Dr. Kureha's property. Usopp's face was etched with concern. This is Chaoba's food expenses, guardianship costs, and special training fees. Feel free to take it, understood? If there are any issues, Chaoba will take responsibility. After hearing this, Usopp appeared speechless but ran excitedly towards the armory, reassured by the backup. Help! Dr. Dorial! While running, Chaoba cried out for help, shifting through various forms, much to Luffy's delight. Sanji muttered incessantly, reserve food, quality reserve food, noticing Dr. Kureha ignoring him. Chaoba quickly shifted his attention. Chinyu, save me, please. Tears streaming down his face, he darted in circles, his eyes pleading with Chinyu like the brilliant sun in a clear sky. Chaoba, come over here. Chinyu seized the moment, waving at Chaoba. Oh! Chaoba's voice cracked with excitement. In an instant, he transformed into his reindeer form and sprinted toward Chinyu, ultimately transforming into his diminutive form and leaping into Chinyu's embrace. It seems that there is still some unease as the little hooves cover the heart, filled with worry. Chopper? What's the matter? What game are you all playing? Chinyu's face is adorned with a gentle smile. Baka, how could you think we were playing a game? They were wielding a net to catch me. And a large sack too. So big. Chopper stands on Chinyu's thigh, extending his two hooves to illustrate. How could that be? You are our ship's doctor. Why would he use a net to catch you? Perhaps you're just overly nervous and imagining things? As Chinyu speaks, he gives Sanji a knowing glance. Sanji immediately understands, tossing aside the tools in his hands along with those held by Luffy, and nonchalantly whistles. Luffy mimics him with great enthusiasm. If you don't believe me, just look back. Chinyu encourages Chopper once more. Really? Upon looking back, Chopper indeed sees no sack or net, tilting his head in contemplation. How strange. Why is that? With his little hands clasped over his chest and his head tilted, sitting on Chinyu's knee, he is filled with confusion. Wait, Chinyu, when did I become your ship's doctor? Chopper finally snaps back to reality, looking astonished, leaping up with his little legs straightened. Yet, with your youth and impressive medical skills, it would be a shame not to be our ship's doctor. Bakayalu, even if you say that, I won't be pleased. Chopper squirms on Chinyu's lap. After a moment of indulgence, Chopper suddenly jolts awake, slapping a hoof against Chinyu's shoulder, causing the entire deer to become startled. Is that what I said? When did I agree to be your ship's doctor? Just a moment ago during our idle chat. Have you forgotten? You said you would uphold the spirit of the skeleton. Yes, I agreed. Nonsense. I still haven't agreed to join your ship. Chopper finally calms down, sitting back down, but the more he thinks about it, the more it feels wrong, and he leaps up once more, his hooves pointing at Chinyu, incredulous. No way. Is that so? No way, no way. As he speaks, Chinyu gives Sanji another signal, then picks up Chopper and sets him down on the ground. After all, Dr. Dorial has already agreed. Just as the words leave his mouth, Sanji and Luffy, who have been poised for action, immediately spring into action, lunging at Chopper. My foolish son. Kureha slaps her forehead, watching Chopper, who is being toyed with, and sighs. Just as she is about to speak, laughter suddenly echoes from outside the castle. Resonating within, Waha, my country, my home, I have finally returned. Waha. Upon hearing this lewd laughter, everyone halts their actions, gazing at Kureha. Sister Dorial, do you need help? I've heard of this guy. He is the king of this country, right? Chinyu speaks to Kureha, his tone calm, yet infused with confidence. Just a former king. A scoundrel at best. Let me see what you are capable of, Kureha says, a smile gracing her face. You have my word. Chinyu turns his head and commands. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, each take one and finish them quickly. Johnny, let your blades taste blood. Leave no one alive. Although Chinyu's face still bears a smile, the icy undertone sends shivers down the spine. No problem. They respond in unison. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. Brother Chinyu, without a moment's hesitation, the four of them dash out, and the air is soon filled with wails. The three main forces swiftly assign their opponents. Luffy delivers an armed pistol strike that pierces through Walpole's belly, the force combined with the armed haki, tearing him into pieces, utterly lifeless. Sanji kicks the neck of the explosive-haired man, while Zoro cleaves the clown's head. Johnny transforms his hands into dual blades, cutting through the crowd, efficiently eliminating one after another in mere moments. Well, we also provide after-sales service, Chinyu states, snapping his fingers, causing a multitude of corpses outside the castle to ignite into ashes, vanishing with the wind. At the same time, Kureha opens her eyes, casting a deep look at Chinyu without glancing at Chopper, instead turning to give Vivi one last treatment. What originally required nearly a week of treatment and care will now only be the final procedure. As for the aftercare, you must manage it yourselves. I want you out of the castle by the end of today. Kureha turns her back to everyone, uncertain to whom her words are directed. Hearing this, Chinyu, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami all breathe a sigh of relief. Luffy, as long as you convince Chopper, he can become our ship's doctor. Chinyu approaches Luffy and whispers, "Really?" Upon hearing this, Luffy transforms into a fierce beast, his eyes sparkling, and lunges at Chopper once more. As the evening descends, fine snow begins to fall on Magnetic Drum Island. Arguments resonate from the summit. Of course, while I too yearn to be a pirate, I am not akin to humans. I have a blue nose. Moreover, I am a monster. Individuals like me cannot be your companions. So, Chopper's voice diminishes. I'm truly grateful to you all for the invitation. I have decided to remain here. As he speaks, Chopper lowers his head deeply, a hint of melancholy enveloping him. However, Chopper lifts his head again, forcing a smile. Let's meet again someday. If you miss me, just come here. I will always be here. Upon hearing this, Luffy, already impatient, raises his hands high, fists clenched, and bellows, "Stop rambling. Chopper, come travel with us." In that moment, Chopper can no longer hold back, his voice choked, tears streaming down like a fountain, snot dripping to his lips. He gazes up at the fluttering Jolly Roger of Dr. Hiralik, his lips quivering, and then lets out a howl towards the heavens. Oh. Simultaneously, the Straw Hat crew surges out, Johnny and Joseph transforming completely, while the others reveal their beast-like cold gazes. Chinyu transforms into a fiery giant, roaring at Chopper. Only monsters are worthy to be our companions. Understand, Chopper? Oh. Hidden in the shadows, Kureha wipes away her tears, her seemingly aged, yet vibrant eyes glistening with kind tears. Chopper, you have found your companions. Go. Run freely. Your life is just beginning. Go see the world that Hiralik spoke of. After a moment of introspection, Kureha tosses her backpack to Chinyu and strides out, fully armed. You little pirate brats. How dare you steal my belongings? You're not leaving today. You all must stay. Kureha glares at everyone, relentlessly throwing weapons at them. Usopp trembles in fear. Chinyu, understanding Kureha's intent, waves his hand, enveloping everyone, including Chopper, in endless fiery clouds, transforming into a stream of light soaring into the sky. A youthful voice resonates through the air. Dr. Dorial, take care of yourself. I'm leaving. What a foolish son. Kid, if Chopper is wronged, no matter where you run, I will hold you accountable. A series of tear drops echoes through the empty mountaintop castle. With a loud bang, the crew aboard the Mary look towards the sound, witnessing cannon fire erupting from the castle direction. Suddenly, the sky blooms with cherry blossoms, captivating everyone with the breathtaking sight. Chopper sits quietly at the stern of the ship, gazing at the final view of Magnetic Drum Island, his resolve growing stronger. Doctor, Sister Dorial, I'm off. It's time to begin my adventure. Chopper, Gulme, it's time for the feast. Indeed, I'm coming. A pirate must have a feast. Upon hearing the shouts of several individuals, Xiaoba finally descended from the railing, glancing back every few steps to bid a final farewell. Xiaoba, you've inserted chopsticks into your nostrils and mouth. How amusing. Luffy stood beside Xiaoba, uttering devilish words, incessantly encouraging him. Before long, Xiaoba became thoroughly engrossed, forging a profound friendship with Karoo. Nearby the main mast, Wei Wei sat watching the crowd. Although her health no longer posed a concern, the nation faced dire straits, and a solution remained elusive, leaving her unable to smile. What are you hesitating for? Nami approached Wei Wei with a glass of juice, expressing her concern. Are you worried that we won't be able to defeat Crocodile? Or perhaps you doubt Luffy's willingness to assist? Or is it that you simply dislike Chinyu? At this, Nami scrutinized the changing expressions on Wei Wei's face. How could I possibly dislike Chinyu? Wei Wei suddenly sprang to her feet, fervently explaining. Yet, she quickly recognized her own unusual demeanor and added, I truly believe in your strength. I know that if you take action, my country will surely be saved. However, as she spoke, Wei Wei recalled Chen Yu's words in the Whiskey Peak. Then perhaps you should give it a try. This matter may not be as complicated as you think. Having gleaned the information she sought, Nami ceased further elaboration, informing Wei Wei that they would soon reach Alabasta, and without lingering, she turned to leave, granting Wei Wei ample space. After bidding farewell to Wei Wei, Nami walked alone to the side of the ship, allowing the sea breeze from Winter Island to envelop her, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a familiar, mischievous embrace envelop her. Without any reaction, she recognized it was Chun Yu and had grown accustomed to his presence. Aren't you cold? Drinking your sorrows alone? Or rather, sipping fruit juice in solitude? Chun Yu remarked, removing his coat and draping it over Nami. Chen Yu, are you aware of Wei Wei's situation? Observing Chun Yu's gesture, Nami felt a warmth in her heart. He was always so considerate. This statement reached Chun Yu's ears with dual meanings, but he chose not to tread lightly. Are you referring to Alabasta? Upon hearing this, Nami did not respond immediately. Instead, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she turned to embrace Chen Yu. Chen Yu, you're the first person to treat me so well. The one who was previously closest to me was Belmir, although Nokigao doesn't count. I often got angry with you and even struck you. I have not been kind to you at all. Yet why do you never hold it against me? Why are you always so good to me? Chen Yu found Nami's questions somewhat peculiar, yet he responded earnestly, Me? I have no family. To me, you are my family. I cannot bear to be angry with you. Just imagining you leaving out of anger leaves me feeling utterly desolate, and thus my anger dissipates. But you could find another, perhaps even more than one. Seek one with a gentle disposition, or one who would not grow angry with you. I have considered it, but I am unwilling. My sincerity is finite. Wouldn't finding someone else mean discarding the sincerity I have already invested? So would I. Nami was not inclined to let Chen Yu finish and interjected, Chen Yu, you are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Why are you bringing this up suddenly? Chen Yu increasingly felt puzzled. Chen Yu, may I give myself to you? Right now, let us go to my room, Nami whispered, burying her head in Chen Yu's chest, her voice growing softer. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu stood frozen, refusing. What a jest. Observing Nami's bashful demeanor ignited a rush of blood within him. He desired no delay, embracing Nami and soaring directly to her room. Upon closing the door, Chen Yu filled the room with flames, infused with his haki, capable of muffling sound, making it challenging for even Kinbunchika haki to penetrate. This flame had been meticulously developed by Chen Yu for this very day. His breath quickened as he gently placed Nami on the edge of the bed, leaving her long legs suspended. Nami clutched the bed sheets tightly, her veins visibly strained. Nami, there is no need to be so tense. I am not a ferocious beast, a rich, magnetic voice echoed in the room, causing Nami to open her tightly shut, trembling eyes. Before her was a handsome, all too familiar face. Is this your way of comforting me? Could you perhaps temper your gaze? Nami mentally scoffed. At that moment, Chen Yu's focus intensified, his intentions clear as he began to unbutton Nami's top. The sensation of skin against skin deepened Nami's flush, causing her cheeks to redden further. Instinctively, she closed her eyes tightly, glaring at Chen Yu just before doing so. Chen Yu, utterly engrossed, remained oblivious to Nami's glare, and even if he had noticed, it would only have stirred the beastly instincts within him. This scoundrel, he will pay for this tomorrow. Nami silently fumed, her anxiety heightening. As if sensing something, Chen Yu lifted his gaze to Nami's face, which was flushed with a rosy hue, both sensual and shy. Just one glance ensnared him completely. Chen Yu's body involuntarily leaned down, his lips meeting hers with precision. Following a brief connection, the heated breath within Chen Yu intensified, and sensing this warmth, Nami's gaze became dreamy, her heart aflutter as she murmured, Chen Yu, be gentle. She then closed her eyes once more. As the saying goes, youth and beauty entwined. Passionate nights linger on, unaware of the guests at the inn, the spirited souls suspecting they have boarded a celestial vessel. Blushing faces stained with shame, pale skin marred by the remnants of makeup. Tossing and turning, sleep eludes as the rooster crows, breaking the autumn dawn. Luffy, what exactly is Chen Yu doing? Xiaoba inquired, his face a picture of confusion as he turned to his captain. What do you mean by Chen Yu? Isn't he over there drinking? Luffy replied, not quite grasping Xiaoba's question, then turned to locate Chen Yu. No, where's Chen Yu gone? Could it be Xiaoba? Chen Yu must be sneaking off to indulge in some delicious food without us. We must find him and expose him. Luffy exclaimed, his voice rising with indignation. How inconsiderate. He is surely hiding some delectable treats. Xiaoba, do you know where Chunyu's gone? Luffy scanned the surroundings with his kin Bunchaku, yet found no trace of Chunyu. At that moment, Xiaoba raised a small hoof, jumping to ensure Luffy could see him. I saw Chunyu carrying Nami into her room. That room over there, he exclaimed, pointing towards Nami's quarters. There's a flicker of light. That scoundrel Chunyu is definitely indulging in something tasty, Luffy declared. Xiaoba, let us confront him right now. As he spoke, Luffy took Xiaoba's small hand and headed towards Nami's room. Xiaoba's face radiated excitement. He cautiously followed Luffy, exhilarated. Duo li air inyang. The first adventure of manly Xiaoba begins. Shoo, Xiaoba, I will open the door, and you must immediately see what Chunyu is eating. We must catch him in the act. Otherwise, Chunyu is cunning and would never confess. Luffy instructed, his expression serious as he assigned the task. Yes, officer. Xiaoba saluted solemnly, indicating his understanding. Thus, Luffy, focused and composed, approached the door, slowly turning the doorknob. The slight noise did not disturb the two within. Chunyu continued his diligent efforts. This scoundrel, he is indeed indulging in food, and the door is locked. Luffy exclaimed, Xiaoba, we must force our way in. After speaking, Luffy took a few steps back, tightened his shoulders and biceps, and made a swift charge, using his shoulder to smash into the door. The sound of the door bursting open echoed throughout the merry. The shattered door, along with Luffy, was propelled by flames, pressing him against the main mast. The already sleeping Zoro, the self-satisfied Usopp, the contemplative Vivi, and Sanji, who had just finished cooking dessert, were all drawn to the noise. Inside, Nami realized that their actions had been exposed, her heart racing with panic, yet she felt an inexplicable joy. Chunyu's face darkened, but he did not cease his actions. Nami felt a tinge of shame, yet was overwhelmingly happy. Suddenly, flames erupted within the room, forming a gigantic hand that seized Luffy and hurled him into the sea. After dealing with Luffy, the fiery giant hand ignored the transgressor Chopper and blocked the doorway, preventing anyone from approaching. Oh no, Luffy has fallen into the sea. You must save him. The panicked Chopper suddenly recalled something and began to fret. Zoro, Sanji, hurry and rescue Luffy. Chopper was frantic, rolling his eyes in desperation. Look at how frightened he is, Zoro thought to himself. Is Luffy calling for help? Zoro asked Chopper. No, then we need not concern ourselves with him. Once he is happy, he will return on his own, Sanji coolly remarked, pinching his cigarette. But Luffy is a devil fruit user. If he falls into the sea, he will lose his strength. Chopper still harbored some worries and cautioned. Don't worry about him, they both replied. However, I am quite curious about what Chunyu is up to. Sanji expressed his confusion, lowering his head to inquire Chopper. Well, Luffy said that Chunyu and Nami were secretly enjoying delicious food in the room, and he took me to expose Chunyu. Chopper began, but Sanji immediately interrupted him, a hint of sadness in his expression. Did you say Chunyu and Nami were in the room enjoying goodies? It was Luffy who told me, Chopper answered honestly. Where do they go in? How do they get in? Sanji's expression shifted from sadness to madness as he grasped Chopper's shoulders, shaking him while questioning. Sanji, stop shaking me. After escaping Sanji's grasp, Chopper took a breath before responding. About an hour ago, Chunyu flew in with Nami. How infuriating. How could that scoundrel Chunyu be so fortunate? Why would Miss Nami choose that turtle-headed brat? Hearing this painful truth, Sanji knelt on the ground, repeatedly pounding the deck. Zoro's expression froze upon hearing this, and he glanced meaningfully at the flames before turning to leave and resume his sleep. Vivi's face turned crimson on the spot. Chunyu and Nami are doing that kind of thing, Vivi stammered, utterly shocked, unable to complete a single sentence, her cheeks growing even redder. Usopp was momentarily envious, but soon showed no further reaction. The sword god duo in the corner wore mischievous smiles, rubbing their chins as they observed quietly. Chopper was perplexed, his deer-like face filled with confusion. That scoundrel Chunyu, eating alone and even tossing me aside. Luffy, drenched, angrily shook his fist towards Nami's room. Tossing me aside is one thing, but eating alone is unacceptable. Inside the room, Chunyu was already on high alert, having anticipated that this fool would come to meddle. The flames he had prepared in advance slithered like serpents, binding Luffy tightly. 8 fiery serpents ensnared him, and Luffy could not evade them. His hands and feet were firmly trapped. As Luffy attempted to break free from the fiery serpents, he was scalded, screaming in agony. Suddenly, A line of large characters appeared in the sky. Johnny, Joseph, seal Luffy's mouth shut, or I will make you regret it once I come out. Thus, Johnny and Joseph used duct tape to seal Luffy's mouth, rendering him unable to exert force or voice his protest, leaving him to continuously bump his forehead against the deck in defiance. Lying on the ground, Luffy thought that Chunyu was about to finish devouring everything, and in his fury, he activated his haki, to his surprise discovering it could mitigate a certain degree of flames. Immediately enveloped in haki, he exerted force and broke free from Chunyu's bindings. Once liberated, Luffy tore off the duct tape and prepared to shout, only to be struck by the suddenly appearing flame giant, sending him flying, though this time he had no idea how far he was sent. Half an hour passed, and there were no signs of the two in the room emerging. Vivi, now calm, gazed resolutely at Nami's room, remaining silent. Chunyu, you scoundrel, leave some for me. Luffy flipped back onto the deck, spat out a few mouthfuls of seawater, and began to shout again. Inside, Chunyu was somewhat speechless. Just as he intended to send Luffy flying once more, he noticed Vivi stepping in front of Luffy, blocking his path. Mr. Luffy, Chunyu and Sister Nami are not sneaking food. Vivi spread her hands, explaining. They really haven't been sneaking food? I assure you, they haven't. Seeing Luffy's tone soften, Vivi immediately guaranteed. Then what are they doing? Upon hearing this question, Vivi, who had only just regained her composure, turned red once more. They are training. Yes, they are training. So that's it. I knew it. Chunyu would never sneak food behind my back. Ha ha ha. Luffy instantly lost interest. He was now terrified of Chunyu emerging to deal with him, forcing a smile to mask his embarrassment. Disturbing Chunyu for no reason would result in dire consequences. Luffy could attest to that. The sword god Duo remarked, you weren't saying that just now. Inside, Nami's throat had grown hoarse. She raised her hand to grasp Chunyu's arm, pleading, Chunyu, can we call it a day? I can hardly bear it any longer. Although Nami had begged for mercy, Chunyu was currently at a critical stage, unable to stop. Every time Nami pleaded, Chunyu would silence her with his mouth. Approximately 20 minutes later, a low growl emerged. After a few moments, the storm finally subsided. Nami, now completely drained, her complexion flushed, throat hoarse, entirely forgot about her earlier intentions to confront Chunyu, and after exchanging a few words with him, fell into a deep slumber. Chunyu felt an unprecedented sense of relief, yet his eyes were filled with guilt and tenderness, especially as he entered a moment of clarity. Chunyu's feelings of guilt intensified. Rest well, he gently combed Nami's hair, leaned down to kiss her forehead, and then stepped out of the room, ready to settle scores. Upon exiting, Chunyu promptly repaired the door that had been smashed, of course, using the door taken from Luffy's room. Descending the stairs, Chunyu immediately gave Vivi a thumbs up. He now deemed this young girl to have great potential. Sanji, hiding in the corner, was lost in thought. Upon hearing Chunyu's voice, he drifted over like a ghost, filled with jealousy. Is this how you use haki? Chunyu, what are you talking about? After saying this, Chunyu kicked Sanji away and continued. I'm going to find that fool to settle scores. Don't get in my way. Knowing that Chunyu had not used haki, Sanji scoffed, his expression sour, and returned to the kitchen to continue making desserts. Chunyu turned around and scanned the area, discovering Luffy clutching Chopper, hiding in a corner, and he stepped forward coldly commanding, You, come here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chunyu reached Chopper, who was so frightened that he began to cry. But how could Chunyu trouble Chopper? He hoisted Chopper and tossed him aside, grabbing Luffy by the collar and lifting him into the air. In no time, Luffy, swollen like a pig's head, was flung onto the deck. Seeing this, the onlookers on deck dared not even breathe, watching Chunyu return to Nami's room. Tonight, Vivi would have to sleep in Chunyu's room. The night was deep, and apart from Luffy, who was lying on the deck unattended, it was Chopper and Usopp who kept watch. Today, Chopper had taken the initiative to accompany Usopp during the night shift, primarily because he wished to inquire about any taboos aboard the ship, in order to avoid suffering the same fate as Luffy. In Chunyu's room, Vivi lay on her bed, unable to sleep. She had just settled down, intending to rest early and process the various events that had transpired. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she was captivated by a delightful fragrance. With her eyes shut, Vivi greedily inhaled the pleasant scent that filled the air. After a while, she realized that the aroma emanated from her blanket and pillow, and was certainly not the scent of any cleaning products. Upon identifying the source of the fragrance, Vivi's face turned crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. However, she did not feel averse to it. After all, there was no one else around. Once she had eased her sense of shame, She succumbed to slumber amidst the enchanting scent, sleeping soundly until the following morning. This was the most restful night Vivi had experienced since setting sail, and she even dreamt that her country had been saved, with her being betrothed to the benefactor who had rescued them. At this thought, Vivi felt an indescribable shyness. Yet she did not dislike the sensation. She merely felt a pang of guilt towards Nami, who had always treated her with kindness. Slap! Vivi forcefully struck her own cheek, reassuring herself, "Tomorrow, we shall arrive at Alabasta. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I must secure the assistance of Luffy and the others today." Taking a deep breath, Vivi approached Luffy, who was playing on the deck. "Mr. Luffy, I wish to ask for your help for my country." Vivi's voice quivered as she bowed deeply, her heart racing with anxiety. However, upon receiving no response from Luffy, her face drained of color. Thump! "I must obtain the aid of Luffy and the others today," Vivi repeatedly reminded herself. Without hesitation, she knelt down, just as she was about to bow her head. Luffy pulled her back up. Vivi, forcibly lifted, bore an expression of unwillingness, biting her lip tightly, her fists clenched, her entire being trembling slightly. Was she to be rejected? What was wrong with her? "I've been waiting for you to get up. Why did you just kneel down?" Luffy questioned, puzzled, pouting at Vivi. "Huh?" Vivi was taken aback by his response. "Vivi, we're friends, right?" Luffy placed his hands on Vivi's shoulders, matter-of-factly. Vivi nodded and softly murmured in agreement, but was at a loss for words. "Since we are friends, when a friend seeks help, we shall assist you. Why did you bow and kneel, making me feel like you don't consider me a friend?" Luffy frowned, expressing his discontent. Luffy genuinely believed this to be the case. Hearing Luffy's words, Vivi stood frozen, utterly astonished by his unexpected reply. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck her. She felt utterly weak and disbelieving. "You agreed, just like that?" After a moment's pause, hope surged in Vivi's eyes as she inquired, "You truly agreed without consulting Chinyu?" "Yes. No need to ask. Even if I did, the answer would be the same," Luffy casually replied, scratching his nose. "But that day, Chinyu, then let me take you to ask Chinyu." Luffy, noticing Vivi's concern, took her hand and knocked on Nami's door. At that moment, Vivi's heart raced anew. If Chinyu agreed, her country would be saved. And she prayed fervently. "What is it? Luffy, are you bothering me again?" Chinyu opened the door to find Luffy and displayed visible annoyance. He had been sound asleep with Nami, only to be disturbed by the incessant knocking, which ignited his irritation. Luffy, a typical fighter, had endured a beating from Chinyu the previous day without retaliating. But today he felt confident and did not believe Chinyu would strike him again. Observing Chinyu's impatient demeanor, Vivi felt her heart sink halfway. "Chinyu, Vivi is our friend, right?" Luffy asked without a second thought. "Yes," Chinyu replied. "Vivi has come to us for help. Shall we assist her in dealing with Crocodile?" Luffy stated plainly. "Then let us help her eliminate Crocodile. Don't tell me you woke me up early in the morning for this?" Chinyu retorted. "Yes. Vivi was afraid you would refuse, so I brought her to ask. You're just the vice captain. If you bother me about such trivial matters again, you'll regret it." After saying this, Chinyu nodded at Vivi and, disregarding Luffy, closed the door, locking it. Before the door shut, Vivi noticed that Nami had woken up and gave her a thumbs up, realizing her country truly had hope. The pent-up emotions within Vivi erupted. She sank to the ground, laughing foolishly while wiping her tears. Inside the room, "You really are something, not being straightforward at all, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You clearly intended to help Vivi, but still made things difficult for the poor girl. Do you know how she feels?" Nami remarked, knowing Chinyu would understand. After saying this, Nami cupped Chinyu's face, gazing intently at him. "You bad man, I don't believe you don't realize." Chinyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Of course, he noticed. Yet, he pretended not to understand, as such matters felt too cliché, leaving him unsure of how to respond. How could something that seemed so scripted in a drama unfold in reality? Chinyu stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. "I haven't exactly expressed goodwill towards Vivi. Have I? In fact, I feel I haven't been particularly friendly or warm to her. Isn't it Sanji who soothes her wounded heart?" Although Chinyu did not mind helping Vivi, it was her own ability to make friends with others that was not his concern. Ultimately, it was Luffy who decided to assist Vivi, and it seemed entirely reasonable for him to like Luffy. Yet, I stand by my principle of not fighting without reason and not being a doormat. I should be seen as the villain in her eyes. It's the likes of Rome Mama who should fill that role. Unable to comprehend, utterly baffled. I'm a married man. Moreover, I find Nami's actions quite unsettling. Her hints are far too overt. Doesn't she feel uncomfortable? I am well aware that Nami would be upset. She has already endured a couple of slaps. Is Vivi's plight truly so sympathetic to her? I am accustomed to violence because I have dealt it more than I care to admit. Yet, despite some things fading from memory, there remains an obstacle that prevents Chunyu from acknowledging Nami's hints. Is it unfamiliarity? Or simply that fate has not yet aligned? However, discussing values from a past life here feels somewhat foolish. The values are good. They just don't apply. Can't comprehend. Nami shook Chunyu's head. Is Vivi not beautiful enough? Or is she not your type? Nami pondered for a moment, not wishing to dwell on it, gazing directly at Chunyu. Chunyu only met her gaze, remaining silent. Is it difficult for you to understand that Vivi likes you? Or is it my actions you don't comprehend? Nami continued to probe. Upon hearing Nami's words, Chunyu felt irked. You think I don't understand you? I took a few slaps for this, and you just push me away like that? Chunyu's expression grew stern, his eyes flashing with displeasure. Nami was quite pleased with Chunyu's reaction. She gently rose and leaned in to kiss him. Sans signe d'amiesse tentative action, Chunyu instinctively réciprocated. After a long moment, they parted, Chunyu exhaling sharply, his gaze fiery. Locking on to Nami as he breathlessly remarked, this isn't a matter that could be sidestepped with a few kisses. Originally, I never harbored such thoughts. I merely perceived Weiwei's affections for you and contemplated nothing beyond that. However, as Nami spoke, she hesitated for a moment, extending her hand for a gentle grasp. Her fair cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue as she softly murmured, You wretched soul, I cannot bear this alone. Do you think I wish to cast you aside? With that, Nami slightly raised her head, her blushing visage tinged with a hint of grievance. Is it truly my fault, then? By the heavens! The sudden realization struck Chunyu, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken, the warmth of his exhalation enveloping Nami, causing her body to stiffen. Wait, Chunyu, I merely intended to clarify. Nami attempted to explain, but Chunyu swiftly interrupted her, sealing her lips with his own. A new round of conflict about to ensue. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the room, marking the commencement of yet another battle. Those outside witnessed the rampant flames within the chamber, each person frozen in astonishment. What a scoundrel Chunyu is! What makes him so admirable? Did he save the world in his past life? Why am I not the one? Such feelings of envy surged within Sanji as he was the first to react. Kneeling on the ground and pounding his fists in frustration, Usopp, on the verge of presenting a crafted weapon, quickly retreated upon seeing the familiar flames, seeking to avoid misfortune. The duo known as the Sword Gods crouched in the corner from the previous night, their faces filled with admiration and a touch of reverence as they gazed toward the room, their lewd smiles widening. Chunyu is truly diligent. He's training again. I must strive harder. Chopper shivered at the sight of the rising flames, expressing his admiration. Meanwhile, Luffy sat atop a ram's head, maintaining his distance from the fire. Not out of fear, but to avoid interrupting his crew's training, that was all. Chunyu, along with Nami, it is still daylight. Weiwei's emotions have just begun to stabilize. Her fair face once again flushed with embarrassment as she covered her eyes with her palm, peeking through her fingers at the room she had once occupied. At this moment, Weiwei recalled what Sanji and Usopp had previously mentioned. Weiwei-chan, do not blame Chunyu. During your time aboard, you have come to understand the ship's circumstances. The ship's affairs are primarily managed by the first mate. You have witnessed the captain's conduct firsthand. Chunyu bears the responsibility for our training, oversees everything on board, and considers the future of this vessel. He harbors no ill intentions toward you. At that time, you were still our opponent, merely a transaction partner. So I hope you do not overthink it, Sanji explained softly, leaning against the main mast, gazing ahead. Indeed, what Sanji said aligns with my thoughts, Usopp chimed in. Having been on the ship for so long, I have come to know Chunyu's character well. He dislikes engaging in baseless fights, which spares us unnecessary troubles. He is primarily that unreliable captain who tends to act on impulse and make decisions, especially here in the Grand Line. Therefore, Chunyu aims to remind us to think carefully before making decisions. There are no ulterior motives, as long as you deem the reasons valid. Even if it is simply because the other party's pirate flag is too ugly, that suffices as a reason to declare war, Sanji interjected. This is Chunyu's exact words. Weiwei-chan, aboard the ship, I may not always heed Luffy's words, but I never question Chunyu's orders. I execute them without hesitation. My journey thus far has proven that Chunyu is indeed a capable first mate. Weiwei listened quietly to the explanations of the two, her smile blossoming even more. Thank you, Mr. Usopp, Mr. Sanji. However, I have never blamed Chunyu. I understand his actions well. As you both have said, he is entirely justified. Moreover, I am grateful that you consider me a friend. Upon witnessing Wei Wei's understanding demeanor, Sanji transformed into a lovesick fool, circling around her. After hearing Sanji and Usopp's explanations, Wei Wei's conviction in her thoughts deepened. Chun Yu is indeed a responsible, magnanimous, and kind-hearted individual. Not only did he seek medical treatment for my illness, but he also wished to save my country. Squatting down, her forehead resting on her knees, arms wrapped around her chest, she silently expressed her gratitude. Chun Yu? I have not. You are mistaken. 2 hours later, Chun Yu emerged from his room, his face radiant and brimming with confidence. In the brief span of a single night, the aura he exuded had transformed remarkably. Unlike before, he now radiated self-assurance from within, every gesture infused with charm. His chiseled features reflecting a blend of maturity and gentleness. Wei Wei was the first to notice Chun Yu. Observing the changed version of him, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Yet she quickly averted her gaze, startled as if struck by an arrow. Noticing Chun Yu's emergence, Sanji remained seated, continuing to draw circles on the ground while muttering to himself. Chun Yu, disinterested in engaging with him, chose to ignore Sanji, as they both pretended not to see each other. Chun Yu, you have fallen. Before long, I shall surpass you, and I will become the strongest on this ship. Zoro stated earnestly, brandishing Enma toward Chun Yu. Feeling the resolve and goodwill in Zoro's words warmed Chun Yu's heart, yet he refused to show weakness. As long as you possess the capability, you may take that title of the strongest on the ship for yourself. Unlike a certain lecherous amphibian, I have never grown complacent. I shall undoubtedly become even stronger. Zoro raised Enma skyward, his tone unwaveringly firm. Zoro gazed intently at the sky, mentally adding, strong enough to have my name resonate through the heavens. Upon hearing Zoro's declaration, Sanji's previously despondent demeanor transformed back to vibrant colors. With his hands in his pockets and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he approached the two. Green algae head, I can't simply ignore what you said. The strongest on this ship will undoubtedly be me. As he spoke, Sanji slightly bowed, pointing his thumb at his own chest. Chun Yu will soon be surpassed by me, and you will find yourself left further behind, Sanji asserted, his tone equally resolute, his expression intensely serious. Unlike their usual bickering, the two maintained a fierce gaze. Seriousness etched on their faces, neither willing to yield. Should you manage to defeat me, then you might just claim the title of the world's strongest. Alas, your dreams do not aspire to such heights. I shall not grant you any opportunities. Consider yourselves fortunate that your initial goal was not to become the world's strongest. Otherwise, you would forever remain in my shadow, Chun Yu declared, feeling that mere threats were insufficient. He produced a cigar from his pocket, placing it at the corner of his mouth, casting a sidelong glance at the two, his gaze sharp as he asserted, we shall see. The three stepped forward simultaneously, tilting their heads in confrontation, exchanging no words. After a cold snort, they each turned and departed. Chun Yu walked toward Usopp, while Zoro and Sanji entered the training room. Witnessing the spark ignite in the eyes of the three, Chopper was immensely excited, his hooves clenched tightly, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. How cool! Is this what being a pirate is all about? Usopp, we too shall strive to be the strongest. Chopper, inspired by the trio, turned eagerly to Usopp to join in the competition. Usopp, sweating profusely, inwardly muttered, Chopper, do you have any idea what kind of monsters those three are? Competing for the title of the strongest against them? Wake up! Stop dreaming! Outwardly, Usopp merely cleared his throat, but internally he adjusted his emotions. Moments latte. His gaze fell upon Chopper, his expression exaggerated as he proclaimed, Hee. Chopper, you are still too young. The title of the world's strongest means nothing to me. If I wished, it would be effortlessly within my grasp. However, my aspirations lie elsewhere. I, indeed, aspire to become the world's foremost sniper, possessing the unparalleled observation haki. This is my true pursuit. The title of the strongest shall be left for those three to contend for. I disdain competing with them. Upon finishing his declaration, Usopp cleared his throat, reflecting on whether his ambitions conflicted with those of the three monsters. How impressive, Usopp! It appears you are indeed the strongest. Chopper looked at Usopp with unwavering belief, expressing admiration with fervor. Observing Chopper's exaggerated reaction, Usopp's eyes bulged in surprise, and he cautiously glanced around to ensure the three were nowhere in sight before exhaling a sigh of relief. He swiped his thumb across his nose, and continued to boast. Of course. Do you think you know who I am? Oh, who might that be? A distinctive voice echoed across the deck, belonging to Chunyu. Usopp trembled in fear, his body quaking as he searched for Chunyu. Forgetting to utilize his observation haki upon hearing Chunyu's sudden inquiry, he raised his head slightly in the direction indicated by Chopper's hoof. To his astonishment, he found Chunyu hanging above him, wearing a teasing grin. Ha ha, Chunyu, what are you doing here? Usopp was taken aback, realizing he had been caught in his boasting. His nerves heightened. Chopper was gazing at him with admiration. What to do? What to do? As Usopp pondered potential salvations, Chunyu, already impatient, inquired directly, "Is the weapon I requested ready? If it meets my satisfaction, I shall pretend I was never here. Otherwise, humph." Chunyu's words resonated in Usopp's ears like a melodious tune, igniting a wave of excitement within him. He had not anticipated that Chunyu would be so agreeable today. He silently thought, "Thank goodness. I must work tirelessly to create the weapon Chunyu desires." In that moment, Usopp regained his composure, placed his hands on his hips, and with an expression of fervor and confidence, declared, "Do you think you know who I am? Of course it's completed." Usopp spoke the truth. He had the audacity to be so brazen in front of Chunyu. Chopper was astonished, utterly convinced by Usopp's bravado. With that, Usopp exerted all his strength to dash back to his room, retrieving 3 staffs to present to Chunyu. He explained, "I have fulfilled your request, and in addition, I have incorporated an extra feature. By arranging the 3 staffs in H shape and giving it a gentle twist, a powerful downward air current can be generated, allowing for immediate escape in times of peril." Usopp demonstrated proudly. After a brief trial, Chunyu confirmed the functionality and durability, offering Usopp high praise. "Excellent. I am satisfied. I shall pretend I was never here." Upon hearing this, Usopp's face broke into an exaggerated grin. After a moment's pause, Chunyu added, "But you just referred to yourself as this lord in my presence, didn't you? What did I say last time?" Feigning confusion, Chunyu smiled at Usopp, who began to sweat profusely, his legs trembling violently, thinking the situation dire. "Let's not be too harsh. I will not torment you. Your promised payment has vanished, or you may train with me. Choose one." With that, Chunyu walked directly towards Nami's room. At that moment, Usopp was so preoccupied with the mention of money that he wished for Chunyu to leave swiftly. His earlier smile had stiffened, and his movements became robotic as he waved goodbye to Chunyu. "Oh, by the way," Chunyu, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted, his tone gentle as he turned back with a smile, commanding, "You are responsible for Chopper's haki. Should it exceed my deadline, I will punish you until you can converse with the Pirate King." Usopp had seldom witnessed such a blend of gentleness and intimidation in Chunyu, recalling the last time during the encounter with the flying pirate crew, where the outcomes were grim. Eek! Usopp squealed in fear, recalling the fates of Paji and the others. Trembling uncontrollably, not daring to hesitate as he dragged the bewildered Chopper towards the training room. Chopper was curious about what haki entailed, sensing its significance. Yet he refrained from interrupting, waiting to inquire with Usopp later. Observing the newcomer willingly mentoring a crew member, Chunyu felt a sense of satisfaction. The atmosphere of training was splendid, the camaraderie harmonious, a testament to the pirate crew I led. Watching everyone labor diligently, Chunyu pondered deeply. Am I not underutilized as the vice captain? Perhaps I should appoint another captain. Yet it seems unwise. If I did so, I would undoubtedly be tormented by a certain fool. It is best to let Nami test the new weapon. With that thought, Chunyu proceeded towards Nami's room. Vivi's abilities fell slightly short, as she was often caught stealing glances. Indeed, an exemplary young man must protect himself while away from home. Casting a sidelong glance at Vivi, Chunyu closed the door behind him and got down to business. After a brief introduction of the weapon to Nami, her eyes lit up as she snatched the 3-section staff from Chunyu, unable to contain her excitement. From this day forth, it shall be known as the weather stick. Nami twirled the 2 weather sticks in her delicate hands, generating a continuous stream of cold and warm air bubbles, gradually darkening the room with clouds, while her eyes sparkled with delight. "Chunyu, hurry, clear those clouds, it's about to thunder." As her suspicions proved correct, Nami was elated, calling out to Chunyu, "You know it will thunder, yet you experiment indoors?" Chunyu found himself speechless, but dutifully cleared the clouds within the room. Upon hearing Chunyu's retort, Nami's cheeks puffed in annoyance, exclaiming, "You truly are forgetful. You know I would feel unwell. Did you manage to be gentle? Did you even acknowledge me throughout?" At this point, Nami could no longer restrain herself and rolled her eyes at Chunyu. Like a canary liberated from its cage, Nami's grievances poured forth, her expression melancholic. Her lips pursed high as she continued her complaints. Chinyu felt a tinge of awkwardness. He had not anticipated that his mere expressions of complaint would awaken such a tempest. Are these matters even comparable? Of course, one must stand at attention when reprimanded. Chinyu occasionally adhered to this, silently listening to Nami's complaints until she finally paused, seeking respite. Do you not comprehend how discomforting my throat has been since last night? You made me talk for so long. Hurry and fetch me some warm water. What are you standing there for? And food. I doubt I can even rise from bed today. You better be at my beck and call. With that, Nami rolled her eyes at Chinyu again, issuing commands incessantly. Very well. Although I may not always be able to attend to you during events, rest assured there will be no issues afterward. My heart is in this. Feeling liberated, Chunyu's demeanor transformed, and he pointed at his heart, exuding confidence. You still dare to speak. Nami's excitement flushed her cheeks crimson, her hands flailing as she seized anything within reach to hurl at him. As pillows and cups came flying, Chunyu dashed away, merrily heading to the kitchen to prepare food. Outside, witnessing the playful banter between Chunyu and Nami, Vivi's lively eyes dimmed slightly, her brow furrowing as her smile faded. Murmuring to herself, Chunyu and Nami share such a close bond. Once the matters in Arabasta are resolved, they will undoubtedly continue their journey. As the Straw Hat crew extends a helping hand, Vivi felt a surge of excitement, yet that exhilaration did not last long. After a brief moment, Wei Wei moved to lean against the wall, her head bowed and her arms wrapped around her knees, appearing somewhat despondent. Which scoundrel devoured all the food? The sudden roar drew the attention of everyone aboard the ship. Turning towards the sound, they beheld Sanji rolling up his sleeves. His face flushed with anger as he scanned his surroundings with a fierce glare. In the corner, sensing Sanji's fury, Luffy, Wisipu, Kyoba, and Kalu trembled slightly, yet dared not turn around. So it is you. Upon noticing the three of them and the duck still not turning, Sanji calmed down, his brows easing slightly as he pinched a cigarette between his fingers and took a deep breath, seemingly contemplating something. Bang! X4 with his mood settled. Sanji struck with remarkable force, his heel enveloped in haki as he executed a split stance to bring his foot down upon the heads of the trio and the duck. Despite their differing physiques, identical lumps emerged atop their heads, suffering the same heavy blow, and without exception, they all collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back as their legs twitched uncontrollably. Honestly, there can be no slackening, just a moment of training, and all the food is gone. It seems I must procure a lockable refrigerator once we reach land, Sanji muttered with his head lowered, lighting a cigarette. Where's the food? Another roar echoed through the air, startling birds flying overhead, causing them to turn around and swiftly vanish from this sea. Originally, Chinyu, filled with guilt, rushed to the kitchen intending to find some food for Name, only to discover not a single feather remained. Turning towards the storeroom yielded the same disheartening result, prompting Chinyu to curse in frustration. Bang! Bang! A series of hurried footsteps echoed from within the storeroom, and soon Chinyu appeared before everyone, his face ominous. The trio and the duck, having just been reprimanded, no longer feigned unconsciousness and quickly knelt on the ground, led by Luffy, their eyes wide, lips tightly pressed, blinking rapidly. In Luffy's mind, as long as he maintained a sufficiently contrite attitude, the severity of the punishment would diminish. The others mimicked him, following suit. After all, when it comes to beating, Luffy is an expert. Dare to argue otherwise. So it is you. Upon seeing the trio and the duck neatly kneeling before Chinyu, he regained his composure. For Chinyu, this was entirely expected. He then turned and walked into the room. Just wait. I will become tenfold, 100-fold stronger than you. Observing the trio's demeanor toward Chinyu was entirely different from his own, Sanji felt somewhat displeased. Just then, his lighter refused to ignite, aggravating him further. In a fit of rage, he struck the trio and the duck once more. Believing the matter had been settled, they attempted to rise, only to hear Chinyu's emotionless voice again. I advise you not to move, or I cannot guarantee your safety. As Chinyu reached the deck, he grasped a spiked club, the very one used to help Luffy train his Kinbunchika haki. Upon seeing the familiar yet foreign spiked club in Chinyu's hand, Luffy broke into a cold sweat, his clothing already dampened, his gaze involuntarily averted, unable to confront the impending situation. The other two, although unaware of the club's previous uses, certainly understood its current purpose. Chinyu, someone will get hurt. Realizing there was no escape, Lu Fei covered his head, exclaiming in alarm, his body shaking incessantly in protest. Seconds passed swiftly, yet they were sufficient for Lu Fei to recollect the days spent playfully toying with this very club, nearly resulting in his demise. How could he not have a vivid impression? Witnessing Lu Fei, who typically accepted punishment without a word, in such a state, the others simultaneously gulped, their jaws clashing with intensity, their bodies trembling in fear. No way. I know your physiques vary. Sanji did exceptionally well, yet different individuals sustained equally severe injuries. I must learn from him. Lu Fei, I will first test your progress in Kinbunchaku. With that, Chinyu assumed an attitude of benevolence, and in the next instant, vanished from sight, reappearing right before Lu Fei. His arms moving swiftly as the spike club struck relentlessly. On average, Lu Fei was hit once every 5 strikes, while Chinyu swung the club 100 times. Wisupu fared slightly worse, yet exhibited significant improvement, wailing after every 3 blows, totaling 8 hits. The other 2 could not dodge a single strike. One received 5 blows while the other only 1. While it is true that violence does not resolve issues, it is equally true that it can be quite exhilarating. Observing the trio and the duck once again rolling their eyes, Chinyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Sanji wholeheartedly agreed. Sanji, is there truly no food left aboard the ship? Not even fish bait remains. Sanji shrugged helplessly at Chinyu. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his gaze towards Kyoba and Kalu, deep in thought. Then there is no choice. Name is starving, and I just happen to have 2 emergency food items. Plus it was their mischief that caused this. Why not? Chinyu paused, glancing at Sanji. It must be done. Remarkably, after uttering this, Sanji's lighter unexpectedly ignited, functioning perfectly after several attempts. Having gone 2.5 minutes without a smoke, he felt an urge to indulge, quickly lighting another cigarette. With a shared glance, the 2 rolled up their sleeves and approached Kyoba and Kalu. Wei Wei, initially a mere observer, found herself unable to remain passive upon witnessing this, and after a moment's hesitation, she grabbed a broom and rushed toward the 2. No, they are not food, they are comrades. Hearing this melodious voice akin to a babbling brook, Sanji's eyes brimmed with affection. Ah, what a kind angel. No, it is my Wei Wei angel. Saying this, Sanji suddenly turned, pouting as he prepared to bestow a passionate kiss upon Wei Wei. Unfortunately, Wei Wei had no desire for such a gesture. She fiercely swung the broom, mercilessly sending Sanji flying. Chinyu? Sanji could not evade. Huh, this kid plays it big. Indeed, he is the #1 battle wolf in the pirate world. Chinyu mused, determined not to allow Wei Wei to strike him. Crash! Chinyu turned at the sound, only to see Wei Wei drop the broom, arms outstretched, positioning herself before him. With her lower lip protruding and her eyes filled with sorrow, her face emanated a hint of grievance as she stared intently at Chinyu, conveying a sense of accusation. Witnessing Wei Wei in such a state, Chinyu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Goodness, I was prepared to evade. Is it truly appropriate for you to gaze at me with such a look of sorrow? Indeed, it was sorrow. Wei Wei felt somewhat wronged. Kalu was undeniably her companion. Yet Chinyu intended to consume it. If you must eat, then eat Chinyu. Chinyu could hardly bear Wei Wei's expression, which silently accused him as if he were a heartless villain. Let me clarify. I am genuinely angry, but Sanji and I only intended to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they would not have the opportunity to await your arrival. After speaking, Chinyu cast another glance at Wei Wei and turned to depart. Sanji, having been sent flying, now lay against the wall, muttering on the ground. The princess is truly delightful. After leaving the deck, Chinyu, armed with a harpoon, relaxed his kinbunchaku and effortlessly caught 2 large fish, opting not to awaken Sanji as he entered the kitchen to cook. Wei Wei, watching Chinyu depart, wished he would explain his reasoning, feeling joy while also secretly thinking. Chinyu is truly responsible. He personally disciplines his wayward comrades, and he is so gentle. Chinyu remained blissfully unaware of Wei Wei's musings, diligently preparing grilled fish, pan-fried dishes, and fish soup in the kitchen. Before long, he plated the food and brought it to Name. As Chinyu strolled past the deck, he noticed a young girl named Wei Wei sitting alone, which stirred feelings of sympathy within him. He invited her into his room, where he observed the 2 girls enjoying their meal with great enthusiasm. Those partaking in the feast were relishing every bite, and the onlooker was equally captivated. At that moment, Chinyu could not help but murmur to himself, Wei Wei truly seems rather adorable. Realizing this sudden thought, he quickly shook his head and stealthily glanced at Nami, feeling slightly guilty. Noticing that Nami was oblivious to his distraction, Chinyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. To prevent any further slip-ups, he hurriedly bid farewell to the two girls and exited the room. Once Chinyu stepped out, Nami turned to Wei Wei with a smile, initiating a new topic. "Help me. Save me. I'm a terrible swimmer." Not long ago, when Luffy and the others realized Wei Wei was absent, they secretly used Karu as bait in an attempt to catch a Sea King. However, after passing through a volcanic steam area, Luffy inadvertently hooked a flamboyantly dressed male ballet dancer, leading to a moment of shock as their eyes met, while Usopp stood by, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Fong Kale pondered how he ended up in such a predicament, only to accidentally fall into the water. Once submerged, Fong Kale flailed desperately, his expression one of despair as he gazed at Luffy, his eyes filled with pleading, calling for help. Hearing that piercing voice, Chinyu's mind instantly conjured an enchanting figure. When he looked over, he indeed saw Luffy pulling a cross-dresser out of the water. Remaining on the deck, Chinyu leaned against the second floor, watching the playful antics of the group. Memories of little Fong resurfaced in his mind. He mused that Fong Kale was one of the few individuals he genuinely liked. Let me try persuading him first. If that fails, I'll assist him until the matter in Alabasta is resolved, he contemplated, solidifying his plan as he became a mere observer of their frolic. Hearing the commotion outside, Wei Wei slowly stepped out, standing beside Chinyu. Her gaze was complex, and she cast a strange look at him before focusing on Fong Kale. Initially, Wei Wei had wanted Nami to join her, but upon seeing only Chinyu outside, she declined Nami's kindness, urging Wei Wei to witness the spectacle herself. After completing his imitation, Fong Kale was requested to perform again. Reluctantly, he showcased each character he had previously imitated. At first, Wei Wei found it amusing until she saw her father's face on Fong Kale's features, and her pupils dilated in shock. She instinctively covered her mouth, suppressing her voice, her eyes filled with terror as she retreated until she could retreat no further, sliding down the wall and collapsing onto the floor in a daze. Noticing Wei Wei's reaction, Chinyu could not ignore her distress and immediately approached her, helping her to her feet. "I was planning to seize an opportunity, and it seems one has presented itself," he thought, yet he continued his actions, lifting Wei Wei under her arms and drawing her into his embrace as though he were comforting Nami. Neither of them perceived anything amiss. At that moment, Chinyu's thoughts were elsewhere. This gesture was merely instinctive. Wei Wei, engulfed in fear, remained oblivious to Chinyu's actions. Having formulated a plan, Chinyu lowered his head to inquire about Wei Wei's condition. However, upon noticing her in his arms, he froze, his hand around her slender waist stiffening, and his face filled with shock as he involuntarily exclaimed, "What?" Realizing that Wei Wei had not noticed anything strange, he slowly loosened his grip, fearful of her discovering it, and gently asked, "What is wrong? Why did you react so strongly?" Chunyu's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, and upon hearing it, Wei Wei felt her fear resurface. She abruptly turned to him, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, which soon cascaded down her cheeks. Gripping Chunyu's retreating arm tightly as if grasping a lifeline, her expression was one of helplessness as she choked out, "I saw my father's face in him. He has touched my father, but I don't know him." As she spoke, her fingers tightened, her nails digging into Chunyu's skin, her body trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing Wei Wei's distress, Chinyu disregarded everything else and once more enveloped her in his arms, one hand cradling the back of her head, the other supporting her waist with slight pressure to soothe her frantic emotions. Feeling the warmth and comfort of his embrace, Wei Wei found solace, her hands instinctively resting against Chunyu's chest, her fingers clutching his clothing tightly. Soon, she managed to regain her composure, and after a few moments, her sobs ceased. Chinyu seized the moment, asking who in the Baroque works is. Before he could finish his inquiry, Wei Wei interrupted, exclaiming, "I remember who he is. Rumor has it that Mr. Tu is a tall ballet performer. He must be Mr. Tu." After uttering these words, Wei Wei appeared drained of energy, her expression tinged with despair as she leaned against Chunyu's chest, silently weeping. She could not bear to imagine what her father had endured in the vile deeds Mr. Tu had committed using her father's face. Recognizing that she had provided ample reason, yet new questions arose. Should she leave so abruptly? Phew! After exhaling a heavy sigh, Chinyu reached out to gently stroke Wei Wei's head, lowering his voice to console her. "Do not fear. Regardless of what transpires, since we have promised to assist you, I will support you even if the heavens collapse. I must first capture this Mr. Two. You can rest assured here. After saying this, Chenyu embraced Wei Wei tightly once more before setting her down to sit. In the next moment, Chenyu vanished from sight, reappearing before Feng Keilei with a stern expression, delivering a powerful punch. The group, who had been casually chatting, could not react in time, and Feng Keilei was struck in the abdomen, sent flying along with Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, who all crashed against the wall, wailing in pain. Hey Chenyu, what are you doing? Little Feng is our friend. Luffy, shocked by Chenyu's actions, quickly rose to confront him. That's right, you jerk, Chenyu, chimed in Usopp and Chopper in unison. Chenyu chose to ignore the trio, his gaze fixed intently on Feng Keilei. Little brother, are we not friends? Why have you attacked me? Feng Keilei replied, bewildered, as he weakly stood up, looking aggrieved. Exactly, you idiot, Chenyu, the trio echoed. Little Feng can be our friend, but an agent of Baroque works cannot. What do you think, Mr. Two? Chenyu remarked, casually lighting a cigar. Upon sensing Chenyu's hostility towards Baroque works, Feng Keilei immediately assumed a defensive stance, his palms rigid and poised. Little brother, I truly considered you all friends. I have never harbored malice or deceit, Feng Keilei reiterated, aware that he was no match for Chenyu. You are actually Mr. Two, the trio exclaimed, their eyes bulging in disbelief as they recoiled in shock. Stahlhut, Longnose, Tanuki. Feng Keilei observed their retreat with a hint of sadness. Damn it, this is utterly ridiculous, Chenyu muttered under his breath, feeling exasperated. He then turned to Luffy and the others, instructing, you three need to explain Wei Wei's predicament to Feng Keilei. If we are friends, we must understand each other's troubles. He needs to withdraw from Baroque works, or I will eliminate him, including that swan ship behind. After speaking, Chenyu extended his hand towards the swan ship, and with a twist of his wrist, the vessel was engulfed in flames, rising effortlessly into the air amidst the cries of astonishment from within. Having accomplished this, Chenyu returned to Wei Wei's side. At that moment, he found himself at a loss on how to face her. Wei Wei, too, became acutely aware of the ambiguous atmosphere between them, her fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She recalled the conversation she had just had with Nami in the room. As Chenyu exited, Nami turned her head and smiled gently at Wei Wei. This left Wei Wei somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, Nami spoke up. Wei Wei, you like Chenyu, don't you? Huh? The simplicity and directness of Nami's question left Wei momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, she hurriedly explained, Sister Nami, there's nothing between Chenyu and me. You mustn't think too much of it. I can tell that he cares for you deeply. As she spoke, Wei Wei waved her small hands animatedly, eager to clarify their relationship. I understand, but I hope you'll answer my question seriously. You needn't worry. I bear you no ill will, Nami responded, her expression unchanged, still smiling warmly at Wei Wei. Nami had contemplated this for quite some time. Since she could not withstand Chenyu's allure alone, rather than wait for him to stray, it would be better to support Wei Wei. Huh? This time, Wei Wei was even more perplexed. Observing Nami's calm demeanor, she chose to be candid. Well, Wei Wei's voice was tinged with shyness, yet it was gentle and resolute. However, Sister Nami, I will definitely maintain my distance from Chenyu. Although I am uncertain when I started liking him, I assure you that there is nothing between us. Wei Wei quickly added. Initially, she had considered offering herself to Chenyu in exchange for his assistance. But that was no longer necessary, as everyone treated her well, and she could not betray their kindness, especially Nami's. Wei Wei firmly reminded herself of this, though the bitterness in her heart lingered. Despite her feelings for Chenyu, she did not wish to lose Nami, who was not only a benefactor, but also a dear friend, albeit their time together had been brief. Seeing Wei Wei's reaction made Nami even happier. The thorn that had been embedded in her heart was now completely removed, and she felt reassured in her judgment of people. She reached out and grasped Wei Wei's hands, continuing, I do not resent your feelings for Chenyu. I understand that few women can resist his charm, and you certainly won't be the last to fall for him. If you truly like him, you should seize the opportunity, should you not? Seeing Nami's encouraging demeanor rather than any sign of displeasure left Wei Wei perplexed. Unable to contain herself, she turned to Nami and asked, Sister Nami, while I do like Chenyu, he truly cares for you. Even if conflicts arise, I believe you should not act impulsively. Before Wei Wei could finish, Nami playfully struck her on the head, interrupting her increasingly absurd remarks. Stop. Wei Wei winced, holding her head and looking at Nami with a pitiful expression. Nami, pleased with the sight of Wei Wei, ceased her teasing and directly asked, What on earth are you thinking, Wei Wei? What did I ever say I was in conflict with him? I have no intention of giving him up. But Sister Nami, please let me finish. Wei Wei protested, while Nami feigned anger and struck her head again, forcing Wei Wei to nod in acquiescence. To be clear, it is not that Chunyu has treated me poorly. On the contrary, he has been exceedingly kind to me, leaving me at a loss for how to repay him. Had it been before yesterday, I would never have agreed to let you be with him, but after last night, I began to entertain that thought. At this point, Nami felt a slight weakness in her knees. Last night, Wei Wei was still trying to grasp the connection. Last night, as the realization dawned on her, her fair cheeks flushed anew, and she instinctively covered her eyes with her hands, overwhelmed with shyness. It is exactly as you think. That rascal. He wouldn't heed my pleas for gentleness, taking no heed of my request to slow down, as if he were a rampaging bull, unstoppable. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and she thought Nami was incredibly bold. Although Nami, being the protagonist of the incident, felt a tinge of shyness. She was now able to face the situation with composure. Seeing Wei Wei's disposition, Nami found it amusing and continued, "To be honest, I struggle to handle Chunyu. I understand that. As a princess, you have more to consider than I do. However, if you do not mind, I will choose to support you, but I cannot abandon Chunyu." After speaking, Nami did not feel the pain she had anticipated. Instead, she released a long sigh, feeling the weight on her heart lift significantly. "Sister Nami, I am not certain. This. Wei Wei's mind was blank, the previous bitterness evaporating, her cheeks aflame, and her heart fluttering with relief. She had not known how to navigate her feelings for both Chunyu and Nami. Seeing Wei Wei's flustered state and the visible panic in her eyes, Nami found it quite amusing and comforted her. There is no need to rush. After all, Chunyu is right here and 1T run away. Even if you are reluctant, I will not hold it against you. I am not reluctant. Of course, I am not reluctant. It is just." Wei Wei resolutely replied to Nami before being engulfed once more in a tide of shyness, her thoughts drifting back to her intimate moments with Chunyu, rendering her heart restless. "Take your time to think it over. I shall not disturb your decision. When you feel ready, let us go outside. It's rather noisy out there." With that, Nami gazed at Wei Wei with kindness, akin to that of an older sister. Internally, however, she harbored a cunning plan. Once the two were together, she must ensure Wei Wei tasted the bitterness of despair. Regaining her composure, Wei Wei glanced at Chunyu, clenched her fists repeatedly, and ultimately released her hands, looking downward. Chunyu felt somewhat awkward, having embraced her several times without reason, and was filled with guilt. Although Nami had hinted at her feelings multiple times, he dared not take them seriously. Upon noticing Wei Wei's gaze shift away from him, Chunyu breathed a sigh of relief and redirected his attention to Feng Qiliai. Luffy's method of persuasion mirrored Chunyu's, seeking to win people over through kindness. Usopp recounted Wei Wei's experiences to young Feng, who was soon in tears. He turned to Wei Wei and gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This lovely lady. I have high hopes for you." He then winked at her. Startled by this, Wei Wei shivered and instinctively ducked behind Chunyu. Chunyu, displeased by this, charged at Feng Qiliai, delivering a punch to his face, satisfying his need for retribution before returning to his original position. Luffy, witnessing Chunyu's approach to Feng, recalled how his grandfather had once advised him similarly. He felt a surge of enlightenment and muttered to himself, "Is this the iron fist of love?" He then raised his fist towards the struggling Feng Qiliai. Young Straw Hat, Feng Qiliai's alluring eyes glistened with tears, as if he intended to engage Luffy in a heartfelt exchange. Before Feng could speak further, Luffy struck him in the chest with another armed pistol attack. Taking the blow head-on, Feng Qiliai coughed up blood, struggling to breathe. Simultaneously, Luffy's relaxed demeanor left him utterly astonished. "Xiao Gao, Xiao Feng, you must endure." Tears welled in Luffy's eyes, as his heart ached for Xiao Feng's suffering. "Xiao Feng, you must hold on. Grandfather and Chunyu always urged me in this manner, so my approach is undoubtedly correct. You must persevere." Luffy, this foolish boy, how could he offer such encouragement? Chunyu glanced at Luffy, his face a canvas of disbelief, and remarked sarcastically. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers, including the previously exuberant Sanji, regarded him with expressions that conveyed, "How dare you say that?" Chunyu felt a pang of grievance. He never acted this way. He considered himself the amiable vice-captain who occasionally resorted to corporal punishment but would never give such advice. With this thought, Chunyu turned to Vivi, seeking solace from her. Unfortunately, Vivi regarded him with a peculiar gaze, remaining silent. Chunyu was puzzled as to why he sought Vivi's approval. He merely yearned for her affirmation, yet the result was less than satisfactory. Really? I tell you, do not slander me. I am not one to resort to violence. My confrontation with Luffy stemmed from his repeated misbehavior, including pilfering food. This is merely reasonable guidance. Chunyu's voice dwindled, eventually transforming into a sheepish smile. Luffy, well done. Encourage him properly. You must convey to Xiao Feng that the sea of suffering is endless, and that turning back is the way to salvation. The stronger our displayed might, the more resolute Xiao Feng's heart will become. Chunyu shifted his tone, motivating Luffy. Observing Chunyu's shameless demeanor, the others had long since grown accustomed to it. After all, there was no evidence, and having this audacious yet powerful vice-captain recognize his flaws was already more than they dared hope for. Vivi, witnessing the group's reaction, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, secretly thinking, Chunyu looks so handsome when he acts like a rogue. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Feng, Luffy believed his encouragement had been effective, though he remained uncertain of its impact. In Luffy's eyes, this method of persuasion was not guaranteed to yield results. After all, his grandfather had been advising him in this manner for over a decade. Xiao Straw Hat, after a brief respite, Feng Kele gradually regained awareness, unhesitatingly raising his small hand and struggling to speak. Let me finish. Are we not friends? I am willing to withdraw from the Baroque works. At this, Feng Kele gave a thumbs up, revealing a set of pearly white teeth while laughing and crying simultaneously. In truth, after witnessing Chunyu's formidable display and facing Luffy's terrifying strength, Feng Kele had already resolved to leave the Baroque works. Regrettably, Luffy's persistent urging had prevented him from voicing this until now. Really? Xiao Feng, that's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately burst into tears and tenderly lifted Xiao Feng. Usopp and the others also wiped away their tears, collectively giving Xiao Feng a thumbs up. However, Xiao Feng had just completely fainted, as his sternum had already shattered, and Luffy continued to pat his back, causing Xiao Feng's eyes to roll back in pain, rendering him motionless. This group was remarkably slow on the uptake. Chunyu, feeling somewhat speechless, refrained from vocalizing his thoughts, while Vivi, eavesdropping, was secretly amused. Doctor, he has fainted, and Luffy, you are still patting him? Chunyu reminded. Luffy, puzzled as to why Xiao Feng was silent, upon hearing Chunyu's warning, was startled and immediately retracted his hand, cradling his head in panic. Doctor, doctor, where is the doctor? Doctor, doctor. Chopper also panicked, darting about aimlessly. Eventually, Usopp slapped Chopper on the head, prompting him to recall his profession and hastily attend to Feng Kele. At this moment, Chunyu set aside the swan ship and turned to the sword god duo, instructing them. Go, persuade the crew on board to surrender. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Brother Chunyu, seeing Chunyu assign a task to them, the sword god duo was elated. Exchanging glances, they soared towards the swan ship, causing chaos and wails among its occupants. Just as Chunyu was about to speak for verbal persuasion, he realized the two had already vanished from their original spot and had to swallow his words. Vivi erupted into laughter, gently covering her mouth. Her laughter as melodious as wind chimes. This captivated Chunyu completely. Vivi noticed Chunyu's gaze, and her laughter abruptly ceased, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet her eyes were locked on Chunyu. Chunyu, snapping back to reality, awkwardly averted his gaze, but his toes began to fidget, leaving behind a single line before vanishing. I'll go check below. Witnessing Chunyu's reaction, Vivi's heart blossomed, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Gah! Karu suddenly screeched, flapping his wings excitedly at what lay ahead. The crowd looked up, revealing a coastal desert. Alabasta has arrived. Upon seeing that familiar yet strange land again, Vivi's eyes glistened with moisture, her voice choked with emotion. I have returned. The nation is saved. Citizens, please hold on a little longer. Hearing Vivi's quavering voice, the others reacted accordingly. Nami approached Vivi, wrapping her arms around her gently. Sanji stepped forward, lighting a new cigarette, his gaze fixed ahead. Zoro extended his hand to secure his 3 swords at his waist, a fierce smile gracing his lips like that of a predator. Luffy, wearing a smile, adjusted a straw hat and leaped down from the ram's head. Chopper, looking anxious, tightly gripped his straps, for this would be his first confrontation since boarding. Usopp donned his goggles, one hand on his hip, the other fiddling with his nose, eager for action. Johnny and Joseph placed their hands across their chests, one hand resting on their chin, their eyes resolute. Chunyu sat beneath the main mast, elbows resting on his knees, fingers interlaced, his eyes closed. After Chopper's treatment, Xiao Feng was now able to move freely and had regained the friendship of Luffy and the others, following the Mary with a contemplative gaze. After this battle, his name would surely resound throughout the world. Chunyu sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with determination. Just as I desire. X9 So, what shall we do now? As the ship approached the shore, Zoro inquired directly. Sanji wore a gentle smile, his bangs swaying in the sea breeze as he cheerfully agreed. Indeed, Miss Vivi. Do you have any plans? Right? Are we simply going to seek out Crocodile? Usopp's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Vivi. The others also turned their attention to her. I would like to first understand the current situation in Alabasta. Vivi's face bore a look of concern, and after a moment's contemplation, she turned to Chunyu. The group's gaze shifted to Chunyu. The Straw Hat crew had grown accustomed to seeking Chunyu when uncertain, for it was a reliable choice. Faced with the pressure once again thrust upon him, Chunyu first felt speechless, then shrugged in response. Unfortunately, I also do not know what to do this time. Based solely on the current information, no decision can be made, even if we eliminate Crocodile. The internal strife in Alabasta may not come to an end. Vivi, this time we are only responsible for fighting. You direct us where to strike, and the rest is up to you, as you are the most familiar with this country, Chunyu said, his gaze filled with encouragement. Everyone, feeling Chunyu's affirmation. Vivi's heart warmed. She then looked at the others, only to find them all in agreement. In that case, let's first visit some cities. I have been away for a while and need to reacquaint myself with the realities of this nation. Our foremost task is to change into appropriate clothing, Vivi stated decisively. Clothing? The Straw Hat crew appeared perplexed. Vivi patiently elucidated. The sun in Alabasta is quite fierce. It is imperative to don the appropriate attire from this region to mitigate the risk of exposure. My words must remain concealed from public view, and the acquisition of clothing and supplies rests solely upon your shoulders. With that, Vivi turned to Nami and the others, beseeching their assistance. After deliberation, it was decided that Chun-Yu-Shan and Chopper would venture out to procure the necessary items, while the remainder would await their return. Luffy, however, clamored to accompany them, and reluctantly, they consented to include him as well. Chunyu approached Usopp, whispering softly, and before departing, cast a glance at Frankie, causing Frankie to shudder involuntarily. Observing Usopp confidently give him an approving gesture, Chunyu felt reassured and set forth with his companions. Chunyu, meat. We must buy a copious amount of meat, Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, flailing his arms and legs in animated delight. Chunyu found this amusing, viewing Luffy as perpetually easily satisfied, and boldly declared, I shall procure as much as you can carry. Really? Luffy responded with childlike enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. You will go with Chopper, Chunyu instructed, then turned to Chopper with a gentle tone. Chopper, I entrust Luffy to you. Please keep a close watch on him. Understood, Chopper replied, somewhat exhilarated, standing at attention as he saluted Chunyu with determination gleaming in his eyes. After a brief internal monologue praising Chopper's endearing qualities, Chunyu affectionately patted Chopper's head and encouraged him. Private Chopper, I leave Luffy in your capable hands. Yes, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished, Chopper declared, transforming into his reindeer form and setting off with the exuberant Luffy in pursuit of the enticing aromas. Their first task was to acquire water and clothing. As they walked, Chunyu calmly regarded Sanji, and the two shared a tacit understanding, maintaining a comfortable silence while indulging in clouds of smoke. Suddenly, Sanji's presence by Chunyu's side vanished, prompting him to glance around frantically until he spotted Sanji diligently working at a perfume shop. Goodness, what dedication! After a moment of disbelief, Chunyu called out to Sanji, I shall proceed with my purchases. You can return on your own later. Chunyu genuinely admired Sanji's unwavering commitment, recognizing his thick skin. Recalling the original story where Sanji bought feminine attire for Nami and Vivi, Chunyu felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. The notion of wearing such garments was utterly preposterous. Only for my eyes, Chunyu muttered to himself, slightly displeased at the thought of Vivi clad in a bunny girl outfit. After browsing several shops, Chunyu finally departed with a sense of satisfaction, primarily due to the garments intended for the two women. And meat and water, he murmured, carrying several bags of clothing toward the food section. Chunyu had not given Luffy a second thought. He was already content with Chopper's ability to bring Luffy back, as long as they were happy. Upon exiting the clothing area, he soon found himself in the food section, where the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Previously surrounded by women in the clothing area, where several had approached him, now the food section was predominantly male. Even the few women present were accompanied by male companions, who merely cast fleeting glances at Chunyu without any inclination to engage him in conversation. This abrupt change made Chunyu feel somewhat uneasy. I must admit, the clothing section was far more comfortable, he lamented, before dismissing his discontent and immersing himself in the local culture and cuisine. I must truly sample the local delicacies, he resolved, approaching a stall selling roasted camel and placing an order. While waiting, he surveyed his surroundings, keenly absorbing the atmosphere. Look at this. Fresh scorpion meat, exclaimed a stout middle-aged man at a nearby stall, enthusiastically hawking his wares. What a fraud. He claims they are golden apples, when in fact they are merely ordinary apples coated with gold paint. A couple scoffed as they walked past. Chunyu turned in the direction they had come and indeed spotted the so-called golden apples. A sharp-tongued middle-aged man was boasting about a shiny apple at his stall, proclaiming, "Sure, young man, I will only tell you this once. This golden apple was obtained from ancient ruins, and consuming it will grant you 1,000 years of life." He gestured exaggeratedly, flailing his arms. Such claims could only be believed by fools. Chunyu mused, realizing the vendor was attempting to swindle the two biggest fools aboard his ship. This is entirely plausible. Seeing Luffy and Chopper supporting the vendor's claims, Chunyu felt no surprise. He accepted the roasted camel meat, making his way toward Luffy, and explained in a calm tone, "This is a deception." He intended merely to gather information and had no desire to make a scene, nor did he wish to expose the fraudulent merchant. "What? It's a scam?" Chopper exclaimed, quickly recovering from his shock. Luffy reacted even more intensely, stomping his feet in anger. "How dare they deceive me?" Chunyu swiftly restrained the impulsive Luffy, pulling him away and choosing to disregard the vendor. The merchant, initially paralyzed with fear at Luffy's outburst, suddenly perceived Chunyu's nonchalant demeanor and his expression darkened. Muttering to himself, "So, he's just a coward and a fool." Hastily regaining his composure, he signaled to his lackeys and bellowed, "Hey, you there? Who are you calling a scam artist? I conduct my business with utmost honesty. You cannot tarnish my reputation without consequence." "Oh!" Chunyu suddenly became intrigued, halting in his tracks and feigning confusion. "Cannot let it go?" Upon hearing the vendor's words, Chunyu's excitement surged. This was a scene straight out of a drama. How should I handle this? After all, I now possess a certain status. Oh dear, this is my first encounter with such a situation, and I am both thrilled and perplexed, murmuring to himself, "You have slandered me without cause, damaging my reputation. You must understand that in this line of work, reputation is akin to life itself. Young man, your baseless accusations place me in a difficult position," he continued, as 5 or 6 individuals surrounded Chunyu and his companions, brandishing their weapons. "Hiss!" Chunyu inhaled sharply, feigning fear and maintaining a facade of composure. "I clearly witnessed you painting ordinary apples with gold paint." Luffy and Chopper tilted their heads in confusion, unable to grasp Chunyu's sudden change in temperament. How peculiar. When did Chunyu become so mild-mannered? They whispered to each other. "One must always present evidence. Where's your proof?" The merchant sneered, his expression darkening. "Fellow onlookers, you must judge for yourselves. Not only have they defamed us, but they have also spread lies about us. You know that honesty is paramount in business. Imagine if your reputation were suddenly tarnished. What would become of your livelihoods? What of your families?" The merchant spun around dramatically, feigning extreme distress. Some onlookers, unaware of the truth, immediately turned against Chunyu. "I can't believe the youth of today are so malevolent. They seek to ruin honest business. Indeed, those with ill intentions are rarely good people. We should turn them over to Lord Crocodile." The merchant lamented, his tone dripping with faux sorrow, as if Chunyu had committed an unspeakable crime. "Indeed, due to the benevolence of Lord Keluokidere, we have only just secured our current peaceful existence, and we must not allow these villains to act with such impunity." Some merchants, aware of the truth, came forth to defend Chunyu, stating, "Do not be deceived by this scoundrel. He is notoriously known as a rogue in this area, wandering about with an apple, deceiving and swindling others." The surrounding clamor gradually escalated, with various opinions being voiced. Upon noticing someone undermining his credibility, the rogue's gaze darkened with malice as he fixated on the individual who spoke in Chunyu's favor, silently vowing, "If you seek your own demise, do not blame me." With this thought, the rogue stepped forward once more, tears glimmering in his eyes as he lamented, "Alas, is our fate so wretched? My reputation tarnished, unjustly slandered. I am merely an apple vendor. Why must you unite against me? And you, how dare you utter such venomous words? Is it not merely because my business surpasses yours? Robbing you of your trade? We are all from the same place. Must you be so cruel? If I have indeed taken your business, you could voice your grievances, and I would gladly depart. Yet I never anticipated such ruthlessness from you, leaving me no avenue for survival. Oh, how unfortunate I am. As he spoke, the rogue sank to the ground, weeping inconsolably. This is intolerable. How could one stoop so low? A man in the crowd angrily pointed at Chunyu, reprimanding him. I said it. This person is clearly no good. Another blond man, accompanied by a female companion, scolded. Unbeknownst to him, his companion had been fixated on Chunyu, even speaking in his defense, which irked him greatly. Now, seizing the opportunity to belittle Chunyu, he did not hold back. However, his actions left his female companion utterly astonished. How could such a handsome young man be so wicked? You speak falsely, while I too am an apple vendor. I'm not like him. He is indeed a fraud, painting apples with gold to deceive customers. The uncle who had defended Chunyu flushed with indignation, as he was a man of integrity, unaccustomed to such slander. You accuse me of deceit? Where's your proof? Evidence? After searching in vain, the uncle could only stare helplessly, uncertain of what to say. How could a man of his honest nature contend with a rogue? See, they are all in cahoots. There is no evidence whatsoever. They perceive my honesty as weakness and have long targeted me. Why must I suffer this fate? Let us seek justice. Should honest individuals be bullied? With that, the rogue once again collapsed to the ground, covering his eyes and weeping. Such individuals deserve immediate execution. Even honest folk are bullied. If this is how it is now, what will it be like in the future? Will they not become pirates, wreaking havoc and suffering upon us common people? As Chunyu's power dwindled, the blond man seized the moment to further malign him. At that moment, his female companion was filled with disappointment. She had thought Chunyu was the victim, and despite his undeniable handsomeness, it seemed he was not as he appeared. Chunyu found the situation intriguing. After so long at sea, this was truly his first encounter with such a spectacle. Today had indeed broadened his horizons, and he chose to remain silent, curious to see how events would unfold. Boy, considering your youth, I shall grant you an opportunity. Compensate me with 100,000 berries, and we shall consider this matter resolved. The rogue, revealing his true colors, was filled with greed. He then turned to the uncle who had defended Chunyu. You too. You are all accomplices and must compensate me. Otherwise, you shall not leave this street. Following his command, the thugs who had surrounded Chunyu advanced once more, brandishing their knives. 200,000 berries. I have never seen so much money in my life. The rogue was ecstatic, oblivious to the impending danger. Shouldn't you thank the boss for this opportunity? An elderly man with a cane, exasperated, remarked. His son had joined the revolutionary army to save the nation, and seeing someone of Chunyu's age behaving so recklessly filled him with sorrow and disappointment. The uncle who had aided Chunyu wore a pained expression, contemplating whether to offer money to defuse the situation, for without resolution, his business could not continue. The onlookers began praising the rogue's benevolence. What a splendid performance. However, I am weary of this charade and wish to conclude it. Are you certain you only desire 100,000? I have 2 million right here. Is 100,000 truly sufficient? Chunyu taunted the rogue. 1 million? No, 2 million, and we shall consider this matter settled. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, the rogue's breath quickened, his eyes widened, and his hands trembled. The crowd watched in bewilderment, staring at Chunyu in disbelief. Oh dear, young man, why are you so foolish? The uncle who had helped Chunyu lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. 100,000 is merely 1 finger, while 2 million is precisely 20 fingers. But I am willing to endure some loss and grant you a few more blows, reducing you to a mere human stick. No need for thanks, Chunyu replied, maintaining his composure as he nodded at the uncle. What do you mean by fingers? Listen up, everyone. 2 million. If we seize it, we can live lavishly for the rest of our lives. The rogue's face was filled with madness as he observed the thugs charging forward. Chunyu recognized the need to handle few of them. With a gentle step, he vanished from his position. In the next moment, aside from the rogue, all the thugs who had rushed forward were sent sprawling, writhing on the ground in agony. Curiously, their wounds were charred and smooth, leaving the rogue pale with fear. As he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, losing control of his bodily functions. The onlookers seemed to sense the abnormality and were terrified of Chunyu's capabilities. Falling into a stunned silence, ignoring the crowd, Chunyu approached a corner and retrieved a large box of gold paint he had concealed. With a resounding conglang, he tossed it before the rogue. As the bottles of gold paint scattered across the ground, the crowd erupted into discourse once more. The blond man, accompanied by his female companion, scornfully scoffed, though his companion observed everything intently. Seeing his plans unravel completely, the rogue's pupils contracted, and he immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Spare me. It is all my fault. I have been bewitched. Please, I beg you, spare me." The rogue, ultimately an ordinary man, could no longer withstand the jeers of the surrounding crowd, and his composure shattered as he repeatedly bowed to Chunyu. Indeed, it seems that human nature is the same everywhere. After such a ruckus, Chunyu could not help but feel a sense of reflection. "I cannot be bothered with you. If you pick it up and drink it, I shall let you go," Chunyu said, glancing at the gold paint on the ground before looking back at the rogue, his expression unyielding. "No, if I drink it, I will perish." The rogue's eyes brimmed with regret, tears of fear streaming down his face as he bowed even more fervently. Without waiting for the rogue to finish speaking, Chunyu stepped forward, grasped his chin, and poured bottle after bottle of gold paint into his mouth until it was filled. Furthermore, Chunyu melted the gold paint into iron wire, sewing the rogue's mouth shut, and severed his hands and feet to prevent his escape. Having completed these actions, Chunyu stood and approached the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the blond man who had just accused him. The surrounding individuals, upon witnessing this, tensed up, quickly making way to avoid being caught in the crossfire, leaving only the blond man behind. Ignoring the man's pleas for mercy, Chunyu promptly shattered his jaw. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed the blond man's female companion gazing at him with admiration, prompting him to halt his steps. Chunyu strode forward, lifting the young woman's chin with 2 fingers, softly advising, when seeking a partner, "Ensure you keep your eyes wide open." After finishing his words, Chunyu left with satisfaction, waving goodbye to the kind uncle who had helped him from the crowd. The woman, having her chin grasped, felt a surge of excitement and closed her eyes in anticipation. However, when Chunyu did not follow up with any action, she abruptly opened her eyes only to find his absence, stomping her feet in anger. Completely disregarding her ex-boyfriend who lay on the ground, wailing in agony, Luffy and Chopper closely trailed behind Chunyu. Luffy displayed no reaction, accustomed to such scenarios. But Chopper was somewhat fearful of Chunyu's ruthlessness. Naturally, Chunyu noticed Chopper's expression and bent down to lift the still-dazed Chopper, explaining, "If we do not show cruelty towards our enemies, they will pose a threat to our comrades. We don't want to see anyone on our ship get hurt or even perish. Although it may seem harsh, this is the life of a pirate, Chopper." After speaking, Chunyu gently stroked Chopper's fur. "We must protect our companions aboard the ship, right? Is it true, Little Long Nose?" Xiao Feng asked, her eyes filled with shock as she stared at Usopp. "Fool, how could Usopp-sama possibly deceive you?" Usopp declared, "To tell you the truth, no one on our ship fears that so-called crocodile, especially not me. That mere warlord of the sea is nothing to be concerned about." Usopp shot a confident glance at Xiao Feng. "Is it really true? Crocodile is not even your match?" Xiao Feng remained skeptical, as that was a warlord of the sea, not some insignificant character. Noticing Xiao Feng's disbelief, Usopp cleared his throat and boasted, "You know Mr. 3, right? That guy was taken down by me with a single kick. I wouldn't even bat an eye at you, Mr. 2. You know the strongest and most mysterious swordsman among the warlords of the sea, Mihawk, right?" Usopp opened one eye and asked Xiao Feng, "I don't know." Xiao Feng honestly shook her head, admitting her ignorance of anything beyond the formidable reputation of the warlords of the sea. "Fool, you don't know that? Allow me to enlighten you. The warlords of the sea are entities that can contend with the Navy. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, is the strongest and most enigmatic among them, far superior to that crocodile. I fought him to a standstill in the East Blue for 3 days and nights, and we could not determine a victor, thus resulting in a draw. Don't be misled by my bounty not being the highest. The Navy has ulterior motives, intentionally lowering my bounty while inflating others to sow discord among us, to make you narrow-minded folks stumble." As Usopp continued to boast, he became increasingly convinced of his own words. Yet, despite the fact that neither the first mate nor the captain was him, did he truly possess such strength? Although Xiao Feng found Usopp's arguments somewhat logical, she still doubted his prowess. "Stahlhut, no matter who you oppose, I will surely assist you." Xiao Feng gazed into the distance, her heart resolute. "Do not question why, for we are dear friends." "Fool, I am merely concealing my true strength. Have you not noticed that both the captain and the first mate have been dispatched by me?" Usopp realized he was struggling to convince Xiao Feng, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was a task assigned to him by Chunyu, and failure would result in a beating from Chunyu, sending a shiver down Usopp's spine. Usopp, reveal to Xiao Feng our strength and persuade her to unwaveringly stand by our side. Is that all right? Chunyu's words echoed in Usopp's mind. Seeing Xiao Feng's skepticism, Usopp had to change his strategy and continue to persuade her. Bakiyaru, my strength is evident. Moreover, our first mate Chunyu, Captain Luffy, Chef Sanji, and combatant Zoro are all truly monstrous beings. Especially Chunyu. He is a Logia-type devil fruit user, and that mere crocodile is nothing but a nuisance to him. Usopp stated earnestly, his tone unwaveringly firm. As Usopp was about to continue showcasing the accomplishments of his companions, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Xiao Feng. Ah, little long nose. So your first mate is named Chunyu, and he is indeed very strong. I could barely see his movements. The swordsman with 3 blades also seems quite formidable. Of course, I already know that Straw Hat is powerful. Chef Sanji is also that strong? I am truly delighted, Xiao Feng exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the strength of her friends, and she began to weep joyfully while performing a ballet dance. Observing Xiao Feng's lack of any doubts, Usopp felt a pang of disappointment. He had yet to introduce his companion's abilities. He then sat at the edge of the ship, lost in thought. Usopp, Chunyu has stated that physical strength and haki are fundamental. At present, you are not yet comparable to the 4 of them. So be realistic, Nami comforted. Besides, you are a sniper. The crew was aware of Usopp's penchant for boasting, but with Chunyu absent, Nami felt compelled to look after him. With that in mind, she quietly observed Usopp. That's right. Nami, thank you. Hearing what Nami said, Usopp immediately felt rejuvenated. I am destined to be the greatest sniper. How could I easily succumb to despair? A satisfied smile graced Nami's face. She had observed how Chunyu managed these individuals and had learned a few tricks herself. Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, I have returned. A loud voice echoed, and Sanji could be seen calling from afar, his footsteps leaving shadows in his wake. 2 beautiful ladies. I have carefully selected 2 outfits for you that will surely suit you. As Sanji boarded the ship, he presented the dresses he had purchased. Originally, Sanji intended to buy only for Vivi, but upon discovering the women's clothing, he excitedly decided to buy 2 sets. With new clothes in hand, Vivi and Nami were naturally elated, eagerly accepting the outfits from Sanji with anticipation. Mr. Sanji, why did you buy women's clothing? Vivi asked shyly, having never worn such attire before. Nami shot a meaningful glance at Sanji, raising an eyebrow as she awaited his explanation. Well, I visited several clothing stores, and all the other clothes were sold out. This was the only option left, so I had to buy it, Sanji said, putting his palms together and pressing them against his left cheek, his body moving in a comically awkward manner. Nami could hear his thoughts from afar. Never mind. Someone will deal with him, and I actually quite like this style of clothing. Let's give it a try, Nami thought, pulling Vivi into a room to change. Sister Nami, are you really going to wear that? It's a bit revealing, Vivi asked softly, her face flushed as she sat on the edge of the bed. I'm quite interested in this type of clothing. It's not much different from swimwear, after all. Besides, wearing this outfit might catch Chunyu's attention. Just look at your fair skin. Even I, as a girl, am moved. If Chunyu doesn't feel anything, I would find that odd. With that, Vivi no longer hesitated and quickly changed into the outfit, though she clutched her chest tightly, feeling a bit shy. Oh, is this heaven? Sanji exclaimed upon seeing the 2 women in front of him, utterly astonished. Sanji's exclamation immediately drew the attention of the sword god duo. While Xiao Feng was equally stunned by Vivi's beauty, Johnny and Joseph dared not act too brazenly. Exchanging glances, they crouched down in a familiar corner, their expressions gradually becoming lewd as they secretly admired the scene. This lady is truly enchanting, and I hold you in high esteem. Xiao Feng has already gathered gossip aboard the ship and dares not be impertinent towards Nami. You despicable creature, do not tarnish Miss Wei Wei with your lascivious gaze, or I shall make you regret it. Sanji seems like a protective little dog, scowling and threatening Feng Qiliai. Upon hearing Sanji's threat, Xiao Feng, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, Chef, do not be so petty. I shall let you in on a secret. I can even mimic bodies. Xiao Feng whispered again to Sanji. Bang, bang. Upon hearing this, Sanji's heart raced thunderously, the lewdness fading from his face, replaced by a solemn expression. After finishing a cigarette, he turned to Xiao Feng earnestly and asked, Is that true? Everything I say is true. Xiao Feng proudly performed a little ballet, lost in ecstasy. Just as Xiao Feng stated, he merely admires Wei Wei. His true ambition lies with the art of ballet, which is currently his utmost priority. Xiao Feng, we are good friends, are we not? Does that even need to be said? Upon hearing the word friend, Xiao Feng immediately burst into tears, his voice heart-wrenching. From this day forth, you shall be my second all blue. Sanji was filled with uncontainable excitement. Xiao Feng, listen to me, I have a bold idea, which will also be a testament to our friendship. Sanji spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing it was a testament to friendship, Xiao Feng's expression turned grave. Ears perked up in anticipation. We put away your bold ideas. Before Sanji could finish, Nami, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, could no longer contain her anger and struck both of them, causing them to convulse on the ground, unable to move. Really? What on earth are you men thinking all day long? Nami's expression darkened, her tone icy. This scene terrified the two brothers, the sword gods, who huddled together in a corner, trembling. Usopp's eyes were filled with lingering regret, but for the sake of his safety, he had to avert his gaze. Nami, is everything really all right? Wei Wei still could not shake her worry and asked. You. Nami poked Wei Wei's forehead, looking somewhat exasperated. How many times have I asked this? As she spoke, Nami raised both hands to rub her temples, prompting a startled gasp from Wei Wei. If you had the courage, you would have already captured that lecher. However, I must remind you that this fellow is a bit perplexing. He is clearly lewd yet oddly restrained, so do not expect him to make the first move. That scoundrel has been feigning ignorance while clearly understanding everything. So with that, Nami's fingers grasped again, then released, gazing at Wei Wei with a look of lingering intrigue. Oh dear, Nami, what are you doing? Wei Wei felt a bit embarrassed, shielding her chest with her hands, protesting softly. Oh dear, seeing Wei Wei so bashful, Nami became exhilarated, as if discovering a new world. My hands are ineffective, but what about Qinyu's hands? With this, Nami stepped closer, whispering into Wei Wei's ear. He would even reach inside. Wei Wei's face flushed like a searing pan, impossible to overlook. Subsequently, she slowly lowered her head, releasing her hands from their protective position, her eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. Dummy. Seeing that Wei Wei was genuinely contemplating, Nami found it amusing and delivered a swift chop to Wei Wei's head, causing her to look woeful, tears welling in her eyes. Nami, you are truly something. Wei Wei glared at Nami, seemingly waiting for her to speak. Instead of overthinking, it is better to act promptly. Be a giant of action, you know? With that, Nami raised her fist in encouragement towards Wei Wei. At this point, Wei Wei could no longer endure, swiftly vanishing from the deck, opening her room door, diving in her bed, and covering her head in one swift motion. Nami watched Wei Wei's cute demeanor and laughed joyfully, the waves of emotion rising and falling. Perhaps both had forgotten they were still on the deck. In the corner, Joseph and Johnny had long overcome their fear, now grappling with the warm blood trickling from their noses. Drip, drip. At that moment, the sound of water droplets was particularly loud. Nami glanced over, her face immediately flushing. In the corner, Joseph and Johnny were slightly tilting their heads back, holding their noses, blood dripping onto the floor. Nami had not anticipated that there were still peeping toms in the corner. Taking a large step forward, she delivered a punch as big as a sandbag to the tops of their heads, causing Joseph and Johnny to immediately drop to the ground. Upon seeing this, Nami turned and walked in her room, muttering angrily, "Really? Not a moment of relaxation. We need more female companions on this ship." Bang! The door slammed shut. Hearing the door close, the sword god duo immediately got up, exchanged glances, and revealed lewd smiles. Ignoring the two sprawled on the ground, they linked arms and quietly discussed in the corner, their lascivious expressions unwavering. Oh my goodness, is there an enemy attack? As Chunyu stepped onto the deck, he immediately saw the two lying on the ground and the sword god brothers in the corner wearing lewd expressions. Usopp promptly emerged from the training room, intending to announce the successful completion of the task, only to halt upon seeing Sanji and Xiao Feng, along with Johnny chattering beside Chunyu. Deciding to keep quiet and continue training, I will wait for Chunyu to finish his personal matters before heading out. Usopp was extraordinarily clear-headed at this moment. Lifting weights was the romance of a man. Brother Chunyu, we have something to report. Johnny and his companion succinctly recounted the events from beginning to end. Excellent. You have indeed lived up to my expectations. Sending you to the island was undoubtedly the right choice. Chunyu offered high praise to Johnny and Joseph. However, I fear I might accidentally harm you, so please go inside. I need to handle some personal matters. As he spoke, Chinyu cracked his neck and rubbed his wrists, his expression turning serious. Yes, Brother Chinyu. The two immediately dashed into the room, closing the door, though it was not tightly shut, a flicker of light shining through the gap. Bang! Chinyu did not use his haki, but relentlessly called out to the two on the ground, causing the melee to sway up and down. The two, sound asleep, were abruptly awakened, but faced with Chunyu's relentless barrage, they could only protect their faces desperately. Chinyu continued until he felt his spirit was unburdened before he finally ceased. Noticing that Chinyu did not intend to continue his assault, Sanji extended his hands to light a cigarette, exhaling a few clouds of smoke, his movements shaky, remaining silent, offering no complaints. Long before he helped Nami purchase women's attire, Sanji had anticipated this outcome, but Chunyu's strikes were lighter than he had imagined, and he hadn't even used haki. That was unexpected. Thankfully, both Nami and Wei Wei had already donned their costumes, so this situation was not a total loss. After all, Chinyu could not force Wei Wei to change. Could he? Sanji silently grumbled, unwilling to put down his cigarette. Xiao Feng, meanwhile, had fallen into a deep slumber, free of any worries. As Chinyu walked to the second floor, he stood at the door of Nami's room, pondering whether to knock. Should I knock? What will happen if I don't? That wouldn't be good, would it? I admit I have a tinge of selfishness. With this thought, Chinyu's expression turned tragic as he pushed the door open. Oh dear. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was two blooming lilies, engaged in a spirited contest, their delicate hands dancing, neither willing to yield. Startled, Chinyu immediately closed the door. Upon encountering Chinyu's abrupt intrusion, Wei Wei's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling an ostrich as she knelt on the bed, burying her head beneath the pillow. As she noticed the newcomer, Nami's initial wariness gradually dissipated. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she cast a displeased glance at Chinyu. Do not tell me you forgot to knock when entering and then neglected to leave when closing the door. With each word, Nami's tone grew increasingly frigid. What on earth was this man thinking? Nami could surmise it even with her toes. Nami, you are indeed my wise companion, so attuned to my thoughts. Chinyu chuckled, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he admitted, I truly forgot. Haha, being called out in person is a bit awkward. Still standing there. Care to join me under the covers? Nami smiled politely. Not really. Get lost. The glow in Nami's eyes flared, her voice chilling. All right, I shall take my leave. As Chinyu exited, he cast a heated glance back, causing Nami to shudder, her mind swirling with questions. Was this guy insatiable? No, I must swiftly bring Wei Wei over to deflect his attention. I did not wish to remain in bed all day. Once outside, Chinyu couldn't help but reflect on his circumstances. Sanji's taste was indeed commendable. The style was quite striking. How to put it? One might say it was the kind of thing that would be silenced the moment it was voiced. Sigh. Chinyu exhaled. No matter how appealing, one could not allow others to gawk. Although they did wear swimsuits, the less exposure, the more joy he could derive. A few minutes later, the two women emerged from the room. Wei Wei kept her head down, avoiding Chinyu's gaze, while Nami fixed an unyielding stare upon him. However, upon seeing the new clothes Chinyu had purchased for them, Nami's demeanor softened as she proudly accepted them, eagerly pulling Wei Wei along to choose. Chinyu had bought each of them 3 sets, all exceedingly modest in design. Wei Wei's eyes sparkled upon seeing the garments, all styles she adored, and she raised her head to flash Chinyu a sweet smile. In terms of style, Nami preferred the outfit Sanji had chosen, yet Chinyu's stance was unmistakably clear. No exchanges would be entertained. As Nami caught sight of Chinyu's expression, one imbued with a blend of threat and warning, she felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. At times, she found Chinyu to be quite mature, while at others, he resembled a child. Like now. Nami's thoughts drifted as she observed Chinyu, but upon regaining her focus, she no longer hesitated and pulled Wei Wei toward the room. When they stood before Chinyu, Nami teasingly remarked, "Ha, men," before turning away, leading Wei Wei straight into the room. Wei Wei glanced back at Chinyu after a few steps, her gaze tender. The contrast between Wei Wei and Nami was stark. Chinyu felt as though Wei Wei had nearly ensnared his very soul. That damn fire starter. Who gave you permission to buy clothes for Wei Wei? Nami intended to change in her room, and Sanji found that quite reasonable. However, when Wei Wei also returned with clothes, Sanji could no longer remain composed. He pushed himself off the ground and approached Chinyu, eyes blazing with indignation. I did not provoke you, curly-haired brat. What gives you the right to buy clothes for Wei Wei? Chinyu did not relent, stepping forward to confront Sanji. You think you can just buy clothes for her? That scoundrel. Upon hearing a new nickname, Sanji erupted, his entire being ablaze with fury. Be careful, or I might just kick you to pieces. To which Shinyu smirked dismissively. Heh. If you can, then do. I dare say, don't end up injuring yourself in the process. The mockery on Shinyu's face deepened. Sanji, infuriated, pointed towards the shore. He then ceased his words and leaped down, clutching a cigarette, his gaze sharpening. Witnessing Sanji's bravado, Shinyu refused to back down and pulled out a cigar, taking a deep puff before vanishing from sight. Zoro's gaze shifted from the deck to Chinyu's location, approvingly noting, curly hair brat? Not a bad title. He then focused intently on the two. The others gathered at the railing of the Mary, preparing for the spectacle. What is happening? What is happening? Chopper, alarmed at the impending clash between Sanji and Chinyu, scurried about. Zoro restrained Chopper's head, explaining, don't mind them. It's quite normal, really. A little conflict is to be expected. Really? Chopper's innocent eyes searched Zoro's. Is it really normal? Oh yes, quite normal. It's a testament to their friendship. Luffy chimed in. Chopper, convinced, mimicked the others and struck a pose, ready to witness the showdown. You greedy fiend. With Miss Nami already by your side, you dare extend your hand towards Miss Weiwei? That's what annoys Sanji the most. Chinyu declared, unperturbed by Sanji's sentiments. If I can buy clothes for them, then I can, without question. Ki. Sanji scoffed, yet unleashed his demon wind kick, a terrifying heat enveloping the air, carving trails in the desert sands. Chinyu was not one to concede, since Weiwei was already unattached. He too could buy clothes, rendering notions of right and wrong utterly juvenile. Sanji held a similar mindset. Chinyu's feet glimmered with metallic luster, despite his feet remaining still. The desert beneath him bore witness to deep scratches. He intended to beat Sanji to quell his simmering resentment, while also enlightening Sanji on the application of haki. At present, only Luffy could somewhat shape haki, thanks to practice with Chinyu in the Little Garden. Sanji and Zoro had yet to take that crucial step. Stop whining. With that, Chinyu surged forward, launching himself at Sanji, his body closing the distance swiftly before executing a lateral kick. Sanji stood unfazed, raising his demon wind kick to counter, defiantly proclaiming, You Firestarter, don't cry when I scorch you. In terms of kicking techniques, Chinyu was far from Sanji's equal, yet he could hold his own effectively. The dreadfulness of Sanji's demon wind kick lay in the intense heat and formidable technique it carried. For foes, it was surely a nightmare, yet for Chinyu, it was akin to a child brandishing a sword before a seasoned warrior, devoid of any sense of heat. Each time Sanji's kick landed, it left a mark. Yet when Chinyu struck, it left not only imprints but also cuts. In terms of haki, Sanji was no match for Chinyu, and the outcome was predictable. As the two engaged fervently, Nami emerged from the room, pulling Weiwei along, only to discover Chinyu and Sanji embroiled in yet another bout, sighing in exasperation. Weiwei, puzzled by their quarrel, innocently inquired, Why are Mr. Sanji and Chinyu fighting? Upon witnessing Weiwei's sudden naive query, Nami felt as though she had stumbled upon a new discovery. It appeared that even a princess could have her moments of cluelessness. The moment those words escaped her lips, everyone, save for the brawling duo, turned to Weiwei, their expressions rife with incredulity, as if to say, How could you possibly ask such a question? Do you not understand yet? Sanji and Chinyu are fighting for you. It's that simple. Huh, they are fighting over me? Weiwei quickly grasped the crux. At her words, the others fell silent. Save for a few who were somewhat oblivious to emotions, the rest mourned Sanji's plight. Nami's fingers lightly tapped Weiwei's head. You should go stop them. At this rate, the coast might just be obliterated. Oh no. Though Weiwei clutched her head in pain, her expression twisted, her eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Vivi leapt forward, positioning herself between the two, facing Sanji and spreading her arms to separate them. Stop this at once. We are about to set out to gather intelligence. After speaking, Vivi shot a glare at Sanji and cast a quick glance at Chinyu. The two immediately ceased their quarrel, simultaneously muttering, TCH. One could only commend the princess for her adeptness in controlling the situation. Nami, observing from below, smiled and remarked that she had noticed Vivi was subtly protecting Chinyu. Everyone, let's split up, Vivi declared, standing amidst the Straw Hat crew, organizing their tasks with remarkable clarity. After finalizing the arrangements, she turned her gaze to Chinyu. Falling silent, Chinyu nodded slightly, proceeding to assign groups without further ado. Chopper, you and Sanji will work together and make sure he doesn't stray after other women. Usopp, you and Zoro are paired up. Your mission is the most challenging, as you not only need to gather intelligence, but also ensure Zoro returns safely. Nami, You and Luffy will team up. Keep him from wandering off, and if necessary, knock him out and bring him back. Johnny and Joseph, you two will gather intelligence at the city's outskirts. Lastly, Chinyu looked at Vivi and added, you will be with me. With no objections raised, they promptly embarked on their mission. Chinyu ignored the glowering Sanji and Zoro, leading Vivi away on a trail of flame. While I was out procuring supplies, the name Crocodile was mentioned most frequently, to the extent that it has become deeply rooted in the minds of the populace. Do you have any plans? Chinyu inquired, his expression gravely serious. At this moment, Vivi had fully reverted to her royal demeanor, bowing her head in contemplation. Chinyu reminded her, given our strength, we need not regard Crocodile with trepidation. Our primary objective is to win back the people's hearts and suppress the rebellion. With Xiao Feng by our side, we can afford to be ruthless. After all, we are friends. Chinyu gradually assisted Vivi in organizing the intelligence. Turning to Xiao Feng, he asked, isn't that right? Xiao Feng, of course. We are indeed close friends. Xiao Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in agreement and then joyfully performing a ballet dance. I can assure you that I will not side with Crocodile. While governance is beyond my capacity, I can certainly take lives. Therefore, the salvation of the nation rests solely on your shoulders, Vivi. Chinyu looked at her, his gaze filled with sincerity. Vivi's mind buzzed at his words. She was taken aback to realize that Chinyu had even played a role in the situation. Recovering from her shock, she composed herself and replied soberly, even with our overwhelming advantage, saving this nation will not be easy. The pressing issue now is how to prevent a war between the king's army and the rebel forces. Chinyu, I have a few ideas. Let me share them with you. Go ahead, I'm all ears. The issue had transformed into preventing hostilities between the king's army and the rebels. However, both sides were nearing a bloodbath, compounded by the covert interference of Baroque works agents, which made the situation more precarious. Xiao Feng was our secret weapon, yet he could not mimic Crocodile. If only Xiao Feng could imitate Crocodile, the problem would be easily resolved. We could then have Xiao Feng withdraw Baroque works mission. Without those pests stirring trouble, I am confident I could persuade both parties. After all, the leader of the rebels is my childhood friend. Vivi's voice trailed off as she discreetly observed Chunyu's reaction, her expression tinged with apprehension. Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation, Chunyu said with a smile, gently ruffling Vivi's hair in encouragement. He recalled the leader of the rebels. After all, he was Vivi's childhood companion, not some betrothed husband, so there was nothing to be concerned about. The leader of the rebels is a playmate from my youth, and we share a close bond. Upon saying this, Vivi paused again, furtively watching Chunyu's expression. Seeing her innocent demeanor brought a smile to Chunyu's face. Though he was somewhat unaccustomed to her cautiousness, he didn't mind, and without hesitation, he cupped her delicate face in his hands and pressed his lips against hers. Their cheeks occasionally puffed out, as if something were pushing from within, leaving Vivi momentarily dazed, her complexion flushed and her shyness intensifying. After a sufficient moment, Chinyu finally released Vivi, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead and softly stating, if that rebel leader has done the same, then I would indeed be concerned. This act was very familiar to Chunyu, but for the inexperienced Vivi, it was overwhelmingly impactful. Nevertheless, her upbringing as a princess allowed her to regain her composure quickly. She shot Chunyu a fierce look, reproaching him. What are you saying? Of course, nothing like that has ever happened, and if you truly wish for it, you can wait until after we resolve our current matters. Your actions are making it difficult for me to concentrate. Vivi's tone softened, her expression growing increasingly bashful, her voice dwindling to a whisper by the end. It's not my fault. You keep interrupting me. I have no choice but to take necessary measures. You still dare to say that? You're utterly shameless, Vivi exclaimed, shooting a piercing glare at Chinyu. Understanding that Chunyu was not taking things to heart, she continued. Thus, as long as we can have Xiao Feng imitate Crocodile, everything will be resolved. Vivi looked at Chinyu with uncertainty, unsure if this plan would be feasible. Seeing her demeanor, Chinyu couldn't help but ruffle her hair again, praising, that is an excellent idea. In fact, aside from me decimating Baroque works and the rebel forces, this is the only viable option. As for Xiao Feng, I will create an opportunity for him to encounter Crocodile. At that point, we can have Xiao Feng inadvertently reveal his own plan, and at the right moment, we will deal with the real Crocodile, correct? He gently patted Vivi's head again, finding her thoughts aligned with his own. Given his intellect, he could not conceive a simpler method. Yes. Vivi suddenly threw herself into Chunyu's embrace, her eyes brimming with joy as she nodded vigorously. Chinyu found himself increasingly fond of this long-haired, affluent beauty. his hands almost difficult to control. As Vivi reveled in the affirmation of their plan, she suddenly felt the rogue hands roaming about and promptly leaped out of Chunyu's embrace. Now she finally understood why Nami often referred to Chunyu as a lecher. Not now. We still have important matters to attend to. Control yourself. Otherwise, I might just agree to Nami's plan. Vivi's tone was resolute as she distanced herself from Chunyu. Huh? What plan? What are you scheming behind my back? Chunyu's eyes widened in disbelief. It's not that I can't share, but it's just that I won't let someone into my bed, Vivi replied, still struggling to adapt to such brazen words. Her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Upon hearing this, Chunyu could hardly contain himself and exclaimed, in times of national crisis, we must be strict. Vivi was quite pleased with this response, thinking that any matters could be discussed later once the difficulties were resolved. Indeed, a woman's words are hardly trustworthy. Nami certainly didn't say that. Chunyu silently lamented, unable to imagine the prospect of being left alone in an empty room. Our next destination will take us near the rebel stronghold, and I intend to first try to persuade Kusha, Vivi suggested, cupping Chunyu's face with her hands, interrupting his thoughts. We will follow your lead for now, Chunyu remarked, not overly concerned about persuading Kusha, as even if he succeeded, it would have little impact on the larger scheme. Where is Zoro? Chunyu noticed only Usopp had returned and immediately grabbed Usopp's shoulder, questioning him. Wait, don't be impulsive. Chunyu, don't be rash, Usopp exclaimed, startled by Chunyu's sudden intensity, hurriedly explaining, Zoro is sleeping in that carriage. Chunyu activated his observation haki, perceiving the carriage pointed out by Usopp, and heaved a sigh of relief upon realizing that Zoro had not indeed gotten lost. But why was he still asleep? Chunyu glanced at Usopp with confusion. Zoro's vigilance was not so easily diminished. It was precisely because he insisted on buying alcohol that I could not dissuade him. So I had no choice but to mix a hefty dose of sleeping pills into his drink. Usopp indignantly accused Zoro, transferring the fright he had just experienced from Chunyu onto Zoro. Young man, I knew you were remarkable. Chunyu gave Usopp a thumbs up. Where can I procure those sleeping pills? Prepare a sufficient supply for me. I will give you 1,000,000 berries, and you can manage the rest, he said, ignoring Usopp's excited expression and summoning everyone together. Luffy was gnawing on a large meat stick, evidently purchased for him by Chopper. It seemed that Chopper and Usopp had already learned to handle Luffy and Zoro, which would lighten my workload in the future. Once the two divine beasts returned safely, Chunyu felt reassured enough to seek out Nami for some affection, only to be met with a united front of resistance from Nami and Vivi. Cough. After being ruthlessly rejected, Chunyu, undeterred, cleared his throat and, maintaining his composure, directly inquired, so, what news do we have? As soon as his words fell, the expressions of Usopp, Chopper, Nami, and others grew serious. Noticing this, Vivi's face turned tense. Her fists clenched as she suppressed her anxiety while looking at the five of them. Usopp pinched his nose and, surveying the group, was the first to speak up. According to my investigation, the people here have come to regard Crocodile as a guardian deity, respecting him from the heart. I even tried to speak ill of Crocodile, and if I hadn't run fast, I would have almost been beaten up. As for the king, Usopp hesitated, his expression awkward as he glanced at Vivi, wanting to say something but refraining. Upon hearing this, Vivi's gaze dimmed, yet she did not lose heart. Instead, she encouraged Usopp. It's all right. With your help, I believe this country can be reborn. That's an understatement. Usopp, no longer reserved, confidently rubbed his nose in agreement. Seeing Vivi's unwavering strength, Chopper let out a sigh of relief, though his expression remained grave. What Usopp said aligns with my findings. Additionally, a shipment of dance powder has recently been sent to the royal capital. I overheard it while following a group of suspected Baroque works members. A few of them bore Baroque tattoos. Upon hearing their intelligence, Nami's expression soured as she added, her tone serious. I have news regarding our crew. A fruit vendor mentioned that someone has been inquiring about us today, likely a member of the White Beard Pirates, specifically looking for Luffy. As she spoke, Nami tugged at Luffy's face and continued, this idiot captain himself has no idea what is happening. We haven't done anything to offend the White Beard Pirates, have we? Or, Nami glanced at Chunyu, her eyes betraying her concern. Is it possible that? She recalled Chunyu's words. The title given to me by the Navy conflicts with that of an officer from the White Beard Pirates. Their intentions are truly sinister. Alas, their calculations were flawed. Chunyu was somewhat surprised that Nami could connect the dots, but at this moment, he was still unfamiliar with Ace. He could only grasp Nami's hand, patiently offering comfort. Johnny and Joseph exchange glances before revealing some explosive news. Another group of pirates has landed in Alabasta, their intentions unknown. As for their strength, Johnny pulled out a newspaper and bounty notice from his pocket, spreading them out on the deck. Another group? Chen Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the plot to unfold in such a manner and, no longer inclined to be nonchalant, picked up the newspaper to read. Suddenly, he scanned the crowd, his demeanor grave as he spoke. A group of troublemakers has arrived. About a month ago, a pirate crew known as the Iron Beast Pirates challenged one of the four emperors, Big Mom, and suffered a catastrophic defeat. Their captain, Raijin, a Paramecia-type iron FruitUser, led a crew to challenge the Big Mom Pirates, where he single-handedly defeated the Biscuit Minister and later, alongside his first mate, vanquished Smoker. Unfortunately, they were ultimately halted by Katakuri. The Iron Beast Pirates retreated but vowed never to surrender, and the Candy Minister, infuriated, pursued them relentlessly, ultimately escaping the New World at the cost of their first mate and several officers. The Big Mom Pirates have placed a bounty of 1 billion berries on the Iron Beast Pirates. Chen Yu looked at everyone, reflecting, the Iron Beast Pirates never even encountered Big Mom directly, and they are the enemies we will face in the future. Upon hearing this, Sanji and Zoro's expressions turned serious, their eyes igniting with fervor as they pondered. Moreover, he continued, according to the Navy's investigations, the Iron Beast Pirates also challenged the Whitebeard Pirates 2.5 years ago, only to be obliterated by a single punch from Whitebeard. Though Raijin refused to yield, Whitebeard did not harass the Iron Beast Pirates. At that time, they had yet to master hockey. After fleeing the New World, the Iron Beast Pirates seemed to have lost their ambition, spending their days in the Grand Line and delighting in hunting newcomers, occasionally venturing to the entrance of the Grand Line to hunt. This is the situation at hand. We must remain fully alert. This time, our enemies may not be limited to Crocodile. In a worst-case scenario, we might need to engage on 3 fronts: the Navy, the Iron Beast Pirates, and Baroque Works. Our old friend Smoker has also arrived. The expressions of the Straw Hat crew darkened as their gazes fixated on the bounty notices on the ground, falling into a heavy silence. Iron Beast Pirates, Captain Raijin, the rookie hunter, 43 years old, bounty of 900 million berries. Chef Naba, the Flame Fist, 40 years old, bounty of 300 million berries. Sniper Sanji, the Falcon, 39 years old, bounty of 150 million berries. Combatant Chiu Ba, the Thunder Spear, 41 years old, bounty of 280 million berries. Navigator Lu Te, a Gentle Fist, 26 years old, bounty of 100 million berries. Seeing the terrified expressions on Usopp and the others, Chen Yu felt somewhat helpless. After pondering for a moment, he addressed the group. Are you familiar with this type of bounty? The disparity between the captain and other officers is significant. Isn't this a tactic favored by the Navy? I can assure you that only their Captain Raijin, Chef Naba, and combat member Chiu Ba possess any real strength. The rest, I do not believe you are inferior to them. Chen Yu's tone grew increasingly passionate. They are merely losers from the New World. We shall forge ahead without hesitation. We have the future Pirate King, the future world's greatest swordsman, the future mightiest chef, the most skilled sniper, and the most excellent navigator. We also have the reliable Joseph and Johnny. What do we have to fear? With these words, Usopp, filled with encouragement, immediately began doing push-ups, eager for action. The Brothers of Sword God had completely transformed into Chun Yu's likeness, linking arms and repeatedly chanting, Brother Chun Yu is the strongest. Long live Brother Chun Yu. Hey, little brothers, what is this? Zoro interjected. Can I really do this? Chopper pondered aloud, feeling somewhat lost. Chopper, you mustn't doubt yourself. Upon hearing Chopper's self-doubt, Chen Yu spoke with unwavering conviction. The others nodded in agreement. Chopper, have you forgotten? Our crew is no ordinary bunch. We are all extraordinary beings. Besides, you can now wield armament hockey, right? What is there to fear? You are the world's greatest doctor aboard the Pirate King's ship. Seeing Chopper's spirits lift into a joyful demeanor, Chen Yu felt a sense of relief. He was concerned that Chopper, being a novice, might harbor a negative mindset. Since we have pledged to assist Vivi, we must fulfill our promise. Chen Yu turned to the crowd and proclaimed with fervor. Although they had trained for 2.5 years, we are not to be underestimated. Let's not forget the source of our might. No matter how formidable the opponents may be, the 4 of us shall take the lead, and you need not fear a thing. With this, Chen Yu glanced at Luffy and his companions, teasingly adding, Or are you 3 feeling timid? Be cautious, for I may just strike you down. You reckless fool. What are you barking about? I assure you, I will swiftly deal with the adversary and then come to your aid. There is no need for you to be afraid. Baka Chinyu, this is precisely what I wanted to hear. Nami and the others looked upon the four with admiration, instantly feeling reassured. After all, aside from their internal squabbles, Nami and the others had never witnessed them in earnest combat. Wei Wei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gratefully expressed, "Thank you all." Seeing the new group of invading pirates had initially filled Wei Wei with despair. But now her faith in Chinyu was restored. Nami gently embraced Wei Wei, tenderly patting her back. Meanwhile, Chinyu discreetly retracted his foot and hand, rubbing his nose to mask his embarrassment. As the group's emotions stabilized, Chinyu continued, "At this juncture, we shall split into two teams. Wei Wei and I will head to Katalaya to persuade the rebel army to surrender. The rest of you should proceed directly to UD to capture Kalaw Kada before the Navy and the Steel Beast pirate crew can act." Upon hearing of the dual strategy, Luffy immediately exclaimed with delight, "Oh, Chinyu, you can leave it to me. I will surely lead everyone to capture Kalaw Kada. After all, I am the captain, aha!" As he spoke, Luffy placed his hands on his hips, his face alight with excitement. "Leave it to me. You need not worry. I will keep a close watch on Luffy." Zonlong declared seriously as he brushed his hand over the three swords at his waist, gazing earnestly at Chinyu. "Rest assured, I will take care of that fool and the directionally challenged one," Sanji added, lighting a cigarette with utmost seriousness. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the three displayed an unusual earnestness, eager to share the burden with Chinyu. In response, Chinyu's face softened with relief. The children have truly grown. "What did you say, you soft-shelled shrimp? What qualification do you have to look after me? Is I who should look after you?" Zonlong's expression instantly shifted, revealing a fierce glare directed at Sanji. "You fool, of course. I must keep an eye on you. Otherwise, by the time everything is resolved, you may still be lost." "What did you say? X2, goodness. That was close. I nearly fell for the facade of these three." Chinyu broke into a cold sweat, his hands repeatedly patting his chest. If the three were carefree and lighthearted, Chinyu would have felt no concern. However, with Luffy in charge, Zonlong leading the way, and Sanji looking after Zonlong, all happening simultaneously, his expression darkened considerably. Chinyu immediately adopted a serious demeanor, resolutely stating, "Forget it. My Yin Yun is faster. There is no need to split up. It is better for us to act together for mutual support." Luffy's face fell in disappointment, and he quickly ran to Chinyu's side, incessantly patting his shoulder, whining, "What? Chinyu, you truly are? I wanted to assist you. Indeed, if that is the case, I shall not lead the way. Your Yin Yun is indeed faster," Zonlong remarked earnestly, analyzing the situation with a serious expression. TCH, upon hearing Zonlong's words, Sanji rolled his eyes in disdain, mockingly mimicking, "Then I need not lead the way. If you wish to die, just say so. Regardless, with or without you, we will not lose." Zonlong was visibly agitated, his expression icy as he glared at Sanji, the provocateur. "Green-haired fool, I could easily kick you to death right now. I will also take care of your opponent. After all, your adversary will surely finish you off. So I might as well take matters into my own hands to save the Straw Hat crew from embarrassment. Do you wish to die? Who's the coward? How fortunate." Observing the renewed quarrel between the two, Chinyu couldn't help but marvel at his own cleverness. He promptly delivered a light punch to the still pestering Luffy and then signaled to Nami. In the next moment, Sanji and Zonlong lay quietly on the ground, behaving quite obediently. "Let us first go eat. After dining, we shall head straight to Katalaya." With that, Chinyu led the group discreetly toward a restaurant. Upon hearing this, Luffy was most exhilarated, running back and forth with sparkling eyes, continuously chattering, "Time to eat, time to eat." Sanji and Zonlong followed suit, walking side by side in a friendly manner, clearly demonstrating their deep bond. Before long, the group arrived at a restaurant, where they promptly took their seats and ordered an extravagant feast, relishing the meal. "Luffy," a voice filled with surprise rang from the entrance. The group turned to see a man wearing a cowboy hat, adorned with large chains, bare-chested and freckled, waving at them. "Hey, Luffy, it's me." As soon as I entered, he spotted his long-lost brother. Luffy, with his mouth full of meat, looked at the newcomer, his eyes brightening with recognition. After swallowing his food, Luffy leaped up, exclaiming, "I see. It's been so long." Without hesitation, he bounded over to IC, embracing him tightly with overwhelming excitement. IC's pupils dilated. He was astonished by Luffy's strength, yet he embraced his brother fiercely. and the two began to engage in lively conversation. I have long wished to meet your companions, Luffy's friends. And then, as he continued, IC's voice faltered. His interest peaked as he turned to Chinyu. FruitUser, I see. I have long admired your reputation, Chinyu stated directly, and in an instant, he appeared before IC. IC's pupils widened again. The strength of his brother had far exceeded his expectations, and he found himself utterly unable to gauge the depth of Chinyu's abilities. FruitUser, I see. The Straw Hat Crew's expressions morphed into astonishment. Their eyes fixated on IC, their faces a canvas of confusion. At this moment, Luffy rushed forward to introduce both parties, ultimately presenting Chinyu. I see. This is my first mate. Incredibly powerful. With Chinyu and my other companions by my side, I will undoubtedly become the Pirate King. You can forget about it, Luffy remarked with an uplifted chin, exuding pride and confidence. IC's curiosity about Luffy's crew grew with each passing moment. Yet he maintained his composure. Impossible. Luffy, I tell you, the Pirate King will surely be Whitebeard. So what do you say, Luffy? Would you like to join the Whitebeard Pirates? Of course, your crew can come along as well. I am the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. IC extended an invitation to Luffy. His expression relaxed, seemingly indifferent to Luffy's response. No, the Pirate King must be me. Since he also aspires to be the Pirate King, we shall settle it with a duel when the time comes, Luffy retorted nonchalantly, picking at his nose with his pinky, utterly unfazed. At this, IC burst into laughter, finding Luffy's response entirely unsurprising. After all, he held similar sentiments. On one side stood his respected father, and on the other, his beloved brother. While he would wholeheartedly support Whitebeard's claim to power, the outcome would ultimately be determined through their clash. Observing Luffy's spirited introduction of himself, Chinyu felt compelled to reciprocate the courtesy, sincerely meeting IC's gaze as he extended his right hand to shake. IC, noticing Chinyu's goodwill, was filled with joy, slightly bowing as he prepared to return the gesture. Smack! The sound of a slap echoed throughout the restaurant. The Straw Hat Crew's eyes widened in shock. They were unprepared for Chinyu to deliver a resounding slap to IC. Usopp and Chopper immediately clung to each other, trembling with fright. Usopp's legs shook uncontrollably, and he blurted out in panic. What do we do? What do we do? We're about to go to war. We're going to war with one of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard. Chaoba's expression was one of sheer terror, tears streaming down his face. Sanji immediately fell into a combat-ready stance. Oh dear, my sincerest apologies, Chinyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he quickly offered his apologies. In our hometown, we express goodwill through handshakes when meeting friends, and I suppose it felt a bit awkward. He continued. Although Ace's eyes also reflected astonishment, he did not take it to heart. He had been struck before, but this was the first time he had truly felt the sting of a slap. The sensation was rather peculiar. Hey, no big deal, Ace replied with a beaming smile, exuding grace and charm. Recognizing that Ace was genuinely unconcerned, the Straw Hat Crew breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, Chinyu and Ace clasped their hands together, signaling a truce. Following this, Ace and the rest of the Straw Hat Crew bowed to one another, initially a bit awkward, but by the end of the meal, they enjoyed each other's company immensely. Sanji pulled out a pack of cigarettes and began searching for a lighter, but the cigarette at the corner of his mouth unexpectedly ignited. He thought Chinyu had helped him, but when he looked up, he found Ace had merely pointed a finger, while Chinyu was engrossed in conversation with Vivi and did not notice him. Thanks. Your ability is quite similar to our vice captain's, Sanji said without dwelling too much on it, expressing his gratitude to Ace. The world is vast and full of wonders. It is not uncommon for the powers of devil fruits to bear similarities, Ace thought, unperturbed. He could tell Chinyu possessed remarkable strength and surely wielded fire as well. Yet he did not take it to heart. At least at this moment, Ace did not believe the Straw Hats, who had just embarked on their journey through the Grand Line, could pose a challenge to him. As they exited the dining hall, Ace, who was parting ways with the group, suddenly heard a distant roar. Chinyu, Stalhatkit. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a torrent of white smoke enveloped them. Chinyu intended to rouse Smoker from his stupor, but found Ace standing protectively in front of the group, boldly declaring, Luffy, you all go ahead. I'll hold them off. We will meet again in the new world. Got it. Luffy had unwavering faith in Ace's abilities. Even after years apart, Ace was not someone he needed to worry about. Chinyu. Luffy adjusted his hat and called out to Chinyu before waving goodbye to Ace. Soon, The group ascended into the sky on a flame cloud, an image that infuriated Smoker, who cursed under his breath, though his expression remained tense as he faced the formidable 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard, Fire Fist Ace. "Why you obstruct me?" "Because of my foolish brother," Ace replied. Throughout it all, Chunyu refrained from mentioning hockey, nor did he reveal his strength in front of Ace. As for Smoker, even with his rudimentary grasp of Busashoka hockey, he would not be able to contend with Ace, whose innate talent and close combat prowess were formidable. As the commander of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Ace was certainly aware of hockey, and thus Chunyu chose not to remind him. The moment Smoker made his move, Chunyu sensed the faint traces of hockey surrounding him. In terms of hockey, it was slightly stronger than that of Xiao Ba, but not by much. The group observed the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, their expressions unfazed, as this commotion paled in comparison to what Chunyu had experienced. On the flame cloud, Nami wore a puzzled expression, exclaiming, "Incredible! I thought Luffy's brother would be more reckless, but instead, he's unexpectedly polite and cultured." Vivi stifled a giggle in response. The others nodded in agreement, then turned to Luffy with expressions of disdain. "Ah, that's Ace. My brother," Luffy declared proudly, unabashed, his tone brimming with pride. Ace had always been Luffy's source of pride. Chunyu was preoccupied with holding Vivi close, occasionally teasing her, thoroughly enjoying himself without overstepping boundaries, making Vivi blush while still being able to guide their way. "Luffy, this will be my last scheme against you. Though I am reluctant, Whitebeard must die. If he lives, it will only bring greater danger. Whitebeard must fall to the hands of the Navy, intensifying the conflict between them and the pirates. Once Whitebeard is gone, the Navy will suffer heavy casualties, and Sengoku will undoubtedly step down. As soon as Akainu takes charge, the New World will be rife with chaos, an environment we desperately need. However, I will accompany you to rescue Ace, no matter where I am. This is my promise." Chunyu clenched his fists, his gaze sharp and fixed ahead. Vivi felt the warmth of Chunyu's tightly clenched fist on her thigh, and her heart swelled with warmth as her delicate hand gently enveloped his, her fingers caressing his. She lifted her head and pressed her soft lips against his cheek. The sensation of her softness against his face stirred Chunyu's emotions, but he refrained from further actions, merely holding Vivi close and gently brushing his cheek against hers, his expression radiating endless tenderness. He then lightly touched Vivi's lips before pulling Nami, who had been observing, into a genuine embrace. Watching Chunyu alternate between kissing Nami and Vivi, Sanji's reaction was the most pronounced, with veins bulging on his forehead, visibly displeased as he turned his head away, muttering curses under his breath. Joseph and Johnny's lecherous grins were ever present, making it abundantly clear that Chunyu had stumbled into decadence once more, Zoro thought. Usopp, meanwhile, reminisced about Kaya, recalling the girl who was willing to listen to his tall tales. His eyes filled with an unprecedented determination as he clenched his fists and opened his mouth. "Kaya, wait for me. I will become a brave warrior of the sea, renowned far and wide, and I will return to marry you." Before long, the group arrived at Caterlia, utilizing his extensive observation hockey. Chunyu and the others quickly reached the skies above the rebel camp. At Vivi's request, Chunyu guided everyone to land just outside the camp, and they gradually approached the entrance. "Stop!" Just as Vivi was about to take a step forward, a sharp voice rang out from the military camp. They turned to see a burly young man with scars on his face, resembling a centipede, brandishing a gun aimed directly at Vivi. Chunyu's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. However, Vivi grasped Chunyu's hand tightly, continuously reassuring him, it's all right. Just listen to me, I will be fine. They're just ordinary people." After calming Chunyu, Vivi turned to face the scarred youth, patiently explaining their purpose. "I know you are the princess of Arabasta." The scarred youth, upon hearing that Vivi was seeking Koza, not only refused to let them pass, but also displayed greater disdain, further adding, "In this time of national crisis, you disappeared without a trace, running off with some pretty boy. Bah, just like your foolish and selfish father. Why not just die?" With that, the scarred youth cocked his gun, ready to fire at any moment. At his words, Vivi's face turned pale, her teeth clenched tightly, confusion and grievance written all over her face. Chunyu's veins bulged as he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Vivi, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Seeing the tall figure before her, constantly worried for her safety, Vivi felt a surge of happiness, and the grievance brought on by the scarred youth vanished in an instant. She found herself increasingly fond of Chunyu, yet she still held onto him tightly, urging him, Chinyu, please don't be angry. They are just civilians, and they are victims too. I'm all right. I truly am. I'm a princess. And it pains me to see my people like this. We came here to resolve this matter, did we not? Vivi continued to soothe Chinyu, her face filled with anxiety. She was deeply concerned that Chinyu might unleash a fiery storm upon them. However, with her own people on one side and her beloved on the other, she watched as Chinyu stepped forward and the approaching rebels raised their firearms. Aiming at the group, the sound of bullets being chambered echoing ominously. Upon witnessing Wei Wei's desperate pleas before him, Chinyu suppressed his fury and refrained from taking action. The two sides remained locked in a tense standoff until a hoarse voice broke the silence, prompting the rebel forces to lower their weapons and respectfully part to create a passage. Wei Wei, gazing at the young girl across from him. Kush's expression was a complex amalgam of emotions. She was the princess of this nation, while he commanded the troops besieging her homeland. Regardless of their past amicable relations, they were now adversaries. Wei Wei, looking at the young man before her, clenched her fists in determination. Kusha, I wish to speak with you. She stepped forward, her gaze unwavering as it met Kush's. She did not wish to confront her childhood companion with weapons drawn. She fervently hoped that he would heed her counsel, thus sparing countless lives from the horrors of war. What is there to discuss? Kusha, fighting against his tumultuous thoughts, replied coldly, casting a glance at Chinyu through his sunglasses. The current king is unworthy of his position. Wei Wei, you should leave. This nation is doomed. Kusha, no. We can seize this opportunity to capture Wei Wei and force the king to comply. A middle-aged man, fanning himself with an ornate fan, urged Kusha in a hushed tone. But, Kusha, do not forget your identity. Your brothers have entrusted their lives to you. You must be accountable for them. The man's face twisted with malice as he continued to wave his fan. If we capture her, we will save many of our comrades. Upon hearing this, Kusha fell into deep contemplation, his hands tightening into fists as he cast a conflicted glance at Wei Wei. They believed their words were discreet, yet Chinyu absorbed every nuance. Wei Wei, what do you wish to discuss with me? Kusha's eyes held a flicker of hope as he anxiously regarded her. Seeing Kusha's willingness to listen, Wei Wei's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. She took another step forward and declared, I wish to speak with you privately. As she spoke, she glanced at Chinyu, seemingly seeking his approval. Chinyu's expression darkened. He was deeply concerned for Wei Wei. In his eyes, she was a delicate flower, utterly defenseless, and the thought of her conversing alone with the opposing leader was unacceptable to him. Noticing Chinyu's grave demeanor, Wei Wei felt torn, fully aware of the reason behind his distress. Yet, if Kusha was willing to heed her advice, it could prevent war from erupting, and Alabastan could not withstand further conflict. Unbeknownst to the others, the middle-aged man wielding the fan bore the tattoo of the Baroque works on his shoulder. With a flick of his fan, several burly men with menacing expressions approached him. The man covered his mouth with the fan and silently mouthed 3 words. Kill the princess. Chunyu's attention was wholly focused on Wei Wei. He understood her intentions and was acutely aware of her desire to avert war, even if only by a slender thread of hope. Wei Wei approached Chinyu, her delicate hands cradling his face, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him with deep affection. You must understand that some things can only be shared in private. If there is a chance to prevent war, and I fail to seize it, I shall carry that guilt for a lifetime. Chinyu's expression remained stern. If she were before him, he could undoubtedly protect her. But allowing her to engage alone with the opposing leader was a risk he was unwilling to take. However, Wei Wei had her own convictions and responsibilities. Sigh, he exhaled softly, his expression still troubled, but his voice gentle. Very well, but you must know that if anything happens to you, I shall eliminate every last one of the rebels. If you wish to protect our people, the first step is to ensure your own safety. Do you understand? I understand, Wei Wei replied, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face as she turned towards Kusha, though her heart remained cautious. Kusha regarded Chinyu with a complex expression, ignoring Kusha entirely. As soon as Wei Wei turned, Chunyu's right hand, previously resting at his side, transformed into a sword-like gesture, conjuring a small azure fire dragon that swirled around his finger. The fire dragon gradually coalesced, becoming increasingly lifelike, transitioning from a mere circling motion to a deliberate spiral, eventually appearing sentient as it frolicked around his finger. Each scale of the azure dragon shimmered with a hint of lavender, its mane shifting from blue to purple, its eyes glinting with vitality and strength. Usopp Luffy and Chopper gazed in awe at the fire dragon in Chinyu's hand, their eyes shining brightly. A dragon. a living dragon, with the appearance of the fire dragon. Chen Yu's previously calm breaths grew slightly erratic. Without hesitation, he waved his finger, and the fire dragon, seemingly imbued with intelligence, burrowed into the earth behind him and soared towards Wei Wei, ultimately taking refuge beneath her feet, following her movements as a guardian spirit, forever shielding her. The fire dragon glided effortlessly through the air and ground, leaving a trail of molten earth in its wake. At long last, Chen Yu's somber demeanor lifted, his eyes brimming with delight as he exclaimed. This protective dragon technique had been in the making for 2 years, and today he had finally succeeded. The principle was not overly complex. It involved expending considerable physical energy to create a nearly solid fire dragon, enhancing its density and temperature through the application of armament hockey. As the flames were an extension of Chen Yu's being, he could infuse the dragon with a significant amount of observation hockey, allowing him to lock onto Wei Wei, and furthermore, enabling him to deftly control the dragon's temperature and maneuvers. Theoretically, this technique was straightforward. By solidifying the flames and applying dual-colored hockey, it could be calibrated to act autonomously in protecting Wei Wei, while he retained control within the range of his observation hockey. Now, Chen Yu felt reassured. He did not believe these mere novices could outpace his observation hockey. He activated his observation hockey to eavesdrop on the conversation between Wei Wei and Kusha. You say Crocodile is a pirate with designs on this nation? Kusha's face bore an expression of disbelief. Indeed, although I am unaware of his true intentions. He has established Baroque works, which has infiltrated both the rebel and royal armies, continuously inciting conflict between them. As she spoke, Wei Wei presented Kusha with the emblem of Baroque works. Upon seeing it, Kusha's brow furrowed. He recognized that insignia from within the rebel ranks. Kusha, do you truly believe my father would employ dance powder? No, it cannot be my father. He is unaware. There is an agent within Baroque works who can mimic others' appearances. It is he who has taken on my father's guise to commit atrocities. You have grown up under my father's watch. Will you not trust him just this once? Wei Wei's voice trembled, her beautiful features momentarily contorted, tears streaming down her cheeks. At this moment, Kusha was nearly convinced. Yet he was curious as to how Wei Wei possessed such knowledge. How do you know so much? He queried, his gaze sharpening as he feigned ignorance. They're my allies. Wei Wei answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Kusha's fist clenched once more, his expression pained. I believe what you say. I also believe Crocodile is no good man. But what about them? Kusha's emotions surged as he pressed on. I thought you would tell me the truth. I am aware of them, a band of notorious pirates. And the man behind you is none other than the recently renowned Fire Fist Chen Yu. They are indeed pirates. At this point, Kusha attempted to grasp Vivi's hand, intending to lead her to safety, driven by a desire to protect her. Vivi immediately discerned Kusha's intentions, swiftly leaping back to evade his physical contact. Her gaze fixed warily upon him, remaining silent. Today, she would not allow Kusha to touch her. The circumstances had irrevocably changed. Observing Vivi's retreat, Kusha's eyes betrayed disbelief. Vivi, they are pirates. Do not let them deceive you. I can protect you. Come with me. I command hundreds of thousands of rebels. We need not fear them. With that, Kusha's expression twisted into a grimace as he stepped forward, intent on seizing Vivi in an attempt to forcibly take her away. Witnessing his actions, Vivi's pupils contracted sharply, and she quickly drew her peacock feather, bracing herself for confrontation as she regarded Kusha. Not only did she wish to maintain her distance, but more critically, if Kusha's desires were fulfilled, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Vivi could not bear the thought of her former dear friend perishing before her eyes. Unbeknownst to them, a small dragon suddenly poked its head from the ground, its gaze fixed firmly on Kusha. At that moment, a loud cry rang out, "Fire!" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Kusha's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily turned to the middle-aged man wielding a fan, demanding, "By dang, what do you intend to do? Everyone, lower your weapons." This left the rebel forces in a state of confusion, unsure whom to obey. "TCH," By dang scoffed under his breath, yet he passionately shouted, "Kusha, do not forget what I told you. She is the daughter of the tyrant. If we can capture her and use her to threaten Cobra, our brothers will suffer fewer casualties. What are you hesitating for? Do you owe it to your brothers? Do you owe it to those who have fallen?" His words ignited fervent discussions among the rebels, while Kusha opted for silence. Bai Dang frowned slightly, contemplating. If the princess were to be killed, then Kusha's presence would no longer be necessary. However, as Kusha obstructed the rebels, the opportunity was dwindling. With this thought, Bai Deng's eyes hardened, his right hand gesturing discreetly behind him, leading 5 individuals to unhesitatingly fire their weapons at Vivi. Bang! The gunfire caused expressions of alarm to wash over the Straw Hat crew and Kusha as they shouted towards Vivi. Upon hearing the shot, Vivi's face paled with fear. She realized it was the agents of Baroque Works who had taken action. Just then, a fire dragon materialized before Vivi, and a violet-blue wall of flames emerged before her, representing the highest temperature the small dragon could summon. The bullets struck the wall of fire, yet instead of causing turmoil, they melted into molten iron, flowing to the ground. Gazing at the formidable firewall before her, Vivi's fear dissipated, her eyes softening with warmth as she looked at Chunyu, filled with affection. She had already grasped the outcome. Upon Kusha's choice to remain silent, Vivi understood that her hopes had been shattered. She needed to return to Chunyu's side immediately. He must be worried sick. With that thought, Vivi turned away without a glance, sprinting towards Chunyu, disregarding Kusha's desperate calls behind her. Chunyu waited, anticipating the moment when Vivi's last flicker of hope extinguished. At that moment, it was not only the 5 who fired but everyone, including Bai Deng, who must meet their end. Damn pirates! Bai Deng clenched his fan tightly, malice emanating from his eyes. Bai Deng, who authorized you to fire? Kusha stormed forward, grasping Bai Deng by the collar, demanding answers. She is the princess of Alabasta. You mentioned using her to threaten Cobra. How could you act so recklessly? Bai Deng casually brushed Kusha's hand away, his expression dismissive. Calm down. How can you guide us toward success in such a manner? We can make mistakes, but you must not. You must be aware of the heavy responsibilities upon your shoulders. Do not forget that your every word and action concerns the lives of our brothers. Furthermore, firing was not my directive. I have already confined the individual responsible. They act for our country, for our cause. We cannot let our brothers' hearts grow cold. Bai Deng's voice rose in intensity, disregarding Kusha, instead addressing the gathered rebel forces. For our country, for our wives and children, we fight without hesitation. We can sacrifice everything, even our lives, all for the people, all for our descendants. We shall fight until the end. Fight until the end. The nearly 10,000 rebels assembled in the rear roared passionately, raising their weapons above their heads, their eyes filled with determination. Witnessing this, Kusha felt for the first time that events were slipping from his grasp. Yet at this point, he could not interfere. Observing Bai Deng's overreach, a glint of cold light flashed in Kusha's eyes. If he could eliminate Vivi and those pirates here, he would secure his safety once and for all. With this thought, Bai Deng spoke again, sorrowfully declaring, "In these times of national crisis, our princess brazenly consorts with pirates. Have we not suffered enough humiliation from them? Does such a princess still deserve our support? I grieve for the lost souls of our fallen people in Alabasta. The princess stands behind the illustrious Straw Hat crew. In the face of national calamity, she prioritizes her personal relations, disregarding her people. What shall we do?" The rebels murmured among themselves. Is this truly our princess? Has she conspired with pirates to invade our nation now that there seems no hope? A gaunt man clad in a white headscarf with a stern countenance sighed heavily. The scar-faced youth, already disdainful of Vivi, now knowing of her collusion with pirates, exclaimed in anger, unworthy of her position. She does not deserve the title of princess. Collaborating with pirates is against the will of the people. She is a traitor to the nation, a sinner among the people, just like her father, Cobra, inept and foolish. Upon hearing this, the gaunt man smirked, echoing, pirates cannot be forgiven. Collaborating with pirates deserves the harshest punishment. If we do not take action, our deceased family members and brothers will never find peace. Their words stirred a tempest, the rebels transitioning from debate to silence, from silence to wrath. Denouncing Vivi for betraying her people. Observing the time was ripe, the gaunt man intensified his derision, shouting, "Kill the traitor! Exterminate the pirates!" The people's wrath. The Baroque Works agents among the rebels echoed in unison, "Kill the traitor! Exterminate the pirates!" The people's wrath. Initially, the rebels hesitated, for Vivi had once been their beloved princess, but as thoughts of their suffering wives and children ignited their hatred anew, they steeled themselves and joined the chant, "Kill the traitor! Exterminate the pirates!" The people's wrath. Witnessing the rising morale of the rebels, Bai Deng wore a satisfied expression. Mocking, "These mere pirates, who have just embarked on the Grand Line, need not concern our leader. They shall perish beneath the might of our forces today." Kush's murderous intent became uncontrollable, fixating his gaze on Bai Deng. He could not act. He must restrain himself. To act now would render all his prior efforts futile. Bai Deng turned away, casting a disdainful smile at Kusha, confident that Kusha would not dare oppose the will of the people, reveling in his own triumph. Secretly laughing, once we deal with those few, I can ascend without concern for Kusha, that insignificant child. At this moment, Vivi's eyes brimmed with tears. Her lips pressed tightly together, her nails digging deep into her palms, her delicate frame trembling violently, gazing upon the people who labeled her a sinner and threatened her life. Wei Wei's expression shifted from disbelief to resolute determination. Gradually closing her eyes, she engaged in deep breaths until the throbbing veins on her forehead subsided into the snow, until the azure mist in her mouth calmed into gentle exhalations, until the last flicker of hope dissipated like fragile ice shattering upon impact. Opening her beautiful eyes, she fixed her gaze upon the distant sky, where the thunderous shouts nearby felt like a gentle breeze against her face, no longer stirring a single ripple within her. Chun Yu, she uttered softly, and in that instant, she leaped into Chun Yu's embrace, choosing silence. Chun Yu regarded the rebellious forces with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes, tenderly stroking Wei Wei's back with one hand while the other pointed decisively, then embraced her slender waist, leading the group to soar away on the flames of clouds. The fire dragon hovered in midair, its eyes gleaming with intensity, its mouth agape as endless azure flames erupted forth, painting the surroundings in a crimson hue, reminiscent of hell itself. With a satisfied smile, the fire dragon twisted its form and vanished into the void. The rebel forces, intent on pursuing them, were reduced to mere ashes before they could utter a word. As the wind passed, white smoke rose, leaving behind a silhouette lying near the magma, unaware of its fate. Chun Yu, you are correct. The rebirth of this nation is inevitably accompanied by casualties. Wei Wei rested against Chun Yu, her expression stoic yet her eyes bright. The Straw Hat Crew's worries were instantly alleviated, replaced by a sense of relief and admiration. Nami approached Chun Yu with a satisfied smile, gently pulling his arm to lie against him, taking Wei Wei's hand in hers. Her gaze soft and fixed on Wei Wei. The silent comfort surpassed any spoken words. Without a hint of hesitation, Wei Wei leaped into Nami's embrace, the two of them holding each other tightly. Chun Yu observed the two women in his arms, oblivious to his presence, and a phrase echoed in his mind. The lilies of home have bloomed. How was the plan progressing? A robust male voice resonated through the vast hall. The agents were fully assembled in Alabasta, with insiders embedded within both the royal army and the rebel forces ready to initiate their actions. Robin emerged from the shadows, her tone indifferent and expression emotionless. Then let us commence. She nodded slightly before turning to depart. Nico Robin, very well. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Once she aids me in locating the legendary Pluton, her value will diminish, Crocodile mused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Robin pondered, her brow furrowed slightly as she whispered to herself. It has been a while since the rebel forces sent any updates. Is it you, Chun Yu? Along with the Straw Hat Crew? She understood that escaping Crocodile alone was futile. Once she deciphered the historical text, her fate would be sealed. Hence, she only informed Crocodile of a group known as the Straw Hat Pirates that had landed in Alabasta. Prepare for action. Smoker, biting down on two cigars, gazed at the swiftly passing flames, commanding, "Yes, Colonel Smoker." After smoking several cigars, he remained perplexed as to why Wei Wei chose to align herself with the Straw Hat Crew, compounded by the presence of Crocodile and the Iron Beast pirates, causing him considerable distress. Within the palace of Alabasta, Chun Yu set down the group and, with a grave expression, addressed Luffy and the others. You must remain vigilant and always be on guard against enemy attacks. Understood? After scanning the faces of the group, he continued, I will go find Crocodile with Xiao Feng. You must protect yourselves at all costs and be wary of the Iron Beast pirates' approach. Seeing the seriousness on everyone's faces, Chun Yu finally relaxed, leading Xiao Feng towards the rain. Shortly after Chun Yu's departure, a colossal mechanical crocodile with 6 legs charged towards Alabasta. Captain, a youthful man clad in tight combat attire, handsome in appearance, questioned a towering figure beside him. Why have we come to this desolate place, which is scarcely worth our time? The tall man, around 40, with short hair and a muscular physique resembling stone, smiled at Leota's confusion and jested. You are newly joined. How much can a little brat like you understand? Crocodile is from my era. Your youth prevents you from grasping his nature. After all, he is not a compliant individual. I heard he retreated to the Grand Line after being defeated by Whitebeard, and rumors suggest he is seeking the legendary Pluton. Now, he has been traced to Alabasta. I suspect there are clues about Pluton here. At this point, a greedy expression crossed Lei Yin's face, tinted with a hint of malice. Kid, Alabasta is an ancient land, with a high probability of having information regarding Pluton. If we can obtain it, the title of Pirate King will surely be ours. If there is indeed Pluton, our first mate and other old comrades would not have perished while covering our retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yin's countenance darkened, his fists clenched tightly, the hatred in his eyes intensifying. Whether it be Whitebeard or Big Mom, they won only because of their age. The others, aside from the newcomer Leota, shared his indignation. Since those emperors oppress us, we have no choice but to exert our dominance over the newcomers. Blame those old geezers. Lei Yin's fervor escalated as he bent his knees slightly, fingers curling into claws as he tilted his head back, laughing maniacally. The others joined in laughter, including Leota, who, despite being a newcomer himself, had grown up in the Grand Line. After being defeated by Lei Yin, he chose to surrender, aligning with Lei Yin's views. Both Whitebeard and Lei Yin were merely arrogant due to their age. If he remained with the Iron Beast pirates, he would no longer be bullied. Once he outlasted the current emperors and Lei Yin aged, he would be the strongest. Contemplating this, Leota's lips curled into a grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he laughed even more wildly, his voice subtly overpowering Lei Yin's. Seeing this, not only was Lei Yin bewildered, but the other members were equally perplexed. Slap! Lei Yin smacked Leota on the back of the head, irritated. Why do you laugh so creepily? Your laughter is distracting me. Leota fell to the ground, looking pitifully at the others, prompting another round of raucous laughter. Having received a slap, Leota did not take it to heart. The crew was incredibly united, only bullying outsiders. However, the grievance was real, and the pain genuine. Leota had mentally noted down those who mocked him, vowing to return the favor when they grew old. In the rain, Chinyu glanced at the calm Xiaofeng and asked, "You are about to meet your former boss. Are you not worried, not afraid? Do you wish to be lifted high?" After witnessing Chun Yu's terrifying flame attack, Xiaofeng's initial anxiety had subsided. The long-nosed one did not deceive me, which means that little Chun Yu truly does not fear crocodile. Little Chun Yu, no need to lift me high. Just remember to protect me later. I'm still quite afraid of crocodile. Xiaofeng responded, raising her left foot and twirling around. Fear not, you shall not perish. With that, Chun Yu strode forward, activating his observation haki as he walked in a specific direction. 1, 2. Xiaofeng counted her steps, closely trailing Chun Yu, not daring to lag behind. Sensing the powerful aura, Chun Yu pondered how Luffy managed to defeat Crocodile in the original story. He also detected a familiar presence, slightly turning to glimpse an eye and an ear lurking in the corner. You would not think I had not noticed you, would you? After a brief moment, the sound of high heels approached, as a figure gracefully walked towards Chun Yu. She spoke, I do not believe my modest abilities could possibly deceive the esteemed first mate. The first mate still exudes charisma. As Robin spoke, she moved closer to Chun Yu, her hands resting naturally against his chest, gazing up at him with intense eyes. A mature, peach-like aura emanated from Robin, presenting a significant challenge for Chun Yu. Observing Chun Yu's indifference, Robin leaned forward, her soft form pressing closely against him. Chun Yu's expression remained unchanged, yet the enchanting sensation and allure overwhelmed him. Not sensing any response from Chun Yu, Robin frowned slightly, her dissatisfaction evident. Is the first mate unable to handle this? How audacious! Could you repeat that? One wonders which man could withstand such an affront. Are you perhaps harboring some unspeakable secret? Robin stood on her toes, exhaling softly, her lips poised near Chun Yu's chin, her expression earnest. How could a young man in his 20s endure such indignity? Swiftly, he raised his left hand, enveloping Robin's slender waist, then relinquished his restraint, his right hand unhesitatingly reaching for new heights. A blush immediately crept across Robin's sun-kissed skin, her delicate hands pushing against him, yet to no avail. As Chun Yu held firm, esteemed first mate, you must have other motives for being here, Robin managed, suppressing her embarrassment, maintaining eye contact with Chun Yu without any struggle. The mature woman truly stood apart. Had it been any other pair, they would likely be too bashful to speak. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Yu released Robin, deciding to address pressing matters, yet he did not relent. If you wish, I suppose it is not impossible, but do not blame me for it. With that, Chen Yu shrugged, maneuvering around Robin, seizing Xiao Feng, and soaring directly towards the location of Crocodile. Once Chen Yu vanished from sight, Robin's expression returned to normal, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes. Xiao Feng glanced back at Robin and then at Chen Yu, filled with admiration and respect. So this is what it means to turn friends into allies and enemies into foes? Young Chen Yu is indeed a model for our generation. Chen Yu remained oblivious to Robin and Xiao Feng, arriving before Pyramid, dropping Xiao Feng off before launching himself through the structure, directly confronting Crocodile. Warlord Crocodile, I borrow your strength. With that, Chen Yu enveloped his right hand in haki, unleashing his full might with a punch aimed at Crocodile's abdomen. However, Crocodile was no novice. The instant Chen Yu appeared, every hair on his body stood on end, warning him of the formidable opponent. He swiftly activated his elemental form, evading Chen Yu's strike. Haki? Such combat experience? They both spoke simultaneously. Crocodile's face was etched with shock. He recognized this young upstart immediately. How could a newcomer have mastered haki? Crocodile, I cannot comprehend why. With your power, you would be defeated. Chen Yu pondered, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. How could such instinct and battle experience lead to defeat against that fool Luffy in the original story? Crocodile assumed Chen Yu referred to Whitebeard, his expression darkening as he roared. How could a mere child who has just stepped onto the Grand Line comprehend Whitebeard's might? So what if you have haki? I have slain countless foes in the New World. My abilities are invincible. Chen Yu dismissed him, having confirmed that Crocodile had no haki, making it all too easy to capture him. Inferno Realm. An endless azure flame enveloped Crocodile as Chen Yu's palm grasped the air, retracting the flames to encase Crocodile in a sphere with a 3-meter diameter. With the destruction of the building, water gushed from the cracks, the level rising steadily. The crimson liquid from the Inferno Realm dripped into the water, transforming into glistening crystals. Crocodile, do not waste your efforts. Without haki, you a mere pile of sand, shall meet your end. Before Crocodile could respond, Chen Yu dove into the Inferno Realm. After much struggle, he finally knocked Crocodile unconscious. Indeed, this old veteran had a tough head. He withstood over 10 punches before succumbing. Chen Yu then placed Sea Prism stone handcuffs on Crocodile and lifted him away. Seeing Chen Yu with Crocodile in hand, Xiao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated Chen Yu's fearlessness before Crocodile, but never imagined he could capture him in under 5 minutes. Xiao Feng, mimic me immediately. After speaking, Chen Yu vanished, reappearing moments later, cradling a long-haired woman in his arms. What is this? Robin disregarded Chen Yu's actions, breaking free to rush toward Xiao Feng. Her gaze fixed intensely on the downed Crocodile, her pupils dilating in shock. How strong are you? Turning to Chen Yu, her astonishment was palpable. Nico Robin, consider this a life saved for you. You know all too well who Crocodile is. Now, I need you to collaborate with Mr. 2 to halt and eliminate all spies within the King's army and the rebel forces, after which you will be free. Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes brightened once more. She ceased regarding Crocodile and stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Chen Yu's neck, her expression one of longing. I am willing to serve the esteemed first mate. Do not confuse the concept. You are working for yourself now. I refuse. I shall work for the esteemed first mate, Robin playfully countered, her eyes filled with sorrow. I do not trust you. Chen Yu coldly rejected, disregarding Robin. He was uncertain of her intentions. It was better for Luffy to recruit allies. What a heartless man. Robin frowned, her lips forming a slight pout, feeling wronged. Then you cannot call me by my full name. Otherwise, I will not cooperate. Seeing Chen Yu's lack of trust, Robin felt a pang of sadness. Immediately, she adopted a nonchalant demeanor, her tone playful yet resolute. Very well, Chen Yu replied, gesturing for Robin to hurry with her tasks. Do you not see that Xiao Feng has already transformed into Crocodile? Chen Yu's response incited Robin's ire. She rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, Are you planning to bully a child or mock a fool? Observing Robin's demeanor, Chen Yu's expression shifted, feeling a surge of discomfort. He vowed he had never deliberately provoked Robin. He then spoke in a neutral tone. Robin, can you cooperate? Once this is resolved, you will be free. Is that acceptable? Robin? Hearing her name repeated brought joy to Robin's heart. Whether this joy was genuine or feigned, Chen Yu could not discern. How terrifying, Chen Yu mused. If such a girl were to be married, she would surely dominate him. Of course, esteemed first mate. As she spoke, Robin approached Chen Yu. Upon seeing this, Yu took a large step back, snapping his fingers, causing Robin to frown slightly as a red dragon seal appeared on her forehead, flickering before disappearing beneath her skin. Once this matter is resolved, I will remove it. Otherwise, no matter where you flee, I will find you. Yu's gaze was sharp, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Robin trembled, overwhelmed with fear, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Yu. This heartless man, I had no intention of running. Sensing Robin's fear, Yu's demeanor softened, guilt flooding his heart as he spoke gently. Once the matter is resolved, come to Alabasta, and I will help you remove it. I will keep my word. With that, Yu averted his gaze from Robin, taking Crocodile with him, vanishing in a flash of flames into the sky. Even after Yu's departure, Robin's fear lingered, her delicate hand pressed to her forehead, her fists clenched tightly, the unease within her refusing to dissipate. Mr. 2, what is your relationship with the Straw Hat crew? Robin quickly composed herself and inquired. Xiao Feng, feeling somewhat intimidated by Robin, cautiously replied, I am a dear friend of the Straw Hat crew. And what about Yu? Of course, he is also a dear friend. I willingly assist my friends. With that, Xiao Feng gave a thumbs up, moved by her own words. After acquiring the desired information, Robin immediately took Xiao Feng into the office, diligently conveying instructions. Captain, we are about to reach Irbana. Please provide your orders. A lookout from the Iron Beast pirate crew hurried toward Lei, his eyes brimming with excitement as he shouted. Thank you for your hard work. Lei patted the lookout's shoulder and, surveying the surroundings, exclaimed, Brothers, everyone, stay alert. Once we capture the king of the underworld, this world will be ours. The crew of pirates erupted in joyous cheers, collectively shouting, Oh, Chopper, let us spar once more before the battle, Usopp said, his expression serious as he regarded Chopper with concern. With the impending conflict, he needed to ascertain Chopper's strength. Upon hearing this, Chopper nodded without hesitation, transforming into his human form in the open space. His fists clenched tightly, a barely perceptible layer of Busashoku haki enveloping his hands, bracing himself for the challenge. Usopp, not to be overconfident, donned his goggles. His slingshot glimmered with metallic sheen as he retrieved a lead bullet from his backpack, its metallic luster even more pronounced. After exchanging glances, Usopp quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Chopper. Yet his hands moved with fluidity, launching armed lead bullets toward Chopper. 3 bullets formed a triangular formation, blocking Chopper's movement. Being Usopp's pupil, Chopper reacted swiftly, dodging with finesse. Without a moment's thought, he transformed into his mini-form, rolling forward to evade Usopp's assault, then swiftly transitioned into his reindeer form, charging toward Usopp. The distance created beforehand was merely Usopp's battle instinct. At this moment, he did not retreat. Instead, he retracted his slingshot, his fists emanating a metallic glow, drawing them to his chest. With his left foot stepping forward, his waist coiled tight, his right chest fully expanded, and his right arm charged, his eyes radiated fierce determination. Chopper leaped before Usopp, springing into the air, transforming back into his human form, while executing 2 spins in midair. Timing his strike perfectly, he unleashed a powerful punch, aiming for Usopp with a fist the size of a sandbag. Well done, Usopp praised, then summoned all his strength to deliver a punch in response to Chopper's fierce assault. The 2 fists collided, causing Usopp's feet to sink 3 inches into the ground. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Chopper maximized his size advantage, but his lack of training time was a significant flaw. In terms of strength, they were relatively equal. Yet Chopper fell short in hockey. Usopp's iron fist, utilizing the ground for additional force, delivered a blow that sent Chopper flying. In that split second, Chopper felt as if his Busashoku haki was as fragile as paper, instantly shredded by the overwhelming force that propelled him, causing immense pain to his fist. The onlookers witnessed Chopper's prowess and smiled with reassurance. Chopper, are you all right? Usopp rushed to Chopper, helping him up. I'm fine, but my fist really hurts. Chopper exclaimed, raising his hand to reveal a deep red imprint, shaking his hand in complaint. This is the power of Busashoku. For hockey, Yu has risked everything, Usopp reminded Chopper. Now serious. Hearing this, Chopper no longer felt the pain. He was unaware of the immense price paid for the hockey he was learning. But he understood that mastering it quickly was paramount. With a resolute gaze, he declared, Rest assured, Usopp, I will not let everyone down. Yu had never overtly emphasized the sacrifices he made for the crew, yet those in the know could not forget. Each day of hockey training was attended by everyone without exception. He Chopper, I am now quite confident in your participation in battle. We won't have to deal with the strongest. Just remember, if you encounter those you cannot defeat, make sure to run. Understood? Usopp imparted his final piece of advice before the battle, lamenting the lack of time, wishing he could also teach Chopper Kinbunchaku. The spectators' smiles shone brighter as they welcomed yet another reliable combatant into their ranks. The ground trembled with the sound of heavy footsteps, felt even in the palace. Zoro and Sanji opened their eyes simultaneously and spoke. A massive iron crocodile is climbing the stairs to enter Ayarbana. Upon saying this, Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Vivi and the king emerged from the palace, their faces taut with concern. Luffy also abandoned his nonchalant demeanor, although he found the iron crocodile impressive. There was an aura emanating from it that was utterly terrifying. The three main fighters exchanged glances, immediately adopting battle stances as they surged toward the iron crocodile. Shinyu may not be here, but we must stand firm. Chopper and Usopp followed closely, their eyes filled with determination. Joseph, Johnny, and Nami stayed behind to protect the king, a plan set in motion by Chunyu before his departure. Chopper, you are heading to the front line. Be cautious. Choose your battles wisely. Usopp instructed, turning to scale a tall building, swiftly climbing to the rooftop, where he immediately scanned the battlefield with binoculars. At that moment, Usopp recalled Chunyu's words. Usopp, as a sniper, once battle begins, your primary task is to eliminate the enemy sniper as swiftly as possible. This phrase would remain etched in his memory for life. Upon their arrival at the battlefield, Luffy and the others immediately spread out, positioning themselves at the stairway's entrance. Demon Wind Foot, fried mixed platter. As soon as he spoke, a powerful gust surged from Sanji. Transforming into a shadow, he shot forth. A ghostly figure adorned with a crimson hue, appearing at the iron crocodile's belly, his hands bracing against the ground as his legs unleashed a series of rapid high kicks, sending the colossal iron crocodile soaring into the sky. Luffy followed closely behind, propelling himself forward, his hands momentarily pausing in midair. Gomu Gomu no Aramdrokit. Boom! Luffy's palm struck the iron crocodile's chest midair, producing a deafening clang. The iron crocodile plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the desert outside Ayarbana, its belly riddled with dents. A deep palm imprint on its chest. Zoro was already prepared, his bandana tied, gripping his sword, and as he ran, he murmured, one sword style, lion's song. He leaped into the air, slicing through the iron crocodile, landing gracefully, bending his knees, and sheathing his sword in one fluid motion. The iron crocodile was cleaved in two, both halves crashing to the ground. Whoa! Usopp gasped in astonishment at their extraordinary feats, his eyes bulging. The over 10-meter-long iron crocodile was thus dismembered. After a few heavy slaps to his own cheeks, Usopp began his own task. As the iron crocodile split open, several individuals emerged. While they were somewhat taken aback by the trio's strength, they largely dismissed it. Tra-la-la-la-la. A raucous laughter erupted as a burly man with a buzz cut stepped out from the crocodile's belly, looking at Luffy and the others with admiration. Kid, your strength is impressive. You are the Straw Hat Crew, correct? Disband and join us. I shall dominate the world. Those like Whitebeard will surely be eliminated by the tides of time. Lute emerged from behind Lei, his expression brimming with approval as he earnestly urged. Seize this moment before Lei makes his move, quickly acquiesce. Lei is a formidable powerhouse of the new world. Hurry and comply. This way, I will no longer be the novice aboard the ship, and I can relish the thrill of intimidating newcomers. Aha! Lute reveled in his secret delight. However, after a few moments of anticipation, he noted that the trio remained unmoved, and irritation flickered within him. Our captain, Lei, is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 900 million berry. Your strongest member barely reaches 90 million berry. Do not be so foolish as to refuse this invitation. It is a testament to Lei Yin's admiration for you. Otherwise, how could you have survived this long? We have obliterated countless rookie pirate crews like yours. As Lute prepared to continue persuading, Lei raised a hand to halt him, his gruff voice resounding once more, persuasion is futile. Their gaze is anything but ordinary. We shall take them down first and then offer them a chance. If they fail to value it, humph, a hint of derision crossed Lei Yin's face, and he fell silent. Zoro turned to Luffy, his brow furrowed in concern as he inquired, Can you withstand Lei? I can handle it. You all resolve your opponents quickly. With that, Luffy enveloped his fists in haki. The cold, metallic sheen emanating from Luffy's fists elicited a look of surprise from Lane, who in turn also activated his haki. From behind Lane, another bald, muscular boxer emerged, appearing to be in his 40s. He raised his arms, the muscles rippling like serpents as he began to strike his fists together, his sharp gaze fixated on Sanji. Zoro naturally squared off against Liu Te, and the two sides were poised for confrontation. In Zoro's eyes, Liu Te's aura felt remarkably weak. He was merely a stepping stone to be eliminated. Yet, Liu Te held a different perspective. In his view, before him stood a mere 20-year-old brash youth, hardly worthy of his attention. After all, age was on his side. Although he had recently learned haki while navigating the Grand Line, this sense of superiority blinded him to Zoro's true potential, despite a nagging feeling that Zoro's presence was peculiar. Upon Chopper's arrival, he noticed that the three had already chosen their opponents, prompting him to bypass their battlefield and engage with the descending Karami. "Where is it?" "Found it." As he spoke, Usopp's green slingshot instantly transformed into a jet-black weapon, radiating a chilling metallic gleam, starkly contrasting with its previous form during his battle with Chopper. Special move. Lead Star Barrage. 3 lead bullets shot forth, forming a triangular formation, aimed at the middle-aged man with a gun who had just stepped onto the scene. The gunman sensed an impending crisis, gathering strength in his legs before leaping into the air. He transformed into a hawk with a wingspan of 3 meters, soaring gracefully to evade Usopp's surprise attack. Although Usopp was astonished by the man's sudden flight, his expression remained remarkably composed. He had encountered larger birds before. As he watched the gray hawk glide toward him, Usopp swiftly vaulted over the railing and leapt down, landing heavily before retreating into an alley. The residents of Alabasta had long since evacuated, leaving the vast city deserted save for the palace. Upon spotting Usopp, the Hawkman, Sanyu, smirked, clutching his gun tightly in his talons. In those keen eyes, Usopp's movements appeared anything but swift. Usopp, running, sensed the looming threat, yet maintained a facade of calm, suddenly veering right and diving into a room to dodge Sanyu's gunfire. This marked Usopp's inaugural encounter with a sniper, igniting a fervor within him. His gaze hardened with determination. He could not afford to lag behind. The future's premier sniper was ready to take the stage. With that, Usopp burst through a window from the opposite side, pulling back the slingshot and firing into the sky. Simultaneously, he lifted his legs slightly to shield himself from the incoming bullets. Sanyu, too, spread his wings, deflecting the incoming lead bullets. Feeling the force of the bullets, Sanyu's brow furrowed. Though his wings bore no wounds, he sensed a piercing pain. This was no ordinary firearm's power. Just as Sanyu found himself momentarily distracted, Usopp unleashed another 3 lead shots, one aimed at his forehead, one at his chest, and the final one directed maliciously toward his groin. "You wretched little brat!" Sanyu, alerted to the imminent danger, focused intently. Alas, in a clash between powerful adversaries, every moment could prove fatal. He hastily turned his head, activating his haki to shield his chest and groin, bracing himself against Usopp's 2 shots, with both wings employed to block the bullets. Sanyu's body lost its balance and plummeted rapidly. Usopp seized the opportunity, retrieving several distinctive projectiles from his satchel. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, accurately following Sanyu's descent. Exhausted from defending against the relentless barrage, Sanyu found his wings unable to extend, crashing through a building with a resounding thud, falling silent. The 3 shots of Firebird Star had drained a significant amount of haki from Sanyu, whose Bird Fruit Hawk form yielded only average defensive capabilities. Apart from his beak and talons, his wings possessed the highest defense, while other areas were as vulnerable as flesh. Observing Sanyu's descent into silence, Usopp heightened his vigilance, swiftly distancing himself from the impact zone and escaping Sanyu's observation range. Usopp had discovered his optimal combat strategy. Their observation ranges were comparable, yet Usopp had honed his skills through deliberate training, enabling him to manipulate the shape of his observation range from circular to rectangular, effectively restricting Sanyu's field of vision. Aware that Usopp had exited his observation range, Sanyu ceased hiding but abandoned the notion of flying high. Usopp's preemptive strikes had instilled fear in Sanyu. Flying low would render him a target, while ascending would hinder his ability to locate Usopp. Moreover, Usopp's slingshot had become more potent than any firearm, having been meticulously modified and enhanced with haki, far surpassing standard weaponry. Sanyu, seeking a one-for-one exchange, would find Usopp more than willing. "You wretched little brat!" Where are you hiding? San Yu incessantly pursued the direction Usopp had taken, yet he remained oblivious to his presence. Impossible. How could that brat possess such strength at his age? It cannot be. Shouldn't I be the one overpowering him? I am a seasoned veteran. I have trained far longer than he has. As San Yu searched frantically for Usopp, frustration consumed him. Hey! In the distance, Usopp, who persistently obstructed San Yu's line of sight, smirked with confidence, casually swiping his thumb across his nose. You're right now to find me. How could the future's premier sniper be so easily located? After murmuring to himself, Usopp produced 3 lead bullets, closing his eyes and concentrating intently as he infused them with haki. After a few moments, he gazed at the 3 lead bullets in his hand, exhilaration coursing through him. The bullets remained unchanged, yet the haki surrounding them took on an olive shape, bulging at one end. This was his current limit, incapable of achieving a blade-like sharpness, but sufficient for vanquishing foes. Special move. Enhanced lead star. As the words left his lips, the 3 lead bullets hurtled towards San Yu, spinning at an unprecedented velocity. Observing the rapidly approaching projectiles, Usopp leaped into the air, exuberantly swinging his fist, exclaiming, "Liquid S." San Yu felt the familiar warning signal emanating from the front. No stranger to such occurrences, he merely braced himself for the pain, confident that it would not breach his defenses. With his wings crossed in front of him, he activated his haki, quickening his pace toward the warning source. You little brat, why get my hands on you? You'll wish you hadn't. San Yu remained resolute, his tone chilling. Thud, bang, pow. The 3 lead bullets struck San Yu's wing shield, producing a symphony of sounds. A projectile pierced through the skin of San Yu, wedged between the 2 bones of his wings. Another struck the bone and ricocheted, while a third penetrated the feathers, piercing his abdomen. San Yu suddenly howled in agony. He lowered his gaze to discover a spiral-shaped hole in his abdomen, his pupils dilating in horror, his expression contorted with disbelief. His own haki could not withstand the bullets of that little brat. What kind of weapon is this? San Yu was driven to the brink of madness, yet reason remained. Receiving another warning, he gritted his teeth against the pain and lunged to the side. Changing direction on the ground was far easier than in the air. Hiding in a corner, San Yu's heart was still filled with unease. If this continued, he would surely perish. He must retreat. Lane. Yes, find Lane. He must have already concluded his battle. With this thought, San Yu endured the pain and anxiety, spreading his wings to transform into a sparrow hawk, poised to ascend into the sky. In the distance, Usopp, who had been watching San Yu intently, quickly assessed the direction he was about to fly and, drawing back his slingshot, calibrated before suddenly releasing it. As the lead bullet shot forth at high speed, a fierce glint crossed Usopp's eyes, and he promptly turned away. The battle was over. Just before Usopp launched his shot, San Yu propelled himself upward, his legs exerting tremendous force, enveloped in haki, only to feel an intense warning from his Kinbunchika haki as he finished his leap. Panic surged within him. Alas, this was akin to an arrow released from its bow. There was no turning back. As San Yu's head emerged from the rooftop, it suddenly erupted, red and white matter bursting forth. Indeed, heeding Chun Yu's advice to eat well, Usopp turned towards the battlefield of Alabasta, filled with emotion. If not for Chun Yu guiding me in the right direction, today might have been a fierce battle. Come at me, kid. Lane's hands rubbed together, brimming with impatience. Luffy had always been reckless. He preferred action over thought. So you're called Lane, are you? Luffy was furious. All he needed to do was defeat Crocodile to save Vivi's country, yet this rascal insisted on meddling. Why do you attack this nation? Luffy cracked his knuckles, puzzled. La 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 la. Why? Indeed, a newcomer. Asking why? Brothers, is it not laughable? Lane did not rush to respond to Luffy, instead spreading his arms and calling out to his subordinates. Ha ha, you little brat. Go play house. The Grand Line is not for you. Exactly. Asking such questions. You make me laugh. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my 2,000 credit line? Seeing the pirates mock him, Luffy was infuriated, shouting back, what is so funny about this? Lane had not seen such naive individuals in ages and explained with interest. Kid, this is the Grand Line, a world of the strong. Here, mercy and kindness do not prevail. Instead, it is the law of the jungle. The weak are devoured by the strong. If this country is weaker than I will attack it. It's that simple. Lane laughed heartily once more, looking at Luffy with disdain. Upon hearing Lane's answer, Luffy's expression turned grim. Sanji and Zoro wore equally displeased expressions. Chopper gazed at the mocking pirates in disbelief, his anger intensifying. Very well. I understand now. Let the battle commence. Luffy suddenly felt that Chunyu had been right all along. These people intended to attack Vivi's country for such reasons. They were courting death. And this did not sit well with him. Kid, if you had done so earlier, we would be done. Come. Let me see your medal. With that, Lane made no move, his eyes wild with anticipation, waiting for Luffy to strike. Rubber, armed pistol. Luffy stomped down hard on the ground, extending his right arm backward, charging towards Lane, his expression icy. Come on. Lane gathered strength in his right hand, twisting his waist and delivering a punch in response to Luffy. Bam! The two fists, one large and one small, collided, holding their ground. The friction creating shockwaves that flattened the surrounding desert. After exchanging glances, the two retracted their fists. The gravity of the situation deepened in Luffy's eyes. His full power combined with the elasticity of rubber barely matched Lane's strength. Lane's brows furrowed. He was astonished by Luffy's haki. How could a newcomer possess such a level of haki? Impossible. They must have someone guiding them. I only began training with haki 2 years ago. How can this kid have haki that rivals my own? It seems this group is not so easily dealt with. Kid, you have some skill. Your haki must have been taught by a master, right? Lane feigned indifference and asked. Luffy assumed Lane was referring to Chunyu and nodded without hesitation. Indeed, those old-timers deserved to perish. Lane's face twisted with madness, reaffirming his thoughts. With age comes the certainty that newcomers will be bullied by the older generation. Luffy did not grasp the meaning behind Lane's words, but Sanji understood, lighting a cigarette and slowly stating, a pack of beaten dogs, blaming others for their defeats. How pathetic. Zoro also wore a look of disdain. He aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman. He intended to defeat anyone wielding a sword. Sanji's words ignited the Iron Beast pirates, and Lane erupted in anger. You little brats. I've changed my mind. I will make you suffer. With that, Lane shouted, and the fallen iron crocodile sprang to life. Rushing towards him, Luffy's gaze was fixed on Lane, his expression solemn but unafraid. I am a user of the Tekai fruit, not comparable to your worthless abilities. With that, Lane clenched his right fist, half of the iron crocodile seemingly melting, attaching itself to Lane, transforming into a gigantic iron ape, which he controlled from within. Iron Ape Fist. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron ape raised its right fist, its knuckles sharpening to a point, striking towards Luffy. Rubber, armed machine gun. Luffy stomped down with both legs, his arms flailing wildly, fists raining down upon the iron ape. In Luffy's eyes, one punch was insufficient. Therefore, he unleashed another. The clash between them was thunderous, stirring up clouds of dust, the incessant sound of metal clashing resonating throughout Alabasta. Meanwhile, Sanji lit a cigarette, glancing at the fierce battle between Luffy and Lane, then at the restless Naba, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Is this all you have? Naba, known for his explosive temper, erupted upon sensing the contempt from a younger generation. His fist spun furiously, igniting with flames from the friction with the air, his muscles rippling as his face flushed with rage, growling, Kid, I will show you what it means to be a senior. Naba's face twisted with fury, his eyes filled with malice. Countless newcomers have fallen to my fiery fist technique. You will be no exception. Cooking? So you're a chef as well? Sanji replied with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. In Sanji's view, a chef's hands were meant for cooking, not for fighting. Enough. There is no point in further discussion. Since you refuse to show respect, let your group be buried in this desert. With that, Naba enveloped his burning fists and feet in a thick layer of haki, spreading them wide as he spun like a top, transforming into a fiery whirlwind aimed at Sanji. Fiery fist, deathly whirlwind. As the fiery cyclone rushed towards him, Sanji remained unfazed, stepping forward to meet it. He placed his hands on the ground and swept his silver-shining long legs towards the cyclone's vulnerable base. King, the fiery whirlwind remained steadfast, defying Sanji's expectations and rebuffing his feet with unwavering resolve. Kid, I consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. This technique is insurmountable unless you possess the strength to crush me. The question is, do you? Sanji executed a backflip to distance himself from Naba, lighting another cigarette. Murmuring to himself, this is quite puzzling. What he says is not without merit. After all, age is on his side, and his domineering presence rivals my own. Perhaps I should let him have a moment? After all, he cannot catch me. At this thought, Sanji's mind was suddenly invaded by Zoro's sinister visage taunting him. Soft-footed shrimp. Coward. If you can't handle it, come seek my assistance. This was utterly unacceptable. I would rather perish. Sanji erupted with fervor, his eyes igniting with fierce flames. His golden hair billowing as he launched himself toward Naba. Demon Wind Foot Double. Sanji appeared before Naba, supporting himself on his hands, executing a handstand. His hands imbued with haki, while his legs spun rapidly. His feet blazed red-hot, ceaselessly rotating as he charged into Naba's fiery cyclone. We're both gyroscopes. Who fears whom? Naba's flames were but a mere warming charm compared to Chinyu's, posing no threat whatsoever. The two whirlwinds collided with a resounding clash. Sparks flying as the dust from the ground swirled, gradually forming two dust storms. The metallic clang of combat echoed amidst the opposing sandstorms. Zoro observed the two whirlwinds. Lost in contemplation, a whirlwind, is it? Not bad. Coming to his senses, Zoro ceased his hesitation, donned a bandana, and drew his three swords. The glimmer of cold steel igniting in his eyes as he approached Leota step by step. Watching them fight made my hands itch. I hope you can provide me with an exhilarating battle as well. Zoro's voice was low, laced with anticipation. Leota, akin to a newborn calf, performed specific gestures in his green training attire that shielded him from the desert's scorching winds. He executed a backflip and shouted, I attack. Leota understood the importance of striking first. He crouched and lunged forward, reaching Zoro's side. Planting his left foot as a pivot, he spun and delivered a sidekick. His foot enveloped in a thin layer of haki, aimed directly at Zoro's chest. Zoro raised Kitetsu, blade poised towards Leota, bracing for impact. To him, Leota's aura seemed feeble. Yet anyone daring to strike at him must possess some form of confidence. As Leota's foot approached Kitetsu, ready to collide, he immediately withdrew, retreating with a drastically altered expression. Zoro glanced at Leota, then down at his own body, puzzled. Is he a devil fruit user? What is his ability? With that, Zoro raised Kitetsu again, failing to discern any anomaly, murmuring, Kitetsu isn't harmed. Either. How vexing these ability users are. To be prudent, Zoro took several steps back, creating distance from Leota. Upon noticing Zoro's movement, Leota quickly altered his stance, adopting a defensive posture, his expression grave, inwardly lamenting. The straw hat wearer and the curly-haired one are both terrifyingly strong. How is this green-haired one also like that? What is the nature of this group? I'm already 26. Just now learning haki? They all seem to be in their early 20s. Who on earth are they? Leota glanced at Zoro's three black swords, feeling increasingly intimidated. This is not inferior to Brother Changba, is it? E.M. doomed. Zoro pondered further, bewildered by the prolonged recovery after an ability. It was incomprehensible. After a moment's thought, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, Kid, what exactly is your ability? Hurry and show me your techniques. Huh? What ability? Leota was taken aback by Zoro's question. He had just realized that if his kick struck that sword, his foot would be severed. Hence he had hastily retracted and distanced himself. I haven't used any techniques, he replied. Hearing this, Zoro felt an ominous premonition, his voice quivering slightly as he nervously asked, You aren't a devil fruit user, are you? Leota's mind was a muddled mess. He feared Zoro would cleave him in two and weakly responded, I should be. Upon hearing Leota's answer, Zoro nearly dropped his sword, his arms trembling as he spoke in a grave tone. So, you have unleashed your full strength, including haki? I wouldn't dare hold back, Leota replied honestly, oblivious to Zoro's reasoning behind the question. Fully grasping Leota's words, Zoro trembled violently, his eyes narrowing into a furious triangle. His face flushed, his green hair standing on end. This was the second time Zoro had exhibited such rage. The last was when he struck a bug with Kitetsu, resulting in the bug's untimely demise. Sensing Zoro's chilling murderous intent, Leota's legs quaked uncontrollably, utterly baffled by Zoro's sudden anger. You. Zoro's voice echoed like a summons from the underworld, cold and frenzied, his overwhelming bloodlust fixated on Leota as he approached with rigid steps, his eyes glowing red. Don't come any closer, please. Leota faltered and collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, desperately clutching sand and tossing handfuls at Zoro. Stay away. Stay away. You stay away. Zoro advanced toward Leota, sheathing Kitetsu in Snow Walk, his right hand gripping Kitetsu at his side, while images of that curly-haired scoundrel flashed in his mind. Oh, our future world's greatest swordsman, super brave. engaging in a stalemate with a novice. Oh, is it not the green algae head? What's the matter? Afraid to strike back against a weakling? Zoro, you wouldn't be unable to defend against that novice's attack, would you? No, this cannot be allowed to happen. The thought of Sanji possibly mocking him in such a manner sent Zoro into a frenzy. Enraged, Zoro pressed the blade against Leota's neck, the dark blade glinting with a metallic sheen. How dare you, a mere novice, attempt to strike me? Spare me, spare me, Leota pleaded. I had no idea you were this strong. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to confront you. Zoro, suppressing his fury, pressed for an explanation. Did you not see how strong the curly-haired one and the straw hat wearer are? I did, Leota replied. Even after witnessing that, you still dared to attack me. Did you think I was inferior to that curly-haired one? Or did you believe yourself superior? As Zoro's anger reached a boiling point, he swung Kitetsu, delivering a backhanded strike to Leota's head. Leota shielded his head from the resulting impact, his face a mask of grievance as he trembled. Hero, please, calm your fury. I merely stepped forward to advise you. I never anticipated it would lead to a fight. When I saw your gaze filled with battle intent, I thought we were evenly matched and didn't think much of it. Moreover, seeing you younger than me, I considered you a worthy opponent, never imagining you would be so strong. Leota's words poured forth like a torrent, his voice raised in a desperate plea, fearing Zoro would silence him with a swift strike. Of course, Leota dared not reveal the truth. After all, he had initially perceived Zoro as just a young boy, surely not formidable. Are you implying that this is my fault? Zoro scoffed. He could accept Leota's reasoning, but was torn between whether to eliminate him or let Chopper practice. After all, this fellow's level was comparable to Chopper's, making him a prime training dummy. To eliminate him would be a waste of such a fine training target. Yet the thought of Sanji's contorted visage lingered in his mind. Hero, I meant no offense. Absolutely none. I swear on my life. Zoro cast Leota a peculiar glance, incredulous at the audacity of such a claim. Ignoring Leota further, Zoro discreetly glanced at Sanji, noticing he was engrossed in battle, oblivious to their confrontation, allowing Zoro to breathe a sigh of relief as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. After a moment of contemplation, Salong blinked his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Leota with a look of utter confusion. Hey, who are you, kid? The valiant warrior, Salong interjected. Your strength is somewhat lacking. I believe you are unworthy to be my opponent, don't you think? Huh? Salong furrowed his brows, impatience evident in his tone, for he had never encountered someone so utterly foolish. How could he not comprehend simple words? Realizing Salong's irritation, Leota shuddered in fright, hastily covering his mouth, afraid to provoke Salong further. He truly did not grasp Salong's intentions. After a moment's thought, he uncertainly inquired, Am I truly unworthy, brave warrior? Salong was genuinely tempted to dispose of this imbecile. The level of his ignorance was astounding. He quickly inhaled deeply to suppress his murderous intent, then responded with a cold smile, Do you think you are worthy? I am unworthy. I am unworthy. Please treat me as a mere fart and let me go. Leota promptly knelt, raising his rear in a desperate plea for mercy. Salong exhaled a long, calming breath, muttering to himself, Chopper, you must remember, today I am making a tremendous sacrifice for you. After this moment of reflection, he seized Leota and hurled him towards Chopper's direction, exclaiming, Chopper, your opponent. After completing this task, Salong felt distressed over the lack of worthy adversaries. He appeared somewhat disheartened, contemplating assisting Luffy. As he turned, he discovered that where the iron crocodile had fallen, there stood a small iron house. Intrigued, Salong expanded his observation, and his eyes brightened. There was a presence of considerable strength within. He approached the iron house, drawing his sword Geesh, his gaze sharp as a blade, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly eager for a challenge. Is anyone inside? Leota, are you there? Hey, just anyone will do. Please bring me some paper. I'm nearly done in here. Hearing such nonsensical words, Salong's eye twitched as he muttered to himself. How can someone be so bizarre? Just as he was about to leave this peculiar place, he heard the man inside call out again. Friends outside, do not leave. Please bring me some paper. I am on the verge of a disaster. Salong could no longer tolerate this individual, cursing as he sheathed Geesh with a look of disdain directed at the person inside. Shut up. I will find you some. The area surrounding the iron house was cluttered with debris, and the sound of thunder could only manipulate the iron, leaving everything else scattered across the ground. After rummaging through the nearby clutter, he finally found a roll of tissue in a cabinet, holding it between two fingers. He approached the iron house, his expression contorted with distaste as he shouted, "Hey in there. Sit tight and don't move. I'm bringing you some paper." "Oh, thank you, my friend. I shall open the door for you to hand it over. But as a cultured individual, I must insist on no peeking." Upon hearing this, Salong's temper flared, and he cursed incessantly, Do not open the door. If you dare, I will chop you down. Stay still." With that, Salong drew Guiche and sliced the roof off the iron house, deftly tossing the roll of paper inside. The man caught the tissue and was about to wipe himself when he suddenly raised his right hand and slapped himself across the face, murmuring, "I'm a cultured person. Bah, as a cultured individual, I should be grateful." He then called out loudly to Salong, "Thank you, my friend. We shall have a conversation once I emerge." "Who cares about that?" Salong retorted, stepping away with a haughty demeanor, his right hand brushing against the blade of TheDual, E1, as he distanced himself from the iron house. This was indeed a most peculiar exchange. Clang, creak. The jarring sound of an iron door opening reached Salong's ears. Reluctantly, he turned to see who had emerged. A towering figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall with slicked back hair, donned in a suit and Chelsea boots, appeared before him. His features were sharp and well-defined, and, at that moment, he was elegantly adjusting his hairstyle while displaying a gracious smile, revealing a mouth of gleaming gold teeth. In that instant, Salong imagined a scene of someone brewing coffee over a large stove, pouring it into an iron basin, casually sprinkling green onions on top, and then driving off in a carbon fiber tractor, all while speaking in a pretentious manner. "Dear friend, please halt." The man, Chioba, smoothed his hair and stepped into the iron house to retrieve a long silver gun, waving it toward Salong. "Do not come any closer." Salong's face contorted in distaste. He was mildly disturbed by this individual and immediately drew 3 knives, his body tense, ready to strike at the slightest forward movement from Chioba. Seeing this, Chioba hastily remained still, tucking the long gun beneath his arm and raising his hands in a gesture of understanding. "My friend, I comprehend your feelings." Chioba hesitated, then continued, "My friend, I shall forever remember your kindness in bringing me the paper. Furthermore, please do not worry. I have no reason to attack you at this moment. Although I am formidable, renowned, and well-versed, I do not strike without cause. You need not regard me as a fearsome beast. We are, cultured individuals." Salong was nearly driven to madness by this man, gripping Guiche tightly, aiming it at Chioba, and exclaiming in frustration, One moment you're a friend, the next, a cultured individual. How tiresome. I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you." At this moment, Salong's mind flashed to Lu Fei, Sanji, and Xinyu, plunging him back into silence. He quickly changed his tone. "I have seen many shameless individuals like you. Thank you for the compliment, my friend. It appears you also have friends like me. Do introduce them to me when the opportunity arises." Chioba's face lit up with satisfaction at Salong's remarks, for his friends often praised him in a similar manner. "Who cares about you? When did I ever praise you?" Salong, infuriated, aimed Suizu at Chioba, his chest heaving, on the verge of exploding. "Please, my friend, be silent. I tell you, we are enemies." Salong interrupted Chioba, retorting, "You are from the Steel Beast pirate crew, aren't you?" At this, Chioba fell silent, his previously elegant demeanor now somewhat dimmed. Salong, witnessing this transformation, felt his blood pressure rise once more. Was there any difference from constipation? Asking a question, yet receiving no answer, he appeared to be sulking. What was he trying to achieve? Salong glared at Chioba, his eyes flickering with fury, ready to explode. Chioba raised his gaze to meet Salong's, offering a polite but slightly insincere smile as he spoke. "My friend, I observe that your strength is formidable, at least on par with my own. Would it not be delightful for us to converse like this?" Ahem. Chioba cleared his throat, as if to dismiss his previous words, and continued, "Would it not be splendid for us to converse like this? I far prefer to spar with skilled opponents." Salong had no interest in conversing with this brutish giant who towered over him. His eyes brimmed with combativeness. Upon hearing this, Chioba glanced at Salong, his expression complicated. "Was I once like this? Are you going to fight or not? Give me a straight answer." Salong's head felt as if it would explode, black lines forming on his forehead. "My friend, would you sit and listen to my tale?" "Absolutely not." Salong firmly rejected, turning away, sheathing his 3 knives, and departing. He realized that this individual bore no fighting spirit, wasting his time. It would be better to go after that lecherous Kappa's head. With this thought, Salong found himself less enraged, striding away with a swagger towards the battlefield. "Why pursue me? Originally, I had no intention of participating in this battle, and had even prepared an excuse. Why must you seek me out? Originally, I intended to engage in a leisurely conversation with you until the conclusion of this battle. Even if we were to emerge as equals, both wounded, why do you insist on departing? As soon as the words left my lips, Xiao Ba abruptly rose, exuding en overwhelming aura. His right foot hooked the silver spear, both hands grasping the shaft, alternately swinging it, the silver spear spinning rapidly above his head, resembling an icy moon, sharp and forbidding. Hey, it would have been better had you done this sooner. Zoro's lips curled into a smirk, transforming his earlier indignation into a fierce battle spirit, akin to a ferocious beast turning back, eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixating intently on the revitalized Xiao Ba. A formidable opponent I have long awaited, Zoro remarked, securing his headband, his 3 swords now at the ready. Xiao Ba enveloped his hands in haki, the spinning silver spear transforming into a deep black, emanating a chilling gleam. Ya! Xiao Ba shouted, accelerating his hands once more. The icy moon above morphing into a dark moon, arcs of electricity dancing along the edges, the rotation speed increasing, the spearhead crackling with thunderous sounds. From a Steel Beast Pirates, I am the combatant, Thunder Spear Xiao Ba. I humbly seek your guidance. Xiao Ba's eyes lost their clarity, his expression grave, imbued with a fervent fighting spirit. Zoro was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Ba's sudden transformation, mimicking him with flair. From the Straw Hat Pirates, I am the combatant, Ruranoa Zoro. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. Sanji's Demon Wind and Naba's Death Spiral ultimately determined a victor. Naba staggered back 2 steps. Astonishment etched on his face, his gaze fixed on Sanji, utterly flabbergasted, pondering. This blonde brat actually withstood my death spiral head-on. Sanji retreated 3 steps, his expression solemn. Hastily lighting a new cigarette. Slightly outmatched, Sanji felt a surge of displeasure. Don't get too cocky. I'm about to get serious. They both declared in unison, warning one another. Who the hell is being cocky? Don't mimic my words. You're courting death. With that, both bent their legs, unleashing their power, charging towards each other. Sanji, hands in pockets, executed a Superman flying kick aimed directly at Naba. Naba, unable to place his legs in his pockets, launched a Superman punch straight at Sanji. Have the guts not to dodge. Bang! Their fists and feet collided mid-air, Sanji and Naba's confrontation generating waves of heat. The clash of fiery fists against demonic wind kicks representing a struggle of beliefs. The terrifying heat waves flattened the surrounding dunes. You little brat, your kicks are feeble. They don't inflict any damage. You skinny cur, your punches barely scratch me. Naba's arms were robust, yet his legs were remarkably slender, resembling a delicate dog. Arrogant. The inability to distinguish a victor resulted in both Sanji and Naba retreating simultaneously, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction, neither willing to yield to the other. Naba found it hard to accept that he was evenly matched against a lad in his early 20s. A madness flickered in his eyes as he straightened his legs to halt his retreat. Sanji's leg strength surpassed his own, not only halting his movement, but also allowing him to step forward, once again launching an assault towards Naba, his 2 demonic wind kicks stirring the air, momentarily overpowering Naba. Fried mixed platter. Serve it up. Sanji's legs dug into the sand, propelling him with force, the ground erupting beneath him as he soared almost level with the earth. Approaching Naba, Sanji pivoted, aiming both feet at him, unleashing a flurry of kicks akin to a sewing machine, raining down upon him. Don't get too cocky, little brat. Heavenly Fire, Meteor Fist. Naba's fists flew out continuously, his fiery punches meeting Sanji's demonic wind kicks. The rapid exchanges of strikes resulted in an unending series of explosive sounds. The powerful clashes accompanied by intense heat causing the air to shatter. The bout ended in a stalemate. Sanji breathed heavily and scathed, yet he noticed Naba's fists trembling beneath his gloves. The internal duels within the Straw Hat crew had significantly enhanced Sanji's bone density and skin resilience. Moreover, with his lineage factor partially activated, he was not impervious to harm, but this exchange posed no burden on his body. Not only did Naba notice his shaking hands, but Sanji also keenly perceived it, a smirk gracing his lips as he taunted, "You truly are an old-timer. If you break down, I won't be responsible for your meals." Naba, incensed by Sanji's mockery, erupted in fury, his face flushing red, blood vessels visible in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he charged at Sanji, Death Spiral. Naba's thinking was simple. He could not gain an advantage through exchanges. However, his Death Spiral, surely surpassed Sanji's demonic wind kicks. Anger, paired with strategy, exemplified his experience. As Naba attempted the same maneuver, Sanji leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff towards Naba, confidently stating, "I won't fall for the same trick twice. Old man, I hope you can still afford meals after this." With that, Sanji bent his knees, exerting all his strength, launching himself upward. What a ridiculous little brat. You might escape on the first try, but not the 15th. Let us see how long you can stay airborne. Naba taunted. For while his death spiral was not characterized by speed, it was his only recourse to overpower Sanji. As Sanji soared to the highest point, preparing for descent, he forcefully stomped down, creating a sonic boom, elevating himself further until he approached the clouds. The only weakness in that guy's technique was his head. However, no matter the angle from which one attacked, he could always adjust to guard with his fists. But how would he fare from above? A tornado could only tilt at a 90-degree angle. After all, Sanji's eyes gleamed with determination as he spun halfway, his head facing downward, legs propelling wildly, the sound of air being shattered echoing all around. Like a bird diving, Sanji shot downward. As he reached a certain height, his body began to spin wildly, the brilliance of his demonic wind kicks intensifying. The banquet is served, rotating platter. Just as his words fell, a flash of crimson light flickered in Sanji's eyes as his heel descended directly towards Naba. The Naba who had been boasting just a moment ago suddenly changed countenance, his observation haki frantically warning him. Yet, the speed of his rotation made it difficult for him to alter his course, while Sanji's descent was imperceptibly swift. A streak of red flame shot down like a meteor, Sanji's heel striking squarely atop Naba's head. Bang! A deafening roar resonated through the heavens. From a distance, the desert where Naba stood erupted, forming a deep pit stained crimson. A shadow leapt from the crater, landing with a limp, only for the surrounding sand to cascade down, swiftly filling the once violent pit, erasing any trace of the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Sanji's kick was not merely a strike. The gravitational force imparted immense potential energy, and the intense friction elevated the power of his demonic wind kick to another level, generating formidable heat. Not to mention, Naba could only hastily cover his head with haki. Even if he enveloped his entire body, he could not withstand such a blow. Realizing that his right foot was merely fractured, Sanji contemplated, drawing a cigarette. He took a deep breath and calmly remarked, "It seems your experience has run dry. Now you won't even have a chance to eat." Sanji's descent startled everyone. Lane looked up, only to find Sanji alone, hastily searching for Naba. No, impossible. How could Naba lose to a mere kid? Upon realizing he could no longer sense Naba's presence, Lei Yin's pupils constricted, his complexion shifting dramatically as he roared, "Sangyu! Where is Sangyu? I can't find Sangyu either." Lei Yin detected the absence of Sangyu's aura as well, his expression twisting in agony. Madness enveloping him as his eyes rapidly filled with blood, shrouded in shadows. Sangyu and Naba had been by his side since the inception of the pirate crew, and now, with the loss of two comrades in quick succession, Lei Yin's emotions erupted in fury. The oppression left by defeat at the hands of Whitebeard and Big Mom, coupled with the deaths of Naba and Sangyu, incessantly tormented Lei Yin. "They are all dead," he cried out to the heavens, his mouth wide open, tearing at the corners. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes grew increasingly palpable. A wave of pressure emanated from the center of his brow. Chopper and Leota, still locked in battle, struggled to withstand this overwhelming force. Upon witnessing Lei Yin awaken the conqueror's haki, Xiaoba's eyes reflected deeper despair. Once, he had yearned for Lei Yin to awaken this power. Now, he felt only disappointment. Sanji and Zoro exchanged astonished glances at Lei Yin, unable to fathom encountering a wielder of conqueror's haki here, especially one perceived as a coward. Nami supported the faltering Vivi, her expression grave. Luffy, clutching his head, writhed in agony. He had experienced a similar sensation when Chunyu awakened his conqueror's haki. Luffy felt as if something within him was on the verge of erupting. Groaning in pain, with a thunderous impact, another wave of pressure shook the surroundings, this one even more formidable. Nearby, Chopper and Leota, along with the struggling Bell and Jaka in the distance, rolled their eyes and fainted. Only the Straw Hat crew and Lei Yin, along with Xiaoba, remained. "You will all perish." The madness in Lei Yin's eyes gradually faded as he turned to Luffy, his tone calm, yet resolute. Unlike his earlier arrogance, His gaze was now one of composure, his expression serious and determined, as if revealing his true self. "I shall show you what true power is," Lei Yin declared coldly. His movements were unceasing. His right hand reached towards the other half of the iron crocodile, which instantly morphed, flowing towards Lei Yin like liquid. "This is true power. Your feeble abilities cannot touch me. I shall use your own techniques against you." His fingers twitched, and the iron transformed into a colossal fist, aimed at Luffy, declaring, "Steel." "Steel pistol." The massive iron fist gleamed ominously as it surged toward Luffy. A flicker of shock crossed Luffy's face. His expression turned serious as he decisively activated Gear Second. Not only did his observation haki provide a warning, but his instincts also alerted him to the terror of this punch. Upon activating Gear Second, Luffy's speed skyrocketed, vanishing from his previous position. In the next moment, a 2-meter-high iron fist whizzed past, striking the cliffs surrounding Alabasta, which exploded, forming a vast cavern. The entire Alabasta trembled violently, with houses collapsing in succession. "Not bad, but little brat, aren't you supposed to protect this place? If you dare to evade, I will obliterate it." Lei Yin, with bloodshot eyes, cast a mocking glance at Luffy. Upon hearing Lei Yin's words, Luffy's expression darkened. He despised such despicable individuals. "Come again." Steel pistol." Lei Yin retracted his fist and swung again, this time not aimed at Luffy but directly at Alabasta. "You coward." Luffy suddenly appeared before Lei Yin's iron fist, gritting his teeth. A torrent of steam erupted, followed by a rain of fists meeting the colossal iron fist. Countless black-red punches collided with the enormous iron fist, creating a tumultuous clash. Luffy's fist struck the massive iron fist as if hammering a wall of iron, utterly helpless. The iron fist only halted before Alabasta after relentless advancement, with Luffy exhausting all his strength. "My fists are too small," Luffy lamented, gazing at the immense fist before him and then at his own. Seeing Luffy struggle to withstand his punch, Lei Yin felt a surge of satisfaction. This is how a junior should behave. It should be an adult crushing a child. "Little brat, are you at your limit already? Don't forget, you still have one more move." As he spoke, Lei Yin swung his arm again, conjuring another colossal fist. The iron crocodile, now over 10 meters long, produced 2 iron fists effortlessly. Luffy's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this. La 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 la. "Come on, kid. Will you endure or evade?" Lei Yin's eyes sparkled with malice. He intended to torment the Straw Hat crew one by one to their demise. In another part of the battlefield, Zoro's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was his first time battling against someone wielding a long spear. "Show me your strength." Nearly 300 million. Zoro immediately assumed a stance. Propelling himself toward Chiyoba with explosive speed, each step shattering the sand beneath him, increasing his velocity. Chiyoba suppressed his despondence. This was the final battle of the Steel Beast Pirates. Stepping forward with his left foot, he coiled his right leg, gripping the spear with both hands, and unleashed a thunderous roar, launching himself toward Zoro. "Thunder Dragon's Horn," Chiyoba shouted, accelerating further, the spear tip crackling with electricity, shooting toward Zoro like an arrow. Seeing the dark spear tip, charged with lightning, hurtling toward his chest, Zoro's pupils constricted, his face etched with seriousness. He swiftly changed his stance, shifting from offense to defense, attempting to block the attack with his dual swords. Alas, the distinction between sword and spear was stark. Chiyoba's technique was simple yet effective, channeling all his strength into the spear tip, aiming to pierce through. Upon impact, Zoro's legs tightened rapidly, his arms trembling as an overwhelming force erupted from the spear tip. The electric currents from the spear affected Zoro despite the considerable application of haki. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal clashing resonated across the battlefield. Zoro was sent flying backward, skidding along the ground, his legs sinking into the sand like anchors, burying his lower half. "Impressive," Zoro exclaimed, pushing himself up with both hands, his gaze ablaze with determination, fixating on Chiyoba. "Friend, you are quite formidable." Chiyoba expressed astonishment. He had not anticipated Zoro would take the hit, then added, "Those who have withstood my strike before were either foes I could not defeat or those I pierced through with a single shot. Which will you be today? Only fighting will reveal that." Zoro dismissed such thoughts, gaining a clear understanding of Chiyoba's strength after taking the hit. Extreme Tiger Hunt. With that proclamation, Zoro erupted from his position, closing the distance to Chiyoba, wielding his swords from above in a downward slash. Chiyoba opted to brace himself with the spear, intending to take Zoro's strike head-on. As Zoro's dual blades descended, he exerted force from both his arms and waist, the dark blades crashing against the spear shaft. The clash of haki tore through the air, sending shockwaves that compressed the battlefield, while Chiyoba was driven into the ground. Although Chiyoba managed to block the dual blades, the sword's energy pierced through the spear shaft, striking his shoulder directly. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro chose not to pursue further, instead retreating to gain distance. A swordsman? Truly a formidable opponent. Chiyoba slowly rose from the sand, impressed. Receiving a warning from his observation haki, he hastily covered his shoulder with haki, sustaining only a light injury that did not hinder his combat. Dear friend, did you know? I was once like you. He coughed lightly before switching to a more refined tone. I too challenged powerful opponents incessantly. Zoro, growing impatient, interrupted. Who cares about your past? Do you think you'll die if you don't act cultured? Chiyoba seemed to have disregarded Zoro's words, continuing with his own thoughts. Even if we were to be defeated at the hands of Whitebeard or Big Mom, I have never been disheartened. Just like this weapon in my hand, unyielding and resolute. However, the others on the ship have changed. I once firmly believed that Lei could become the Pirate King. Even after his defeat to Whitebeard, he never lost heart, but instead led us in the pursuit of strength. And I was even more convinced that one day he would ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. Our first mate silently supported him, managing all affairs aboard the ship. During the 2.5 years of training following our defeat by Whitebeard, we did not dare to slacken our efforts for a moment. Mastering haki boosted our confidence, leading us to believe we had already attained the strength of the four emperors. I also firmly believed that Lei must possess the Conqueror's haki, yet the timing for its awakening had simply not arrived. Lei planned a second assault against the four emperors, and we all agreed, but we chose not to challenge Whitebeard again. We were grateful for Whitebeard's benevolence, thanking him for not pursuing us. Even though we had rejected his offer, we too aspired to reign, and thus could not submit to others. Therefore, we turned our sights on Big Mom, seeking to bring her down and ascend to the throne of the four emperors. Alas, we suffered a devastating defeat. We managed to defeat 2 of the Sweet Commanders, yet fell to Katakuri, never even catching a glimpse of Big Mom. Lei engaged in a fierce battle with Katakuri, but the latter was indeed astonishingly powerful. His abilities were as enigmatic as those of a Logia, and he possessed the legendary power of foresight. Lei struggled against him, but thanks to his fruit powers, he did not suffer a complete loss. Ultimately, Katakuri sustained severe injuries, while Lei fell unconscious. After vanquishing us, Katakuri chose not to kill us, extending the same offer for recruitment. However, submission was not an option. Consequently, the Big Mom pirates launched a relentless pursuit against us. Our first mate led several officers to buy us time to escape, allowing us to survive, but the brothers who stayed behind all perished in battle. Upon awakening, Lei's emotions shattered multiple times. In the end, he appeared to transform into another person, unable to face reality, having lost his ambition to reign. He attributed his defeat to his youth. Defeated by Whitebeard, it was because Whitebeard had the advantage of age. Defeated by Katakuri, it was because Katakuri had the guidance of a powerful elder like Big Mom. He even led us to ambush newcomers at the entrance of the Grand Line. I found this difficult to accept. My gun is aimed at the strong, not at the younger generation. A loss is a loss. Where one falls, one must rise again. Since our companions have already sacrificed themselves, should we not strive tirelessly to avenge them? From that moment, my convictions diverged from Lei Yin's, repeatedly obstructing him, attempting to prevent his descent into despair, which led to fierce confrontations between us. Of course, I was soundly defeated, yet he did not kill me, nor did he expel me. I chose to act as if nothing had occurred, but whenever they hunted newcomers, I would find an excuse to avoid battle, including this time. As he said this, Chiyoba cast a glance at Zoro, his eyes filled with frustration. Hearing this, Zoro felt somewhat awkward. Chiyoba had considered them so deeply, yet he was still pushing him to take action, which felt somewhat unfair. I sincerely apologize for this invasion of your country, but I am undeniably a member of the gang of Iron Beast pirates, and that is an irrefutable truth. Since this battle is unavoidable, it signifies that my fallen brothers desire me to give my all. Do not be misled by my conflicts with Lei Yin. We grew up together like brothers, closer than kin. Regardless of the outcome, I shall never abandon him, for as a pirate, I have long since come to terms with life and death. With this, a surge of battle intent erupted from Chiyoba once more, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed resolutely at Zoro, declaring, Once I strike, I shall hold nothing back. Be cautious. Zoro's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting like a sword, responding to Chiyoba. Since the blade has been drawn, he too would not show mercy. Luffy observed the two colossal iron fists before him, his brow furrowed, knowing he could not evade the conflict as Alabasta lay behind him. La 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 la. Kid, take a last look at this world. With that, the dual fists moved. The two enormous iron fists surged towards Alabasta. With Lei Yin's current mastery over his fruit, controlling these iron fists was not particularly challenging. The fists accelerated like Luffy's gum-gum Gatling, transforming into streaks of black shadows, each punch carrying tremendous kinetic energy. The gust from each blow effortlessly toppling buildings in Alabasta. Luffy hesitated no longer, unleashing his jet gum-gum Gatling in an attempt to intercept the iron fists. Sadly, the disparity in size was too great. One iron fist struck Luffy directly, eliciting a cry of agony as he was embedded into the cliff of Alabasta. Lei Yin pressed the advantage, the iron fists bombarding relentlessly. The walls of Alabasta gradually crumbling, fissures spreading throughout the city, the tremors unending. In another battlefield, Chiyoba leaped into the air, his legs slightly bent, torso leaning forward as he spun mid-air, gripping the end of his spear, which danced with his movements, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, spiraling above Zoro's head. He changed his grip, holding the spear firmly, and brought it down upon Zoro with great force. Revolving slash. Zoro's eyes flashed with insight. He turned left to evade the attack. As he pivoted, he unleashed a powerful kick from his legs, completing a full rotation while simultaneously raising his dual swords, preparing for a strike. Softly chanting, two-sword style, second slash. Chiyoba had anticipated this. After Zoro dodged the slash, he quickly reversed his grip on the spear, thrusting its tip into the ground to deflect Zoro's second slash, while simultaneously raising his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to Zoro's abdomen. Zoro remained unfazed, leaving his abdomen unguarded, as his sword, Wado Ikamanji, slashed towards Chiyoba's neck, the movement flowing like water, aimed at the vital point. Chiyoba had no choice but to swiftly withdraw his right foot and draw his silver spear, immediately creating distance. Zoro, seizing the opportunity, gripped his swords in reverse, raising them high as he lunged at Chiyoba, the two blades resembling sharp horns, thrusting towards Chiyoba with a loud shout. Bull needle. The two engaged back and forth, unable to determine a victor. At that moment, a wail from Luffy echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Zoro turned to see Luffy spitting blood, embedded in the cliff of Alabasta, while Lei Yin controlled the two massive iron fists in a frenzied assault. The technique closely resembling Luffy's gum-gum Gatling. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji shouted in unison. Zoro intended to rush to the rescue, but was firmly blocked by Chiyoba. Friend, I told you, I will not hold back. If you wish to pass, you must defeat me, step over me, and only then can you save your companion. Chiyoba's expression was serious, refusing to yield even an inch. Left with no choice, Zoro had to raise his sword and engage Chiyoba once more. I cannot move forward without resolving you. Zoro's gaze grew increasingly cold. In this case, he could only resolve this foe swiftly. One sword style Itoryu, two sword style Nitoryu. Zoro's arms rapidly swelled with blood, tightly gripping both swords. His eyes fixed on Chiyoba. 360 troublesome winds. With that, a colossal slash surged towards Chiyoba. The speed was so tremendous that Chiyoba could only raise his spear horizontally, exerting tremendous force with his legs in a desperate attempt to block, his body continuously retreating. Fixing his gaze intently on Chiyoba, Zoro seized the opportunity, his two swords positioned at his side, legs propelling him forward as he exploded through one sand pit after another. As he neared Chiyoba, his swords crossed decisively forward, shouting, Demon Slash. Upon executing this move, Zoro swept past Chiyoba like a phantom, a massive gash opening across Chiyoba's chest, blood gushing forth, yet his figure remained steadfast. Zoro furrowed his brow slightly. The demon slash consisted of 3 strikes, yet he had only landed one. This friend, what a pity. You nearly succeeded in killing me. Chiyoba spat blood, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes as he lowly intoned, Thunder Spear, unleash paradise. With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, he propelled his upper body forward, wielding the long spear with a graceful flourish. Spinning around, he gathered power and thrust the spear, sending a brilliant azure wave directly toward Swallow. After releasing the attack, he seized the opportunity to retreat, creating distance between them. Unfortunately, the wave was too narrow. Despite its swift velocity, Suolong deftly evaded it. Just as he intended to press the attack, Suolong's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, a smirk breaking across his face. "You rascal, you finally returned." Observing the change in Suolong's demeanor, Cho Ba hastily activated his observation haki and discerned a searing presence emerging from a master of at least Lin's caliber. At that moment, a sense of relief washed over Cho Ba as he curiously inquired, "Who approaches?" "Our vice captain." "The vice captain? Splendid." After a brief moment of reminiscence, Cho Ba chuckled lightly. "Now we can duel without reservations, right? You cannot pass unless you defeat me. An opportunity one cannot refuse." Sanji exclaimed, hopping towards Luffy's location, pausing momentarily to mutter something before seating himself on the ground, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. As he arrived, he immediately sensed Luffy's weakened aura and disregarded everything else. Nonchalantly tossing Kuralo Okudar towards Changni, then transforming into a blazing figure that soared toward Lei Yin. Fire Fist. The cerulean flames engulfed Lei Yin, the colossal iron fist he wielded turning crimson, melting into a molten state, with red-hot liquid iron suspended in the air. Seizing the moment, Chinyu scooped up the unconscious Luffy and hurled him toward the rushing Usopp. His gaze fixed intently on Lei Yin, his expression somber. "You are quite formidable. So, you're the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? If I'm not mistaken, you were just holding Kualoa Kuradar, correct?" His eyes gleamed with intensity. His smile vanished as he asked earnestly. "Indeed, just a coward," Chinyu replied. "A coward, you say? Ha ha ha." The term seemed to provoke Lin, who after a brief contemplation, glanced at the still engaged Kaba with a complex expression, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Very well. If I am to be labeled a coward." A resolute glimmer flashed in Lin's eyes as he turned to his fighting spirit ignited. "Kulme, let me witness what distinguishes your generation from mine." With that, a wave of blue pressure erupted from Lin's form. A shift in mindset inadvertently stirred the conqueror's haki within him. "You have invaded our nation and harmed our captain. The outcome is already predetermined," Kinur calmly declared. Crimson Conqueror's haki surging towards Lei Yin with unparalleled intensity. The blue Conqueror's haki, like an old wall amidst a sandstorm, was swept away by the onslaught of red, a terrifying weight bearing down upon Lei Yin. "How pretentious!" Lei Yin retorted. "Perhaps I was mistaken. But what of it?" He raised his fingers skyward, knees slightly bent, laughing maniacally at the heavens. "Let us have another match and see who emerges victorious." Unfazed by the influence of Zheng's Conqueror's haki, his tone grew exuberant. Chuba shared a knowing smile. This was the captain he recognized. He shouted back, "The victor shall undoubtedly be me." "How absurd! You have never defeated me." No sooner had Lei Yin spoken than his expression turned cautious once more. His fingers twitched, and the iron gorilla shielding him melded with the airborne molten iron, reforming into numerous 1-meter-long iron spears, their tips gleaming with a deadly sheen, raining down upon Chur. 1,000 spears. Upon witnessing the deluge of iron spears, Chunyur could not help but reflect. Just as the intel suggested, the iron fruit is indeed troublesome. My fire sword may only melt their tips, yet once molten, they remain iron. However, my fire sword is a one-time use, and trading blows is unwise. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned merely 2 of his initially expecting Lei Yin to seize the chance to attack Arabana. Just as he prepared to defend, he realized he had underestimated Lei Yin's capabilities. Chunyur continuously twisted and turned his body, evading the multitude of iron spears with minimal movement, avoiding confrontation whenever possible. "How arrogant," Lei Yin observed, noting how Chur was honing his observation haki. After a brief silence, he smirked coldly. "Let us see how long you can endure. Tous en spear formation." The multitude of iron spears began to dance in a systematic manner. While it appeared that the organized spears were easier to evade, was that truly the case? Each group of spears targeted Chir from all angles, creating a relentless onslaught. At every moment, he faced a barrage of pinpoint strikes. By continuously elementalizing, Chir managed to slip through the gaps, but after dodging several groups, he found no discernible weaknesses or openings. "If I cannot train, then let us fight." Chinyu swung his via, cleaving through and melting the iron spears in his path, carving a passageway toward Lei Yin, rapidly closing the distance between them. "I've been waiting for you." Lin's fist sprouted 3 half-meter-long iron claws. Unflinching as he swung them with precision, each motion conjuring 3 lethal slashes aimed at her. Faced with the imminent strikes and the relentless pursuit of iron spears from behind, Chenyu felt a pang of frustration. As a sorcerer, must I engage in melee? Very well. You are impressive. As you wish. Rain curtain. A tempest of radiant yellow fire swords hung in the heavens, tinting the sky as the scorching aura intensified, making the already blistering desert even more formidable. The fire swords poured down like rain upon rain, chaotic and intent solely on striking the target. Each sword trailed a long flaming tail, and the collective assault formed a breathtaking yet chilling bloom of destruction. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Linus' pupils constricted. He understood the sheer brutality of such widespread tactics and dared not underestimate them. After his initial probing, Lei Yin realized that Chenyu possessed the powers of a Logia user, capable of elementalization, something he could not replicate. With urgency, he performed several hand seals, summoning back all the iron spears. They whirled around him at high speed, forming a cyclone of steel that roared, stirring up yellow sands, taking on an apocalyptic visage as they coalesced into a protective wind, shielding Wei Yin from all angles. Meanwhile, the fainted Kola and others regained consciousness to witness the impending clash, a spectacle that shook the heavens and darkened the skies. Kubula, unable to recognize the man who resembled a fiery emperor, discerned that he was entangled in battle with and suppressed his unease, fists clenched, silently observing. Upon seeing her return, his face lit up with joy. Her fingers intertwined, she gazed with excitement and anxiety at the fiery emperor commanding the skies. It is unmistakable. He is exactly as I envisioned him in my dreams. The same strength, the same captivating aura. Out of the corner of his eye, noting rapt attention. Her gaze fervent as she looked up at him, causing him to stroke his beard contemplatively, his eyes keen and thoughtful. Wei, how did you come to befriend such a powerful ally? Kurabala inquired gently, a hint of confusion gracing his features as he turned to her. Just as Wei was about to share her thoughts with her, she was interrupted, her cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment and annoyance. Turning to see her father had interrupted her. She was momentarily taken aback. Struggling to contain her surprise as her fingers fidgeted nervously, she awkwardly introduced the Straw Hat crew while omitting her relationship with him. Is that so? After listening, Kobara fell silent for a long time, his old eyes glistening with tears. He glanced at the battlefield and continued, Wei, you have done exceptionally well. You have saved this nation. I am unworthy of the title of king. Wei, unable to bear her father's sorrowful demeanor, was about to offer comfort when she saw Kobara wave his hand and let out a deep sigh. After a moment, he added, I understand what you wish to say, but inability is inability. I cannot save this country, yet you can, and that is enough. With that, Kobara resumed his gaze upon the battlefield. Lost in thought, Wei has always been perceptive. This time, I need not intervene excessively. Moreover, knowing a few powerful individuals can only be beneficial. As for the world government, seeing this, Wei refrained from further words. After casting a worried glance at Kobara, she redirected her attention to the battlefield. At that moment, the noisy sound of flapping wings drew everyone's gaze skyward, where a spirited young man wearing sunglasses was flying toward them, holding a handcuffed and unconscious scarred man. Kuroctal! Exclaimed Wei, Kobara, Jaka, and Bell in unison, their emotions heightened. They were familiar with Johnny and Kuroctal, but Johnny carrying Kuroctal was a sight they had not anticipated. Young friend, what is this? Kobara was the first to regain his composure, no longer regarding the unconscious Kuroctal, but rather inquiring of Johnny with restraint. Uncle, is it this? Oh, it's just a Shichibukai. Your son-in-law, Brother Chenyu, casually tossed him my way, and I brought him over. It's merely a trivial matter. Johnny, with his characteristic carefree demeanor, tugged at Kuroctal with one hand while rubbing the back of his head with the other, responding modestly. At his words, Wei's body stiffened, her expression frozen as she glared fiercely at Johnny. However, Johnny's unexpected revelation proved to be a significant help. She had been troubled about how to broach this subject with her father. Ha. So it is young friend Chenyu. This is truly a tremendous favor. How promising you are. Kobara, completely unfazed, laughed heartily. If he couldn't discern Johnny's little scheme, then he would be unworthy of his title as king. At this moment, Wei dared not meet her father's gaze, instead focusing on the nearby Kuroctal. Wei remained silent for a long time, memories flooding her mind, and her eyes gradually reddened. The mastermind behind the country's turmoil now lay on the ground like a stray dog. The emotion she had long suppressed finally erupted. Her delicate frame trembled as her fingers intertwined tightly, tears cascading down like pearls, yet a beautiful smile graced her lips. Nami had been observant of Wei Wei's emotions and immediately opened her arms, pulling Wei Wei into a deep embrace. She understood exactly how Wei Wei felt. Like her, Wei Wei had endured much. Feeling the familiar warmth, Wei Wei could no longer contain her emotions. She wrapped her arms around Nami's waist, resting her delicate face on Nami's shoulder, her shoulders quivering as her voice choked. Nami had indeed helped her immensely. The lilies of her hometown were blooming once more. Nearby, a naval unit was slowly approaching, with a man and woman at the forefront, staring in astonishment at the sky. Smoker? Tina, are you sure you want to arrest you? Tina, gazing at the formidable spectacle overhead, turned to quietly inquire of Smoker. Smoker, his expression serious and eyes heavy with concern, replied, Bakayalu, I have already submitted the application, but those old men have yet to agree. I must ensure that their entire crew is imprisoned. Tina remained silent for a long moment, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her glove, forcing a smile as she said, Smoker, you are very brave. However, Tina felt compelled to remind him, the one battling Xinyu is Rai Jin, with a bounty of 900 million. So, let's keep this between us. I do not wish to discourage this man. Tina's mission was to investigate the situation in Alabasta. If he had followed her without permission, he must abide by her directives, she stated seriously. Upon hearing this, Smoker, puffing on 2 cigars, gazed at the sky. After a moment of silence, he responded, I swear to arrest the Straw Hat crew, no matter where they flee. But I'm not foolish. Tina was very satisfied with Smoker's answer, happily lighting a cigarette and quietly watching the battle. In the air, fiery swords cascaded down like a torrential storm, the flames dark as ink coloring the sky. The flames roared incessantly, and the yellow sand danced in the wind. The iron whirlwind protecting Raijin stirred up a sky of yellow fire. The wind fueled the flames, causing them to burn ever more fiercely, transforming the iron whirlwind into a brilliant yellow. As the fiery swords continued to descend, the yellow flames spread relentlessly, and the iron whirlwind morphed into a brilliant yellow fire tornado, interspersed with copious amounts of crimson liquid that surged with the wind. The terrifying heat melted the iron spears in an instant, a scorching breath radiating outward, setting Alyabarna ablaze, turning it into a city of fire. The remaining fiery swords shot into the fire tornado, aiming directly at Raijin. He continuously manipulated the molten iron around himself, but alas, the effect was minimal. This is outrageous, Raijin exclaimed, his face shifting dramatically as he saw the fiery swords pass through his iron water barrier without obstruction. Cursing, he relinquished control of the iron water, enveloping himself in haki, crossing his arms protectively over his chest and lunging towards the fire tornado to evade the flying swords. Now, even Raijin dared not touch the molten iron. Moreover, the iron water was intangible and could not be fashioned into weapons. After escaping the range of the fire tornado, Raijin wasted no time in putting distance between himself and Xinyu, his expression grave and his eyes filled with wariness. Dozens of tons of molten iron crashed down, sending yellow sand flying and shaking the earth, as the battered Alyabarna cracked open once more. The crimson iron water continued to dissolve the yellow sand, and the pits created by the impacts expanded continuously, the interiors a deep scarlet, resembling hell itself. Seeing that the troublesome iron spears were temporarily out of commission, a red light flickered in Xinyu's eyes. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Damn it, you were quite flashy just now. Let me see what it feels like, Xinyu exclaimed, his eyes glowing red as he turned to Raijin with excitement. Rain curtain. With a flick of his sword, a myriad of flying swords reappeared, but this time, they were not the bright yellow swords of before, but rather swords of azure flame, their temperature far more terrifying. The azure flame swords seemed to possess a life of their own, each flying toward Raijin with cunning precision. Initially, Raijin had intended to mimic Xinyu's subtle movements to evade them, not to hone his observation haki, but to conserve energy. However, as the first flying sword grazed the inner thigh, his pants ignited instantly, causing him intense pain. Even with haki deployed to defend, he still sustained considerable injury. Hey, kid, you have no sense of honor. My methods are not so underhanded, Raijin shouted, one hand clutching his groin while the other pointed accusingly at Xinyu, his words dripping with sarcasm. From that moment on, Raijin made every effort to evade the azure flame swords, whether by backflipping, raising his legs high, or hopping on one foot. His pants had long since been reduced to ash due to his earlier oversight. Elephant, elephant, why is your nose so long? Ha ha ha, dance on, keep dancing, please me. Chinyu's smile grew increasingly deranged as he conjured a fiery whip in hand, occasionally cracking it with delight. Seeing Raijin's sudden antics, Nami and Wei Wei immediately turn away, too embarrassed to look. Hearing the twisted laughter from above mixed with the sound of the whip, Nami's expression froze. Her mind filled with dark thoughts. Wei Wei seemed to discover another side of Chinyu, her face flushed with embarrassment. Kubra, alternating his gaze between the sky and Wei Wei, wore a bewildered expression. He never expected that young people would enjoy such antics. He suddenly felt old and out of touch with the trends. All the while, Chinyu remained oblivious, thoroughly enjoying himself, his laughter growing ever more unsettling. Johnny and Joseph once again found themselves in the corner, exchanging glances before breaking into mischievous laughter, plotting to procure a couple of whips for their amusement, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Moreover, your backside is rather dark. Chinyu suddenly felt a bit fed up and voiced his grievances. This is too much. You little rascal. I swear I'll take you on. Lei Yin's face flushed crimson, and without a second thought about conserving energy, he transformed, his entire being enveloped in darkness, his long claws glinting ominously. As the azure flame sword approached, Lei Yin attempted to evade, but a claw struck and shattered it. The explosion of the azure flame sword released a torrent of dense azure flames that clung to Lei Yin, inflicting immense pain. Feeling the overwhelming force within him dissipating at a visible rate, Lei Yin was gripped by terror, hastening his steps toward Chinyu. I'll pick on you. What are you going to do about it? I was just about to engage you in close combat. But how did you manage this? Now you want to fight up close? Not a chance. With that, Chinyu curled his upper lip in disdain, his countenance clearly displeased and immediately elementalized, vanishing from sight to create distance from the approaching Lei Yin. You little rascal, if you have the guts, face me in an honorable duel. Lei Yin, on the verge of collapse from Chunyu's mockery, felt an acute anxiety due to the rapid depletion of his power. You force my hand. Lei Yin glared coldly at Chinyu, his voice icy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pool of crimson, molten iron levitated from the ground, moving at Lei Yin's behest. If you want to blame someone, blame that brat. Let's die together. With a sweep of his arm towards Alba, the molten iron descended upon him. Kabura and the others, witnessing the deluge of molten metal, appeared as if trapped in a hellish nightmare, their faces pale with fear. Nami, too, was flustered, clutching Vivi tightly and shouting angrily at Chinyu. What is the meaning of this, Chinyu? Johnny and Joseph, without a moment's hesitation, fully transformed into beasts, shielding the others behind them, their eyes devoid of doubt or fear. Usopp clung tightly to Luffy, hiding in the back, utterly panicked. Just a small scene. Chinyu remained unfazed, indifferent as he clapped his hands, summoning a protective dragon from beneath the earth, which soared forth before the duo of sword gods, exhaling azure flames to guard everyone. Once he confirmed that everyone was safe, Chinyu's expression darkened. He had anticipated this outcome, but his two lovely wives had still been frightened. Flame Realm, Chinyu bellowed, his right hand forming a fist, enveloping Lei Yin in a massive, solid fireball. Initially, the Flame Realm showed no signs of disturbance, but as time elapsed, the wails within grew increasingly pronounced. To prevent Lei Yin from forcibly breaking out with his power, Chinyu meticulously adjusted the positioning of the Flame Realm, ensuring Lei Yin remained at its core. A piercing cry of anguish echoed across the sky, followed by a surge of lava spilling from the base of the Flame Realm, crashing onto the sandy ground. I could have taken you on a world tour, Chinyu remarked coldly at the molten mass below. Scanning his surroundings, Chinyu snapped his fingers, extinguishing the flames of Alba before turning to fly towards the group. As Chinyu landed, the others recoiled, unwilling to approach him. Chinyu, what? What game are you all playing? He expressed confusion, tilting his head at everyone. Chinyu turned to Usopp, only to find him stealthily retreating, leaving Luffy behind. He immediately called out, Usopp, what are you hiding for? Usopp, startled by Chunyu's sudden ferocity, appeared distressed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Observing Usopp's demeanor, Chinyu quickly realized he had likely been misunderstood again, striding toward Usopp, draping an arm over his shoulder and guiding him to the corner. Feeling the weight of Chunyu's hand on his shoulder, Usopp was engulfed in dread, his legs trembling as he clasped his hands together, muttering as if in prayer. Upon reaching the corner, Chun Yu released Usopp, casting a disdainful glance at him before speaking in a neutral tone. Speak up. What are you truly afraid of? A grown man should not be so timid. What kind of behavior is this? With that, he delivered a light slap atop Usopp's head. Usopp held his forehead, looking forlorn and aggrieved, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness as he weakly inquired. Do you really want me to say? Yes, absolutely. You won't hit me? Usopp asked, his neck stretching in curiosity. I won't hit you. Usopp's eyes brightened, filled with anticipation as he gazed at Chun Yu. You truly promise not to hit me? Why won't you just say it? No way. I won't say it. If I do, you'll hit me. Usopp immediately covered his head, closing his eyes tightly and squatting on the ground, adopting a posture of readiness for whatever was to come. Chun Yu exhaled heavily, a mix of anger and resignation in his breath. I promise not to hit you. You can speak freely. I swear. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Usopp sprang up, brimming with excitement. Then I won T hold back. After standing, Usopp transformed entirely, rubbing his eyes and pinching his cheeks, adopting a semblance to Chun Yu. He then drew the belt from his waist, gripping the end tightly and striking it against the floor with vigor. His expression grew increasingly exaggerated, a broad grin spreading across his face as he laughed maniacally. Ha! Dance now. Come, entertain me. As he spoke, Usopp's belt whipped through the air, the sound of the whip cracking echoing, his movements growing increasingly frenzied, his demeanor becoming more deranged. What the heck? So twisted? Me? Really? Chun Yu's brow furrowed in skepticism as he regarded Usopp. Ha ha ha. Can you doubt my words? Usopp grinned maniacally, still lost in his own world, whipping the belt again with a resounding crack. Chun Yu stared in disbelief, casting a questioning glance at Nami and Vivi. Vivi's cheeks flushed, her gaze towards Chun Yu filled with a peculiar expression. Her father was still present. Nami's face displayed disdain, nodding vigorously as if to say it was not an exaggeration at all. Chun Yu stepped forward, raising a hand to explain, but Nami retreated without hesitation, warily eyeing him, as if conveying something. Wait. Are you seriously backing away like that? Chun Yu's expression morphed into one of despair, disbelief crossing his features as he inquired. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a formidable middle-aged man nearby, causing Chun Yu to inhale sharply. Kabira. Oh no, my father-in-law. This is... Chun Yu swore this was by far the most embarrassing moment of his life, feeling as if his shoes had expanded. Do you think you would believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding? He tentatively scratched his nose, attempting to explain. However, his words were met with immediate and unanimous head shaking from everyone, including Kabira, followed by frantic nods, their expressions tense and filled with oddity. Chun Yu sought to salvage the situation, but Kabira quickly reassured him. In truth, everyone has their preferences, hobbies, and peculiarities. When discussing preferences, Kabira emphasized the word. We should not discriminate against someone for this. We must respect differences and embrace diversity. We should acknowledge our own preferences, hobbies, and peculiarities. As he spoke, Kabira cast an encouraging glance at Chun Yu. However, we should show more care, love, and tenderness towards those we hold dear. After saying this, Kabira subtly glanced at Vivi, concern flickering in his eyes. Chun Yu observed all of this, feeling as if he were wearing shoes with holes in them. Thank you. It would have been better if my father-in-law hadn't spoken, as I now felt even more embarrassed. It seems that my father-in-law has become privy to everything he should and should not know. What else can be done? Alas, this gentleman speaks the truth, and I wholeheartedly agree. Chun Yu, too, has ceased to care. Let things unfold as they may. What is there left to worry about for one who has already faced social demise? Upon uttering these words, Chun Yu found himself no longer feeling awkward, instead redirecting his gaze towards the battlefield of Sualong, disregarding the whispers of those around him. The battle between Sualong and Chiyoba had reached its zenith, both panting heavily, their bodies adorned with wounds. Lane, it appears you have lost this time. Fear not, my brother. I shall be with you shortly. With that, Chiyoba's aura transformed dramatically, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Sualong was taken aback by how tenacious Chiyoba remained, even after sustaining a grievous blow. Yet he was not one to back down from challenge. The two exchanged a knowing glance, a smile breaking across their faces. Thunder Spear, fleeting as a moment. Chiyoba stepped forward with his left foot, slightly bending his right knee to gather strength, gripping the spear tightly. The spear tip, shrouded in a deep, ominous hue, radiated a chilling glare. With a sudden burst of power, he launched himself forward, the tip of the spear crackling with thunder. enveloping both the spear and Xiaoba in electric energy. As the lightning coursed through him, enhancing his speed, he remained unyielding, aiming directly at Suolong. Unperturbed, Suolong extended his arm, crossing the hilts of his dual blades, spinning them rapidly. Leaning forward, he gathered his strength, propelling himself with determination, surrounded by an eerie blue aura. Murmuring, 9 mountains and 8 seas, 1 world. Gathering thousands into a small world, threefold convergence, a ceaseless cycle, 3,000 worlds. As soon as the last word left his lips, Suolong's ghostly aura surged, a formidable presence directed at Lane. Both combatants abandoned their defenses, fixated solely on the essence of battle. The clash of their strikes was eerily calm, devoid of exaggerated explosions or roars, as though they merely brushed past one another. Suolong slowly sheathed his 3 blades, a gaping wound opening in his abdomen. Blood gushing from his mouth, yet a slight smile graced his lips as he sat upon the ground, meticulously tending to his injury. Xiaoba drove his silver spear into the earth, whispering, "This battle holds no regrets. This life holds no regrets." He then fell lifeless. Suolong etched the image of this dignified demise into his memory, clutching his wound as he rose slowly, making his way towards Sanji, who awaited him not far off. Chopper hurried over, battered and bruised, yet triumphantly having defeated his foe, celebrating their inaugural victory at sea. Upon noticing Suolong's alarming injuries, Chopper panicked, searching for a doctor, only to be brought back to reality by a swift slap from Sanji, who reminded him of his identity. After administering urgent care to Suolong, Chopper grabbed one of each and headed swiftly towards the palace, disregarding the protests from both men. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly as a dark mass of figures approached Alabasta. The rebel army had arrived. Bang! Bang! A large contingent marched forward, dust swirling in their wake. An imposing force finally arrived. Chinyu smirked, muttering under his breath. Seeing this, Cobra waved his hand, signaling Gaka and Bell to withdraw. Before long, a multitude of royal soldiers surged forth, steadfast in their defense of Alabasta. The 2 factions were on the verge of collision. Leading the charge, Gaka transformed into his black dog form, muscles taut and ready for action, yet was taken aback as the rebels dismounted, laying down their weapons. From within the crowd emerged a young man who proclaimed loudly, "Royal Army, we have urgent matters to discuss with King Cobra." Gaka, bewildered, decided to send someone to inform Cobra. After a brief nod from Vivi towards Chunyu, she approached Cobra, whispering softly into his ear. Following their brief exchange, Cobra gazed at Chunyu in astonishment, gratitude shining in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reclaimed his regal demeanor and personally approached the rebel army. Watching Cobra depart, Vivi leaped into Chunyu's embrace, her cheeks flushed with affection. The Ikelim couple was taken aback by Vivi's boldness, hastily averting their eyes. Leaning against Chunyu, Vivi soon exclaimed with excitement, "Chunyu, our nation is finally on the brink of peace." "Oh dear, your nation? How swiftly it comes." Nami interjected with a playful tone, feigning exaggeration. "Oh, Nami, you truly are something," Vivi exclaimed, turning to pounce on Nami, her face crimson, leading to a playful scuffle. After a bout of laughter, Nami finally turned serious, saying, "Chunyu, are you sure everything is all right? Restoring the royal family's prestige in Alabasta is no easy feat." Chunyu, somewhat displeased, pulled Nami close, his hands sliding down her waist, fingers playfully teasing, causing Nami to fluster before he finally relented. "With Xiaofeng transforming into crocodile along with our support, what difficulties could there be?" Chunyu replied confidently with a smile. Vivi then voiced her long-standing concern. "There are no issues with the royal army. My father has conducted thorough checks, executing spies on the spot. But how will you handle the rebel army? Unless Mr. 2 transforms." Her tone trailed off, tinged with disappointment. "Then what if Kusha is still alive?" Chunyu raised his right hand, lifting Vivi's chin, arching an eyebrow in challenge. "Huh? Kusha isn't." "Chunyu, you wouldn't." Vivi faltered, caught off guard. In her mind, she believed Chunyu would want nothing more than to eliminate Kusha, and she couldn't envision a scenario where Kusha would survive. "Oh, so in your eyes, I am an irredeemable villain?" Chunyu feigned sorrow, casting his gaze aside as if deeply wounded. "Oh dear, Chunyu, that is not what I meant." Vivi panicked, flustered, and disorganized. How does one comfort a distressed boy? She had never learned that. Nami's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer to Vivi, whispering, "Bury Chunyu's face in yours. That will surely work." "Nami, is that really a good idea?" Vivi asked, lowering her head, unable to meet Chunyu's gaze, her hands gripping her clothes tightly, her face flushed, her voice trembling. Nami's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she continued to encourage, "It will definitely work. I assure you, I have tested it myself. Chunyu is already smitten. This will surely win him over." Chunyu's ears perked up, disbelief etched across his face as he shot a glance at Nami, secretly contemplating, "If it worked for you, then tonight, none shall escape." Of course, he couldn't let Nami's efforts go to waste. With this thought, Chunyu pinched his eyelids apart, summoning a small fire dragon that hovered in midair, exhaling warm breath into his eyes until they turned crimson. He donned a woeful expression, gazing at Vivi with longing, reminiscent of a forlorn lover. Upon witnessing this display, Vivi's heart raced, a mix of sweetness and guilt swelling within her, yet a newfound resolve emerged. She clenched her fists and boldly approached Chunyu. Nami, observing the spectacle, felt her skin crawl, rolling her eyes at Chunyu's antics. What a shameless man. Vivi stood before Chunyu, cradling his face in her hands, swallowing hard as she prepared to act, when a familiar voice interrupted. "Little Chunyu, my task is complete." At that moment, a few flower petals floated gently from a corner. Vivi, already flustered, felt as if she were startled by a bowstring, darting behind Nami, her cheeks ablaze. Too shy to show herself, Chunyu's expression stiffened, his face wash had been stolen. Phone Kilii. Chunyu's fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving, his face contorted in rage. His eyes burning with a fierce glow as he enunciated each word deliberately. Phone Kilii. Upon encountering Chunyu's hair, which stood on end, Xiao Feng could not help but let his nose run, his fingers interlocked across his chest, voice hoarse and face filled with confusion. "Xiao, Chunyu, what have I done wrong? You are not at fault. We are merely engaging in friendly interaction, right? Interaction. Just interaction." Chunyu managed a benevolent smile, grasped Xiao Feng by the collar, and dragged him into the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Usopp, with an impassive expression, gazed towards the room, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Our little hero Phone Kilii has endured great hardship to fulfill his friend's request, yet upon his return, he is met not with warm praise, sincere comfort, or fervent care, but with a barrage of punches and kicks of commendation, and blows of solace and concern. Let those brothers yet to make friends take heed. Let those who intend to make friends keep their eyes wide open, and let those who already have friends remain vigilant. Usopp, the Straw Hat Crew's announcer, is here to clarify the situation, ensuring that no hero suffers injustice." "I'll be damned." Chunyu kicked the door open, his face darkened, and with a swift motion, engulfed Usopp in flames, pulling him forcefully inside, leaving no time for a cry for help. The playful antics of the three men were of little consequence. Vivi and the others peeked over the rooftop, discovering that the two armies below were engrossed in a film screening. The rebel forces had brought a film phone bug, showcasing a strategy featuring Kirok, Xiao Feng, orchestrated by Robin and Chunyu, detailing 101 tactics for seizing Alabasta. Soon, both armies realized that their true enemy was not one another, but the elusive crocodile. They gritted their teeth, suppressing their hatred, and rallied in cries to vanquish Crocodile. Cobra emerged just in time to channel the crowd's anger, amplifying Crocodile's crimes and engaging in self-criticism, prompting applause for both sides. The remaining members, including Vivi, lost interest and gathered to wager on how many bones Usopp would break. Robin sat in a corner, expressionless, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. Before long, Chunyu emerged dragging two pig heads. Upon glancing at Vivi, his expression turned exceedingly aggrieved, as if he were the one being bullied. "Batman." Vivi approached Chunyu, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes before joining the others to check on Usopp's bones. Nami, having already informed Vivi of Chunyu's true nature, gazed at him with a proud demeanor, her face beaming with satisfaction. Chunyu, fully aware of the situation, narrowed his eyes and silently mouthed to Nami, "You wait." Before turning to Robin, Nami, oblivious to Chunyu's actions, happily counted her money while sitting on Usopp, her face brimming with excitement. Among those who understood Chunyu best, Nami was indeed the foremost. That scoundrel instructing the crew to slap faces, and in a manner that appeared severe, though it was merely a light injury that would ache for a long time. "Ah, the first mate is quite the flirt," Robin observed, her gaze warm as she watched Chunyu approach, a smile playing upon her lips. "How about it? Would you like to become my concubine? I'll take care of you." Chunyu raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness. Robin's face registered mock shock, her eyes glinting mischievously as she covered her mouth with her hands. Frowning in disdain, flirtatious radish, I do not fancy that. Flirtatious radish, well endowed and skilled in various positions, nimble fingers, and a powerful tongue. Will you reconsider? Chunyu squatted before Robin, his handsome face drawing closer. All right, the first mate must take responsibility for me. A man must keep his word, or else cut off 5 centimeters. Robin's look of shock dissipated in an instant, her hands dropping away as she beamed, leaning closer to Chunyu without a hint of fear. Is that how you want to play? Do you think I fear you, you big girl? Chunyu reached out, pinching Robin's chin, his face gradually closing in, confident she would not evade him. Yet, as he felt the touch of her upper lip, his mind went blank. After a few seconds of astonishment, Chunyu immediately stood upright, stepping back in disbelief, staring at Robin incredulously. She did not evade. She actually did not evade. In a state of shock, Chunyu quickly turned his head to sneak a glance at Nami and Vivi, ensuring they were not focused on the scene before he exhaled heavily. Observing Robin's unflinching demeanor, still adorned with a smile, Chunyu conceded, truly conceded. He could not outplay this woman. 5 centimeters, he could not believe. Besides, even 5 centimeters less would be more than sufficient. With a snap of his fingers, a bright red dragon mark appeared on Robin's forehead, glowing with fire before gradually dissipating. You are free, Chunyu spoke in a low voice, casting a wary glance at Robin before turning on his heel to leave. He must keep his distance from her. Robin gently touched her lips, her sun-kissed complexion slightly flushed. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chunyu's departing figure. Even the burning sensation from the vanished dragon mark failed to move her. In a concealed corner, Johnny and Joseph both displayed expressions of astonishment, their sturdy frames trembling slightly, fists clenched, gazing at Chunyu's retreating figure with admiration. Exchanging glances, Johnny and Joseph whispered in unison, "We must help Brother Chunyu keep this secret." Yoshi, after organizing the rebel forces, Cobra lightly patted Kush's shoulder without a word before turning to leave, though he was quite curious as to why Kush's face resembled that of a pig. At the palace entrance, a melodious female voice echoed, "King Cobra, Tina requests an audience." Cobra halted, turning towards the voice, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The crowd on the rooftop had already crouched at the edge, stealthily observing. Vivi noticed a neat line of Marines standing at the palace entrance, led by 2 colonels. Her face immediately darkening as she excused herself to approach her father. "King Cobra, Tina has come at the behest of the Fleet Admiral to investigate your country's situation. May I inquire about it?" "Ha ha ha ha." Cobra chuckled heartily, not rushing to respond, but instead expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Admiral. However, our country's affairs are private matters and do not require the presence of your esteemed naval officers." Upon hearing this, Tina and Smoker exchanged glances, both frowning in unison. Thinking what a lack of trust. Smoker, aware of his place, remained silent, lost in thought while puffing on a cigar. Tina, upon learning of pirates interfering in the nation's internal affairs, questioned the veracity of the claims. Cobra intended to stall and send these individuals away, especially since he had a band of pirates upstairs. Unexpectedly, Vivi coldly interjected, "We appreciate the Admiral's concern, but please leave. As for our country's matters, they are indeed internal affairs and not convenient to disclose." Tina's face contorted with rage, her chest heaving, fists clenched, yet she could not afford to lash out. Once her emotions stabilized, she addressed Vivi in a soft tone. "Tina has heard that one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, is attempting to meddle in your country's internal affairs. I wonder." Before Tina could finish, Vivi, now visibly impatient, cut her off. "If you already know, then why ask? Are you mocking us? You bring up matters only to criticize us afterward." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Cobra's heart quivered thrice, yet he did not intervene as he shared her thoughts. Tina and Smoker's expressions darkened, veins protruding on their foreheads, their anger palpable. Tina was furious. "Tina is here to discuss matters patiently with you. Yet you treat me with such disdain. Do you look down upon the naval headquarters?" Tina's delicate features twisted in anger. As a naval colonel, she was accustomed to respect wherever she went. Vivi displayed no fear, boldly retorting, "Is the Navy headquarters intent on meddling in the internal affairs of another nation? Is this directive from the warlord of the sea, or perhaps from some high-ranking general? Answer me, Navy." Observing Tina's silence, Vivi added, "My nation shall report this matter to the world government and request an investigation into who dares to interfere in the internal affairs of Alabasta." "Young lady, Do not overstep your bounds. Smoker's forehead throbbed with veins, his blood coursing rapidly, and his expression darkened. Tina immediately grasped Smoker's tightly clenched fist. On the rooftop, Shinyu also released his tensed hand. Princess Vivi, Tina harbors no ill intentions. Please temper your anger. However, the matter concerning the warlords of the sea is of great significance. The Navy, under the orders of the world government, is tasked with protecting all allied nations and thus has the right to understand the situation. Please do not make things difficult for Tina. Vivi scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. Protecting allied nations? Then I must ask, why has Alabasta repeatedly sought assistance from the Navy, yet received no tangible aid? Tina's expression grew exceedingly serious. She had to tread carefully in her response. The warlords of the sea are under the command of the world government, and we, the Navy, cannot intervene or make arrests. Your country has failed to provide concrete evidence. Therefore, we cannot arbitrarily apprehend Crocodile. I have heard this answer countless times. Fine. I understand your predicament. Vivi did not linger on this point. Hearing Vivi's words, Tina could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then tell me, what brings you here now? Since you lack the authority to arrest the warlords of the sea, you may as well leave. Alabasta has no business with you. Why then have you deployed a heavy force to encircle the palace of Alabasta? Are you preparing to arrest members of our royal family? Vivi's sharp gaze bore into Tina, her voice low and reproachful. That is not the case. Your Highness, Tina is here to apprehend a pirate, not to offend the royal family of your nation. Our royal family has no pirates among us. Why do you seek to capture anyone in our palace? Or do you believe that I, the Princess of Alabasta, am a pirate? Vivi's emotions were highly agitated, her demeanor hostile, her eyes cold in their response. Tina, alongside Colonel Smoker, had come to apprehend the Straw Hat Boy. According to Navy investigations, the princess had traveled with the Straw Hats multiple times, and Tina hoped for an explanation or to be informed of their whereabouts. Urging the princess not to misinterpret her intentions, Tina had also lost her patience, her tone growing sharp. Is this how the Navy protects our royal family? Cobra seethed with rage, resembling a frenzied lion, his authoritative presence erupting as he shouted. The Navy watches idly while our princess is in peril, allowing her to be threatened and humiliated by pirates. This is utterly intolerable. Vivi, you have suffered. It is the fault of your father. After his outburst, Cobra's expression softened as he looked down at Vivi. I will certainly seek justice from the world government. If they cannot provide us with a satisfactory answer, then what use is the heavenly gold? What does it matter if we abandon our status as an allied nation? Cobra was filled with fury, his voice nearly a roar at the end. Father. Vivi's eyes reddened, her delicate features distressed, as she rushed into Cobra's embrace, unable to speak for a long while. Witnessing this, Tina's complexion paled. If what Cobra said were true, the world government would certainly not spare her. The heavenly gold of a nation was an unfathomable wealth, and should this matter become public, it would undoubtedly stir great turmoil among the allied nations. Smoker's anger flared as he looked up at the rooftop where the Straw Hats stood fearlessly, and he erupted, Chunyu, prepare to meet your end. Smoker's right hand clenched into a fist, white smoke swirling around it, ready to strike, only to be forcibly restrained by Tina. Smoker, calm down. Chunyu is not here. Tina forcibly pulled Smoker away as they retreated, the soldiers of the Navy following closely behind. As the Navy departed, both Cobra and Vivi exhaled in relief, exchanging a smile before turning to ascend to the rooftop. Chunyu could not help but marvel at the acting skills displayed by both sides. Once outside the palace grounds, Smoker broke free from Tina's grip, his fury dissipating, yet his expression remained grim. Smoker, I thought you... Tina was taken aback, as if encountering Smoker for the first time. Bakayuru, I'm not a fool. If they truly report to the world government, you will find yourself in serious trouble. Smoker exhaled a dense puff of smoke, his expression grave. Tina felt deeply touched. Smoker was genuinely considering her well-being, and she was pleased. Haven't you always been concerned for me? Smoker brushed off her compliment, waving his hand dismissively, then fell into contemplation. Tina, believing Smoker had come to a realization, displayed a joyful expression but turned to find him completely lost in thought, and thus chose not to disturb him further. After a considerable time, Smoker broke the silence, fixing his gaze on Tina, and spoke in a tone of negotiation. What are your plans from here? Tina intended to remain in this nation, as Crocodile was in Cobra's hands or perhaps in the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates. She needed to uncover their true intentions. I will accompany you. After this matter is resolved, I will request training from Teacher Zephyr. One day, I will capture the Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker's expression was earnest, his gaze fixed on the distance, his tone resolute. I'm glad you think this way, Tina exclaimed joyfully. Ha! Once Crocodile awakens, he finds himself surrounded by members of the Straw Hat crew and, realizing escape is futile, bursts into laughter. Kid, losing to you is no shame. After all, even Raijin fell at your hands. What do you say? Consider teaming up with me? Once we find that thing, we won't need to fear Whitebeard or Kaido. Crocodile, upon regaining consciousness, showed no sign of a defeated prisoner, directly enticing Chunyu. Chunyu admired this fellow's mindset and audacity. He was truly fearless. Oh, team up? What could we possibly collaborate on? Chunyu feigned ignorance, his face filled with confusion. Crocodile's eyes lit up. To him, communication meant the possibility of collaboration. Ha ha ha. You will never regret teaming up with me. And I'm not afraid to tell you, Alabasta possesses the Pluton. Crocodile weakly raised his arm, laughing towards the sky. What is Pluton? Should I explain it to you? Crocodile glanced at the approaching Cobra, then turned his gaze back to Chunyu, mockingly. Upon hearing this, Cobra's expression drastically changed. He was unaware of how Crocodile had come to know such information. Chunyu also did not expect Crocodile to be so direct, and immediately turned his head to signal Cobra and Vivi not to worry. However, Cobra remained on high alert, guarding against Crocodile and Chunyu, swiftly stepping forward to shield Vivi behind him, protecting her fiercely. Seeing this, Crocodile's lips curled into a smirk as he chuckled. Ha ha ha, kid, join me. Have you noticed? Cobra does not trust you. Crocodile's gaze fixated on Chunyu, secretly musing that if this little brat was willing to collaborate, it would be a win-win situation. If he was not, then he would not lose anything. Chunyu smirked, ignoring Cobra's vigilance, and instead questioned with curiosity. Since you already know about Pluton, why would I need to collaborate with you? Teaming up with a corner dog? Don't you find that somewhat ridiculous? Chunyu laughed mockingly, his face full of derision. Crocodile's expression turned exceedingly grim. The term corner dog pierced his pride deeply, and he responded with fury, You little brat. Do not overstep your bounds. Cobra was inclined to trust Chunyu and his companions, yet the significance of Pluton made him cautious. I never thought a corner dog would still have the audacity to show its face. Does a corner dog have any dignity? I don't believe it. If so, prove it to me. Chunyu gazed earnestly at Kelokitier, then slightly raised his head, finding it somewhat perplexing. I never imagined that a wretched dog would still possess the audacity. Does a wretched dog have the right to pride? I refuse to believe it. If not, then prove it to me. Chunyu looked at Kelokitier with sincerity in his eyes, and then raised his head slightly, finding it difficult to comprehend. The detestable little brat. I shall end your life. Kelokitier's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with rage, the sea tower stone handcuffs rattling as he struggled. Johnny and Joseph mercilessly kicked Kelokitier down repeatedly as he attempted to rise. You two bastards. Kelokitier turned his gaze towards the duo known as the Sword Gods, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You little brats. Once I break free, I will surely slay you. Johnny showed no mercy, delivering another kick to Kelokitier's backside, sending him sliding face first across the ground for several meters, his hair standing on end, face twisted in agony, blood gushing from his wounds, a truly horrifying sight. Joseph was eager to join in, but as he prepared to strike, he was stopped by Chunyu. His intention in leaving Kelokitier alive was to safeguard Alabasta. If Kelokitier were to go mad, it could lead to troublesome consequences. If there truly exists a king of the underworld, why would I need to collaborate with you? Chunyu replied dismissively. Kid, do you think everyone understands the historical text? Upon hearing this, Chunyu chuckled and retorted. Can you, old sand, comprehend it? I cannot understand it, but I have someone beneath me who does. I shall ask you one last time, cooperation or not. I dare say you will not find another who comprehends the historical text. It seems yet another person who is utterly clueless, alas. Chunyu sighed, hand pressed to his forehead, at a loss for words. Who made me so kind-hearted? With that, Chunyu produced a small fiery stool and sat in front of Kelokitier. Continuing, what about your subordinates? Are there any left? Can they even speak? For goodness sake, are you not an old powerhouse? Can you not see the situation clearly? Have you lost your mind? You have been captured. Do you expect your subordinates to rescue you? Who has the capability? Mr. One? Or Nico Robin? That young lady is not foolish. Waiting around for you? Is she waiting for a banquet? Moreover, do you think your Baroque works fell apart for no reason? Ignoring Kokir's flushed face in disbelief, Chinyu stood up and walked directly to Vivi, cupping her delicate face in his hands, continuing, "Collaborate with you? For what purpose? To conspire to steal my woman?" As soon as Chinyu held her face, Vivi realized what was about to unfold. She immediately struggled, her voice a whisper, "Wait. Chinyu, what are you planning? My father is right here." While speaking, she pushed against Chinyu's chest with her hands. Chinyu, engrossed in his own bravado, paid no heed to Vivi's objections and leaned down to kiss her red lips, a fleeting touch. Vivi turned to look at her astonished father, then glared at the sword god's duo, her face turning crimson, burying her face in Chinyu's embrace, her fists pounding against his chest in frustration. Observing Kalokir's dark and shocked expression, Chinyu felt a surge of pleasure, and when he noticed the adorable girl in his arms still striking his chest, his delight only intensified. He immediately cupped her face again and planted another kiss. Cobra could no longer bear to watch, hastily turning away, wishing to erase the sight from his mind, while his fingers rubbed his temples incessantly. "Oh!" Chinyu cried out in pain, sticking out his tongue and gasping for air. "Why did you bite me?" Chinyu, perplexed, looked at Vivi with confusion. "What do you mean?" Vivi, flustered and indignant, punched Chinyu in the abdomen. Her face flushed in embarrassment, unsure how to face her father. Chinyu clutched his stomach, his mind filled with questions, and upon looking up, he found everyone regarding him with strange expressions. Sanji and Zoro, who had just returned, displayed varied reactions. Zoro scoffed, furrowing his brow, muttering to himself, "Chinyu has fallen again. He is utterly disappointing." Sanji, in despair, knelt in a corner, repeatedly banging his fists on the ground, lamenting, Why is that person not me?" Seeing Sanji's dismay brought joy to Chinyu. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed Cobra turning his back to him, still rubbing his temples. "Wait, what have I just done? I forcibly kissed his daughter in front of my father-in-law. No wonder it felt so exhilarating." Chinyu muttered under his breath, his expression gradually turning awkward, his fingers fidgeting aimlessly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Kalokir's hopeless expression, and he immediately realized who should be held accountable. Chinyu explained to Vivi, "It's all Kalokir's fault. Just wait. I'll deal with him right now." With that, Chinyu raised his hand and slapped Kalokir across the face, sending him spinning in place. As Kalokir was about to unleash his fury, Chinyu struck him again, this time sending him crashing against the wall. Before Kalokir could hit the ground, Chinyu delivered a blow to his neck, putting him to sleep instantly, the quality of his slumber quite enviable. All right, the culprit has been subdued. There's no need to remain angry." Chinyu turned and embraced Vivi, inhaling her fragrant scent, his face revealing a greedy expression, his hand gently caressing her beautiful back, nuzzling against her cheek. What should we do about Kalokir's reckless words? Just knock him out. It's that simple. Why even ask? Chinyu's actions left Vivi speechless. She glared at Chinyu, having never encountered such a shameless individual. Nami rolled her eyes in disdain towards Chinyu, expressing her disapproval. This guy is either doing it intentionally or he is just foolish. The sword gods duo watched Chinyu with admiration, constantly giving him thumbs up. Chinyu, embarrassed, understood the gravity of the situation, no longer mincing words, and took Vivi's hand to approach Cobra. Upon reaching Cobra, Chinyu suddenly felt a surge of vitality in his toes, unable to remain still, while his throat felt constricted, as if a pecking bird was lodged in it. Rendering him speechless, Vivi kept her head down, allowing Chinyu to lead her hand, remaining silent and unresisting. "Little friend, is there something you wish to discuss?" Cobra guessed the reason for their visit. However, seeing Chinyu still gripping his daughter's hand tightly, Cobra felt a twinge of displeasure, though he maintained his politeness. "Well, uncle." Chinyu scratched his head, uncertain how to broach the subject. Let me clarify. We have no interest in the so-called king of the underworld. True strength is what matters, and you can rest assured about that." As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, the Straw Hat crew nodded in agreement. Moreover, if you truly possessed the king of the underworld, you would not be at a loss against Kalokir, Chinyu remarked, casting a glance at Cobra, stating it as a matter of course. Cobra nodded slightly, still silent, as this was not what he wished to hear. Damn it, I'll take the plunge. Uncle, as you can see, I have a bit of an interest in your daughter. How about before Cobra could respond, Vivi interjected, pinching Chinyu's soft flesh with 2 fingers, twisting it 360 degrees, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, her face filled with displeasure, scolding a bit. Just a bit. Is it? Chinyu truly did not expect such a tactic in this world, and not daring to elementalize, he hastily corrected himself. No, no, uncle. I am very interested, extremely interested in your daughter. How about I become your son-in-law? Cobra's face darkened immediately. Wei Wei covered her eyes with her palm, unable to bear the sight before her. She had never anticipated that Shan Yu would make such a declaration. Fear not. I assure you, I will not allow anyone to bully your daughter. Whoever dares to harm Wei Wei shall face my wrath. After uttering these words, Chinyu realized there was no harm in it, and with a whimsical tone, he continued to elaborate. Wei Wei let out a delicate huff, and, in the presence of Kublai, dove into Chun Yu's embrace. Though slightly awkward, her face radiated joy and happiness. Kublai remained silent, recalling that it had been a long time since Wei Wei had displayed such a demeanor. Since childhood, Wei Wei had been sensible, eager to learn, and a source of reassurance. As she grew, she dedicated herself to the welfare of this nation, leaving Kublai with a sense of guilt for having such an understanding daughter. Initially, Kublai had no intention of meddling in his daughter's romantic affairs, believing it unnecessary to fret over it. However, witnessing his cherished treasure nestled in another's arms was a disparity that was difficult for him to accept. Gazing into the distance, Kublai's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, Our daughter has now found her place. Ikaram, prepare the banquet. We shall host esteemed guests tonight. Breaking his reverie, Kublai promptly waved his hand to make arrangements. Everyone, please come inside and take a moment to rest. Since you are all friends of my daughter, feel free to treat this place as your home. Chun Yu and Wei Wei exchanged a knowing smile. In the realm of adults, there is often more denial than acceptance. A banquet. Upon hearing Kublai's words, Luffy was instantly jolted awake from his stupor, exclaiming excitedly. Sanji, shedding his earlier despondency, yearned to savor the culinary delights and beauty of Alabasta. Chun Yu was absolutely right. While he harbored a desire to kick that scoundrel, the allure of Alabasta's beauties extended beyond just Wei Wei. With this thought, Sanji dashed downstairs in pursuit of lovely encounters, murmuring to himself, What I lost was a single rose, but what I gained was an entire garden. Zoro's eyes sparkled with determination. Since leaving the little garden, he had not had the chance to indulge in fine wine. The banquet hall buzzed with liveliness. Zoro, who allowed you to remove the bandages on your own? Chopper, clutching bandages in his hands, lunged at Zoro. I'm fine now. A little drink is all I need. Facing Chopper's relentless concern, Zoro felt somewhat helpless. Chopper, fuming, asked, Which quack told you that drinking would heal your wounds? Usopp, sporting a swollen face, belted out a song, beginning his journey of embellishments. Luffy and Chinyu clashed. You scoundrel, Chinyu, why did you snatch my fried noodles? Luffy shouted, witnessing Chinyu deftly whisk away the noodles that had just been served. Enraged, he clenched a meat stick in his hand, glaring at Chinyu. Did Chinyu indulge him? In an instant, he bit down on Luffy's meat stick, chewing a couple of times before swallowing it whole, completely ignoring Luffy's darkening expression as he continued to scavenge the feast laid before them. Chinyu, you thief! You stole my noodles and dare to take my meat! Luffy exclaimed, climbing onto a chair, raising his fist in anger towards Chinyu. Chinyu paid him no mind, as the maid brought out more dishes. He effortlessly claimed them all, leaving not a drop of sauce for Luffy. You scoundrel! I am furious. Luffy clutched his belly, closed his eyes, and took deep breaths, watching his stomach gradually shrink back to its normal size before throwing a punch at Chinyu. Well done. Would you like me to praise you? Chinyu didn't even glance at Luffy, employing his elemental powers to seize several plates of meat from the table. Seeing that Chinyu had already consumed 10 more plates than he had, Luffy panicked and ceased his pursuit, instead rushing to compete for more food. Nami and Wei Wei dined gracefully, occasionally emitting melodious laughter as they watched the playful chaos around them. As the meal neared its end, Chinyu refrained from taking any more of Luffy's meat. He wouldn't be hoarding energy in his girlfriend's home. Next time, he could indulge at a naval base. Wiping his mouth and tidying his appearance, he approached Kublai with a bottle of wine. Uncle, let me share a few drinks with you. Chinyu poured a glass of high-proof fruit wine for Kublai and filled his own cup. Unsure of how to conduct himself with his future father-in-law, he figured treating him like a father was never a mistake. Kublai and Chinyu each held a large wine glass, drinking heartily. Chinyu lacked the temperament of a strong man, and Kublai did not embody the demeanor of an elder. The two found themselves increasingly in sync. After several rounds, Kublai, holding his wine glass with one hand and placing the other on Chinyu's shoulder, swayed slightly and said, Brother Chun, I'm sincerely grateful for your assistance to this nation. I am an inadequate king, powerless in times of crisis. I am also a failing father, allowing my own daughter to venture into dangerous territory to gather intelligence. I live in shame and frustration. Yu simply listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. No, it is not like that. Father, I left on my own accord. It has nothing to do with you. Wei, unable to endure her father's distress, argued with reddened eyes. I witnessed everything. Had it not been for my consent, you would never have left the palace. Kublai's emotions surged, his tone rising. Wei was about to speak again when Yu quickly signaled to Nami, who immediately embraced Wei, providing comfort. Initially, Yu suspected Kublai had drunk too much, but upon further reflection, he found it hard to believe that a king could indulge in drunken antics in a banquet hall. Yu surmised that Kublai might wish to convey something to him. Indeed, without Wei's interruption, Kublai cast a meaningful glance at Yu and solemnly stated, "Brother, I originally intended for Wei to leave this country, to be taken by a Karam to a safe place where she could spend her later years. Unfortunately, Wei disregarded Ikaram's advice and infiltrated the Baroque works. She has always been so sensible, yet her happiness has been elusive. Today, I have not seen her smile like that in a long time. Genuine joy, unburdened by shackles. I can see that Wei trusts you and is attached to you, which is why I choose to believe in her." At this, Kublai glanced at Yu and continued, "Is there truly a lead on the underworld in Alabasta? Are you certain you do not want it?" Yu raised an eyebrow, recognizing yet another test, and replied earnestly, "To us, it holds no value. Even more so for me." Kublai's expression remained unchanged, revealing no signs of anger or joy. After a moment of silence, he spoke seriously, "I will not obstruct your departure with her. In fact, I hope you will take her away." Yu's brow furrowed, suddenly perplexed by Kublai's intentions. "I will not force her. I do not wish to compel her," Yu said, his gaze deep and contemplative as he regarded Kublai, opting not to align with his thoughts, but to speak plainly. Kublai did not engage in the topic, but wore a serious expression, revealing a hint of internal conflict in his eyes, remaining silent. Yu frowned. His father-in-law's thoughts were too convoluted for him to decipher. With a sigh of frustration, he pondered that since Kublai was in turmoil, the only course of action he could take was, suddenly rising, he took Kublai directly to the rooftop, saying nothing as they quietly gazed at the myriad of stars above, waiting in silence. The people below were puzzled, yet no one pursued them. Leaning against Nami's shoulder, Wei was filled with concern. "Brother Chun, there are matters I cannot disclose to you in detail, as it would only bring harm to both you and Wei." Kublai was astonished by Yu's perceptiveness, yet his expression remained unchanged. In fact, the conflict in his eyes dissipated completely. After a brief silence, he continued, "Alabasta has significant origins, which is why there are leads on the underworld here. I hope Wei can sever her ties with this nation," Kublai said earnestly. Gazing at Yu, "You are aware the likelihood of this is rather slim, is it not?" Yu cast a serious gaze towards Cobra, interrupting him directly. "Perhaps this would be better for Wei, yet I do not wish to force her. She possesses her own choices in her own life. Regardless of her decisions, I shall support her unconditionally." Cobra displayed no sign of displeasure, nor did he pursue the topic further. Instead, he stated, "I previously mentioned that Alabasta has a significant background, yet it also harbors numerous troubles. I wish to entrust Wei to your care, hoping that you will protect her. I make this request as her father." Cobra's tone was exceedingly grave, his eyes fixed intently upon Yu. Yu detested making promises, but at this moment, he had no choice. He met Cobra's gaze earnestly and declared, "She is my beloved, and I shall do everything within my power to safeguard her." With that, Yu once again turned his attention to the vast expanse of stars. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Cobra's lips. His gaze softened as he looked into the distance. After a lengthy pause, Cobra initiated the conversation. "How long do you plan to stay?" "That depends on the circumstances. The Navy has not yet departed, and there are several spies lurking downstairs. They may create difficulties for you, at which point we shall have to leave. Perhaps once Wei makes her decision, we too will depart. What are your thoughts on the world government?" Yu refrained from providing a direct answer, instead addressing Cobra with a serious expression. "I will discuss it with the captain and leave a pirate flag here. Currently, we are still nameless, but in the future, we shall undoubtedly command respect across the seas. If the world government's flag proves ineffective, then we shall raise this one." Cobra's eyes were exceptionally gentle as he turned to look at Yu, still remaining silent. With his thoughts conveyed, Chenyu had no intention of lingering. He had accounts to settle that evening. Uncle, the wind is strong tonight. Remember to head down early. Wei Wei will be worried. With that, Chenyu vanished from the spot. Wei Wei, my father hopes for your safety and happiness. Now I can rest easy. Upon returning to the dining hall, Chenyu discovered Sanji embracing a beautiful maid, his expression rather lewd. However, Chenyu had no interest in him. Where could they be? Not finding Wei Wei and Nami. Chenyu furrowed his brow and immediately activated his observation hotkey. Found them. Locking onto his target, Chenyu disregarded everyone else and flew straight to his destination, his eyes brimming with excitement. Sister Nami, what do you think my father and Chenyu are discussing? In the bath, Wei Wei tossed her hair and inquired of Nami. Nami gently adjusted the two floating white dough balls on the water's surface, contemplating for a moment before responding. What your father says is not something I should comment on, but since it is a conversation that Chenyu wishes us not to overhear, it must be of great importance. Significant enough that the knowledge of another person would pose a danger. Chenyu usually includes us in his matters, but this situation is indeed rather special. Seeing that Nami was also uninformed, Wei Wei submerged her mouth in the water, gurgling bubbles. Sister Nami, have you grown again? Wei Wei suddenly stared at Nami, her pupils constricting in shock and envy. Nami, puzzled, followed Wei Wei's gaze and discovered that Wei Wei's eyes were fixed intently on her chest. She immediately waved her arms to splash water at Wei Wei. You little rascal, how long have you been with Chenyu? A few days? How have you become so improper like him? Nami's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink as she playfully scolded. Sister Nami, just let me try. Just once. Wei Wei swam towards Nami, pleading playfully. You little rogue, who taught you this? Nami hurriedly stood up, her delicate hands splashing water towards Wei Wei, her pendants swaying enticingly, captivating Wei Wei momentarily. She finally understood why Chenyu was so enamored with Nami. Who could resist such a figure? With her long legs dominating nearly 70% of her height, her fair and supple skin complemented by a cascade of alluring orange hair, her slender waist exuding resilience, and her defined abdominal muscles radiating both beauty and strength, she was utterly mesmerizing. Recalling how Nami often playfully touched her, Wei Wei cast a resentful glance at Nami, complaining, if I'm a little rogue, then what about you? Don't you often extend your hands towards me? Nami was well aware of her own growth. Many of her clothes no longer fit, but Wei Wei's question was undeniably embarrassing. Yet, remembering how she frequently teased Wei Wei, Nami's cheeks turned slightly warm. This won't do. I must ensure Chenyu teaches her a lesson. I cannot bear this burden alone, Nami thought to herself, completely oblivious to the approaching Wei Wei and the two glimmers in a corner. Sensing the shift in the water, Nami turned her head, but it was too late. Wei Wei swam swiftly behind Nami, embracing her from behind and gently twisting her hands. Wei Wei, that's enough. Feeling the softness behind her and the unusual sensations in front, Nami's face flushed with embarrassment, though she feigned anger, lightly scolding. The sensations from herself, Wei Wei, and that little minx were entirely different, Nami thought, slightly bashful. Noticing that Wei Wei had no intention of stopping, Nami reciprocated, flipping to subdue Wei Wei. Her mischievous hands showed no mercy, causing Wei Wei to breathe heavily. Wei Wei immediately abandoned her defense. Their playful tussle intensified, steam rising in the bath. The two enchanting figures appearing hazily, akin to flowers emerging from a mist, accompanied by intermittent, playful exclamations. What the heck? Is this how they usually play? Their usual antics are this audacious? Chenyu felt a bit uncomfortable, unable to see clearly or touch. He could only endure. Suddenly, Nami furrowed her brow, then relaxed immediately, casting a discreet glance in Chenyu's direction, her lips curling into a hint of excitement. You pervert, enjoying the view over there. But today you better deliver. No, you must exceed last time. Nami pondered, her arms wrapping around Wei Wei as she leaned in to whisper in her ear. She then quickly rose, donned her sleepwear, and exited the bath. Upon entering her room, Nami specifically checked Chenyu's location, confirming he was still in the bath, and a sly smile crept across her lips. Filled with schadenfreude, Wei Wei remained alone in the bath, her skin pale and delicate, her cheeks flushed, floating on the surface, lost in thought, remaining still for a considerable time. In her mind, Nami's voice lingered. Wei Wei, do you wish to know the secret of my growth? I can tell you. If you wish to know, you must remain in the bath for at least 10 minutes. After all, I need time to prepare. Otherwise, I won't tell you. As Nami hastily left the bathhouse, Yu found himself deeply conflicted. He had opted for 2p between 1080p and 720p, and now it was reduced to a one-on-one situation. Alas, had he known, he would not have let Nami leave. Which direction to go? Yu's gaze remained fixed on the floating Wei Wei. Observing her distinct complexion compared to Nami's, her delicate arms and graceful feet swaying, igniting his restlessness. He had long desired Wei Wei, with arms crossed over his chest. Tilting his head in earnest contemplation, Yu silently lamented, "Alas, to disrupt the peace of my future father-in-law's household on my first visit would be quite inappropriate." Having chosen his target, Yu no longer hesitated. He immediately activated his observation haki, pinpointed Nami's room, and sped towards it like a famished wolf encountering a plump, immobile rabbit, his eyes gleaming with hunger. In her room, Nami felt a sense of relief, having endured considerable hardship, eager for Wei Wei to experience the same torment of the past 2 hours. In this moment of fulfillment, her little head swayed incessantly, her hands embracing the pillow, her delicate face buried within it, while her jade-like feet danced gracefully, exuding an alluring charm. Suddenly, a fierce fire ignited in the room, its flames warm and captivating, enveloping the entire space. Oh, why is this happening? As her beautiful eyes fixated on the unexpectedly familiar flames, Nami's pupils constricted, her face a portrait of confusion and panic as she exclaimed, "Shouldn't this fire be in the bathroom? How did it come here?" The door was locked with a decisive click, and the sound of footsteps approached. Nami's movements froze, and she turned her head slowly to behold the greedy gaze of Yu. Her mind racing with questions about the absence of a knock and only the sound of the door being secured. Before she could voice her thoughts, a startled gasp escaped her lips as Yu abruptly pulled her to the edge of the bed. His eyes glazed over as he scanned her from head to toe. In a swift motion, his hands reached out, and, with a tearing sound, he shredded the new nightgown that Nami had just donned. Staring at her pristine and flawless figure, Yu felt his gaze lock in place, unable to divert his attention, his mouth dry and throat parched, his breath quickening, and his heart racing with insatiable longing. As the saying goes, in youthful exuberance, beauty and passion intertwine, and the allure of a spring night is irresistible. Yet in this hotel, the spirit seems to dance upon a celestial vessel. The blush of embarrassment tinged with sweat, the pallor of confusion staining her delicate features. Sleep evaded them as the rooster heralded the dawn. In the bath, Wei Wei anxiously counted the minutes as she dressed in her nightgown, her heart pounding as she approached Nami's room. Her arms quivered slightly, a mix of anticipation and trepidation. She twisted the doorknob only to find it locked. A frown of suspicion creased her forehead. Surely, Nami was not so dull as to be alone? "Nami?" Wei Wei called softly, knocking on the door, but receiving no response. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Inside, the two were lost in their own world, the flames providing a soundproof barrier, oblivious to Wei Wei's lingering presence outside. Nami lay on the bed, her hand intertwined with Yu's, basking in their affection. Outside, Wei Wei's fingers continued to tap on the door, calling out a few more times to no avail, her lips pouting in disappointment as she walked away, assuming Nami had exhausted herself and drifted into slumber. Back in her own room, Wei Wei lay perplexed on her bed for over an hour, unable to fathom what was amiss with Nami today. She pressed her forehead into the pillow, her delicate brow furrowed, her jade feet restless, tossing and turning with anxiety. Meanwhile, nearly 2 hours had passed, and even Nami, accustomed to endurance, felt her strength waning. Observing her fluttering eyelashes and labored breaths, Yu felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Yet, the performance continued for an additional 40 minutes before it finally concluded. Yu tended to Nami with gentle care, adjusting her position and covering her with a blanket before lying down beside her. He tucked a damp strand of hair behind her ear and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, ready to rest himself. At that moment, Nami, struggling against her heavy eyelids, leaned close to Yu's ear and whispered with all her might, "Wei Wei. Wei Wei is next door. She has been waiting for you. Don't you desire her?" After uttering those words, she extended her hand, realizing Yu's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and she sighed in relief, turning away to drift into a deep sleep. Yu recalled the image of Wei Wei bathing, and he swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the wall that separated them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved not to leave the beauty alone in her empty room. Rising to quench his thirst, he stealthily exited his room and knocked on the door to the adjacent room. Hearing the knock, Wei Wei's eyes brightened, believing it was Nami coming for her. and she eagerly rushed to the door, forgetting about her unfastened nightgown. "Nami," she exclaimed as she opened the door, only to be met with Chun Yu's presence. "Chun-Yu, what are you doing here? Where's Nami?" Wei Wei was taken aback, puzzled by Chun Yu's unexpected visit. "I came to find you. Is that not permissible?" Chun Yu feigned disappointment, his voice soft. Wei Wei, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, blinked innocently, tilting her head in confusion as she replied, "But why are you looking for me? Are you not waiting for me?" Chun Yu's gaze burned with barely contained desire, fixating on certain parts of her, rendering him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Wei Wei, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she weakly asked, "Did Nami send you?" After a moment's reflection, Chun Yu recalled that indeed, Nami had mentioned Wei Wei was waiting for him, and he nodded vigorously, his eyes never wavering. His blood surged with fervor, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, swallowing hard as his throat parched. It was then that Wei Wei noticed the predatory glint in Chun Yu's eyes. Following his gaze, she became acutely aware of her own posture and quickly turned away, emitting a startled cry. "Wow, Wei Wei appears so graceful and gentle, yet secretly enjoys such games. You want me to take the initiative, don't you? Consider it done." Chun Yu strode into Wei Wei's room, enveloping the girl who faced away from him in his embrace, inhaling her fragrant scent as he swiftly closed and locked the door behind them. Wei Wei felt Chun Yu's warmth, her heart racing at the thought of what was about to transpire, her complexion deepening in hue, her heart pounding wildly as her ears flushed red. Clutching her arms tightly around her chest, she lowered her head, too bashful to move. Noticing Wei Wei's lack of resistance, Chun Yu's excitement surged, a grin spreading across his face as he exhaled hot breath against her neck, letting it cascade down her collar. A sultry moan escaped Wei Wei's lips, sending a shiver of exhilaration through Chun Yu's heart, his hands unable to restrain themselves, igniting his desires anew. Wei Wei's breathing quickened, her body growing languid until she finally collapsed into Chun Yu's embrace, her face flushed, her eyes filled with affection. Sensing the unfamiliar sensation at her lower back, Wei Wei's face burned with embarrassment as she struggled to turn around, rising on her toes to press down, leaning forward with her hands resting on Chun Yu's chest. Gazing up at him, her lips slightly parted, warm breaths caressing his face, sending waves of warmth coursing through his body. "Chun Yu," Wei Wei called out once more, her eyes becoming increasingly dazed. Chun Yu immediately lowered his head to capture her lips, his hands roaming with mischief. Wei Wei responded fervently, her body yielding, until she finally lay limp against Chun Yu, surrendering to his advances, unable to contain the tempestuous heat surging within him. Chun Yu embraced Wei Wei and guided her towards the bed. As dawn approached and the moon began to wane, Chun Yu glanced at the sleeping Wei Wei, curled up in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. He gently caressed her cheek. Feeling unsatisfied, he playfully pinched her cheeks. Wei Wei wrinkled her nose, her brow furrowing as she opened her sleep-laden eyes to confront the source of her interrupted slumber, rolling her eyes in silent protest. "You are too much. You disrupted my sleep. Nami was right. You wicked rascal, completely disregarding others' well-being. As if that were not enough, you woke me up twice early in the morning. With this..." Wei Wei rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Observing Wei Wei's captivating demeanor, Chun Yu instantly lost the desire to rise and hastily burrowed back into the bedding, pulling Wei Wei into his embrace. "We should be departing soon. We cannot linger, as a few mice have appeared downstairs. Your Alabasta is still a member of the world government," Chun Yu said softly, gazing at Wei Wei, before hugging her tightly, his hands resting gently on her back, not daring to overstep. The thought of Chun Yu and the others leaving made Wei Wei's lips pout in a mixture of defiance and sorrow. Chun Yu buried his face in the crook of Wei Wei's neck, inhaling deeply without uttering a word, waiting for her response. "Fetched man." Wei Wei's eyes reddened as she cast a lingering glance at Chun Yu before turning away. Witnessing this, Chun Yu felt a pang of discomfort. What was this? They had just shared an intimate moment last night, and now they had to part ways. Rising, Chun Yu gently lifted Wei Wei, sitting her against the headboard, his arms slowly cradling her, with his right hand supporting her back, and his left thumb gently wiping away the tears that cascaded from her eyes. This only deepened Wei Wei's distress, prompting her to wrap her arms around Chun Yu's neck, pressing her delicate face against his, her body trembling slightly. As the warm tears fell, trickling down his neck to his chest, Chun Yu exhaled a sigh of resignation. One hand encircled her slender waist while the other caressed her back, attempting to soothe her sorrow. They remained in this tender embrace until Wei Wei's quivering subsided and her tears ceased to flow. Chunyu positioned his hands on either side of Wei Wei's chest, lifting her gently. As she felt herself being raised, Wei Wei reluctantly released her hold on his neck, gazing down at him with a look of bewilderment. Slowly lowering her, before she could speak, Chunyu sealed her lips with his hands resting at her waist, his head tilting naturally. Sensing the warmth of the kiss, Wei Wei did not resist, cradling Chunyu's head with her hands in fervent response. This kiss dissipated all of Wei Wei's negativity and sorrow. As their lips parted, the silver threads of connection broke, and Wei Wei gasped for breath, her thoughts drifting far from Chunyu. A contemplative expression crossed her face, her eyes sparkling with determination. Then, her beautiful gaze locked onto Chunyu, filled with fervor. Her lips parted slightly. Last night, after you and my father left, Luffy and Nami invited me to travel with them, and I was uncertain at that moment. As she spoke, Wei Wei reached out to caress Chunyu's cheek, leaning closer to his ear, her eyes shimmering as she whispered, "Chunyu, I still wish to." Upon hearing this, Chunyu's eyes flickered, but he felt a rush of exhilaration when he saw Wei Wei gently shedding her nightgown and settling onto his lap. The flames of desire reignited within him. By midday, Chunyu assisted Wei Wei as they strolled into the dining hall. Upon entering, all eyes, including that of Cobra, turned towards them. In contrast to the awkwardness between the two, the gazes from the others reflected pain, confusion, envy, admiration, and even jealousy. After helping Wei Wei take a seat, Chunyu's gaze fixed intently on Cobra, his expression serious as he inquired, "Uncle, has Crocodile been dealt with?" Cobra, still reeling from the anguish of seeing his prized possessions tarnished, recognized Chunyu as both a son-in-law and a benefactor, and dared not show any negligence. Suppressing his emotions, he replied with an unnatural demeanor, "Alabasta has been reborn. It will merely take some time to restore the productivity of our people." Chunyu nodded gently, not taken aback. Yet his attention remained fixed on Cobra. "Crocodile has been handed over to the Navy, but they have yet to depart," Cobra added, his expression turning grave as he revealed having detected the world government's minions, though he chose not to disclose this information. With the answers he sought, Chunyu relaxed visibly and returned to enjoying his meal. "We shall depart once we finish eating. Lingering would be detrimental to this nation," he stated while eating, the first half directed at Cobra and the others, the latter half intended for the Straw Hat crew. Luffy was about to protest, but ultimately relented. Sanji, too, found it hard to part with the maidens of Alabasta, puffing on a cigarette as he stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Ignoring the two, Chunyu took Wei Wei's small hand in his own. Surprisingly, Wei Wei's demeanor was not as expected. She bore no trace of sadness. Instead, she reached out with her other hand to stroke the back of Chunyu's hand, a smile gracing her face. At this, both Chunyu and Nami exchanged relieved smiles. After a satisfying meal, the group gradually boarded the Mary. With such an abundance of gold on board, it was not feasible to remain by the seaside after defeating Enel. Chunyu had brought the Mary over. In front of the Mary, Chunyu opened his arms, enveloping Wei Wei in a warm embrace. In full view of everyone, Wei Wei cupped Chunyu's face in her hands, rising on her toes to kiss him, leaving Cobra and the others dumbfounded. Sanji turned pale, his movements stiffening, jealousy flickering in his eyes. The swordsman duo exhibited admiration, smirking in a rather mischievous manner as they secretly gave Chunyu a thumbs up. After a brief farewell, Chunyu took to the skies with a Mary. Wei Wei exchanged glances with Nami, then waved goodbye to the others. Nami gestured with her thumb, and they shared a knowing smile. As they watched the Mary drift further away, Wei Wei's tears flowed freely. Cobra stepped forward, gently soothing Wei Wei's back, his gaze fixed sharply on the departing ship, silent yet resolute. "Chunyu, Alabasta will surely flourish under my stewardship. By then," Wei Wei said, her eyes glistening with determination as she looked towards the horizon. "Father, I am ready." Turning to Cobra, she wiped away her tears with delicate hands, her tone resolute. With a mighty heave, Chunyu cast the Mary into the inland river, appearing on the deck a moment later. "You fiery scoundrel, do you seek a fight?" Sanji, engrossed in experimenting with Alabasta's cuisine in the kitchen, brandished a knife, its blade aimed at Chunyu, seething with rage. Before Chunyu could respond, Zoro abruptly awoke from his slumber, drawing his sword and pointing it towards Sanji, albeit at an awkward angle, muttering, "Who?" Sanji, already irked, darkened at the sight of Zoro confronting him, lighting a cigarette with a glower, and retorted coldly, "Don't you know who I am?" Green-haired fool, are you both directionally challenged and face-blind? Zoro, wanting to explain that there were people on the second floor, found that there was no point in reasoning. Drawing his sword once more, his expression fierce as he declared, "You, colorblind idiot, the only thing you can cook is a simple meal. Your leg is still not healed, right?" Sanji's veins bulged, his face turning an ashen shade, as he clenched his cigarette and replied, "If you want to die, I can oblige. Unlike you, a worthless fool who couldn't defeat a foe under 300 million and was shot, your sword may suffice for slicing fish, but for killing? Huh, say that again." The two exchanged no further words and immediately clashed. "You two fools. If you want to fight, take it elsewhere, not on the Mary," Usopp exclaimed, anxiety written all over his face as he pointed at the two combatants. Ignoring him, their battle intensified, escalating into a frenzy. Usopp turned to Chinyu, a look of desperate appeal in his eyes, which left Chinyu feeling a chill run down his spine. "Do you want me to intervene?" Chinyu inquired knowingly, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Usopp. Who nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation, his hands clasped in prayer at his chest, as if he were on the verge of kneeling before Chinyu. "Certainly, I shall exert myself." With that, Chinyu strode forward, seizing the back of Usopp's head and flinging him toward the center, where Sanji and Zoro stood. Just as Usopp opened his mouth to express his gratitude, declaring Chinyu to be the finest first mate in the world, he was launched into the air. At that precise moment, Zoro swung his sword down, the hilt striking Usopp's head. Usopp's eyes and tongue bulged out in shock. Sanji attempted a sweeping kick to redirect Zoro's blade, but unexpectedly, Usopp appeared, and the kick landed squarely on his face. Usopp performed several somersaults midair before landing face-first on the deck. Bang! Usopp's nose, dark as a crow's beak, punctured the deck of the Going Merry. Despite his observation haki alerting him throughout, he could not react in time. Had he not hastily coated his nose with haki, his nasal bone would surely have shattered into pieces. "Damn you, Chinyu. Are you trying to kill me?" Usopp sprang to his feet, furiously pointing at Chinyu. Observing the swollen-eyed figure before him, resembling someone wearing binoculars, with a head adorned with a lump, Chinyu chose to forgive Usopp on the spot. Disregarding his audacious claims of superiority and the finger wagging at him. "I am indeed a walking bodhisattva," Chinyu murmured to himself, practicing his breathing exercises with both hands raised. Sanji and Zoro had long since made their escape, although it was not their fault. The fact that Usopp had been inadvertently harmed was undeniable. While Usopp's potential for retaliation was not feared, his incessant chatter was a cause for concern. Chopper, observing the fleeing Sanji and Zoro, then glancing at Chinyu, who remained silent in the face of Usopp's tirade, became even more convinced of Usopp's formidable strength. In a bid to evade Usopp, Chinyu sought out Sanji and Zoro, the three men casting sharp glances towards Nami's quarters. At this, Usopp ceased his incessant complaints, kneeling on the deck and gently caressing the Going Merry, lamenting, "Mary, forgive me. I did not mean to jab you. Shall I come in and invite you out?" Chinyu accepted the cigarette Sanji offered, placing it in his mouth and speaking slowly. Nami felt a chill, unfamiliar with this ominous presence, and could not help but think, what if it is a perverse psychopath? The items in that room must be replaced. No, the room itself must be changed. I shall swap with Chinyu. Yes. The sound of high heels echoed from Nami's quarters, each step resonating in Sanji's heart. This feeling, a beautiful woman, Sanji thought, his nostrils flaring as heat surged forth, while his eyes cautiously watched Chinyu, treating him as one would a wild beast. The first mate truly is heartless. A soothing, gentle feminine voice emerged as the door opened, revealing the true visage within. "She is." Nami furrowed her brow slightly, casting a suspicious glance at Robin, murmuring to herself, "I have seen her before and even assisted her, but why is she here on the Going Merry, in my room? It appears she knows Chinyu." With this thought, Nami directed a disapproving look at Chinyu. "Do not look at me. I am not well acquainted with her. It is merely a matter of using connections," Chinyu replied, maintaining his composure and avoiding her gaze, innocently shrugging his shoulders. Nami believed him, at least in her eyes. Chinyu had never acted indiscriminately. Sanji straightened his arms at his sides, wrists flipping over, leaning forward, his legs rigid, moving closer to Robin on his toes. His eyes sparkling with affection, greedily inhaling the faint sweetness that surrounded her, his expression blissful. Observing this, Robin showed little aversion, subtly distancing herself from Sanji before softly chiding. "Mr. First Mate, how excessive. After all, you have done this and that to me. and now you act as if you do not recognize me. With that, Robin's delicate face displayed a hint of grievance, her large eyes appearing sorrowful, her lips slightly puckered, stealing glances at Nami and Luffy. Chinyu, what have you done to her? Upon hearing this, Sanji's composure shattered, fury igniting within him as he approached Chinyu, hands in his pockets, striding with an exaggerated gait. Damn it, this enchantress is up to no good again. Why can't you focus on pursuing others instead of making me uncomfortable? Chinyu, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. A glimmer of envy flickered in Usopp's eyes. He could not fathom why Chinyu, despite his flirtatious nature, was so well-liked. Suddenly, he halted, slapping himself on the back of the head, muttering, I truly am despicable. I have no self-respect. Hey, fiery bastard, why have you fallen silent? Are you afraid to take responsibility? Sanji thought of kicking this fellow to the curb. Nami also found the situation puzzling. If Chinyu had done nothing wrong, why would the girl say such things? She scrutinized Chinyu with her beautiful eyes, adopting an attitude of leniency for confessions, but severity for denials. Luffy, unfazed, was engrossed in picking his nose, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Chinyu, you have truly disappointed me. Zoro's brow furrowed. In Zoro's eyes, Chinyu had lost the sincere pursuit of martial arts he once possessed. With attention now focused on Chinyu, Robin wore a subtle smile. Her brows slightly arched as she regarded him. Sanji, do you not believe me when I say nothing happened? Do you genuinely wish for me to have had an affair with her? Chinyu countered directly, ignoring Sanji's inquiry. Not glancing at the suddenly quiet Sanji, Chinyu shifted his expression, a grin spreading across his face as he turned his gaze toward Nami, revealing his most primal desire. And you, Vivi is not here. Tonight, you will have to endure a little more. Upon hearing Chinyu's chilling declaration, Nami felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her expression gradually solidifying, her face stiffening as she forced a smile, waving her hand lightly in an attempt to deflect. Chinyu had already resolved to increase his training sessions with Nami. Otherwise, her stubbornness would only lead to more friction. Unable to satisfy her with gentleness, he would have to resort to something firmer. Having settled matters on his end, Chinyu turned his attention to Robin, raising an eyebrow provocatively. You are worth nearly 80 million, you know? Are you not afraid I might leave a mark on you and sell you to the world government? Robin was unfazed by such threats, confident that Chinyu would only scare her, his bravado failing to rattle her inner peace. 80 million? The others gasped in shock, unable to fathom how a seemingly delicate woman could have such a high bounty, immediately retreating in trepidation. Robin glanced at the unflappable Zoro and her greatest rival, Nami, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Captain Luffy, I am an archaeologist. May I join your crew? Robin gazed at Luffy with sincerity, her expression earnest. Hee, an archaeologist? Splendid. Of course. You may join. Luffy sat cross-legged on the ship's figurehead, supporting himself with his hands, grinning broadly as he replied earnestly. Huh? The Straw Hat crew exclaimed in unison. Bakiyaru, Luffy, think carefully. A stranger with an 80 million bounty. What if she is a man-eating demon? Usopp clutched Luffy's neck, shaking him anxiously. Indeed, Luffy, think it through. Chopper echoed, wrapping his arms around Luffy's arm, his tearful eyes pleading. It's all right. I'm very strong. Luffy dismissed their frantic pleas, instead flexing his biceps with a smile. Chinyu, look, the captain has gone mad. Usopp, seeing that Luffy was impervious to reason, ran to find Chinyu. Chao Ba continued to plead, wrapping his hose around Chinyu's calves, looking up with tears in his eyes. Ignoring Usopp, Chinyu gently lifted Chopper and comforted him. Chopper, you know Luffy's character well enough, don't you? If she truly turns out to be a Demoness, just let me know, and I shall deal with her swiftly. From that point onward, you'll be responsible for keeping an eye on that Demoness, my reliable Chopper. Chinyu's voice was imbued with such infectious warmth that it instantly uplifted Chopper, who promptly retrieved a small stick and focused intently on Robin. Nami, however, was less concerned about Robin's bounty, especially since Chinyu had not objected. Yet, her brows remained tightly knit as her instincts, a woman's sixth, seventh, and eighth senses, were warning her that something was amiss with this woman. Not only others, but even Robin herself was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Luffy would accept her so openly. Looking at Luffy's sincere smile, Robin felt a warmth in her heart, a trust she had never experienced before. However, she quickly regained her composure. Her goals had yet to be fulfilled. At this moment, Robin shifted her gaze towards Nami, realizing that to truly join the crew, she could not afford to underestimate Chun Yu's first woman. So, the little thief Nami, is it? Robin mused inwardly, a confident smile gracing her lips. What a headache. Why do I have these peculiar stones here? Robin exclaimed as she pulled a bag from a dimensional rift and placed it on the table, the open mouth spilling several gleaming gems that sparkled in the sunlight. Her face was filled with confusion as she muttered to herself. Thump, thump. Nami's heartbeat quickened, although her expression remained unchanged. This woman, her tactics are utterly despicable, Nami thought, stiffening and turning her head away, unwilling to look further. Honestly, how annoying. How can there be more? Robin reached back into the crevice and leisurely retrieved a fuller bag, tossing it onto the table, her face filled with vexation. How infuriating. Nami clenched her fists, yet her eyes kept darting toward the 2 bags of gems on the table. Seeing Nami's reaction, Chun Yu couldn't help but chuckle. A little thief. Indeed, are these stones truly worthless? Is that so? Robin lamented. What a pity there is still a whole box of these stones in the room. They all came from Crocodile. It seems I must just dispose of them. Keeping a watchful eye on Nami, she smirked slightly, feigning regret. Nami thought, the captain has agreed. So my opinion as a navigator matters little. Since Chun Yu has not objected, it indicates that this sister is a good sister. With this thought, Nami's eyes sparkled with determination as she rushed to Robin's side, lifting Robin's small hands with affection, saying, Sister, let me handle these stones. There is a whole box full. I wouldn't want to tire you out. Seeing this, Robin raised her right hand, palm slightly outward, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes curving with charm. Sanji, who had been watching Robin's hand reach into the crevice, was already in a state of exhilaration, now clutching his heart as if shot, collapsing with starry eyes. His nostrils flaring, heat radiating from him, reaching a critical point. Chopper was startled by Sanji's state, muttering in panic, a spell. A spell. Sanji is under a spell. Drawing upon his professional ethics, Chopper suddenly remembered he was a doctor and hurried to examine Sanji. Chun Yu, too, was momentarily distracted, glancing at Robin from time to time. Robin had long since fixed her gaze on Chun Yu, covering her mouth with a smile. Ahem. Realizing he had been caught peeking, Chun Yu awkwardly closed his eyes, coughed lightly, and when he opened them again, maintained a neutral expression as he looked at Robin, as if nothing had occurred. Robin gave Chun Yu a meaningful glance, placing her hand on Nami's hand and smiling. Since my sister is willing to handle it, then let her take care of everything. There is not just a box of gems, but also a box of jewelry, quite heavy, so I would appreciate my sister's help. Not a bother. Absolutely no bother. Nami exclaimed. Sister, I adore you. Upon hearing about the box of jewelry, Nami couldn't contain her excitement, leaping towards Robin, embracing her warmly, and then dashing into the room, her face alight with joy. Chopper realized that Sanji was merely overly excited, sighing in relief as he trotted over to Usopp, preparing to form a united front. I must find evidence to have Chun Yu subdue the Demoness. Chopper resolutely thought, clenching his hooves. This greedy little one has been easily bought. Seeing Nami falter, Usopp and Chopper simultaneously waved their hands in disbelief. Zoro rubbed his sleepy eyes, casting a disdainful glance at Robin before dozing off again. Chopper, this won't do. We must step up. Usopp stepped forward, fists clenched, his eyes determined as he looked at Chopper. Oh, I must unveil this Demoness' true form. Chopper mimicked Usopp's stance, looking valiant and ready for sacrifice. Too naive, too young. Can't they see that Chun Yu's woman is right before them? Johnny and Joseph thought in the corner, exchanging knowing glances that affirmed their judgment. A mere glance was enough for them to exchange information. It appeared that the swordsman was maintaining neutrality, and Sanji, who was playing with Luffy, caught Robin's eye as she contemplated the overly excited Sanji. Captain Luffy had already accepted me. The duo of swordsmen seemed to harbor no animosity towards me, instead looking at me with respect. It's somewhat strange, yet currently, there is no significant issue. What should Mr. Reindeer and Mr. Longnose do? Chopper. Luffy suddenly turned to Usopp and the others, shouting loudly. At the same time, 2 hands sprouted from his head, mirroring Chopper's gaze and posture. Oh, he has got horns. How impressive. Chopper and Usopp gasped in astonishment, retreating in shock. Right? Robin's abilities are so fascinating. Luffy laughed heartily, reverting to his original form, clutching his belly in delight. Thus, the 3 of them enjoyed a joyful game with Robin. Ha ha! Robin suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, her laughter bright and breezy, filling the air with joy. She had anticipated that Usopp and the others would be difficult to deal with, yet they turned out to be surprisingly amiable. I'm truly growing fonder of this crew. Robin suddenly rose, gracefully approaching Chinyu with a radiant smile, whispering sweetly, "First mate, would you like me to be your concubine? I would be delighted." Robin placed her hands on Chinyu's shoulders, standing on tiptoe to whisper. Johnny and Joseph mistakenly believed that Robin had leaned in to kiss Chinyu. Their eyes met, hands tightly clasped, excitement gleaming in their expressions as they whispered, "Here it comes. This is the allure of Brother Chinyu." Usopp shared the same sentiment, covering his heart with both hands, retreating nervously, only to suddenly slap himself and turn a look at the indifferent Sanji with pity. It was not until Robin drew closer that Chinyu, looking down, truly realized the extent of Robin's allure, her presence grand and generous, overflowing with charm. "Are you wearing Nami's clothes?" Chinyu asked without lifting his gaze, fixated on the valley. Under the unwavering gaze of Chinyu, Rabitan felt a wave of shyness wash over him. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of him, his face flushed and his mind wandering. In a hurried moment, he could only don Nami's attire. "Welcome aboard. Remember to procure some proper clothing next time you come ashore. Nami's garments are not suitable for you, as they may become uncomfortable after prolonged wear." After saying this, Chinyu cast one last lingering look before reluctantly turning to depart. Rabitan suddenly realized he had been led into a rhythm. He remained rooted in place, contemplating deeply. A playful smile then crept onto his lips. "Vice Captain, you have yet to answer my question." Upon hearing this, Chinyu paused, and without a word, he vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Rabitan immediately broke into a satisfied grin. At that moment, the Mary had already sailed from the inland river into the open sea, where a swan pirate ship was swiftly approaching on its right flank. "Captain, we have spotted the Straw Hat Crew's ship ahead," shouted a lookout from the mainmast. "Nanny, splendid. All hands, full speed ahead. Bring the ship closer. The Straw Hat Crew are our dear friends." With tears streaming down his face, Fanklai raised his right leg high and began to dance ballet. Yes, the once ordinary swan pirate ship suddenly sprouted 2 rows of oars, gliding frantically as if flapping the wings of a dragonfly. The vessel surged forward, its bow lifting slightly, quickly distancing itself from the relentlessly pursuing naval warship. Little Foam cast a furtive glance back at the naval vessel, his gaze growing resolute as he strode directly to the ship's bow, standing on the railing and proclaiming with fervor, "My dear friends, I am coming." On the Mary, Chinyu stood at the bow, savoring the sea breeze, when suddenly a smile broke across his face. "Luffy, we have discovered the pirate ship." Chinyu called out to the trio, still engaged in playful antics, while he quickly made his way to Nami's quarters. Upon entering, he beheld a greedy orange cat immersed among 2 chests of jewels, its paws occasionally scooping up handfuls of gems, creating a mesmerizing cascade, its eyes glazed over with bliss. "By heavens, I have never encountered such an avaricious creature." Chinyu approached Nami, supporting her under her arms and lifting her effortlessly. Chinyu, what are you doing? Don't disturb me." Nami protested, struggling in mid-air, her long legs flailing, fists clenched, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed longingly at the jewels below, her expression a mix of excitement and defiance. "If you behave, I will set you down." At his words, Nami ceased her frantic writhing, her tears instantly drying, her expression tense, yet hopeful as she regarded Chinyu. "Goodness, you truly astound me." Chinyu squinted slightly, exhaling softly before gently lowering Nami, his tone laced with resignation. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Nami dove towards the jewels, transforming into a protective guardian, her expression serious, her gaze wary as she fixed it on Chinyu. "I will not fight you for them." Chinyu clenched his fists slightly, his teeth gritted in reply. Nami then shifted her demeanor, rising with grace and leaping into Chinyu's embrace, her face a picture of grievance, her wide eyes and upturned lips gazing at him as she whimsically exclaimed, "Dear, why did you come without a word?" Upon hearing such an enchanting voice, Chinyu's irritation melted away, leaving him utterly disarmed. "Come, let us stretch our limbs. I have found you a worthy opponent with whom to practice." Chinyu urged gently, cupping Nami's delicate face in his hands to prevent her from fleeing. You scoundrel. Put me down. I refuse to go. I want to stay with my treasures." As anticipated, Nami's expression shifted dramatically, her fists rapidly pounding against Chinyu's chest as she struggled, her brows furrowed and eyes tightly shut, proclaiming in a frenzy. "Listen, if you win, I promise to go easy on you in the future," Chinyu countered. wrapping one arm around Nami's slender waist while the other forcefully pried open her eyes, urging her to listen. Surprisingly, Nami did indeed pause, pondering seriously. After a moment, however, she began to flail again, her legs kicking wildly, fists pounding against Chinyu's chest as she shouted, "Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? You? Do I need you to go easy on me?" In truth, Nami had almost agreed, but recalling Chinyu's ferocity, she deemed it better to stand her ground. "Is this all you can manage?" Chinyu raised an eyebrow, taken aback, though he had a backup plan in mind. Thus, before Chinyu could finish, Nami's eyes widened. Her nose flared, and she resumed her assault, cutting him off. "No, I refuse. I refuse. I will tell Ajian that you are bullying me and forcing me." Nami dismissed his pleas entirely, closing her eyes tightly and refusing to look at Chinyu, her body writhing in protest. Chinyu grasped her chin, tilting her lips upward. Yet, at that moment, Nami resembled a wild boar, a fish yanked from water, a frenzied donkey, struggling with all her might, proving difficult to restrain. "Oh my goodness!" Chinyu, unable to contain himself any longer, leaned down and kissed her. Unfortunately, Nami clamped her teeth shut, making it impossible for him to break through. However, he had no intention of forcing her open, knowing it could lead to a bite. Releasing one hand to firmly secure Nami's waist, he let the other wander until her breath quickened and her lips parted slightly, at which point he seized the opportunity. He kissed her until her eyes shimmered like two pools of autumn water, and her limbs ceased their struggle. Only then did he relent, knowing he still needed her to fight. Naturally, he intended it to be just enough. Chinyu swiped his tongue across his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Nami as he inquired, "Can you now listen to what I have to say?" Nami nodded obediently, like a chick pecking a grain. "I have found you an opponent, and with me by your side to protect you. What is there to resist?" Just as Nami's expression twisted again, about to shake her head in protest, Chinyu quickly added, "As long as you agree and triumph over her, all my treasures will belong to you. Everything I seize will be yours to safeguard." Upon hearing this, Nami's expression momentarily froze, but soon her eyes ignited with fervor. She drew her weather staff, assembling it into a sturdy club, twirling it a few times before declaring resolutely, "I am the navigator of the future pirate king. What is there to fear?" Chinyu could only watch in bemusement, his brow twitching in exasperation. "What are you waiting for? Let us go. My hands are itching to get started." Nami reached the door, turning to see Chinyu still standing there in a daze, and hurriedly urged him on. "By the way, if I win, you will fulfill both of my conditions, right?" Nami asked expectantly, her big eyes fluttering as she gently sought confirmation. "Dream on. It's one or the other." Chinyu resolutely ignored Nami's charm, his tone unyielding. "Oomph." Nami immediately withdrew her sweet demeanor, her gaze narrowing at Chinyu as she snorted, "Level 8 Gale." With that, she dashed out of the room, fearing a reprimand. Chinyu, his face darkened, followed closely behind, secretly scheming. "Little Chinyu, you're out." Little Feng and Luffy, along with the others, were now arm in arm, their faces beaming, the earlier panic forgotten. Little Feng's crew shared in the joy, some even sipping tea, looking quite content. "Why are you still lingering here after I told you to leave?" Chinyu raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Of course, we are here for our friendship. We are dear friends," Little Feng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he gave Chinyu a heartfelt thumbs up. "For friendship." Little Feng's crew echoed loudly, their genuine emotions spilling forth, tears flowing freely. Little Feng, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were instantly moved, linking arms once more as they began their merry revelry. "I hope my dear friend can eliminate the navy that has been summoned." Chunyu shrugged, his tone devoid of emotion. Xiao Feng stood frozen, speechless. "Xiao Feng, did you not claim that the navy was pursuing us, and that you were here to assist?" Luffy and his companions stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. Two enormous warships drew closer, accompanied by several smaller vessels. Smoker stood at the bow, biting down on two cigars, his gaze fixed intently on Chunyu. Upon seeing the Straw Hat crew, Tina displayed a hint of wariness, her eyes locking onto Feng Keeley, her tone icy. "Feng Keeley, surrender immediately. The Straw Hat crew's mission today is not with you. I advise you not to mislead yourselves." Tina then turned her gaze to Luffy, her eyes sharp as she commanded, "Straw Hat, you and Chun, you should surrender at once." Smoker's forehead bulged with veins as he interrupted sharply, "Straw Hat, you are not going to take down the pirates. I will not allow that." "But," "There is no but. Allowing pirates to roam free is not my sense of justice. I would rather die." Ignoring Tina, who was rushing towards him, Smoker immediately transformed partially, soaring into the air, roaring with determination. What foolish words! How could Tina abandon Smoker? Tina donned her gear, turning her head to ease her neck, glaring at Smoker with an unkind expression, lamenting. "Oh, beautiful lady!" Sanji's head bobbed slightly, his eyes immediately lighting up upon noticing Tina on the warship, his face beaming with excitement. Chunyu, trailing behind Nami, felt exasperated seeing Luffy's eagerness and Sanji's anticipation. He hastily intervened, saying, "Luffy, Sanji, come back. Sanji, that is the Navy. Are you planning to fly to the heavens?" Chunyu looked at Sanji in disbelief and continued, "If you go after the Navy, what will happen to Robin?" Upon hearing this, Sanji's eyes sparkled, and he abandoned his pursuit of Tina, sprinting towards Robin with excitement, exclaiming, "Miss Robin, I'm coming." Robin, who was engrossed in her book, glanced at Chunyu, her face filled with reproach. "What are you doing, Chunyu? Why won't you let me take action?" Luffy frowned, looking at Chunyu in confusion. "The Smoke Man doesn't even know hockey yet. What is the point in you winning? Let's train a bit first." Accepting this reasoning, Luffy ceased his protests and obediently returned to his seat. Chunyu was somewhat surprised by Luffy's compliance today. However, seeing Smoker charging towards them, Chunyu no longer hesitated and issued an order. "Johnny, Joseph, attempt to defeat him. Watch us." They echoed in unison. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of flapping wings filled the air. Nami and Tina moved in sync onto the ground, their expressions serious as they sought each other's weaknesses. Suddenly, they both launched forward simultaneously, Tina's right arm extended, elbow bent, aiming to catch Nami off guard. Nami, while running, twirled her weather stick, transforming its sky blue hue to pitch black. Gripping the middle of the stick, she rotated her body, gathering power. When close to Tina, she seized the end of the stick, her arms swinging powerfully as she aimed to blow at Tina's abdomen, her legs slightly bent for stability. Tina could not underestimate Nami, regardless of Nami's strength. She had to capture Nami as swiftly as possible to ensure her and Smoker's safety. Realizing her arm's reach was significantly shorter than the weather stick, Tina positioned her hands in front of her chest, preparing to withstand the blow before attempting to close the distance and capture Nami. As it turned out, Tina had underestimated the situation. The empowered strike sent her flying, sliding several meters along the ground, her iron bar-like arms trembling slightly, eyes filled with apprehension. Is this the true might of hockey? Tina thought, scrambling to her feet, relieved. Nami knew her strength and hockey were merely average. Her recent attack was only to gauge Tina's abilities and determine if she possessed a devil fruit power, a power that transforms into iron bars. That ability seems quite favorable to me. Nami smiled, swiftly dismantling her weather stick into 3 segments, grasping one in each hand and spinning them rapidly. Hot and cold air bubbles formed rapidly, converging above to coalesce into dark clouds. Although Tina could not discern Nami's intentions, her instincts told her to intervene. Huh! Without announcing her move, Tina extended her arms to form iron bars, tall and lengthy, quickly closing in on Nami. Noticing Tina's iron bars closing in, Nami remained unperturbed, deftly pulling out a 3rd weather stick from the gap and shooting forth a gust of wind, propelling herself upward, evading Tina's attack, while also escaping the area covered by dark clouds. "Close your eyes, it's going to get dark," Nami shouted from midair, forcefully striking the dark clouds with her weather stick. The stick spun, generating thunderous air bubbles that caused the clouds to roil. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck. Coursing through the iron bars, Tina had not yet retracted, leaving her dazed, smoke billowing from her mouth, her pink hair curling as she toppled backward. Victory! In midair, Nami hugged her knees, flipping several times before landing safely, signaling a peace sign towards Chunyu. Chunyu was generous with his praise, instantly appearing before Nami, lifting her high and spinning her around twice before catching her in a princess carry. Whether spinning or lifting her high, Nami reveled in the moment, her laughter ringing clear, her face aglow with joy. In the past, only Belmere had treated her this way. Hee. Chunyu, how did I perform? Nami, clinging to Chunyu's neck with her legs tightly wrapped around his waist, looked up with a smile, her eyes sparkling. What do you think? I think I was fantastic. Noticing Chunyu's lack of immediate praise, Nami pouted slightly and asked again, "You must say it. Otherwise, I won't talk to you. I believe you showcased your unique style, fully utilizing your abilities, but what?" Nami's brows furrowed in displeasure at Chunyu's response. She had clearly performed splendidly. There was no but. However, Your stamina seems to be lacking. I have decided to implement regular physical training for you. With that, Chinyu buried his head in Nami's chest, inhaling deeply, savoring the moment. Huh, I haven't even broken a sweat. How did you notice my stamina issues? Nami asked, bewildered. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a heaviness in her chest, a chill coursing through her, causing her to shudder, her face turning crimson as she instinctively hugged Chunyu's head, burying her face in his neck, too shy to show herself. Sensing the warmth on his face dissipate, Nami's gaze sharpened, and she bit down hard on Chunyu's neck without mercy. Chinyu winced in pain, but refrained from using haki. Only after Nami released him did Chunyu feign nonchalance. Nami proudly lifted her head, about to comfort Chunyu when she noticed his calm demeanor, leaving her momentarily perplexed. You're not in pain? The pain was barely felt, akin to a gentle nip from a puppy. This, however, did not sit well with Nami. Her small face reflected her displeasure as she lowered her head, preparing for another bite, only to discover a deep crimson, olive-shaped tooth mark on Chunyu's neck, tinged with a hint of blue. Instantly, her heart ached for him. Her small hands began to rub the mark while she exhaled a puff of fragrant air. Observing the saliva on her palm, Nami wrinkled her nose in distaste, carelessly wiping it on Chunyu and huffing, humph, stubborn as a dead duck. With a slight wiggle of her hips and a feeble struggle, Chunyu instantly grasped Nami's intentions. He lifted her down gently and whispered in her ear, "There's something harder, and you know it." With that, he vanished from the spot, leaving Nami blushing alone. In the next moment, he appeared at the bow of the ship, observing the battle between Johnny and his opponent. Johnny transformed his hands into dual mantis blades, their color shifting from silver to black, glimmering with a metallic sheen. He executed a series of intricate blade flourishes, his eyes morphing into compound insect eyes, and wings unfurled from his back. Utilizing these insect wings, Johnny flew low above the ground, his legs ready to stomp and alter his flight path, deftly overcoming the challenge of maneuvering in the air. He soared like a magnetically levitated entity, gliding at high speeds across the terrain. With a sharp gaze, he bent at the waist, legs coiling with power, and swiftly flapped his wings, launching himself towards Smoker. His trajectory resembled that of an ice blade, weaving gracefully to the left and right. As he drew near, he crossed his blades at his chest, unleashing a furious onslaught as he circled around Smoker. His form ghostly and menacing, bellowing, two-sword style, mantis dance. Realizing he could not keep pace with Johnny's relentless assault, Smoker decisively transformed his entire body into a sea of smoke, evading Johnny's attacks. However, Joseph in the air had already locked onto Smoker. With sharp eyes, he dove down rapidly, his wings enveloped in haki, spinning at high velocity as he transformed into a whirlwind, heading straight for Smoker. Smoker felt a tingling sensation at the top of his head, his body trembling, though he could not discern the source of the threat. His extensive battle experience urged him not to remain still. As the smoke expanded, he continuously shifted his position. In a moment of horror, he realized that the spot he had just occupied erupted violently. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Are these two truly the once unknown pirate hunters from the East Blue? Another wave of dread washed over him, prompting Smoker to shift again. He now understood that there was nowhere to hide from these two. His eyes were bloodshot, and he pondered, is haki truly this fearsome? I'm a Logia user. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap echoed, followed by a familiar wail. Turning to investigate, Smoker saw Tina collapse, her life hanging in the balance. His breath hitched, and his heart felt as if it were in a vice. Terror etched across his face. "Tina!" he cried. Witnessing her fallen form, her eyes rolled back. Rage and frustration welled within him. How can I be so weak? Weak enough that I cannot contend with two insignificant pirate hunters? Smoker bellowed at the sky. Should he retreat with Tina or uphold his sense of justice? Smoker found himself trapped in a chasm of conflict, his heart torn and uncertain. Observing this, Chinyu smirked and promptly summoned the duo of blade-wielding spirits, granting Smoker the time he needed to navigate his internal struggle. In the future, the world government would undoubtedly emerge as the primary adversary. Given Smoker's nature, it was unlikely he would heed their commands. If he did not retaliate against the world government, it would be a testament to his dedication. His survival might prove advantageous for Chunyu and his companions. After a moment of contemplation, Chunyu resolved to assist Smoker. He unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed Smoker's white smoke, his voice booming, "Smoker, is your sense of justice merely a burden on innocent sailors? to knowingly fly into the fire, even when certain of defeat. As the smoke dissipated, Smoker revealed his true form, descending slowly, a look of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding, blood vessels throbbing as he fixed a fierce stare upon Chenyu, demanding why. Why? You are merely a pirate. A filthy bug from the gutter. You defeated Crocodile, did you not? You saved Alabasta, did you not? What are your true intentions? Answer me, Chenyu. Chenyu remained unfazed, not rushing to respond. His gaze swept over Smoker's bulging veins, the whiteness of his knuckles, and his scarlet eyes. A flicker of recognition crossing his own. Was the answer to this question truly so elusive? Could Smoker not deduce it? With a raised brow and a teasing tone, Chenyu remarked, "We simply found Crocodile intolerable and decided to assist Alabasta. Is that so hard to comprehend? We act out of a sense of justice. Is there a problem with that? We pirates are free to assist as we see fit. What is wrong with that? Do you believe we ought to only pillage and kill? On what grounds do you make such judgments? Do we have a history of wrongdoing? The world government could not aid Alabasta, nor could the Navy. So what of it? Is it wrong for us pirates to lend a hand to Alabasta? Should they simply suffer invasion and annihilation?" Hovering above, Chenyu looked down at Smoker with piercing eyes, bombarding him with a series of questions. "Answer me, Smoker," he thundered, his expression grave. "How could the Navy allow a member of a world government-affiliated nation to seek help from pirates? The Princess of Alabasta knelt before us, desperately begging for our assistance. Isn't that laughable?" With a steely gaze, Chenyu focused intently on Smoker's every movement. "Answer me, Smoker," he pressed again, showing no regard for the tremors of Smoker's massive frame or the tension in his clenched fists. Chenyu's inquiry struck Smoker like a hammer, each one resonating with feelings of oppression, humiliation, and shame. Yet these were the stark, undeniable truths laid bare before him. Recalling Vivi kneeling and pleading for the pirate's aid, Smoker felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. This surrender elicited a smile from Chenyu, not of mockery, but of understanding. Without lingering, Chenyu turned back to the Mary, glancing over at Luffy and inquiring, "What do you think, Luffy? Should we spare his life?" "Hee. I sense he is a good person," Luffy replied, lowering his hat and casting a glance at Smoker before standing atop the goat's head, raising his arms high and proclaiming, "Brothers, we set sail." A chorus of joy erupted from the Straw Hat crew as they responded in unison. Watching Smoker fade into the distance, Chenyu murmured to himself, "Be it cruelty or decisive action, these are mere tactics. Yet, one must never forget their true intentions. Making specific choices during particular times reflects one's true self." As Smoker aptly stated, pirates are indeed associated with violence and plunder, a harsh reality. However, just as there are rotten apples in the Navy, nothing is absolute, and one cannot merely adhere to dogma. Chenyu shifted his gaze to the horizon. Watching the sun gradually sink, he reflected, "I am grateful that, in this world where strength reigns supreme, I remain true to myself." Unbeknownst to him, Nami had approached from behind, throwing her arms around his chest and resting her small face against his back. Together, they stood in silence, feeling the sea breeze and each other's presence. Before long, Nami's eyes curved, and she teased softly, "Hee. Vivi is not as miserable as you claim. I must tell her everything." Upon hearing this, Chenyu's lips curled into a subtle arc as he raised both hands to gently grasp Nami's small hand resting against his chest, softly inquiring, "Do you dare to continue your chatter? Are you wishing to remain in bed tomorrow?" At this moment, Robin had already closed her book, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she quietly observed the two at the bow of the ship. She lifted a glass of juice from the table, took a delicate sip, and murmured, "The cunning vice captain." On the shore, Tina's eyelashes fluttered, her brow furrowed, and her delicate face was marred with dark smudges as she trembled. After a painful groan, Tina slowly opened her eyes, struggling to sit up, her memories somewhat muddled as she looked around, attempting to recall the events that had transpired. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Smoker sitting quietly nearby, causing her expression to instantly relax into a pleasing smile. Unsteadily, she rose, her left arm crossing over her chest, her palm pressing against her right elbow as she wobbled towards Smoker. "Smoker-kun," Tina exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Upon noticing Smoker's lack of response, the joy on Tina's face vanished completely, replaced by concern as her previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. Ignoring her injuries, she hurried to Smoker's side, Seeing the veins bulging on Smoker's body, his eyes bloodshot, an expression fierce yet dazed, Tina was filled with anger. Her fair neck revealed several prominent veins as she grasped Smoker's collar tightly, shaking him forcefully while shouting, "Smoker, what is going on with you? You were fine just a moment ago. Why do you seem lifeless? Not a word to say?" Noticing Smoker's continued silence, the veins on Tina's forehead throbbed. Her eyes ablaze with fury as she shouted again, "Smoker, even in defeat, one must return to training and strive to win next time. What are you wallowing in despair for?" Tina gazed at Smoker, who appeared like a marionette, numb and rigid, and her heart ached. Why had this man changed so drastically? This was not the Smoker she knew. Tina promptly called over a Marine to ascertain the events that had unfolded. However, upon learning the details, she too fell into a state of oppression and gloom. She understood his plight. Upon receiving this information, Tina felt disheartened as well. But must you truly remain in this state? With her eyes slightly reddening, her voice gradually rising, she continued, "Smoker Cohen, you are avoiding reality. What has happened has occurred. What good does this do? Shouldn't you be striving to enhance your strength and elevate your voice in this world? Why do you choose despair and avoidance?" Tina nearly shouted these words. With a resounding slap, she struck Smoker's face, tears streaming from her eyes as she opened her arms to embrace him, her delicate body trembling as she silently sobbed. Tina. The heartbroken Tina heard this familiar voice, akin to the first light of dawn. As she wiped away her tears with her sleeve, lifting Smoker from her chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed at him. Upon seeing Smoker's gaze regain its former luster, though his cheeks bore a blush she had never witnessed before, a moment of silence enveloped them. Suddenly realizing something, she quickly stepped back, her face gradually flushing with warmth. "Tina, thank you," Smoker replied, his eyes soft as he regarded her seriously, the blush on his face fading like a fleeting shadow. He rose swiftly, his movements powerful. Tina nodded gently, and upon seeing Smoker's revitalized spirit, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Smoker-kun, do not place trust in pirates. Why should you let trouble you?" Tina observed that her cheeks remained warm, yet she had no time to dwell on it as her gaze turned serious towards Smoker. Seeing Tina's earnest demeanor, Smoker felt an unusual stirring within. Yet his expression remained grave as he looked back at her, retorting, "You understand, do you not? We are all too aware of whether the words of the Straw Hat crew hold any merit." At this point, Smoker's face reflected deep contemplation, his gaze directed towards the distant sea as he continued, "You know well why I chose to remain stationed in the East Blue instead of staying at headquarters. It was to distance myself from such nonsense." "Smoker-kun, mind your words," Tina exclaimed, her face a mixture of panic as she glanced around, cautioning him. The veins on Smoker's forehead throbbed once more as he hoarsely bellowed, "Mind my words? Do I not understand what the world government is? I once refrained from speaking out, but that was in the past. In my eyes, the world government is no better than a band of pirates. To hell with the world government." Smoker's emotions surged as he clenched his fists and howled towards the heavens. Upon hearing this, Tina fell silent. Worry etched across her features as she cautiously looked at Smoker. Her voice trembling, "Smoker Cohen, I feel shame too, but we are merely colonels, are we not? Strength is what grants us a voice. I am not mistaken, am I? Currently, we have no means, do we? As long as we remain in the Navy, we will always have an opportunity to uphold our justice." "Tina, thank you," Smoker interrupted, enveloping Tina in a firm embrace. Tina's voice faltered, her cheeks flushing anew as she had not anticipated such a reaction from him. "Smoker-kun, could you please let go of me?" she stammered, her voice quivering. Smoker had not contemplated the implications. He merely felt grateful for this woman who had constantly considered his well-being and instinctively drew her close. At this moment, the icy facade that had long enveloped Smoker began to thaw, revealing a hint of crimson as his gaze faltered, unable to meet Tina's eyes. As their emotions settled, the two conveyed the entire situation to Sengoku without omitting a single detail. "Is this true?" Sengoku suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Astonishment etched across his aged face as he inquired. Documents scattered across the floor, rendering the table unusable. Adindin Mushi puffed a cigar, exhaling thick smoke as it spoke gravely. "Old man, every word is true." Beside the Den Mushi, Vice Admiral Tsuru wore a serious expression. The actions of the Straw Hat crew were not merely about saving a nation. If the truth were to surface, the world would once again be shaken. Creak, creak. In the silent office, An incongruous chewing sound broke the stillness, prompting Tsuru and Sengoku's veins to bulge angrily. Kappu, this is my Sunbei. Kappu, mind your surroundings. Both Tsuru and Sengoku reprimanded in unison. Do not mind me. I was merely trying to lighten the mood, Kappu chuckled, stuffing more Sunbei into his mouth. Tsuru glared at Kappu and Sengoku as if they were fools, scolding, you too. Is this merely about Sunbei? Also, Kappu, look at the trouble you have caused. Your grandson has gotten into serious trouble. Tsuru turned to glare at Kappu, her tone serious. Sengoku, no longer concerned about the Sunbei, wore a grave expression as he added, Kappu, what Tsuru said is true. Your grandson is in trouble. Truly. My grandson has accomplished something even the Navy cannot handle. Kappu laughed proudly while slapping his thigh. Kappu, both Sengoku and Tsuru exclaimed, their faces stern. The two exchanged glances, and Sengoku gestured for Tsuru to speak first. Kappu, it is precisely because the Navy cannot manage this that your grandson's actions are so grave. Do you not understand? If this matter leaks, it will severely damage the reputation of the world government and the Navy. The Navy may remain silent, but the world government will not spare your grandson. A glimmer of sharpness crossed Tsuru's aged eyes as she spoke seriously. Sengoku stroked his beard, his gaze fixed intently on Kappu, his expression somber. Kappu, you heard what Smoker said. The Straw Hat Pirates all wield hockey, and you do not. Sengoku's words trailed off, his expression dark, yet his eyes were filled with anticipation as he awaited Kappu's explanation. The old man constantly reminds himself that he is a Marine. Carp, no longer wearing a playful smile, wore an exceptionally grim expression as he spoke in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru both let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring Carp, Sengoku's demeanor turned grave as he commanded loudly, assemble all officers of Vice Admiral rank and above for an emergency meeting. Brew, Gaga, Moshi. Colonel Smoker, good day. In light of the recent events regarding the Alabasta incident, our headquarters has convened an urgent meeting. The details are as follows. Navy headquarters. Where is Borsalino? Sengoku's glasses glinted with a cold light, his mouth agape, his lips curling in anger as he slammed his palm on the desk, scanning the room and demanding answers. A sweating officer, nervously scratching his cheek, weakly replied, Sengoku-san, please calm down. Well, Admiral Kizurabang. Sengoku slammed the desk again, his imposing figure trembling, pointing at the officer with a hoarse voice. Speak. Feeling the pressure emanating from Sengoku, the officer raised a trembling hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, swallowing hard as he struggled to respond. Admiral Kizuru said he was off duty, had matters at home, and could not attend. The officer's voice dwindled to a whisper, and he fell silent, cautiously glancing up to gauge Sengoku's reaction. Bang! Sengoku's beard bristled as he smashed the desk, bellowing. He couldn't have said that. Admiral Sengoku, that's unfair. I was off duty, refusing overtime without pay. So you should find a reason to excuse me. Borsalino should have said that. Sengoku's hair stood on end, his eyes sharp, his voice low but fierce. Seeing the officer slumped on the floor, Sengoku let out a heavy sigh, gesturing for the officer to withdraw. His gaze shifted to the stern-faced Sakazuki and the drowsy Kazan. Feeling a headache coming on, after briefly detailing the events in Alabasta, Sengoku ceased speaking, waiting for responses from the others. Sakazuki's eyes sharpened, arms crossed, his deep voice cutting through the air. Admiral Sengoku, the Straw Hat Pirates are heinous criminals. I propose we directly dispatch troops to eliminate them. I am willing to lead the charge against these vile pirates. Carp, struggling to insert his index finger into his nostril, eventually resorted to using his pinky to dig for boogers, inadvertently pointing it at Sakazuki with a nonchalant expression. Upon hearing Sakazuki's compelling statement, Sengoku turned to glance at Carp, noticing his indifference, and internally sighed in relief, yet remained silent. Truly a troublesome bunch. Mr. Sengoku, I propose raising the bounty on the Straw Hats to indicate their threat level and appropriately compensating the Alabasta Kingdom, while simultaneously addressing the shortcomings of the Navy. Kazan lazily interjected, lifting his eye patch. Carp glanced over at Kazan, his expression unchanged, but attempted to use his thumb to dig in his nose, ultimately failing. Before Sengoku could respond, Sakazuki shot Kazan a look, interjecting, raising the bounty on the Straw Hats is inevitable, but the Alabasta Kingdom, by seeking help from pirates, is an evil nation complicit with them. Not sending troops to eradicate them is the Navy's mercy. Kuzan removed his eye patch, his gaze fierce as he confronted Sakazuki. Sakazuki, do you understand why Alabasta sought help from pirates? Should I spell it out for you? Sakazuki stood up, gripping his cap tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His voice hoarse as he retorted, pirates represent evil. Even if Alabasta were to face annihilation, they should not conspire with pirates. Kazan, glaring at Sakazuki, stood up, anger etched on his face, rebuking. Your sense of justice is twisted. The Navy's duty is to protect. Killing is merely a last resort. Sakazuki strode forward, confronting Kazan. Teeth clenched, face contorted. My justice is absolute. Eradicating all pirates will naturally lead the world to peace. Do not flaunt your weak notion of justice. The leaders from various factions remained expressionless, not daring to speak, while their own admirals nodded symbolically to show support. Enough. Witnessing the two admirals on the brink of conflict, Sengoku's neck veins bulged as he sternly intervened. Is this the future of the Navy? How could I entrust the Navy to you? Colonel Smuki, I hereby announce the results of the meeting. In light of Colonel Smoker and Colonel Tina's keen insight in uncovering Crocodile's plot to usurp the nation, bravely defeating and capturing the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Hearing this, Smoker and Tina's expressions changed dramatically. Smoker quickly grabbed the microphone, urgently clarifying. Did you all hear our report? Crocodile was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. I had nothing to do with it. The snail on the other end, unfazed, continued with a smile. Furthermore, in the conflict between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Steel Beast Pirates, they protected the Alabasta Kingdom from harm and rescued Princess Vivi, who had been taken hostage by the Straw Hat Pirates. The meeting has decided to award both of you the rank of Rear Admiral, with additional rewards to be dispensed shortly. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Smoker's forehead, his expression darkening, his tone cold. I'll say it again. I did not do that. I do not need these rewards. Smoker-kun. It's futile. The truth cannot be made public. Tina stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Smoker-s. Her face filled with concern, trying to calm him. Colonel Smoker and Colonel Tina, please transport Crocodile back to headquarters promptly and attend the promotion ceremony. Before the other party could finish, Smoker's chest heaved violently, his eyes bulging with rage. The veins on his neck pulsating as he interrupted. Tell those old men to go to hell. With that, Smoker hung up the phone, shattering the snail into pieces. Smoker-kun, calm down. Tina had anticipated this outcome, continuously soothing Smoker, worried that her fears had materialized. On the Mary, the crew celebrated the joining of their new member, Robin. To our new member, Robin, cheers. Luffy extended his arm, raising his glass towards the pirate flag, his face beaming with joy as he shouted loudly. Cheers! X6 Zoro raised his glass, remaining silent, his face expressing only anticipation for the fine wine. For Zoro, it mattered not whether Robin joined or not. Chopper and Usopp exchanged glances, also silent, yet vigilantly observing Robin's every move. Don't think that just because we're playing happily, I will accept you. I will not let my guard down. Chopper hid behind a barrel, his gaze fixed on Robin. Usopp, with his left hand around his waist, reached into his bag, gripping his slingshot tightly, pointing his long nose at Robin, eyes wide with vigilance. Nami sat beside Robin, raising a glass of fruit wine as she joyfully drank with her, repeatedly calling her Robin-nay, relishing the moment. Johnny and Joseph glanced at Robin and then at Nami, their expressions shocked. Big Sister Nami and Big Sister Robin are getting along so well. Brother Chinyu is truly formidable. The two exchanged a glance, swallowing hard before turning to Chinyu, their expressions serious, eyes filled with admiration. Brother Chinyu is my lifelong belief. Ixtve Robin-nay. Why did you and Little Phone leave in such a hurry back then? The banquet in Alabasta was incredibly lively. I am still savoring the memory. Nami, munching on the fried sea fish made by Sanji, casually inquired, her face lit with a smile as she turned to look into Robin's eyes, waiting for her response. Upon hearing Nami's inquiry, Robin slightly tilted her head, her beautiful eyes curving into a smile as she gazed at Nami. Subsequently, she extended her index finger to rest against her lower lip, deep in contemplation as the sea breeze tousled her long hair, bringing back memories. It wasn't just a hasty departure with Xiao Feng. Rather, it was a frantic escape. Back then, I was an employee of the Baroque Works, an associate of Crocodile. Although collaborating with Crocodile was born out of necessity, we were foes at that time. Robin curled her right foot, embracing her knee with both hands. tilting her head back to gaze at Nami before turning her attention to the horizon as she recounted her tale. An employee of Baroque Works. You are an assassin, Usopp exclaimed, springing up in shock, swiftly drawing his slingshot to aim at Robin while gripping lead pellets in his other hand, both hands enveloped in an inky blackness. An assassin. Chopper trembled in fear, scurrying to Chun Yu's side, clutching his calf tightly with wide eyes, his fur bristling. Nami exhibited minimal reaction, neither hindering Usopp nor voicing her concerns. She merely looked at Robin with an air of quiet worry. Sanji, holding a platter of delicacies, stood frozen for a moment before stepping between Usopp and Robin, facing Usopp with raised brows and a somewhat pained expression. Usopp, calm down. Do not aim dangerous weapons at Miss Robin. Luffy glanced at Robin and then at Usopp, before breaking into a smile and earnestly stating, Don't worry. She's a good person. He then resumed, stuffing his mouth with food, falling silent. Ah, good wine, Zoro exclaimed, a look of contentment on his face as he indulged himself. He cared not for Robin's identity, sensing no hostility from her. An associate of Crocodile. Is she Crocodile's woman? Joseph and Johnny immediately retreated to a corner, whispering to each other. If she truly was Crocodile's woman, then Brother Chun Yu was even more impressive. Indeed, only Brother Chun Yu could persuade a woman of the 7 warlords to switch sides. An associate. We must find an opportunity to toast to Big Sister Robin. She is new here and should not be neglected. Good idea. We shall act accordingly when the moment arises. Throughout this exchange, Johnny and Joseph remained silent, though their brows furrowed and their eyelids fluttered. Sanji found himself at a loss as to how to handle the situation. He wished to trust Robin, yet Usopp's reaction was not without merit. Noticing Luffy's gluttonous demeanor, Sanji knew seeking his help would be futile and immediately cast a glance at Chunyu. Huh? You do not know Robin's identity? Chunyu scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. It seems, he recalled, the first time was when I secretly met Robin. The second time was also a clandestine encounter, and the third time was yet another stealthy visit to her. These were mere coincidences. What identity do I have? How could I secretly rendezvous with a beauty? Chunyu resolutely thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze to Robin and spoke lightly. Robin. Full name Nico Robin. I have met her a few more times than you all. During the Alabasta incident, she assisted us greatly. From what I have learned, Robin was bounty hunted since childhood, and her relatives and friends were slaughtered, leaving her utterly alone, a truly unfortunate girl. As for Baroque Works, it is more accurate to say she was coerced by Crocodile than to suggest collaboration. Therefore, if you genuinely wish to join us, we will certainly protect you. I shall not abandon any comrade, regardless of the adversary, Chunyu stated gravely, casting a glance at Robin before turning to Luffy. In Luffy's eyes, Robin was already a companion. Upon hearing Robin's tragic past, he immediately flexed his biceps, his expression serious and his gaze unwavering as he declared, Indeed, Robin, you are one of us. Upon hearing Chunyu mention her childhood experiences, Robin's expression instantly stiffened, her eyes dimming as she curled her knees, her head drooping weakly, her hands clutching her shoulders, her delicate frame shivering slightly. Nami, aware of Robin's affiliation with Baroque Works, extended her arms to embrace Robin, her expression sorrowful as she apologized. I am sorry, Robin. Sanji glanced at Chunyu, utterly perplexed. I just hope you would mediate and save the situation, not drop a bombshell. Chunyu, after a long time, retrieved a cigar, sitting on the deck with one leg bent and the other extended, propping himself up with his left hand while savoring the cigar with his right. This time, I realize the fairy is serious. She appears genuinely heartbroken. Chunyu felt a twinge of guilt, as he had only intended to alleviate everyone's resistance by sharing Robin's plight. Little did he expect to strike a raw nerve. Muttering under his breath, he stood up and walked toward the bow of the ship, leaning against the railing and gazing out at the sea. Usopp stared at the slingshot in his hand, the haki still enveloping it, repeatedly slapping himself while muttering, I truly am a monster. Chopper stood frozen, his eyes wide and trembling as tears streamed down, his nose twitching with mucus dripping, his hooves clenched in a quiver as he fixated on Robin. Johnny and Joseph rose from their corner, wiping away tears as they softly lamented, Big Sister Robin. Chunyu, you're truly a scoundrel. Sanji set down the platter, thrusting his hands into his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he swaggered over to Chunyu's side. A scoundrel, you say? Chunyu murmured, not turning his head, his gaze fixed ahead. She is clearly a companion, yet is met with suspicion and distrust. I simply cannot bear to witness such a scene. Chunyu inhaled deeply, exhaling the last puff of his cigar, igniting the tip with a flicker of flame, his voice low as he spoke. Sanji merely turned around, leaning against the railing, arms outstretched, elbows resting on the barrier, gazing skyward, the cigarette in his mouth burning without ever having been drawn. Do you intend to ignore this? You have hurt Robin. Even if it was for the sake of the group, even if it was unintentional, it remains a fact. I cannot condemn you, nor do I wish to support you, much less forgive you. You scoundrel. Sanji suddenly turned to face Chunyu, his eyes clear and calm as he spoke. Huh. Chunyu slowly exhaled the pent-up breath, adopting the same posture as Sanji, gazing skyward. Sanji, you must understand, in the eyes of women, you are not a person to be entrusted. Chunyu tilted his head, glancing sideways at Sanji, refraining from responding to his words. Sanji looked at Chunyu in confusion, remaining silent but nodding earnestly. Have you ever considered changing? Sanji retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking it vigorously until 2 cigarettes fell out. With a deft motion, one flew toward Chunyu while the other landed in his mouth. He lowered his head to light it, executing the action fluidly. It's a pity that the other one was wasted without a single puff, Sanji thought to himself, raising his head once more, taking a drag before addressing Chunyu. I have considered it, but it was not in the plan. After all, countless girls need me. Is that so? I have not thought of countless girls. One should savor the fragrance of a flower rather than merely gaze upon it. With that, Chunyu strolled away, his left hand in his pocket and his right hand waving goodbye. Upon hearing this, Sanji's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Chunyu, exclaiming, You scoundrel! I merely wanted you to offer comfort. Chunyu seemed not to hear, continuing to wave his hand while muttering to himself, A ship, a fool who knows not, a pathfinder who scorns, a liar with a cherished memory, a reproductive isolation, a lovesick fool, yet surprisingly chivalrous, and 2 others best left unmentioned. I am under immense pressure. With that, Chunyu scratched his head, a look of helplessness on his face, and walked straight toward Robin. Top, top. Hearing footsteps approaching, Nami looked up to see Chunyu striding toward her, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her remorseful eyes. Seeing Nami's eyes redden, with tears still glistening at the corners, and her weary appearance, Chunyu felt a pang of compassion. He quickly reached out, gently stroking Nami's head, lifting her from Robin's side and enveloping her in his embrace. Nuzzling his cheek against hers while firmly wrapping his arms around her delicate waist to provide solace. Chunyu, did I say something wrong? I shouldn't have asked Robin like that, Nami murmured, burying her head into Chunyu's chest, filled with self-reproach. Please, it's my fault, all right? You don't need to claim responsibility for my mistakes. Nami retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in her squirming as she defended herself. If I hadn't asked, none of this would have happened. Chunyu had no intention of arguing with Nami over who was right or wrong. Such disputes were futile in this lifetime. He carried Nami back to the room and gently placed her on the bed, stroking her head once more before softly saying, I will handle this. It has nothing to do with you. Stop overthinking and complicating matters. You're the one complicating things, you jerk, and don't use such a gentle tone to say such annoying things. Nami was momentarily taken aback, but quickly discarded her self-blame and sorrow, glaring at Chunyu with fierce determination. After Chunyu left the room, the worry on Nami's face resurfaced. She pulled up the blanket, wrapping herself in it, and sinking into deep contemplation. Upon exiting, Chunyu noticed Chopper and Usopp still standing there, one in tears and the other self-sufficiently sulking, which caused him considerable distress. Why are you all making things worse? With little patience to console the 2, he approached and delivered a punch to each, urging them to calm down. Why? Chopper and Usopp lay on the ground, clutching their heads, rolling their eyes in confusion, but no one answered them. Chunyu walked straight to Robin's side and sat down beside her. I'm sorry, he said, observing Robin curled up and trembling, unable to express anything more. He was tormented by the realization that he had inadvertently unearthed over 20 years of her sorrow. How could he be such a scoundrel? His mind raced as he scratched his head in frustration. Noticing that Robin's trembling intensified rather than eased, Chunyu's brow furrowed deeply. He glanced towards Nami's door and murmured, I can't wait any longer. There is no other choice. With a wave of his right hand, flames erupted around him, forming a fiery chamber. At that moment, Robin's lips turned pale, her delicate features contorted with fear, and her body shook uncontrollably. I apologize, Chunyu whispered in Robin's ear, then lifted her into his arms. Resting her head against his shoulder, one hand securely around her slender waist, attempting to provide her with a sense of safety, while the other gently patted her back. As the flames rose around them, Sanji's pupils constricted, his hands frantically raking through his hair in agitation. What on earth is that scoundrel Chinyu doing? Why do they need to be alone? He wouldn't take advantage of her vulnerability, would he? Images of Robin and Chunyu together flashed through Sanji's mind, leaving him feeling utterly hollow as he knelt on the ground, his hands pressed against it, a look of despair etched on his face. Suddenly, he recalled what Chunyu had just said. The beauty of flowers is far surpassed by the fragrance they emit, which sent him further into a spiral of anguish. Meanwhile, Chunyu gently patted Robin's back, occasionally caressing it, and noticed her trembling gradually subsiding. Realizing his method was effective, he quickly employed the same techniques he had used to comfort Nami. At last, as Chunyu rubbed his cheek against Robin's face, she suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and buried her head in his embrace. Fearing that sudden movements might startle her, Chunyu remained cautious, one hand cradling her back and the other holding her waist gently. They remained in this embrace for an indeterminate period until Chunyu felt a shift in Robin's body. He quickly lowered his head to check on her. Upon doing so, he found a pair of eyes, as bright as crystal, staring intently at him, causing him to shudder. When did you regain consciousness? Chunyu stammered, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Robin's eyes brightened, and she smiled charmingly, posing a playful inquiry. When would you like me to recover? Goodness, this enchantress certainly knows how to play. Chunyu thought to himself, his gaze evasively avoiding Robin's. She placed her hand on his shoulder and pulled herself from his embrace. Inching closer to his chest, her beautiful eyes glistening as she scrutinized his face from such proximity. Gazing at her enchanting visage so close, Chunyu swallowed hard. Unable to meet her gaze, his eyes darting around nervously. Sensing the sudden tightening of his embrace, which he was unaware of, Robin's lips curled into a smile. How long does the esteemed vice captain wish to hold on? If you want to hold me, just say so. I have no objections. Chunyu jolted, immediately releasing Robin and stepping back 2 paces, his expression exceedingly awkward. How about we pretend this never happened? He asked hesitantly, tightening his fists. Oh, is that so? I felt a pair of hands earlier that seemed rather unruly, always moving about and grabbing at things. I wonder whose they were. Robin mused, resting her finger on her chin, looking at Chunyu with feigned curiosity. Chunyu's eyes twitched in despair. When did you regain consciousness? Who knows? I can't remember clearly. Robin approached Chunyu, looking up at him with a hint of grievance. As Chunyu's eyes twitched again, he was about to say something when Robin interrupted. I can also choose to forget forever, as long as she paused, placing her hand behind her back. As long as what? Chunyu swallowed again, following her lead. As long as you close your eyes, I will forget. Robin moved closer to Chunyu, her face inches from his, her smile bewitching. Chunyu looked at the enchanting woman before him, his throat dry, and he swallowed hard. You have my word, he declared, resolutely closing his eyes, his brow furrowed with anticipation. Moments passed, but Chunyu felt no movement from Robin, causing his brow to furrow deeper. Robin, are you done? I'm going to open my eyes, he called out, filled with confusion. After a few breaths, there was still no response. Chunyu opened his eyes a crack to sneak a peek. Through the narrow gap, he saw Robin's graceful silhouette standing not far away, her eyes sparkling with mischief, watching him with a smile that was both playful and coy. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in shock, his ears flushed with warmth. Did you just trick me into closing my eyes? Faced with the embarrassment, Chunyu chose to feign ignorance. Noticing his ears turning visibly red, Robin unabashedly covered her mouth and laughed heartily, her laughter vibrant and spirited. After teasing him, she glided gracefully towards Chunyu, stopping just short of touching his chest. Tilting her head back, her eyes twinkling with mirth, her lips slightly pursed, and teasingly licked her top lip, asking, What do you think I intend to do? Esteemed Vice Captain? Chunyu's fists clenched tightly, his instincts urging him to retreat, but his heart resisted, ultimately opting to turn his head away from Robin. However, wherever he turned, she followed closely, her laughter growing more pronounced, her eyes fixed intently on him. Why won't you answer my question, esteemed Vice Captain? Robin pressed once more. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and Chunyu caught a familiar, delicate sweetness, causing his mouth to water as he swallowed repeatedly, his throat bobbing nervously. Inside the room, the garments inexplicably became disarranged. One simply wished for the esteemed first mate to close his eyes and redress himself. Did the first mate perhaps entertain thoughts of an unsavory nature? Robin tilted her head slightly, her lips pursed in a playful pout, her large eyes fluttering with a hint of scrutiny. Chunyu twitched his nose, his gaze drawn to Robin's delicate, glistening lips, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Upon hearing a readily available answer, Chunyu's stiff expression contorted into one of forced understanding, a sigh of relief escaping him as he prepared to speak, only to be met with the gentle touch of tender hands cradling his face. Before he could utter a word, Robin rose on her toes, her head slightly turned, and her soft lips pressed directly against his. At that moment, Chunyu's mind went blank. His mouth opened slowly, as if guided by an unseen force. His tongue stirred with eagerness, and his hands instinctively found their place around Robin's waist as his eyes gradually closed, savoring this ambrosial kiss. The depth and duration of the kiss remained unknown. Suddenly, Robin withdrew her hands from his cheeks, gently pushing against his chest, and abruptly turned away. The chamber was filled only with their heavy breaths, Robin facing away from Chunyu, her cheeks flushed with a gentle warmth, her breath labored as she declared, "Now, we are even. Let today's events be as though they never occurred." With that, Robin wasted no time lingering, heedless of the burning flames before her, and swiftly exited the chamber. Chunyu promptly opened a path for her departure, remaining rooted to the spot, his tongue lingering on the sweet taste left behind, immersed in the moment, speechless for an extended period. After Robin exited the chamber, she ran to the stern, collapsing against the wall in a state of exhaustion, breathing heavily. The first mate's hands were anything but innocent. Moments later, Chunyu composed himself, his palm moving lightly as the flames dissipated, surveying the deck. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Aside from Zoro, who kept watch at the lookout, the others were sprawled across the deck, sound asleep. Chunyu settled beside Nami, enjoying the gentle sea breeze, and soon succumbed to slumber with a serene smile adorning his face. The following day, the first rays of the sun graced Chunyu's face, prompting him to gradually open his eyes. Upon grasping a coat draped over him, he surveyed his surroundings, a smile naturally blooming on his lips. He noticed that everyone was covered with a garment, while Robin lay peacefully atop the table usually reserved for reading, seemingly lost in a delightful dream, her expression soft and serene. Chunyu opted not to awaken anyone, instead making his way to the bow of the ship. He sat cross-legged upon the figurehead of the melee, relishing the rare tranquility while the cold sea breeze caressed him. Suddenly, a blue and yellow boundary appeared on the surface of the sea. One side revealed ordinary waters, while the other showcased a yellow expanse bubbling with mystery. In that unknown territory, each wave churned forth foam resembling delicate soap bubbles, which released a faint aroma of malt upon bursting, enticing and fragrant. Is the course correct? Chunyu inhaled the malt scent wafting through the air, yet could not recall such a scenario, immediately questioning the navigation. Without hesitation, he darted up to the lookout. Upon reaching the lookout, Zoro glanced at Chunyu, bewildered, before raising an eyebrow and returning his focus to the horizon, diligently observing their course. Zoro secured the compass to the railing, his gaze fixed on the clouds at the edge of the sky, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chunyu's breath caught as he realized the compass's direction diverged nearly 90 degrees from the melee's course. "Zoro?" he muttered, struggling to contain his frustration. "Who entrusted you with the navigation?" Zoro, brimming with confidence, did not respond to Chunyu, but instead thumped his chest with conviction. "I have faith in your abilities." Chunyu's eye twitched, suppressing the urge to chastise Zoro. "However, I must inquire, who provided you with the compass?" Zoro scratched his head, slightly puzzled, then waved the thought away, his gaze returning to the front. "That colored kappa." Chunyu's forehead throbbed, veins visibly pulsing with the rush of blood. "Did Sanji not instruct you on how to handle it?" Zoro shot him a peculiar look, sensing Chunyu's irritation, and thought him overly verbose and his questions rather foolish. "Of course he did, and honestly, such a simple task, I can manage it myself." Zoro pointed towards the clouds ahead, a grin stretching across his face, exuding confidence. "The compass always points towards that cloud. I used it as a reference, and the melee has followed it closely without veering off course." Chunyu's forehead throbbed again, veins bulging in his neck, blood pressure skyrocketing. Yet, with no recourse to hold either of them accountable, he had to find a way to calm himself. "Hey, Chunyu, you seem rather agitated. Are you all right?" Zoro observed the swelling veins on Chunyu's body, expressing concern. Chunyu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, "I must not lose my temper. I must not lose my temper." He focused his energy, taking deep breaths to suppress his emotions. Just look at the compass. Chenyu enunciated, exerting all his strength into those few words. There's no need for that. It surely cannot be wrong. Zoro chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, though his eyes darted to the compass. Upon realizing the compass's direction, Zoro's expression froze, his jaw dropping in shock, eyes wide and pupils constricted, exclaiming, "Impossible!" Zoro's shout roused the others from their slumber. "Hey, everyone look! There's a colossal island ahead!" Luffy exclaimed, his palm shading his eyes as he peered forward. Chunyu leapt gracefully from the lookout, landing as softly as a feather, as if he had merely taken a step. Zoro followed suit, landing heavily and causing the Meli's deck to buckle and sway violently. This stomp landed squarely on Usopp's heart. Thankfully, the deck was sturdy. After bending, the wood straightened immediately, causing only a minor disturbance to the ship, allowing Usopp to exhale a long breath, his anxieties finally settling. "Hey, Zoro, you brute. The Meli is our companion. How can you treat it so roughly? What if you damage the Meli? It would cry too," Usopp exclaimed, his relief quickly turning to indignation as he pointed angrily at Zoro, his eyes rolling and teeth bared like daggers. "Zoro, are you even listening? You green-haired barbarian." Seeing Zoro's indifference, Usopp's anger escalated, stepping forward and pointing directly at Zoro's nose. Chopper joined in, echoing Usopp's sentiments, "Barbarian." At that moment, the others cast disapproving glances at Zoro, their eyes filled with disdain, and a chorus of jeers erupted. "Hey, Zoro, barbarian." Luffy, ever the imaginative one, picked at his nose and flicked the remnants onto the Meli's deck, his chin elongating in exaggerated disdain as he remarked, "Zoro, three-sword style." Usopp, having witnessed Luffy's antics, felt a fresh wave of anger surge within him, slapping Luffy on the head in a fit of rage. "Luffy, can you refrain from flicking boogers on a Meli? And three-sword style is not an insult." Luffy, caught in a dilemma of whether to apologize or continue berating Zoro, sat pondering with a furrowed brow. Moments later, a light seemed to ignite within his eyes, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. Luffy knelt before the main mast of the Meli, striking a pose of apology, pointing at Zoro, turning his head with an expression of disdain, and declaring, "Four-sword style." Usopp, at a loss for how to respond to Luffy, could only sigh in resignation. "Adding another sword doesn't make it an insult, isn't it? What about five-sword style? Six-sword style?" Luffy tilted his head, arms crossed over his chest, murmuring to himself. Chinyu observed the crowd gathering and quickly cleared his throat to speak. "Ahead lies an island, which is splendid news. We can replenish our supplies and perhaps even indulge in some relaxation." However, he suddenly intensified his tone, scanning the faces of the crew, and added, "Thanks to Sualong, we are lost, severely off course. We don't even know when we deviated." At these words, Nami's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to glare fiercely at Sanji. With a swift motion, she seized the compass from Sualong's grasp, and upon seeing the significant deviation in the course, her face darkened immediately. "Sanyikun, can you explain why the compass is in Sualong's hands?" Nami smiled at Sanji, but her clenched fists, hidden behind her back, were tight and ominous, glimmering with a metallic sheen, presenting a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. Sanji, momentarily releasing his cigarette from between his teeth, was about to explain that he entrusted the compass to Sualong due to concerns for Robin. However, now that Robin had returned to her usual self, he hesitated, fearing that any mention might provoke her again. It's just that, well, bang. Seeing Sanji's indecision, Nami no longer let him dither and delivered a forceful punch to Sanji's head, sending him sprawling on the deck, a large bump forming on his head, eyes rolling back, and rear end lifted high. She muttered, "Nami-san, there are reasons for everything." "You." Nami turned her gaze to Sualong, a fierce aura suddenly erupting. Sualong, already feeling awkward, avoided her eyes, glancing around nervously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sualong said. Chinyu recounted Sualong's earlier confident speech, mimicking his expression and posture perfectly. Witnessing this public humiliation, Sualong's face grew even redder, and he quickly turned away, trying to escape the peculiar stares from the others. Nami's fists crackled ominously as she glanced at the embarrassed Sualong and then at the gleeful Chinyu. With determination, she tightened her other fist and stepped forward, delivering simultaneous punches. Bang! The two sounds resonated in unison, the crisp echoes reverberating across the distant island. Sualong remained silent, clutching his injured head, and collapsed with a thud. In pain, Chun Yu's expression twisted, struggling to maintain his composure, his voice laced with confusion. After delivering 3 punches, Nami finally felt her anger subside. She shot Chun Yu a glare and huffed. "It's just because you're the first mate." Chun Yu protested, stepping forward and raising his arm to point at Luffy, exclaiming, "He's still the captain." After dealing with a few of them, Nami began to contemplate a strategy. However, Chun Yu's outburst disrupted her train of thought, reigniting her fury. Without regard for titles, she raised her fist again and struck both Chun Yu and Luffy, causing them to roll their eyes in shock. Stacking the 4 fallen crew members into a heap, Nami clapped her hands together and took a deep, calming breath. As she examined the compass in her hand, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind, and a serious expression crossed her face. She dashed into her room, retrieving several tools, and began testing them diligently. With Nami's hands constantly adjusting and calibrating, the results quietly unfolded before her. Upon seeing the outcome, her eyes widened, and her hand flew to her mouth in astonishment. This island, the magnetic force of this island is virtually negligible. I have never heard of such an island. Robin, standing nearby, knitted her brows. She too had never encountered such a phenomenon. Could it be a phantom island? Robin cast a sidelong glance at the group, her voice hushed and eerie. "Phantom, please no." X3 Chopper and Usopp huddled together, trembling, their legs quaking, tears streaming down their faces. Nami swiftly pulled Chun Yu up, shrinking into his embrace. Yet, feeling it insufficient, she lifted her legs high, wrapping them around Chun Yu's waist and forcing herself into his clothing, tugging it down to prevent any part of her from being exposed. Chun Yu, having just been forcibly activated, finally grasped the situation, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. "Phantom, huh? I wonder if it's real or not. How intriguing." Upon hearing the word phantom, Luffy shivered, sprang up in a single motion, eyes wide with excitement, his mouth stretching into a grin. "I smell adventure." Hee. Huh? Why do I smell alcohol?" Chun Yu's nose twitched at the scent, prompting his curiosity. Sualong stood up, his throat bobbing, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Yu, as if demanding, "Where's the alcohol?" Chun Yu approached the railing and peered down, realizing that the sea indeed resembled beer, the bubbles indicating hops. It was confirmed. This sea area was similar to that of Big Mom's territory. He pondered where they had drifted off to. With a raised eyebrow, he regarded Sualong with admiration, his thoughts wandering. Perhaps Raftel truly depended on Sualong after all. Noticing Chun Yu's keen gaze, Sualong quickly turned his head, muttering defensively, "I didn't mean to. The clouds weren't moving. How could I know we would go off course? Stop overthinking it. I'm here, and besides, this island has no magnetic force, so the compass 1T register. Let us consider this an adventure." Chun Yu did not blame Sualong, for he had been earnest throughout. The outcome merely varied from person to person. "Hey, the yellow down, there must be beer. Go fetch a barrel. Let us taste it." Chun Yu pointed at Nami, still nestled in his clothing, as he spoke to Sualong. A few moments later, Sualong returned with 2 cups of beer. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously downed their drinks. Puffed. Chun Yu sprayed his out, rushing to the ship's edge to vomit, and Sualong followed suit. Yet when they locked eyes again, they both saw the fervor reflected in each other's gazes. "It's beer, but it's tainted by the seawater, so it's overly salty. Brothers, we're going ashore," Chun Yu called out, eyeing the massive island shaped like a conical hat, a smile stretching across his face as he raised his hand in cheer. Nami, suddenly writhing in his arms, protested vigorously, "Phantom Island. I've never heard of an island without magnetic force. Even some reefs possess magnetism. Yet this enormous island is virtually undetectable. Don't you find that suspicious?" Nami's head emerged from Chun Yu's collar, her eyes glistening with moisture, looking pitifully at him. "Indeed. You must consider this carefully. Chun Yu, you are the first mate. You promised to ensure our safety." Usopp clasped his hands together at his chest, beseeching Chun Yu earnestly. Exactly. Chopper clung tightly to Chun Yu's leg, tears streaming down his face as he looked up in desperation. Chun Yu gazed at the three, sighing helplessly and thinking. The timid trio still exists. What the heck? It merely looks like an island. We haven't even set foot on it yet, and you're all frightened already? At long last, Sualong seized the opportunity to mock, reveling in the moment. "Green algae head, don't forget it's all your fault. You let us off course." Sanji, upon hearing Nami's delicate voice, shuddered and hastily opened his eyes. Although Nami was no longer his chivalrous feelings for her remained intact. "You what?" Sualong's interest in the beer evaporated as he glared at Sanji, his entire demeanor radiating displeasure. Do I need to repeat myself? You took the wrong path. How dare you mock Nami-san? Sanji's tone darkened, his head tilting as he glared at Sualong, smoke billowing from his mouth. TCH, mindless love machine. Sualong scoffed, the disdain on his face intensifying as he continued to taunt Sanji. What did you say? Sanji's eyes flashed with cold light as he swiftly kicked out, unleashing his devilish kick. Sualong remained silent, drawing his sword and slicing towards Sanji. The two individuals engaged in a direct scuffle. Let us go. Adventure awaits. Luffy adjusted his hat, hands resting on his waist, raising his legs in anticipation. Chunyu lowered his gaze to Nami, gently kissing her smooth forehead, soothingly saying, I fear no specter, a single flame suffices. However, while food can be retrieved from the sea, fresh water cannot. Thus, our landing on the island is unavoidable. Would you prefer to wait on the ship for our return? Chunyu asked with a mischievous smile. No. Nami's face contorted in resistance at the thought of being left behind on the ship. Chunyu, you are treating me poorly. With that, she playfully bit his chest, though not too hard. This time, Chunyu felt no pain. Rather, Nami's soft and smooth tongue brought him a unique sensation. Suddenly, the second lieutenant appeared, pushing a massive Italian cannon. Nami felt a sudden discomfort, immediately recognizing the source, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, not wanting to leave Chunyu's embrace, she clung tightly to his chest, suppressing her shame and remaining still. Otherwise, you can just hang on like this, and I'll carry you, all right? Chunyu calmly conversed with Nami, who was unable to respond verbally, too afraid to move and risk feeling weak. Johnny, Joseph, you two stay here to watch the ship. If anything comes up, just fly over and find us, Chunyu suggested, turning to the duo known as the Sword God. Brother Chunyu, you can trust us to handle things here. We will guard the ship. Johnny and Joseph replied in unison, their expressions serious, akin to generals receiving orders. I'm discussing this with you. Chunyu felt a bit exasperated, as these two always treated him as if he were their commanding officer. We are more than willing. They echoed. You can fly and entertain yourselves, just don't let the Mary go out of sight. Chunyu shook his head helplessly, tossing out a final remark before turning to leave. As Nami's head emerged from his collar, obscuring his view, Chunyu had to create a small opening in his shirt for her to escape through, which made both of them considerably more comfortable. Chunyu, I have suddenly developed a disease that will cause me to perish if I land on the island. Usopp exclaimed. Chunyu, not one to indulge him, turned to him, raising an eyebrow and interrupting. Then you can choose to stay on the ship and guard it in place of Joseph and Johnny. With that, he walked away without looking back, leaving Usopp in shock and Chopper anxiously checking on his condition. At that moment, the Mary conveniently reached the shore. Chunyu carried Nami along the beach, and as they walked, he discovered that the sand beneath them was composed of plump, high-quality rice grains. A contemplative expression crossed Chunyu's face. My goodness, Sanji exclaimed, his expression blank as a cigarette fell from his mouth. The others turned to see a tree laden with large, meaty protrusions, entirely devoid of leaves, with a robust root system firmly anchored in the ground. Luffy, unable to contain himself, drooled as he eagerly pulled down 2 of the meat sticks and devoured them voraciously. This is delicious, Luffy suddenly howled, eyes sparkling with excitement as he continued to devour one after another. The rest exchanged glances, astonished by one another's reactions. Sanji, in disbelief that unprocessed food could be so delectable, quickly snatched a large meat stick and took a hearty bite. The transformation of his expression from skepticism to astonishment as he chewed and finally swallowed in disbelief compelled the others to rush forward, each exclaiming in delight and savoring the greasy morsels. Chunyu took 2 meat sticks, initially savoring them himself, not detecting anything amiss. He then brought one to Nami's eager lips. The flavor was indeed exquisite, so delightful that it made one want to roll their tongue. The surface of the meat sticks was evenly coated with mysterious spices. Upon biting, the juices burst forth, the texture was tender yet firm, and the spices tantalized the taste buds, making it irresistible. Chunyu continued to eat, oblivious to how much he consumed, until he bit down on a bone, which shattered instantly, the marrow touching his tongue and causing his pupils to dilate. How could even a marrow be so soft and sweet? As Chunyu eagerly sucked on the marrow, his gaze became somewhat dazed, entirely unaware of the wriggling Nami in his arms. Watching him devour the meat, Nami felt a surge of envy, although Chunyu held another meat stick to her lips after consuming all that she could reach. She realized he showed no signs of movement. The overwhelming deliciousness made her reluctant to part her lips, fearing the flavor would dissipate. She wiggled restlessly, trying to attract Chunyu's attention. Once Chunyu finished savoring the marrow, feeling a sense of incompleteness, he instinctively reached for the other stick, ready to eat without a second thought. Chunyu, that belongs to me. If you dare eat it, I will fight you. Nami cried out. Chunyu. As she saw the meat stick in front of her float away, she ignored everything else and widened her mouth, repeatedly butting her forehead against his chest in desperation. At last, Chunyu noticed Nami. Observing her emerge from his chest, eyes brimming with tears, a mix of anger and pleading in her expression, his heart melted. Was it just one morsel? Why the fuss? He looked down at Nami with a gentle smile, forgetting that he had intended to take her meat. Say that again. I want to respond to you. Why are you still standing there? Feed me. Quickly. Nami's face reflected her displeasure, her body writhing in discontent. All right. Chunyu chuckled at Nami's antics, his voice filled with affection. Nami, Robin waved from a distance, calling out to her, I have discovered a beauty-enhancing ingredient. Its effects are remarkable. Nami's eyes sparkled at the mention, and she quickly finished the meat stick, attempting to retreat through the hole in Chunyu's shirt. After a few futile attempts, she looked at Chunyu with a forlorn expression. What are you waiting for? Let me go. Quickly. Let me go. Chunyu could no longer resist Nami's adorableness. He leaned down to kiss her soft lips, gently sucking for a moment before tearing away a piece of her clothing. He then cradled her in his arms, releasing a small fire dragon with a gentle expression, saying, Take this. If danger arises, I will come immediately. Seeing this, Nami's eyes sparkled, gazing adoringly at Chunyu, grinning widely as she waved goodbye, only to rush towards Robin without a glance back. Watching Nami's capricious nature, Chunyu smiled softly, scratching his head in mild exasperation as he approached the others. What happened to our chef? Sanji merely glanced at Chunyu and returned to his silence, seated on the exposed roots of the meat stick tree, taking deep drags from his cigarette. Usopp and Chopper exchanged worried looks, glancing between Sanji and Chunyu. Sanji has been like this since he ate the meat stick from that tree. Usopp stepped closer to Chunyu, arms outstretched, his expression filled with dread. Could that meat stick be poisonous? Perhaps it was deliberately left there by the specter to trap us all. Chunyu, we should leave quickly. Don't you find it strange? There is no plant that grows meat. It defies logic. Observing Usopp lying on the ground one moment and raising his hands in dramatic gestures the next, Chunyu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. Chunyu extended his palm, grasping Usopp's nose and tossing him aside, choosing to ignore him. He turned his attention to Chopper, who had suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, and inquired with a puzzled expression. What is the matter with you again? Chopper vigorously sniffed his blue nose, mucus fluctuating, his hooves tightly pressed together, his body trembling slightly as he lamented with a sense of guilt. Chunyu, I cannot determine what illness Sanji is suffering from or what poison he has ingested. What a predicament. Chunyu slapped his forehead, his brow furrowing, eyes tightly shut, overwhelmed by exasperation, and let out a heavy sigh. Here was a cowardly individual who constantly boasted yet frightened himself, and a young, innocent soul who was easily misled. Chunyu clicked his tongue, turning to face the root cause of the trouble, Sanji. After a moment of contemplation, he raised an eyebrow and mockingly remarked, Could it be that someone is so easily disheartened and demoralized? Our ship is home to monsters. Recalling a certain green-haired fellow who nearly got sliced in half, yet remains fiercely spirited and never timid. Alas, how unfortunate, Chunyu mused. Looking down at Sanji with a patronizing gaze, his lips making a clicking sound, his eyes filled with pity as he shook his head in regret. Upon hearing this, Zoro nodded in agreement, repeatedly acknowledging while simultaneously drawing back his brows, shaking them at Sanji, unable to conceal the smile tugging at his lips. Enough already, came a frustrated cry. Sanji, with his hands resting on his knees, cast a sidelong glance, brow furrowed, teeth grinding, his expression darkening. I do not appreciate your words. Chunyu. The mockery echoed in Sanji's mind, becoming increasingly irksome. He slapped his thigh with force, standing to face Chunyu directly, pointing an accusatory finger at Zoro, who had instigated the mockery from afar. Disbelief etched on his face. You dare compare me to this mere green-haired fool? Before Chunyu could respond, Zoro could no longer contain himself, slowly approaching Sanji, tilting his head with a keen gaze, one eye wide and the other squinted, locking onto Sanji. Huh, Mia. I too find fault in your words, you fragile-hearted, brainless romantic machine, whining like a girl. I have no desire to be compared to you, Sanji retorted, stepping forward aggressively. Face to face with Zoro, veins bulging in his neck, biting down on a cigarette, his lips twisted in disdain. Chopper, do you understand? Being foolish is also an ailment, and not every illness can be diagnosed, Chinyu said as he approached Chopper, gently patting the back of his head with a smile. Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed up at Chinyu, hooves clasped tightly, excitedly proclaiming, "The sea is truly wondrous. There are such ailments." Chinyu then raised his hand to lightly pat Chopper on the head, casting a glance at Usopp, who was watching the scene unfold, and added, "Thus, you must learn to be adaptable. Not only is being foolish an ailment, but also telling lies is an affliction, so remember that. As a doctor, one must not be deceived by patients. Do you understand?" "Yes." Chopper responded vigorously, his eyes gleaming, his nose twitching, his mouth curving into a wide smile, emanating excitement. Pirates are truly amazing. Usopp, observing the vivacity returning to the group, felt a swell of pride as he chuckled to himself. "I am indeed a genius." In his joy, Chinyu bent down to scoop a handful of soil for careful examination. "Just as I suspected." Chinyu's smile broadened, opening his palm to let the soil slip through his fingers, rising to gaze into the depths of the island, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. "Chinyu, you must try this," Nami exclaimed excitedly, pulling Robin towards him. Chinyu's gaze immediately locked onto the focal point, two large and extra-large white dough balls bobbing up and down, causing him immense worry that they might pop out at any moment. Nami reached Chinyu, sharply sensing the familiar unease in his expression, placing her hands on her hips and scolding him in annoyance. Rather than being upset, Robin stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth, as the poor dough balls received no respite. Nami, I think we need to discuss something. Come here." With that, Chinyu led Nami away to a large tree nearby, his expression peculiar as he looked at her, continuing, "Even if you're truly exhausted, there is no need to help me find women so frequently, right? My frequency isn't high, is it?" Nami stood frozen, her mind filled with question marks, her beautiful eyes gazing at Chinyu in confusion as she retorted, "What on earth are you thinking about? Well, have I ever helped you find anyone? I would never do that. Do you think I'm foolish?" Nami's gaze shifted from confusion to disdain as she continued to complain, "Every day, your mind is filled with filth. Hey, let's not dwell on that. I have something wonderful for you to try." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Nami's demeanor shifted, her delicate hand reaching into the valley to rummage. Chinyu's eyes lit up, his fists clenched in anticipation, feeling a thrilling surprise coming his way. His gaze fixated on the valley, swallowing hard as he contemplated whether to add a layer of heat during daylight. "Tajda, this is it." Nami produced a cucumber, approximately 20 centimeters long, the thickness of a bus handrail, a vibrant green, appearing incredibly fresh and succulent, shaking it vigorously. "I saved this especially for you. I intended to find more, but could not. Robin and I only ate one. This cucumber will make you feel rejuvenated and fresh. The effect is astonishing." Nami looked at Chinyu with eager anticipation, hoping to see gratitude on his face. Chinyu's expression faltered, his fingers trembling as he pointed awkwardly at the cucumber. Slightly embarrassed as he asked, "This is what you want me to try? A cucumber?" "Yes. I'm very good to you, right?" Nami's gaze remained fixed on Chinyu, a delightful smile curving her lips, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "So you call me from so far away, just to eat this?" "Of course. What else could it be?" Nami's brows furrowed, her expression shifting from excitement to disappointment as she realized Chinyu's reaction was not what she had envisioned. "What? I thought you would be thrilled." Unbeknownst to the two, several petals gently fell in a nearby corner. As soon as they touched the ground, a few ants resembling coffee beans swiftly lifted the petals away. Meanwhile, a worm adorned with cow-like patterns took the opportunity to curl up and carry off several petals. The land returned to its former appearance. Feeling a mix of joy, yet not quite satisfied, Chinyu suddenly pulled Nami into his embrace, regardless of her consent, and leaned down to kiss her. Nami's breath became erratic, her body weakly leaning against the large tree. Chinyu reminisced about his fondness for purchasing baby bottles, often buying two at a time, finding them quite convenient for drinking water. Nami's gaze became dreamy, her head tilting back against the tree, her shoulders unconsciously relaxing as her delicate form leaned forward. Robin, finding herself bored, gazed at the sky, her expression devoid of impatience or urgency. Suddenly, she turned her head towards the woods, noticing Chinyu and Nami emerging slowly. With Nami's ears flushed, adjusting her clothing as she walked, her eyes glaring at Chinyu, her face filled with reproach. Chunyu, on the other hand, could not contain his amusement, his grin reaching ear to ear. "Robin, I apologize for the wait." After adjusting her attire, Nami playfully punched Chunyu's shoulder and then dashed over to Robin, her face expressing an apology. Robin, unfazed, merely covered her mouth, responding with a smile. It wasn't long. You two were quick to return. When she emphasized quick, she gave Chunyu a meaningful glance. Nami, oblivious to any oddity, hurried to Robin's side, affectionately taking her hand. Unlike Nami's reaction, Chunyu's expression darkened in an instant. He cast a silent glance at Robin and remained still, offering no response. "Chunyu, would you like to eat?" Nami gently inquired, pointing at the cucumber in Chunyu's hand. "You say this will replenish a lot of moisture? It will make me tender and delicate, right?" "Yes, yes." The effect is remarkable and immediate. Nami's charming face lit up with joy as she confidently patted her chest. Suddenly realizing something, Robin cast another meaningful glance at Chunyu. But unfortunately, he paid her no heed. "What a treasure. I want it." Chunyu's eyes sparkled as he solemnly tucked the cucumber into his pocket, giving it a pat. His expression extremely serious. Chunyu's attitude pleased Nami greatly, and she immediately grasped Robin's hand, eagerly embarking on their treasure-seeking adventure. The guardian dragon soared gracefully, closely trailing behind the two women. Moist, tender, delicate, and effective at once. What a precious gem. Chunyu patted the cucumber in his pocket, treating it like a treasure. His expression filled with excitement. "No, it must be returned to the Mary for proper preservation." With that, Chunyu transformed into a ball of fire and flew straight toward the Mary. "Sanji, why are you the only one left?" Chunyu landed beside Sanji, turning to him with a puzzled look. At that moment, Sanji was meticulously examining the soil beneath him, continuing his task without interruption. Green Algae Head went off to find some alcohol, and Chopper followed him out of concern. Usopp vanished after discovering some seeds. He probably went off to explore on his own. That kid is quite capable now, venturing out alone. As for Zoro, with Chopper following, there shouldn't be any issues. With this thought, Chunyu ceased to worry and squatted down to see what captivated Sanji so much. Sanji held a handful of soil, occasionally squeezing it and bringing it to his nose, before explaining with astonishment, "This substance that resembles soil is actually coffee, high-quality coffee." Chunyu's curiosity was piqued. He had anticipated that the soil was food, but he had never had the opportunity to investigate its specifics. His fingers eagerly sifted through the earth, eager to discover how this coffee soil was formed. "Sanji, I know where this coffee comes from." Chunyu suddenly unearthed an ant nest, revealing ants that resembled coffee beans. A look of realization crossing his face. Sanji approached, holding two fruits that resembled mugs, astonishment written all over his face. "I deduce that this coffee soil is the excrement of the ants on this island." Chunyu pointed at the fleeing coffee bean ants, a smile forming on his lips, his eyes full of curiosity and astonishment. Sanji handed a mug-like fruit to Chunyu, lifting a lid resembling that of a pitcher plant, explaining, "These fruits grow on nearby trees. Once you lift the lid, the water inside will immediately boil. Upon removing the lid from a mug-like fruit, it instantly turned yellow, withering and hardening, its juice rapidly boiling. The lid, once lifted, also shriveled and hardened, forming a small shovel." Chunyu's eyes glinted as he used the small shovel to scoop the coffee into the boiling juice, transforming it into a visually appealing cup of coffee. The fruit stem could be removed and used as a stirring spoon, perfectly sized. As Chunyu savored the drink, his eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Sanji. The two locked eyes, shock evident in their expressions. "A perfectly brewed black coffee," they exclaimed simultaneously. Chunyu activated his observation haki and immediately began digging in a specific spot. Before long, he emerged with several milk-white cubes the size of dice. He tossed them into the coffee and tasted it again, his shock morphing into realization. "Coffee latte," Chunyu exclaimed in delight after finishing the drink. Sanji retrieved a cowworm from the hole where Chunyu had dug up the milk cubes, his astonishment lingering as he murmured, "This island." After exchanging a glance with Sanji, the two rose and headed deeper into the island. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zoro raced after Chopper in a particular direction. "Chopper, are we there yet?" "Almost. I can already smell a rich aroma of alcohol mixed with an enticing malt scent. It should be what you're looking for." Chopper, transformed into his reindeer form, swiftly maneuvered through the forest with Zoro hot on his heels. At that moment, Zoro's ears perked up as he heard the sound of flowing water ahead. The duo burst forth from the forest into a vast plain. "Is this real?" Zoro hoisted his sword, Kitetsu, onto his shoulder, gazing at a colossal yellow waterfall in front of him. The waterfall, nearly 10 meters wide, spilled dark yellow liquid, splashing at the base and creating a mist that lingered. Zoro inhaled the beer aroma wafting through the air, a grin spreading across his face as saliva pooled in his mouth, his gaze fixated on the beer lake beneath the waterfall. Let's go, Chopper. Zoro could hardly contain himself, his legs launching him forward, causing the brown soil beneath to collapse as he propelled himself into the air, creating pit after pit as he flew towards the beer lake. That was fast. Chopper glanced at Zoro, who was eagerly drinking by the beer lake, then looked around at the empty surroundings, letting out a shocked shout. Compared to Zoro's airborne dash, Chopper's running seemed quite ordinary. Oh, grilled skewers on the reeds. Suddenly, Chopper halted, his eyes fixated on a cluster of skewers, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. It can't be deer meat, can it? Overcome by temptation, Chopper mumbled to himself and transformed into his human form, grabbing a skewer and devouring it eagerly. After several skewers, Chopper felt satisfied, his mouth greasy, and he decided to find some water to quench his thirst and perhaps some herbs to cleanse his palate. A series of pig grunts caught Chopper's attention. He turned to see a gigantic wild boar, nearly 2 meters tall, staring intently at him. Oink, oink, you look quite delectable. What, you want to eat me? There is plenty of food around, Chopper exclaimed, staring at the wild boar in disbelief. Oink, oink, I'm tired of the nearby food. Tired of it? Chopper sprang to his feet, mimicking Chun Yu's stance, extending his left hand toward the wild boar, while his right hand clenched into a fist behind his back. Ready to strike. I am Chopper, the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Bring it on. With a grunt, the wild boar kicked the ground, launching itself at Chopper with incredible speed, its massive frame and sharp tusks resembling a tank, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Foolish boar, I'm not afraid of you. Chopper infused his hands with a layer of haki, gripping the wild boar's tusks tightly. Chopper slid backward, but the wild boar's momentum began to decline, eventually being forced onto the ground as Chopper rained punches upon its face. Oink, oink, you little brat. You think you can ambush me? Not a chance. I'm taking you down head-on. Chopper scoffed, leaping onto the wild boar's back to commence a second round of blows. The wild boar's head swelled from the blows, struggling to lift its head, its mouth flapping as it protested. Oink, oink, no hit in the face. You've gone too far. I'm furious now. Chopper recalled Chun Yu's words. Trying to show off in front of me? Let us see if I don't take you down. With a swift motion, he spread his palm, delivering blow after blow to the wild boar with remarkable steadiness. After casting a glance at the nearly unconscious creature, Chopper elegantly rose, dusted off his attire, and departed with poise. The wild boar, enduring the pain, trembled as it stood, raising its swollen face to the sky and howling. Hulu, hulu. Family, your little pig Ba has been bullied. Come to my aid quickly. Come to my aid. Upon hearing the boar's cries, Chopper, who had just turned to leave, clutched his belly in laughter, pointing at the boar while gasping for breath. Just then, he felt the ground tremble beneath him and quickly stood upright to assess the situation. In the distance, he spotted over 10 colossal wild boars charging towards him, their eyes ablaze with fury. The lead boar towered nearly 5 meters tall, with tusks resembling spears and a broad, dark nose that gleamed with a metallic sheen. It exuded an imposing aura. Chopper's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to flee, tears streaming down his face. The majestic demeanor he had just exhibited was now replaced by utter disarray. The lead boar fixed its gaze on Chopper, its massive body sprinting with surprising speed, even overtaking him. Accompanying the lead boar were 6 others, each around 4 meters tall, spreading out to encircle Chopper. Never before had he experienced such absurdity, feeling thoroughly humiliated by a pig for the first time. Realizing he could not shake off the boars, Chopper darted towards Zoro's direction, shouting, Bakayalu, don't think I can't call for help. Just wait. He turned his head, uttering a fierce remark, and then cried out to the heavens, Zoro, help! Chopper shouted with all his might 3 times, recalling Chun Yu's words. Important matters should be repeated thrice. Zoro, who was leisurely enjoying beer and barbecue by the lake, perked up at the sound. Was Chopper calling for help? Were there any creatures on this island capable of aiding him? At first, Zoro dismissed it, but by the second call, he had already put down his beer. By the third, his expression turned icy. He quickly set down his skewer and dashed towards the source of the distress. Hulu, hulu. Keep shouting. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your aid. How dare you bully my resilient little son? It's like searching for excrement with a lantern in a toilet. Hulu hulu. The other wild boars echoed in agreement. Brother Jinxiang, I observe this fellow has a delicate rear. Let me, Pig Sunan, have the first go at him. Nonsense. Brother Jinxiang. Don't listen to him. I've long wanted to try out other species. Just let me have a shot. As they began to divide their spoils before capturing Chopper, Jinxiang's expression darkened, and he immediately reprimanded. Hulu hulu. I've told you before. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. We can divide the spoils once we catch them. What a bunch of fools. Brother Jinxiang is absolutely right. Brother Jinxiang, save some for me later. I'll leave it for you tonight. Brother Jinxiang, as long as you want, I, Pig Sunan, am also capable. Before Pig Sunan could finish, Jinxiang trembled with rage, casting a disdainful glance at him, and sternly warned, Hulu hulu. Silence. Yes, they all responded in unison. As Chopper ran, he tightly covered his rear with his tail, clenching his sphincter with all his might. Despite this, he still felt a chill at his rear. Chopper, get down. Zoro's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing that familiar call, Chopper could no longer hold back his tears and obediently dropped to the ground. In the next moment, a tremendous slash swept over his head. One sword style, 360 troublesome winds. Witnessing this immense strike, Jinxiang's pupils narrowed, and he bellowed, Hulu hulu. Charge together. 7 wild boars simultaneously braced themselves with their armed tusks against the oncoming attack. Yet, even with their enhanced strength, they could not withstand the full force of Zoro's sword strike. The 7 boars, with their 28 hooves, slid back uncontrollably. Suddenly, Pig Sunan let out a furious roar, his 5th leg turning pitch black. Without hesitation, he swung his waist, embedding it into the ground, veins bulging on his neck, displaying a desperate stance. Even with 29 legs, the 7 boars still slid back over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. Panting heavily, the 7 boars looked at Zoro with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Jinxiang howled to the sky, Hulu hulu. Charge forth, the winds are fierce. Thus, the 7 boars turned tail and fled without looking back. One of them attempted to hurl a parting insult, but was silenced by Jinxiang's command. Hulu hulu. If you can't overpower them, don't provoke them. Don't create unnecessary trouble for me. Watching the retreating boars, Chopper's pent-up tears burst forth once more. He leaped up, transforming into his mini form, and clung tightly to Zoro's head, sobbing uncontrollably. Having just been so ruthlessly chased, and seeing that the 7 boars had not even sustained a scratch, Chopper's frustration grew. At that moment, he recalled Chen Yu's words, I prefer to settle scores on the spot. Resolving to take action, Chopper nestled on Zoro's face, ceasing his tears, and asked with a quavering voice, Zoro, why did you let them go? Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro replied, there are so many ready-made skewers. Killing them would only create more hassle with processing them. Upon hearing this, Chopper, tears streaming down his face, lamented, but they bullied me terribly just now. I almost didn't get back. They chased me for several kilometers. Observing Chopper's distress, Zoro's expression softened. He gently picked Chopper up, stroking the back of his head, and asked softly, I'll help you get your revenge. Which one should we kill? Or should we take them all back to the Mary together? Upon hearing Zoro's offer for revenge, Chopper immediately sprang to his feet, eagerly describing Pig Sunan's appearance and insisting, just get that pig. After wiping his nose with a handkerchief, Chopper waved it joyfully at Zoro as he dashed off, calling Zoro, stay safe. Shinyu was right after all. Settling scores on the spot is truly satisfying. Clenching his hooves, Chopper secretly delighted in the thought. Before long, Zoro returned, shouldering a gigantic wild boar that weighed several tons, causing him to sink into the ground with each step. Chopper, is it this one? Zoro tossed the wild boar toward Chopper, inquiring. Chopper looked up at the unforgettable face of the pig, flames of hatred igniting in his eyes as he pointed furiously at Pig Sunan. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade of curses, he noticed that Pig San had grown even larger, causing Chopper to leap sideways in fright. Nevertheless, he was still blown back several meters by the gust created when Pig Sunan fell. Bakialu, Zoro, do you want to kill me? Chopper turned and pointed his hoof at Zoro, his expression a mix of anger and confusion. Zoro's eye twitched as he scratched his head awkwardly and said, let us deal with it first. He was curious about the flavor of such a powerful pig. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Pig Sunan, Zoro shifted the topic. Chopper, eyeing the pig before him, felt a chill run down his spine. He stepped forward and kicked the pig twice before assisting Zoro in burning off its hair, skinning it, and cutting the meat. Each slice was a cathartic release, and he reveled in the process. Moments later, Zorro took a skewer of pork leg and began to chew. The moment the meat entered his mouth, Zorro's eyes widened in astonishment, his teeth grinding through it like a pulverizer, chewing uncontrollably with delight. The pork leg was not as tough as he had anticipated. The muscle fibers were resilient, yet the meat was succulent, growing increasingly flavorful with each bite, tantalizing his taste buds and bringing immense satisfaction with every morsel. Salong suddenly let out a soft sigh, casting an odd glance at Xiaoba, muttering to himself, "Why does this pork taste so much like deer?" Upon noticing Xiaoba preparing to indulge in a skewer of hind leg meat, he hesitated momentarily before voicing his concern. "Xiaoba, this pig has a flavor reminiscent of venison. Are you certain you wish to eat it?" Xiaoba's hand, which had just been raised, froze instantly, his expression solidifying as the skewer fell to the ground, sending him into a panic. Why does the pig taste like deer? Is this pig somehow a deer? Or has it feasted on an excessive amount of deer, thus absorbing their flavor? A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Xiaoba's mind, fueling his growing anger. Unbeknownst to him, after finishing his own skewer, Song continued to slice other parts of the pig and roast them over the fire, washing it down with copious amounts of beer. After tasting the pork belly, his eyes lit up, and an absurd idea began to form in his mind. To validate his hypothesis, he sampled every part of the pig, though he could not bring himself to try the rear, internal organs, or the pig's genitals. The outcome left Salong utterly astonished, as he slapped Xiaoba's head and exclaimed, "This pig is extraordinary. The texture of the meat is unparalleled. Each part offers a distinct flavor. The hind leg tastes like venison. The pork belly is indistinguishable from beef brisket. The foreleg resembles donkey meat. The ribs are akin to tiger ribs, and the trotters taste remarkably like bear paws. Xiaoba, stop overthinking and give it a try." With that, Feng disregarded Xiaoba, biting into a hind leg that was larger than himself. As the hind leg meat gradually filled his stomach, Feng felt a surge of energy coursing through him, every muscle swelling with power, brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, Xiaoba savored the pork belly, tears streaming down his face, occasionally kicking the pig's head, feeling a sense of relief and satisfaction. Salong gazed at the pig's skeleton, his face betraying a lingering desire for more, glancing at Xiaoba and swallowing hard. Xiaoba noticed everything, his fur bristling, pointing a hoof at Song in disbelief. "Song, were you just thinking of eating me? Were you?" Song awkwardly scratched his head. He merely found the hind leg's flavor appealing and had no intention of consuming Xiaoba. "Solong? You. Xiaoba realized that Song did not deny it. His little legs sprang into action, retreating in panic, ultimately fleeing in tears. Observing this, Song was unsure whether to pursue, glancing at the beer and barbecue before deciding to remain where he was. He sat down cross-legged, thoroughly enjoying his beer, when he suddenly heard Xiaoba's heart-wrenching cries for help. Song's eyes widened as he scanned the area and spotted several monkeys chasing after Xiaoba. Initially, he was not alarmed, for Xiaoba maintained a safe distance from the monkeys. However, as Xiaoba drew closer to the group, his expression hardened, a fiery glint igniting in his eyes. He swiftly drew 3 swords, his right hand slicing through the air with a fierce strike. 360 troublesome winds. The colossal slash surged toward the leading white-haired monkey, which stood nearly 3 meters tall on its hind legs, using its hands to assist its run. Rather than displaying fear, the white-haired monkey's eyes gleamed with malice, a frenzied expression crossing its face. Give, it exclaimed triumphantly. The white-haired monkey leaped forward, its arms raised as it enveloped the incoming slash with a cloak of darkness, its muscles bulging and veins protruding. With a fierce roar, it absorbed the blow of the 360 troublesome winds, its legs sliding backward as the attack's momentum visibly slowed. Give, it shouted. Get lost. The white-haired monkey's arms swelled as it shifted its weight, altering the direction of the attack with a forceful shoulder throw, sending the slash soaring diagonally upwards. Meanwhile, Salong positioned himself in front of Xiaoba, crossing his swords to shield him, his gaze locked onto the white-haired monkey. Salong had noticed that the white-haired monkey had been toying with Xiaoba, deliberately slowing down each time it nearly caught him, occasionally slapping Xiaoba's backside, expertly managing the distance to ensure Xiaoba remained hopeful yet compelled to run with all his might. Reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse, the white-haired monkey glanced at his green hair, its eyes glinting with sharpness. However, it chose not to attack. instead striking a pose for the surrounding monkeys, flexing its biceps, with its red backside facing its tail swaying animatedly. Give, give, give. The accompanying yellow-haired monkeys erupted in excitement, some clapping their hands and feet, while others supported themselves on the ground, their torsos undulating in jubilance. Although was puzzled by the monkey's antics, the white-haired monkey's gaze felt akin to that of a hunter fixating on its prey, igniting a spark of irritation within him. Xiaoba, were these monkeys? Not a single one appeared weak. The leading white-haired monkey even instilled a sense of danger in him. He fixed his gaze on the white-haired monkey, quietly inquiring of Xiaoba. Unfortunately, Xiaoba remained oblivious, having barely escaped the clutches of the monkeys. At that moment, the white-haired monkey spoke. It turned its fists clenched against the ground, its expression serious as it addressed him. Give, give, give. This island is the territory of my monkey tribe. The pig tribe on this island reported to us that a green-haired swordsman has attacked our kin. While I'm aware of the full story, rules are rules. Regardless of your reasons, you must engage in a battle today to uphold the honor of my tribe. Xiaoba clung to S leg, translating each line. S eyes flared with crimson light, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The white-haired monkey suddenly howled at the sky, and soon, two monkeys approached, carrying a wooden stick. Perhaps this stick had transcended the realm of mere wood. Approximately 4 meters long, it was uniformly thick with prominent wood grain and a gray-black hue, shimmering faintly with a metallic sheen. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he locked his gaze on the stick. Is this what Chinyu referred to as that kind of realm? The white-haired monkey, pleased that someone could discern the stick's extraordinary nature, proudly declared, Give, give, give. This weapon was passed down from my grandfather. Kid, you are strong, so I must utilize my weapon. Come. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the white-haired monkey raised the stick above its head, spinning it rapidly, then thrusting it into the ground. The gray-black stick quickly absorbed a pitch-black hue, its metallic luster intensifying. Xiaoba, get back and protect yourself. Solong cast a glance at the white-haired monkey before shifting his gaze to the yellow-haired monkeys behind it. A hint of concern etched on his face. The white-haired monkey, understanding his apprehension, reassured him. Give, give, give. Rest assured, we monkeys hold great reverence for battle. This is a duel between us. Song donned a headband, casually twirling his dual swords to warm up, and solemnly declared, Brother, let's go all out. Bring it on. The confrontation between man and monkey was imminent. Song charged first, his legs moving rapidly like a sewing machine's needle, gaining speed as he approached the white-haired monkey. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward, soaring directly toward the white-haired monkey. Both swords swung to the right in unison, his body spinning rapidly, transforming into a swirling vortex of darkness, the blades glinting as they penetrated toward the white-haired monkey. Three-sword style. 81 resounding notes. S body twisted. The three swords whirled in a frenzy, producing a sound akin to a meat grinder slicing through the air. Give, give. The white-haired monkey positioned the stick defensively in front of itself, attempting to withstand Song's assault. Alas, the moment the stick met Song's onslaught, it began to tremble violently, the overwhelming force causing the white-haired monkey to be pushed back repeatedly. The Bai Mao Ho showed no intention of evading, firmly gripping the wooden stick with both hands. Gazing at Suolong with an increasingly intense battle spirit, it resolved to take Suolong's strike head-on. After gathering power multiple times, Suolong prepared to unleash his 81st move, utilizing rotational force to channel energy throughout his body. The three blades aligned in unison, simultaneously striking at the center of the wooden stick, sending the Bai Mao Ho soaring through the air. Despite the wooden stick's obstruction, the immense force shattered the Bai Mao Ho's grip, propelling its body like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground and expelling a mouthful of blood. However, such injuries posed no threat to the Bai Mao Ho, which rose as if nothing had happened, dusting itself off, wiping the blood from its mouth with its thumb, and fixing a keen gaze on Suolong, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Come on, strong. You are indeed formidable, but let me show you my techniques. With that, the Bai Mao Ho leaped back, creating a suitable distance. Gripping the wooden stick tightly with its right hand, the stick positioned horizontally at its side, one end touching the ground. Its legs bent, muscles bulging. The monkey leaped into the air, forcefully kicking against the air, taking 7 steps upwards until reaching its peak. At that moment, The Bai Mao Ho grasped the middle section of the stick and began to swirl it rapidly. With its face downward, the wooden stick whirled, generating a whirlwind that spread outward, toppling trees and stirring up waves in the beer lake, the air filled with the scent of alcohol. Here it comes, the ultimate strike. As the Bai Mao Ho descended upon Solong, it twisted its waist, swinging the stick down with both arms. The stick seemed to slice through the air, and before it even struck, the terrifying airflow had already cracked the ground beneath. Suolong, witnessing the approaching stick, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes and grinned. With both feet firmly planted on the ground, the area around him darkened, and the three swords harnessed each other's power, poised above his head to meet this earth-shattering blow. King! The three swords simultaneously bore the weight of the descending stick, the ground resembling a pyramid being formed from below, fracturing and sinking layer by layer. As the stick fell, its terrifying force transmitted through Suolong's body into the ground. A mist of blood erupted from Suolong's mouth, his eyes glimmering with a scarlet sheen. Yet he remained upright, muscles bulging, the ground continuing to collapse until the force of the strike was exhausted. What was once a flat expanse transformed into a basin nearly 50 meters in diameter, resembling an inverted pyramid. The ground trembled, cracking around the basin. Countless coffee ants and milk cows fleeing in all directions, various bizarre creatures escaping the battlefield. The Bai Mao Ho executed a backflip, landing not far from Suolong, admiration gleaming in its eyes. Come on! It raised its fist towards Suolong, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother, this battle is enough, but I intend to let you witness my ultimate skill. However, Chopper had long since fled the battlefield, leaving Suolong unable to comprehend a single word. At that moment, Chopper was engrossed in discovering several herbs, unable to extricate himself from their medicinal properties. Come at me. Seeing the Bai Mao Ho raise its fist, Suolong assumed it was ready for close combat. He immediately sheathed his three swords, clenching his fists, his battle spirit only intensifying. Come on. Observing Suolong's actions, the Bai Mao Ho's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you are remarkable. After this battle, I will surely drink with you. Suolong still could not understand a word, but he recognized the fierce battle spirit in the Bai Mao Ho's eyes, his gaze sharpening, teeth clenched, lips curling upward. The two launched at each other simultaneously, exchanging punches with a speed invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, Suolong caught a flaw in the Bai Mao Ho's defense, a smirk forming as he aimed a punch at its chin. The Bai Mao Ho refused to back down, swinging a punch towards Suolong's cheek. With a resounding bang, Suolong was caught off guard, sent flying backward, and the Bai Mao Ho also staggered, taking Suolong's punch and soaring into the air. Suolong skidded along the ground for over 10 meters before gradually regaining his balance, his hands digging into the earth, dragging himself to a stop. The Bai Mao Ho performed several somersaults in the air before landing steadily, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of its mouth. This minor injury would not hinder either combatant. Suolong once again shot forward, launching a punch at the Bai Mao Ho. However, the Bai Mao Ho suddenly altered its demeanor. Its cheeks flushed, swaying unsteadily, appearing ready to topple at any moment. Suolong was momentarily startled, thinking something was amiss with the Bai Mao Ho, and was about to halt. But suddenly his kin Bunchika Haki issued a warning. The seemingly intoxicated Bai Mao Ho swung a punch at Suolong's cheek without any intention of evading. Suolong noticed the Bai Mao Ho's stance was uncoordinated, bordering on bizarre. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he had no time for excessive contemplation. His fist remained unyielding, directed straight at the Bai Mao Ho, leaning down to evade its punch. In response, the Bai Mao Ho smiled. Too. Suolong spat blood, his body retreating violently, his feet heavily thudding against the ground before he came to a halt. The Bai Mao Ho had not struck down with its punch. Instead, it delivered a kick straight into Suolong's abdomen. At that moment, Suolong's eyes widened in disbelief. His Kinbunchika Haki had mispredicted. The very notion of failing to predict with Kinbunchika Haki was beyond Suolong's comprehension, yet the evidence lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. Suolong resolved to attempt again. Seeking the reason behind this anomaly, the Bai Mao Ho remained unfazed by Suolong's astonishment, continuing to sway back and forth, occasionally sitting cross-legged, beckoning Suolong with its fingers. Interesting. Suolong's curiosity ignited, and his fighting style transformed. He sprinted towards the Bai Mao Ho, delivering a straightforward Superman punch to its chest, the movements bold and unrestrained. Focused solely on offense, the Bai Mao Ho's swaying body moved like an eel, evading Suolong's flying punch with ease. Suddenly, Sualong noticed a slight movement in the Bai Mao Ho's right leg. He anticipated a kick aimed at his left chest and quickly prepared to respond, yet remained vigilant. As the Bai Mao Ho's right foot aimed for Sualong's chest, just as Sualong crossed his arms to block the side kick, the Bai Mao Ho's right leg unexpectedly planted itself on the ground, executing a back kick towards Sualong's abdomen. Taking the blow head-on, Sualong was again sent flying, crashing into several trees before halting. Kinbunchika Haki seemed to function as a mechanism, analyzing an opponent's movements through some special internal energy, predicting actions in advance, including peculiar circumstances such as air currents caused by incoming projectiles. Although not entirely accurate, the principle was undoubtedly complex, yet sufficient for analysis. Contemplating this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Sualong's eyes as he brushed off the dust from his body and slowly rose. "Come again," Sualong shouted, dashing towards the Bai Mao Ho, suddenly hurling a stone directly at its forehead, simultaneously accelerating and delivering a flying kick to its chest. The Bai Mao Ho's eyes gleamed, slightly shifting its head to evade the stone. Its right palm opened to block Sualong's kick while its left knee thrust upward. As Sualong saw the Bai Mao Ho's left knee approaching his abdomen, he extended his left hand to block, fingers pinching tightly around the Bai Mao Ho's knee, and kicked forcefully towards its head. The Bai Mao Ho attempted to evade, but with its knee firmly held, it had no choice but to swing its left fist to meet Sualong's kick. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate. Haha. It seems that the failure of Kinbunchika Haki is related to this monkey's strange state. Is it intoxication? In his mind, Sualong was lost in contemplation, his movements unceasing, his abdomen coiling tightly as his free right hand swung a punch toward the white-haired monkey's golden egg. The expression on the monkey's face shifted dramatically. With only one foot to support him, he feared that without creating distance, he would suffer a devastating blow. Instantly, the white-haired monkey released his grip on Sualong, and the two managed to create the desired space between them. They exchanged glances, both filled with wariness, though their concerns differed. Soon, the second round of combat ignited once more. This time, Sualong disregarded the warnings of Kinbunchika Haki, relying solely on instinct and combat experience to engage in a fierce struggle with the white-haired monkey. Although he found himself at a disadvantage, losing more than winning, he no longer felt like a passive participant. Just as Sualong anticipated a third wave of attacks from the white-haired monkey, the monkey raised his thumb in admiration and looked at Sualong with a sense of respect. Subsequently, the white-haired monkey approached the lake and cheerfully exclaimed, "Give, give, give! Brother, can you drink? Let's spar in a different way." Sualong stood bewildered, unable to comprehend a word, merely gazing at the monkey with anticipation. Noticing Sualong's lack of understanding, the white-haired monkey scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with inspiration. He approached the lake, spreading his palms in a gesture as if to hold water, bringing them to his mouth while repeatedly explaining, "Give, give, give. Brother, this water is drinkable. Drink it like I do. Take big gulps." Sualong seemed to grasp the monkey's intention and hurried to the spot where the pig had been roasted, fetching 2 mugs and filling them with beer. He mimicked the act of drinking while casting an inquiring glance at the white-haired monkey. Upon seeing Sualong's actions, a broad smile spread across the monkey's face, revealing his sharp canines as he gestured a thumbs up towards Sualong. Thus, after sharing a glance, the two began their drinking contest. Sensing that drinking alone was lacking in excitement, the white-haired monkey bellowed to his subordinates, "Give, give, give! You lot, bring my brother some snacks. Don't neglect him." The group of monkeys leaped with enthusiasm, replying, "Give, give, give! I will go slaughter a pig. It's the best accompaniment for drinks. I will gather some hot pot ingredients. I will collect reeds for roasting. I will pick some tomatoes to sober up." The yellow-haired monkeys scattered, busily gathering suitable food from the vicinity. Before long, a mountain of food lay before Sualong and the white-haired monkey, accompanied by a 2-meter-high wild boar. If Chopper were present, he would undoubtedly recognize it as his little pig. Is that a willow tree with potato chip leaves? How peculiar. Sualong stared in astonishment at the half-willow tree before him. The white-haired monkey placed a hand on Sualong's shoulder, raising his mug and shaking it toward Sualong, one eye wide and the other narrowed, raising an eyebrow with a light chuckle. "Can you do it? It's like raising fish. Come on. Cheers." Though Sualong could not comprehend, he could clearly sense the mockery in the monkey's tone. How could he endure such a taunt? The two of them drank freely, while the yellow-haired monkeys continuously delivered food, and the pig was thoroughly roasted. Sualong mastered the art of life return. while the white-haired monkey employed a similar technique. Neither was willing to yield to the other. In a certain part of the forest, Chopper raised a medicinal herb, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. With such astonishing medicinal herbs, I might be able to improve the rumble ball. Sanji, if the world were filled with islands like this, you chefs would surely be out of work. Chunyu strolled ahead, hands in his pockets, turning to tease Sanji. You'd be in trouble, wouldn't you? Sanji did not respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette. Speaking with Chunyu without smoking too would surely drive him mad. However, he realized that this island was abundant with food. Even the very soil beneath their feet was edible, leading him to discard the thought of smoking. Although he was reluctant to admit it, you have a point. There is food available everywhere, and it is delicious. This could spell disaster for chefs. Sanji glanced back at the path they had traversed, reflecting on the situation. Another new food. Chunyu approached a clearing, his gaze fixated on a plant resembling taro. The broad leaves above appeared like thick stakes, indistinguishable in texture and shape from taro leaves, while the stem and the veins at the base glowed faintly red, radiating warmth. The surface of the stake was adorned with spices. As sunlight struck the stake, the Tyndall effect was particularly pronounced. Sanji approached Chunyu, his nose twitching slightly, explaining, "The dust in the air is spice, a perfect universal seasoning." Hearing this, Chunyu looked up to discover that the branches above were laden with fruits resembling wax apples, constantly shedding spices. Suddenly, a thick brown liquid dripped down, landing squarely on the stake. From a distance, one could see drops of liquid, reminiscent of black pepper sauce, slowly coalescing on the leaves. Spice wax apples and sauce droplets, perhaps? Chunyu mused aloud. Shall we give it a try? Chunyu suggested, pointing at the taro steak. The two shared the dish, savoring each bite. Initially, the rich flavor of black pepper spread across their palates. As they chewed, the sweet meat juices erupted forth, melding with the black pepper sauce, creating a harmonious blend. A remarkably perfect black pepper sirloin, Sanji remarked after tasting, his tone casual. Yet Chunyu could discern the astonishment concealed within. The inside of the taro is salad. Chunyu exclaimed in surprise as he unearthed the root, revealing its contents. Though neither was astounded by the flavor, the freshness of the fruits and vegetables exceeded their expectations. What a terrifying little island. Sanji gazed into the depths of the island, marveling. Because the steak is greasy, it grows ingredients that can cut through the greasiness. This is a classic case of mutual benefit, isn't it? Chunyu raised an eyebrow, questioning Sanji. Who knows? This island has completely overturned my understanding and imagination. Sanji replied softly, clearly unsettled. Chunyu regarded Sanji thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, stated earnestly, perhaps this is the proof of All Blue's existence? Maybe All Blue is even more extraordinary than you imagine? Upon hearing this, Sanji's eyes widened, the hidden disappointment in his gaze evaporating as a smile broke across his face. Then your dishes must be more delicious than the food on this island. Otherwise, what meaning would there be in finding All Blue? Chunyu teased, noticing the light in Sanji's eyes. At that moment, Sanji was no longer lost. He raised an eyebrow at Chunyu and confidently replied, Isn't that only natural? I'm a chef of the Pirate King, after all. Their laughter echoed through the air as they exchanged glances. Their anticipation for the island only grew. Sister Robin, so many succulent cucumbers. Nami and Robin each held 2 cucumbers, enjoying their refreshing taste while chatting playfully. What is that? Robin suddenly raised her hand, pointing toward a peculiar fruit tree ahead. Her curiosity piqued. Nami followed Robin's finger and spotted a tree that resembled a papaya tree. Why do I say it resembles one? Because the leaves are similar to papaya leaves, but larger. The trunk bears cow-like spots, it stands taller, and the fruit, what an odd tree. Nami frowned as she scrutinized the fruit, her eyes twitching as she remarked. The flesh-colored fruit, resembling a baby feeding bottle, had a distinctly protruding shape, looking adorably pink. Shall we taste it? It might have some wonderful effects, Robin suggested, glancing at Nami, her eyes sparkling with mischief. As Nami gazed at the oddly shaped fruit, she found herself in a state of turmoil. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Robin's exaggerated assets, prompting her to sneak a glance at her own. Instantly, she made up her mind. She must try it. After all, encountering such a peculiar fruit without tasting it would be a shame. With her fists clenched and her eyes ablaze with determination, Nami proclaimed her intent to the fruit hanging from the tree. Robin offered no objections. Instead, she discreetly glanced at Nami, covering her mouth with her small hand, and let out a melodious laugh as waves of excitement surged within her. Moreover, she too was curious about the flavor of this strange fruit. With her arms crossed in front of her, Robin slowly closed her eyes and murmured, "When 2 blooms are ripe, pick the peach." The milk papaya tree bore 2 arms. Initially, Robin attempted to pluck a fruit with a single hand, but soon discovered that this bizarre fruit possessed a will of its own, making it impossible to grasp with just one hand. Moments later, Nami caught the fruit that had fallen, examining it closely. Would it truly be safe to eat? Upon seeing the fruit, which was even more magnificent than she, Nami fell into contemplation once more. Robin cradled the fruit in both hands, her expression filled with curiosity. When she shook it, she heard a sound of liquid sloshing within, dull and thick, unlike clear water, more akin to a viscous substance. Shall we find out? Based on their experiences thus far, this island's food resources were incredibly abundant, and they had yet to encounter anything harmful or toxic. Furthermore, the structure and appearance of this fruit seemed quite comprehensible, as Robin's eyes subtly shifted toward the top of the milk papaya tree, analyzing it with keen insight. Indeed, its appearance was quite peculiar. It was best not to mention it. If that pervert were to see it, he would surely be unable to move. Realizing this, Nami's expression turned slightly helpless, and her gaze returned to the fruit. "Robin, I'll try it first," Nami said as she looked at Robin, then lowered her head to examine the fruit in her hands. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to take a bite from the protruding section. Robin understood Nami's concerns and intended to suggest that she eat first, but it was too late, so she could only observe Nami with a worried expression. Upon tasting it, Nami found it was not the crisp sensation she had imagined. The skin was reminiscent of a peach. Once she bit through the skin, the bright orange-yellow flesh was revealed, bouncy and jelly-like, with a texture similar to pudding, exuding a rich papaya fragrance. This delightful texture and flavor made Nami's eyes sparkle. Glancing at the fruit again, she found herself unable to resist and took another bite. This time, without the obstacle of the skin, she reached the core of the fruit. There, she discovered a thin layer of gelatinous substance, akin to the white film formed when milk is boiled. This layer contained a creamy liquid, and upon breaking it, it burst like a water balloon, filling her mouth with a rich, milky aroma, elevating the already gentle and delicate papaya, putting to new heights. The abundant, milky liquid overwhelmed Nami's mouth, causing some to spill from the corners of her mouth, cascading down her chin and flowing into the valley of her neckline. "This is absolutely delicious." Nami savored the collision of the papaya, pudding, and the thick milk, swallowing with delight, her cheeks slightly flushed as she excitedly looked at Robin. "Papaya and milk?" Robin murmured to herself. Robin also felt a sense of impatience, her mouth watering as she swallowed hard, her gaze fixed intently on the fruit in her hands. To avoid ending up like Nami, with white liquid smeared across her mouth and neckline, Robin took small, careful bites. It is well known that with the same pressure, a smaller opening will spray further and with greater force. After cautiously nibbling, a jet of white liquid sprayed all over Robin's face. However, the captivating flavor distracted her from her appearance. Fortunately, neither of them was seen in their messy state. After finishing the entire fruit, Robin realized she was now damp and sticky, her brows furrowed and lips pouting in slight annoyance, mirroring Nami's expression. Thankfully, they soon came across a spring, and after thoroughly washing themselves, they resumed their journey. Along the way, Nami's mind was filled with thoughts of the milk papaya and Robin. Contemplating the grand milk papaya, Nami clenched her fists, resolving to herself. Unbeknownst to her, Robin was walking ahead, completely unaware of Nami's inner thoughts and intentions. "Nami, I found something great," Robin exclaimed, opening her palm to present a few small fruits to Nami, eager for her to try them. These fruits had been discovered by Robin by chance, small in size, resembling goji berries, and cloaked in deep reddish brown, hidden beneath the broad leaves of the tree. Upon taking a bite, Nami detected the fragrant gelatinous essence of the fruit, mingled with the sweetness of goji berries. The sweetness and moisture were perfectly balanced, making it impossible to feel thirsty even after eating several. After ensuring their safety, Robin passed them to Nami for a taste. Nami accepted the fruits without hesitation and took a bite. Observing this, Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, a charming smile gracing her lips. "It has the flavor of gelatin and goji berries," Robin remarked with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she gazed at Nami, her tone laden with meaning. "Gelatin? Goji berries? What's wrong?" Nami inquired, puzzled by the implications in Robin's words. Seeing Nami's innocent demeanor, Robin stifled a laugh, which only made Nami more curious. as she playfully shook Robin's hand, whining with affection. Robin gazed at Nami with sparkling eyes, a fleeting hint of envy crossing her features, then leaned closer to whisper into Nami's ear about the benefits of gelatin and goji berries. Upon hearing this, Nami's face flushed crimson, her eyes widened, her lips trembled, and her delicate hands clenched tightly, emitting a slight puff of steam from her head. Seeing this, Robin did not mock Nami. She too struggled to contain her laughter. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Nami seemed to open the door to another world, eagerly collecting 2 pockets full of gelatin and goji berries. Initially, when tasting the gelatin and goji berries, the flavor was merely acceptable, not particularly delicious. However, once she learned of their benefits, Nami found them utterly delightful, and the more she ate, the more she craved. The renowned culinary critic MacArthur once stated, "Some foods may not appear appetizing at first glance, but once you understand and accept them, you will discover that nothing compares in deliciousness." It is similar to certain experiences. At first, you may feel some resistance or fear. Yet, after engaging in them, you will find yourself invigorated, yearning for more, even if the duration may bring you distress. What you need to do is relish the most joy in that fleeting moment. Observing Nami's enthusiastic indulgence in gelatin and goji berries, Robin couldn't help but remind her, eating too much at once isn't good. Moderation is key, you know? Upon hearing Robin's kind reminder, Nami nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, though her pace showed no signs of slowing. With the anticipation of a potential battle looming that night, Nami was determined to consume as much as possible to bolster her spirits. Seeing this, a glimmer of understanding crossed Robin's eyes as she smiled knowingly. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds echoed nearby, prompting both women to heighten their vigilance, standing back to back as they scanned their surroundings. Just as Nami drew her climax, her observation haki not yet fully activated, the branches above her suddenly creaked ominously, leaves scattering. Both women instinctively looked upward, with a series of snapping branches. A humanoid vine creature plummeted down, suspended by thick vines, resembling a spider weaving a web. Suddenly, the creature began to thrash wildly, emitting muffled sounds, while rustling noises echoed from the trees above. 2 carnivorous flowers lunged forth, aiming to bite Nami and Robin. The speed was so swift that even with the warning from her observation haki, Nami barely managed to evade. Robin, relying on her years of training and instincts, narrowly avoided the carnivorous flower's ambush as well. The humanoid vine creature twisted once more, emitting a mournful sound, while 6 vine-like tendrils swiftly extended from the tree. Robin and Nami narrowly evaded 2 of the tendrils, but unfortunately, the remaining 4 ensnared their hands, swiftly pulling them taut and lifting them into the air. At this moment, the humanoid vine creature emitted a louder wail, its movements far more vigorous than before. Witnessing this, both women's foreheads broke into a cold sweat. After a rustling sound, 8 additional tendrils emerged from the foliage, firmly binding their legs. 4 more tendrils swiftly coiled around Nami and Robin's delicate forms, showcasing a rather artistic bondage. This embarrassing position was unbearable even for Robin, whose sun-kissed skin flushed a noticeable crimson. Observing from the shadows was the guardian dragon, which suddenly took flight. Initially, Chenyu had intended to discern what Nami was up to, but upon switching to the dragon's perspective, the sight of the 2 women covered in white milk instantly filled his vision. He had intended to intervene during the ambush by the carnivorous plant, but noticing that the 2 women were managing the situation, he temporarily dismissed that thought. However, he realized that intervention was now imperative, even if he secretly appreciated the vine's artistic bindings. The appreciation of art was indeed significant, but he could not allow his ability to switch perspectives to be exposed. He hastily conjured flames to liberate the 2 women and logged off without hesitation. Nami and Robin looked towards the guardian dragon with expressions of gratitude. However, as they turned their attention back to the humanoid vine creature, their eyes were now filled solely with a chilling intent to kill. It was imperative to eliminate this threat. After careful observation, Nami and Robin concluded that the humanoid vine creature appeared to be the main entity. Although they could not fathom why this entity was so exposed, their minds were no longer preoccupied with such musings. A cold glint flashed in Nami's eyes as she wielded her weather stick, which shimmered with metallic luster, and struck downwards towards the creature's groin. The humanoid vine creature quivered violently, swaying left and right in an attempt to evade the blow. Nami would not allow it such fortune. Her strike was impeccably precise. Following the impact, the creature trembled, emitting a series of anguished wails. Seeing the effectiveness of her attack, and with no tendrils continuing their assault, Nami's eyes sparkled with determination as she gripped the weather stick tightly, unleashing blow after blow with remarkable vigor. After several strikes, the creature's wailing became increasingly heart-wrenching, and a long nose suddenly protruded from its face. As Nami prepared to strike again, her gaze fell upon that disturbingly familiar long nose, leading her to a ludicrous hypothesis. After sensing the creature's aura with her Kenbunchaku haki, Nami swallowed hard, silently retracting her weather stick and contemplating with a guilty expression. Although Robin lacked the same sensory abilities, she was able to deduce much from the long nose and Nami's reaction. "If you're Usopp, then twist 3 times," Nami said, retreating behind Robin and timidly inquiring, her voice diminishing with each word. Usopp clearly twisted thrice, each twist accompanied by a brief pause, causing the tendrils that ensnared him to tremble ominously. "Robin-chan," Nami said, swallowing hard, her face a mask of guilt as she looked at Robin. Even with Robin's vast knowledge, she was unsure how to navigate this predicament and could only hope that Usopp would be resilient. Robin retrieved a dagger from her pocket and swiftly freed Usopp. At this moment, Usopp's eyes were bloodshot, his eyelids red, tears streaming down his face, his complexion pale, his back arched, hands pressed firmly against his groin, and his legs splayed with toes raised. The trio remained silent for a time, until Usopp finally turned his head with great effort, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Nami, his voice trembling with despair. "Why didn't you use your Kenbunchaku haki first?" "Usopp, I'm sorry. Besides, who told you to scare me?" "I didn't mean to," Nami exclaimed, her expression awkward as she clasped her hands together in apology. After her apology, she threw a flirtatious glance at Usopp, her expression endearing as she gazed at him. "Apologies? Do apologies even matter?" Usopp retorted, one hand still clutching his groin while the other pointed accusingly at Nami. "You're yelling at me." Nami's eyes quickly filled with tears, looking pitiably at Usopp, incredulously stating, "I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so harsh? Moreover, you were the one who startled me. I stopped in the end." Seeing this, Usopp's heart softened. Indeed, Nami had not acted with ill intent, leaving him in a difficult position. Noticing Usopp's hesitation, Nami felt a surge of triumph and quickly seized the opportunity. "And don't you possess the ability of 2-color haki? Surely you protected yourself in that area." As she uttered the words, she bit her finger, her face flushing as she shyly glanced at Usopp. Usopp, being an innocent youth, could hardly withstand Nami's demeanor, and upon sensing his own reaction, he hastily stood up, feigning seriousness with a couple of coughs. "Even if I have my Busashoku haki, it still hurts," Usopp had intended to say, but Nami interrupted. "Are you stronger than me? Your 2-color haki is only slightly inferior to Chunyu's on the ship, and with your Busashoku being so robust, how could a delicate girl like me possibly breach your defenses?" I recall during a casual chat with Miss Kaya, she mentioned she preferred those tough sea warriors. Nami's tone gradually took on a fragrant quality, her words flowing endlessly. Upon hearing Kaya's name, Usopp's ears perked up, indicating his keen interest. "So, I am quite formidable in Nami's eyes," he mused. "Moreover, my 2-color haki has indeed progressed swiftly. Perhaps I am not inferior to Luffy and the others." Usopp's back was to the 2 women, his eyes wide and fists clenched, deep in thought. Nami even discussed such matters with Kaya. Their relationship must be quite good, right? "In truth, I'm fine, aren't I? My Busashoku did indeed withstand Nami's strike, and it doesn't seem too painful now." With this thought, Usopp posed in various tough guy stances, repeatedly pounding his taut chest and abs as if to affirm something. "Usopp, how are you? Does it still hurt? Are you injured? Do you need me to fetch Chopper to take a look?" Nami's mouth curled into a smile as she gazed at Usopp's back, feigning concern. "Cough." Usopp cleared his throat, hands behind his back, not turning around, but raising his head high, pretending to be profound. "What nonsense are you spouting? My Busashoku is something you can break? I am a brave sea warrior on the path to becoming the Pirate King." After saying this, Usopp subtly turned his head to steal a glance at Nami. Nami clasped her hands together at her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her face filled with respect, her voice barely containing her excitement. "Usopp, you truly are the bravest sea warrior aboard our ship." As she spoke, Nami swayed her upper body playfully. "Ha ha, is that so? Is that so?" Usopp felt quite pleased with Nami's words and actions, rummaging in his pocket with one hand while the other rubbed his nose, his mind filled with thoughts of Kaya. Meanwhile, Robin, who had been quietly observing, rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. It seemed she had underestimated Nami all along. Well then, tough guy Usopp, do you wish to join us in exploration? Nami inquired at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Usopp seemed to recall something significant, his earlier contentment fading as his brows knitted together, responding earnestly, "Actually, I've discovered some rather extraordinary plants that I refer to as pop green, which are..." Just as Usopp was about to explain the wonders of pop green, Nami interrupted once more. "Usopp, go for it. Since you have things to attend to, we won't hold you back. Goodbye." As Nami spoke, she grasped Robin's hand and headed towards the mountains at the center of the island. Usopp observed their departing figures, hesitating for a moment before his gaze sharpened. With utmost sincerity, he bowed to Robin and said, "Robin, I sincerely apologize for doubting you." Reflecting upon Robin's distraught demeanor and unfortunate experiences from the previous night, Usopp felt a heavy weight in his heart, filled with guilt. He had initially believed that if he refrained from mentioning the matter, it would be forgotten. After all, it was not his intention, was it? Yet, his mother's admonitions echoed in his mind as if they were spoken just yesterday. From a young age, she had taught him that a man must bear responsibility. Even without a father to serve as a model, he understood many things. Would he truly forget his mother's careful teachings? He loved to tell tales, and though his mother never reprimanded him for it, she consistently reminded him of the importance of accountability. In the past, he had his mother as a role model, and now he had comrades to look up to, did he not? Whether it was the somewhat domineering Chunyu, the unruly Luffy, or the directionally challenged Zoro and infatuated Sanji, they always stood up first when trouble arose, without hesitation. Were they not all his role models? "Usopp, you must become a brave warrior of the sea." Usopp clenched his fists tightly, determination igniting the light in his eyes. Seeing Usopp's heartfelt apology brought a look of relief to Nami's face. Hearing his sincere words, Robin felt a tremor in her heart, tucking her hair behind her ear, and a radiant smile graced her features. "You care for your comrades too, don't you?" Nami held Robin's hands tightly, her expression softening further, adding, "Usopp, you will protect us and safeguard our companions, won't you?" Usopp could not help but shed a tear, wiping it away before raising his fist towards the sky with a smile, resolutely proclaiming, "What kind of question is that? I am a brave warrior of the sea. He. Absolutely." Chopper, observing his bulging bag of medicinal herbs, covered his mouth with his hooves and smiled contentedly. After securing the bag, he waited and began to run back. What could be happening with Zoro? Chopper's face was filled with worry as he recalled the scene where Zoro had shielded him. While running, he muttered to himself, "It's all because I'm too weak." Suddenly, Chopper halted, knowing he should head back, yet hesitating to take another step forward. Will my return distract Zoro? If my presence causes Zoro to be distracted and leads to an accident, I could never forgive myself. What if Zoro were injured? The thought propelled Chopper to dash forward again. But what if my arrival caused Zoro to be harmed? He came to an abrupt stop, his eyes filled with turmoil. Shouldn't you never mention what to do in such a situation? What should I do? The reindeer Chopper pressed his head to the ground, his front hooves resting on his neck, his hind legs kneeling, his face a picture of anxiety and inner conflict. If only I were stronger. If I could defeat those pigs, the outcome would be different. No, if I had dealt with that pig earlier, if I had listened to Chunyu and acted decisively, Zoro wouldn't be in danger. What if Zoro were gravely injured, unconscious, bleeding profusely? What if Zoro accidentally died? Upon this realization, tears streamed from Chopper's eyes, as if Zoro's demise were imminent. No, Chunyu said, "I am a man. I cannot let him down. I must not let him down." With that thought, Chopper's 4 legs seemed infused with magic, propelling him forward as he cried and roared. "If anything happens to Zoro, I will train tirelessly to avenge him. If Zoro truly dies, I will bring his body back to the Mary." Oh! Chopper howled at the sky again, tears flowing like a flood. "Zoro! Zoro! Woo-woo!" Chopper's voice trembled, filled with anguish. "Zoro, I will avenge you." His speed surged, tears continuing to fall, yet a fiery hatred ignited within his eyes. Meanwhile, Zoro and the white-haired monkey were enjoying drinks together, consuming cup after cup, with a large pile of food beside them, marking the monkey's 4th food gathering. Suddenly, the white-haired monkey and Zoro heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Upon realizing it was Chopper, they paid him no further mind. The white-haired monkey, his expression serious and his face flushed from drink, said earnestly, "Hey brother, how about I teach you my secret technique?" Zoro's ears perked up, seemingly deep in thought. After a few moments, Zoro made a gesture as if to hear better, bringing his ear closer to the white-haired monkey, nostrils flaring, and asked loudly, "Huh? What did you say? I can't understand." The white-haired monkey slapped his face in exasperation, replying, Hey, you really are dense. Whatever, since you're my brother. I'll wait for your little dear friend to return." Zoro, undeterred, shouted louder, "Huh? What did you say? I really can't understand." As he spoke, he twirled his finger around his ear to emphasize his confusion. The white-haired monkey said nothing more and raised his drink to clink with Zoro's blue wave ball. Power enhancement. Zoro, I'm here to avenge you. With that, Chopper charged forward. The group of yellow-haired monkeys intended to greet Chopper, but decided against it upon seeing his demeanor. Yellow-haired monkey 1. Is this dear brother heartbroken? Why is he so angry? Yellow-haired monkey 2. Perhaps. After all, that pig-like fellow gets furious and charges at everything, especially targeting male animals. Yellow-haired monkey 3. His charge is nothing like what our dear brother does. They use completely different methods. Besides, that pig-like fellow was already taken down by the green-haired leader. Yellow-haired monkey 4. TCH. Thank goodness that pig-like fellow went down quickly. I heard he even attacked our monkey brothers. Our leader is already preparing to eliminate those lazy pig-like creatures. I even thought the pig-like chief was quite clever. Huh? What nonsense is that fool saying? Avenge me? Zoro was somewhat perplexed upon hearing Chopper's furious shout. As Chopper barreled towards him without slowing down, Zoro quickly stepped forward, gripping his enhanced antlers and pressed down to halt Chopper. Chopper lay on the ground, sniffing the air, and upon realizing it was Zoro, he transformed into a mini version. Leaping up to wrap his arms around Zoro's leg, tears streaming down his face once again. Zoro, you're alive. Thank goodness. I thought you were dead. Chopper sobbed, deeply distressed. Hearing this, Zoro's forehead pulsed with veins as he slapped Chopper on the head, angrily demanding, Who told you I was dead? Who? That lecherous Kappa? Upon confirming Zoro's survival, Chopper calmed down, pondering why he thought Zoro had perished. I remember now. Chopper chuckled sheepishly, awkwardly prodding the ground with his hooves, murmuring, I was too flustered and thought you were dead. Upon hearing this absurd explanation, Zoro could no longer contain himself and, fueled by drink, gave Chopper a good thrashing. The white-haired monkey, seeing his translator return, stood up, ready to impart his secret technique to Zoro. Zoro, it's so good to see you alive. Chopper, with a head swollen like a pig, extended his hooves towards the sky. Not only was he no longer crying, but he was grinning like a fool. Hi. Shun raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, his expression replete with disdain as he curbed his desire to retaliate. I'm not dead, I assure you. There is no need for such excitement. Just as he was about to return to his comrades for another round of drinks, the white-haired monkey approached leisurely. This prompted Chopper to tremble in fear, retreating behind the sturdy legs of his gaze fixed on the white-haired monkey, brimming with hostility. Give. The white-haired monkey directed his piercing eyes at Chopper, arching an eyebrow and speaking with authority. No need to be nervous. My relationship with your green-haired captain is quite solid. Don't embarrass me in front of my comrades. Bakayaru, who are you calling out? Chopper, indignant, transformed into his human form, towering over Sung. He raised his arms high, fists clenched, and bellowed defiantly at the sky. The white-haired monkey, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded Chopper with a benevolent gaze yet spoke with utmost seriousness. Give. Listen, young man, I wish to impart my ultimate technique to your green-haired captain. Ask him how he feels about it. Feeling the palpable pressure emanating from the white-haired monkey, Chopper instinctively nodded, suppressing the urge to squirm as he relayed the monkey's intentions to him. Upon hearing Chopper's message, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. To be frank, he was captivated. It was hard not to be when faced with a technique capable of misjudging the perception of Kinbunchaku. After a moment of contemplation, he countered, Is it truly appropriate to share your ultimate technique with an outsider, such as myself? The white-haired monkey's gaze towards him shifted once more, and he responded not with words, but with a hearty laugh that echoed into the sky. Fung remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil as he observed the monkey. Chopper, somewhat bewildered, covered his mouth with his small hooves, stifling a chuckle. Someone just called me a man. The white-haired monkey's laughter abruptly ceased as he turned his head towards him, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Give. Brother, I cannot allow you to be bullied out here. Feel free to learn my ultimate technique. There are no issues. Feeling the weight of the monkey's gaze, this mood surged with fervor, blood coursing through his veins. Could this be the bond that Chinyu spoke of? After a brief silence, H's lips curled into a smile. His eyes filled with resolve as he asserted, it would be disrespectful to refuse such an offer. With his left hand gripping the snow walking blade, he positioned it before the white-haired monkey, his gaze sharp as a blade, a crimson light flickering in his eyes. This sword, snow walking, was entrusted to me by another man's dream. I will ensure it becomes renowned throughout the world. Your ultimate technique shall not be wasted. It will resonate throughout the heavens with me. Upon hearing this declaration, the white-haired monkey's expression softened, and he extended his fist to me, his hand gripping the sword. A look of satisfaction illuminating his face. The jovial smile faded, and he spoke with gravity. Give. My ultimate technique was handed down from my ancestors. It began merely as a form of boxing, the very style I demonstrated to you. I spent over a decade integrating boxing with staff techniques. My status on this island has been forged through this very staff technique. It's not that I look down upon you, brother, but you are not yet worthy of the full extent of my staff technique. On this island, only one monkey can surpass me, the crownless king of this land, who is also my brother. I shall introduce you when the time is right. You understand the concept of ki, as that is what we generate within ourselves. I need not elaborate further. My ultimate technique also relies on ki, but it is distinct from the ki within our bodies. I refer to it as sake ki. Sake ki is utilized in a profoundly intricate manner, allowing one to obscure their movements, even creating misdirection. You must have sensed it. Solong nodded, his expression growing increasingly serious. The first prerequisite to mastering the ultimate technique is the ability to harness sake ki. During our drinking contest, I observed that you have already mastered this skill. Hearing this, Solong could not suppress a slight smile. Thanks to our reliable first mate. This island is truly absurd, Sanji exclaimed, gazing at the bubbling lake ahead, astonished. It's a hot pot lake. In stark contrast, Chinyu's reaction was one of longing, as he had not savored hot pot in ages. However, he found it perplexing that such a vast hot pot lake contained so little food. Approaching a nearby rock, Chinyu intended to fashion a pair of utensils from it. He struck down with his blade, but the sensation was not that of a clean cut through stone. Instead, the rock emitted a sizzling sound, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, Chinyu realized that the rock was, in fact, a piece of raw beef. As the meat came into contact with his blade, a vigorous Maillard reaction occurred, causing juices to seep from within. Sanji, producing a dagger, dissected the piece, revealing a beautifully marbled cross-section, the intricate snowflake pattern of the meat eliciting a sigh of admiration. Is this Wagyu beef? Chinyu mused. I've always heard tales of its exquisite taste, but I've never had the means to indulge. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. Wagyu indeed, but alas, it is not suitable for hot pot. It would be better suited for a grill, Sanji remarked, shaking his shoulders and waving his hand dismissively. Impatiently, Chinyu could not wait. And in a moment of desperation, Sanji had no choice but to slice the Wagyu into thin, card-sized pieces and toss them into the hot pot lake. The snowflake-shaped meat swirling amidst the bubbling broth. Before long, Sanji retrieved the meat with a stick. The initial flavor was a rich, spicy broth. And as he chewed the tender beef, the thin slices released an abundance of fat, yielding a soft and tender texture. I can't stand this. Ugh. Chinyu spat out, forcing himself to swallow while muttering curses. Sanji's expression remained unfazed, calmly swallowing without uttering a word, as if it were all within his expectations. Just as Chinyu sought additional ingredients to satisfy his hot pot craving, the mountainside suddenly trembled violently, the sounds of trees cracking echoing in their ears. Simultaneously, Chinyu and Sanji activated their Kinbunshaku, discovering that Luffy was engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable, unfamiliar opponent and was even at a disadvantage. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock on each other's faces. I will take a look. You hurry, Chinyu said. Worry etched on his face as he addressed Sanji before transforming into a blazing inferno and flying towards the mountainside. Sanji's expression mirrored concern, and with a powerful burst, he propelled himself forward, leaving behind deep craters in his wake as he shot out like an arrow. On the mountainside, Luffy was entangled in combat with a golden-haired monkey towering over 3 meters, while dozens of yellow-haired monkeys cheered for their golden-haired comrade. The golden-haired monkey regarded Luffy, who appeared to be an indomitable force with newfound interest. Luffy extended his right hand, launching an armed pistol strike at the golden-haired monkey. The golden-haired monkey neither dodged nor evaded, instead raising a colossal fist to meet Luffy's incoming blow. Just before the two fists collided, the golden-haired monkey's hand transformed into a deep, inky black hue, its muscles bulging as it unleashed tremendous power to deflect Luffy's armed pistol strike. In the corner, Chenyu wore a grave expression, feeling an immense pressure emanating from this golden-haired monkey. After deflecting Luffy's punch, the golden-haired monkey turned its gaze toward Chenyu, grinning widely, its canine teeth bared, beckoning him with a finger. Luffy, aware of Chenyu's arrival, was determined to keep him out of the fray. "Chenyu, don't interfere," he commanded, waving his left hand towards Chenyu with a serious expression. Before Chenyu could respond, Luffy launched another offensive, thrusting his arms back with all his might as he propelled himself towards the golden-haired monkey, uttering, "Goma Goma no," armed rocket. His palms shot forth like missiles, aimed directly at the chest of the golden-haired monkey. The golden-haired monkey's eyes gleamed with amusement, remaining still as it puffed out its chest, its massive pectoral muscles gleaming metallically, forming two shields to confront Luffy's rocket-like assault. Luffy unleashed a powerful punch that struck the chest of the golden-haired monkey, sending a formidable shockwave that caused the surrounding trees to creak and some of the younger ones to snap in half. Nearby, a few large trees had their roots uprooted, toppling over. The golden-haired monkey staggered back a couple of steps, steadied itself, and flexed its chest muscles, prompting Luffy to immediately redirect his palms. Chenyu's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that there was indeed some technique involved when the golden-haired monkey deflected Luffy's hands. Luffy's demeanor grew incredibly serious. Whether in this encounter or his battle with Lane, he realized his strength was severely lacking. If only his fist could be a bit larger. At this thought, a glimmer sparkled in Luffy's eyes as he bit his right thumb and inhaled deeply, expanding his chest until he reached a critical point, at which he forcefully blew out towards his thumb. Chenyu raised an eyebrow, no longer anxious, and patiently became an observer. He was somewhat puzzled as to why a larger fist would wield greater power. After all, wouldn't it still be hollow? He shrugged off his confusion. Observing Luffy's enlarged fist, a smile crept across his lips. With a mere thought, Luffy's massive fist became enveloped in haki, transforming into a Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy clenched his teeth and swung his right hand back, while simultaneously stomping his feet, charging towards the golden-haired monkey. The monkey's face displayed a hint of curiosity. Luffy's ability to stretch had already intrigued it, and now witnessing his fist grow larger ignited a desire to test the difference in this technique. The golden-haired monkey stomped down hard, stabilized itself, and bent its waist, gathering strength as it faced the incoming Gomu Gomu no pistol, timing its own punch perfectly. Compared to the pistol, the monkey's fist was indeed smaller, but the gust of wind generated by its punch was no less formidable than Luffy's. When their fists collided, transparent cracks formed at the point of impact, ripping through the air. The brief clash resulted in a thunderous roar. The two fists crackled with energy, lightning sparking at their tips, sending waves of force that knocked down the surrounding forest in a series of undulating waves. At that moment, a confident smirk appeared on the golden-haired monkey's face, as if victory were assured. Suddenly, the pistol that had been locked in combat with the monkey shuddered violently and was sent reeling backward, appearing as if it had been struck. Luffy's expression was one of sheer shock. Chenyu's pupils dilated. He was certain the golden-haired monkey had only struck Luffy's fist once, yet Luffy's fist had suffered 2 impacts, the second of which seemed to explode from within without warning. The pistol was sent flying, crashing through a row of trees. A new application of haki. Chenyu was astonished, his eyes flickering with excitement. This battle was no longer just Luffy's fight. In an instant, Chenyu flew to Luffy's side, his expression grave as he inquired, "Luffy, how did you provoke it?" Luffy pointed toward a cave not far behind the golden-haired monkey, grinning widely as drool dribbled from his mouth. "That place. It smells delicious. I just wanted to find something to eat, but that golden-haired monkey chased me away." "Did you injure any other monkeys?" Chenyu asked in a somber tone. "No." A smile spread across Chenyu's face. Since Luffy hadn't offended anyone, there was still hope. "Did you notice that strange application of haki by the monkey?" Hearing this, Luffy immediately broke into a cold sweat, astonished as he replied, "Oh, my fist was hit twice, both on the same spot, and the second hit really hurt." At this, Chenyu's pupils contracted, his expression growing frenzied. "We must learn this. Do you understand? This method suits us perfectly. Our group relies heavily on punches and kicks. While Eagle Eye's techniques are powerful, a fist, no matter how sharp, cannot compare to the sharpness of a blade. Relying solely on a fist for sharpness is far too inefficient for hockey utilization. So what do you say? Are we going for it? Chun Yu clenched his fist, his eyes wide with excitement. Luffy's eyes also revealed a glimmer of longing as he pointed at the golden hair monkey, questioning, how do we learn it? Will it teach us? Chun Yu's fervor intensified, his fists cracking with anticipation. He stomped his feet and shot towards the golden-haired monkey, exclaiming loudly, feel it with your body. In order to maximize his body's perception of the golden-haired monkey's haki, Chun Yu decided not to use his powers. A long tail of flames erupted from his back, and with a surge of energy in his legs, his speed increased dramatically. The golden-haired monkey, having noticed Chun Yu, was filled with curiosity, and, upon witnessing his terrifying speed, its eyes gleamed with fervor. Oh, this is it. As he approached the golden-haired monkey, Chun Yu twisted his waist, opened his chest, and gathered strength. At the same time, a flame thruster appeared at his elbow, his entire arm turning jet black as he swung a fist towards the monkey's chest. The golden-haired monkey did not evade, rapidly covering its chest with vast amounts of haki, its madness matching Chun Yu's. Pong! Chun Yu's fist struck the golden-haired monkey's chest, and despite being significantly smaller, the force of the punch sent the monkey flying, toppling a small section of the forest. The collision between Chun Yu's haki-covered fist and the monkey's chest generated a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. The thunderous sound of their haki clashing shattered the forest's tranquility, startling the birds into flight and sending the beast scattering away from the battlefield. The golden-haired monkey dug its limbs into the ground, and once steadied, bent its legs to gather strength before launching itself forward. Its right hand gleamed with a dark hue as it threw a powerful punch at Chun Yu. Chun Yu, determined to experience the golden-haired monkey's haki firsthand, did not intend to evade. A fierce warning from his observation haki surged through him, but he refrained from using his haki, tightening his abdominal muscles and fixing his gaze resolutely. Bang! The golden-haired monkey's fist struck Chun Yu's abdomen, and he instantly bent like a cooked shrimp, blood spraying from his mouth as he was propelled through the air, tracing a straight line across the vast forest. Bang! Another dull thud resonated before Chun Yu could land. A surge of force spread through his abdomen, forcing him to spit out more blood, and his speed of flight increased dramatically. Sanji, who had just reached the mountainside, barely caught a glimpse of a figure darting past him. Only after releasing his observation haki did he realize it was Chun Yu being sent flying, immediately raising his guard with a solemn expression. What a joke! Chun Yu was knocked away, just like that. Gritting his teeth, Sanji quickened his pace, sprinting towards Luffy's location. Upon landing, he skidded for a distance before finally halting. Poof! Chun Yu spat out another mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he clutched his abdomen tightly, rapidly summoning the strength he had accumulated over time to heal his injuries. This can't continue. Not using haki for defense could lead to disaster. Chun Yu licked the blood from his teeth, gazing at the golden-haired monkey with an ever-growing desire. Nail fist. I must learn it. The nail fist, as the name implies, strikes like a nail, concentrating all force on a single point, increasing the depth of the attack. Slightly stretching his body, Chun Yu locked onto the golden-haired monkey with his observation haki, igniting flames from his palm as he soared into the air. The thruster on his back resembled the mouth of Mount Fuji, glowing red and hot, poised to erupt. Boom! Propelled by the flames, Chun Yu surged towards the golden-haired monkey at high speed, fists tightly clenched and haki rapidly enveloping them, launching a flame-propelled superhuman punch towards the monkey's chest. Observing this, the golden-haired monkey's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. It shifted from its previous stance, its feet moving rapidly before leaping up, swinging its right fist to collide with Chun Yu's punch. Bang! The golden-haired monkey was struck down into the ground by Chun Yu's overwhelming force. Even with the propulsion of flames, Chun Yu still slightly retreated after the punch. Soon, a second wave of damage erupted from his fist, proving to be as excruciating as Luffy had described. Again, Chun Yu looked down at the golden-haired monkey, flames surging as he charged forward. Sanji could hardly fathom the strength of this golden-haired monkey, as Chun Yu, utilizing flame acceleration, held his ground without faltering. The golden-haired monkey, brimming with excitement, was covered in dust, yet bore no other injuries. This was utterly absurd. Sanji gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. However, after hearing Luffy recount the events, a trace of madness appeared on Sanji's face as he adjusted his shoes and declared resolutely, "You worthless scum. I thought you were suffering so much. I'll have to enjoy mocking you. I'm not some helpless infant. I didn't exert myself in my last battle with Hawkeye, but this time will be different. Luffy, let us go. With a burst of energy, Sanji dashed towards the golden-haired monkey, his feet swiftly cutting through the air, the devil wind foot descending upon the scene. Luffy was equally filled with determination. Observing the brief clash between Chun Yu and the golden-haired monkey, Luffy realized that his current techniques could barely match the monkey's speed. Recognizing the issue, Luffy devised a solution. He inflated his fists. Unlike before when only his forearms expanded, now both arms had grown significantly larger. Third gear, armament enhancement. With that, Luffy propelled himself forward, wielding his strengthened arms as he launched an attack on the golden-haired monkey. Chun Yu struck again, controlling the intensity of his flame propulsion to match every punch against the golden-haired monkey, solely to gauge the latter's imposing presence. Bang! The collision sent Chun Yu flying once more. Just as he was sent hurtling back, Sanji appeared before the golden-haired monkey, ready to take over the battlefield. Banquet skewers. Sanji leaped into the air above the golden-haired monkey, descending rapidly, his body spinning as he aimed his flaming foot towards the monkey, drilling down upon it. The golden-haired monkey, thoroughly engrossed in the fight, showed no concern for Sanji's wheel-like attack, crossing its arms in front to absorb the skewered assault with its Busashoka hockey-covered limbs. Meanwhile, its tail transformed into a steel whip, striking out at Sanji's ribs. Utilizing Kinbunchika Haki, Sanji swiftly fortified his entire chest with Busashoka Haki. Bang! Bang! As Sanji was sent flying, he bore the pain while feeling the second wave of power and the golden-haired monkey's overwhelming presence. With Sanji incapacitated, it was Luffy's turn to confront the opponent. With his enlarged and enhanced arms, he could slightly contend with the golden-haired monkey's might. However, just as with Chun Yu and Sanji, he soon found himself reduced to a mere flickering firecracker. With flame propulsion, Chun Yu's strength and speed far surpassed that of the golden-haired monkey. Yet, to better sense the monkey's power, he had to restrain himself to a comparable level. From a distance, Robin and Nami observed the scene, aghast at how the golden-haired monkey toyed with Chun Yu and the others as if they were mere children. Knocking them down one by one, Nami, well aware of the trio's capabilities, found it hard to believe they were being toyed with in such a manner. Robin's expression was equally grave, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she fixated on Chun Yu, her small hands tightly clenched. Besides exhibiting excellent defensive capabilities, Chun Yu had also noticed that the golden-haired monkey's haki had an exceptionally strong repelling effect. However, why did it only utilize a 2-punch combo? Was a 3-punch combo beyond its reach? Chun Yu pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. As the battle progressed, Chun Yu ceased utilizing his devil fruit abilities, relying solely on his physical skills to confront the golden-haired monkey. Upon witnessing Luffy being struck down, Chun Yu would immediately step in, and the three of them continued to experience both pain and joy. Upon realizing that the trio was engaging the golden-haired monkey in a war of attrition without resorting to devil fruit powers, Robin and Nami felt a slight sense of relief. Truly, what are these three doing? They never communicate their reckless antics, leaving others to worry unnecessarily. Nami stamped her foot in frustration, yet her face remained etched with concern as she observed the battle. The fight continued into the night without a hint of cessation from either side. Chun Yu, still unable to grasp the situation, felt his reflexes sharpen somewhat, though he questioned whether it was due to a lack of urgency. The following day, as the sun rose over the sea, the skirmish persisted. Really, what a chaotic bunch. Nami had not slept a wink, her frustration boiling over as she could only stamp her feet in irritation. Robin, however, held a different perspective on the trio. Unlike Nami, Robin sat gracefully upon a tree stump, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she contemplated. Is this the source of their immense strength? Bang! The golden-haired monkey sent Sanji flying with a punch, gasping heavily. This time, Sanji did not rise again, succumbing to unconsciousness. The golden-haired monkey had fought tirelessly for a day and night, its fists trembling from exhaustion. Soon after, Luffy also collapsed. Chun Yu and the golden-haired monkey faced each other, both drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Chun Yu roared, "I refuse to believe I cannot learn this." With that, he staggered towards the golden-haired monkey, throwing a punch that, however, lacked power, a clear indication of his fatigue. "Oh, the golden-haired monkey, equally weary, replied in a soft tone, "You've got guts, kid." It swayed slightly before delivering a light punch of its own. The two fists collided simultaneously against each other's faces, and both combatants fell to the ground, eyes rolling back as consciousness faded. Nami and Robin rushed toward Chunyu, working together to carry him aside and care for him. In a moment of respite, Robin utilized her devil fruit abilities to bring the other two closer to Chunyu. As the sun climbed higher, Nami gently wet her hands and tenderly wiped the grime from Chunyu's body, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Robin sat beside her, frowning slightly, occasionally stealing glances at Chunyu, her concern evident. Suddenly, Chunyu's body shuddered, his brow furrowed tightly as his eyelids twitched, contorting in pain. Seeing Chunyu suffer so intensely, Nami felt her heart race, her small hands cradling Chunyu's palms against her chest. Robin's worry deepened, her body leaning forward as she relaxed her tightly clenched fists, preparing to reach out to Chunyu's face, only to abruptly halt, withdrawing her hand as her gaze anxiously flicked toward Nami. Nami seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed intently upon Chunyu's face. Robin, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief, sighed inwardly. "Oh, how it hurts," Chunyu murmured, his eyes barely open, his expression a portrait of agony. "Chunyu, how are you? What is bothering you?" Nami immediately released Chunyu's hand, gently caressing his face, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture, her voice laced with panic. Robin, distracted, looked at Chunyu, her hands hidden behind her back, tightly clenched without further action. Upon opening his eyes, Chunyu found two towering figures blocking half his view, while the other half revealed a delicate face. Yet, this lovely visage appeared somewhat haggard, filled with unease. Sensing the softness beneath his head, Chunyu's eyes brightened. Instantly, he felt weightless, devoid of pain or cold, his hand instinctively reaching back to explore. Nami, noticing Chunyu awakening while resting on her lap, promptly pushed him away, giving a soft huff before rising, her gaze fixated on Chunyu with an unfriendly glare. Chunyu rolled twice on the ground, fortuitously landing in front of Robin, who donned a black spaghetti-strap dress and sleek black flip-flops, her toenails polished to a shine, her long legs gracefully crossed as she sat on the ground. Chunyu peered through the narrow gap between his knees, and the sorrow that had once been cast aside by Nami vanished in an instant. His mouth slightly ajar, pupils constricted, he murmured, "Pink." Before Chunyu could finish his words, Robin hastily bent down, her delicate hand firmly covering Chunyu's mouth, stifling his speech. Chunyu shook his head vigorously in protest, but as Robin held on without relent, he had no choice but to grasp her tender hand tightly. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Chunyu, understanding the situation, chose silence, yet his gaze remained unchanged. With Robin's experience, she could hardly withstand Chunyu's audacity. Her legs instinctively tightened, and her cheeks flushed with a tinge of crimson, averting her eyes to avoid direct contact with him. "Ahem." Nami cleared her throat, casting a disapproving glance at Chunyu, and inquired, "Is Robin's hand pleasant to touch?" Chunyu promptly released his grip, slowly rising as if he were oblivious to Nami's displeasure, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "My dear." In the blink of an eye, Chunyu shifted his gaze to Nami with a look of infatuation, striding forward to wrap his arms around her slender waist, softly whispering, "It hurts. Everything hurts. I've been beaten for an entire day and night." Upon hearing Chunyu's incessant lamentations, Nami felt a chill run down her spine. Her hands instinctively retreated to her chest. Her face instantly flushed. She found it difficult to articulate the emotions surging within her. Observing this, Chunyu smirked, leaning closer to whisper into her ear, "My little heart." With that, he gently nibbled on Nami's earlobe, tugging at it with his lips, turning her previously pale ear a vivid shade of red. Unable to endure Chunyu's antics any longer, Nami pushed him away with all her strength and hurried towards Robin, seeking refuge behind her. Nami was well aware of the beating Chunyu had endured, and although she felt a pang of sympathy for him, at that moment, her scalp tingled and her body felt uneasy. After a brief moment of composure, Nami approached Chunyu once more, lifting her delicate hand to cradle his face. Her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Where else does it hurt?" "Little." As Chunyu began to speak, Nami immediately squeezed his face, silencing him. Her expression shifting from concern to sternness. "Try making that noise again, and see what happens." After her words, her stern demeanor vanished, as if it were an illusion, leaving only the expression of worry on her face. Chunyu lifted his hands to cover Nami's, small ones resting on his cheeks, shaking his head gently. "I'm sorry. You've been worried for quite some time, haven't you?" Chunyu first leaned in to kiss Nami's palm, then gazed deeply into her eyes, reflecting nothing but endless tenderness. That monkey's techniques are formidable. If mastered, our group's strength will undoubtedly surge, enabling me to better protect you and all of you." Before Nami could respond, Chunyu pulled her into his embrace, his large hand resting on her back, caressing her gently. Nami said nothing, burying her pretty face into Chunyu's chest, inhaling deeply the scent that enveloped him, and the worry on her face dissipated completely in that moment. Robin silently stood, her fists clenched, the bitterness on her face fleeting, soon replaced by a smile, much like a dry leaf caught in a blaze, unnoticed by anyone. Moments later, Nami bit down on Chunyu's chest, pushing him away once more before taking Robin's hand, ignoring Chunyu completely. Chunyu shrugged, turning his attention to the dirted figures of Luffy and Sanji lying nearby. At that moment, he realized that he had been meticulously cleaned up, a smile creeping onto his face. "Get up." After a brief lapse in focus, Chunyu stepped on Luffy and Sanji, then made his way towards the unconscious golden-haired monkey. He hoisted it up, preparing to return it to its den. The white-haired monkey was approaching with Zoro and Chopper at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, the white-haired monkey's expression shifted, and it dashed forward, wielding a stick, shouting, "Give, give, give!" Old Jean. As Chunyu walked towards the cave, he suddenly sensed danger, quickly placing the golden-haired monkey down and retreating. A white-haired monkey appeared where he had just stood, brandishing a stick. Chunyu's expression changed dramatically, concerned not just for himself, but also for Nami and Robin. With a swift motion, the guardian dragon, summoned to protect the two women, emerged, enveloping them in flames, and swiftly heading towards the Mary. The white-haired monkey glanced at Chunyu disdainfully, its mouth moving. "Give, give, give. Your monkey grandfather disdains such antics." Due to the language barrier, Chunyu perceived the white-haired monkey as challenging him. Frustrated from the previous day's beating, he felt that this island was indeed a fortuitous place. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, glaring at the white-haired monkey. The white-haired monkey, equally enraged, declared, "Give, give, give. How dare you plot against my brother?" Both Chunyu and the white-haired monkey charged at each other with great force. Aware of Chunyu's prowess, the white-haired monkey was cautious, having lost more often than not to the golden-haired monkey. Thus, when faced with Chunyu, who had seemingly defeated the golden-haired monkey, it unleashed its full power. A blush crept across the white-haired monkey's face as it prepared to kick Chunyu in the abdomen. Chunyu raised his hands to defend himself, ready to absorb the blow, but the kick never landed. Instead, the monkey swung its stick, sending Chunyu flying. After absorbing the strike, Chunyu grimaced, pressing his left hand against his right rib cage, murmuring, "Observation haki has failed. 2 ribs are broken." Instantly on high alert, he began channeling energy to expedite his recovery, while remaining wary of the white-haired monkey. The white-haired monkey, however, had no intention of holding back, despite its unsteady gait. It leaped into the air, wielding its stick, aiming a blow at Chunyu's head. Having endured a night of beatings, Chunyu's energy was nearly depleted. Ignoring the warnings from his observation haki, he retreated rapidly, flames propelling him in swift circles around the white-haired monkey. With his eyes closed, he meticulously recalled the golden-haired monkey's techniques and the experiences accumulated from the previous night. His right fist gathered a hint of haki, forming a separate haki spike at its surface. As the opportune moment arose, the flames behind Chunyu surged forth, and he struck toward the white-haired monkey's back. This time was different. He aimed solely to engage. The white-haired monkey, unable to match Chunyu's speed, hastily activated its armament haki for protection, but had no time to evade. "Puncture fist," Chunyu shouted, delivering a powerful blow to the monkey's back, the haki spike following the force of his punch. However, this punch did not yield the expected results. Upon impact, the spike erupted, causing the white-haired monkey to spit blood and be thrown backward. The punch was more powerful but lacked internal damage. Chunyu pondered the shortcomings of that strike. After rising, the white-haired monkey wielded its stick menacingly, striking the ground, spitting more blood, and cursing, "Give, give, give. You reek of old Jean, vile human. Is this all for the mastery of old Jean? Compared to my brother Zoro, you are nothing but a disgrace." The white-haired monkey swung its stick rapidly, infusing it with a torrent of alcohol, the spinning stick resembling a black disc. The pale yellow alcohol gradually enveloped the stick, creating a faint yellow protective layer. As the alcohol continued to flow, it formed concentric circles, the inner diameter being a 4-meter black disc and the outer layer a 3-meter thick pale yellow ring. The white-haired monkey ceased its spinning. At this moment, The wooden staff had transformed from its original 4 meters to an imposing 10 meters. The central 4 meters of the staff were black, while both ends, infused with an aura of dominance and intoxication, extended an additional 3 meters each. Chen Yu moved with a terrifying speed towards the Bai Mao Ho. Observing this, the Bai Mao Ho remained unfazed, swiftly spinning the staff in his hand, the 10-meter-long pole rotating at high velocity to form a protective shield. When Chen Yu's fist struck the shield, the collision between his fist and the potent combination of the staff's ends ignited fierce sparks, illuminating the surroundings with flashes akin to lightning. Although Chen Yu's punch could not breach the Bai Mao Ho's defenses, the sheer force of the blow compelled the Bai Mao Ho, along with the shield, to stagger backward. At that moment, Zoro, carrying Chopper, hastily arrived, only to find Chen Yu and the Bai Mao Ho engaged in combat, leaving him utterly bewildered. Luffy and Sanji stood nearby, intently observing the unfolding battle, their eyes fixed on the flow of Chen Yu's haki. Regrettably, despite enduring relentless blows for an entire day and night, the three of them had yet to fully grasp the profound techniques of the Jin Mao Ho. Chen Yu, visibly displeased, grimaced and unleashed a rapid flurry of punches upon the Bai Mao Ho's protective shield. With each strike, his fists fell like rain, pounding against the shield with increasing fervor. Each punch carried the force of a pyramid, and upon impact, the explosive force would send the Bai Mao Ho reeling back a significant distance. As Chen Yu seemed to push the Bai Mao Ho backward, Zoro felt a headache coming on, witnessing a scene where neither party could truly overcome the other. The Bai Mao Ho showed no fear towards Chen Yu. While he may have been inferior in other aspects, he possessed unwavering confidence in his shield. Damn it! Let's see who can endure longer. Chen Yu's anger flared, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Soaring into the air, he pointed his sword, summoning a multitude of azure flying swords that hung menacingly above the island. The Bai Mao Ho's pupils constricted, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Rain of swords! A commanding voice echoed from the sky, reverberating through the forest. As soon as the words fell, the azure flying swords descended, raining down with precision upon the Bai Mao Ho's shield, igniting brilliant azure explosions. The rapidly spinning staff dispersed the azure flames, yet the flying swords detonated, unleashing waves of explosive fire that enveloped the Bai Mao Ho. Chen Yu's azure flames reached a terrifying temperature of 300 degrees, visibly consuming the Bai Mao Ho's aura of dominance and intoxication. Pong! Ong! The flying swords continued to explode, the azure flames spreading swiftly, erasing swathes of the surrounding forest. The soil was first charred to black ash before melting into rivers of red magma, the scene resembling the very descent of hell itself. Zoro grew increasingly anxious, not only for the Bai Mao Ho, but also for the fate of the island. He had gleaned Chen Yu's intentions from Sanji, realizing that if the island were truly destroyed, it would lead to irreconcilable enmity. Moreover, the Bai Mao Ho had been quite generous to him. Chen Yu, enough! Stand down! Zoro shouted, fearing that Chen Yu might be unable to control his temper. Chen Yu typically considered the advice of his companions seriously, and this instance was no exception. With a gesture of his right hand, he halted the descent of the azure flying swords, though the azure flames around the Bai Mao Ho continued to blaze, casting an eerie glow that enveloped the forest, creating a solemn and terrifying atmosphere. Chen Yu landed before Zoro and the others, eager to hear Zoro's reasoning, while the flying swords remained suspended in the air. Seizing the opportunity, the Bai Mao Ho extinguished the surrounding azure flames, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with the fur of his beast's skin, releasing a long, relieved sigh. Sensing the oppressive heat and the tremors of the ground, the Jin Mao Ho awakened, his eyes widening in disbelief at the devastation outside his door. The forest around the Bai Mao Ho had vanished entirely, and the molten crimson magma on the ground served as a harsh reminder that this was no dream. Ayo! Jin Mao Ho shouted anxiously to the Bai Mao Ho. Oh Bai, what happened? I just took a nap, and my home is almost gone. And what are those things above us? He pointed at the flying swords, gesticulating wildly. The heat radiating from the azure flying swords stung his skin, causing his fur to curl, compelling him to envelop himself in armament haki. After some communication between both parties, any initial hostility between Chen Yu and the Bai Mao Ho dissipated. Upon learning that Zoro had acquired the Bai Mao Ho's formidable technique that rendered observation haki ineffective, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zoro, it's all thanks to you. Not only did you bring us here, but you also learned such an impressive technique. Chunyu mused, his gaze fixed on Zoro, his fingers rubbing his chin thoughtfully, his brow raised, as if observing a rare species, his lips curling in admiration. Zoro, taken aback by the unexpected attention, felt perplexed. As the misunderstanding was cleared, Chunyu chose not to assert his dominance and promptly dispersed the azure flying swords. After all, he recognized the Bai Mao Ho's loyalty. He had learned yesterday that the Jin Mao Ho had willingly allowed them to learn from him, who would purposely endure being struck repeatedly with the same technique until they were incapacitated. As the multitude of azure flying swords vanished, both monkeys sighed in relief. The Bai Mao Ho approached Chunyu, placing a hand on his shoulder, slightly bowing his head, his expression one of modesty as he quietly said, Give. Brother, my apologies. It was a misunderstanding. With Chopper acting as a translator, Chunyu understood the Bai Mao Ho's words perfectly. However, while he had encountered many overly familiar individuals, an overly familiar monkey caught him off guard. Quickly recalling how to interact with such individuals, Chunyu draped an arm around the Bai Mao Ho's shoulders, adopting a jovial tone as he replied, Hey, we're all brothers here. Why bother with all this? Besides, it's my fault for my hot temper that led to the destruction of your home. It's all on me. Chunyu pounded his chest, lamenting dramatically. The two monkeys were taken by this display, and they quickly warmed up to Chunyu, engaging in lively conversation, their camaraderie solidified. Sanji leaned against a tree, attempting to play the role of an observer, but was swiftly pulled into the fold by Chunyu. Zoro was also tugged along by the Bai Mao Ho, while Luffy, naturally gregarious, joined the group, resulting in a scene of unrestrained joy. They reveled in the moment, while Chopper frantically translated, his throat nearly burning out. As the excitement escalated, the group occasionally ignored Chopper's translations, relying on emotions and intonations to interpret the monkey's meanings. We're all brothers. Chunyu reiterated this universal sentiment, then turned to Chopper, continuing. Though he may seem a bit weak, this fellow possesses remarkable medical skills and is utterly reliable. The Bai Mao Ho, intrigued, grasped Chopper in his hands, examining him with curiosity. Give. I thought he was just a translator. Turns out he is a doctor. How interesting. A truly reliable man. Chopper, flattered by the praise, began clapping his hands joyfully, his short stature dancing in delight. Chunyu, Sanji, and Zoro exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles. Indeed, Chopper is our brave warrior aboard the ship. Exceptionally valiant. Chunyu declared earnestly, his praise heartfelt. Sanji raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips as he added. Not only that, but Chopper is also a highly skilled doctor. He can cure any ailment. I believe there is no illness he can't overcome. Due to Chopper's earlier claim that Zoro had died, the latter had been harboring resentment, seizing the opportunity to confront Chopper. Even Luffy, who had been laughing heartily from the sidelines, joined in the flattery brigade. The four, along with the two monkeys, spent a full 10 minutes extolling Chopper's virtues. Chopper lay on the ground, limbs twitching, a blissful expression on his face, his gaze dreamy, breathless, and drooling, occasionally breaking into silly laughter. Brothers, after much deliberation, we are still unable to comprehend your techniques. I wonder if you could offer us some guidance, Chunyu inquired, his right hand surging with an imposing energy, a formidable pyramid hovering above his fist. Oh, the golden-haired monkey showed no displeasure. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha. I just made a wager with Lao Bayan when you would ask. Fear not, my brothers, I shall certainly teach you. To be candid, your innate talent astounds me, as you have grasped such depth in a short time. The general direction is indeed correct. However, the pyramid upon your fist is so conspicuous that any adversary would undoubtedly seek to evade it. True masters deliver punches that appear ordinary, yet each strike is lethal. Chunyu and the others listened intently, hanging on to every word. Chopper understood the significance of this knowledge for their group, translating diligently, though the lingering excitement made him chuckle quietly. The others, unable to contain their frustration, united to give Chopper a good thumping. This left Chopper in tears, unable to laugh, as he let the tears mix with the mucus flowing from his nose, occasionally licking it away. The brief lesson proved immensely beneficial for Chunyu and Sanji. Zoro seemed to glean something, while Luffy appeared somewhat perplexed. However, upon noticing Chunyu's comprehension, Luffy ceased his confusion, leaping into the air, and with a punch directed towards the sky, exclaimed, Brothers, the feast is about to commence. Yu communicated with the guardian dragon, sending a message to Nami and the others, inviting Johnny and Joseph to join in the festivities. This small island was truly remarkable, bursting with life. The forest, once laid bare by their battles, was now sprouting numerous saplings. Various insects, including coffee ants, salt ants, and sugar ants, worked tirelessly to decompose fallen trees, leaves, and even cooled lava as the uneven ground slowly began to recover. Brother Chinyu, Brother Luffy, Brother Zoro, Brother Sanji. A sudden shout echoed from above, filled with excitement. Simultaneously, the sounds of flapping wings grew louder, and in the sky, the fully beastified Joseph and Johnny descended, clutching the Mary towards the banquet location. Lao Jean and Lao Bai had already learned of the existence of the devil fruit from the others and did not display much surprise. Yet they were deeply intrigued by it. Usopp had long returned to the Mary, where he had created a flower bed at the stern, filled with an array of peculiar plants and an assortment of uniquely shaped seeds. Nami and Robin both concurred that the effects of the milk papaya were negligible and unsuitable for cultivation aboard the Mary, and they pleaded with Usopp to assist them in planting some succulent cucumbers and Jiao goji berries, to ensure the banquet was lively enough. Chunyu and a troop of monkey subordinates scoured the entire island. By the time the feast commenced, several mountains of food were already piled beside Beer Lake. Lao Xin, surely you have delicious morsels hidden in your cave. You cannot hoard the good stuff. Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he rushed to Lao Jin's side. Lao Jin regarded Luffy with admiration, saying, Brother Wong, what an eye for quality. Those are indeed top-notch snacks. Come, let's carry them together. Lao Jin appreciated Luffy's discerning taste for food, and, with a broad arm around him, they strode towards the cave. Luffy held no grievances about his surname being Wong. Even if he did, there was nothing to be done, for Chunyu remained unyielding. It's the Pig Clan. Chopper suddenly leapt up, spotting Luffy and Lao Jin carrying 4 wild boars, each measuring 4 meters in length, and immediately clenched his fists in excitement. Hee. The feeling of revenge is truly exhilarating. Chopper covered his mouth, chuckling to himself. Zoro smacked Chopper on the back of his head. Frustrated fool. The real thrill comes from exacting revenge yourself. As the sun fully set, the atmosphere around Beer Lake was vibrant and boisterous, with Lao Jin, Lao Bai, and some subordinates mingling with the Straw Hat crew. Oh, paradise! Sanji suddenly shouted, gazing upwards with fervor, holding a milk papaya imbued with the will of D. His lips pressed against the protruding fruit, his eyes sparkling with love and happiness. Usopp and the others each held a milk papaya, their eyes wide, nostrils flaring with excitement, hearts racing. Among the male members of the Straw Hat crew, only Chunyu and Zoro remained unfazed. TCH. Zoro cast a disdainful glance at Sanji and the others, but his gaze towards Chunyu was filled with admiration, silently acknowledging, it seems Chunyu has awakened. Truly a guerdi rival. Zoro remained uninterested. Nami was not surprised. Yet Chunyu was utterly unperturbed. Nami approached Chunyu, her expression puzzled, softly inquiring, Chunyu, why don't you try that fruit? Do you not like it? Nami's heart raced with anticipation for Chunyu's response. To Chunyu, Nami's curiosity was evident on her face. He smirked and pulled her into his embrace, his fingers playfully moving subtly as he leaned down to whisper, what I adore most is right here. Nami's cheeks flushed crimson, taken aback by Chunyu's boldness. She buried her face deep into his chest, feeling shy, and murmured, oh dear, there's so many people. Wait until there's no one around. Her voice trailed off, nearly inaudible. Chunyu, I misjudged you. Zoro turned away, refusing to look at Chunyu, chugging a glass of alcohol before engaging in a drinking contest with Lao Jin and Lao Bai. Despite the crowd, Chunyu remained somewhat cautious, wrapping his arms around Nami's waist, savoring her softness, and continued, I must replenish my energy thoroughly. Do not fret. After leaving Chunyu's embrace, Nami could not help but smile foolishly, casting a provocative glance at the mound of milk papayas nearby, feeling utterly elated. Chunyu, too, could hardly contain his eagerness, focusing intently on a mountain of food, his hands acting as relentless conveyors, shoving food into his mouth. One must be well fed to have the strength to work. As he chewed, he silently recited his mantra, occasionally downing a cup of beer. Luffy and Lao Jin were responsible for roasting the 4 wild boars. To be precise, Lao Jin handled the roasting while Luffy had already embraced one of the pigs and begun to gnaw on it. Chopper gradually approached the wild boars. Of the 4, he recognized 3, but one was familiar, was it not? The thrill of personal revenge echoed in his mind, driving him to validate whether it was indeed more satisfying. Bakiyaru. Chopper kicked the head of the boar he recognized, and with that kick, it felt as though he had opened the gates of paradise. Chopper's fur stood on end, his expression blissful, akin to an innocent youth discovering the wonders of a cucumber for the first time. I'll hit. This time, Chopper delivered a punch to the boar's snout. Though the boar lay lifeless, it provided no feedback, yet Chopper's imagination ran wild. In his mind, the boar flew backward, wailing for mercy. Curse boar, you're unfortunate to encounter Captain Chopper. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Chopper delivered a flying kick to the boar's neck, his gaze dreamy. In his mind, the boar had its neck broken, collapsing to the ground, and the remaining boars fled, calling out, Captain Chopper, spare us. Ha ha! And Chopper took a hearty bite, and the juices burst forth, exuding an enticing aroma with an unfamiliar yet delightful texture. Tui! Chopper spat out the meat in horror, his expression one of sheer disbelief as he turned to Old Jean and asked, Old Jean, what kind of meat is this? Oh woo, it's wild boar hind leg meat. Delicious, isn't it? Old Jean, having never tasted venison in his life, harbored no ill intentions. Bakayalu. Chopper hurled the meat to the ground, turning to Old Jean with a face full of incredulity, his hose wiping away tears as he took off. Sanji approached slowly, cradling 2 milk papayas, and picked up the discarded piece of meat, merely wiping it off before popping it into his mouth. Whoa, venison! Sanji's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at Old Jean. After understanding the situation, Sanji felt not only astonishment towards the wild boar, but also compassion for Chopper. Concerned for Chopper's well-being, Sanji hurriedly followed with the 2 milk papayas. After enjoying a modest meal, Chunyu felt a sense of security wash over him as he walked cheerfully towards Nami. She and Robin were seated on 2 nearby tree stumps, engaged in lively conversation. Thud! Thud! The sound of footsteps approached, and Robin looked up to see a tall figure walking towards them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of light briefly sparkled in her eyes, only to fade away like a match in the wind before it could fully ignite. Chunyu had arrived, and it was time for her to leave. Robin stood up, dusting off her skirt, smiled at Nami, and then turned to depart, walking sadly towards the Mary. Watching Robin leave, Nami's face was filled with concern. Yet, she noticed Chunyu's arrival. Though she wished to call out to Robin, she could not let Chunyu slip away. Chunyu halted before Nami, his gaze fixed intently upon her, and asked at the opportune moment, Aren't you going to chase after her? Robin needs you. Nami did not respond immediately. Instead, she stepped closer, arms outstretched, and leaped into Chunyu's embrace. Chunyu wrapped his arm around her slender waist, slightly lowering his head to gaze at her, his eyes sparkling with unspoken words. Although Robin needs me, you also need me. Nami tilted her head to look at Chunyu, her expression earnest. After a moment of silence, she added, I am your girlfriend, you know, and I need you as well. This sentiment remained unvoiced, yet the mere thought flushed her cheeks crimson, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Chunyu's gaze. Today, Nami donned blue denim overalls, with a simple white strapless top beneath. Chunyu glanced down, his view catching a glimpse of the entirety of her attire through the gaps in the overalls. White and white, how delightful! Chunyu whispered close to Nami's ear. At his words, Nami trembled, fully aware of the implications of his statement. Her arms tightened around his chest, holding on fiercely. No, Nami seemed to murmur something. Chunyu lowered his head, listening attentively. No, I don't want to return to the Mary with Robin. Nami's face flushed deeper as she recalled how Chunyu had previously suggested going out to try something new. Today, she resolved to fulfill Chunyu's request. Chunyu felt a pang of worry about the location. After all, he found it difficult to dismiss Robin. Yet Nami had given him a hint, which meant just the thought of it made Chunyu's lips curl into a smile, his breath quickening. The warm air exhaled from his nostrils rushed into Nami's overalls, flowing down her chest, causing her to shiver with embarrassment, her ears turning redder, and her face buried into Chunyu's chest. With the atmosphere charged, was there any reason to hesitate? Chunyu remembered saying, Do not ask about such matters, just do not oppose it, and everything is permissible. He firmly embraced Nami's slender waist, not soaring high above, but weaving through the forest with her in his arms. On the Mary, Robin gazed at the distant flames, lost in thought. On the other side of the island, Chunyu found a high spot, ensuring no one was nearby with his observation hockey. Before conjuring a soft bed of flames, he slowly released his tightly clenched fist, his expression filled with concern as he kept glancing around at Nami. Chunyu, could you create a room with your flames? I'm feeling a bit shy here, Nami said, tiptoeing, her hands around Chun Yu's neck, looking up at him with flushed cheeks. No way. Chun Yu firmly rejected her, lifting her under her arms, attempting to place her on the bed. However, Nami's arms clung tightly around his neck, showing no intention of letting go. Seeing this, Chun Yu did not force her, but instead leaned down to kiss her soft lips, engaging in a serious exchange. While their mouths worked diligently, Chun Yu's hands were not idle either, slipping through the large opening of her overalls to explore. He first gently removed her strapless top, followed by her white underwear. Chun Yu cherished every moment with Nami until her breathing grew rapid, her grip loosening, her body trembling slightly. Seizing the moment, Chun Yu lifted her and placed her onto the bed. Feeling Chun Yu remove her overalls, Nami squeezed her eyes shut, pleading, "A wall. Could we have a wall, please? I beg you." Before she could finish, Chun Yu sealed her lips once more, breathing heavily, sending her into a state of exhilaration. "Today, there is only the bed. A wall is out of the question," Chun Yu declared. By the way, Chun Yu suddenly remembered something, rising to retrieve a fresh cucumber from his pocket, placing it before Nami's mouth, encouraging, "Eat this, it will replenish your fluids and energy." At this moment, Nami was burning with heat and complied willingly, consuming the cucumber. Before long, she felt revitalized, her body becoming plump and radiant, as if moisture was overflowing, enticing a bite. Having reached his limit, Chun Yu proceeded with the events that followed, which he could no longer recall. The next day, a multitude of animals gathered by the river, chattering incessantly. "Hey, did you hear? It seems there was a monster lurking last night." "I heard. It sounded like some animals were in distress. Their cries were heart-wrenching." Indeed, initially, the sounds were quite pleasant, tickling my ears. But as it progressed, the cries grew louder, eventually pleading in agony. Absolutely terrifying. It continued until around 4 in the morning, and I still don't know who met their demise. Oh, I caught some strange phrases too. "Stop shaking," and "not anymore." I also heard, "Let me out." Oh dear, how inhumane. The torment lasted so long. Unaware of the chaos in the forest the previous night, Chun Yu stood at the bow of the Mary, reminiscing about the delightful flavors of last night, watching as Luffy and others busily transported supplies. That fresh cucumber was exquisite. Chun Yu licked his lips in delight. Soon, it was time to set sail. Except for Nami, everyone stood at the ship's side, waving farewell to Old Jean and Old Bai. "Take care." Luffy raised his hands, tears streaming down his face as he waved energetically. Old Bai, with red-rimmed eyes, bellowed, "Men should not shed tears. Train hard and don't let anyone bully you. If they do, come back and find your brothers. We will stand up for you." Old Jean echoed the sentiment, waving his arms and shouting a woo. How lonely it will be. Luffy hung onto the railing, his gaze fixed on the receding island. This journey was profoundly shocking for Chun Yu, as an island transformed his understanding. It is indeed deserving of its reputation as the Grand Line, and truly befitting of Sualong. Chun Yu mused, his gaze following the departing food island. Sualong, seated at the lookout, held the sheath of his snow walk blade in his left hand, while the right was enveloped in the essence of alcohol, his eyes growing ever sharper. "Just wait. One day, I shall lead you to fame across the seas, echoing through the heavens." As his words fell, Sualong infused his 3 swords with haki. Mastering haki on his blades was a daily training task for him. Chun Yu approached Robin, who was engrossed in her reading, and settled beside her, his eyes flickering as if weighing something. "What would you like to learn first?" After a brief silence, Chun Yu turned to Robin and inquired earnestly. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Robin's eyes as she closed her book, her gaze fixed intently on Chun Yu, remaining silent. "Why are you looking at me?" Chun Yu raised an eyebrow, meeting her gaze with curiosity. A smile slowly crept onto Robin's lips as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, playfully responding. "Do you trust me so easily, first mate? I have been skilled in betrayal since childhood. It is my way of survival." Chun Yu disregarded Robin's remark and turned his eyes to the Jolly Roger overhead, as if speaking to himself. "For this flag, I have poured my heart and soul into it. Not just me. Everyone aboard shares this sentiment. We vow to protect this flag with our lives, to safeguard our crew. This is the promise made by Johnny and Joseph to this flag. The Straw Hat Pirates are our family, and since we are family, there is no question of trust. The captain trusts you, everyone trusts you, and I trust you as well. What is there to hesitate about?" Chun Yu gazed at Robin, his sincerity radiating. "Indeed, Robin, what nonsense are you speaking? How can family not trust one another?" Luffy suddenly leaned over, wrapping himself around Robin, his gaze fixed on her with utmost seriousness. "Big sister Robin, Johnny and Joseph eagerly called out the titles they had long prepared, embracing each other, both realizing the excitement in each other's eyes. Chopper recalled the scene from the previous night when Robin had comforted him sincerely. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fist and stepped forward to encourage Robin alongside Usopp. Sualong remained silent, merely leaning over the lookout, quietly observing Robin. "Robin-chan, please enjoy this fresh cucumber lemonade." Sanji approached Robin, bowing slightly with a beaming smile, courteously offering her a drink. "This group is truly different. I'm growing increasingly fond of this place." However, as this thought crossed her mind, the smile on Robin's face gradually solidified, her fists tightening. Despite her efforts to suppress it, her emotions were still perceived by those around her. "I do not know what you are facing. If you are worried that our strength cannot protect you, then you must focus on enhancing your own power," Chunyu remarked, blinking thoughtfully before speaking candidly. "No, that's not what I meant," Robin replied, her eyes darting anxiously toward Chunyu, her fists turning pale, appearing as if she wished to defend herself, yet was hesitant. Luffy retracted his head, took a deep breath, and shouted Robin. This call resonated within Robin and stirred the slumbering Nami. "We are indeed strong." Luffy's demeanor shifted, his face brightening, his tone gentle as he flexed his bicep toward Robin. The others simultaneously mimicked strong poses, chanting, "We are strong." Even Chunyu scratched his nose and joined the display of muscles. Robin felt her eyes welling up, tears spilling uncontrollably. Nami immediately enveloped Robin in a comforting embrace, her gentle hand patting her back slowly. Witnessing this, Chunyu and the others couldn't help but smile, turning away to attend to their own affairs with perfect understanding. At the Navy headquarters, in a meeting room, numerous generals took their seats, the atmosphere heavy with silence and gravity. "Since everyone is present, let us commence today's agenda." The leading general began sternly. "We shall discuss measures concerning the Straw Hat Pirates." Seconded. The generals echoed in unison. The leading general, expressionless, continued. "How long has it been since our last discussion on the Straw Hat Pirates? They have once again stirred up a multitude of troubles. The headquarters has mandated that we confront the Straw Hat Pirates and devise countermeasures. The Straw Hat Pirates are notorious criminals. Speak freely without reservation." Seconded. Echoed the chorus of generals. The Straw Hat Pirates first defeated the rising tyrants of the East Blue, the Flying Pirates, then thwarted the former warlord Crocodile's coup and vanquished him. They also annihilated the Iron Beast Pirates retreating from the New World. Though we publicly claim that Crocodile was dealt with by our forces, it is merely to prevent worldwide panic. Ironically, during this time, many within the Navy have underestimated the Straw Hat Pirates, displaying utter foolishness. The leading general slammed his hand on the table, his fury palpable. How can such a lack of vision and capability bear the weight of justice? We must strengthen ourselves first. You must eradicate the negative atmosphere within the ranks, promote progressive thought, and establish a new ethos. The leading general pounded the table once more, his expression grave. Seconded. Echoed the chorus. To return to the main topic, the bounty on the Straw Hat Pirates must be significantly adjusted. The world must know of their malevolence. This is also the will of the world government. The room erupted in astonishment. A general voiced his discontent. At the last meeting, we urged the importance of addressing the Straw Hat crew, but the world government dismissed our concerns. Now, they wish to take action only after the fact. The Straw Hat Pirates have entered the Grand Line, where they thrive like fish in water. Capturing them will not be an easy task. Another general, his face darkened, added, in such a short time. The Straw Hat Pirates have exhibited terrifying growth and strength. Had we placed a substantial bounty earlier, this situation would not have arisen. I had requested to personally lead the charge to eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates, yet my request was denied. How ironic. A general expressed his indignation, pounding his chest in frustration. "Did you? I do not recall you mentioning it." "Bakayaru, of course I did. You just didn't hear it." Silence. The leading general barked, though he did not refute the words of the generals. "We are here to discuss strategies, not to assign blame. Be cautious, lest you bring misfortune upon yourselves." Seconded. While the generals held their grievances, they had no choice but to remain silent. In comparison to their later achievements, the Flying Pirates were insignificant. According to Navy scouts, both Crocodile and Captain Raijin were defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates' first mate, Chunyu. The bounty hunter, Sualong, defeated the Thunder Gunner Chuba. Sniper Usopp vanquished the Sparrowhawk Sanyu. Chef Sanji triumphed over the Fire Fist Naba. The Straw Hat Pirates' pet Chopper allegedly defeated the Iron Beast Pirates' navigator Leota. Yet it seems Leota had previously battled Sualong. So it was reasonable for the pet chopper to overcome Leota. According to Tina's report, each member of the Straw Hat Pirate Sword God duo possesses the strength to contend with Smoker. Tina also fell to the Navigator Nami. Conversely, Captain Luffy has not exhibited substantial highlights. After a moment of silence, the leading general continued, "The strength of this crew is terrifying. I urge all generals to take it seriously." Seconded. Ahem. Silence. The leading general cleared his throat and said, "I will now announce the results of the discussion. Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Quan Shinyu, has triumphantly defeated both Crocodile and Thunder, with the latter having previously engaged in battle with Monkey D. Luffy, resulting in a bounty of 600 million berries and earning the title of Flame Emperor. It is imperative that he becomes the focal point of attention. Straw Hat Luffy, due to his insufficient achievements, has a cumulative bounty of 200 million berries. Blackleg Sanji, having vanquished the bounty of 300 million berries on Naba, now holds a bounty of 300 million berries. Pirate Hunter Zoro, having bested the bounty of 280 million berries on Shioba, now possesses a bounty of 280 million berries. Following this pattern, Sniper Usopp has a bounty of 150 million berries, while the Little Thief Nami holds a bounty of 80 million berries. And the skilled combatant Johnny has a bounty of 100 million berries. Feathersword Joseph has a bounty of 100 million berries as well. The Navy has officially designated them as the Sword God and Sword Saint, and it is crucial that we generate momentum to ensure the world recognizes the Straw Hat Pirates. The Demon Child Robin, who has recently joined, possesses no battle record and has a bounty of 80 million berries. The Pet Chopper has a bounty of 100 berries. We must swiftly contact Morgans to ensure the world re-evaluates the Straw Hat Pirates. Inform him that the Navy expects to see the words "strongest new pirate crew of the Straw Hats" in tomorrow's newspaper. Chunyu, keep your eyes on the course and do not let Zoro touch the compass again. Nami, with a serious expression, handed the compass to Chunyu and then embraced Robin as they walked into the room. Chunyu held a different perspective. If Zoro could lead them to the next treasure island, it would be a significant profit, wouldn't it? Nami's earlier remarks undoubtedly struck Zoro hard, leading him to scoff and turn his head away, visibly frustrated. Zoro? I also believe Nami is being excessive. Otherwise, would I let you guide us? Chunyu approached Zoro, handing him the compass with a piercing gaze full of anticipation. Hearing this, Zoro's face turned crimson, ignoring Chunyu as he turned and walked into the training room. What the heck? I was being serious. Chunyu watched Zoro's retreating figure, his eyelid twitching in annoyance. With no other option, Chunyu had to entrust this crucial task to Chopper. Chopper, there is a matter of utmost importance concerning our crew's fate that I need to entrust to you. How do you feel? Do you have the courage to accept this mission? Chunyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Chopper with intensity, his expression stern and unwavering. Upon hearing that Chunyu was assigning him such a significant task, Chopper felt a thrill run through him and hurriedly approached. Saluting with respect, report, Captain Chunyu. I, Chopper, am willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Please give your orders. Seeing that Chopper remained true to himself brought Chunyu great relief. The others on the ship were seasoned veterans and could no longer be easily swayed. But Chopper was diligent and positive, qualities Chunyu greatly admired. Excellent. Chopper, you are now in command. I am entrusting you with the sole compass of our ship. Please ensure its safety. The fate of everyone aboard this vessel rests in your hands. Are you confident in fulfilling this important duty? Upon hearing Chunyu's trust in him, Chopper extended his hands decisively to accept the compass, nostrils flaring with excitement, his blood boiling with passion as he bowed once more. I promise to complete the task. Rest assured, Captain. Rest assured, organization. Wonderful. Chopper, you're our crew's hope. I am proud of you. You shall be a hero of the Straw Hat Pirates, destined for greatness. Chopper, do you know why I am entrusting this responsibility to you? Without waiting for Chopper's response, Chunyu continued, because you are worthy. I only trust you with this ship. Do your best. Chunyu patted Chopper on the shoulder, nodded thoughtfully, and then turned to leave. I will ensure to complete the task. Chopper was deeply touched, tears brimming in his eyes as he watched Chunyu depart, his hooves trembling slightly in salute. After exiting the control room, Chunyu leaped directly to the lookout, contemplating the principle of Nail Fist. I have understood the principle of Nail Fist. With the technique given by Lao Jin, it should not be difficult, he murmured to himself, gazing at the sharp, domineering spikes on his fist. Let the fist appear weak and then strike unexpectedly. Wow, Lao Jean is quite cunning. However, I like it. Hee hee hee. Am I the only one he trusts? Hee hee. I am so happy. Dr. Doriel, did you see that? I am stillborn. I will surely be remembered through the ages. Chinyu even said, I am worthy. Hee hee hee. Chopper could not help but smile broadly, covering his mouth with his hooves, filled with delight. On the deck, Usopp noticed the situation and hurriedly alerted everyone. Everyone, there's a massive pirate ship ahead. The bow is adorned with a monkey holding a golden tambourine. Luffy snatched the telescope from Usopp, gazing eagerly at the grand ship's bow. Zoro also ceased his training and stepped out, directing his gaze forward. Bring the ship closer. Chinyu, standing at the lookout, smiled at the monkey's pirate ship and shouted loudly. Hee hee hee. Chopper, bring the ship closer. Luffy, sitting on the figurehead of the Mary, pressed his straw hat down with his left hand and pointed forward with his right, exuberantly calling out. Oh, leave it to me. Chopper saluted and excitedly replied. Hey, what are you guys doing here? This is my territory. As the Mary drew nearer to the monkey ship, a gruff voice questioned. Upon hearing this, the crew looked over to see a robust man, resembling a monkey, standing at the edge of the ship, hands on his hips, looking down at them. Who are you? Usopp began to ask, but the monkey man proudly interrupted. That's right. All the sunken ships in these waters belong to me. You. Just as Usopp was about to continue, the monkey man interrupted again. That's right. I am the Salvage King, the man who can retrieve all sunken ships from the depths. Usopp's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to give that monkey man a beating. You idiot. Usopp pointed at the monkey man, ready to unleash his fury, when Chinyu leaped down from the lookout, standing in front of Usopp and interrupting. Oh? What kind of man is this? He looks just like a monkey. Chinyu clearly recalled that this fellow and Chopper were quite similar. Others would praise him for looking like a monkey, and he would be overjoyed. Hee hee hee. Really? Do I look that much like a monkey? How embarrassing. The monkey man's cheeks flushed, and he rubbed the back of his head, turning away shyly. Chinyu turned to signal to Usopp and the others before disappearing from sight. Sanji immediately understood, although he was unsure of Chunyu's intentions. He knew flattery was the way to go. After being interrupted thrice, Usopp decided to count the third interruption against the monkey man, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. Oh, just who is this monkey man? Sanji rubbed his chin, studying the monkey man with a serious expression. Monkey-like? The monkey man shivered, his palm continuously rubbing the back of his head, his previously flushed cheeks reddening again as he turned to Sanji uncertainly. Are you talking about me? Monkey-like? Besides you, who else in the world could be worthy of such a description? A handsome man with a monkey-like demeanor. Sanji smirked, holding a cigarette between his fingers, his face full of agreement. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. The monkey man panted, looking at Sanji with satisfaction, bashfully saying, Actually, it's not that bad. I am not that monkey-like, though I am indeed a man. Your words make me feel somewhat embarrassed. Usopp stepped forward, forming his hands into a trumpet shape, and exclaimed loudly, Wow, where did this monkey come from? It almost makes the married mother monkey regret, makes the young mother monkey yearn, and brings tears to the eyes of the underage mother monkey. What a cool man. The ape took a step back, clutching its chest, panting heavily, its face flushed, resembling a creature that had been thoroughly played with. The mother monkey regrets, yearns, and weeps. You're really something. I'm not that great. The ape's legs began to weaken, and its voice trembled. I only possess a tiny bit of manliness. Usopp and Sanji exchanged knowing glances, observing the ape sprawled on the ground, a look of satisfaction and happiness radiating from its being. Suddenly, Chinyu appeared, walking to the side of the ship, waving at the ape man. It is time for us to say farewell. At this moment, the ape could no longer rise to greet them, and could only shakily lift its arm to wave. Chopper, let us go. Chinyu nodded slightly at Chopper, signaling him. At your command, Captain Chinyu. Chopper saluted Chinyu, his head held high, dignified and proud. It wasn't until the figures of the ape crew were completely out of sight that Usopp curiously asked, Chinyu, what did you just do? Sanji and the others also gazed at Chinyu with rapt attention, filled with curiosity. Chinyu glanced at Robin and Nami, who had just stepped out of the room, motioned towards the compass in Chopper's hand with his lips, and calmly stated, The compass has changed. Really? Nami exclaimed, snatching the compass, examining it closely, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. It is pointing upwards. Could it be broken? Chopper instantly reverted to a state of panic, his hooves covering his head as he dashed about in a frenzy, exclaiming, I broke the compass. I let down Captain Chunyu's expectations. I let down everyone's hopes. Robin's expression shifted, her gaze fixed on Nami, and she said sternly, in the grand line, navigators may doubt themselves, question common knowledge, and challenge anything, but they must never doubt the compass in their hands. This is an ironclad rule of seafaring. Nami was taken aback by Robin's sudden seriousness, her fists clenched, lips pressed together, and her eyes turned toward Robin, filled with confusion. It is likely the Sky Island, Robin said, resting her delicate hand on her chin, calmly explaining the concept of Sky Island, her tone steady and devoid of emotion. Sky Island? Does it really exist? The others looked as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched on their faces. Indeed, it is Sky Island. Sky Island exists, Chunyu timely interjected, providing everyone with a morale boost. If even Chunyu affirmed it. It must be true, the Straw Hat crew thought simultaneously. Chunyu scooped up the frantically running Chopper and pulled out the cotton candy stone he had prepared in advance, heating and crushing it, revealing a massive cotton candy before Chopper's eyes. Cotton candy! Chopper immediately shed his panic, cradling the cotton candy larger than his own form, smiling joyfully. Chunyu, Usopp, and Luffy began, but Chunyu interrupted, already knowing what they were about to say. There is none left. The cotton candy stones were given to me by Old Jean. This is a reward for Chopper's hard work. Right, Chopper? Chunyu smiled at Chopper. Absolutely. This is a reward from Chunyu. With that, Chopper dashed away, with Luffy and Usopp hot on his heels. As he watched Chopper escape, clutching the cotton candy and beaming with happiness, the remnants of Chunyu's guilt vanished entirely. Once all matters were settled, Chunyu took out a permanent compass and handed it to Nami before returning to the lookout to continue pondering his nail punch technique. In Mogu Town. Hey, have you heard? The famed Straw Hat Pirates have appeared in the nearby seas. Is that true? The notorious Straw Hat Pirates that broke several records? Indeed. I have heard that this pirate crew is extraordinary, not on the same level as the scoundrels in town. Brother, what makes them extraordinary? Please elaborate. You have come to the right person. In Mogu Town, I am the most informed. No one dares to claim otherwise. The Straw Hat Pirates hail from the East Blue, and their captain's first bounty was 60 million berry, while the first mate's bounty is even more outrageous, reaching 90 million berry. East Blue? The weakest sea? Exactly. I have a feeling that the weakest sea is about to erupt with great pirates. But that is not even the most noteworthy part. The Straw Hat Pirates have all been issued bounties. Their crew consists of no more than 10 members, and the lowest bounty is 17. 5 million berry. Their total bounty amounts to 300 million berry. Is that true? Brother, you shouldn't be making such wild claims. The onlookers around grew restless. I have been in this line of work for decades. Do you think I would deceive you? What a ridiculous joke. The crowd found Old U's words credible, gasping in shock. This is the guidance of fate. In a corner, a frail man leaned against a sickly horse, a spark of fervor flashing in his eyes as he weakly uttered, "Zhuang zhuang." We must hurry and inform Captain Teach that the hunting target has arrived, or else the captain will be angry. Man and horse gradually disappeared into the alley. Among the crowd, a young man with a buzz cut excitedly rubbed his head, thinking to himself, if I could join the Straw Hat Pirates, it would be like taking a shortcut. Now that their numbers are few, it should be easy for me to secure a position as an officer with my bounty of 30 million berry. Various individuals harbored ulterior motives, some displaying admiration, others skepticism, and a few revealing greed. In a luxurious hotel in Mogu Town. Bellamy, I heard that a formidable group of pirates is about to arrive in Mogu Town. Sachi, the big knife wielder, said, embracing a blonde woman on the sofa, his expression somewhat grave. Opposite him sat a young man with yellow hair, a look of arrogance on his face, dismissively stating, who in this island could possibly surpass us? Sachi, you are disappointing me. Sachi remained unfazed, continuing. It is said to be a group of pirates from the East Blue, with the first mate's head valued at 90 million, the captain at 60 million, and all members are wanted, totaling a bounty of 300 million berry. At this point, Sachi fell silent, his gaze fixed on Bellamy with unease. Initially, upon hearing the first mate's bounty of 90 million berry, Bellamy felt a flicker of anxiety, but when he learned the captain's bounty was only 60 million, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. After hearing Sachi's words, Bellamy confirmed his thoughts, a smirk forming as the tension on his face dissipated. Returning to his usual arrogance. Sachi, as a new generation of pirates, you are still a bit naive, but I am willing to forgive you this time. Have you ever seen a pirate crew where the first mate has a higher bounty than the captain? I certainly have not. And what you mention afterward is even more absurd. All members wanted. Their first bounty is 90 million. A total bounty of 300 million berry? What a joke. We have developed step by step to reach our current status. Do you think such a high bounty could be possible from the outset? All members wanted. Huh. This is merely a tactic employed by the riffraff. Rumors say there are pirates who can print their own bounty notices to enhance their image. Those are precisely the kinds of fellows. Besides, the East Blue is the weakest sea. Sachi, the strongest force on this island is us. Bailami, S eyes widened. His expression contorted with confidence as he declared, "Let us not forget our identity as pirates of the new era. I firmly believe we shall soon join the ranks of Doflamingo." Sachi, increasingly persuaded by this notion, drew his broad blade and struck it down upon the table. Irate. Damn it. I nearly fell into their trap. This pack of rodents had better not cross my path. Suddenly, a golden-haired maiden embraced Sachi, her voice enticing. Sachi, you are the second in command of our new era pirates. A mere bunch of miscreants is not worth our concern. Ahaha, Sachi, you wouldn't lose to a woman, would you? Baby glanced at the golden-haired girl and then back at Sachi, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Sachi, it's truly a pity that you have no interest in women. The shadow that loomed over Sachi's face dissipated entirely, and with a wistful glance, he took the golden-haired girl into a room. His gaze aflame with desire as he licked his lips. Woman, you have successfully provoked me. Do not think I will let you off easily. Keep an eye on their movements. We, the new era pirates, shall confront them soon. Bailevi said disdainfully to the other officers. At last, we have reached the shore. Chunyu exclaimed, stretching lazily as he stepped onto the port of Mo Gujan. Chunyu, let us head to the tavern to gather information. The tavern is known for its reliable news. Luffy insisted, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Chunyu, his hands resting on his hips as he paced restlessly. Chunyu could barely recall the name of the man with the flower on his head. Yet it seemed he was not welcomed by the new era pirates of this island, so gathering information about him at the tavern should not prove difficult. Very well. Chunyu nodded in agreement. He did not wish to refuse Luffy's earnest request, and thus he set off with Zoro and Luffy on their quest to explore the tavern. Robin and Nami linked arms and dashed off to shop for clothes, while Usopp and Chopper took on the responsibility of procuring supplies. Sanji was tasked with acquiring food, leaving Johnny and his partner to watch over the ship. Not long after the group departed, a gathering of fully armed individuals encircled the Mary, their faces filled with greed. Hey, you must be the infamous duo, Johnny and Joseph, with a bounty of 5 million berries. A burly, dark-skinned man, wielding a cannon, brandished a stack of wanted posters, the top one prominently displaying Johnny's face. Is it finally our turn to shine, partner? Johnny shivered with excitement, his eyebrows dancing beneath his sunglasses as he glanced at Joseph. Indeed, it is our time. Joseph's smile was uncontrollable, his brow twitching with anticipation. The burly man, seeing that Johnny and Joseph were ignoring him and exchanging glances, seethed with rage and aimed his cannon at them, roaring, "Do not disrespect us. Partner, how can we act impressively if we do not speak?" Joseph suddenly realized that the unique gestures they had created were incomprehensible to others, and he was taken aback. How should we act? Brother Chunyu says that pretending to be harmless often leads to success. Shall we give it a try? Johnny proposed, a grin spreading across his face. Let it be so. The two exchanged knowing smiles. The first step to pretending to be harmless is to retreat and advance. They silently recited in their minds, preparing to feign weakness, only for the burly man to fire his cannon without warning. What pigs and tigers! I shall crush you. The man flexed his finger, unleashing 2 cannonballs toward the Mary. In an instant, both Joseph and Johnny sprang into action, appearing before the cannonballs, their metallic hands slapping them back, causing the projectiles to ricochet. The surrounding bounty hunters were thrown into disarray, some falling to the ground. What now, partner? Our first attempt at impressing has failed. Johnny looked at Joseph, distressed. Brother Chinyu once said that failure is not frightening. What is frightening is not seeking the cause. We must find a reason and strive for success next time. Joseph encouraged, making a gesture of motivation. But we lack experience in acting impressively. We may not find a reason. How bothersome? Bothersome? Troublesome? Joseph paused, his expression turning serious, then continued. Brother Chinyu said that when faced with trouble, consider resolving its source. Johnny's spirits surged with excitement. I can do that. Resolving the source of trouble is simple. Let's get to work, partner. Let us see who is quicker and more accurate. They exchanged a glance, their eyes ablaze with determination. The Mary suddenly swayed lightly, as the duo vanished from sight. At the dock, A chorus of wails erupted as a multitude of bounty hunters collapsed, lifeless. Partner, I took down 20. Johnny clenched his fist, brimming with confidence. Hum hum hum. Joseph chuckled lightly, turning away, tilting his head to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Speaking nonchalantly, I took down 21. Damn it, partner. You are indeed my lifelong rival. Next time, I shall not lose to you. Johnny sighed heavily, pounding his chest in frustration. Partner, losing to me is inevitable. Joseph continued to gaze at the sky, his expression unchanged, yet his tone was filled with pride. I never acknowledged defeated foes. Why not? Because they are only worthy of gazing at my back. However, you are different. I can grant you the chance to chase after my back. Upon hearing this, Johnny's eyes turned red, his body trembling with anger as his hands transformed into blades. Charging at Joseph, I pour my heart out to you, yet you mock me. Those words were what I wished to express. You dare to speak first. Curse you. Come and face me. Joseph remained unperturbed, his hands morphing into wings. Cold glints flashing as he engaged Joseph in combat. Their battle raged on for half an hour, until Johnny's fury subsided, and they returned to camaraderie, linking arms and spinning in circles. Once a bustling harbor filled with pirate ships, the dock now only bore the unassuming Mary, floating undisturbed, amidst the wreckage marked by slashes. In a corner, a young man with a buzz cut looked on at Johnny and Joseph with admiration, his eyes ablaze with fervor, ultimately fixating on the fluttering straw hat pirate's flag. Welcome. As Chunyu and his companions stepped into the tavern, the proprietor greeted them warmly. Upon entering, Chunyu's pupils constricted sharply, for he spotted a familiar stout figure behind the bar. Luffy strode out confidently, plopping down beside Teach. Chunyu scrutinized Teach, and Teach reciprocated, casting a wary glance at Chunyu before his gaze settled on Zoro and Luffy, the gravity of his expression fleeting as he resumed his usual playful demeanor. Bartender, 1 cherry pie, please, and a specialty drink. Luffy and Teach spoke in unison. A glint of coldness flickered in Chunyu's eyes, but he quickly masked it. Luffy and Teach exchanged glances, then immediately turned away, choosing to ignore one another. Luffy held no fondness for the stout man, while Teach was equally displeased with the straw-hatted monkey. Before long, the bartender presented the cherry pie and drinks, and both Luffy and Teach eagerly dug into the pie. This cherry pie is horrendous. This cherry pie is exquisite, Luffy and Teach exclaimed in unison. However, upon hearing the starkly contrasting reviews, their irritation grew, simultaneously lifting their drinks. They downed them in one go. This drink is delightful. This drink is awful. They both remarked at the same time. Hearing each other's responses, veins bulged on their foreheads, and with a huff, they turned their gazes elsewhere, refusing to acknowledge one another. Bartender, bring me 50 servings of delicious meat to go. Bartender, 50 delectable cherry pies, please. For takeout. Upon hearing this, both individuals' expressions darkened simultaneously. Luffy, with a finger in his nose, and Teach, with a finger in his ear, exchanged glances. Boss, I've changed my mind. I want 51 portions of meat to go. Chunyu pouted, visibly displeased. Teach, refusing to be outdone, ordered 52 cherry pies. I want 53. Meat. I want 54. Cherry pies. 60. Meat. 70. Pies. 100. Meat. I will always have 10 more than this brat. Teach's face was filled with annoyance as he pointed his thumb at Luffy. Luffy, determined not to lose this battle, stood up, raised his hand, and pointed at Teach defiantly. I will always have 20 more portions than this old man. 30, 50, 80, 100. Are you trying to pose me? Luffy and Teach stood up simultaneously, their shoulders colliding as they rolled up their sleeves impatiently, expressing their frustration. Gentlemen, I am unaware of the nature of your disagreement, but our establishment does not permit fighting. The boss interjected, stepping forward to separate the two. He promptly served 10 portions of cherry pies and meat to each of them, adding, these 10 portions are a token of goodwill. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. The boss is straightforward, Teach remarked, taking his 10 cherry pies and scoffing at Luffy before turning to leave, casually tossing a gold coin that landed perfectly in a drink cup. Chunyu, not one to be short on cash, tossed a bag of berries to the boss. The boss accepted it without hesitation, thanking him and treating the matter as if it were inconsequential. Boss, do you know how to get to Sky Island? Luffy asked, his heart lightened by Teach's departure. The boss did not respond. He couldn't afford to. Answering could easily provoke one of them. Sky Island? A boisterous laugh resonated from outside. This laughter not only captured the attention of everyone in the restaurant, but also halted Teach in his tracks. It's Bellamy, the hyena Bellamy. Other diners lowered their heads, whispering amongst themselves. Bellamy approached Luffy, flanked by his entourage, including Sachi and a blonde woman. Who is spreading such outdated myths? Bellamy sneered, leaning down to look Luffy in the eye, mocking, "Is it you, country bumpkin? Ah ha ha, you fit that title perfectly, with his straw hat and straw sandals. How could he be anything but a country bumpkin?" Bellamy's followers erupted in laughter, and the observing diners joined in, unable to contain their amusement. "Boss, serve this kid a drink he likes, and bring me the most expensive liquor," Bellamy commanded, taking a seat at the spot Teach had just vacated. "Moments latte." The boss placed 2 drinks in front of the two, silently standing by. "Oh, you're inviting me? You're quite generous." Luffy, unfazed by the mockery, cheerfully lifted his drink, ready to down it. Suddenly, Bellamy sprang up, attempting to slam his palm onto Luffy's head and push him to the ground. Alas, such a feeble ambush was easily evaded as Luffy merely swayed his upper body. "You're quite peculiar. You just invited me for a drink, and now you're attacking me." Luffy leaned against the bar, gulping down his beverage. Zoro and Chunyu, seated nearby, remained unfazed. "Attack? No, no, no." Bellamy remained blissfully unaware of the disparity in their strengths, wearing a proud expression as he laughed heartily. "That was merely a test. Understand? A test to see if you have what it takes to join our new era of pirates." As he spoke, Bellamy's laughter grew louder, with Sachi laughing until tears streamed from his eyes, pounding the table in delight. "Kid, with a body as scrawny as yours, how can you have the audacity to claim a bounty of 60 million berries?" After a brief pause, Sachi produced a stack of wanted posters, disdainfully glancing at Luffy. A diner picked up Luffy's wanted poster and exclaimed loudly, "Oh, I remember now. He's the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries. And that S. Chunyu with 90 million berries and Roronoa Zoro with 45 million berries." Another diner gasped, his face turning pale as he beheld Chunyu and the others, fear evident in his expression. The diners who had just mocked them now trembled, their faces drained of color. "Ha ha! Only you lowly pirates would believe such absurd lies that even a fool wouldn't." Bellamy guffawed, rising slowly, his face full of contempt. "This Straw Hat crew is nothing but a bunch of frauds. A first bounty of 60 million? Can you believe it? Such outrageous boasting." Towering over Luffy, Bellamy looked down at him with a mocking grin. Bellamy's words seemed reasonable. A first bounty of 60 million, coupled with an even more exaggerated 90 million, was indeed hard to fathom. A terrified diner dropped to his knees, his face ashen, looking at Chunyu and the others with shame and disdain. "Indeed, they are but the weakest pirates. How dare they deceive us? This one a poster must be fake. What a disgusting bunch." Those who had earlier slumped on the ground now stood up, enraged, denouncing Chunyu and his companions. "Ha ha ha." Bellamy was thoroughly pleased with the crowd's reaction, striding toward Luffy and mocking him. "Sky Island, you say? How utterly ridiculous. If you kneel right now and loudly proclaim 3 times that you are laughable dreamers, I will allow you to join the new era of pirates and ride the waves of this new age." Sachi suddenly bent down to pick up Nami's wanted poster, his eyes glinting with desire as he licked his lips and said, "Little thief Nami, how did I not notice her before? Aha, what a quality woman. Once she joins the new era of pirates, she will realize how short-sighted she was in the past. I will cherish her dearly." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chunyu and his companions darkened immediately. Previously, they had remained indifferent to the mockery, as they believed it beneath them to engage with such trivialities. But now, Chunyu's expression turned frigid, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he stared at Sachi, as if he were already a corpse. "I command you to kneel." Bellamy, noticing that Luffy and his companions had not complied with his demand, grew furious. With a sudden burst of energy, he swung a punch at Luffy's face. Bang! Luffy absorbed Bellamy's punch without even using haki, merely taking on the chin. Seeing that his punch had landed squarely on Luffy's cheek, Bellamy's face twisted into a cruel smile as he sneered, "Deserved it." However, the punch had done nothing more than ruffle Luffy's hair. Impossible. Bellamy's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his face. This straw hat-wearing brat had withstood his punch without so much as a scratch. Could it be that the bounty was real? A diner, eyes wide with fear, exclaimed loudly. The other diners shared his shock, their hearts racing. Bellamy stumbled back, his legs coiling like springs, compressing as he shook his head, confidently asserting, "So, it's a strange ability. Just now, I didn't even use my full strength. You could not evade even that single punch. What a waste of your abilities." Upon hearing Bellamy's explanation, the onlookers felt their anxiety dissipate, their gazes fixed upon Luffy, their faces adorned with schadenfreude. Spring-heavy punch. Bellamy compressed his legs and arms to their utmost limits, his eyes shifting as he propelled himself off the ground, causing it to crack beneath him. Bang! Bellamy unleashed his full strength, striking Luffy squarely in the face, a sinister expression etched upon his features. Alas, this punch bore no distinction from the last. Luffy remained utterly unyielding, his hair merely fluttering, a testament to Bellamy's futile effort. Impossible. Bellamy's eyes widened in rage, his teeth gritted as he roared in a frenzy. Impossible. Impossible. He struck Luffy again and again, yet Luffy did not even flinch, simply observing Bellamy in silence. I refuse to believe it. A fatal blow. Spring barrage. Bellamy compressed his legs once more, his form vanishing from sight as he ricocheted within the restaurant, moving at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. I refuse to believe that a mere child, unable to dodge, can possess such strength. With bloodshot eyes and a frenzied demeanor, Bellamy muttered to himself, "Die." He bellowed as he aimed a punch at Luffy's left cheek. However, as soon as Bellamy launched his fist, Luffy's gaze shifted towards him, sending a chill down Bellamy's spine, rendering his limbs cold. Impossible. Bellamy forced himself to throw the punch. Yet another strike landed on Luffy's face, but it was as ineffective as before. I refuse to believe it. Bellamy howled towards the heavens, his speed escalating once more as he redirected his attacks towards Chunyu and Zoro. Unfortunately, Bellamy's fists continued to inflict no damage whatsoever. How can this be? Sachi's face turned pale, retreating a step as his legs trembled uncontrollably. How could this be possible? Bellamy, a man with a bounty of 55 million, unable to breach the defenses of 3 individuals. Were their bounties not genuine? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Sachi's pleaded with Bellamy, "Stop this. This is not amusing. Bellamy, use your full strength." Alas, Bellamy had already exhausted all his efforts, contrary to Sachi's belief. Impossible. Mia loli pirates. I am a pirate of the new era. Bellamy's sanity began to unravel, his voice rising in a desperate roar as he continued to pummel the 3. Loli pirates. Daydreamers. Bellamy aimed a punch at Chunyu's abdomen, yet Chunyu's unwavering gaze locked onto him, sending shivers down Bellamy's spine. When Bellamy's fist struck Chunyu's abdomen, it felt like hitting an iron plate, producing no ripple whatsoever. He halted before Chunyu, his right hand pressed against Chunyu's abdomen, still poised to strike, his eyes bulging with blood while his complexion turned ghostly pale. "Little boy, have you finished? Once you are done, I must attend to serious matters. We have no time to engage in childish games here." Chunyu spoke with an expressionless face and a calm tone, watching Bellamy with quiet intensity. Chunyu's words caused Bellamy's face to flush crimson, veins bulging. Yet his fists fell limp. Noticing Bellamy's lack of response, Chunyu stepped forward, slowly approaching Sachi's, who was slumped on the ground. Suddenly, Bellamy collapsed, his fists clenched tightly, his mind consumed by Chunyu's words. "Little boy, huh?" As Bellamy uttered these words, his eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, followed by a violent spurt of blood as he fell heavily to the ground. Chunyu advanced step by step toward Sachi's, his previously calm demeanor gradually replaced by a murderous intent. Bang! The sound of footsteps echoed in Sachi's ears like a resounding bell, shaking him to the core. "Don't come any closer." Sachi struggled to rise, but Chunyu's gaze bore down on him like an immovable mountain, preventing him from standing. As Chunyu approached, Sachi's tears could no longer be contained, flowing from his eyes as he cried out in terror, "Please don't come near. It wasn't me. I did not attack you. It was Bellamy. Yes, it was Bellamy." Sachi's, as if grasping at a lifeline, his eyes glinting with a flicker of hope, continued, "At first, I was willing to believe you had this strength. Bellamy spoke ill of you." As he spoke, Sachi's caught sight of the terrified blonde woman, his hope intensifying. "In her." Sachi's seized the blonde woman, dragging her before Chunyu, trembling as he declared, "And this wretched woman, she kept urging me on. Do with her as you wish." The blonde woman glanced at Sachi's, disbelief written across her face. She suppressed the urge to retaliate against Sachi's, desperately contemplating how to survive Chunyu's wrath. The blonde woman looked at her own attire, and a thought began to form. She proceeded to remove her clothes, her body trembling. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Chunyu, her heart pleading silently. Spare me. I'm willing to serve you. I will be your pet, your slave." The blonde woman cried out, her voice quaking as she fought against her fear. Despite the alluring visage of the blonde beauty before him, Chun Yu's heart remained unperturbed, even as she stood before him in a state of undress. As he walked past her, simply brushing against her, she was sent flying, crashing painfully against the wall, her body curling in agony. The patrons who had once sat in awe now found themselves indifferent to the scene unfolding before them. Only a few spectators, who had refrained from uttering insults, managed to stand firm, though their unease was palpable as they dared not meet Chun Yu's gaze. Sachis, observing Chun Yu before him, was filled with confusion and despair, wailing, "Why do you pursue me instead of Bellamy or that wretched woman?" "Why?" Chun Yu asked, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if he had heard a jest. "You wish to know?" He leaned closer to Sachis and whispered, "Let me enlighten you. Our group is quite merciful, because that little thief, Nami, is my woman." At first, Sachis thought he might share a similar fate as the blonde woman, but upon hearing Chun Yu's final words, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his hands and feet growing cold, his mind blank. "Spare me." Before Sachis could utter the word "spare me," Chun Yu's foot connected with his chest. Sachis transformed into a human cannonball, crashing through the restaurant's wall and rolling several times on the street before coming to a halt. A crowd had already gathered outside, and as Chun Yu emerged, they quickly parted to avoid being caught in the chaos. Chun Yu stood over Sachis, looking down upon him with an icy glare. The onlookers, upon meeting Chun Yu's gaze, were so frightened that they lost control, collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. Sachis, feeling the chill of Chun Yu's stare, wept uncontrollably, his cries unintelligible. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the block. Chun Yu stepped on Sachis' groin, his foot shifting from side to side, as Chun Yu applied more force. Sachis' screams diminished, reduced to silent pleas as he clutched at Chun Yu's foot, his face drained of color. Determining that the two spherical objects had indeed been crushed, Chun Yu felt no desire to linger any longer. With a forceful step, he exclaimed, "Kara," and shattered Sachis' hip bone beneath his foot, subsequently striding back to the inn without a backward glance. Sachis' eyes rolled back, and he slumped unconscious. Upon entering the inn, Chun Yu disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and made a beeline for Luffy and Zoro, softly inquiring, "Luffy, how do you intend to deal with these individuals?" Without the slightest hesitation, Luffy lifted his foot and stepped towards the door, declaring, "We are heading to Sky Island. We have no time to deal with them." At this, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Zoro's lips. Their aspirations were grand, and they had grown accustomed to the ridicule surrounding them. They would act for their comrades, but would refrain from action out of respect for their dreams. A faint smile graced Chun Yu's lips as he too deemed these individuals unworthy of his efforts. "Boss," Chun Yu suddenly called out to the innkeeper, "I seek some simple information about Mont Blanc Kurikai." He hastened towards the door to join Luffy and Zoro. "Repair fee." Just as he stepped out of the inn, he tossed a bag of gold coins to the innkeeper, his tone unassuming. "I told you the Straw Hat Pirates are a band of formidable pirates. Such grandeur, such strength," exclaimed his seated patron as he witnessed Chun Yu and his companions depart. "Indeed, I thought the same," echoed the other patrons in agreement. Compared to the Straw Hat Pirates, Bellamy was nothing but a waste. Some fickle-minded individuals quickly distanced themselves from Bellamy and his crew. As Teach observed the strength and demeanor of the trio, a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. However, were he in their position, he would choose to eliminate every last one of them. Just as Chun Yu and his companions turned to walk in another direction, Teach, seated in the middle of the street, abruptly smashed the bottle of wine he held onto the ground, causing it to shatter. A bold voice emerged, declaring, "A person's dreams will never cease." This proclamation was directed at both Chun Yu and his companions, as well as himself. The trio halted, turned to face Teach, and Luffy and Zoro exchanged a glance that sparkled with a unique light before they departed without a second glance. Chun Yu, with one hand in his pocket and the other raised in a slow wave, gazed at Teach, who sat in the street, laughing heartily. "This era is becoming increasingly interesting." A moment later, another round of boisterous laughter erupted. "Wahahaha!" Champion Bashes raised his arms triumphantly beside Teach, inquiring, "Captain Teach, shall we continue to hunt the Straw Hat Pirates?" "Jekikek!" Teach laughed heartily once more and turned to Bashes, retorting, "Why were you hiding in the corner just now? You could have come out minutes earlier. Don't tell me you just arrived." "Wahahaha!" Jekikek, The other members of the Blackbeard pirates began to appear one by one, gathering together in uproarious laughter. Now, it's still too early to hunt that bunch. Let it grow a bit longer, Teach remarked as he finished the last bite of his cherry pie and slowly rose, adding, "Your strength is still far from adequate. Those scoundrels of the world government are indeed harboring ill intentions. Our target shall be my dear Captain Ace." Outside the inn, a young man with a buzz cut gazed in admiration at the departing figures of Chun Yu and the others, his fists clenched as he murmured to himself, "The Straw Hat Pirates are indeed a band of great pirates. They are simply too cool. My strength is still far from sufficient." The youth tightened his grip, pondering. However, he suddenly snapped back to reality, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes, and he drew a dagger from his waist as he walked towards the inn. After replenishing their supplies and gathering information about Mont Blanc Kurikai, the group set sail on the Mary towards the other side of the island, where Mont Blanc Kurikai resided. "Wow, a castle!" Luffy exclaimed, perched atop the figurehead of the Mary, pointing ahead with sparkling eyes. Usopp and Chopper rushed out, their eyes filled with anticipation as they scanned the surroundings. "Wow, it truly is a castle, just like one that has stepped out of book. Hurry, bring the ship closer." With Usopp's growing strength, his courage had also expanded. "Closer, closer," Chopper chimed in, his legs bouncing with excitement. Observing Usopp and Chopper's eagerness to bring the ship alongside, Chinyu leaned against the wall with his hands behind his head, raising an eyebrow at the two, appearing deep in thought. Indeed, the fear of insufficient firepower is a malady. Fear and firepower are inversely proportional. As long as there is ample firepower, one need not inquire whether it is possible, but rather whether one desires it. Sigh. Chinyu sighed softly, standing up to prepare for the arrival of their old friends. "Are you blind? That castle is fake. Just a layer of wooden planks." Zoro scoffed, his expression one of disdain. "The owner of this house is truly vain," Sanji commented, lighting a cigarette with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing Zoro and Sanji's remarks, Usopp and Chopper immediately wilted, their expressions filled with disappointment. Inside the castle, a gorilla's ears perked up, its expression transforming from calm to exuberantly excited, a grin spreading across its face as it joyfully exclaimed, "Wagagaga! I hear the voices of my good brothers." No sooner had the words left its mouth than the gorilla dashed out of the castle, reaching the shore with arms raised, waving enthusiastically at the Mary. "Wagagaga, brothers, I am here. Are you here to find me? Ever since we last parted, I have felt an emptiness within my heart. I thought I would never find such discerning friends in this lifetime. Fortune smiles upon me as I encounter this kindred spirit once more." With this thought, the gorilla waved its arms even more vigorously, calling out incessantly. Usopp and Sanji recognized the gorilla on the shore, recalling how it had previously been left in tears. Drooling and powerless, uncertain, the two stepped back, turning their heads toward Chun Yu as if seeking refuge from the situation. Luffy, resting his chin in thought, suddenly pointed at the gorilla, exclaiming, "You are that monkey?" The gorilla on the shore shivered with delight. Its cheeks flushed as it raised its palm to scratch the back of its head, feeling bashful. What are you doing? We're all friends, so there's no need for such formalities." It thought to itself, "Here they come. My eloquent friends have returned." As the Mary docked, Chunyu led the group off the ship one by one. Having informed everyone beforehand about the gorilla's personality, they all looked on with curiosity, simultaneously calling out, "Monkey brother, Wabagaga." Upon hearing the synchronized call of Monkey brother, the gorilla's hands and feet curled instinctively, a look of ecstasy washing over its face as it rolled its eyes back in delight, almost losing itself in the moment. The group found this incredibly amusing, each eager to join in once more, but Chunyu intervened. Hee. Chopper suddenly covered his mouth with his hooves, laughing derisively. "This silly monkey. It gets all flustered just from a few compliments. How pathetic." The laughter from Chopper echoed like thunder, leaving the Straw Hat crew in shock. They simultaneously waved their hands, exclaiming, Hey, you have no right to mock it." Unfortunately, Chopper remained lost in his own amusement, unable to extricate himself. Chinyu, with a hint of exasperation, patted Chopper on the top of his hat, but chose not to disturb him, letting him be. "My friends, how did you come to be here?" the gorilla exclaimed, shaking its head vigorously, feigning curiosity. Chunyu, determined not to linger any longer, candidly expressed, "We aspire to reach the Kong Dao, but our inquiries have yielded no useful information. By chance, we learned that Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai has conducted research on this matter, hence our visit." Upon hearing these words, The glimmer in the eyes of the ape grew brighter as he hastily beckoned everyone to enter the castle, secretly pondering, how disingenuous. Everyone on the island knows that only the three of us have delved into the Kong Dao. They are merely seeking me out. Upon discovering that Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai was working underwater, the group ceased their deliberations and began conversing with the ape and his fellow gorilla. They gleaned a wealth of information regarding the land of gold and the Kong Dao, and learned of Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai's remarkable endeavors. Chen Yu held deep admiration for this man who had immersed himself in the water for a decade. Day after day, he explored the murky depths for a full 10 years. What extraordinary perseverance! Such a pure dreamer is truly impressive. Reflecting on this, Chen Yu turned to his companions on the ship, feeling profoundly moved. Were there such individuals in his past life? Suddenly, a loud crash disrupted their thoughts. The ape brothers' expressions shifted dramatically. Their eyes widened, and they dashed outside in a frenzy. The others followed suit, and soon Chopper carried the unconscious Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai back inside, focusing intently on his treatment. Although the ape brothers were anxious, they were not surprised. It seemed this was not their first encounter with such a scenario. After a brief moment of rest, Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai stirred, weakly calling out. The group immediately surrounded him, with the ape and gorilla squatting on either side of the bed, tightly gripping Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai's arm, their voices brimming with excitement. Elder brother, we are here. Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai turned his head towards Chen Yu and the others, inquiring with curiosity. Who are these individuals? Upon learning that they desired to journey to the Kong Dao in pursuit of that elusive dream, a glimmer of appreciation and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Since you are friends of the ape, I shall do my utmost to assist you. However, I must forewarn you that I cannot guarantee the existence of the Kong Dao. What I can offer is a method to reach it. All risks and consequences must be borne by you. Consider this carefully. This is not a venture to be taken lightly. With that, Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai cast a solemn glance at Luffy and Chen Yu, his expression grave. Without hesitation, the group stepped forward, their gazes resolute and lips curving into faint smiles as they spoke in unison. We entrust this to you. Observing this, Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a pirate crew before. Perhaps only a crew like theirs could reach the Kong Dao, the land of dreams spoken of by the timid. After a brief silence, Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai released his grip, reassessing the group with admiration, and laughed heartily. What remarkable young individuals. Excellent. He clapped his hands on his thighs, his expression growing serious. Ape, gorilla, go procure materials to reinforce their ship. We cannot be outdone by the youth. He then turned back to Chen Yu and the others, his demeanor increasingly earnest. To encounter such brave dreamers in my lifetime is truly a stroke of fortune. Since you have come from Mo Gujan, you must be aware of what this place entails. I shall await your return, eager for you to tell me, to inform the world, whether the Kong Dao exists. Let us see who is right, me or the cowards in the town. Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai clenched his fist, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Luffy raised his hand to adjust his straw hat, his head bowed slightly, and with unwavering resolve declared, we will definitely reach the Kong Dao. The group shared confident smiles, their conviction infectious, igniting laughter among the three ape brothers. It was the most joyous occasion they had shared in years. To prevent Luffy from wandering off, Chen Yu personally ventured into the forest to capture a guide bird, and the reinforcement work on the Mary was completed by dawn the following day. The crew set sail southward towards Gaia Island aboard the Mary, with the ape and gorilla closely following to escort them. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool formed in the sea. Seizing the moment, Nami commanded, and the Mary plunged into the whirlpool without hesitation. A tremendous surge of water erupted at the center, propelling the Mary skyward as it unfurled its wings of dreams, completely vanishing from the sight of Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai and his brothers. At that moment, several bounty notices descended from the sky. Curiosity piqued. Meng Bulang Ku Li Kai and his companions picked them up, their pupils dilating in shock. They erupted into another fit of laughter, filled with astonishment and anticipation. Ape, gorilla, we have made some formidable friends. A crew of great pirates. Blackbeard, holding a newspaper and bounty notice, steered his raft into the nearby waters, watching the soaring Mary with a thunderous laugh. He scattered the bounty notices into the air, his hand clawing upwards, and roared joyfully, "This is the dawn of a new era. Listen up, everyone. Prepare to embrace this new epic. Adjust our course. Our target is the Fire Fist, Ace. We cannot afford to miss out on the cake of a new era. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates erupted into a chorus of confident laughter, unaware that they sounded as though the sea were haunted. In Montauk Gutsin, in a secluded corner, a young man with a buzz cut fervently polished a crimson dagger, the ground around him strewn with bounty notices. To his left lay the notices for Bellamy's crew, crumpled and dusty, each marked with a red cross. To his right were the bounty notices for the Straw Hat Pirates, distinct in that they were all framed in pristine condition, shining brightly. On the adjacent street, a group of pirates loudly discussed the freshly acquired newspaper, exclamations of surprise punctuating their chatter. "Hey, did you see today's paper? It's incredible." "What? I haven't seen it yet." "Tell me what it says." "Old you. It's you again. Spill the beans. What S in the paper?" Cough. Old you pretended to clear his throat before recounting. "Remember the notorious pirate crew I mentioned earlier? The Straw Hat Pirates? You all recall, right? Of course. I was at the tavern when they made their entrance. I nearly had a heart attack. Their strength is terrifying. The first mate has a bounty of 90 million berries, and the captain's bounty is 60 million berries. No exaggeration. Bellamy was utterly exhausted trying to breach their defenses, and they never even fought back. Hush, are you trying to get us killed? Keep your voice down. Don't you fear retribution later? A passerby kindly warned. You're so behind on news. That diner continued. Bellamy's entire crew has been wiped out. Wiped out? Was it the Straw Hat crew that did it? Indeed, they are formidable. Not quite. The diner corrected, pride and relief evident in his tone. The Straw Hat crew only intervened once. They completely ignored Bellamy's grandstanding about being a new era pirate. They held no regard for such trash. Bailey's efforts were in vain as he failed to inflict any harm upon the three individuals, who did not even bother to evade or defend themselves against his attacks. Observing that Bailey was tiring, the first mate, Chun Yu, politely inquired, "Young one, are you giving me a massage? Your strength is commendable. If there is nothing else, you may step aside." After speaking, Chun Yu proceeded directly toward Sachi. The pivotal moment arrived when Chun Yu merely brushed against Bailey, sending him crashing to the ground with great force, leaving him in a pitiful state, blood gushing from his mouth and all his teeth shattered. I witnessed this with my own eyes. Subsequently, a fair-haired maiden attempted to offer herself as a servant to Chun Yu, possessing a beauty that was truly captivating. Her figure and long legs could easily overpower me. However, Chun Yu exhibited no interest and disregarded the golden-haired girl entirely. With just a slight touch, she was sent sprawling backward, albeit with only minor injuries. This illustrates Chun Yu's character. True nobility is revealed in the details. Even when provoked by the girl, he simply pushed her aside, displaying remarkable gentlemanly conduct and composure. Following this, Chun Yu delivered a powerful kick that sent Sachi flying, and with a light stomp, Sachi's very essence was obliterated, his bones reduced to mere fragments. The onlookers felt a chill, instinctively clenching their legs tightly together. I later learned that Sachi had insulted the navigator of the Straw Hat crew, inciting Chun Yu's wrath. Afterward, Chun Yu sought information regarding Mont Blanc Correc, and the three departed without a backward glance, claiming they were headed to Sky Island. The onlooker grew increasingly animated, his face flushed, as if he were Chun Yu himself. Yet, if they only struck once, how could it be that Bailey's group was utterly vanquished? Is this not contradictory? An audience member questioned. In response, the onlooker, rather than growing angry, became thrilled and exclaimed, "That is an entirely different matter. The Straw Hats disdain to engage with Bailey and his ilk, but others certainly will." Just after the Straw Hats departed, a young man with a buzz cut entered the tavern, wielding a crimson dagger, and swiftly dispatched Bailey's group along with anyone who dared insult the Straw Hats, one by one, while muttering, "Dare to speak ill of the Straw Hat Pirates? You have chosen your path to demise." After severing the heads of his victims, he carried them away in silence. I was so terrified that I nearly wet myself. However, this young man was certainly not a member of the Straw Hats. I recognized their crew. As soon as the statement was made, a considerable stir ensued. The Straw Hat Pirates are indeed formidable. Comparatively, those so-called New Era pirates are merely children playing at piracy. The crowd did not mock the onlooker. Their words were filled with admiration for the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet Sky Island? Before an audience member could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted. "Are you foolish? If the Straw Hat Pirates assert the existence of Sky Island, it undoubtedly exists. Otherwise, why would they be wandering aimlessly? Indeed, those who still doubt the existence of Sky Island should seriously reflect upon their own shortcomings. Have you perhaps grown complacent and neglected your training? Do you assume that because you lack ability, others cannot achieve what you deem impossible? I am nearly driven to madness. As the crowd discussed fervently, Lao Yu coughed heavily. Interjecting, it seems you could distinguish between right and wrong. However, compared to what is published in the newspapers, these matters are mere trifles. But allow me, what is he worth? At this, Lao Yu handed a stack of bounty notices to nearby pirates for them to peruse. What? Exclaimed a pirate holding Chun Yu's bounty notice. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yandi Chun Yu, bounty of 600 million berries. The pirate trembled, his voice quivering. Wuochao, Blackleg Sanji, bounty of 300 million berries. My goodness, is this for real? Upon hearing the bounty amounts of the Straw Hat crew members, the crowd's legs weakened slightly, their breaths quickened, and shock painted their faces. Observing their reaction, Lao Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, recalling that he had been in a similar state at one point. Cough. What nonsense. This is, of course, genuine. I would even argue that their worth exceeds this. Lao Yu, the lowest bounty among the Straw Hat crew is 80 million berries. That is the minimum. Even a pet has a bounty. Just look at yourselves. A group of notorious pirates with a total bounty of 18,910,000,000 berries. The unwitting kings of the first half of the Grand Line. If you knew their exploits, you would not consider these bounties excessive. The Straw Hat pirates have decisively defeated the Steel Behemoth pirates returning from the New World. At this point, Lao Yu paused, allowing the crowd time to digest this information. What? The Steel Behemoth pirates. That infamous crew from the New World. Their captain, Lin, has a bounty of 900 million berries. A truly formidable individual. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, trembling in fear. Just how powerful must the Straw Hat pirates be to have vanquished the Steel Behemoth pirates? Seeing that the crowd had begun to grasp the significance of his words, Lao Yu continued, since setting sail, the Straw Hat pirates have, reportedly, not been at sea for more than 3 months. In this brief span, they have not only gained fame, but have shattered multiple records. Notably, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, attempted to seize the Alabasta Kingdom, only to be thwarted and captured by Marine Colonel Tina and Smoker. Coincidentally, the Straw Hat pirates clashed with the Steel Behemoth pirates in Alabasta. Even more fortuitously, after defeating the Steel Behemoth pirates, the Straw Hats found themselves unable to contend with Smoker and Tina and had to retreat. What a remarkable coincidence. Do these 2 notorious pirate crews simply seek out a country to brawl for no reason? Are they merely indulging in their whims? Furthermore, does a Marine colonel possess such formidable capabilities? Is there no place for pirates to survive in this world? Lao Yu, unassuming as I am, can only share my humble opinion. The Straw Hat pirates have defeated both the intruding Crocodile and the Steel Behemoth pirates. The Marines merely reaped the benefits of their efforts. Lao Yu's words once again stirred a great commotion. Lao Yu, your statements are problematic. Your earlier analysis holds merit. The Straw Hat pirates did defeat Crocodile and the Steel Behemoth pirates. While this is somewhat alarming, it is still acceptable. But what about their motives? Are the Straw Hats merely engaging in altruism, helping a world government affiliate expel pirates, and then departing without leaving a trace? Are you jesting? Upon hearing the doubts raised, Lao Yu remained unperturbed, smiling as he explained. What if Princess Vivi of Alabasta is a friend of the Straw Hats, or even a beloved of one of their members? The newspapers have clearly documented that the Straw Hat pirates held Princess Vivi captive for several days. With this statement, all the onlookers fell into silence. They struggled to swallow, wanting to dispute, but finding it increasingly reasonable. There were no other plausible explanations. I would never believe the newspaper narrative. If a Marine colonel were indeed so powerful, we would have been finished long ago. If you were a woman, would you feel a flutter upon seeing Chunyu? Lao Yu surveyed the surroundings, posing the question. A short-haired, delicate-looking female pirate, clutching Chun Yu's bounty notice, suddenly fell into a stupor. This handsome face, this physique, this build, I cannot endure it. The short-haired female pirate's cheeks flushed, her body trembling violently, her breath quickening. A middle-aged man gazed at the wanted poster of Chunyu, swallowing hard as he murmured to himself, I might consider it, provided Chunyu is willing. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding men instinctively took a step back, eyeing him warily. You little vixen, leave behind Chunyu's wanted poster. Upon noticing a short-haired female pirate stealthily slipping the poster into a crevice, the other women immediately shouted to stop her. Old Yu, I speak with reason, do I not? Suddenly, Old Yu placed the newspaper against his chest, his wrist flicking as if the paper were a fan. Of course, this was merely old-use conjecture. Interpretations vary, as they say. The content of the newspaper was far from over. Upon hearing that it was not finished, the onlookers fell silent in unison, their eyes fixed on Old U. Curiosity etched on their faces. The Navy had issued 4 titles, an unprecedented move. We all know that those notorious pirates bear grand titles, but these are typically conferred by their peers or stirred up by that rascal Morgans. The onlookers nodded in agreement, listening intently, not wanting to miss a single word. Yet this time was different. The Navy seemed to be playing a grand game, bestowing 4 titles upon the Straw Hat Pirates all at once. As the leading figures of a new generation of pirates, the Straw Hat Pirate strength rivaled that of the older generation, rightfully earning the title of the mightiest rookie pirate crew. Their decisive victory over the Iron Beast Pirates stood as the strongest testament. As the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Flame Emperor Chinyu, hailed as the most promising rookie pirate, how does his strength compare to that of Fire Fist Ace? Can his crew break through the encirclement and ascend to the throne? If so, how long would it take to achieve such a feat? The hidden powers aboard the Straw Hat ship, the Sword God, Tong Dao Qiangni, and the Sword Saint, Eugene USA, could their prowess threaten the world's greatest swordsman, one of the Shichibukai, Dracula Mihawk? At the bottom of the newspaper, a line of inconspicuous gray text read, "The interpretation rights of this article belong to the Navy." This encapsulated the day's news. After old-use interpretation, the gathered pirates collectively gasped, stunned into silence. Old U could distinctly sense the temperature around him drop several degrees. Now you understand why I said what I did, do you not? Even in the New World, the Straw Hat Pirates are a formidable force. Old U rolled the newspaper into a tube, gripping one end tightly, gesturing as if it were a divine weapon. No one dared to question Old U's words any longer, each head nodding with fervor. Somewhere in the world, on a remote island, a tall man cloaked in green held Luffy's bounty poster, his gaze fixed intently in a certain direction, unblinking. A violent wind swept past the cloaked figure, yet the cloak seemed impervious to the tempest, billowing gently without succumbing to external forces. Luffy, is this the path you have chosen for yourself? Since you have made your choice, live according to your will. Nothing is more important than that. The cloaked man lowered his head to gaze at Luffy's disheveled visage on the wanted poster, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. In Marineford, within the marshal's office. "Kapu, these are my snacks. If you want to eat, go buy your own." Sengoku scolded as he hurled a pen at Kapu. Without hesitation, Kapu seized an entire bag of snacks and fled, retorting defiantly, "Ah, Sengoku, whoever eats the snacks first claims them. What you bought isn't necessarily yours." With that, Kapu leapt away, using the moonwalk technique to ascend to the roof. There his tall and sturdy figure stood at the edge, a forlorn silhouette gazing into the distance. The previous joviality faded. "Luffy, you've created quite the mess." "Even I." Kapu clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking. His teeth gritted as his gaze fixated on the horizon, seemingly searching for that slender figure, his gray-white hair seemingly graying further. In Wano, within Onigashima, Kaido clutched a newspaper, scrutinizing its contents repeatedly. Suddenly, he crumpled the paper in his hand, raising a jug to his lips, and then bellowed in anguish, "Ororo! Why? Why can't I die? Is there no one to kill me? Ororo! Jean!" With tears stifled, Kaido pounded the ground, roaring loudly. "Jean, where are you? Come here." At that moment, a winged dragon enveloped in flames soared towards him. "Big brother Kaido, please calm down." Jean quickly transformed back into human form, supporting Kaido with urgency. "Is that you, Jean?" Kaido swayed slightly, then spoke, "Keep an eye on the movements of the Straw Hat Pirates. If there's an opportunity, recruit them. If not, eliminate them before that old hag Big Mom gets her hands on them. Leave it to me," Jean assured Kaido before turning to depart, his resolute voice echoing in the air. In Whole Cake Island, within the castle, Big Mom stuffed sweets in her mouth, while Katakuri read the day's newspaper beside her. "Mama, what an arrogant little brat. But that fellow named Raijin truly knows no bounds. Since he has fallen, let us withdraw the bounty from underground. The mightiest rookie pirate crew." "Huh, Mama. Katakuri, how long into my tea party?" Big Mom paused her feasting, eagerly looking at Katakuri. "Mama, the tea party is still a while away. Please be patient. Then perhaps I shall hold another wedding?" Big Mom mused, glancing at the sweets on her plate. Katakuri dared not interrupt Big Mom's thoughts at that moment. "Keep an eye on the Straw Hat Pirates. If we can recruit them, do so. If not, deal with them directly. I had originally considered marrying Raijin, perhaps aboard the Red Force. Ah. Luffy has finally arrived. Shanks exclaimed, clutching Luffy's bounty poster, logging d'artillerie. Yasopp, your son has come too. Aren't you excited? Luffy pointed a large meat stick at Yasopp, teasing him. That kid has his own adventures. He probably loathes me too. However, a man's ambition lies in the sea. Just seeing him again brings me great satisfaction. A bounty of 150 million berries. Truly my son. Yasopp snatched the meat stick from Lucky's hand, taking a big bite, his face brimming with pride. At this, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Unlike the others, Ben Beckman held Shin Yu's bounty poster in one hand while reaching for his beloved gun with the other, an unusual glint illuminating his eyes. Is this all the Navy can muster? Just like the old days. Yet this Shin Yu seems more formidable than I was back then. 600 million berries. Impressive. Suddenly, Shanks interjected, draping an arm around Ben Beckman's shoulder, glancing down at Shin Yu's bounty with a mischievous smile. Do you fancy this kid? Ah. You study him every day. Upon hearing Shanks' jest, Beckman remained unfazed, choosing to ignore him. Beckman, do you prefer men? I don't see you showing interest in women. Ah. I better keep my distance. I prefer women, especially those with a generous bosom. Ah. Laughter erupted on the ship, with the crew occasionally teasing Beekman, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Brothers, the feast begins. Let us celebrate the increase in bounty for Luffy and his comrades. Cheers! Cheers! Echoed across the Moby Dick. Gulalala, it's Ace's brother. Just thinking of Ace brings a soft gleam to Whitebeard's eyes as he held up Luffy's bounty notice and laughed heartily. Ace's brother and his crew have certainly made a significant stir recently. The strongest rookie pirate crew indeed. Just like Ace, they are a handful. However, it is commendable that they have compelled the Navy to resort to such underhanded tactics. Marco leaned back against the railing, his face adorned with a smile, praising their audacity. Just like Ace, they're a handful. The cadre chimed in unison, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. At sea, inside the coffin ship, the coffin board occupied by Hawkeye floated quietly on the water's surface, its sail perfectly unfurled, undisturbed by any waves. Hawkeye surveyed his surroundings and, finding no one, decisively stood up and drew his large sword, swinging it forcefully towards the rear. A massive green slash emanated from the ship's stern, not merely flying away like a projectile, but cleaving the sea in two, sending a tremendous shockwave surging backward. Hawkeye swiftly retracted the sail, and the coffin board surged forward at high speed, skimming the water's surface. Ha! A bird's cry rang from above, startling Hawkeye, who looked up to find a newspaper seagull perched on the main mast, gazing curiously at him. At that moment, Hawkeye was torn between frustration and amusement at the foolish bird. Ha! The newspaper seagull tilted its head again, perplexed and staring at Hawkeye. Are you buying a newspaper or not? If it weren't for having seen your photograph, I wouldn't even acknowledge you. Light. Hawkeye pressed his black sword against the seagull's neck, his gaze promising torment. You didn't see anything just now, did you? Hawkeye's icy, somber stare bore into the seagull. Gah. The seagull vigorously shook its head, covering its eyes with its wings. You scoundrel, not even sparing a bird. Satisfied, Hawkeye withdrew his sword, pulled out a newspaper from the seagull's backpack, and left a coin behind, his eyes still fixed on the seagull. How? The newspaper seagull, confused by Hawkeye's unwavering gaze, wondered what he was staring at. What are you looking at? Hawkeye, noticing the seagull's hesitance to leave, grew impatient and drew his sword slightly, a glint of menace in his eyes. Gah. The seagull squawked angrily and quickly flapped its wings, casting a few backward glances at Hawkeye. You're no good. I'll make sure everyone knows that you use a sword to row a boat. Just wait. Suddenly, a green flash zipped by, striking the seagull's head. In an instant, the seagull's head was left bare, its feathers floating away in the wind, with its scalp glistening in the sunlight. Yet it kept its beak tightly shut, its claws gripping fiercely, and flapped its wings desperately, vanishing swiftly from the area. Mihawk, holding the newspaper in his left hand and the bounty notice in his right, fixed his hawk-like gaze on the distant sea, a slight smile gracing his lips. Roronoa, Zoro, and Shinyu, the real challenge has only just begun. I await you in this sea. I shall be waiting for you in the strongest position. Do not let me down. In Dressrosa, within the Don Quixote family castle, Doflamingo lounged on a sofa, tightly clutching today's newspaper, his head thrown back in manic laughter. The strongest rookie pirate crew? Fufufu. Sengoku. Is this all you can come up with, you old fool? How utterly dull. What can a bunch of kids do to seize the throne? Fufufu. This won't do. The sea is still too quiet. Doflamingo's voice grew increasingly frenzied, his crimson glasses glinting with a chilling light that evoked both fear and curiosity about what lay hidden beneath them. You little brats. Though those scum from Magic Valley Town are not my people, they are certainly not ones you could defeat. Fufufu. I shall remember you. Above the white sea, the Mary soared like a rocket through the clouds, coming to rest steadily above the sea of clouds. The crew had yet to recover from the recent excitement. Wow. Now, this is a pirate ship. Truly exhilarating. Chun Yu exclaimed, stretching his limbs on the deck, his face beaming with joy. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck in pain, breathing heavily. Not just Chun Yu, but the entire Straw Hat crew began to fall one by one, including Nami, who usually paid little heed to physical training. The sudden altitude sickness caught them entirely off guard. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air as a figure wearing a wooden, bull-headed mask glided across the white sea, quickly approaching the Mary. The masked figure leaped up, thrusting a spear towards Luffy's head, just as Chun Yu prepared to incinerate the assailant with a fireball. Another armored knight, riding a pink-spotted flying horse, intervened to block the attack. Seeing his strike thwarted, the masked figure turned and fled without a backward glance. The armored knight settled beside the crew, waiting for them to recover. I'm a Sky Knight, Gonfuer. I'm a mercenary in these parts, and my services require 5 million ace coins. This time, I won't charge you. Consider it a promotional offer, but next time will be different. The knight explained as he noticed the crew's expressions had calmed considerably. As Gonfuer finished speaking, Chun Yu sprang to his feet, followed closely by Luffy and the others. Thank you, sir. After acclimating to the environment, Chun Yu turned to Gonfuer to express his gratitude. Even if they didn't require assistance, Chun Yu would never hesitate to show appreciation when it was due. All right. Gonfuer was taken aback. Witnessing the crew rise one by one as if nothing had happened, his eyes wide with shock. The crew exchanged puzzled glances with Gonfuer, perplexed by his incredulity. Impossible. How could this be? You Qinghai people need time to adjust when you first arrive here. Even those with special physiques cannot adapt so quickly, and those with stronger physiques often react even more violently. Just get used to it, don't worry about it. Chun Yu waved his hand, attempting to pull Gonfuer from his thoughts. After a brief exchange, Gonfuer left behind a whistle and departed on his flying horse. However, the crew showed little interest in the whistle, which ultimately ended up hanging around Chopper's neck, just in case it might be needed one day. Under Chun Yu's guidance, the Mary slowly sailed towards the gate of heaven. A series of camera clicks echoed, drawing the crew's attention to a stunning woman standing beneath the gate of heaven, rapidly snapping photos. Dear guests, I am Amazon, the overseer of the gate of heaven. Are you here for sightseeing or for battle? Amazon squinted at the crew with her aged eyes, her voice gravelly and low. I want to go to Sky Island. Luffy, not comprehending the old woman's words, raised his hands high, shouting excitedly. If you wish to go to Sky Island, you must first pay the fee, which is 1 billion ace coins per person. Nami, astonished by the staggering figure, struck the railing with both hands, her eyes wide in disbelief. How much is 1 billion ice gobi in berries? Chun Yu pondered, curious to ascertain the true nature of this old woman, feigning ignorance. Unperturbed, Amazon ignored his inquiry and continued to venture to the Sky Island. Each person must pay 10 billion ice gobi. Naturally, non-payment was also an option. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes immediately gleamed with images of wealth. 10 billion for each person. That amounts to 100 billion for the entire ship. I may not know the equivalent in berries, but who would willingly forego such an opportunity? Usopp, filled with gratitude, clasped his hands together and expressed his thanks to Amazon, his face radiating emotion. What a good person! Chopper imitated, crossing his hooves, his eyes sparkling. Chun Yu observed the foolish antics of the two and contemplated the situation. During this period, Chopper had grown bolder under Luffy's influence, learning to embrace risk daily. This pleased Chun Yu. While the timid traits of the other two from the timid trio were likely unchangeable, Chopper had the potential to evolve. Chun Yu concluded that Chopper's timidity stemmed from Usopp's influence, following him like a fool, even calculating expenses for others after being duped. It was imperative to separate the two. Are you choosing not to pay? Amazon inquired once more, a glint of intrigue flashing in her aged eyes. Was there truly a distinction between paying and not paying? Chun Yu did not respond directly, but regarded Amazon with a placid expression, countering her question. There is no distinction. Then we choose not to pay, Chun Yu replied coolly. a flicker of intensity igniting in his gaze. Nami and Robin, who had been closely monitoring Chunyu, instantly recognized the shift in his demeanor, their expressions turning grave. Amazon nodded towards the group, wordlessly turning to enter the room, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Chunyu's mirked coldly. Ah, excellent. Nami, Robin, they approached Chunyu, but he swiftly raised his hands to hush them, subtly shaking his head to signal them to remain calm. Below deck, the swift shrimp raised its pincers, firmly clamping down on the sides of the Mary, its tail thrashing as it departed with great force. Usopp and Chopper were in a state of panic aboard the ship, crying out in distress. Chunyu neither hindered nor explained their turmoil. After traversing approximately 10 meters, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, singularly targeting the swift shrimp. His voice icy as he warned, "If you dare move again, I will end you." With that, a more potent wave of Haki emanated from him, firmly repressing the swift shrimp. The creature froze in place, drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. At this moment, Chunyu realized his fingers were still pressed against the lips of the two women, hastily withdrawing them and signaling for everyone to listen intently. "I am the great and omnipotent deity, and I serve as the prosecutor of the gate to the heavens. A group of individuals has illegally entered the gate, intending to invade my divine realm. Their number is 9 individuals and 1 deer. I have transmitted their images back. May the gods bestow upon these intruders the most severe punishment and divine retribution." Upon hearing this familiar voice, those aboard the ship who possessed intellect and bravery immediately soured in expression. Chunyu's gaze fixated on his fingers that had covered the women's mouths. Noticing the lipstick in a damp patch, he swallowed hard, his fingers unconsciously drifting towards his nose, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps jolted him back to reality. "The deity! We are being targeted by the deity. What should we do?" Usopp clutched his head, running about in a panic. Chopper mirrored his fear, tears streaming down his face, covering his ears with his hooves, following Usopp around in a frenzy. Chunyu glanced around anxiously, noting the somber expressions of the others, and secretly exhaled in relief when he realized no one was paying attention to him. Shaking his head vigorously to rid himself of some inappropriate thoughts, he scooped up the frantically running Chopper, gazing earnestly at him, and stated, "Listen, Chopper, there are no deities in this world. Even if there were, do not forget, we have a ship full of monsters. Even if a deity were to arrive, they would have to respectfully offer a cigarette to leave unscathed. Do you understand?" Chunyu's words immediately calmed Chopper's anxious heart. After a moment of silence, Chopper's ears perked up, his eyes widening with anticipation as he asked, "Will the deity also respectfully offer me a cigarette?" Chunyu's eyelid twitched. He had not anticipated such a question from Chopper. This little creature truly had a way of endearing himself. Chunyu regarded Chopper's expectant expression, muttering to himself, "Certainly, if any deity fails to offer you a cigarette, I shall set them ablaze." He affectionately ruffled Chopper's head, adopting a mock ferocious demeanor. "Hee." Chopper immediately lowered his head, covering his mouth with his hooves, chuckling quietly. "Dorial, did you hear that? Even the deity must offer me a cigarette. I'm no longer a crybaby. I'm a manly Chopper. Kareha, what the heck? I can't hear anything." Usopp approached Chunyu cautiously, arms crossed, palms curled, vimpering. Chunyu, I'm scared too." In response to Usopp's fears, Chunyu offered not words of encouragement or comfort, but a disdainful glare, a cascade of goosebumps, and a palpable sense of contempt. Ignoring Usopp, Chunyu strode directly to the ship's edge, legs slightly apart, palms pressed against the railing, and with a swift motion, he leaped beneath the gate to the heavens. Nami sprinted forward, leaping onto the railing with a powerful kick, propelling herself to Chunyu's side. Robin, not to be outdone, bent her legs slightly, launching herself into the air while calling out, "Petals in bloom, wings of illusions." The wings that sprouted from her back gently flapped, carrying her to Chunyu. "I'm coming too," Luffy shouted excitedly. Though he had heard Amazon's words, he was unfazed. He merely thought it would be enjoyable to follow Chunyu. Just as Luffy leaped forward, he was abruptly slapped back onto the Mary by a fiery hand, his head buzzing. "I will deal with that old hag. You stay out of trouble." With that, Chunyu strode into Amazon's room. "Nami, let me handle it." Nami and Robin simultaneously grasped Chunyu's hands, speaking in unison. However, upon grasping Chunyu's hand, Robin's expression changed, and she quickly released it, lowering her head, unable to meet Nami's gaze. Nami's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she had not noticed, continuing, "Let Robin and me handle it. You stay by the door." With that, Nami pulled Robin into the room, slamming the door shut behind them. The sound of slapping echoed within, accompanied by Robin's enchanting voice, followed by a rhythmic series of claps. 10 minutes later, the clapping ceased, replaced by a cheerful voice that chimed, "It's dark. Be careful of thunder." As soon as the words left her lips, Nami and Robin emerged from the room hand in hand, politely closing the door behind them. Boom! Lightning flickered within the room, the windows shattering in an instant. The door charred and emitting smoke. Observing this, Chun Yu's expression softened, a smile gracing his lips as he wrapped his arms around the waists of the two women and soared back to the Mary. The White Sea. Chopper. These elastic clouds are so fascinating. Luffy joyfully leaped upon the cloud island, waving enthusiastically at Chopper. Really? That's incredible. I want to join in. I want to play too. Without hesitation, Chopper stood up and transformed into his reindeer form, diving headfirst into the cloud island without an ounce of fear. Witnessing Chopper's boldness brought great comfort to Chun Yu. He glanced at Usopp, who was clad in swim trunks by the Mary, preparing to plunge into the sea. Chun Yu, with a twitch at the corner of his eye, promptly cautioned, "While these clouds have buoyancy, they are still clouds, not the sea, and lack a solid bottom. If you wish to return to land early, I fully support your decision." Usopp, who had just leaped into the air, suddenly shivered. His once graceful dive turned into a chaotic flailing, his entire body trembling. Clutching the railing of the Mary with all his might, his long nose sagged, losing its former pride. "Chun Yu, you must be trying to scare me, right? I just wanted to swim. There are fish that can survive in the water. I want to fall, right?" Hanging onto the side of the Mary, his voice trembled. "Yes, indeed." Chun Yu nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Usopp as he continued. "I can carve a tombstone for you out of gold, so you need not worry about your afterlife. Leave everything to me. It will be quite secure. I will even bestow upon you the title of the first warrior of the Mary. So your life will not have been in vain. You will have fame and fortune. Rest assured and jump." Eek! Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, Usopp let out a strange cry, his legs turning to noodles, trembling far more than any peculiar phenomenon on the island. "Pull me up. Chun Yu, hurry. My arms are losing strength." Usopp's jaw quivered as his legs swayed in the wind, his eyes wide with terror as he envisioned himself plummeting. Outside his realm of comprehension, Usopp was remarkably brave, completely devoid of fear. Within his realm of understanding, Chun Yu raised an eyebrow, no longer observing, and firmly grasped Usopp's long nose, yanking him back up. To his surprise, the sensation was quite pleasant, igniting a fleeting desire to break it. However, glancing at Usopp sprawled on the deck, appearing utterly soulless, Chun Yu dismissed the thought. After all, he was at least the vice-captain, was he not? "Hazuo!" A melodious and ethereal voice rang out. A tall beauty clad in a light yellow form-fitting dress, adorned with a pair of small wings on her back and sporting bright yellow hair, approached. Chun Yu and Sanji's hearts raced intensely. Even Chun Yu could not deny his heart's flutter. Her fair skin rivaled Vivi's, her figure tall and voluptuous, and her long, slender fingers danced gracefully over an imaginary piano, adding an air of sophistication. Her youthful visage bore hints of maturity, exuding elegance with every move. Particularly captivating were the wings on her back, complemented by her waist-length twin tails, fulfilling all of Chun Yu's fantasies of angels. It turned out that angels were not always draped in holy light. "You must be travelers from the Qinghai." Konis approached the group, her eyes curving warmly as she greeted them with enthusiasm. Chun Yu's wandering thoughts finally returned. Sanji seemed to switch modes, diligently adjusting his collar and tie before appearing before Konis, kneeling on one knee, his left hand behind his back, and his right hand gently holding Konis', kissing the back of her hand before raising his gaze, brimming with clarity and proclaiming, "Oh, my honey." I was wondering why the air suddenly became so sweet. It's all my fault. Your knight has arrived late. Since Nami found her belonging. Sanji's chivalry saw the dawn of victory and gradually approached brilliance. After a brief exchange, Sanji placed his left hand on Konis' waist, holding her hand with his right, raising an eyebrow at Chun Yu, his eyes full of challenge, as if to say, "Chun Yu, this time you've lost." Chun Yu regarded Konis with mere admiration, harboring no other thoughts. "As if my left hand is Vivi and my right hand is Nami. Why would I compete with you, a single man?" Chun Yu scoffed, uninterested in Sanji, and flew directly to Nami's side, taking her small hand as they strolled along the angelic beach. Can I truly learn the art of cloud manipulation from Uncle Pygaya? Usopp gazed at Coney's father with sparkling eyes, brimming with excitement. Of course, no problem. You are Coney's friends. You can learn whatever you wish. Uncle Pygaya nodded gently at Usopp, his voice calm. If you do not mind, you may visit our humble abode. We would love to treat you to the specialties of the land of the gods while we chat. Hearing this, the group nodded vigorously, expressing their gratitude to Coney's and her father. After a delightful meal, they left with great knowledge, having learned about the Sky Island and the existence of the deity. Is everything truly all right? Nami grasped Chunyu's hand tightly, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes full of concern. That deity trusts me. Chunyu gently ruffled Nami's hair, offering comfort. The three simple words allowed Nami's heart to settle entirely. I also wish to learn about the clouds from Uncle Pygaya. But Nami's expression fell, her hands clinging to Chunyu's, sinking into silence. Chunyu assumed Nami was reluctant to part with him, feeling a warm glow within, and promptly reassured her, "It's all right. You can study here peacefully, and I will handle everything else. By the time you finish learning, we will meet again." Hearing Chunyu's reassurance, Nami remained unresponsive, still dejected as she replied, "It's not that. I'm just a bit sad that I can't see the land of gold right away. I must tell you, you must acquire all the gold. That gold is mine. You cannot keep it for yourself." Nami looked earnestly at Chunyu, her expression serious. Chunyu, observing Chunyu's expression darkening, Nami became anxious. Cupping his face with both hands, pleading, "Chunyu, you are a man. You cannot go back on your word. You promised that all your gold would be mine." Chunyu's eyes twitched again, feeling a sense of despair. "So your sadness is merely due to the gold?" Chunyu began to feel agitated, cupping Nami's delicate face in return, countering, "What do you mean merely due to the gold? Gold is very important, you know. If you dare to keep it to yourself, you'll be sleeping on the floor from now on." Nami pouted, displeased with Chunyu's disregard for gold, threatening him. Nearby, Robin, who had been eavesdropping, burst into laughter. Chunyu felt quite embarrassed, shooting a fierce glare at Robin, but she paid no mind, laughing heartily, her joy unabated. After a brief pause, Chunyu prepared to ascend to the so-called territory of the deity, the sacred land of the gods. Leaving Usopp and Nami to learn from Uncle Pygaya, Chunyu expressed high praise for Joseph's willingness to stay behind and protect Nami. Approaching him before departure and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, his eyes filled with admiration and satisfaction as he earnestly said, "I truly did not misjudge you." This statement felt like divine nectar, intoxicating Joseph. "Brother Chunyu, Johnny and I have clear roles. I am responsible for protecting Sister Nami, while Johnny is tasked with protecting Sister Robin." Joseph suddenly leaned in closer to Chunyu, whispering an explanation. "Goodness, I have truly never encountered anyone as remarkable as you. Not only are you helping your brother protect women, but you are also actively assisting him in finding one." Chunyu cast a peculiar glance at Joseph before turning to Johnny, who stood silently behind Robin, his eyes twitching slightly. Initially, Chunyu intended to assert that Robin was not sans sauce, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, unspoken. After all, there was no one else around to hear it, right? Stealing a glance at Robin and Nami, who were engaged in lively conversation with Cornus not far away, his resolve grew stronger. Indeed, it made no difference whether he spoke or remained silent. With this thought in mind, Chunyu patted Joseph's shoulder again, a slight smile gracing his lips as he expressed his satisfaction. "Allowing you to board the ship was indeed a wise decision. I am truly pleased. Keep up the good work. I shall personally teach you the art of hockey." Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Joseph leaped with excitement, raising both hands and waving them vigorously towards the departing Chunyu, every gesture radiating enthusiasm. In that fleeting moment, as Chunyu turned, the ears that had mysteriously appeared on Joseph's back transformed into cherry blossom petals, scattering in the wind. With the guardian dragon protecting Nami and Joseph's presence added to the mix, Chunyu felt a sense of reassurance. With Joseph around, should any unforeseen events arise, he could swiftly carry Nami away or promptly inform Chunyu. Suddenly, a group of peculiar individuals donning white berets crept closer. "Who are they?" Sanji pointed towards the seemingly foolish white beret squad, his brow furrowed in confusion. Usopp chimed in, perhaps deeming that group a bunch of oddballs, gazing at them with disdain. "Really? Is this what a pervert looks like?" Chopper looked at the white beret squad, his face a canvas of shock and curiosity. This was the first time Chopper had encountered such eccentricities. "Hey, you lot, you're the invaders spoken of by the gods, aren't you?" The leader of the group gazed at the 9 individuals and the deer, asking with an air of arrogance. Chopper trembled, thinking the perverts can speak too. Witnessing the arrival of these fools, Chunyu had no intention of lingering. A torrent of flames erupted, forming a colossal hand that grasped the white beret squad, lifting them aloft as they soared toward the Mary. Upon witnessing Chun Yu's godlike abilities, Cornus's pupils constricted and her body trembled slightly, clearly taken aback. Nami? Cornus turned to Nami, her heart racing. You are truly not gods, are you? Nami playfully smacked Cornus's rear, a smile gracing her lips as she replied. What on earth are you thinking? How could we possibly be gods on our first visit here? Feeling the sting from the playful smack, Cornus's face flushed crimson, though her worry quickly replaced her embarrassment. Nami-jia, is Chunyu brother really going to be okay? Cornus suddenly recalled Chunyu's words. As for your country, I have no interest. But if your father selflessly teaches my companions, I shall fulfill your wish. I will take you to that so-called sacred place, allowing you to experience Ba firsthand rather than merely hearing us describe it. The residents of Sky Island held an immense yearning for BAS, and Cornus was no exception. The clouds could allow seeds to sprout, but not grow, whereas BAS could. Nami understood Cornus's feelings well, pulling her into an embrace and softly assuring her. Since you have chosen to trust us, we will certainly protect you and your father. Rest assured. Moreover, whether or not gods exist, if they dare to strike against us, we shall not hesitate to slay them. Upon hearing Nami's words, Cornus's expression drastically changed, her hands gripping Nami's wrist tightly as her body trembled uncontrollably. Noticing this, Nami felt a wave of oddity wash over her, quickly supporting Cornus and asking in confusion, Cornus? Why are you reacting so strongly all of a sudden? Cornus nestled in Nami's embrace, struggling to lift her head to meet Nami's gaze as she trembledly replied, besides the obligation of promptly reporting invaders that I previously mentioned. We must also refrain from insulting the gods in any manner, as it is our duty to uphold. The omnipotent gods can hear everyone's voices, and soon they shall descend with divine punishment. Divine punishment? Nami's face was etched with confusion, just as she was about to inquire further. A blinding blue and white light suddenly illuminated the sky, enveloping the entire Angel Beach. A pillar of lightning, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, crashed down with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, Chunyu made his move. He pointed his right hand towards Nami and waved it upwards, summoning a column of azure flame that rivaled the lightning. The sudden emergence of the scorching flames stirred up a tempest of hot winds, causing the clouds around Angel Beach to disperse. Meanwhile, Cornus and Nami were shielded by the guardian dragon as they soared towards the Mary. Slay the gods? Huh! A deep, disdainful voice echoed from the sky. Ignorant fools daring to defy their civic duties by concealing the invaders. Death awaits. The despicable people of the Blue Sea dare to utter blasphemies against the noble gods. Death awaits. I shall personally descend with divine punishment. To perish at my hands is your honor. Boom! The lightning pillar descended fully. The azure flame surged upward. Their collision bore the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Bang! The brilliance radiating from the lightning and the flames instantaneously tinged Angel Beach in shades of blue and azure. At the center of their collision, energy compressed, forming a blinding sphere of power. The energy sphere was unstable, its edges pulsating, the surrounding air warped, and waves of heat surged forth, clearing the clouds above Angel Beach. In that moment, the sky was a brilliant blue. Cornus aboard the Mary gasped, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, her body collapsing weakly onto the deck. Her gaze fixed vacantly on the 2 suns in the sky. Nami finally relaxed her tightly clenched hands, her palms damp with perspiration, her forehead dotted with beads of cold sweat. Even after accompanying Chunyu, this extraordinary being, for so long, Nami was still overwhelmed by the spectacle before her. The crew aboard the Mary ceased their laughter, their expressions grave as they gazed at the ever-expanding sun in the sky. Boom! Another deafening roar reverberated. The energy sphere expanded to its limits before erupting entirely. The azure flames, intertwined with terrifying lightning, engulfed Angel Beach. In that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. The thunderous fury could obliterate the world, while the raging flames possessed the power of annihilation. Their collision was far beyond mere addition. The thunder and azure flames poured forth like a deluge, guided intentionally by Chunyu, flooding into the White Sea. The expanses of the White Sea vanished as if encountering water, disintegrating in an instant. with the white sea no longer obstructing their path. The remaining thunder and azure flames cascaded downward, fortuitously landing upon the gates of heaven. Just awakening from unconsciousness, Amazon, sporting a grotesque pig-like face and charred all over, stared in horror as the thunder and azure flames descended. Without a sound, the Amazon, who had just revealed a face of fear and despair, was instantly reduced to a cloud of ash, the gates of heaven completely dissolving, molten rock eroding the island clouds as it cascaded into the blue sea. Chunyu aboard the Merry wore an expression of utmost comfort. Seeing this, Nami cast Chunyu a strange glance. She could not believe that everything was merely coincidence. And with Chunyu's guidance, the flames that fell upon the gates of heaven had multiplied several times over. Nami shot Chunyu a sidelong glance, a subtle smile curving her lips. That petty-minded man. Chunyu remained oblivious to the fact that his meticulously orchestrated accident had been discovered by Nami, unaware that she considered him narrow-minded. Otherwise, Chunyu would certainly let Na-Mei know whose eyes were genuinely smaller, reminding her of the times he had knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, gazing at the clear sky. Chunyu could not help but marvel once again at the richness of the environment here. He wondered how his hometown was faring, whether the seafood was still edible, and how the neighboring nation with Mount Fuji was doing. Na-Mei's gaze remained fixed on Chunyu. She had never seen him in such a state. Was he troubled? What could be troubling him? Unable to comprehend, Na-Mei ceased her thoughts and, after helping Coney sit down, walked directly towards Chunyu. Gently, she lifted her delicate hands, enveloping his larger one, standing silently by his side. The warmth emanating from his palm seeped into her heart, feeling the familiar softness of her small hands. Chunyu's thoughts settled. He pressed his lips together and pulled Na-Mei into his embrace, leaning down to rub his cheek against her tender face. Chunyu found joy in this act, as it provided him with a sense of security. Na-Mei understood his affection for this closeness, and thus she endeavored to become accustomed to it, even if she found his stubble rather prickly. I will return with a ship full of gold. You to stay here and study. Do not wander off, Chunyu said, cradling Na-Mei's charming face with a smile. Na-Mei was quite pleased with his words, the corners of her mouth curling up as she rose on her toes, lightly pressing her pink lips against his before whispering, "Humph. You know your place," she added, "and I'm not a child." With that, Na-Mei took off running, leaving Chunyu with no chance to respond. Watching her dash towards Coney's, a smile crept onto Chunyu's face, happiness subtly illuminating his expression. After escorting Na-Mei and the others back to Angel Beach, Chunyu had no intention of lingering. The flame cloud lifted the merry-go swiftly toward the sacred land of the gods. Chunyu was puzzled as to why Enel had fallen silent after just one strike. Their observation was not as keen as his. They would have to see for themselves. Coney's gazed at the receding merry-go, her heart heavy with emotions. Her mother had perished under divine punishment, and even though her father urged her to forget and abandon her hatred, the pain of her mother's death would forever linger in Coney's heart. Mother, how fortunate I am to receive the new God's salvation. If you're watching from above, please bless us and the new God. Chunyu. Coney's pressed her palms together against her chest, her beautiful eyes closed, praying fervently in the direction Chunyu had departed. Pagaya's gaze remained fixed on Coney's. He had witnessed the divine punishment fall, which had once left him despondent. However, seeing Chunyu's miraculous capabilities reignited a flicker of hope within him. Coney's, for you, I will impart all that I have learned to the god as companions. Pagaya vowed resolutely to himself. Moments later, the merry-go arrived above the sacred ground. In the woods, a muscular man abruptly opened his eyes, watching the merry-go in the sky with a hint of confusion in his deep gaze, muttering, "Did not the god say that the invaders have already been dealt with? Well, never mind. It's no big deal. Since we have encountered them, I shall handle this on behalf of the Lord." With that, the robust man slowly rose, whistled, and leaped into the air, a vulture swooping down to carry him toward the merry-go. "Hee, this is my opponent," Luffy declared, donning his straw hat before leaping down to confront the muscular man. Luffy's thoughts were simple. After dealing with this opponent, he could spend the rest of the time on adventures. The sacred land of the gods, a place the people of the divine realm were forbidden to tread, had long piqued Luffy's curiosity. Now that he had the opportunity for adventure, he certainly would not let it slip away. As he saw Luffy volunteering, Chunyu decided to move on, sensing Enel's presence. He urged the flame cloud to accelerate once more, heading straight for Enel's location. A lowly sky islander? Did I not already bring down divine punishment? Why are you still alive? Enel questioned, staring at the slowly descending merry-go with a bewildered expression. Chinyu finally understood why Enel had ceased moving after one strike. Someone could be so arrogant. Yaha, lowly sky islander. Are you so frightened by my presence that you cannot speak? Enel said, disregarding Chun Yu and his companions, lazily reclining on his golden throne, propping his head with one fist. He turned to the 4 divine officers beside him, sneering, how boring. Though I do not know how you managed to evade divine punishment. It is foolish to come here to seek death when you had the chance to escape. Divine officers, seize this opportunity granted by the god for a hunt. Hee. Adventure. Adventure. Here I come, Luffy exclaimed, attempting a leap but giving up, instead bouncing excitedly on his legs and running away, completely ignoring the muscular man riding the vulture. The robust man had just assumed a combat stance when Luffy took off running, leaving him on the vulture, deep in thought. The muscular man glanced in the direction of the merry-go, realizing it had vanished, then turned to the now-gone Luffy, trembling in rage. You lowly sky islander. How dare you mock me? I am the noble captain of the Divine Guards. Peasant, if you dare to mock me, do not run. Captain Tyran of the Divine Guards noticed that Luffy was completely ignoring his provocation and angrily shouted, do not think you can escape my grasp. Come here, Luffy retorted. Mock you? Provocation? I did not even know I was capable of such high-level tactics. Overwhelmed by the incessant insults from above, Luffy was thoroughly irritated. He covered his ears, turning to Tyran on the vulture to complain, you are so annoying. Do not hinder my adventure. Hearing this, Tyran's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied loudly, Kid, even if you want to show weakness and beg for mercy now, it is too late. Just now, your ship flew directly over the sacred land. This alone is enough for all of you to be sentenced to death. Moreover, you attempted to attack me, injuring the captain of the Divine Guards. Even if it was unsuccessful, is still a death sentence. Do not think that simply claiming you are on an adventure will absolve you. I admit your tactical skills are decent, only slightly inferior to mine. I am willing to give you an opportunity, as long as you can withstand 3 of my strikes. I can pretend nothing happened. Hearing Tyran's incessant chatter, Luffy felt as if his head might explode. He firmly covered his ears and impatiently exclaimed, what tactics? What death sentence? You are so annoying. I have already said that I want to go on an adventure. Do not hinder me. Be careful, or I will flatten you. Tyran's expression revealed that he had expected this. This peasant has seen through my feigned surrender tactic. After a moment of contemplation, Tyran scoffed, even if you are not fooled. You cannot escape my 5-finger mountain. Are you out of your mind? Luffy halted abruptly, turning around with his hands raised high, fists clenched, stomping his feet and cursing. You are making it impossible for me to have a proper adventure. You just keep babbling to yourself. What 5-finger mountain? What tactics? It is infuriating. If you want to fight, then fight. With that, Luffy positioned his hands in front of him, fists clenched, and instantly entering a combat stance. Upon realizing the futility of escape, one resolves to stand and confront the battle, does one not? Yet, even if you could withstand my 3 strikes, I would never show you mercy. What transpired moments ago was merely a tactic. A tactic? Ah, how delightful. You have finally fallen into my trap. Tai Long's face radiated with ecstasy as he leaped down from the vulture, laughing maniacally. Alas, you cannot even endure 3 of my blows. Your life has now commenced its countdown. After hearing Tai Long's proclamation, Luffy's forehead bulged with veins, clearly infuriated. He babbled on, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It is utterly exasperating. You would do well to perish. Luffy growled, rubber armament shotgun. As soon as he uttered these words, Luffy's right fist swung forth with tremendous force, black as night, betraying his genuine rage. Just as his fist was about to reach Tai Long, Luffy forcefully flicked his arm, causing it to tremble violently. Observing Luffy's fist approach, Tai Long merely turned his head slightly, exhibiting no other movement, his face still adorned with disdain. Musing, this wretched sea dweller likely has never even heard of the Heart Network. What began as a straightforward punch suddenly transformed into a multitude of striking shadows. The fist that should have merely grazed his ear instead landed heavily upon his chin, leaving him utterly unprepared. His expression contorted as he was sent flying, crashing into a tree. How could this lowly peasant have injured me? Nonetheless, I commend the fact that you unleashed your full power from the onset. Tai Long, cradling his chin, struggled to rise, murmuring, yet, why does it hurt so much from just one punch? Tai Long shook his head, a confident smile reappearing on his face. Peasant, you are quite impressive. Acknowledging the stark disparity in our strengths, You chose to exert all your might from the very beginning. Alas, you are faced with me. Had you encountered another, perhaps your strategy would have borne fruit. But I am the captain of the Divine Guardian Corps. Shun Dun Tai Long. Only the Divine can breach my defenses. Seeing Tai Long continue his incessant prattle, Luffy's expression darkened immediately, veins reappearing on his forehead, blood surging violently. His fists clenched tightly, a fiery glow igniting in his eyes. He spoke coldly. I have always detested Chunyu for stealing my opponents and denying me my share of meat. Now, Tai Long had completely provoked Luffy's wrath. And as Luffy recalled how Chunyu had taken his kills and denied him sustenance, his fury erupted uncontrollably. He unleashed a punch, instinctively channeling his armament haki, striking towards Tai Long's chest. Even though Tai Long received the Heart Network's warning, he chose not to evade, his legs pressing fiercely against the ground, transforming his chest into a shield adorned with demonic patterns. He gazed at Luffy with mockery. Come forth, peasant. Witness the might of my absolute defense. Observe how laughable your punch is before my divine shield. This power is a divine gift. Luffy's fist soared like an intercontinental missile, the sound of it slicing through the air resonating fiercely as it collided with Tai Long's shield. The impact reverberated bang. Tai Long was immediately sent flying, crashing through several giant trees, blood gushing from his mouth, the sound of his shattered shield echoing through the forest. How could this be? This is the divine power bestowed upon me. Before he could finish his thought, a tremendous force erupted from his chest, accelerating his backward flight. Another spurt of blood erupted, mingled with ruptured organs, before he crashed into a massive boulder, coming to a halt, limp and lifeless upon the ground. Had Luffy cut open Tai Long's chest, he would have discovered a hollow cavity where once a heart resided, now reduced to mere fragments. Luffy, having sent Tai Long flying, seemed oblivious to any anomalies, merely feeling that this punch was unlike any before. Observing Tai Long sprawled on the ground, motionless, Luffy paid him no mind. Instead, his eyes gleamed as they fell upon a long, straight wooden stick not far away. Luffy, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before tremblingly picking up the stick. Exhilaration etched across his face. The stick measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a diameter of about 3 centimeters, its body uniformly rounded, showing no signs of processing save for 2 notches at either end. The wood was finely grained, providing an excellent grip. Aboard the merry-go, the crew watched with keen curiosity as the 4 divine officers emerged slowly. I want that one holding the hilt, Zoro proclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. Sanji leisurely savored a breath, speaking in a calm tone. I shall take the one riding the bear. The 2 strongest among the 4 divine officers were thus claimed by Zoro and Sanji. What are the remaining 2? Shinyu inquired softly, turning to Chopper and Johnny. I wish to fight as well. Chopper immediately transformed into his muscular form, pounding his fists against his chest, eager for battle. Is that so? Shinyu raised an eyebrow, regarding Chopper with curiosity. Hee, of course it is. I am a manly Chopper. Shinyu exchanged a knowing glance with Johnny before addressing Chopper once more. Are you truly intent on engaging in battle? Indeed I am. Chopper felt a peculiar sense of déjà vu very well. Can that manly Chopper secure victory? A sly smile crept on Chinyu's face. Of course. I am a manly Chopper. Upon hearing Chopper's response, Chunyu clapped his hands against his thighs in praise. Truly worthy of our manly figure. If that is the case, then go forth. Those 2 shall be yours. Oh, Chopper, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hands high, responding loudly. Oh, 2. Why? Why must it be 2? Chopper's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chunyu, perplexed. Because you are a man. Upon hearing Chunyu's compliment, Chopper beamed, reverting to his bewildered form, his short stature swaying. Wait! Chopper suddenly snapped to attention, scampering over to Chunyu, leaping up to strike Chunyu's knee with a hoof, demanding, I asked why I must deal with 2. What is their question? I must keep an eye on that god. The remaining 2 shall be your responsibility. Very well. Just as Chinyu said this, he unceremoniously hurled Chopper towards the 2 divine officers below, who had grown impatient. You lowly sea dweller. You dare to challenge a god? The officers of my divine cadre are not to be compared with your insignificant minions. Do not blame me for not warning you. Perhaps if you join forces, you might stand a chance. Enel gazed at Chinyu, his expression rife with mockery. 1 breath, 2 breaths a long while passed. Yet Chunyu did not spare Enel a glance, fixated solely on the battle involving Chopper, completely disregarding Enel. You wretched peasant. You have successfully enraged me. Enel's face turned crimson with fury, lightning crackling around him, the sound of thunder akin to a cacophony of birds, piercing and relentless. Seeing this, Chinyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Enel, retorting, "Are you eager to make your move? Are you concerned that your so-called divine officers may falter? You may choose to intervene, and I genuinely believe that your participation might allow you to defeat my 3 companions." Upon hearing this familiar yet jarring remark, Ainalu's countenance darkened, and the electric aura surrounding him intensified, yet he refrained from taking action. With a cold snort, he turned his gaze to observe the battle below. Zoro, noticing the shell resembling a hilt in his opponent's hand, inquired with curiosity, "What do you have there?" Xayaluming, instead of maintaining a haughty silence, proudly declared, "This is the Taiyun shell, a unique specimen, an ancient mollusk long extinct. To behold such a treasure before your demise is certainly not a life wasted." Zoro raised an eyebrow, still perplexed about the utility of that object. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by the man exuding an aura of confidence, despite his lack of understanding. Without further ado, he unsheathed his sword, Kitetsu, positioning it before him. The moment he drew Kitetsu, Zoro's demeanor transformed entirely. His gaze sharpened, radiating an unmistakable intensity. A commendable gaze. However, your opponent is a noble priest. With a flick of his wrist, Xayaluming unleashed a black cloud the width of a palm from the Taiyun shell, extending approximately 2 meters. The Taiyun was as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet it possessed a hardness and sharpness rivaling that of a blade. Zoro, disinterested in engaging in verbal banter, merely observed Xayaluming in silence. Lowly peasant. Upon witnessing Zoro's disregard, Xayaluming's anger flared, and he lunged forward with a powerful stride. "Repent in hell," he declared, mountain slash. As his words fell, the Taiyun elongated to 10 meters, and Xayaluming swung this massive blade toward Zoro. In response, Zoro's lips twitched. He seemed to have overestimated his adversary. He merely raised Kitetsu slightly to the side, making no additional moves. The 10-meter-long Taiyun cleaved through the surrounding trees with ease, yet was effortlessly blocked by Zoro's Kitetsu. "Is that all?" Zoro expressed disbelief at the so-called priest's meager strength. "Lowly peasant, you are courting death." Xayaluming, enraged by Zoro's contempt, trembled with fury, his face reddening as he raised the oddly shaped shell in his left hand. World annihilation slash. Upon hearing this, Zoro straightened his posture, adopting a serious expression as he prepared for the impending attack. Suddenly, the shell in Xayaluming's grasp radiated light, and a flurry of small slashes swiftly descended upon Zoro, cascading like rain. Zoro moved his body slowly, effortlessly evading every strike, maintaining a serious demeanor while watching Xayaluming, as if to say, "Where's the world annihilation slash? How is this possible?" Xayaluming could not fathom how a mere peasant could evade his ultimate technique. Enraged, he shouted, "Is this it?" Zoro looked at Xayaluming, his face a canvas of confusion. "This is the world annihilation slash? What was I expecting?" Zoro's expression grew increasingly distressed, his anticipation transformed into disbelief, darkening his countenance. The thought of having anticipated this twice caused veins to bulge on his forehead, his eyes locking on his Xayaluming with murderous intent, his grip on Kitetsu trembling slightly. "I implore you to meet your demise." Zoro bent his legs, exerting force as he shot forward, his speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. One sword style, lion's song. Although Xayaluming received the alert from his mental network, he was uncertain of where to evade. Zoro suddenly appeared behind Xayaluming, slowly sheathing Kitetsu, exhaling a heavy breath, and walked into the forest without casting a glance back. Xayaluming was cleaved in two, his body collapsing to the ground, eyes wide with terror. He remained unaware of the origin of Zoro's strike. "Lowly peasant, your misfortune is dire. Had you encountered another, perhaps you could have retained a complete corpse, but alas, soon, my treasure will devour you piece by piece." In front of Sanji stood a burly man, his chest hair resembling an explosive mane, seated atop a colossal black bear. Patting the bear's head with a look of pity, he remarked, "I forgot to mention, my treasure only consumes live prey, so you won't pass away easily." The priest, Yuanya Dashiong, suddenly widened his eyes, looking down from his elevated position, and commanded in a stern voice, "Xiao He, this fellow will be your dinner." The black bear, already drooling profusely, had been salivating since Sanji began detailing the preparation of steamed bear paws. "Roar!" Sanji lowered his gaze, lighting a cigarette, His eyes fixed intently on the black bear beneath Yuan Yadashion and began to describe. The bear paw is cleaned, slightly rinsed to remove hair, skinned, and sliced. Between each slice, fresh winter bamboo shoots and mushroom slices of moderate thickness are layered, then steamed until tender, yet not mushy. The whole chicken and duck, after being cleaned, are cut into large pieces and placed in a stew pot, with appropriate scallions, ginger, and garlic added to create a rich broth. Finally, the freshly cooked broth is poured over the steamed bear paw before serving. An extraordinary flavor. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yadashion was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly darkened, veins bulging on his neck as he bellowed, "Lowly peasant, you have an audacious spirit. I shall skin you alive, feeding you piece by piece to my pet, ensuring you suffer beyond comprehension." With that, Yuan Yadashion leapt from the black bear, his already towering form rising to an impressive 5 meters, his fur becoming even more abundant, teeth protruding, and his limbs transforming into bear claws, resembling the black bear beside him. "Xiaohei, this fellow is your dinner," Yuan Yadashion roared, pointing a claw at Sanji. The black bear's saliva pooled on the ground, having been salivating ever since Sanji began explaining the recipe for steamed bear paws. Roar! The black bear stood upright, howling to the sky, its 5-meter height rivaling Yuan Yadashion. Both bears lunged at Sanji, their massive bodies causing the sacred ground to tremble with each step, an imposing sight. One bear swiped at Sanji's side, while Yuan Yadashion stood tall, arms outstretched, as if anticipating Sanji to leap, ready to crush him. However, Sanji, uninterested in dodging the bear's paw, lifted his right leg and delivered a kick, unleashing his devil wind technique. Just as Sanji was about to kick the bear's paw, his form suddenly halted, redirecting the kick towards the bear's abdomen. The enormous black bear flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into several trees, its eyes rolling back, the charred scent of flesh wafting through the air. "Xiaohei!" Yuan Yadashion, who had been waiting for Sanji to leap, was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Lowly peasant, how dare you?" Yuan Yadashion's massive form trembled as he raised his right paw high, suddenly narrowing his gaze, and struck down toward Sanji. Previously, Sanji had merely adjusted his attack to preserve the flavor of the bear paw, but he held no such reservations against Yuan Yadashion. As the bear's paw descended rapidly, Sanji's right foot swept forward, the crimson devil wind technique carving an arc through the air, deflecting the descending paw. The redirected paw sent Yuan Yadashion's body flying to the side, crashing into several trees before coming to a halt. With a single kick, Yuan Yadashion's paw bone shattered. His skin charred. Moments later, the pain arrived, causing Yuan Yadashion to wail in agony, while the black bear continued to roar within the sacred ground. In response, Sanji felt no compassion. Instead, veins bulged on his forehead as he growled, "How dare you cause Miss Cornice such sorrow? You self-proclaimed deities shall not escape." As the words fell, Sanji vanished from his position. From the right, the wild bear, known as Yuan Yadashion, had yet to react to the warning from his mind network when Sanji delivered a fierce kick to his right temple. The terrifying heat scorched Yuan Yadashion's head, causing it to sizzle and emit oil. This kick was devoid of mercy, fueled by fury, and Yuan Yadashion was immediately propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters, crashing through 7 or 8 trees before finally coming to a halt, crashing heavily to the ground with a shattered skull and a deep dent resembling a leg. He had already lost all signs of life. Upon learning of Kenny's plight, Sanji was consumed by rage. Now, having unleashed his kick, he felt rejuvenated and in high spirits. Taking a deep breath of smoke, he carelessly flicked the cigarette butt away, crushed it underfoot, and strode towards the unconscious black bear. Your priest is indeed capable. That wild black bear compelled my companion to unleash his full strength. Even in death, he will leave a legacy for his descendants." Chinyu turned to Analu, raising an eyebrow, his tone exaggerated. Hearing this, Analu's complexion darkened, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, revealing his seething anger. "Truly a waste." Analu spoke in a low voice, "But do not rejoice too soon. Your pet raccoon seems to be in dire straits." Seemingly recalling something, Analu's expression immediately returned to calm, disregarding Chinyu and silently observing the battle below among the three. Witnessing this, Chinyu shrugged slightly, diverting his gaze back to the battlefield. "AMU, can you even handle this? If not, step aside for me." Watching AMU engage with Chopper, Yamamoto Biden's expression grew increasingly discontented. However, AMU paid him no mind, swinging his long hammer towards Chopper, shouting, "Impact hammer." AMU gripped the end of the long hammer with both hands, using his waist and legs to generate momentum, swinging the hammer around before delivering a powerful blow towards Chopper. The hammerhead featured two distinct spiral patterns, and its iron weight was substantial, roughly the size of an adult man's head. Seeing the incoming hammerhead, Chopper displayed no fear, bending his waist and clenching his right fist to meet the whistling hammerhead. Armored pistol. Chopper's fist, as large as a sandbag, collided with the hammerhead, producing a metallic ringing sound. King. Pong. Suddenly, Chopper's expression changed dramatically as the seemingly ordinary hammer unleashed a massive impact, sending him flying several meters backward, while AMU staggered back a few steps due to the recoil. AMU hoisted the long hammer, laughing maniacally. Your fist is probably shattered. Do you even know who I am? I'm a priest. You a mere beast. Could never be my match. I must inform you, the hammerhead is embedded with impact shells and blast shells. What you just experienced was merely the power of the impact shell. Next, I'll use the blast shell to take your worthless life. The blast shell can absorb and release impact, and its power is about tenfold that of the impact shell. You wretched creature. Your pet is utterly feeble. Soon, it will be reduced to a meat paste, and you shall not escape unscathed either. Anilu lifted his left foot onto his seat, resting his left arm on his knee, while his right hand supported him on the armrest of the golden throne, his face radiating joy as he mocked. Upon hearing Anilu's derision, Chinyu merely cleaned out his ear and flicked a finger towards Anilu, offering no words. The earwax traveled swiftly through the air, tracing an arc directly towards Anilu. Anilu, fully aware of Chun Yu's actions, watched in disbelief as the earwax approached, his expression a mix of disdain and fury. You contemptible Qinghai person. How crude. After saying this, Anilu's body crackled with lightning, enveloping him in a protective net, causing the earwax to turn to ash upon contact with the electric barrier. 1,000,000 volts of purification. Anilu commanded the thunder to meticulously cleanse his surroundings. Seeing this, Chinyu's mind raced. Oh, a cleanliness obsession. Is it? What a pity. That was all the earwax I had. Otherwise, I would have teased this arrogant and obsessive fellow more. Suddenly, Chinyu's eyes lit up as he pretended to dig for more earwax, simultaneously flicking it towards Anilu. Witnessing Chinyu's action, Anilu's fury erupted, the thunder swirling around him, a dense shield of electricity enveloping him, veins on his forehead pulsating as he shouted, "You lowly wretch. You seek death." As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning around him exploded, gradually forming into a thunderous lion. Oh, has the great deity lost his composure? Are you eager to intervene because you fear your subordinate's imminent defeat? Chinyu's smile grew increasingly disdainful, yet he remained motionless, declaring, "Very well. Come fort. After all, it is merely a matter of time before your two weakling priests are vanquished." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding crossed Anilu's eyes, and he quickly regained his composure. The thunderous lion dissipated, and he settled comfortably back onto the golden throne, adopting a demeanor of having seen through everything. Indeed. The lowly ones excel in such base tactics, intentionally provoking me to obscure the imminent defeat of your pet. Is that your aim? I am an omnipotent deity. I have seen through it all. Once your pet is crushed to death, I shall ensure you are reunited. Observing Anilu's self-assured demeanor, Chun Yu found amusement. He had not contemplated much, simply bored and unable to extract earwax, resorting to feigning flicks, nothing more. What sort of person tends to overthink? Regarding the prideful Anilu, Chun Yu shrugged, disregarding him, and leisurely watched the battle between Chopper and AMU. That hurts. Chopper slowly rose from the ground, shaking his right hand, his expression contorted in pain. Observing his slightly reddened fist, Chopper's countenance grew serious. His shortcomings were glaringly apparent. Even if his haki reached the level of Usopp, it likely wouldn't hurt him today. Bring it on. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chopper began to pound his chest, his fighting spirit ignited, howling towards the sky. With his legs bent, he surged forward towards AMU, his fists once again tinged with a faint gray. Armored pistol barrage. AMU watched in shock as Chopper merely flicked his palms twice before continuing his assault. How is this possible? No one remained unscathed after enduring a blow from an impact shell. Witnessing MU's astonishment, Chopper's lips curled slightly as he mercilessly swung his fist towards AMU. I am a monster. There is no one aboard our ship. As he spoke, Chopper threw a punch towards AMU's right cheek. AMU had anticipated this. adjusting the hammer's face to align the blast shell with Chopper's fist, a slight smile creeping onto his face. Daring to call yourself a monster in the presence of a deity. Since the impact shell cannot harm you, what will you do against the blast shell? Aware of the workings of the blast shell, Chopper was not foolish enough to allow AMU to charge up. He slowly retracted his right fist, transforming it into a palm, gripping the hammer's face tightly, and unleashed a powerful kick towards AMU. Upon witnessing this, Amo's face bore a hint of a cold smile. What does it matter if you comprehend the functioning of the Paiji Bay? Al-Montak, foolish beast. The Paiji Bay inherently contains energy. I shall see how resilient your bones are. Paiji hammer. As the words fell, the Paiji Bay in Chopper's right palm emitted a dazzling radiance. Chopper felt an immediate sense of foreboding, his observation haki frantically issuing warnings. However, it was too late to evade. He could only channel all his armament haki to his right palm. Bang! A tremendous impact struck Chopper's palm, forcing it against his chest. Chopper was sent flying, blood violently spewing forth, as he crashed through 10 or more towering trees before finally coming to a halt. As he fell, he coughed up more blood, his right palm visibly swelling, causing him to blow on it in pain as he quickly rose to his feet, hopping from side to side. How painful! That scoundrel! In a furious rage, Chopper wildly swung his right palm, turning to glare at Amo, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare a mere beast provoke me? A divine officer? Amo, bearing his long hammer, sauntered towards Chopper with an air of satisfaction, haughtily proclaiming, I'm the divine officer appointed by the great deity. How could you, a mere beast, ever compare? Damn it, you infuriate me. Is this never-ending? Calling me a beast repeatedly. Does he think I'm a raccoon? Chopper clenched his teeth, his face a portrait of fury. Beast, I did not appreciate your gaze. Amo hoisted his hammer once more, charging towards Chopper, swinging it wildly to accumulate energy. You bastard! I am no beast. I am a monster. Chopper's hair bristled in anger as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a rumble ball, biting it to shatter and swallow it whole. Chopper had not intended to utilize the power of the rumble ball, but this fellow was simply too infuriating. He had to teach him a lesson. TSK. Look at how our child has been made to suffer. Chunyu gently shook his head, his lips clicking in disapproval. On the surface, Chunyu appeared indifferent, yet inside, he was brimming with murderous intent. No one could dare call Chopper a beast. Ya ha ha ha. Inaru suddenly erupted in raucous laughter, pointing at Chopper with his right hand, exclaiming, well said. A beast is indeed a beast. Amo, end this swiftly. Let's feast on the flesh of this beast tonight. With that, Inaru cast a triumphant glance at Chunyu, reminiscent of a victorious rooster. Chunyu's expression stiffened, his lips tightening as he turned to glare at Inaru with increasing iciness. In Chunyu's heart, Chopper was never a mere reindeer, but a comrade, a living companion who had yet to mature, in need of guidance. In his past life, he had a younger brother whom he cherished deeply. Now, he transferred that affection onto Chopper. He would periodically observe Chopper's growth and make timely adjustments. Simply shielding Chopper was not advisable, as the laws of the forest must be respected. Why did Chinyu choose to wait for Chopper to finish before addressing Inaru? It was because he needed to discern Chopper's weaknesses and promptly alter his training regimen. Things were different now. I had originally intended to test whose fire was stronger, yours or mine. It seems that plans cannot keep pace with changes. You just pointed at Chopper with that hand, did you not? Chinyu slightly raised his right index finger, directing it at Inaru's hand, speaking in a chilling tone. Yaha, commoner, are you also preparing to strike? What can you achieve by doing so? Before me, everything is but a fleeting cloud. You, as well as that beast, shall be slain, to serve as a cautionary tale. And the rest of your crew aboard the ship shall not escape. Yaha. Upon hearing this, Chinyu's expression returned to calmness. He did not even glance at Inaru, but turned his gaze to Chopper, speaking gently. Chopper, your opponent is your responsibility to resolve. Take your time, it's all right. You are a man, a brave man of the Straw Hat Pirates. With that, Chinyu turned to face Inaru, his eyes growing ever colder. I shall first slay a deity. Chinyu's tone was chilling to the bone, causing Amo and Yamamoto Biden to involuntarily shudder. The cold air that had blown in yesterday was biting, and I was still wearing a short-sleeve shirt with a hoodie, utterly unprepared. Slay a deity? Yahaha. Ridiculously absurd. A mere ant dares to speak of slaying a deity? Since you are so impatient, I shall send you down to reunite with one another. You two, attack together and slay that beast. My battle will soon be concluded. Inaru ascended, surrounded by crackling lightning, looking down upon Amo and Yamamoto Biden. Yes, great deity. Both Amo and Yamamoto Biden knelt on one knee, hands clasped above their heads in reverence. Chinyu's forehead throbbed with veins, the muscles in his neck pulsating like writhing earthworms, his eyelids slightly drooping as his calm breaths turned increasingly erratic. His teeth clenched tightly, fists clenched, joints cracking with tension. Chopper, this deity may not be able to offer you a smoke now, but next time I will surely find a deity to do so. Chunyu forcibly suppressed the fury within him, looking at Chopper with an expression full of regret. Redirecting his focus back to Inaru, Chunyu slipped his hands into his pockets and slowly floated up from the Mary, standing before Inaru. He lightly lifted his right foot and stomped the void with force, unleashing a torrent of flames as he shouted, "Flame Emperor's Judgment!" The prison of the hexagon. The flames erupted from Chunyu's body, spreading outward, forming 6 towering fire pillars around him, spaced 20 meters apart. The 6 pillars were interconnected, the flames woven into a net, creating a magnificent hexagonal cage over 100 meters high and covering an area of approximately 1,000 square meters. Yahaha, commoner. So, you too possess divine power. No wonder you are so arrogant. But what does that matter? I am the strongest deity in the world. You are all but ants. Suddenly, the thunder surrounding Inaru erupted, a massive bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, crashing down upon Chunyu's hexagonal cage. Mere mortal flames, perish beneath my divine thunder. Boom! The colossal lightning bolt slammed down, intertwining with the overhead fire net. Contrary to expectations, it did not meet with a fierce clash. Rather, the lightning bolt pierced through the upper fire net and exited through the lower net, seemingly grand, yet causing no harm to the hexagonal prison. Is that all? Chunyu smirked disdainfully at Inaru, continuing, with your current strength, you cannot escape this hexagonal cage. The Flame Emperor's judgment is upon you. Only with your demise will this cage open, and there shall be no surprises. 50 million volts. Thunderbird. Inaru's expression soured as he gathered lightning in his right hand, launching a massive Thunderbird towards one of the fire pillars. Unfortunately, the Thunderbird could not affect the fire pillar in the slightest, passing through it without resistance. Yahaha, empty bravado. How could I, a deity, be trapped by you, an ant? Witnessing the hexagonal cage prove ineffective against his lightning, Inaru laughed raucously. After all, how could mere mortal flames contend with his divine thunder? Chunyu had lost interest in allowing Inaru to gradually explore this hexagonal prison, as Chunyu transformed into a swirling mass of azure and violet flames. The surrounding air warped instantaneously, the temperature soaring as if it could rend the very fabric of space. With a resounding boom, the azure violet flames vanished from their original position, only to reappear before Inaru, catching the notoriously arrogant figure entirely off guard. From within the flames, a pitch-black arm, gleaming with a metallic sheen, materialized and struck Inaru's abdomen with a singular, seemingly casual punch. Yet, this seemingly effortless blow bore the force of an avalanche. Inaru's eyes bulged, saliva mixed with blood erupted from his mouth, and his body arched like a boiled shrimp, hurtling backward to collide violently with the fiery pillar of the hexagonal cage. With a thunderous crash, the pillar repelled Inaru, and in that fleeting moment of contact, his back was seared to the bone. How could this be? He exclaimed, incredulous that a mere mundane flame could inflict harm upon his exalted divine form. In disbelief, Inaru disregarded his scorched back and propelled himself toward the fiery net above. Just as he believed he could traverse the flames, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The sharp fire net effortlessly ensnared Inaru's corporeal form, mercilessly embedding itself into his visage, shattering his earlobe, which cascaded down to his chest in fragments. Cried Inaru in excruciating anguish. It had been a long time since he had felt such pain. With both hands pressed tightly against his face, blood flowed abundantly, and his left eye was irrevocably blinded by the fire net. Had Inaru not sensed the warning from his heart net and timely reduced his speed, his very life would have been at stake. Inaru's greatest advantage before Chunyu lay in his speed. With the power of his fruit, he could surpass Chunyu's utmost velocity, though his swiftness had its limits. If Inaru had solely sought to flee, Chunyu might have found himself at a loss. Once the hexagonal cage enveloped Inaru, his fate was sealed. Observing Inaru's woeful state, Chunyu once again marveled at the might of armament hockey. Without this formidable technique, Enelu stood before Chunyu as little more than a novice who could run a bit faster, posing no real threat whatsoever. In truth, I myself consider flames to be inferior to thunder. In summary, as the will of the pirate world could no longer tolerate Oda's erratic whims, it erupted in protest. Oda is merely a cartoonist. What does he truly comprehend about One Piece? In the dead of night, he summoned a youth from Earth and bestowed upon him the additional Mera Mera no Mi. When nothing is amiss, Luffy declares, Chunyu, I am a captain. But in times of crisis, he asserts, Chunyu, you are the vice captain. To which Chunyu retorts, I am merely a vice captain. With Chunyu's addition, the Straw Hat Crew's strength is now unparalleled.